Chen Wen slowly opened his eyes. He realized he was lying on the ground inside a wooden cabin of barely 10 square meters, its walls riddled with holes. Outside it was still mostly dark with only a faint glimmer of dawn. "Where is this place?" he murmured. Chen Wen stood up and looked around, noticing a table at the center of the cabin. On it an oil lamp burned quietly beside a book that emitted a soft glow. He walked over, picked up the book, and saw the title on the cover, Survival Manual. Opening to the first page, he read, "Welcome to Universal Survival. This is a game of the gods. You have no right to refuse. Here, staying alive and strengthening yourself are the goals of all. First, everyone possesses a small wooden cabin. It is your only shelter, the foundation of survival and development. Defend it well. Your base is the capital by which you live. Second, daylight hours are extremely limited. Make full use of daytime to gather resources. The outside world at night is exceedingly dangerous. Third, whenever you meet anyone here, remain cautious even in your joy. They may not be your ally, they may covet your supplies, or even be terrifying cannibals. Fourth, the unknown is the most exhilarating. This world awaits your exploration. Strive to survive and strengthen yourself to reap greater rewards." The new text showed his status. Chen Wen, Constitution 1010. A person who exercises regularly scores 10. Constitution represents overall physical quality, strength, speed, agility, reaction. Spirit 1010 for an ordinary person. Talent not drawn. Backpack Novice Gift Pack 1 1920. A chime sounded. Ding. Draw talent. Chen Wen answered yes. Drawing talent. Congratulations, you have obtained SS grade talent Perfect Absorption. Perfect Absorption SSS. Everything you eat will be absorbed by your body at 100 with no waste whatsoever. Chen Wen's eyes lit up. This talent was remarkable. After all, it is common knowledge that the human body normally absorbs at most about 10% of what it consumes. If his body could absorb everything, it meant that a single bite of rice could equal an entire bowl in nutritional value with no energy wasted. He turned to the second page. A chat window appeared. Fixing his gaze on it, he saw several sub-options below: World Chat Region, Chat 100, 001, 0000, and Friend Chat 0. World Chat was grayed out and could not be opened. Region Chat, however, contained 10,000 people. Chen Wen tapped it. Instantly messages flooded the interface. "What is this place? Who brought me here? Is anyone there?" Voices appeared one after another in the chat. "My dad is Li Gang. Whoever takes me home, I'll give them 10 million. More and more people realized they could send messages in Region Chat, and the channel instantly erupted, the impatient ones spamming questions about what had happened. "Are you all inside a small wooden cabin?" someone asked. "Yes, looks like we're all in small wooden cabins." "Someone save me. I can hear beasts howling outside. Sounds like wolves. Take me home, and I'll give you all my family's wealth." "You're dreaming. Once we've arrived in this world, there is no going back." Chen Wen studied the chat window and discovered that besides text, it could also send voice and pictures. It felt somewhat like a mobile phone, except it had only a chat function. Turning to the next page, he found a trading platform with trade and auction tabs. At the moment, everything was empty. Chen Wen realized the trading platform was quite peculiar. He only needed to select an item and place it onto the interface to list it. He turned to the next page again. A manufacturing platform page appeared. Provide blueprints and materials to craft various items and to upgrade your base cabin. Below it was a description: small cabin level 0. The small cabin shelters you from wind and rain and is your only refuge. Gather resources as soon as possible to upgrade your cabin. The higher its level, the safer you will be. Upgrade 100 wood. After reading, Chen Wen flipped back to the first page and opened the Novice Gift Pack. The pack contained bottled water 500 milliliters 1, a bread 5, a rusty axe 1. Chen Wen took out the axe from the gift pack. Looking at the tool in his hand, he wondered if it was even usable. The blade was mottled with rust. Rusty axe 60100, a rusty axe. When you have no better tools, it becomes a miracle worker for felling trees, the description read. Chen Wen organized his supplies, gripped the axe, and prepared to take a look outside. He pushed open the cabin door and saw towering trees surrounding him, a canopy of green stretching overhead. He first walked a circle around the cabin. It was truly small, roughly 3 by 4 meters in area, and even the floorboards were riddled with holes. "I need to gather resources and upgrade the cabin as soon as possible. This shabby hut looks anything but safe," he muttered. The cabin was hemmed in on all sides by forest with only a 5-meter clearing surrounding it. Chen Wen chose the nearest tree directly in front of the cabin and began to chop. Having never done such labor before, it took him more than an hour to fell a single tree. Staring at the tree lying on the ground, he wondered, "Do I have to process this into lumber myself?" A prompt appeared: resource detected. Collect. He chose yes. Wood 15. System-friendly reminder: resources can be stored in your backpack. 1 tree yields 15 units of wood. That means I still need to fell 7 more trees to reach level 1 cabin. I'd better keep chopping, he calculated, glancing down at the axe in his hand. The rusty axe read 55,100. Its durability had dropped by 5%. "Huh, there's a chest over there," he exclaimed. About 15 meters ahead, half hidden in the grass, was a wooden box. Holding the axe, he walked toward it cautiously. A prompt appeared: wooden chest detected. "Open." "Open," he answered. The contents materialized: bottled water 500 milliliters 2, bread 5, wood 20, stone 20, metal 10, flint 1. After felling 2 trees, hunger gnawed at Chen Wen until he could hardly bear it. He immediately took out a piece of bread and a bottle of water and began to eat and drink. As he swallowed, he felt power flooding his limbs and body. This perfect absorption talent is truly incredible. Under normal circumstances, 2 or 3 loaves of bread might still leave me hungry, he mused. Unnoticed dusk crept in and the sky grew dark. The pitch-black sky made his skin crawl with unease. Without hesitation, he headed back to the cabin. Once inside, Chen Wen reviewed the day's gains. He had felled 5 trees and opened 2 wooden chests. He had also obtained a crossbow with 5 bolts and a blueprint for crafting a bed, bottled water 5, bread 8, wood 130, stone 50, metal 30, wooden window, blueprint 1, crossbow 1, bolts 5. Without delay, Chen Wen took out the survival manual and consumed 100 units of wood to upgrade the cabin. After a burst of radiant light, Chen Wen looked again and saw that the cabin had completely changed. The new description read, Small Cabin Level 1. The small cabin shelters you from wind and rain and is your only refuge. Gather resources as soon as possible to upgrade your cabin. The higher its level, the safer you will be. Level 2 cabin with 30,200 stone 0, 100 metal 0, 20. The upgraded cabin was larger now, roughly over 20 square meters. The holes in the walls had vanished and each of the side walls now held a wooden window. Outside, night had completely fallen. The survival manual now displayed a warning. At night, please make a campfire if at all possible, or you will risk attacks from unknown creatures. Chen Wen took out some wood and used the flint to light a campfire, illuminating the cabin. After finishing these preparations, he brought out some food to reward himself and his ravenous body. Chen Wen took out some food. After eating his fill, he looked at the empty room and remembered he still had a blueprint for a wooden bed, blueprint wood 3010, a metal 530. After he confirmed the crafting of the wooden bed, a virtual outline of a bed appeared before him. Chen Wen dragged the glowing cursor to the corner of the room and released it. A wooden bed immediately materialized there, entirely made of planks about 1.5 by 2 meters. He sat down on the bed and opened his survival handbook. He checked his current resources: mineral water 5, bread 8, wood 20, stone 50, metal 25, crossbow 1, bolts 5. Then he switched over to the chat window. The world chat window still could not be opened, so he tapped into the regional chat. Instead, 9,800 surviving out of 10,000. On the very first day, over 200 people had already died despite there being no great danger. Does anyone have food? Please give me something to eat. I didn't dare leave my shelter all day. If you give me food, I'll pay you 5 million when I get back. What talents did you all draw? Why did I draw a fishing talent when I'm stuck in a forest without even drinking water? I'm in a forest too. My talent is basic beast intuition, but it feels useless. Chen Wen skimmed through the chaotic messages in the regional chat, then switched to the trading platform. Wood 10 for food. Stone 10 for water. Small wooden cabin expansion, blueprint 1 for mineral water 2, bread 2. Sweet potato seeds 10 for bread 1. Cucumber seeds 5 for bread 1. When Chen Wen spotted the small wooden cabin expansion blueprint, he immediately initiated contact. I'll trade this small wooden cabin expansion blueprint for 1 bottle of mineral water and 1 piece of bread. Zhang Wenyue replied, make it a bit more. Blueprints are really scarce on the market right now. Chen Wen answered, the problem is that food is even scarcer. There's barely any food being traded at all. I don't have much myself. If you agree, we trade. If not, forget it. Zhang Wenyue replied, alright, let's trade. I'll adjust the terms right away. A crisp chime sounded. Small wooden cabin expansion, blueprint 1. The blueprint read, adds a wall and a small yard to your cabin. In the yard, various crops can be planted. Congratulations, you have taken your first steps on the path of farming. Wood 2020, stone 5,030. Chen Wen also traded for sweet potato seeds and cucumber seeds. Glancing at the pitch-black sky outside where beastly roars occasionally echoed, he decided to wait until tomorrow to use the expansion blueprint. He had worked the entire day. Thanks to his perfect absorption talent, his body was not overly fatigued, yet his mind was exhausted. Lying down on the bare hard wooden boards, he quickly fell asleep. In the blink of an eye, the second day dawned. Chen Wen opened his eyes, feeling power coursing through his body. He clenched his fists and realized his strength had grown significantly compared to yesterday, then immediately opened his survival handbook. His status read Chen Wen. Constitution 12. An average person who exercises regularly would have a constitution of 10. Spirit 10. My constitution actually increased by 2 points. Could perfect absorption raise my stats, even from ordinary food? It seems I'll be walking ever further down the path of farming. Seeing that daylight outside was already bright, Chen Wen pushed open the door. Suddenly, he noticed something directly in front of the house. On the ground were beast tracks that resembled a wolf's footprints. Chen Wen's heart tightened. Fortunately, he had the cabinet, otherwise he might have become a midnight feast for some beast. Chen Wen took out the small wooden cabin expansion blueprint he had traded for yesterday. After confirming its use, a burst of light flashed and a ring of walls rose around the cabin, stone on the lower half and wood on the upper half. The enclosure was roughly 5 by 7 meters with the cabin sitting squarely in the center. Studying the newly built walls, Chen Wen picked up his rusty axe and walked out, deciding that today he should thoroughly explore the surroundings. At the gate, the wolf tracks continued straight into the forest. Chen Wen held the axe in his left hand and the crossbow in his right, following the trail deeper among the trees. After walking more than 300 meters into the forest, he spotted a small hillock. Aren't those chili peppers? Chen Wen hurried over and began picking them. He harvested chili 10. When he finished, he noticed a bronze treasure chest on the slope above. Chen Wen climbed up and opened the chest. Inside were mineral water, 500 milliliters, tin of bread, 10, a wood, 100 stone, 100 kitchenware, 5-piece set, blueprint, pot, bowl, plate, ladle. Basic shooting mastery 1. Basic shooting mastery enables you to grasp fundamental shooting techniques, guaranteeing perfect accuracy within 10 meters. Staring at the skill, Chen Wen tapped learn. The skill book dissolved into light that surged into his head. He felt his mind suddenly fill with knowledge. What angles to shoot from, how to let arrows fly to ensure a hit. He drew out the crossbow, suddenly feeling intimately familiar with it, as if he had been using it for years. A chill crept down his back. He tilted his head slightly and saw in the grass at the base of the hill a wolf staring straight at him. His heart lurched. He quietly raised the crossbow, studied the wolf's position, then whirled around, lifted his arm, and loosed an arrow. The motion felt incredibly fluid, and thanks to basic shooting mastery, the bolt struck precisely at the wolf's neck. A shrill howl tore from the wolf's throat. Watching it collapse, Chen Wen, just to be safe, raised the crossbow and fired 2 more bolts. The wolf finally lay completely still. Chen Wen walked over and looked down at the corpse. It was much larger than wolves on Earth, about 2 meters long and roughly 1 meter tall at the shoulder. Disassemble. The loot, read wolf meat 15, wolf pelt 1, a wolf bones 1, a wolf entrails. Wolf meat, consuming it can slightly enhance physical fitness. Wolf pelt, a complete pelt, can be made into leather armor with minor defensive properties. Wolf bones, bone broth, improves a pet's growth rate and slightly strengthens bone structure. Wolf entrails, filled with bacteria. Eat them if you're not afraid of death, but they make excellent bait for fishing. Chen Wen took out a slab of wolf meat, roughly 10 kilograms by the look of it. He weighed it in his hand, then stored it back in his pack. After finishing the disassembly, Chen Wen picked a random tree. Thanks to his improved constitution, Chen Wen felled another tree much faster than yesterday, about 1/3 quicker. It took a little over 40 minutes to finish. He grabbed a quick bite to eat, then continued exploring in other directions around the cabin. After 2 hours, he had circled the entire area surrounding his small wooden house. About 1 kilometer behind the cabin, he found a small stream. With a fishing rod later, the wolf entrails would finally be useful for catching fish. By the time Chen Wen returned to the cabin, night had already fallen. He took out some wood and used flint to light a campfire, then sat on the wooden bed, opened his survival handbook, and retrieved the kitchenware 5-piece set blueprint. Kitchenware 5-piece set blueprint, wood 4005, a metal 12,010. On the crafting page, he tapped craft, and a pot, bowl, plate, and ladle appeared one after another. Chen Wen placed 2 stones on either side of the campfire, set a piece of wolf meat over them, and began to roast it. I can finally eat cooked food. After 2 days of nothing but bread, I almost forgot what meat tastes like. 10 minutes later, he crushed the chilies he had picked and spread them over the roasting meat. Even without salt or other seasonings, having meat at all is already a luxury. After eating 1/10 of the meat, his whole body felt warm, even slightly feverish. Chen Wen began doing sit-ups and push-ups inside the cabin. When his body temperature finally cooled down, Chen Wen opened the survival handbook and discovered that his constitution had increased by 3 points. Chen Wen's strength increased by half, and he should now be able to lift 150 pounds with one arm. He looked at the remaining 910 of the wolf meat and opened the trading platform, hoping to exchange it for something useful. Research table blueprint 1 for food. Wood 50 for bottled water. Qing steel sword blueprint 1 for wood 50, e-stone 50. Home manufacturing blueprint 1 for bread 2. Chen Wen opened the private chat window for the research table blueprint. He found an old acquaintance, Zhang Wenyue. I can exchange 1 kilogram of wolf meat for the research table blueprint. If that works for you, let's trade. Zhang Wenyue, boss, let's trade right away. I'm starving today. Ding. Research table blueprint X1. Research table blueprint. This table allows you to independently develop some tools without the need for manufacturing blueprints. Wood 20, stone 10, metal 20. Zhang Wenyue, boss, can we be friends? Chen Wen, sure, you can come to me for trades in the future if you have any good items. I don't have much else, mostly physical items. Although I don't have many items, I can still exchange some things pretending to be a resource. Ding. Zhang Wenyue has passed your friend verification. Zhang Wenyue, boss, you are so lucky. I opened over 10 chests in the past 2 days and didn't find a single piece of food. Chen Wen thought, opened over 10 chests and found no food. Chen Wen found it hard to believe. And what incredible luck. He was like a king of fortune. In the past 2 days, he had worked tirelessly and only managed to open 5 or 6 chests. Chen Wen placed the research table in the corner of the small cabin. World channel. Grilled wolf meat, trading for various rare items, manufacturing blueprints. There were indeed many good things in the world channel. Chen Wen used the remaining 9 kilograms of grilled wolf meat to exchange for a pet contract scroll, and surprisingly also obtained a cultivation method for enhancing mental strength, water drop meditation. Pet contract can sign a master-servant contract with an animal below B grade. Water drop meditation, visualizing the essence of water drops, can slightly enhance mental strength. Chen Wen quickly learned it. Suddenly a wealth of knowledge filled his mind, detailing how to meditate on the process of water drops falling in his produced by the system, indeed a masterpiece. Chen Wen also exchanged for the Qing steel sword manufacturing blueprint and the home manufacturing blueprint. The seeds he found in the chests over the past 2 days could be planted tomorrow. Qing steel sword manufacturing blueprint E-grade, a sword made of ordinary alloy. While it can't cut hair, it can still penetrate ordinary wild beasts. Metal 10, wood 5. Manufacture. Ding Qing steel sword 1. Chen Wen took out the diamond sword from his backpack, observing that it was about 70 centimeters long with a handle of about 20 centimeters, totaling nearly 1 meter. Chen Wen swung it a couple of times and found it quite comfortable to use. He also manufactured the hoe. He then checked the remaining supplies for the day. Seeing that he had enough resources, he upgraded the small cabin. Small cabin, level 2. The cabin is your only sanctuary in this world, a foundation for development and survival. The higher the cabin level, the higher your safety level and survival chances. Collect resources quickly to upgrade your cabin. Next level with 200 stone, 200 metal, 58 base upgrade device 1. Chen Wen noted that he had most of the materials needed for the next level, but he was still unsure what the base upgrade device was. Looking at the now expanded interior of the house, he took a torch, pushed open the door, and walked into the small yard, discovering that the yard had also expanded outward by about half a meter. Bottled water 15, bread 15, wood 500 stone, 400 metal, 200 sweet potato seeds, 20 cucumber seeds, 5 corn seeds, 5 wolf meat, 14 wolf bones, 1 wolf skin, 1 crossbow arrows, 5 crossbow, 1 Qing steel sword, 1 hoe, 1 pet contract, 1. After a long day, Chen Wen lay on the bed attempting to practice the water drop meditation. On the second day, as dawn broke, Chen Wen woke up feeling mentally clear. This water drop meditation is really... His mental strength had actually increased a bit. Previously, he had been struggling with headaches due to his innate talent for perfect absorption, and he couldn't find a way to enhance his mental strength. Now he had found a method. Take out the food from my backpack and make do with it. I opened the main door and took out the hoe to plant the seeds I found in the chests over the past 2 days. In the past 2 days, he opened 6 chests, totaling sweet potato seeds, 25 cucumber seeds, and 5 corn seeds. He planted 1 of each in every corner of the wall. Today marked the 3rd day of the system's protection period, the final day. I must collect more resources. Chen Wen pushed open the gate of the wall and stepped outside. Just as he was about to walk forward, he noticed a golden glow emanating from the corner of the wall out of the corner of his eye. He quickly turned to look and discovered a golden treasure chest in the corner of the wall, rushing over to it. Open the treasure chest. Ding wood 500 stone, 500 metal, 200 gold spirit stone 1, wood spirit stone 1, earth spirit stone 1, fire spirit stone 1, water spirit stone 1, water condensation device blueprint B grade 1, unknown pet egg 1, treasure appraisal IA grade 1, base upgrade device 1. The golden treasure chest surprisingly doesn't contain any basic food. Water condensation device blueprint B grade can produce B grade pure water at a rate of 500 milliliters per hour and C grade pure water at a rate of 1 liter per hour. Drinking this water can improve physical fitness. Water spirit stone 1, with 20 metal 20. Unknown pet egg, unknown animal pet egg. Upon hatching, it can sign a master servant contract. Treasure appraisal IA grade can identify the uses of various treasures. With the water condensation device blueprint, I won't have to worry about drinking water anymore, producing 24 liters daily. Learn treasure appraisal. A beam of light shot toward Chen Wen's eyes. Now Chen Wen possessed 3 skills. Chen Wen Constitution 15, Spirit 12. Talent Perfect Absorption. Skills Basic Shooting Proficiency Treasure Appraisal I Water Drop Meditation. Would you like to hatch the pet egg? Hatch. A flash of white light passed over the pet egg in Chen Wen's hand, which then transformed into a small mouse about the size of a fist, entirely snow white. Treasure Appraisal I Treasure Mouse C grade, a very rare mouse-type spirit beast that can locate various treasures based on the aura of treasures in the world. It can grow by absorbing the aura of treasures it finds, and it can sense treasure aura within a radius of 1 kilometer. Upon seeing the feedback from the treasure appraisal, Chen Wen quickly took out the contract scroll and signed a master servant contract with the treasure mouse. Chen Wen, little one, you will follow me from now on. Let's give you a name. Since you're all Snow White, how about calling you Xiaobai? It seemed the treasure mouse understood Chen Wen's words. It squeaked in Chen Wen's palm. Chen Wen, so smart you understand that. From now on your name is Xiaobai. Xiaobai quickly sensed what treasures are around. Xiaobai squeaked in a certain direction. That day Chen Wen followed Xiaobai and found over a dozen treasure chests, including 3 bronze treasure chests. Inside the chests, he discovered several useful items. Fireball Technique E Grade 1, Leather Armor Manufacturing Blueprint E Grade 1, a small cabin directional upgrade to 2-story wooden building Blueprint 1, Bull Crossbow C Grade 1. The rest were basic supplies, and he also picked some fruits in the forest. As there was no shortage of food, and with the talent of perfect absorption, Chen Wen kept eating. By the end of the day, his constitution had reached 20 points, and the survival manual had already reached E grade standards. Using the Qing steel sword to test his strength, he could now easily cut through a tree the size of his wrist with a single Fireball technique consumes 2 points of spirit to launch a small fireball. Chen Wen tried it. and the fireball was indeed small, about the size of 2 fists, but it had considerable power, capable of splitting a tree trunk the size of a bowl, and also had a burning effect. The bowl crossbow was a larger version of the crossbow, a heavy weapon for tower defense with arrows over a meter long. However, he only found 10 large arrows while he obtained over 20 smaller arrows from opening chests. Chen Wen returned to the base's wooden cabin and immediately took out the directional upgrade blueprint. Upgrading the 2-story cabin required about 1/3 more materials than a simple upgrade. However, today, due to the presence of Xiao, the materials were abundant. A flash of light swept across. The wooden cabin had undergone a significant transformation, changing from a single-story structure to a 2-story one. Most of the surrounding walls had been replaced with stone, with only a small part at the top remaining wooden pointed stakes protruding outward, extending about 2 meters. The area of the cabin reached 50 square meters, and the surrounding walls brought the total to over 150 square meters. Looking at the cabin standing in the center, it felt somewhat awkward, making farming difficult. Ding detected that your cabin area exceeds 100 square meters, granting you 1 adjustment opportunity. Chen Wen immediately opened the survival manual, and a small cabin icon appeared. In fact, there were only 4 options for moving the icon, each shifting it to one of the 4 sides of the wall. Once the cursor was moved to the back wall, directly opposite the main entrance, he clicked confirm. Suddenly the area in front became much larger, making it easier to plant things. Chen Wen noticed that the items he had planted in the morning had surprisingly germinated. They grew too fast. At this rate, they will be mature in about 3 or 4 days. Chen Wen approached the 2-story. The first floor showed little change. A staircase turning upwards had appeared against one wall. In the middle there was a wooden table with an oil lamp on it. The research area was there, and the wooden bed that used to be in another corner had disappeared. Chen Wen walked up to the second floor. The bed that used to be on the first floor was now on the second floor. The second floor had 1 more window than the first, with windows on 3 sides. Directly facing the main entrance was a large window with a small window on each side. Chen Wen sat on the small bed and opened the survival manual. He quickly flipped to the trading platform, intending to trade for some useful items. Basic seasonings: oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, each 100 grams. Trade for any 2 food items. Refined house manufacturing blueprint. Trade for mineral water x5, meat x1 jus, with seedling grade A. Trade for meat x10. Chen Wen immediately exchanged for these 3 items, as he was not lacking in food. He also saw the manufacturing blueprint for the warehouse in the trading interface and exchanged for it as well. He had collected a lot of items over the past few days, and his backpack was too full with many items piled up in the wooden cabin. After completing the exchanges, he flipped to the chat channel. He suddenly found that the gray world chat window could actually be opened. Chen Wen clicked in, and there were only a few people speaking inside. Zhong Tian, is there any water? I can exchange mineral resources for water. Chen Wen, it has been so many days. Has the water resource issue not been resolved yet? Zhong Tian, I crossed over to a mine, and there are yellow eels everywhere. Fortunately, there are many treasure chests, most of which contain ores. Big guy, I will exchange 100 iron ores for 1 liter of water. Chen Wen, let's trade. Treasure appraisal: iron ore, a necessary item for future weapon manufacturing. Metal, a versatile metal that can replace any type of ore. Chen Wen, it seems that metals will become scarcer in the future. I need to scavenge some. Chen Wen flipped to the trading platform to post his trading requirements. Mineral water 500 milliliters x1. Trade for metal x1, 300 pieces bread x1. Trade for metal x1, 200 pieces meat x1. Trade for metal x10, 10 pieces. Looking at the extra crossbow arrows he also placed them on the trading platform to exchange for base upgrade materials. Opening the regional chat, it showed 900-010000. It seemed that there had been no danger these past few days, and everyone was developing well, without many eliminations. A large quantity of food is trading for metal, first come first served, limited quantity. Caught a big guy. They are actually using physical items to trade for so many things. Hurry to the trading platform, or there won't be any left. Chen Wen purchasing various special blueprints. Private message for price. Lily special soil x1 can accelerate crop growth. Big guy, do you have any weapons? I want to exchange for a weapon. Chen Wen immediately opened the manufacturing page and crafted a blue steel sword, sending its attributes over. Lily, big guy, let's trade. Let's add each other as friends so we can trade items later. Ding, you have added the other party as a friend. After finishing these tasks, Chen Wen took out the refined wooden house manufacturing blueprint. After clicking to use it, a flash of light followed, and the house had undergone a significant transformation. The wooden bed had transformed into a 1.5 5M large Sealy bed. The windows had turned into movable glass panes, and there was a bedside table and a 2-person sofa beside the bed. There was also a solid wood table by the window. It was now very similar to a modern room, the only thing missing being electrical appliances. After checking the layout of the second floor, he took out the water condenser manufacturing blueprint. The water condenser resembled a large hourglass, standing 70 centimeters tall, with the upper part containing about 20 centimeters of water spirit stone floating in the middle, while the lower part stored water and had a small faucet. From now on, I will never lack water again. Chen Wen went down to the first floor, which had also undergone a significant change. A small compartment appeared directly opposite the stairs, which served as the kitchen, equipped with all necessary kitchen utensils, pots, and pans. He took out the warehouse manufacturing blueprint and clicked to use it. Warehouse manufacturing blueprint can create a storage compartment with a capacity of 100. Each compartment can stack 100 of the same product items stored inside, will decay at a rate 10 times slower. Wood X20 or metal X20. Chen Wen placed the manufactured warehouse under the stairs. He placed all the useless items he had collected over the past few days into the warehouse. Only a portion of food, weapons, and spirit stones remained in his backpack. Chen Wen, I need to find a way to expand the system backpack as well. Seeing that it was getting dark outside, he hurried to the small yard and planted the zhugwa tree in the garden, watering it with a bottle of mineral water. He then returned to the second floor, sitting on the luxurious Sealy bed to meditate. Chen Wen did not dare to sleep, as today was the last day of the protection period, and he did not know what would happen at night. At midnight, a line of text suddenly appeared on the survival manual. Congratulations on surviving a smooth protection period of 3 days. Danger is approaching. Develop yourself quickly or you will be eliminated. The consequence of elimination is only death. Chen Wen walked to the window, gazing at the pitch-black night sky outside, where he could see nothing, and a sense of terror enveloped him. Suddenly Chen Wen saw several pairs of eerie blue eyes glowing outside the yard's wall. Awoo, several. Chen Wen immediately went to the first floor, grabbed a torch, and walked to the small yard, taking out his crossbow. He ran up to the wall, and using the torch saw 4 or 5 wild wolves eyeing him hungrily outside. At that moment, the wild wolves charged toward the small yard, breaking down the wall. Due to the rules, they could not jump into the yard from the air. Chen Wen, holding the crossbow, aimed for the right moment, and with a swoosh shot an arrow that struck a wolf's eye, penetrating its brain. The wolf fell to the ground, blood pooling everywhere. The other wolves, seeing their fallen comrade, did not retreat. Instead, the blood incited their ferocity. Just as Chen Wen was shooting down 3 wolves, the survival manual popped up a message. The wall is damaged by 40. Would you like to spend wood X10 and stone X10 to repair it? Chen Wen thought for a moment and immediately replied, agree to repair. In an instant, the wall damaged by the wild wolves was restored to its original state. The remaining 2 wolves stared in bewilderment at the restored wall, giving Chen Wen the opportunity to shoot another arrow that killed 1 wolf. The last remaining wolf, seeing the 4 dead wolves, turned to flee, but Chen Wen would not allow it to escape. At the moment it turned, a green arrow pierced its neck. After Chen Wen eliminated 5 wolves, he did not dare to venture out to collect the spoils at night, fearing other dangers, and chose not to return to his room to rest. He started practicing the water drop meditation by the wall. Once he entered a meditative state, he felt completely different from before, as he surprisingly sensed colorful little light spots around him. When Chen Wen tried to reach out to these light spots, he discovered that only the red light spots felt particularly close to him. Slowly capturing the red light spots, he pulled them into his meditation space. Chen Wen thought, these colorful light spots should represent the natural elements metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The red light spot must be the fire element, as I have learned the fireball technique, which makes it more attuned to me. Unbeknownst to him, time had flown by until dawn. The survival manual stated 1. The protection period has ended, the real trials will begin. New friends will randomly appear around your base, we hope you will enjoy it. 2. The world channel will be fully opened. World channel Zhang, Sen, it's so dangerous. Last night, I think there were barbarians over here more than 2 meters tall, dressed in animal skins, wandering near my small cabin. It scared me to death. Luhu, this world is too dangerous. Do you think we can return to our original world? Li Bing, what are you thinking? It's basically impossible to return to the original world after coming to this one. Haven't you? This world actually has cultivation methods that can break human limits. Luhu, big shot, I worship you. You actually found a cultivation method. Chen Wen looked at the information on the world channel. I wonder what cultivation method Li Bing found. Is it similar to my water drop meditation, focused on cultivating spiritual power? He then switched to the regional channel. As soon as he switched to the regional channel, he saw a message from Zhang Wenyue. Zhang Wenyue, big shot, do you have any meat over there? I have a big cutie here who wants to eat meat. At that moment, in a corner of Zhang Wenyue's small cabin, a pure white tiger more than 2 meters long and only 1 meter high lay on the ground. Zhang Wenyue was lucky. He had drawn natural affinity, which allows neutral beasts to develop a sense of closeness in the initial lottery. The next day, he would have to keep hunting tigers to stay with him. However, this tiger only eats meat, leaving Zhang Wenyue with no meat left over these past few days. Zhang Wenyue's century-old ginseng C grade can significantly enhance physical attributes. Chen Wen, wait a moment, I killed a few wolves last night, but haven't harvested them yet. They'll send them to you shortly. Zhang Wenyue, thank you, big shot. They'll send you something first. Ding, century-old ginseng 1. Chen Wen looked at the brightening sky outside, pushed open the yard door, and began to dissect the wolf corpses. Wolf meat 58, wolf skin 5, wolf bones 5. Chen Wen sent 20 pieces of wolf meat and a set of wolf bones to Zhang Wenyue. Zhang Wenyue received the wolf meat and bones. A pure white tiger nearby was staring at him, seemingly urging him to hurry up. Chen Wen took out the century-old ginseng and ate it directly, feeling a surge of heat in his body. He quickly began exercising in the small courtyard for half an hour until his body temperature finally decreased. Taking out the survival manual, Chen Wen E grade Constitution 50, Spirit 22, Talent Perfect Absorption Skills, Basic Shooting Proficiency Gem Appraisal I Fireball Technique. He remarked my constitution has increased by over 20 and absorbing elemental energy is rapidly boosting my spirit. After meditating for several hours last night, my spirit actually increased by 6 points. He took out the Qinggang sword and waved it around, feeling as though the sword weighing several dozen pounds was weightless in his hand, as if his arm strength had reached 300 to 400 pounds. Chen Wen said, "It seems I need to find a heavier weapon. I wonder if there are skills related to weaponry." He planned to explore outside with the little white tiger to see if there were any changes beyond the beginner period. The little white tiger stood on Chen Wen's shoulder, pointing in one direction and chirping. Chen Wen glanced and followed the direction indicated by the little white tiger. Not far ahead, he spotted a bronze treasure chest. The little white tiger dashed toward the treasure chest and squatted beside it, wearing a look of pure enjoyment. Would 50 stone 50 O iron or 30/C grade 1/C grade unleashes a slash in a 5-meter range directly ahead. Learn. Chen Wen immediately took the Qinggang sword and used the slash technique to swipe forward, sending a transparent air slash toward a tree, which was split cleanly in two. After using this technique, Chen Wen felt exhausted. This move consumes too much stamina. Suddenly, he sensed it. He quickly hid behind a tree. A few green-skinned creatures over a meter tall emerged wielding wooden sticks. Chen Wen exclaimed, "Holy crap, aren't those goblins? They weren't here a few days ago, and now suddenly goblins appear. This is too fantastical." Chen Wen followed the goblins for several kilometers and unexpectedly found a small village ahead. Could this be the goblin village? Observing from outside, Chen Wen estimated that there were about 50 to 60 goblins in this village. This village is only 7 or 8 kilometers away from my small cabin. It's a significant threat. The goblins likely had E-grade strength, and with his appraisal, Chen Wen noticed that their constitutions were still lower than his own. He needed to find a way to deal with them. Chen Wen quietly observed for a moment, then slowly retreated, still wanting to find a way to enhance his strength. The means to enhance my strength are 1. Open more treasure chests to find good equipment. 2. Consume high-energy food. As long as I have high-quality food, I believe it won't be long before I can break through. Little white tiger, I'm counting on you. Find me some high-level treasure chests. The little white tiger stood upright on Chen Wen's shoulder, chirping, as if saying, "Finding treasures, leave it to me." With the little white tiger around, finding treasure chests was easy. Chen Wen noticed that compared to the protection period, the forest now had many magical beasts with special abilities, which posed much greater danger. The number of treasure chests had also increased. He found a golden treasure chest containing a very useful item. Minotaur Camp 1. Building a Minotaur camp can summon Minotaurs who will be 100 loyal, but you must treat them well. If loyalty decreases too much, they will betray you. As long as I build the Minotaur camp, I should be able to flatten the goblin village. Chen Wen hurried back to his small cabin, took out the survival manual, and selected to create the Minotaur camp. An icon of a Minotaur appeared in Chen Wen's view. He dragged the icon and placed it to the left of his small cabin, clicking confirm. A flash of light appeared, and a yurt-like structure emerged to the left of the small cabin, along with a 3-meter Minotaur statue in front. Chen Wen approached the Minotaur statue, and a light screen appeared. Minotaur Camp, Level 1 can summon 10-grade Minotaurs daily. Minotaurs have a large appetite. Ensure they are well fed. As long as you feed them, well, they will be your most loyal soldiers. Upgrading the camp can increase their number and quality. 1 Minotaur requires meat 1, iron, or 2. Upgrade requirements would 100 stone, 100 upgrade crystal, 1 Chen Wen. Why is there another upgrade crystal? Never mind, let's summon first, we can deal with the upgrade later. Summon Minotaurs. A burst of light flashed, and 9 2-meter tall Minotaurs emerged from the tent, wielding large axes over a meter long. Apart from their somewhat ugly appearance, they were indeed tall and mighty. Minotaur D-grade Constitution, 100 Spirit 30 E-skills Bull, Charge Berserk, Greetings Master. Their spirit and constitution seem mismatched. Chen Wen looked at the first Minotaur to emerge. From now on you will be called Nyoda, and you will manage all the Minotaurs. The rest will be named Nyo Air, Nyo San, and so on. Nyoda, thank you, Master. Chen Wen, from now on call me Lord. Nyoda, patrol around the base, and if you see any treasure chests, bring them back. Chen Wen arranged for the Minotaurs to patrol the base, prohibiting them from returning to the small wooden house. As he walked to the second floor of the small wooden house, Chen Wen took out the survival manual and suddenly noticed that the condensation device had already collected a lot of water. Thinking about how this is Class C purified water and wondering how it differs from regular mineral water, Chen Wen took some and began to drink, feeling that this water was particularly sweet. After drinking it, he felt his body become transparent and his mind was refreshed. Seeing that the water storage space in the condensation device was almost full, Chen Wen took out the survival manual and posted a message on the trading platform. Class C purified water, exchanging for various special blueprints and materials. After sending this message, he flipped to the chat channel and posted a message in both the city and regional channels. Class C purified water can enhance physical quality after consumption, exchanging for various special blueprints and materials. Limited quantity, first come first served. Is there anyone still in need of water? Didn't you see that it's Class C purified water upstairs? Drinking it can enhance physical quality. Regular food cannot enhance physical quality, only higher grade food can. After sending this message, Chen Wen received many private messages. After reading some messages, he sat on the bed and began to meditate. The next day, Chen Wen summoned the 10 Minotaurs. In total, there were 20 Minotaurs, and they headed towards the Goblin Village. After an hour, they got closer to the Goblin Village, and Chen Wen gave orders to Nyoda. Nyoda, I will shoot the 2 goblins guarding the gate, and you all charge in. Understood, Lord. Chen Wen took out his hand crossbow, aiming at the 2 goblins at the gate. Whoosh, 2 arrows hit the throats of the 2 guarding goblins. The 2 goblins fell to the ground. The other goblins saw the guarding goblins lying in a pool of blood. They screamed in panic. After consuming high-energy food and training for the past few days, Chen Wen had already reached Class D, and his single-arm strength exceeded 1,000 pounds. With the hand crossbow in his left hand and the Qing steel sword in his right, he ran while shooting. When he got closer to the village, he shot down several more goblins, stowed the crossbow, and drew the Qing steel sword for a slash. He shattered the village gate in one blow. Nyoda, leave no one behind. Nyoda, kill. As Chen Wen launched a surprise attack, the goblin village was thrown into chaos. Moreover, since the Minotaurs were Class D and most goblins were only Class E, it was a one-sided battle. At this moment, a goblin a third taller than the average goblin charged out from the middle house wielding a wolf-toothed club. Chen Wen looked at the goblin charging out and recognized it as the leader of the goblin village. He quickly activated his appraisal ability. Goblin leader, Class D, physique 100, spirit 40. The leader of the goblin village is taller and stronger than normal goblins. Nyoda, take out the goblin leader first. Yes, Lord. Nyoda activated his barbarian charge, and his speed significantly increased as he swung an axe towards the goblin leader. The goblin leader's physical attributes were on par with Nyoda's, and he easily dodged the attack. Chen Wen, watching from the side, waited for the right moment and delivered a strike that accurately hit the goblin leader's arm holding the wolf-toothed club. The 6 Minotaurs seized the moment and quickly chopped the goblin leader in half. Chen Wen looked at the 2 halves of the goblin's body in his hands and felt a wave of nausea from the gruesomeness. He bent over and vomited against the wall. After a while, once he felt a bit better, he found that the battle had already ended. Chen Wen walked to the center of the goblin village in front of the leader's house. Suddenly, a line of text appeared. Occupy or destroy. Occupy. This will become your subbase. You can summon goblins as your subjects daily, and the resources summoned will double, but you will often face attacks. Destroy this goblin village, and you will receive a lot of resources. This goblin village is too far from my base, and the goblins are too weak to be of any use. Destroy. Ding, you have obtained base upgrade machine 3A upgrade crystals 2, iron or 500, with 300 ancient coins, 20 goblin wolf tooth club blueprint 1, dormitory blueprint 1, leather armor blueprint 1, dried meat 300 goblin base blueprint 1. Another unfamiliar item appeared. Ancient coins, a trading item. If you encounter mysterious merchants traveling across the world, you will only regret why there are so few ancient coins. Nyoda, Lord, we found a mine nearby with a lot of ore. Chen Wen, it seems that with so many goblin villages, the iron ore must be collected from there. Take me to see it. Following Nyoda, they arrived at the mine, and Chen Wen walked in, discovering many signs of mining. At the edge of the mine, he also saw many exposed ores. It seems this is a rich mine, but with too few hands right now, we need to go back and build the goblin base so they can come here to mine. Nyoda, clean up this area, and let's head back. Upon returning to the small wooden house base, it was nearly dark. Chen Wen hurriedly built the goblin base. Placing it next to the Minotaur base, the goblin base was different from the Minotaurs. The Minotaurs was a yurt, while the goblins was a wooden house. The resources summoned were also less than those of the Minotaurs, but the number of goblins summoned was the same, only 10 per day. Seeing that he still had plenty of resources, Chen Wen summoned today's goblins. Goblin class, E physique 60, spirit 40. Skills, mining, planting. Chen Wen, struggling with naming, decided to name the first summoned goblin Lin, followed by Lin Air and Lin San. Chen Wen, Linda, from now on the goblins will be under your management. Your main tasks are mining and planting. Linda, yes, Lord. The Minotaur base could be upgraded, but the overall strength of the Minotaurs was too weak, making the upgrade not worthwhile. On the other side of the small wooden house, Chen Wen constructed the dormitory, and the Minotaurs summoned yesterday slept outdoors next to the Minotaur camp. With the blueprints now available, Chen Wen ensured that both the Minotaurs and goblins had places to stay. Regular dormitory accommodates 10 people for rest and allows for faster recovery of stamina and injuries. Chen Wen built 5 dormitories. Chen Wen called Nyoda and Linda over to allocate rooms, instructing them to arrange for patrols at night and to call him at the small wooden house if anything happened. Chen Wen pushed open the small courtyard gate and found that the plants he had sown in the yard should be ready to harvest by tomorrow, and the zhu fruit had already grown to the size of a thumb. Zhu fruit is a Class A food. I wonder if eating it will push me to Class C. Upon entering the yard, Chen Wen took out the survival manual and saw that he already had enough materials to upgrade the small wooden house. A flash of light passed, and the small wooden house had undergone a significant transformation. The height of the 2-story wooden house remained unchanged, but it occupied an area of about 150 square meters, 1,015, and the courtyard area was even more exaggerated, reaching 400 square meters, completely like a basketball court. The exterior of the wooden house was adorned with many carved patterns, flowers, and trees, dragons, and phoenixes in harmony. With these reliefs, it looks much better than a bare wooden house. Two-story wooden house level 4. The wooden house is your only shelter in this world, the foundation for development and survival. The higher the wooden house level, the higher your safety level and survival chances. Quickly collect resources to upgrade your wooden house. Next level: wood 500 stone, 400 iron, or 200 base. Upgrade machine 2, 5 elements, spirit stone 2, heart of energy 1 Chen Wen. The next level actually requires 5 element spirit stones. Those are only found in gold level treasure chests. Pushing open the 2 layers of the wooden house door, I discovered that the interior had undergone a tremendous transformation. The first floor had become a 3-bedroom, 2-living room layout, and the kitchen had expanded significantly. I walked into the kitchen, took out some ingredients, and prepared a simple meal to satiate my hunger. Ascending to the second floor, I took out the survival manual, flipped to the trading platform section, browsed through it briefly, and found nothing useful. I then sat on the bed to begin my cultivation. About 10 kilometers to the east of Chen Wen's small wooden house, a group of 6 or 7 people was exploring the forest. Zhao Lei asked, "Captain, where exactly is the Chosen One? We have searched for many days without success." Su Song replied, "Could it be that the city lord has looked in the wrong place? We have nearly searched the outskirts of the Nebula Forest." He continued, "Everyone focus, don't miss any spot. If we can't find the Chosen One, we will be punished upon returning." Chen Wen had just gotten up and was browsing the chat channel for any new messages. Nyoda came to call him, saying there were unfamiliar individuals nearby. Chen Wen hurriedly stepped outside, and following Nyoda, spotted 6 people walking through the forest near the wooden house. They were armed with long swords and donned armor, clearly a well-trained regular army. Chen Wen observed them as they approached the small wooden house. He instructed Nyoda to take a few minotaurs and intercept them. Nyoda asked, "Stop. Who are you?" Zhao Lei remarked, "Captain, look at them. They are minotaurs. Could they be subordinates of the Chosen One?" "They must be subordinates of the Chosen One. This area never had any beastmen before. Let me go ask them. You all stay put." Su Song approached the strangers and said, "Hello, we are the guards of Nebula City. We have come to search for the Chosen One. Are you subordinates of the Chosen One? Please wait a moment, we will call our lord over." Nyoda stepped back and walked up to Chen Wen. "The lord's guards from Nebula City have come, apparently looking for you." Chen Wen replied, "How would they know I am here and refer to us as the Chosen One?" He approached the group. "Hello, there are no Chosen Ones here. You must have come to the wrong place." Su Song looked at Chen Wen's unusual clothing. "We did not come to the wrong place. The Chosen One we speak of is a guest from another world." Chen Wen asked, "What business do you have with the Chosen One?" "We do not know either. We must ask the city lord." The city lord said that upon finding you the Chosen One, he would like to invite you. Su Song explained, "We mean you no harm. Those of us remaining here are all descendants of previous Chosen Ones." Chen Wen wondered, were there many Chosen Ones in the past? This world sees the arrival of Chosen Ones at regular intervals. The last arrival was 200 years ago. Su Song replied. Chen Wen inquired, "Do you know why we the Chosen Ones come to this world?" "We do not know. According to ancient texts, every time a Chosen One arrives in this world, once they reach a certain height, they will go to another place and never return." Su Song elaborated, "We are generations of descendants of Chosen Ones, and our ancestors left records instructing us to find new Chosen Ones and provide them with assistance to grow faster." Chen Wen asked, "Can you tell me where I am?" "You are currently at the outskirts of the Nebula Forest, where there are only ordinary beasts and magical creatures. The interior of the Nebula Forest is home to many magical beasts, and in the central region, there are even scrayed magical creatures. Our Nebula City is located approximately 200 kilometers east of where you are." Su Song explained, "The Nebula Forest spans across the entire continent, stretching hundreds of thousands of kilometers. I have never heard of anyone being able to traverse it directly. To reach other places, we must take detours or use teleportation arrays. To the south is the Abyssal Canyon, to the west is the Endless Sea, to the north is the Beastman Plain, and to the east is our Nebula City." He added, "The Abyssal Canyon is a forbidden area. There is a spatial rift leading to the abyss inside. The Endless Sea is fraught with danger, inhabited by many sea tribes that rarely come ashore as they are unaccustomed to life on land. The Beastman Plain is home to various beastmen ruled by the Baiman tribe. Our Nebula City is primarily inhabited by humans. There are also rumors that this continent is just one of many in the world, and at the center of the world lies a central continent that is incredibly prosperous." Chen Wen replied, "I have matters to attend to here and cannot leave. Why don't you head back first? When I have time, I will come find you." Su Song responded, "Our city lord instructed us to return together." Chen Wen suggested, "How about this? You leave a map and head back to inform the city lord. I will finish my tasks and follow the map to find you." In the end, Su Song and the others were persuaded by Chen Wen to leave. Watching them depart, he thought, "I cannot go to Nebula City in the short term. My strength is still too low." Chen Wen returned to the small wooden house and called for Nyoda and Linda. He instructed Nyoda to patrol the surroundings to search for resources and bring back any treasure chests. He directed Linda to take 20 goblins to the goblin village's mine to extract ore. Back at the small courtyard, he looked at the 5 fiery red fruits hanging from the agreed Zhu fruits tree. After an entire night, they had ripened. He plucked a fruit and swallowed it on the spot. Immediately a surge of heat rose from his stomach, spreading throughout his body, and the heat intensified. The effect of this jus fruit is astonishing, far surpassing grade meat products. Chen Wen felt his entire body heating up and began to exercise wildly in the courtyard. After exercising for a full 3 to 4 hours, the temperature in Chen Wen's body finally began to decrease, and the energy from the jus fruit was exhausted. Chen Wen grade Constitution 130 E Spirit 80. Talent Perfect Absorption. Skills Appraisal I Basic Shooting Proficiency Fireball Technique Water Droplet Meditation. As his body returned to normal, he performed a fitness move and felt an overwhelming surge of strength. Finally reached grade. I wonder how much strength I have now. Due to the perfect absorption talent, my capacity to absorb these rare treasures is immense. I must think of making some fitness equipment to vent the energy absorbed. He felt a warm flow swirling in his dantian. Why do I feel like I've cultivated internal energy? Chen Wen focused his mind to sense the warm flow and discovered he could guide it along his spirit within his body, concentrating it in his palm. He clenched his fist and punched out. Bang! This punch surprisingly produced a sonic boom. Chen Wen looked at the remaining 4 jus fruits in his backpack, sensing that the energy within his body had reached saturation. He would need some time before he could absorb more and allow his body to adapt to this strength. Currently his control over this power was severely lacking. As he walked in the courtyard, he left uneven footprints, and the small yard was left in disarray. Chen Wen called for Nyoda and asked him to tidy up the small courtyard. Nyoda, for you and your kind, does breaking through require cultivation or some other method? Lord, we primarily break through with high-energy food, but there are limits. For us Minotaurs, breaking through to grade is already the ceiling. The Golden Baiman in the Beastman tribe can reach S grade. Nyoda explained only those with exceptional talent can break through their bloodline limits. Chen Wen looked at the jus fruits in his backpack. He took one out and handed it to Nyoda. Make sure to break through properly. The higher your levels, the better you can assist me. Nyoda responded, thank you, Lord. Chen Wen urged, quickly go absorb the jus fruit and break through as soon as possible. After sending off Nyoda, he walked back to the second floor. He took out the survival manual. The chat channel was still bustling with activity, although the number of participants had decreased by over 1,000, leaving just over 5,000. Chen Wen sent a message in the chat channel. Chen Wen, has anyone encountered indigenous residents here? Lu Yongchuan, boss, I actually encountered indigenous residents. How friendly are they? Zheng Yongha, oh my, will they capture us as food? I'm so scared, it's too dangerous. Lu Yongchuan, are you eating nonsense upstairs? The boss already said they're indigenous residents, not cannibals. Ma Jiexian, I wonder if there are any beauties among the indigenous residents. Chen Wen watched as the conversation slowly veered off track. He received a private message from Zhang Wenyue. Zhang Wenyue, boss, are the indigenous residents dangerous? Chen Wen, the indigenous people I encountered are fine, not dangerous. They mentioned that the indigenous residents are descendants of people from our other world. However, if you encounter them, still be cautious. Zhang Wenyue, thank you, boss. Chen Wen navigated to the trading interface. Arrow Tower Blueprint 1 for trading with level food chi cultivation, method 1 for trading weapons. Chen Wen first contacted the person with the Arrow Tower Blueprint. Chen Wen, can I trade the Arrow Tower Blueprint for Crade purified water? It can also enhance physical attributes. Yang Ying, I need 3 liters of water and a portion of food, and mainly short on food. Chen Wen noticed she was a girl and did not haggle, directly agreeing. Chen Wen, if you have any good items, feel free to trade with me. Chen Wen directly added her as a friend. Yang Ying has accepted your friend request. He also traded for the chi cultivation method with the Qinggang sword. Arrow Tower Crade fires an arrow every second when materials are placed within attack range of 100 meters. Construction materials: wood 50, stone 30, iron or 20. Chi cultivation method: the foundation of all techniques, all martial arts in the world are derived from the chi cultivation method, which can increase the chi within the body. Chen Wen directly built 4 arrow towers, placing them in the 4 corners of the courtyard. Chen Wen, I can finally sleep soundly now, no more fear of ambushes. Chen Wen crushed the basic chi cultivation method, which transformed into a burst of light and directly entered his mind. Chen Wen felt a sudden influx of foundational knowledge about cultivation in his mind. He understood that upon reaching grade, various energies would manifest within him, generally divided into 2 types, one for physical cultivation resulting in internal chi, and the other for mental cultivation resulting in magical power. In simpler terms, this is the difference between a warrior and a mage. At this time, solely relying on instinct to absorb energy and high-grade food would make leveling up very challenging. It requires the use of techniques to quickly break through levels. The chi cultivation method is the foundation of all cultivation techniques in this world. Later techniques are derived from the chi cultivation method by advanced practitioners. The advantage of the chi cultivation method is its balance and calmness, preventing the risk of falling into demonic paths. The downside is that energy accumulation is relatively slow. Chen Wen, with the cultivation method, I wonder if I can eat the jus fruit now. Regardless, I'll give it a try first. Chen Wen took out a jus fruit from his backpack and swallowed it whole. Immediately, a rush of warmth spread from his lower abdomen. Without hesitation, Chen Wen activated the chi cultivation method, circulating the energy through his body's meridians. It took more than an hour for the Zhu fruit to be completely digested, which was 3 to 4 times faster than natural absorption. The internal qi in his dantian had increased tenfold compared to the beginning. Due to the large quantity, Chen Wen began to compress the internal qi. He sensed that the internal qi produced that day had started to vaporize. Chen Wen knew that when the internal qi in his dantian completely transformed from a gaseous state to a vapor state, he would likely break through to Crade. He looked at the 2 remaining Zhu fruits and decided to boldly break through to Crade. He swallowed both Zhu fruits at once, releasing a massive amount of heat from his stomach. Chen Wen guided the heat through his limbs and meridians, eventually directing it back into his dantian. The internal qi in his dantian was rapidly increasing, and Chen Wen divided his focus, compressing the internal qi in the dantian. Once all the internal qi in the dantian transformed into vapor, Chen Wen felt a wave of relaxation, as if he had broken through a layer of shackles. The internal qi in his body no longer required stability or focus for compression. It automatically transformed into vapor as it approached the dantian. Chen Wen circulated and familiarized himself with the vaporized internal qi, which had improved in both quality and quantity by tenfold or even 100-fold. He tested the power with the Qingang sword and discovered that it could not withstand the materialized internal qi. Upon using the Qingang sword, it developed cracks. Chen Wen, I need to find a new weapon. The events of that day had placed immense pressure on Chen Wen. He encountered indigenous residents in the morning and broke through to Crade in the afternoon. Lying in bed, he didn't even meditate and directly rested. The next day, he woke up feeling refreshed. After eating something, he took Nyoda and let Xiao Bai lead the way to search for treasure and gather resources. In the past 2 days, he summoned another 20 minotaurs and 20 goblins, significantly speeding up the resource gathering and mining process. With more people, their strength increased. These days, the minotaurs were 10 to 20 times faster at gathering resources compared to Chen Wen alone. They opened several silver and gold treasure chests, and the only thing left to upgrade the small wooden house was an energy core. Moreover, Chen Wen discovered that if a magical beast was killed and its decomposition function was used, the amount of meat would decrease significantly. If he decomposed it manually, he would only receive the meat and bones the magical beast carried. Currently, Chen Wen did not lack basic resources. With dozens of minotaurs and goblins, what he lacked was meat. So he called over 2 minotaurs specifically to decompose the slain magical beasts. Furthermore, Chen Wen arranged for some minotaurs to cut down all the trees around the small wooden house, planning to cultivate farmland to address future food issues. While searching for treasure over the past few days, he found something very helpful for planting in a gold treasure chest. Flower of nature, an extremely rare species of flora between heaven and earth. When it absorbs enough energy, it will give birth to a nature spirit, the pet of the earth, capable of promoting the growth of various crops and soothing the emotions of various animals. When you possess a nature spirit and take good care of it, you will receive the gifts of the earth. When Chen Wen found this flower of nature, he immediately ran back to the small wooden house and planted it in special soil. Due to the special ripening function of the small wooden house, combined with the special soil, the flower of nature had already grown a small bud. Let alone Chen Wen, he was using Crade purified water to irrigate it. Other survivors might not even have grade food, let alone Crade purified water. I believe that in a few days the nature spirit will be born. As for the goblins, they truly lived up to their mining skills. The speed of mining was extremely fast. Chen Wen now had over 1,000 units of iron ore. Moreover, the mine in the goblin village was very resource-rich, with more and more resources found deeper inside. He had already stumbled upon iron, copper, and gold ores. Chen Wen speculated that the mine beneath the goblin village might be a super large composite mine. He even arranged for 10 minotaurs specifically to guard the goblin mine. Behind the small wooden house, several acres of land had already been cultivated for growing ordinary crops. Additionally, since there was a small river not far behind the small wooden house, irrigating the crops was very convenient. He directly dug a waterway to channel the river water to the farmland. While the goblins were busy mining ores in the cave, they were completely unaware of a vast underground cavern spanning over several square kilometers, where a group of goblins was fervently discussing. Goblins are small humanoid creatures with long ears and short stature, typically belonging to the neutral evil alignment. They have their own language, lack strong combat abilities, live slightly shorter than humans, and possess a remarkable reproductive capacity. However, they are very intelligent and dwell deep underground, making them adept at locating ores. Using the ores they find, they have created many goblin technologies. It is said that in ancient times goblins used their created technologies to once dominate a world, but due to their overwhelming greed, they were ultimately brought down from power by a united resistance of all races. Sitting at the head of the table, the goblin Kaichi said, the goblins in the village above are mining ores with increasing frenzy and speed. They will soon reach the depths of the cave. The elder replied, my king, we should kill all those humble goblins outside. The ores in this cave are not for them to lay eyes upon. Kaichi commanded, second elder, take your gunmen and eliminate the goblin village above. The second elder replied, as you command, my king. In the goblin kingdom, which is somewhat grandly named, there are actually only about 1500 goblins in total. This group of goblins built their city underground to avoid dangers from the surface. Due to the limited ammunition, the gunmen number only a little over 100, divided into two teams, one guarding the underground city, the other responding to external threats. The next day, Chen Wen was directing the goblins in farming when a minotaur came to report that the goblin mining team had. Chen Wen followed the minotaur to the goblin village's cave and saw that Nyoda was waiting at the cave entrance for him. Nyoda said, "My lord, the goblin mining team was attacked deep within the cave by goblins. We just quietly scouted a little in the depths of the cave. Deep in the cave there is an underground cavern where more than 100 goblins live." Chen Wen asked, "What is the casualty rate of the goblin mining team?" Nyoda replied, "The goblin mining team has suffered over half casualties with more than a dozen dead and 5 seriously injured." Chen Wen said, "Nyoda, take me to see the situation in the goblin cavern." Chen Wen followed Nyoda and slowly arrived about 4 to 5 kilometers into the cave, where there was a hole in the cave wall measuring 2 meters high and over 3 meters wide. Nyoda said, "My lord, passing through this opening the goblin cavern is just over 100 meters ahead." Chen Wen followed closely behind Nyoda, slowly passing through the opening, which grew narrower the further they went. Fortunately, there were some bioluminescent moss and glow mushrooms in the cave to illuminate the surroundings. As Chen Wen and Nyoda neared the opening, they unexpectedly discovered 2 goblins guarding it. Chen Wen signaled Nyoda to take out the one on the left, while he quietly dealt with the one on the right. They stealthily approached the entrance. The 2 goblins were still engaged in conversation. The one on the left said, "When will the king finally take us to deal with the goblin village above?" The one on the right responded, "It should be soon, as the goblins are mining faster and faster. They will reach the depths of this cave very soon." Seizing the opportunity while the 2 goblins were chatting and distracted, Chen Wen rushed toward the entrance with lightning speed and delivered a slash that split the goblin in half. Nyoda was not slow either. As Chen Wen struck, he also swiftly dealt with the other goblin. When Chen Wen stepped out of the opening, he was stunned by the sight before him. He was standing on a small platform several meters high in the cave, close to the walls, with a staircase leading down. Looking down, he could see the entire layout of the cavern, which was several kilometers long and wide, covering an area of about several square kilometers with a height of at least 100 meters. All around the cavern, numerous bioluminescent moss and glow mushrooms illuminated it, brightly resembling the light of a full moon, without hindering visibility. Most notably, in the center of the cavern stood a city entirely built from massive stones stacked to form walls 5 to 6 meters high, stretching 2 kilometers in length and width. The distance from the city's edge to the stone wall was several kilometers. In this open space, the goblins cultivated various crops, mainly glow mushrooms, divided into several areas. The city had only 2 gates, one on the east and one on the west. In the very center of the city, there was a towering tree that reached several dozen meters high, emanating a soft white light. In the past world, he had only heard of luminous trees, but had never seen one. He never expected to find such a large glowing tree in this underground cavern. Seeing these beautiful scenes, Chen Wen couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the world. From his elevated position on the platform, he could see many goblins gathering oars below. Nyoda said, "My lord, we previously scouted this underground cavern and found that there should be over 1500 goblins. Their combat personnel are few, mostly at level, with only the Goblin King and the 3 elders reaching level. The number of combat personnel should be only 200 to 300, but some have goblin technology, which possesses considerable lethality. However, their firing rate is slow and our clevel can easily dodge. The threat is not significant." Chen Wen looked at the goblin city below. After calculating, he estimated that his fighting force comprised over 100 minotaurs and several dozen goblins. Moreover, Nyoda had consumed the Zhu fruit and had now broken through to level. Level and clevel represent entirely different tiers. Chen Wen had fought with Nyoda at level. If Nyoda unleashed his full combat power, Chen Wen would not last more than 3 moves. Level combat power allows one's energy to be released externally, no longer confined within the body or reliant on weapons, enabling true energy emission. Although he had fewer numbers, his side overwhelmingly outmatched the goblins in military strength. Chen Wen called over a minotaur, saying, "You go and summon all the minotaurs and goblins for battle. We only need to leave 10 minotaurs to guard the base." Chen Wen watched as the minotaur dashed out of the cave. Chen Wen addressed the remaining minotaurs, saying, "Let's rest here. Once everyone is gathered, we will take this place by force." He leaned against the entrance and began to rest, cultivating the Qi cultivation technique and water droplet meditation. After about 2 hours, the minotaurs and goblins had arrived outside the cave, totaling around 170 individuals. In recent days, Chen Wen had summoned minotaurs and goblins daily and had upgraded the minotaur summoning base by. As the primary combat force, the minotaurs had doubled in summoning capacity due to the upgrade of their base, while the goblins were primarily needed for mining and farming, thus their summoning base had not been upgraded. Chen Wen led the minotaurs slowly to the bottom of the cave, heading toward the eastern city gate. They were only over 100 meters from the city wall when they were spotted by the goblins. The goblins shouted, "Who are you? Stop!" At the same time, they rang the alarm bell on the city wall. Chen Wen commanded Nyoda break open the city gate. As they approached the city gate, Nyoda swung his axe down, releasing an astonishing energy wave. An energy axe struck the city gate. A thunderous roar echoed. The city gate shattered into pieces with even the city walls showing several cracks. Chen Wen, accompanied by the Minotaur, rushed forward only to discover that the dark city gate was not made of wood. It was entirely made of iron. This was too extravagant. One could only imagine how much iron the goblins had wasted. Chen Wen observed the power of Nyoda's axe, realizing that a brank powerhouse was far stronger than a crank. With all his effort, he could only create a hole in the city gate. Chen Wen instructed, once we break and focus on eliminating the combatants. Do not kill ordinary goblins, prioritize our safety. Nyo Tu-Ren replied, understood, my lord. The goblin guards shouted, there's an enemy attack, quickly notify the king. Goblins near the city gate were thrown into chaos, frantically running towards the city. The goblins had long resided in the depths of the earth, having forgotten the threats of the outside world. Only after Chen Wen and his companions fully occupied the city gate did the goblin forces arrive. Bang bang bang. At that moment Chen Wen heard the sound of gunfire nearby. The goblin combat forces had arrived wielding goblin weaponry. Isn't this a firearm? Chen Wen knew the power of guns. Nyoda, do not hold back. Eliminate the combat forces. Nyoda's internal energy surged through him as he charged into the combat forces. The bullets from the firearms struck Nyoda, but could not penetrate his defense, merely producing a dull thud against his internal energy. Rushing into the goblin gunfire ranks, Nyoda's Tumterlong axe swept through the crowd, leaving a trail of devastation. Chen Wen with the remaining minotaurs countered and wiped out the dozens of goblins armed with firearms that had rushed over. The elder's face was filled with anxiety. My king, the strength of the attackers is formidable. The goblin gunfire squad that charged in has been completely annihilated. My king, you must retreat quickly. Kaichi, sitting in his chair, replied, helplessly, all my subjects are here. Where do you want me to retreat to? The goblin residents huddled inside their homes, watching the scene outside where blood and goblin corpses littered the streets, a horrific sight. They dared not move from their hiding spots. Chen Wen said, Lin, do you shout out here for them to surrender without being killed? Most of these ordinary goblin residents were a rank, or even just common folk. While goblins were greedy, they were also very timid. Chen Wen continued with Lu Date towards the center of the city. From his vantage point, he had observed a large building in the middle of the city, likely the city lord's mansion, where the goblin king and elders would be concentrated. Nyoda, when we reach the city lord's mansion, try not to kill anyone, to focus on subduing them. Chen Wen had his eyes on goblin technology. Having crossed over from a technological civilization, he understood the immense power of advanced technology. He intended to subdue these goblins and have them research technology to serve him. When they arrived at the city lord's mansion, dozens of goblins were already standing in front, with 3 at the forefront, showing no intention of resistance. The 3 goblins at the front knelt down, their heads touching the ground, while those behind them followed suit. Kaichi said, my lord, we are willing to submit. Please spare our lives, and our goblin clan will serve you. Chen Wen replied, your goblins are so weak in combat. What can you bring to me? My lord, we goblins are very clever and can produce weapons for you. As long as the materials are sufficient, we can manufacture even more powerful weaponry. In ancient times, we goblins used our technology to rule an era. Although most of our technological knowledge has been lost, some has been passed down. The goblin firearms we possess now are merely the most basic. There are also goblin cannons. Legend has it that in ancient times goblins once built a city in the sky. Chen Wen asked, can you guarantee that all of them will be loyal to me? My lord, I am the king of the goblin clan. I swear to the great goblin ancestors that I will forever be loyal to you. Chen Wen approached, I accept your loyalty. As long as you contribute your loyalty, I will not treat you poorly. But if you feign loyalty and betray me, I will exterminate your clan, leaving not a single one behind. Trust me, you cannot withstand my wrath. Get up. Kaichi said, my lord, I am the king of the goblin clan, and my name is Kaichi. Adeline, this is the elder and the second elder. Chen Wen said, Kaichi, lead me into the city lord's mansion. As soon as Chen Wen stepped into the city lord's mansion, a survival manual popped up with information. Occupy or destroy. Without hesitation, Chen Wen chose to occupy. Ding, you have obtained a city 1 gold spirit stones, 3 wood spirit stones, 3 fire spirit stones, 3 earth spirit stones, 3 water spirit stones, 3 barracks construction blueprint, 1 energy core, 1 a research institute, 1 basic magic book, 1 teleportation array construction blueprint, 1 healing potion production blueprint, 1 ancient gold coins, 1,500 wheat seeds, 100 watermelon seeds, 20 a blood replenishing grass seeds, 20 luminous mushrooms, 2,000 sweet potatoes, 500 iron, or 3,000 healing potion. Production blueprint. Excellent healing potions can treat ordinary injuries, colds, fevers, and inflammation with immediate effect upon consumption. Materials. Blood replenishing grass, 1 purified water, 100 milliliters. The higher the purity of the water, the better the healing potion produced. With spirit stones, 1 basic magic book, records, basic magic fireball, spell, vine technique, water gathering technique, shaping technique, metal manipulation, wind blade. Barracks construction blueprint can build a barracks for soldiers to rest and train, greatly enhancing their combat capabilities. This was a valuable find. Chen Wen had just noticed that the Minotaurs fought without any strategy, merely charging forward recklessly. Energy core, a necessary item to upgrade small wooden houses providing energy to them. Research Institute. When a person studies inside it, can enhance their inspiration, greatly increasing research speed. Teleportation array construction blueprint can build one main teleportation point and 3 secondary teleportation points. Chen Wen observed these gains, then walked into the city lord's mansion, discovering it was quite spacious, likely over 1,000 square meters. Although the decor was not as lavish as modern designs, it was made of pure wood and stone, reflecting an ancient style and a natural feel. In the courtyard of the city lord's mansion, there was even a small fountain. Chen Wen asked Kaichi, "You clearly have the technology to produce firearms, oh, why don't you produce more?" Kaichi replied, "My lord, we lack raw materials, specifically a certain type of ore." Chen Wen inquired, "What ore are you missing?" Kaichi, "We are in urgent need of saltpeter, as most of the materials for producing firearms are iron ore. This mine lacks everything but metal." Chen Wen said, "I will solve the saltpeter issue. If I provide you with sufficient raw materials, what is your daily production capacity for firearms?" Kaichi, "We have our own workshop with over 100 people, and we can produce up to 50 firearms per day. However, the saltpeter content in this mine is extremely low. We have nearly exhausted it. This is why we cannot produce more goblin firearms." Chen Wen replied, "I will address these issues. You just need to expand production. I want at least 200 guns produced daily along with sufficient ammunition. I will not interfere with the goblin clan. Your main task here will be to produce weapons and develop new ones. I will send supplies of food to you. Select the goblin clan's researchers to follow me to the base, where I will build dedicated research rooms for you." Kaichi expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, my lord." Chen Wen replied, "From now on, just call me lord." Chen Wen let Kaichi explore the underground cave with him. He arranged for Lu Nyoda to leave 20 minotaurs to guard this mining site and the goblin tribe. The remaining 10 minotaurs would serve as personal guards when Chen Wen returned with Kaichi and the researchers. He instructed the goblins to continue mining and let Lin to deliver all the ore to the goblin village. Nyoda led the rest back to the base to search for supplies. Kaichi guided Chen Wen through the entire goblin city, which resembled a small underground town with a truly indescribable environment filled with the stench of waste. The production workshop of the goblin tribe was pitifully small, accommodating a maximum of just over 100 people, covering around 200 to 300 square meters. Chen Wen, Kaichi, this production workshop needs expansion. It should be at least 3 to 4 times larger, reaching over 100 square meters. Kaichi, understood, my lord. Chen Wen, moreover, the sanitation in the goblin city is too poor and needs to be improved. We must build more public restrooms in the city and take the waste outside to fertilize crops. Kaichi, what is a public restroom, my lord? Chen Wen, a public restroom is where people's waste is concentrated and they are not allowed to relieve themselves on the street. When we leave later, I will draw a design plan for you, and you can arrange for people to construct several public restrooms according to the design. Goblins must use the public restrooms to relieve themselves. Seeing the lord's strange requests, Kaichi dared not say much and could only respond, understood, my lord. Chen Wen, have you gathered the researchers I asked you to summon? Once everyone is gathered, we will head back quickly. Kaichi, the researchers are already being assembled, and they should be arriving at the lord's mansion soon. Chen Wen and the others took a bit of time to return to Chengdu, where he asked Kaichi to bring paper and designed an oversized public restroom. The design was very simple, resembling public restrooms from the 1970s and 1980s, with a large pit dug beside it to collect waste that would be flushed into the pit. However, the design was very large, capable of accommodating 100 or 200 people at once. Chen Wen, before we leave, you must ensure that they build the public restrooms in suitable locations. At least 6 must be constructed in this city. After giving his instructions, he let Kaichi arrange a room and take out the day's gains. Having used the basic magic book, Chen Wen found 6 or 7 basic spells in his mind. He tested them, noting that while their attack power was not exceptionally strong, they still met level standards. Some spells had little attack power. For instance, the light spell from the light system could only be used as a light bulb, while the earth shaping spell might only be used to create bricks. The woodvine technique was entirely useless without a forest or seeds, but in forested areas, it was a powerful control skill to limit enemy movement. The most powerful spell was the wind blade, which in terms of sheer power surpassed the fireball spell. While the fireball had its burning and explosive effects, a single wind blade could completely cleave a stone. Chen Wen, I still need a magic staff, and I will be a standard magician even if these are just basic spells. Just as he was about to test out the spell effects, Kaichi came to report that the researchers had all been gathered. There were nearly 50 people, and unaware of the outside weather, Chen Wen led them back to the base. At that moment, a peculiar scene unfolded. A group of minotaurs over 2 meters tall was accompanied by a crowd of humans averaging 1.3 meters in height as they made their way through the forest. As Chen Wen exited the mining cave, he couldn't help but close his eyes for a moment. The light in the underground cave was provided by fluorescent mushrooms and a luminous tree. The light they emitted was soft and fluorescent, allowing things to be seen, but suddenly being exposed to sunlight was still overwhelming for his eyes. The return journey was smooth, encountering only a few wild beasts and low-level magical beasts, which the minotaurs easily dealt with. Once back at the camp, Chen Wen immediately set about constructing the barracks. Barracks capable of accommodating 100 people for rest training within the barracks can restore stamina and enhance strength more quickly. The barracks were placed next to the minotaur summoning base. Chen Wen looked at the enclosure covering no more than 500 square meters, which was entirely concealed from view from the outside, appearing gray and hazy. Filled with curiosity, Chen Wen walked through the large wooden door, which was about 3 meters high and nearly 5 meters wide. As Chen Wen and the Minotaurs approached the barracks, the structure seemed to grow even taller. Upon entering the gate, he saw that the enclosure covered at least 2 square meters, with a high platform at the edge of the open space. In the center was a large open area of approximately 1 square meters, surrounded by neatly arranged houses. This barracks even has spatial technology, but it's too advanced. A system product must be of fine quality. He summoned all the Minotaurs, and when they all entered the barracks, Chen Wen felt their demeanor change, suddenly becoming serious and giving off an aura that deterred strangers. When over 100 Minotaurs gathered in the square, there was an overwhelming momentum. From now on you will rest and train in this barracks. Strive to enhance your strength. Your leader has already broken through to level. As long as you work hard to serve me, what your leader has you will also have. We pledge our loyalty to the Lord. We pledge our loyalty to the Lord. Chen Wen, in the future your numbers will grow. For every 10, appoint a leader, and for 10 leaders, select 100 captains. For every 10 units, choose 1,000 captain, and for 10,000, select 1 general. 3 generals will form a legion, and 1 general will be chosen for the legion. How do you handle these arrangements? In addition to training and resting in the barracks, you must also arrange for basic patrols in the territory to search for supplies. Nyoda understood, my lord. Chen Wen arranged the military camp. He took out the construction blueprints for the research institute and placed it on the other side of the small wooden house, aligning perfectly with the barracks. He called Kaiji and led them into this building. Upon entering, they found a spacious hall surrounded by many rooms, each labeled with signs indicating weapon research, biological research, and crop research. He walked directly to the weapon research room, pushed the door open, and found it filled with various equipment, including furnaces, smelting furnaces, and forging tables, along with some unfamiliar tools. There was also a storage room on the wall. Kaiji, a goblin, looked at the equipment inside with excitement, flailing his arms as he touched everything. Once he calmed down, he approached Chen Wen. My lord, the environment here is excellent, and the facilities are superb. These things are recorded in our estimates. For example, this furnace is a high-pressure furnace. Its manufacturing process is very complex, and the material requirements are very high, allowing for higher temperatures. This forging table is made of ultra-hard fine gold, and uses an air hammer which enables materials to be better shaped and impurities to be expelled, making it more efficient and effective than manual hammering. We will surely be able to restore ancient goblin technology for the Lord at a faster pace. Kaiji and the researchers were like children who had received candy, excitedly waving their arms. Seeing the current scene, one would hardly think they were the royal clan of a tribe. Chen Wen, from now on your workplace will be here in the dormitory where the Minotaurs used to live. Can you cook? Kaiji, my lord, we used to eat dried fluorescent mushrooms in a hodgepodge stew. Chen Wen. A crow flew past Chen Wen's head. It seemed he needed to find a chef quickly. Although his cooking wasn't terrible, it still didn't compare to that of a professional chef. Chen Wen also looked at the remaining rooms and found that most of the items inside were unfamiliar. He returned to his room and lay down on the bed, falling asleep quickly after an eventful day. Moreover, he had killed quite a few people in the goblin tribe, which weighed heavily on his mind. Although it wasn't his first time taking a life as a civilized person, it was still quite distressing. The next day, before he had even gotten out of bed, a Minotaur called for Chen Wen outside the small house. My lord, there is a merchant outside who says he saw a base here and came to trade items. Chen Wen opened the small courtyard door and indeed saw one. The merchant was a normal human about 3 feet tall with a handsome face and a slightly youthful appearance, probably just in his early 20s. He had a small white bird perched on his shoulder and carried a long box on his back, made of an unknown material intricately carved with many mysterious patterns. Chen Wen looked at this mysterious person with curiosity, thinking to himself, if he is a merchant, why is he without a key? Chen Wen looked at him, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity in his heart. Hello, may I ask if you are the merchant replied, esteemed lord, greetings. My name is Yu Fu, a wandering trader traversing the continent, and we are honored to be referred to as mysterious merchants by various clans across the land. Chen Wen invited Yu Fu to the hall on the first floor and poured him a glass of purified water. Chen Wen said, I apologize, my development here is slow, and I have nothing to entertain you with. Yu Fu laughed, haha, having something to eat and drink is already quite good. As wandering traders, we sometimes travel for 10 days or half a month without seeing anyone. Brother Chen, we are of similar age, let's refer to each other as brothers, shall we? Chen Wen was speechless. This was rather too familiar. Brother Yu, I have a question. As far as I know, the wilderness in this world is very dangerous. How do you wandering merchants avoid danger while trading? Yu Fu replied, Brother Chen, this is your first time doing business with us, so you may not know much about our clan. Brother Chen, do you see the bird on my shoulder? The distant wandering bird chirped. It is a unique companion bird of our merchant clan raised since hatching. The wandering bird has a special ability to attract fortune and avoid calamity. Moreover, our clan possesses its own innate abilities, allowing us to connect with nature and perceive a person's general character and morality. Otherwise, how could we casually trade with strangers? Our trading strength is not weak either, as we often travel the world and have made many friends. Most importantly, our clan members carry communication jade talismans, ensuring that help will come whenever we are in need. Our merchant clan is well known across the world for our integrity and unity. I was originally heading to Xingyan City, but on the way I noticed you had a base here, and I could sense the fortuitous aura surrounding you from a distance. Chen Wen replied, "Thank you for the clarification, Brother Yu. Brother Yu, what do you use as currency for trading? Is it a barter system? I don't see you carrying anything." Yu Fu explained, "Our clan primarily trades using ancient gold coins and bartering." Chen Wen asked, "Ancient gold coins?" Yu Fu continued, "As the chosen one, you are new to our world and may not understand much. Our clan's strength increases with the volume of trades and protection levels. Ancient gold coins carry a certain fortune. The older they are, the stronger their origin. In our hands, they can accelerate our cultivation speed. Modern minted gold coins are usable, but they are not very useful to us, serving only as ordinary currency." He adjusted his wrist and took down a long case he had on his back, placing it on the ground and pressing several buttons on it. Chen Wen watched Yu Fu's actions. To his astonishment, the long case on the ground began to assemble and enlarge, continuously transforming into a towering container over 2 or 3 meters high, resembling a transformer. It looked somewhat like modern cabinets used to store traditional Chinese medicine. There were at least 100 compartments on the cabinet with transparent glass exteriors, allowing a clear view of the items inside, and each compartment was labeled with the names of the goods. Spirit Rice Life Water Telescope Map of Mountains and Rivers Heart of Energy Puppet Contract Scroll 5 Elements Spirit Stones etc. Various skills and treasures, a plethora of assorted items. Chen Wen saw many good items he wanted. Chen Wen remarked, "Brother Yu, you have an abundance of wonderful items here." Yu Fu replied, "Brother Chen, if you need any treasures, just let me know and I will introduce them to you." Chen Wen said, "Then I must trouble you. Please tell me about Spirit Rice Life Water and Puppets." Yu Fu explained, "Spirit Rice contains the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Consuming it benefits the body, preventing impurities from forming, and it significantly enhances cultivation. 1 ancient gold coin per pound. As for life water, it is not exactly pure life water, but rather a diluted product only reaching grade A. Pure life water is grade SSS, produced only by the Elven Tree of Life, which has a very limited annual output. It costs 100 ancient gold coins per drop. Life water can accelerate plant growth and heal injuries. While it can help someone at a bottleneck in their cultivation, my diluted life water can only assist those below grade A in breaking through their bottleneck." After much consideration and selection, there were many items he needed. Unfortunately, due to limited funds, he ended up only choosing some urgent necessities. 100 spirit rice seeds, 2 puppets, 1 heart of energy, 1 grade, a heavy sword accompanied by a technique book on the Starfall sword technique, a contract scroll, diluted life water, and 10 units of special soil. Chen Wen said, "Brother Yu, I also have some items. Please take a look and see if we can exchange." Chen Wen took out some items he currently did not need to trade with Yu Fu for a pile of miscellaneous, not very precious items. For example, some seasoning seeds, building materials, and war horses. Chen Wen regretted that he did not have any blueprints for summoning troops. Chen Wen specifically inquired if there were blueprints for summoning troops. He learned that only chosen ones could obtain troop summoning abilities, and if a chosen one leaves later, these abilities would leave with them. Chen Wen grasped the key point: the chosen ones would leave later. Chen Wen said, "Brother Yu, can you tell us about the chosen ones and the various situations in this world? We know nothing after being brought to this world." Yu Fu replied, "I don't know much about the chosen ones either. I only know that our world periodically sees the emergence of chosen ones, and they will disappear once they reach a certain level of strength. Our world is called the Brilliant World, composed of various races such as orcs, elves, magical beasts, and aquatic clans, and it consists of countless continents. Brother Chen, the continent you are on is called Xingyan Continent, named after the Xingyan Forest. It is quite large. Some so-called continents are really just large islands." Chen Wen and Yu Fu talked for a long time in the hall. Chen Wen, like a curious child, asked various questions mainly regarding the situation in Xingyan Continent and Xingyan City. The situation in Xingyan Continent was similar to what Su Song and the others had described Xingyan City. Xingyan City has a population of 300 million divided into inner and outer layers, with the inner layer being the residence of prominent families and wealthy merchants, while the outer city is mostly populated by commoners. Xingyan City is home to 4 major powers: the City Lord's Mansion, the Ji family, the Wang family, and the Jiang family. The ancestors of these 4 powers were the founders of Xingyan City. The relationships are complex, having developed over 10 to 20,000 years in Xingyan City. As night fell, Chen Wen invited Yu Fu to stay and rest. The next morning, Yu Fu said to Chen Wen, "Brother Chen, I must take my leave now. May we meet again by chance." Yu Fu walked outside, and the distant bird on his shoulder landed on the ground, rapidly expanding its body until it transformed into a gigantic bird with a wingspan of 3 meters. It stepped onto the back of the large bird, cupped its fists in salute to Chen Wen, and soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. Watching Yu Fu vanish into the sky, Chen Wen felt a lingering calmness in his heart, for this transaction with Yu Fu had brought not only material exchanges, but also a wealth of information. It seems that our arrival in this world was a special arrangement. Moreover, what Yu Fu said about disappearing upon reaching a certain level of strength makes it increasingly seem like a selection process. What is the purpose of bringing us into this world? Chen Wen pondered, growing more agitated. He began practicing the water drop meditation technique to calm himself. About an hour later, once Chen Wen's heart was completely calm, he thought to himself, why overthink? My current strength is too weak, so knowing more won't help. I must focus on developing myself and becoming stronger. When Chen Wen regained his calm, he walked out of the small courtyard to the goblin and minotaur summoning base to use today's summoning quota. Later he arrived at the farmland cultivated by the goblins and saw that there were still minotaurs and goblins clearing the land around him. During this period, the area around the small wooden house had been continuously cleared, and there were no trees within a 2-kilometer radius. Nearly 10 mu of farmland had been cultivated. However, there were still very few crops planted, only wheat and sweet potatoes. Chen Wen took out various crop seeds exchanged with Yu Fu and handed them to Linda. The population will continue to grow and food will become increasingly scarce. Please try to plant these crops. There will be a growth bonus within 4 kilometers around my small wooden house. They were all high-yield crops: rice, sweet potatoes, and spiritual rice. He went to the small courtyard and took out a pile of treasure chests that the minotaurs had collected over the past 2 days. Most of them were wooden and bronze chests. There were only 2 silver chests and no golden chests. 50 wood, 50 stone, 20 or 10 loaves of bread, 10 bottles of mineral water were all that he received. Now Chen Wen lacked basic supplies, but was missing special items and troop summoning blueprints. The troop summoning blueprints he most desired had not appeared at all. Only by obtaining more troop summoning blueprints could he develop faster. He took out the survival manual and flipped to the chat channel, sending messages in both the world and regional channels. Looking to acquire troop summoning blueprints on the trading platform. Those with blueprints can private message me. Double layer small wooden house level 4. The wooden house is your only shelter in this world, the foundation for development and survival. The higher the wooden house level, the higher your safety level and survival chances. Quickly gather resources to upgrade your wooden house. Next level: wood 500 stone, 400 iron, or 200 base upgrade device 2 5 elements spirit stone 2 a energy heart 1. After defeating the goblins, the small wooden house can be upgraded. Upon returning from the nearby tribe, he had been busy. Ding upgrade requirements met. Would you like to upgrade? Chen Wen confirm upgrade. The materials needed for the upgrade disappeared from his backpack and warehouse, and an upgrade notification was heard. Upgrading. This upgrade requires 12 hours. Chen Wen, the previous upgrades didn't take much time, yet this time it takes a full 24 hours. He went to the small courtyard and laid a layer of special soil exchanged from Yu Fu in the cultivated land of the courtyard. He planned to plant some precious medicinal herbs in the small courtyard for additional safety, just as the survival manual stated that the wooden house is the base, the safest shelter. Currently, the most precious things in the small courtyard were the zhu fruit and the natural flower, followed by blood recovery grass and clear spirit grass, all higher-level herbal plants. Chen Wen walked to the planting area of the natural flower, where one flower occupied a square meter, leaving no space for other plants. The natural flower was incredibly beautiful, about 70 centimeters tall, with a stem of 4 to 5 centimeters. It resembled a lily from his past life, but the only difference was that the lily had a bent upper half, while the natural flower's stem to the bud was completely straight. The stem was very green, and its buds were pure white. Under the sunlight, the buds gave off a sense of purity. Chen Wen took out a drop of life water and dripped it onto the bud. He had exchanged for 2 drops of life water because it was exceedingly expensive. He used one on the natural flower, intending to use the other for his own breakthrough to be rank. The life water looked no different from ordinary pure water, but one drop was incredibly concentrated, almost like a sculpted droplet. As soon as the natural flower came into contact with the life water, it instinctively began to sway, quickly absorbing the life water into the bud. Chen Wen watched this scene, waiting quietly. Suddenly, he noticed many invisible specks of light around him rushing toward the small wooden house, colorful and beautiful, creating a breeze that even felt tangible. The natural flower acted like a vacuum, welcoming all the incoming specks of light. Chen Wen tried using the water droplet meditation method to absorb the surrounding light specks, and the effect was remarkable. Just one absorption increased his mental strength by a noticeable amount, at least 10 times more than his usual meditation. This meant that the natural energy around him was 10 times denser than usual. This state lasted for a full quarter of an hour. When the natural flower stopped absorbing the surrounding light specks, it gradually began to fade away. However, the natural flower emitted a hazy glow enveloping the entire bud. When the light faded, Chen Wen was astonished to find that the bud of the natural flower had fully bloomed, revealing a small figure. The curled figure had yet to open its eyes and was only the size of a thumb, with 2 transparent wings on its back resembling those of a dragonfly. The natural flower served as a lotus platform, completely enveloping the nature spirit. Gradually, the nature spirit straightened its body and opened its eyes, immediately spotting Chen Wen. Looking at Chen Wen, the nature spirit flew towards him with a blend of unfamiliarity and familiarity. "Daddy." The voice was crisp and melodious. Chen Wen was momentarily stunned. He didn't even have a girlfriend, and now suddenly he had a daughter. The nature spirit rubbed its little face against his nose affectionately. Chen Wen extended his hand in front of his nose, gesturing for the nature spirit to come into his palm. He raised his hand to eye level, observing the nature spirit carefully. The nature spirit was exquisitely crafted like a porcelain doll, emanating a refreshing scent of grass and wood that was very soothing. Chen Wen, little one, why do you call me daddy? Nature spirit. Daddy, you nurtured me into existence. Oh, what else? Chen Wen. All right then, let me give you a name. You are the child of nature and nature spirit, so I will call you Linger. My surname is Chen, so you will follow my surname and be called Chen Linger. Nature spirit. Thank you, daddy, I like this name. Then it flew up and playfully rubbed against Chen Wen's face. At that moment, Chen Wen used his appraisal eye to check Linger's attributes. Nature spirit Chen Linger, constitution 10, a mental strength 50. Talent nature speech nature guard healing light. A nature spirit, a child of nature. Obtaining her is your fortune. Treat her well, and she will bring you good luck and natural protection. With extremely high growth potential, her strength will automatically increase with age, destined to become an S-grade existence, but she must be well protected in her infancy. Nature speech, a gift from nature. Nature speech can accelerate plant growth, doubling their yield. Nature guard nature's protection. When attacked, a natural guard shield will appear. Don't think that just because she is a newborn you can bully or harm her. You will face nature's punishment and continuous misfortune. Healing light can effectively heal injuries. As her strength increases, her abilities will grow stronger, eventually becoming capable of healing any wound and purifying any poison. Chen Wen stared in astonishment at this data. Truly a child of Na. Chen Wen, little one, you are truly amazing. Linger, hearing Chen Wen's praise, happily rubbed against his face. The treasure-hunting Mao Xiaobai, who had been sitting on Chen Wen's shoulder, saw him praising Linger, and Linger showing affection to Chen Wen, feeling that its position in the family was being challenged. On the street, Xiaobai squeaked, repeatedly rubbing its head vigorously against Chen Wen's neck. Chen Wen felt a ticklish sensation on his neck, and noticing the little guy's actions, placed it on his other hand. Chen Wen, Linger, Xiaobai, you are all my closest ones, my family. We must cherish and help each other in the future. Linger, okay, father. Xiaobai squeak. Chen Wen understood the meaning behind Xiaobai's words. It was saying it understood its master. Chen Wen suddenly saw that the flower of nature had not withered and hurriedly asked Linger, Linger, can this flower of nature still give birth to a spirit? Linger replied, Daddy, no, the flower of nature can only give birth to one spirit. After that it will become the spirit's house, where the spirit can rest and cultivate, which speeds up its growth. Once the nature spirit is born, the flower of nature will become extremely tough, capable of protecting the spirit through its infancy. Chen Wen listened to Linger's explanation with a face full of disappointment, thinking he would have a caretaker in the future, but realized he was overthinking. After playing around with the two little ones for a while, he took them to the second floor of the small building and let them play in the little room while he sat on the bed. He took out the survival manual. Browsing through the chat channel, he found that Zhang Wenyue had sent him a message. Zhang Wenyue, big boss, are you looking for troop summoning blueprints? White Horse Yizong summoning blueprint. White Horse Yizong is a troop created by Gongsun Zan during battles with the Hu people. This troop followed Gongsun Zan and fought fiercely against the Hu people, who were routed beyond recovery. Because Gongsun Zan liked to ride a white horse, everyone in this troop also rode white horses, symbolizing their determination and loyalty to follow Gongsun Zan. Wherever righteousness leads, life and death follow. Heaven can witness, and the white horse is proof. That's why it's called White Horse Yizong. Building requirements: 100 wood, 100 stone, 50 metal, 1 upgrade, crystal, 1 barak. Chen Wen, is the blueprint still available? Zhang Wenyue was sitting in the small wooden house eating something. Although it wasn't as luxurious as the double-layered wooden house of Chen Wen, it was still quite nice. Zhang Wenyue, big boss, finally replied. I thought you had forgotten about me. The blueprint is still here. How about, I can't build it under current conditions, otherwise I would do it myself. Big boss, the White Horse Yizong is a very powerful troop, quite famous in our world. According to historical records, they once defeated the Hu people so thoroughly that they dared not infringe upon the borders. Chen Wen, what do you want in exchange? We have known each other for a while. Just say it directly. Zhang Wenyue, big boss, do you have anything that could help with breakthrough? I am currently at a rank and feel like I'm about to reach rank, but I can't seem to break through. The only items that can help with breakthroughs are the Zhu fruit and diluted life water. Chen Wen had already eaten several Zhu fruits, and their effectiveness on him was diminishing. This could be exchanged later. Chen Wen and Zhang Wenyue had traded many times, and he knew that Zhang Wenyue's character was reliable, making him a good person to befriend. Zhang Wenyue, thank you, big boss. Chen Wen, quickly improve your strength. As traversers in this world, we must have other arrangements. Zhang Wenyue, big boss, do you know something? Chen Wen, no, I don't know anything, just speculating from chatting with the locals I've recently encountered. Right now our strength is still too weak. I don't know what the mastermind wants us to do. Enhancing our strength is the way forward. Zhang Wenyue looked at Chen Wen's message while sitting in the house, stroking the fur of the large tiger beside him, named Dabai. He muttered to himself, Dabai, what do you think the mastermind wants by bringing so many of us to this world? Roar. Dabai rolled its eyes as if saying, Oh, my foolish master, do you think I would know? Chen Wen sent the Zhu fruit to Zhang Wenyue and took out another drop of life water. He opened his mouth and swallowed the life water. Chen Wen felt a cool and gentle sensation slide down from his throat to his stomach. Chen Wen suddenly shivered. It wasn't cold, but his body suddenly felt an astonishing vitality that radiated out. At first it felt like being soaked in warm water, very comfortable, with a pair of small hands massaging him, making him. Gradually a surge of warmth began to flow from his stomach, growing increasingly intense, until it pervaded his entire body, merging into his flesh, muscles, bones, and blood. His perception of the outside world diminished more and more until he completely forgot about himself, feeling as if he had merged with the entire world, experiencing the wonders of nature and the grandeur of the universe. Just as Chen Wen was immersed in this wonderful feeling, he suddenly heard a crack. He was instantly pulled out of that state. Chen Wen realized he had broken through to brink, but he didn't feel much joy. Instead, he felt a faint sense of loss. The beauty of being immersed in the world was beyond words. After sitting on the bed for a while, Chen Wen finally regained his composure from that feeling of loss. When he fully recovered, he looked outside and saw that it was already dawn, not knowing how much time had passed. Linger, Daddy, what happened? I suddenly couldn't feel your presence. It scared us. Chen Wen, I'm fine. I just broke through my cultivation and had a little adventure. Linger, how long have I been cultivating? Linger, Daddy, you have been cultivating for a day and a night. In the past, he often heard in novels that one could close off and time would pass in a blink of an eye for months or years. Now he had only broken through a realm and a day and a night had passed, yet he felt nothing at all, as if it had only been a blink of an eye. He gently touched his daughter's head with a finger. Chen Wen felt the scene was so warm. In his previous world, Chen Wen was also an orphan, not particularly bright, and had poor grades, often bullied by classmates and looked down upon by teachers. Growing up this big was entirely due to the strength of the country and its policies. Chen Wen endured hardship from a young age, but maintained a good inner self thanks to the teachings of Aunt Chen at the orphanage. Thus Chen Wen's heart was very reclusive. In his original world, only Aunt Chen, the head of the orphanage, made him feel the warmth of home. After being transported to this world, Chen Wen never thought about whether he could return, as there was no point. Aunt Chen had passed away 5 years ago. Chen Wen still remembered the day Aunt Chen died. He lay on the bench in the orphanage crying for more than 2 hours, his eyes swollen from tears. Chen Wen silently vowed to protect the people he wanted to cherish. At this moment, he seriously began to experience the changes in his body. He immersed his spiritual force within his body, first noticing the dantian, which had expanded to a size of 10 zhang. The internal qi that originally surged in the dantian had completely vanished, leaving only a small mound of liquid in the center, though the quantity was very small, looking no more than a bowl of water. Chen Wen used his spiritual force to sense the liquid qi. As soon as he got close, he felt a violent sensation transmitted to his spiritual force. Looking at the enormous dantian, yet finding only a bowl of water's worth of internal qi inside, he wondered how long it would take to fill the dantian to break through to a rank. He exited the dantian and swept his spiritual force over his internal organs, muscles, and bones. His skin was smooth like porcelain, and his muscles were as hard as steel, while still maintaining flexibility. The most significant change was in his bones, which had become completely transparent, allowing him to see the flowing marrow inside, resembling white jade. What a remarkable transformation! This is the legendary golden skin and jade bones. Blood surged through the veins akin to a crimson river. The organs now felt robust and powerful. Even though they couldn't match the defensive prowess of skin and muscle, they were not too far off. At present, level strength might not even harm the organs. He took out the survival manual. Chen Wen level constitution 300, spirit 250. Talent perfect, absorption skills, eye of treasure, appraisal, basic shooting, proficiency, fireball technique, water droplet meditation, method qi, refining technique, falling star sword technique. Pets, treasure seeking mouse, xiaobai, clevel, nature, spirit, lingered level. Chen Wen grasped the meteorite heavy sword and felt its weight. It was surprising how little he felt, considering that this sword weighed as much as 500 pounds. When Chen Wen was at level, he could lift it, but swinging it was quite cumbersome. This starkly illustrated the difference between level and clevel. Accompanied by Xiaobai and Linger, he arrived at the barracks where vigorous training was underway. In just a few days, the demeanor of the Minotaurs had transformed completely. The training methods resembled those of modern society, including weighted running and strict military posture. These methods were taught to them by Chen Wen based on his knowledge from his past life. The only difference was that in this fantasy world, training required not only physical strength, but also the enhancement of energy levels. Each day, half the training time focused on physical conditioning, and the other half on leveling up. Now most of the Minotaurs had already reached level. The effectiveness of the training largely stemmed from the barracks, which significantly enhanced the soldiers' cultivation speed. Moreover, the Minotaurs hunted magical beasts while seeking supplies outside, which provided top-grade food. Another contributing factor was that the Minotaurs as summoned beings possessed innate racial skills like the Mighty Bull Demon technique. Cultivating this technique primarily enhanced their strength and defense. Over 200 Minotaurs stood to salute Chen Wen upon his arrival at the military camp. "Greetings, Lord." Chen Wen replied, "Continue your training. I will go test my strength in the testing area." Nyoda offered, "Lord, let me take you to the testing area." Nyoair lead them in training, Chen Wen instructed. Nyoair responded, "At your command, Commander." Upon reaching the testing area, Chen Wen instructed Xiaobai Linger go to Nyoda. He drew the meteorite sword and swung it towards a wooden post in the testing area. The wooden post was deeply scored with a gash of about 7 to 8 centimeters. It was important to note that this wooden post was entirely forged from iron, making it extremely hard. After testing the weight of the heavy sword, he began to wield it in an open space, practicing the falling star sword. Although he had not formally trained in it as a survivor who had traversed to this world, he retained the ability to remember the skills from the skill books, allowing his body to adapt to the techniques. It is known that sword techniques are exceedingly difficult. Sword techniques include stabbing, slashing, hanging, lifting, clouding, wiping, entangling, framing, flicking, piercing, bursting, penetrating, lifting, chopping, sweeping, and so forth. Among these, stabbing, flicking, bursting, lifting, hanging, and slashing are the most fundamental sword techniques. To master the sword, one must possess agility and flexibility, as well as the proper application of strength, harmonizing rigidity and softness. This requires the proper application of wrist strength. Given that the falling star sword technique is designed for heavy swords, it emphasizes overwhelming force, employing only two ultimate killing techniques. Mountain splitting strike and sweeping through the army's mountain splitting strike is a single target attack technique that emphasizes a descending force akin to the fall of a star. Sweeping through the armies is much simpler, channeling internal energy to perform a 180-degree slash. After executing the complete falling star sword technique, Chen Wen felt exhilarated, his clothes soaked in sweat. After testing the sword techniques, he approached a black stone wall nearby. This was the magic testing area. Although the stone wall appeared ordinary, it was constructed from a special anti-magic material with a thickness of only 1 meter. It exhibited excellent resistance to magic and had a self-repairing feature. Chen Wen first cast a fireball technique. The fireball struck the stone wall, creating only a small dent no larger than the size of an egg. It is worth noting that if Chen Wen had thrown a fireball at the ground, it would have created a substantial crater. He then used the vine technique and wind blade technique. The power of these techniques was not significantly different. The wind blade had excellent cutting ability, cleaving through the stone wall by a full 5 centimeters, but only created a narrow slit about a centimeter wide. After completing the tests, Chen Wen and Nyoda arrived at the combat platform in the training square. Chen Wen said, "Nyoda, let's spar a bit." Nyoda replied, "My lord, I dare not." Chen Wen insisted, "What is there to fear? If I say we spar, we will spar." With that, he jumped onto the combat platform. "What are you waiting for, Nyoda? Hurry up." Left with no choice, Nyoda slowly made his way onto the platform. Chen Wen urged, "Come on, attack." "My lord, I truly cannot." Seeing Nyoda's hesitation, Chen Wen charged at him. With a swing of his sword, he aimed to strike at Nyoda, who blocked it with his axe. Upon contact, they quickly separated. "Nyoda, hurry up and attack." Seeing Chen Wen attacking again, Nyoda had no choice but to raise his axe to defend. As they fought, Nyoda's blood began to boil. It is known that minotaurs are beastmen, and beastmen tend to be extremely aggressive. Though they may appear simple and honest in everyday life, once they enter battle mode and their blood surges, they become reckless and can become bloodthirsty. Chen Wen felt Nyoda's strength increasing with each exchange. At this moment, Nyoda just exhaled 2 puffs of white steam from his nostrils. He stepped forward, raising dust and leaving a footprint on the combat platform as Nyoda charged at Chen Wen with his axe. Seeing the charging Nyoda, Chen Wen did not dare to be complacent. He raised the meteorite heavy sword to block. Upon contact, Chen Wen felt a tremendous force transmitting through the heavy sword, causing him to stagger backwards. Indeed, the physical strength of beastmen surpasses that of humans. Although I am also level, my power is significantly less than Nyoda's. Chen Wen, not holding back any longer, leaped into the air and executed a mountain-splitting strike down towards Nyoda. Nyoda took the hit head-on with the mountain-splitting strike, experiencing a violent impact that caused him to kneel on the combat platform, his knees sinking into it, blood and flesh mangled. Chen Wen quickly halted, asking, "Nyoda, how are you? Are you alright? I didn't expect this technique to be so powerful." Nyoda replied, "My lord, I'm fine. We minotaurs have tough skin and flesh. I will recover in 2 days." Chen Wen urged, "Linger, please heal Nyoda quickly." Linger flapped her wings and flew in front of Nyoda, enveloping him in a green light from her hands. Under the green light, the wounds on Nyoda's knees visibly scabbed and healed. Chen Wen was stunned by Linger's gifted ability. The healing speed was astonishing. Chen Wen exclaimed, "Linger is amazing, truly impressive." Linger replied, "Hee," and Chen Wen continued, "Nyoda, move a bit and see if there are any issues." Nyoda stood up, moved side to side, and performed a couple of moves, saying, "Thank you, my lord." "Thank you, miss. I am completely healed now." Chen Wen said, "All right, just follow me. You'll meet some new colleagues, and I'll introduce you to them." He walked out of the military camp and pulled out the survival manual, flipping to the manufacturing page. He took out the summoning blueprint. White Horse Cavalry Summoning Blueprint. The White Horse Cavalry is a troop created by Gongsun Zan during battles against the barbarians. This troop followed Gongsun in his southern and northern campaigns, defeating the barbarians. Because Gongsun favored riding a white horse, all members of the troop also rode white horses, reflecting their loyalty and determination to follow him. Wherever the righteous go, life and death follow. Heaven can witness the white horse serves as proof. Hence it is called White Horse Cavalry. Construction requirements: 100 wood, 100 stone, 50 metal, 1 upgrade, crystal, 1 barak. Ding, blueprint detected. Do you wish to build it? Chen Wen responded, "Build it." In the next moment, an icon appeared at the corner of his eye. He could drag the icon and place it on the opposite side of the Barak, aligning perfectly with the Minotaur summoning base. White Horse Cavalry rank requires 1 meat, 2 metals, and 10 wood. Note the leader Gonsunzon's resources are multiplied by 10 and can only be summoned once. Chen Wen looked at the summoning list and first summoned Gonsunzon. A troop cannot be without a leader, otherwise it's just a scattered mess. For example, Chen Wen specifically trained Yoda. Just as he was thinking, a voice interrupted his thoughts. I pay my respects to the Lord. A strikingly handsome and tall figure with a booming voice stood beside a magnificent white horse. This must be Gonsunzon. He truly is a hero, Chen Wen thought. General Gongsuin, please rise quickly. Here we do not have a custom of kneeling for no reason. General Gongsuin, how many people are suitable for the White Horse Cavalry? Gonsunzon replied, my lord, the White Horse Cavalry is best suited with 100 to 300 members. They are light cavalry focused on mobility. If there are too many, command becomes difficult. Chen Wen said, all right, I will give you 100 White Horse Cavalry. You need to train them. He called over Nyoda, saying, General Gongsuin, this is Nyoda currently leading the Minotaur troop. You two should cooperate more. During daily life and training, learn from each other's strengths and gradually overcome your weaknesses. Chen Wen knew many of Gonsunzon's shortcomings, so he gave a heads up. Historically, though Gonsunzon was a hero, he lacked adaptability. His character was overly rigid. He would fight if he didn't agree, and while he was very brave in battle, he lacked wisdom. Chen Wen summoned 100 White Horse Cavalry. One by one, they emerged from the White Horse Cavalry summoning camp. I leave General Gonsun in your hands. You two will rest and train in the barracks. My lord, something's wrong. From afar, Chen Wen heard a goblin shouting loudly. A goblin rushed to Chen Wen and knelt down, saying, my lord, something's wrong. A significant portion of the crops is dying. Chen Wen asked what happened. Didn't everything seem fine yesterday? The goblin replied, we don't know, my lord. When we arrived at the fields this morning, we found many crops had turned yellow. Let's go and take a look. Chen Wen went to the fields behind the wooden house near the riverbank, where many crops had already turned yellow, mainly wheat, while sweet potatoes and others were unaffected. The withered area was about 1 to 2 acres. Although they had cultivated around 10 acres, the planted crops were not that many, only about 7 acres. If the problem isn't resolved, this would mean a loss of 1/3 of the harvest, and the population at the base was steadily. Linger, can you check what caused the yellowing? Linger replied, Daddy, I don't know the reason. My inherited memories lack knowledge about farming. Chen Wen had no choice but to take out the survival manual to see if anyone knew the cause. Chat channel, it's terrifying. Today while I was out looking for supplies, I found a corpse next to a chest. You should open chests empty-handed. Don't go with troops, and especially not with weapons for safety, as monsters usually surround treasure chests. I made a bow and arrow which greatly increased safety when opening chests. How did you guys do it? I did find quite a bit of food and water, barely enough to last me a few days, but I still haven't found enough supplies to make weapons. 1, 2, 3. Chen Wen thought, it's been nearly a month since I arrived in this world, and everyone is developing well. Some even have troops, and most have weapons now. Is there anyone who knows about crop farming? Private message me. I will offer generous rewards. Caught a big shot. I'm still searching for food in the mountains, and this big shot has already become self-sufficient. Are we sure we're playing the same game? Do big shots have any survival tips? Please share. If the survival speed remains this slow, I fear I might die a terrible death. I don't want to become monster food. 1, 2, 3. Don't be afraid, just go for it, and open the chest with all your might. Chen Wen looked at the messages from some F players. Those who could survive were basically the elite or had incredible luck. While others were afraid to open chests, these players risked everything to do so. This was the reason they were a step ahead in gathering resources. Survival Development Strategy 1. Treasure chests here are known to be of different levels: wooden, bronze, silver, gold, and diamond. So far the best chest I've opened is the diamond one. 2. The materials inside the treasure chests also vary, especially regarding weapons. Everyone must prepare well. There are many high-level foods in the chest that can enhance our physical abilities. If your strength increases, you can hunt magical beasts for more high-level food. 3. If you collect any troop summoning blueprints, be sure to use them, as they will greatly increase your numbers. Your speed in gathering resources and opening chests will significantly increase. 4. You can use contract scrolls to bind pets, enhancing your combat power. As far as I know, there is a person with natural affinity who contracted a large tiger upon entering this place. Thank you for sharing. I don't know, what level are you at now? While Chen Wen was browsing, a private message from the World Channel popped up. Zhong Tian, do you need nitrate? I saw you posted this information in the trading channel. Chen Wen, I do need a large amount of nitrate. How much do you have? Zhong Tian, I currently have nearly 5,000 units. Most of it is from mining, and over the past month, I've also summoned some from a troop summoning base, allowing me to gather a lot of ore. I want to trade half for water and half for food. Chen Wen, sure, 1 unit of nitrate for 1 portion of food and 2 units of water for 1 unit of nitrate. If you agree, we can proceed with the trade. Zhong Tian, agreed, let's trade now. I'll send you the items. Chen Wen, I don't need anything else right now. I'll contact you if I need anything later. He looked at the goblin beside him, who seemed to be in a daze. Thinking Chen Wen was angry, the goblin knelt on the ground, afraid to get up. Lingered, Daddy, what's wrong? Chen Wen, It's nothing, I'm just figuring out the issue with the crops. Chen Wen saw a message pop up on the survival manual. Lily, big brother, is there a problem with your crops? I know someone who is an expert in crop biology. I'll have him contact you to check on the condition of your crops. Chen Wen, ancient man. Hello, are you here about the crop issue? Chen Wen quickly replied. Hello, I'm having some issues with the wheat and growing, it's turning yellow and wilting. Ancient man, can you send me a photo of the crops so I can see what the issue is? Chen Wen hurriedly ran to the crop's location, took a few pictures, and sent them to the ancient man. Chen Wen, ancient man, can you tell what the problem is? Ancient man, from what I see it seems to be too much moisture. Wheat is a drought-resistant crop, and I see you've dug many water channels around it. Chen Wen listened to the ancient man's words and immediately instructed the goblins to redirect the water channels away from the wheat. After finishing, Chen Wen asked Linger, can your healing light work on these crops? Linger, of course. Daddy, don't you know that I also have nature's language, which can accelerate crop growth? Then Chen Wen, ancient man, what do you need? I'll send it to you right away. Ancient man, no need, I'm about to die. Anyway, it would be a waste to give it to me. Better to leave it for you young ones to develop. Chen Wen, ancient man, what's wrong? Please tell me, maybe I can help you. Ancient man, I caught a chill due to my age, and now I don't have any medicines to treat it. I probably won't last 2 days. Chen Wen, ancient man, don't give up. I have a way, just wait for me. He hurriedly ran back to the small courtyard with Linger. Looking at the few square meters of blood grass in the small courtyard, he quickly pulled one out. He opened the warehouse and clicked to learn the crafting blueprint for healing medicine. His mind was filled with the crafting process for various healing medicines and the required materials. He opened the crafting interface and confirmed the production of healing medicine. Healing medicine capable of treating various ailments. The description was very simple. Chen Wen sent the healing medicine to the ancient man and also sent some high-grade purified water and food. The ancient man looked at the healing medicine in his hands, feeling mixed emotions, thinking he had no more chances. He knew that being an elderly person in this new world without encountering problems immediately was already a stroke of luck. However, the ancient man was originally a researcher with poor physical strength and old age. After crossing into this world, he found himself on a mountaintop unsuitable for farming, surrounded by rubble. There was no room to exert himself. A living for nearly a month was entirely because the mountain posed no danger. This place truly was desolate and inhospitable. Even wild beasts were unwilling to come here. Survival depended entirely on treasures found on the mountain exchanged with others. Lily met the ancient man through exchanging supplies. After swallowing the healing medicine, he felt a wave of relief wash over his body. He touched his forehead, which had been burning hot, and it began to return to normal. Ancient man, thank you, young brother. I had almost lost hope. I only know a bit about planting. You in this world, I have basically no room to develop. Chen Wen, is the environment there really terrible? Let me send you some weapons to protect yourself first. We young people don't know much about farming, so if something goes wrong, we wouldn't have a clue. Ancient man, if you have any questions later, feel free to ask me. Chen Wen sent the ancient man some discarded crossbows. Chen Wen instructed the goblins to watch over the planting area. Once the crops matured, everything except the seeds should be stored in the warehouse. Ding, your small wooden house has been upgraded. Please check it soon. Great. Finally completed the upgrade. I wonder what changes occurred this time. Linger, Daddy, our home has gotten bigger and more beautiful. MHM. Standing outside the small wooden house, he looked at the surrounding wall, which could no longer be called a wall. Instead, it could be called a city wall. The wall was 4 meters high and 1 meter wide, completely sufficient for 2 or 3 people to run on top, making it impossible to see what was happening inside from the outside. Pushing open the gate of the small courtyard, Chen Wen suddenly felt that the view before him was much wider. The area of the courtyard had at least expanded tenfold. Chen Wen rubbed his eyes and looked again, but the small courtyard still appeared to be as it was before. Now the small courtyard had truly begun to show signs of spatial magic. The area of the small courtyard was now estimated to be about 5,000 square meters. Chen Wen also discovered that all the high-grade plants he had planted in the small courtyard had matured. Is this a benefit of the upgrade? The small wooden house was no longer a small wooden house, but had transformed into a palace, standing where the small wooden house once was, with green bricks and golden tiles and dragon and phoenix carvings on the eaves. Chen Wen stood at the entrance of the courtyard, stunned beyond measure. The changes were too vast to comprehend. Even the arrow tower by the wall had undergone a dramatic transformation, its height and size altered, with an attack range now extending to 500 meters. Now arrows no longer required additional materials, they directly linked to the heart of energy to launch miniature blessed land, a miniature blessed land centered around the heart of energy, with 5-element spirit stones as its framework and a base upgrade device, as its flesh has partially detached from the greater world, forming its own small realm. It can automatically absorb the surrounding natural energy, and the energy within is 3 times that of the outer world. The blessed land radiates over a 10-kilometer area. Within this zone, native creatures will harbor no ill intent towards the blessed land. The miniature blessed land comes with its own spatial rules, expanding the internal space tenfold. Within the heart of energy, a teleportation stone will be generated each month. When returning, one can use the teleportation stone to return to the base from any location, but each use requires a day to restore energy. Congratulations, you have finally exited the novice phase. Strive to develop your own forces and strength. You will not be easily affected by basic natural disasters. Your preparation time will also shorten. Next level base upgrade device, 10 5-element spirit stones, 20 a advanced heart of energy 1. A wide path of bluestone measuring a full 40 meters in length leads from the courtyard to a small building, pristine and aesthetically pleasing. On either side of the path are plots of spirit fields which were originally special soil, but transformed into spirit fields during this upgrade process. Tomorrow's soil has a crystalline appearance, looking less like dirt and more like white jade. Furthermore, everything planted above has fully matured. Linger, Daddy, our home has become so big, but the yard looks bare and unsightly. Chen Wen patted Linger's little head. From now on it will be up to you to decorate our home. He walked to the entrance of the wooden building, and the door opened automatically. The size of the wooden building did not expand like the yard. The central hall featured a table resembling jade, surrounded by a row of chairs. Above the table hung a beautiful chandelier, which lit up automatically as the door opened. As it turned into an electric light. Are we entering the electrical age? He pushed open the doors to the rooms surrounding the hall, inspecting each one. Each room was about 20 square meters, equipped with a bathroom and wash basin, a computer desk, and a sofa. The only thing missing was a computer. The guest rooms were all identically furnished. The storage room previously under the stairs had been relocated to the courtyard. Originally, it was intended to place the storage outside, but considering the low safety outside, it was decided to keep it in. The staircase to the second floor was no longer a bare wooden staircase. It had transformed into white jade combined with redwood, intricately carved with various patterns. The changes on the second floor were similar to those on the first, featuring a main hall and 3 rooms in total, with 2 additional rooms added. In the center of the hall was a tea table surrounded by a suite of connected sofas. A master bedroom for Chen Wen plus 2 auxiliary bedrooms. Ding, detected placement position for the heart of energy. Would you like to place the heart of energy? A spherical object appeared in Chen Wen's field of vision, and he placed it at the rear of the hall. Chen Wen, place it. Instantly, a small platform emerged at that spot upon which sat a crystal ball. Heart of energy 1000, supporting energy for the blessed land. All locations requiring energy rely on the heart of energy. When the heart of energy is depleted, the blessed land will collapse, and everything within will be destroyed. Ding, system prompt, the heart of energy needs to absorb energy and requires 1 day. During this time, an energy tide will form around the blessed land, attracting a large number of magical beasts to launch an assault, creating a beast tide. You have 1 day to prepare. After handling some matters, I will get ready to face the beast tide. Chen Wen was not overly concerned about the beast tide, as his location was on the outskirts of the Lucky Forest, a considerable distance from the center. In the age of the heart of energy, a small square stone appeared about the width of a thumb. Chen Wen picked it up and weighed it in his hand. It was light, around half a pound. This must be the teleportation stone. I wonder if the elder is willing to abandon his base to come here and develop together. With this thought, he quickly sent a message. Chen Wen, elder, do you believe in me? Are you willing to leave your base and come live here with me? Elder, little Chen, as an old man, I would be overjoyed to live with you, but the distance between us is unknown. How will I get over there? Chen Wen, rest assured I have a way. Elder, do you have anything precious you can bring along? Leave behind anything unnecessary. After saying this, Chen Wen received items directly transferred from the elder via the trading platform. Basic materials such as wood, stone, ore, and food, and the quantities were quite limited. Chen Wen handed the teleportation stone to the elder. After about 2 minutes standing by the window on the second floor, he saw a flash of white light on the path of the courtyard. On the bluestone path stood an elderly man around 50 or 60 years old, gazing bewilderedly at his surroundings. Chen Wen pushed open the door and walked out. Chen Wen, elder, welcome. Finally I meet you. The high-yield food you developed in our world has saved countless lives. I truly admire you. From now on we will survive together in this world. Elder, you are little Chen. You look so young. Indeed, you are talented at a young age. Your development speed is astonishing. While I still have a small wooden house, you already have a villa here. The elder handed Chen Wen a stone, which was indeed the teleportation stone, and Chen Wen took it and placed it in his backpack. As the teleportation was concluded, Chen Wen felt a sense of relief because the teleportation location was directly within the courtyard. If it had been an enemy, he would have had no means to defend himself. He silently resolved that in the future, he would never allow anyone he was not particularly familiar with or trusted to use the teleportation. Elder, come, let me show you around my base. I have upgraded the small wooden house 4 times. It has now transformed into a blessed land, no longer just a wooden house. The total area is over 500 square meters, though this is just the internal area. The external area occupies only about 300 square meters. Since it upgraded to a blessed land, the base possesses spatial rules, expanding internally, while the external area remains unchanged. Elder, so marvelous. The world is vast and full of wonders. Little Chen, the plants you have in your courtyard are all high-level species, right? Chen Wen. Yes, elder, the plants in this courtyard are all high-level foods, at least grade C, with 2 grade A items. One is the Zhu fruit, and the other is the flower of nature. The flower of nature currently has no significant use, but can nurture nature spirits. Linger, come out and meet Grandpa Elder. Linger flew out from the back of Chen Wen's head, landing on the shoulder of the elder, calling out, Grandpa Elder, hello. The elder stared at Linger in astonishment, his eyes wide. Chen Wen, Elder, this is Linger. She is a nature spirit born from the flower of nature, blessed by nature. Elder, incredible. Little Chen, you are amazing. Chen Wen, Elder, please don't flatter me. I'm just lucky. Chen Wen observed the old man's astonished expression, feeling a sense of secret satisfaction within. He led him into the hall, showing him around the first and second floors. Which room would you like to stay in, on the first or second floor? You choose. The old man replied. He'll stay on the first floor. As an old man, I worry that I might not be able to keep up with you young folks. He proceeded to select the first room on the left side as he entered. Chen Wen asked, Old man, did anything change after you gave up your base and teleported here? The old man responded, After abandoning my base, the system informed me that I had become a wanderer. I could also become someone else's subordinate, but my survival manual now only has a chat function with no trading or crafting capabilities. Ding, the old man has applied to become your subordinate. Do you agree? Chen Wen replied, agreed. Old man, a level physique, 30, e-spirit 50. Talent thought storm, a level speeds up, thinking by 30. The old man is truly a born researcher with a high spirit level that surpasses his physique. Old man, if you come to my base, the tasks ahead will be quite heavy. Currently the people here are quite rough. They know how to plant, but they lack the intricate details. Also, old man, you will need to engage in your previous work of researching high-yield plants that can produce abundantly in this era. We need to develop quickly, and sufficient food is essential as our population will continue to grow. Food will be a significant challenge that restricts our development in the future. The old man assured, My lord, don't worry, this is my area of expertise. I will definitely be able to research ultra-high-yield crops in this world. Chen Wen replied, Old man, please don't call me my lord. Just call me Xiao Chun. I have great respect for you from my previous world. The old man chuckled. Alright, I'll call you Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun, could you see if you can bring over Lili? I cannot conduct research alone without assistance. Lili is a top student from Huaxia University, majoring in agriculture and forestry. If she can come and assist me, it would be a great help. Chen Wen said, Old man, let's talk about that later. I have something very important happening here tonight. Tomorrow, due to the base upgrading into welfare, there will be a beast tide. Moreover, we must ensure that this person's character is good. Although I have talked with her multiple times and felt there were no issues, I still don't know if she is willing to abandon her base and come here. Becoming a wanderer or subordinate comes with many restrictions. The old man replied, Alright, I will listen to you. Chen Wen noticed the puppets Kuai Yi and Kuai Er busy in the kitchen. Chen Wen instructed, You two go notify Kaichi Gongsun Zan Nyoda and Linda to come to the hall for a meeting. Kuai Yi and Kuai Er responded, Yes, my lord. Nyoda and Gongsun Zan nodded. Chen Wen sat at the head of the table in the hall. Greetings, my lord. Chen Wen replied, Everyone please take a seat. Nyoda immediately asked, My lord, how did this yard change so much? The changes are quite significant. Chen Wen said, I called you here to discuss this matter once everyone arrives. After a while, Linda and Kaichi also arrived. Chen Wen directed them to sit around the table in order. This is our first high-level personnel meeting in the territory. I have called you here for two matters. The first is that we have a new member, the old man, who will manage the agriculture and research of the base from now on. Let's get acquainted. Chen Wen pointed to Gongsun Zan and Nyoda on the left side. Old man, these are the two combat commanders of our territory. Nyoda manages the Minotaur troops while Gongsun Zan leads the White Horse Cavalry. The old man greeted both Nyoda and Gongsun Zan. Now pointing to the right, Linda and Kaichi. Linda primarily manages the Goblin race's agriculture and mining, while Kaichi from the Gremlin race is responsible for weapon production and research in the territory. The old man nodded secretly as he sat down, realizing that their rapid and successful development was not without reason. The second matter for calling you here is related to the development of our territory. My base has upgraded, and we are now about to face a beast tide challenge. The time is tomorrow, and I need you all to come together to think of ways to resist the beast tide. Nyoda and Gongsun Zan immediately stood up, excited at the thought of battle. Originally, the territory only encountered magical beasts when searching for supplies. They were eager to showcase their abilities. My lord, rest assured we will defend the territory to the death. Chen Wen replied, Alright, I know your capabilities. Kaichi, I have obtained 5,000 units of saltpeter. In a moment, take the teleportation array and bring the saltpeter back to the Gremlin city. Bring 500 gremlins along, and also take firearms. How much can the manufacturing department produce now? Chen Wen had built the main teleportation array at the base and the sub-teleportation array at the Gremlin tribe. Kaichi replied, My lord, we currently have 2,000 firearms in stock, and the materials are sufficient to produce 100 each day. Chen Wen nodded. General Gongsu and Nyoda, your task is to allocate half of your people to clear the surrounding wild beasts. The other half must clean up all the tree obstacles within a 2-kilometer radius of the base using the cleared trees and stones to build a wall. We must protect all farmland and important buildings. Kaichi Lin, do you lead the goblins and gremlins to build a wall with the materials brought back by General Gongsun and Nyoda? This is the first major crisis our base has faced, and we must unite to overcome it. Lin De Kaichi Nyoda and General Gongsun shouted in unison, "We guarantee to complete the task." "Old man, we still don't have large space equipment and cannot take the saltpeter with us. You should go with Kaichi to the Gremlin tribe, and I will send the materials to you." The old man replied, "No problem. Dismissed, let's get to work." Luda and General Gongsun hurried back to the barracks, while Gongsun Zan led 500 white horse cavalry and over 100 minotaurs. They began clearing the wild beasts from the forest. Nyoda led the remaining 500 white horse cavalry and minotaurs to clear the surrounding obstacles. At the city gate, they built an additional 2 arrow towers on top of the wall, with 3 towers on each side, totaling 12 arrow towers. After 10 minutes, the old man sent a message stating he had arrived at the Gremlin tribe. Chen Wen quickly sent the saltpeter to the old man. The area around the base had been cleared, having almost reached 1 kilometer in distance, with nearly another kilometer of trees and such remaining. Chen Wen looked at Nyoda and the others busy clearing obstacles, and he took out the meteoric iron-heavy sword to join the labor force. By noon, the surrounding 2 kilometers had been cleared and materials were no longer obstructing the area, with a complete circle of walls built outside. Over 200 goblins were busy driving these materials into the ground to form a wall. By noon, Kaichi also returned to the base with 500 gremlins. Kaichi brought the goblins along with firearms and ammunition. Chen Wen instructed Kaichi to place the ammunition in the courtyard. "Chen Wen, once you're back, have the goblins build the defensive structures here." Kaichi, "Understood, my lord." "Old Gu, don't tire yourself too much, just supervise and see if there are areas that need improvement." "Old Gu, I'm older and can't compare to you young ones, but sitting idle is hard for me, who I'll help too." The group worked tirelessly until nightfall. Gongsun Zan cleared all the beasts and magical creatures within a 5-kilometer radius, returning with a massive amount of meat. Chen Wen surrounded the base with a wooden wall covering a 500-meter radius. Specific tasks began to be assigned. General Gongsun, your forces need to be divided into 3 waves, each with over 300 people positioned in 3 directions: front, left, and rear. General Gongsun will handle the left, while Nyoda should protect the right side with the minotaurs. Kaiji, you will guard the rear with 300 white horse knights. General Gongsun and Luda, if Kaiji's defense falters, you too must be ready to assist. Currently, Kaiji's combat power is still low, only at C rank. Both General Gongsun and Luda are already at B rank, so defending the perimeter of the new forest against beasts and magical creatures is no problem. I will defend the front. Kaiji, have the 500 goblins you brought each take a firearm and ammunition, deploy 100 in each direction for long-range attacks. Lin, to take the goblins to defend the interior. If any fish slip through the net, you are responsible for dealing with them. Chen Wen, this is how the defense tasks are arranged. Are there any questions? Nyoda, General Gongsun, Kaiji, and Linda all shouted in unison. No, we will ensure the tasks are completed. Chen Wen, Old Gu, just stand in the courtyard and observe. I'll have 2 puppets protect you. Old Gu shook his head helplessly. Sigh, I can't be of much help, old man. Chen Wen, Old Gu, please don't say that. It's said that having an elder in the house is like having a treasure. There will be plenty of opportunities for you to contribute later on. After witnessing this scene, a slight smile of satisfaction appeared on his face. In this era, there are indeed not many who respect the elderly and care for the young. In the previous world, even if an elderly person fell, no one dared to help. Tonight, we will take turns resting. If any situations arise, alert us immediately, and we will act right away. Everyone go prepare. Once ready, the 4 of you come to the blessed land for dinner together. Understood, my lord. After speaking, Gongsun Zan and the others hurried to organize the personnel. Chen Wen watched them busy themselves, then decided to build 20 arrow towers along the outer wall to help with defense. Chen Wen then took Old Gu back to the small wooden house. He brought Old Gu to the 2nd floor and introduced him to the Heart of Energy. Old Gu, you will have a special task tomorrow. When you're in this wooden house, keep the 2 puppets with you and guard the Heart of Energy well. This Heart of Energy is the core of the Blessed Land. If anything happens to it, the Blessed Land will collapse. Old Gu, finally I can be of some use, or else I would feel embarrassed to eat and drink here. Chen Wen, haha, you're too modest. Go rest on the 1st floor, Old Gu. I'll have the puppets prepare dinner. When Kaiji and the others arrive, we'll eat together. Returning to the 1st floor, the puppets busily went to the kitchen. The 2 puppets exchanged with Yofu were truly worth it. Aside from being a bit slow, they were otherwise capable. The food they prepared was delicious, rivaling that of top chefs in the past, and they could also serve as defenders. It's worth noting that the puppets' strength and defense have reached B rank. Even if they were a bit slow, encountering a C rank opponent would mean certain death. After about an hour, everything was arranged and Nyoda and the other 3 arrived at the wooden house. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Chen Wen signaled the puppets to serve the dishes. The spread was truly abundant, featuring both rare mountain and sea delicacies. Braised wolf meat, steamed tiger whip, spicy rabbit heads, braised eggplant, mapo tofu sweet, and sour tiger ribs, kung pao chicken. There were over a dozen dishes, all made from high-quality ingredients. Braised wolf meat, a delicacy made from D-rank fire wolf meat rarely encountered in this world. Take this opportunity to indulge. This dish can enhance a person's fire resistance and improve physical fitness. The other dishes similarly boost physical fitness and various resistances with benefits like clearing the mind. In the previous world, wealthy individuals would spend millions to billions just to enjoy such meals. Chen Wen, today marks our first meaningful gathering and the first crisis we face together. Let's all work hard for our territory and survival. Nyoda and the other 5, we pledge our loyalty to the Lord and will defend the territory to the death. In fact, Chen Wen spoke these words at the dining table intentionally. To develop, one must have faith. Chen Wen aimed to cultivate everyone in his faction, making them view the territory as their home and pledge loyalty to him. A cause without faith cannot endure, much like the corporate culture of large companies. In modern times, Christianity wields no force, yet no nation dares underestimate it existing beyond the reach of law. Because they have faith, they unite. If you touch one, 1,000,000 will come for you. Chen Wen, old Gu, please eat more of this food to help improve your level. Later, I will give you a basic meditation skill cultivation method that can enhance your mental power. It may not be for combat, but basic self-defense capabilities are necessary. Dinner. Everyone here is a pillar of the base, my family. Oh, let's eat without restraint. The meal lasted over. After finishing, everyone returned to rest. The next day, Chen Wen woke up before dawn, as there had been no disturbances during the night. After getting up, he patrolled around the camp, while Kaiji and the other 4 had not slept at all last night. At that moment, a white horse knight rushed over. Report, General. Report, Lord. A large number of beasts are gathering nearby. Chen Wen, everyone take your positions or prepare for battle immediately. Chen Wen stood at the main gate ready for action. It wasn't long before some animals began running towards the base. The numbers were too few to pose a significant threat. It's important to note that the base now has 20 arrow towers on the outer wall with a shooting range of 500 meters capable of firing 3 arrows per second. Although each wall only has 5 arrow towers, they are more than sufficient to deal with these scattered minor threats. Within a 500-meter radius around the base, the ground was covered in corpses, all ordinary ferocious beasts like wolves, tigers, and wild boars. Half a day passed, and Chen Wen and his group had not utilized any of their capabilities. Gradually, more and more ferocious beasts surged out of the forest surrounding the entire base like a tide. Although they had gathered, there was no wind to push them forward. Every little while a batch would charge forward. Chen Wen calculated the time. Roughly every hour a wave would arrive. The arrow towers were unable to completely block the beasts, and some began to slip through, rushing towards the base. Seeing the increasing number of beasts, Chen Wen instructed the goblins to begin long-range shooting. Chen Wen said, "Prepare the goblin musketeer squad to shoot down any remaining threats." Yes, over 100 goblins shouted in unison, their voices so loud that one could imagine how deafening it would be, akin to a single person shouting directly into one's ear, let alone 100. Fire! With Chen Wen's command, the beasts charging forward were all taken down, without exception. The goblins truly lived up to their reputation as a technologically advanced race, with nearly every single one being a sharpshooter boasting an accuracy rate of over 90. Chen Wen watched the goblins firing continuously and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. This wave of attackers consisted of hundreds of beasts and dozens of magical beasts, all a rank. There were wolf-like magical beasts standing 2 to 3 meters tall, tiger-like beasts 4 to 5 meters long, and a 10-meter-long giant snake. Chen Wen looked at the perimeter where the attacks had ceased and ordered, "Goblins, start cleaning the battlefield and move all the spoils back to the wooden walls. The White Horse Brigade should remain vigilant in defense." Chen Wen also ran inside to assist with the disassembly, stepping on the bloodstained ground, his own body covered in blood. Where did all these beasts come from? Yesterday they had cleared most beasts and magical beasts within a 5-kilometer radius. Could this be some game glitch? As time passed, ordinary beasts became increasingly scarce, while magical beasts began to appear more frequently. After 2 hours drank, magical beasts started to show up, and the goblins' muskets could no longer harm them. White Horse Brigade, follow me to fight. The summoned White Horse Brigade are all crank, which is an overestimation for this situation, a one-man match against 10. The White Horse Brigade fought fiercely, undeterred by the beast tide, and it took them a quarter of an hour to resolve the situation. Seeing that the situation here was under control, Chen Wen instructed the second commander of the White Horse Brigade to maintain defense here, and went to check on Gong Sun Zan and the others. Upon encountering Gong Sun Zan, Chen Wen felt a bit dazed. Gong Sun Zan was covered in blood, even his hair stained red, and a strong scent of blood wafted as he approached, while the White Horse Brigade beside him had little blood on them. Chen Wen thought to himself that the desire for battle had awakened, and he personally charged into the fray. Gong Sun Zan said, "My lord, while the number of beasts is considerable, their quality is relatively poor. Rest assured we will hold the line for you. For our lord we will fight to the last moment without regret, even if it means death. For our lord we will fight to the last moment without regret." The surrounding White Horse Brigade and goblins echoed in unison, their voices shaking the heavens, gradually joined by shouts from 3 other directions. Chen Wen quickly waved his hand to signal them to stop. "Thank you all for your trust in me, Chen Wen. I will surely. We swear loyalty to our lord. We swear to defend our homeland." Seeing that nothing was amiss with Gong Sun Zan, Chen Wen proceeded to check on Kaiki and the others. The situation was similar to Gongsun Zan's, with the main attack direction not coming from the other three sides, but from the front gate. The Minotaurs were easily excited. When Chen Wen arrived, they were already in a blood-soaked frenzy, charging into the beast horde. Meanwhile, Kaiki stood behind the troops, directing the White Horse Brigade and goblins in their shooting. However, the number of magical beasts was increasing, and the surrounding bodies had piled up into hundreds, forming a small mountain. This was still a result of Chen Wen taking the opportunity to disassemble beasts during attacks, while soldiers dragged him back to the walls. Inside the walls, an elderly goblin was disassembling corpses using the system. His speed was remarkable, but being the only one limited his efficiency. The disassembled corpses were stored in the warehouse. Chen Wen made a round, instructing them not to get overzealous and to maintain their defense. Returning to the front gate, Chen Wen saw the White Horse Brigade hunting drank magical beasts. He drew his meteorite-heavy sword, aimed at a charging wind wolf, and rushed forward, not using any skill, striking down with a single sword at the wolf's head. In an instant, the wolf's head exploded like a watermelon, blood splattering everywhere. The sky was already beginning to darken. The surrounding magical beasts were dwindling, leaving only a few crank beasts. At this moment, Chen Wen noticed a crack in the sky above the magical beasts, initially a small dark line, which gradually widened to over 2 meters wide and 10 meters high. The crack emitted an oppressive black aura, instilling a sense of discomfort, as if something terrifying was about to emerge that could devour souls. The aura from the crack even affected the remaining crank magical beasts below, making them restless with blood. Chen Wen, sensing something ominous about the crack, quickly called over a goblin, saying, "Go check if Gongsun General and Niu Da side has any black holes. If not, instruct Gongsun General to come to the front gate." After a while, Chen Wen saw Gongsun Zan running over. Gongsun Zan said, "I pay my respects to you, my lord." Chen Wen replied, "There's no need for formalities, Gongsun General. Quickly look ahead." Gongsun Zan looked up at the black hole ahead, saying, "My lord, the black hole ahead is emanating abyssal demonic energy. Abyssal magical beasts may emerge. However, it is generally impossible for abyssal magical beasts to cross over into the glorious continent." Chen Wen asked, "Gongsun General, what is abyssal demonic energy? What are abyssal magical beasts?" Gongsun Zan replied, "My lord, from the moment you summoned us, we have largely lost our memories, only remembering our loyalty to you and our own strength. However, the abyss seems to be imprinted in our minds, unforgettably the enemy of all creation. Abyssal demonic energy is highly corrosive. Those corrupted by abyssal demonic energy become bloodthirsty and violent, losing their sanity, turning into mindless husks. Abyssal magical beasts reside in the abyss. While they retain some level of intelligence, they are extremely bloodthirsty and brutal, growing stronger by consuming flesh and blood with no possibility of communication. It is a fight to the death upon sight." Chen Wen thought, "This game is truly relentless. Do they intend to kill us without remorse?" Just as he was about to ask Gongsun Zan for more information, suddenly a pair of hands emerged from the crack, desperately clawing their way out, as if something was pulling from behind, pushing forcefully against the edges of the crack. Finally, a giant 6 meters tall with thick legs and a broad waist emanating a dark aura leaped out from the crack. Chen Wen hurriedly threw out an appraisal. Abyssal giant Brank, a giant race born in the abyss with adult strength equivalent to SS rank. This is a juvenile abyssal giant still in its growth phase, possessing only Brank strength, yet significantly stronger than an average Brank. It accidentally entered a spatial crack and fortuitously arrived in the glorious world. Those who encounter it are truly fortunate. May you possess the strength to deal with it, or you shall become its dinner. Chen Wen looked at the last introduction entering the spatial tunnel by a stroke of fate, feeling speechless. The system is really inhumane. This should be the final wave. As long as he dealt with it, everything would be perfect. Chen Wen summoned a goblin and instructed him to bring Niu Da over. 2 minutes later, Chen Wen saw Lu Da's burly figure approaching. Ever since Lu Da broke through to be rank, he had grown even more massive, now towering at 4 meters, nearly matching the abyssal troll. Chen Wen said, "Niu Da, in a moment, General Gongsun, and I will deal with the abyssal troll. Can you lead the cavalry here to handle dozens of C-rank beasts? Is that a problem?" Niu Da replied, "My lord, the abyssal troll is too dangerous. How about I handle it while you lead the troops against the beasts?" Chen Wen snapped, "No more nonsense, obey the orders." Niu Da's face showed a reluctant expression, but he responded cheerfully, "As you command, my lord." "My lord, please be careful. General Gongsun, protect our lord well." Gongsun Zan and Lu Da exchanged glances. "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, nothing will harm our lord." The abyssal troll fully emerged from the dark spatial rift, which then vanished, as if it had been sewn back together, leaving no trace of its former existence. The abyssal troll surveyed its surroundings excitedly, opening its mouth, which was a full 20 centimeters wide. Roar, roar, roar. Although the beasts around it were also tall, they were nothing compared to the abyssal troll. Hearing the abyssal troll's roar, even the beasts affected by its aura, which had become somewhat frenzied, stabilized and trembled on the ground. The abyssal troll excitedly pounded its massive fists against its chest, resembling an enormous gorilla. Chen Wen observed the movements of the abyssal troll, his heart heavy. The mere aura it emitted was suffocating. Chen Wen instructed, General Gongsuan, first use arrows to lure the abyssal troll to the open space. Nyota, once we lead the abyssal troll there, you must deal with those beasts at the fastest speed. Do not let them breach the walls, or our losses will be catastrophic. Nyota swung his double-sided axe in the air, saying, "You can trust me, my lord. I will definitely deal with those beasts at the fastest speed." Gongsun Zan replied, "As you command, my lord." At that moment the elder walked out from behind the walls, saying, "Chen Wen, you must be careful. You are the core of our territory and must not encounter any issues." "Daddy, be careful. You can do it. You are the strongest in my heart," Linger said, her face filled with worry. As a nature spirit, she could sense the natural aversion towards the abyssal troll and its terrifying presence. Chen Wen patted Linger and instructed her to go to the elder and stay with Xiaobai. General Gongsuan, begin now. Gongsun Zan drew out a massive bow over 2 meters long with a fine translucent string. He didn't draw his sword, but rested one hand on the bowstring. Channeling his internal energy into the bow, energy from the surroundings began to gather around it, forming a luminous. With a sharp whoosh, the light arrow shot straight at the abyssal troll. This startled Chen Wen, as they stood at least 2 kilometers away from the abyssal troll, and he had not seen Gongsun Zan use a bow before. In fact, Chen Wen had been so busy lately that he hadn't even checked Gongsun Zan's attributes after summoning him. Gongsun Zan, B rank, physique 700, spirit 500, talent growing stronger in battle skills, amazing demon slaying technique, lightning arrow. There were many other skills related to horsemanship and basic archery. Chen Wen had overthought it. The light arrow struck the roaring troll's chest, resulting in a violent explosion, sending dust and debris flying. Before the dust settled, a massive figure burst forth from the swirling clouds, each step creating a dent in the ground, as if the earth itself trembled. Gongsun Zan's shot had inflicted minimal damage, leaving only a bullseyed wound on the abyssal troll's chest, with most of the surrounding area charred. For such a large creature, a wound the size of a bull would only slightly damage its muscle. "General Gongsuan, let's go," Chen Wen urged. Chen Wen drew out his meteorite heavy sword while Gongsun Zan put away the giant bow and drew a long spear, the spear over 2 meters long, the tip shining with a chilling light. The spear was intricately carved with a pitch-black dragon lifelike, with the spear tip resembling the dragon's tongue. Amazing demon dragon spear, B rank, sealed SSS rank, incredibly hard, unmatched sharpness, forged from the materials used to hunt a world-threatening black dragon, exclusive to Gongsun Zan, currently sealed as SSS rank, to be unsealed as Gongsun Zan's strength increases. Chen Wen looked at Gongsun Zan's weapon with envy. Such a growth-type weapon was incredibly fortunate. Chen Wen had never seen one before, and now he had changed his weapon twice as his strength increased. Having a growth-type weapon was incredibly lucky. One must understand that a weapon is a cultivator's second life. The more familiar a cultivator is with their weapon, the more they can unleash their true power. In a dangerous moment, Chen Wen couldn't think too much and charged towards the abyssal troll alongside Gongsun Zan. As they approached the abyssal troll, Chen Wen unleashed a wind blade, but the troll swatted it away with its giant hand, dispersing it effortlessly, barely breaking through any defense. Chen Wen was not disappointed by this outcome. After all, Gongsun Zan's arrow had also failed to severely injure the abyssal troll. Gongsun Zan led the way, his expression serious as he gripped the spear tightly and gathered his internal energy, letting out a loud roar. Dragon spear. The black dragon on the spear seemed to come alive, unleashing a dragon-shaped internal energy as they neared the abyssal troll just 10 meters away. Roar, roar, a dragon's roar echoed through the dragon-shaped internal energy. The abyssal troll sensed the incredible might of the dragon and recognized its own terrifying nature. It halted and swiftly dodged to the side. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Wen struck the abyssal troll in the. A massive gash was left on the troll's thigh, cutting through muscle to reveal white bone. Black blood oozed from. The abyssal troll roared in fury. Roar. It never expected to be wounded twice by mere ants. Its injuries severely impacted its combat strength. Abandoning Gongsun Zan, it swung a fist towards Chen Wen. Chen Wen had just finished one attack and had no time to dodge. The meteorite heavy sword was raised to block the abyssal troll's punch. The instant their fists collided, Chen Wen felt an immense force transmit through the sword, causing him to stagger back 3 meters with the meteorite heavy sword trembling in his hands. Fortunately, the meteorite heavy sword was forged from extraterrestrial meteorite. A regular long sword would have shattered under such a heavy blow. Watching Chen Wen and the others draw away the abyss giant, the beasts at the edge of the jungle were restless, with some beginning to slowly withdraw. Upon hearing the roar of the abyss giant, they all turned their heads to look at Chen Wen and the others. Chen Wen had just exchanged blows with the abyss giant when he saw the beasts charging towards them on the battlefield. He shouted Nyo to stop them quickly. As soon as Chen Wen shouted Nyo to charge forward with a Tumter-long axe, his expression impassive, fully activating his technique, the great strength bull demon art. His muscles bulged, his height increased, and his armor creaked under the strain of the technique. While running, he emitted a thunderous bull roar. He charged directly into the swarm of beasts, sending a fire rhinoceros flying, which soared dozens of meters before crashing to the ground lifeless, with blood pooling around. With a swift backhand swing of his axe, he smashed all the nearby beasts around Lu, killing them instantly. The beasts, initially content due to the abyss giant, began to be influenced by the smell of blood, their eyes turning red and becoming bloodthirsty and violent. A majestic blue moving leopard enveloped in wind attribute spiritual energy dashed towards Nyota, its massive claws striking him directly. Luda stumbled, nearly falling. Although he wasn't seriously hurt, a crank beast had managed to close in on him, causing him to step. With a roar, he swung his axe down onto the blue moving leopard's head, crushing it like a watermelon, with blood gushing from its neck, like a fountain onto Nyota. The blood washed a portion of Nyoda's armor clean. With this charge, a single whirlwind axe had dispatched more than 10. This wasn't just because Nyota was exceptionally strong, but rather the gap between B and C ranks was immense, and Nyota, being a minotaur among orcs, possessed great strength and physical attributes comparable to the beasts. On the other side, the abyss giant was covered in numerous wounds, the most severe inflicted by Gongsun Zan. There was a fist-sized penetrating wound in the abyss giant's abdomen, through which its intestines could be seen writhing, dark blood flowing down in a gruesome and horrifying scene. Chen Wen had also left many sword wounds on the abyss giant, but none were deep enough to cause serious injury. Indeed, the abyss giant's strength and defense surpassed those of Chen Wen and Gongsun Zan, but its speed was inferior. At that moment, he could only be passively beaten. Chen Wen said, "General Gongsun, I'll hold him off, see if you can deal." Gongsun Zan replied, "My lord, you must be careful." As he spoke, he retreated a full 30 meters, pulling out his giant bow that was over 2 meters long. Seeing Gongsun retreat, the abyss giant's blood-red eyes fixed intently on Chen Wen, who stood directly in front of the towering creature. A palpable pressure bore down. The abyss giant roared in fury. Roar. Roar. It was enraged that such insignificant beings had inflicted so many wounds upon it. First it would deal with this insignificant ant, and then it would take care of the other. The distance between Chen Wen and the abyss giant was merely 2 steps. Chen Wen took a deep breath, showing no hesitation, brandishing his heavy sword and channeling his internal energy. He bent his legs and leaped into the air, soaring above the abyss giant. The iron-heavy sword was enveloped in internal energy, forming a thick layer of sword chi around it. Splitting Mount Huashan, Chen Wen shouted. The abyss giant recognized the power of this technique and raised its arms to block Chen Wen's heavy sword. At the moment of contact, Chen Wen's heavy sword cut through the abyss giant's flesh, reaching its bones, producing a metallic. The abyss giant was forced down onto one knee by the sheer force of the blow. General Gongsun now. Gongsun Zan inhaled deeply, channeling all his internal energy into the giant bow, which slowly formed a massive arrow twice the size of his previous sword, over 3 meters long and as thick as an arm. Lightning arrow, Gongsun shouted, releasing the bowstring. The light arrow transformed into a beam of. Before either Chen Wen or the abyss giant could react, the light arrow pierced through the abyss giant's left eye, creating. Despite such grievous wounds, the abyss giant did not die on the spot. Instead, it raised its head, glaring at Chen Wen with hatred in its remaining eye. In midair, Chen Wen looked at the abyss giant, which now had only one eye and a massive gaping hole on its right side, feeling a shiver under its intense gaze. Roar! Roar! With 2 angry roars, the abyss giant's arms slowly drooped, its remaining blood-red eye. Chen Wen hurriedly drew back his sword and retreated, standing next to Gongsun Zan, wary of any sudden counterattack from the abyss giant. Gongsun Zan sheathed his giant bow and rushed over with a spear, shouting, "My lord." Chen Wen replied, "General Gongsun, well done." Although he spoke, his eyes remained locked on the abyss giant's body. Only when the abyss giant slowly fell backward, creating a dent in the ground, did Chen Wen let out a deep breath, a smile of exhaustion breaking across his face. "General Gongsun, we have won." Gongsun Zan also smiled, "Yes, my lord, we have won." At this moment, Chen Wen remembered that Nyota was still over there battling beasts, and quickly looked up. Surrounded by a dense circle of carcasses, Nyota had taken down a giant whale, orange crocodile, a fire rhinoceros, and others. All these crank beasts were the overlords at the edge of the Lucky Forest. Today they all perished at Chen Wen's hands. Nyota was engaged in a fierce melee with a thunderstorm demon ape nearly the same height as himself. Nyota's bovine face was lit up with excitement, his eyes bloodshot. His armor was completely wrecked, and the thunderstorm demon ape was covered in dents, showing no signs of life. Chen Wen hurried over Nyota. "Stop. He's already dead." Upon hearing Chen Wen's voice, Luda slowly regained clarity in his large bell-like eyes. "My lord, have we won?" Nyota asked, looking exhausted. Chen Wen shot a stern glance at Luda, annoyed. In the heat of battle, one must not neglect their surroundings. If someone were to ambush, Nyota would be in grave danger. Chen Wen walked over and patted Luda's arm, which he could only reach, saying, "Don't worry, we have won. You've done well. Elder Kaiji, you all come over here," Chen Wen called out. As Chen Wen shouted, a small figure dashed towards him, rubbing against his face, covering him in blood. "Daddy, I was so worried about you." "Let me heal you," Linger said. As she spoke, a healing light enveloped Chen Wen, Nyota, and Gongsun Zan. After being healed by Linger's healing light, Chen Wen felt a significant relief from both mental and physical fatigue. Gulao and Linda quickly rushed over, watching the fierce battle outside the city wall with hearts racing, especially after the appearance of the abyssal troll, whose towering height of 5 to 6 meters was quite impressive considering that an average human stands only about 1.7 to 1.9 meters tall. Through cultivation in this world, Chen Wen had experienced a second growth spurt, now standing at 2 meters tall. The safety of their lives depended entirely on Chen Wen and his companions. If they failed, it was likely that they would not survive. Greetings, Lord. Chen Wen, looking exhausted, arranged the next steps. Niu de General Gongsuan organized the troops. Everyone has worked hard today, let's clean up the battlefield a bit, and let those on patrol go rest. Gongsun Zan and Niu de responded, understood, my lord. After speaking, the two of them dragged their tired bodies away to arrange for the Minotaurs and White Horse volunteers. Gulao, you handle things here simply. Command the goblins and gremlins to clean up the battlefield today. Bring all magical beasts inside the walls, and tomorrow we will decompose the corpses of various levels of magical beasts, keeping any useful materials. Everything must be categorized. These will be our future resources for battle, and we must take it seriously. Gulao's wrinkled face broke into a smile. Leave these matters to us. You all go rest quickly. By now the sky outside was nearly dark. It took half an hour to deal with the abyssal troll. The goblins and gremlins began to use fire to handle the magical beasts outside. Watching the bustling scene, Chen Wen walked toward the abyssal troll. He saw it lying on the ground, its pitch-black body stained with blood that dyed the surrounding area black. What a pity! This abyssal troll is a humanoid creature, making it inedible. Although survival in this other world was the top priority, there were no constraints of law or morality. However, the 24 character social values instilled in him during peaceful times were prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, patriotism, dedication, integrity, and kindness. Still, he had to maintain the last line of defense as a human. Without a bottom line, one could not truly be called human. Decompose. Ding, you received 10 strands of abyssal magic energy, 100 units of corrupted flesh, 1 set of grade bones, 1 grade energy crystal, a skill book for the giant strength body, refinement technique, 10 foundation establishment pills, and 10 6-yang recovery pills. Chen Wen's face finally revealed a smile. He had gained quite a bit, and had no time to ponder it further, directly tossing it into his backpack. He walked towards the safe haven with Linger and Xiaobai. Upon reaching the second floor and lying in bed, Chen Wen fell asleep. This day had truly been exhausting. In a daze, Chen Wen seemed to hear the system's notification sound. Ding, congratulations, you have officially upgraded to a safe haven and received a gift package from a strong individual. Hundreds of kilometers away in the Lord's mansion of Xingyan City, a middle-aged man around 30 to 40 years old sat in a tall position, wearing a deep blue, half-dipped, half-bleached robe, with its Song-Chilan patterned gold ribbon at his waist, dark red hair, distinct phoenix eyes beneath his brows, and a burly physique, truly an exceptional talent. Sitting below him was a man in armor with a serious expression, a sword hanging at his waist, standing respectfully. This was Su Song, who had found Chen Wen in the Xingyan forest some time ago. Situ Xian Yuan asked, are you saying that the magical beasts on the outskirts of Xingyan forest have gone berserk, creating a small beast tide, and that the direction of the tide points to the location of the chosen one you found? Su Song replied, yes, my lord, and the Xingyan mirror has sensed the presence of magic energy. Should we send someone? The lord pondered for a moment, saying a small beast tide is a minor issue. Since that chosen one hasn't come here for help, it means he can handle it himself. Now that abyssal magic energy has appeared, there should be some changes. Su Captain, lead a team of city guards to investigate the position of the chosen one and report any intel promptly. Su Song clasped his hands together and bowed slightly, saying, understood, my lord. I will go select soldiers now. Situ Xian Yuan waved his hand. Go ahead, depart as soon as possible. Once Su Song left the lord's mansion, Situ Xian Yuan walked to the garden behind the mansion, looking up at the pitch-black sky, with not a single star visible, as if it were a deep black hole, unfathomable and mysterious. What a troubling time! Once again the chosen one has appeared, and now magic energy has emerged in Xingyan Forest. It has been so many years since magic energy last appeared in Xingyan City. He sighed deeply and returned to his resting place. The next day, Chen Wen opened his eyes. The sky outside was already bright, with sunlight streaming in through the window, feeling somewhat blinding. Daddy, you're awake. Linger flew over joyfully, and Xiaobai jumped onto Chen Wen's neck. Chen Wen instinctively reached out to pet their heads. Linger, how long has it been bright? Linger replied, Daddy, it has been bright for over 2 hours. With that, Chen Wen had directly slept until noon the next day. He took out the survival manual to review his gains from yesterday. Chen Wen discovered that after yesterday's battle, both his physique and spirit had greatly improved. Estimating that he should now be at the mid-B level. Indeed, combat was one of the fastest ways to enhance strength. It was worth noting that it had only been a few days since Chen Wen broke through to B level, remarkable for someone just over 20 years old, with actual cultivation time being only a little over a month. In the original residence, such talent would be considered a once in 1,000 years occurrence. Thinking about it, it was understandable. Chen Wen's talent was the perfect absorption of 3 level resources. While others consumed 10 portions, their absorption was not as effective as Chen Wen's 1 portion. Chen Wen's food consisted of C and B level meats, genius treasures, and even a grade vermilion fruits and diluted life water. At this stage, most survivors were still hovering around C and D levels, just like Gulao when he first arrived, who was only E level. 10 strands of abyssal magic energy, 100 units of corrupted flesh, 1 set of grade bones, 1 grade energy crystal, a skill book for the giant strength body, refinement technique, 10 foundation establishment pills, and 10 6-yang recovery pills. Gift package from a strong individual, X1. Where did this come from? Before sleeping last night, I vaguely heard the system notification, but I was too tired to pay attention. This must be it. Gift package from a strong individual. Due to your relentless efforts, you have upgraded the small wooden cabin base to a safe haven, successfully killed an abyssal creature, made great strides in your growth, and taken a significant step forward. This is a gift from a strong individual. Please use it with a grateful heart, as it can make you stronger and help you progress faster. Looking at this description, Chen Wen felt a surge of emotions. There must be something in this world that we survivors need to use, and the abyssal troll was definitely the system's doing. Chen Wen chuckled at himself. I barely managed to handle one abyssal troll and a minor beast tied. What else can I? Worrying about things that have yet to happen is futile. The key is to enhance my strength. Chen Wen examined the items obtained from the abyssal giant. Contaminated meat tainted by abyssal demonic energy, not of the abyssal race. Consuming it will lead to death from the erosion of abyssal energy. Of course, if you wish to commit suicide, this is an ideal state without any pain. Grade energy crystal, an energy crystal cultivated by the abyssal giant, which can assist in cultivation and charge various energy-required items containing 1000 energy. Grade bone, a bone from the abyssal giant forged by abyssal energy, extremely hard. Only a grade weapons can harm it, making it a top-notch material for weapon crafting. Titan body refinement skill, a legacy cultivation method of the abyssal giant clan. Once mastered, it grants invulnerability to blades and immense strength. This technique is indeed very useful. I can cultivate energy through the Qi refinement method and use the water droplet meditation for mental focus. My defensive abilities are still lacking, so this will perfectly complement my shortcomings. 3 Transformation Foundation Establishment Pill, a precious pill crafted by a master alchemist using various rare herbs specifically targeting body refinement experts, exceedingly valuable and only available for use by members of prominent families. 6 Sun Demonic Recovery Pill, an exceptionally rare pill in the abyss for replenishing internal demonic energy. It is also highly toxic, making it of little use. Chen Wen sighed with resignation. After such a hard battle against the abyssal giant, I only obtained 2 useful items. Randomly took out the Titan Body Refinement Technique. Ding, Titan Body Refinement skill discovered. Oh, would you like to learn it? Chen Wen learn. The Titan Body Refinement skill surged into Chen Wen's sea of consciousness as a beam of light, flooding his mind with countless body refinement techniques. After a brief glance, he realized that many parts of his body required focused training. There were numerous imperfections and lack of coordination. The previous training methods he had learned were utterly unworthy. This text detailed a gradual progression from superficial to profound, covering everything from skin to bones, blood to internal organs. Even a fool could achieve minor success if they endured the pain. However, reaching advanced levels was still incredibly difficult. In the later stages, mere training would not suffice. Certain special conditions were required. Now was not the time for cultivation. A true treasure chest awaited Chen Wen to open. Ding, you have obtained a Xianyuan Sword 1, 5-element soil 1-0, and an exclusive troop type. Xianyuan Sword grade sealed unknown, a sacred sword forged from the copper of the Mountain of the Immortals by the Yellow Emperor. One side of the blade is engraved with mountains and flora, while the other bears the sun, moon, and stars. The hilt features techniques for agriculture and husbandry on one side and strategies for unifying the seas on the other. Skills 1. Favorable weather. Natural disasters occurring in the territory are reduced by 30 while wielding the Xianyuan sword. 2. Awe of the mountains. Holding the Xianyuan sword can intimidate creatures of lower level than yourself. 3. Lord of the Sacred Path. Wielding the Xianyuan sword allows you to recruit one hero from the Time-Space Tavern each month who is willing to follow you. Chen Wen looked at these introductions, his mouth watering, and quickly swapped for the Xianyuan sword. A flash of golden light appeared as the Xianyuan sword materialized in Chen Wen's hand. He picked it up for a closer inspection. The sword was approximately 1 meters long with a blade width of 3 centimeters and a hilt of about 20 centimeters. Its entire body was golden, exuding an aura of authority and dominance. One side of the blade was engraved with mountains and flora, while the other showcased the sun, moon, and stars. The hilt featured techniques for agriculture and husbandry on one side and strategies for unifying the seas on the opposite. The more Chen Wen looked at it, the more he liked it. If it weren't for the 2 other treasures waiting to be examined, he would have taken it outside to test it immediately. When Chen Wen tried to store the Xianyuan sword in his backpack, he found it impossible. With a thought, the Xianyuan sword entered his body, floating in the Dantian. 5-element soil, top-tier material for constructing caves and paradises containing a large amount of 5-element substances and spatial energy. Exclusive troop type can summon 300 loyal Xian armor guardians to your side. Construction requirements with 300 stone, 300 iron, 100 meat, 300 upgrade crystal 1 Chen Wen looked at this exclusive troop type, utterly puzzled, unsure of its significance. Other races also summon loyal troops. Oh, what is the difference? Moreover, the construction requirements were so high, even more than the White Horse Edo. Chen Wen, system, can the 5-element soil be used to upgrade the paradise? Ding, using 5-element soil can directly upgrade to a medium-sized paradise, or would you like to proceed? Chen Wen quickly halted, unsure if the next upgrade would trigger a beast tide. System, will this upgrade attract a beast tide? Ding, the 5-element soil contains a large amount of spatial energy. After the paradise upgrade, the heart of energy does not need to draw energy from the outside, so energy tides will not occur. Chen Wen suppressed his impulse to upgrade and decided to check outside to see how the ancient ones were faring. Chen Wen looked up at Linger, who was dancing gracefully in the air, and softly said, "Linger, come down. Oh, let's go see the situation outside." Linger happily replied, "Coming, daddy." Little Bai also chirped, jumping onto Chen Wen's shoulder. Chen Wen felt a surge of joy seeing the two little ones. After walking around the first floor, he did not see the ancient one. At the entrance, he encountered the hurriedly approaching. Chen Wen waved to the ancient one. "Ancient, what is causing you to rush so urgently?" The ancient one replied, "Little Chen, the warehouse is insufficient. The warehouse you built earlier is already full. Although goblins and gremlins can build warehouses, their constructed warehouses lack preservation functions and are prone to damage." Chen Wen, "That's not a big deal. I will build 3 large warehouses right away." Building warehouses is simple, as there is plenty of wood and stone available now. He continued to ask, "How is the dissection of the magical beasts progressing?" The ancient one replied, "I was just about to report to you, all the magical beasts have been completely dissected. Sometimes we haven't even had time to process them due to their sheer numbers. Grade magical beast meat 500 portions, grade magical beast meat 200 portions, 300 portions, of the grade magical beast meat, grade beast skins 100 portions, grade beast skins 500 portions, and a grade beast skins 1300 portions. Additionally, there are some that were severely damaged, kept in a separate area to see if they can be used later. There are still various bones and a portion of skill books, mostly D and E grades. There are only 3 grade skill books. A portion of treasure chest blueprints is yet to be organized, and I will hand them over to you once finished." The ancient one took out 3 skill books from his backpack and handed them to Chen Wen. Meteor, Fire, Rain, Thunder Summoning Technique, Taiji Health Cultivation. Chen Wen looked at the introductions of the skill books. The Taiji Health Cultivation technique, being a health method, could prolong life, but was of no use to him. So he directly learned the Meteor, Fire, Rain, and Thunder Summoning technique. Meteor, Fire, Rain was a magic attack that consumed mental power and was an area attack. The Thunder Summoning technique belonged to Taoist practices and required a vessel for guidance when used. He handed the Taiji Health Cultivation book back to the ancient one. "Ancient, you should learn this skill book. It has strong health benefits that can keep you healthy, which is of little use to me." The elder, smiling, took over the Tai Chi Health Cultivation technique and began to learn it in front of Chen Wen. Chen Wen was astonished by the elder's statistics. There are nearly 600 portions of meat alone. This is from the monster beasts. If all the wild beasts are fully decomposed, it could be close to 100. Generally, 1 portion decomposed by the system weighs 10 gene, which equates to 1,000,000 gene of meat. Currently, the total population in the territory is less than 400, including the goblin tribe and goblins. This is enough for everyone to eat for 2 years. This time, the beast tide attacked in turns with a total of 8 waves, each wave consisting of hundreds to thousands of wild beasts and monster beasts. Chen Wen observed the elder as he finished learning the Tai Chi Health Cultivation technique. Immediately, he said, "With so many resources, we must build several more warehouses, and we should also exchange for some useful items outside of trading." The elder, smiling, replied, "Indeed, no matter how much meat we have, it won't be useful, but many items in the trading channel are truly valuable. Furthermore, our farmland will significantly expand. After this beast tide, the area around our territory within 3 kilometers is almost flat, essentially a small plain, making it a natural planting base." As they walked, Chen Wen said to the elder, "Let's go select a location for the warehouse. Building large warehouses requires careful selection, and we can't just choose any random spot." While walking and chatting, Chen Wen and the elder ultimately decided to construct the warehouse near the farmland so that future harvested resources could be stored conveniently. Arriving at the back of the small wooden house, more than half of the 10 acres of farmland was lush with crops. Although the elder had only been there for 3 days, he was more attentive to the farmland than Chen Wen, having instructed the goblins to replant according to the best layout with various crops neatly arranged. The river, originally more than 2 kilometers away from the small wooden house, is now only a little over 1 kilometer from the farmland, and the trees have been cleared, allowing a clear view of the small river. Chen Wen took out the rescue manual and flipped to the manufacturing section. He manufactured 5 warehouses, placing them at the back of the small wooden house, with each battlefield covering over 20 square meters. Most importantly, the system's manufacturing ensures they are of high quality and contain spatial principles. During this time, whenever Chen Wen had the chance, he explored the trading platform. These were no longer the small warehouses of the past, but large-scale ones. With 10,000 compartments, each compartment can store 100 of the same item. After finishing the warehouses, Chen Wen turned to the elder and said, "Elder, I will need your help to organize and categorize everything here. I want to see how Nyoda and General Gongsun are doing." The elder replied with a serious expression, "Leave it to me. I'm quite adept with numbers." Once I finish organizing here, I'll go to the small wooden house to show you the statistical results. Linger flew over happily. Daddy, I want to help Grandpa Gu plant these things here. Chen Wen wore a loving expression. Our Linger has grown up knowing how to share the burden with Daddy, but don't tire yourself out. Linger pouted. Daddy, don't underestimate me. I'm quite powerful now, am already grade D, and have acquired a new and, accompanied by her delicate little face, she was simply adorable. Haha, it's my fault, I underestimated Linger. You're amazing. The elder also smiled as he watched this mismatched pair of father and daughter. However, he felt a twinge of sadness and murmured, I wonder how my wife is doing. Is she still alive? Although the elder spoke very softly, if it were the Chen Wen of the past, he surely would not have heard it, but now after several rounds of training, he had reached grade B, and his senses were extremely sharp. He also put away his smile, and said seriously to the elder, rest assured. As long as I have strength, I will definitely help you find your family. Thank you, Xiao Chen. If it weren't for you, I might not have survived. The elder looked at Chen Wen gratefully. Elder, there's no need to be polite with me. Once I finish my work, I will take you to a wonderful place that I guarantee you will like. Chen Wen did not continue discussing this topic with the elder. He said goodbye and walked towards the barracks. As the territory expanded, there were also downsides. The distance from the farmland to the barracks is now about 1 kilometer, taking several minutes to walk. At the entrance of the barracks, 2 sentinel soldiers saw Chen Wen approaching and quickly saluted. Greetings, Lord. Chen Wen replied, no need for formalities. I'm here to find General Gongsun and Yoda. Reporting to the Lord, Commander Yoda has gone out on patrol and General Gongsun is training soldiers in the camp. Alright. Chen Wen nodded and walked into the barracks. Gongsun Zan was earnestly training the white horse Isong, and Nyo too, completely oblivious to Chen Wen's presence. Chop/stab charge kick. He shouted the movements loudly. After finishing a set of actions, he finally noticed Chen Wen watching from the side, and hurriedly ran over to salute. Greetings, Lord. Becoming flustered, he waved his hand. General Gongsun, there's no need for formalities. In our era, there are no such rules. Everyone is equal. All those in my camp are people I wish to protect. He briefly discussed matters of the barracks with Gongsun Zan. Then he said, General Gongsun, I have obtained a blueprint for summoning troops. Come with me to take a look. Gongsun Zan quickly followed. Chen Wen exited the barracks and walked to the other side of the White Horse Isong summoning area to place the Xianjia guards beside the White Horse Isong. He took out the exclusive troop blueprint. After clicking to use it, Chen Wen dragged the resulting virtual shape next to the White Horse Isong. Xianjia guards. Chen Wen's exclusive troop type can summon 300 initially level 1 Xianjia guards. They can only be resummoned if the number of soldiers decreases. When paired with warhorses, they become light cavalry. They are a growth type troop with extremely high potential. They possess exclusive troop skills. 1 Bloodbath can advance to grade E through combat, consuming 100,100. 2 Life and Death together. Grade E can connect 3 individuals to bear damage together. 3 United Effort. Grade E can channel 10 of Xianjia's strength to the commander. Summoning materials meet 10 or 20 with 20 attribute Spirit Stone. 1 Chen Wen was left speechless as he looked at these skills. This is unbelievable. He really wanted to shout, who else is there? Fortunately, Chen Wen retained his rationality and suppressed such childish thoughts. However, upon seeing the summoning materials, Chen Wen felt deflated. He currently had only about 30 attribute Spirit Stones in stock. No matter how much it costs, I must summon the Xianjia guards. He gritted his teeth and directly used 30 attribute Spirit Stones to summon 30 Xianjia guards. Summoning in 321. Summoning complete. The Xianjia guards summoned from the camp gradually emerged 30 human soldiers clad in dark black armor, each wielding a curved blade, standing tall and imposing, lining up neatly, kneeling on one knee and rising to shout. Greetings, Lord. Each one was tall with serious expressions, giving off a strong sense of discipline. Chen Wen quickly instructed them to rise. Chen Wen looked at the first soldier on the far left, who emerged with glossy black hair and deep-set eyes. If not for his serious demeanor, he would seem gentle and handsome. He commanded, from now on you will be called Xian Yi, followed by Xian Er Xian San. Thank you, Lord, for the name. A resounding voice echoed. Chen Wen was a person who disliked trouble, addressing Xian Yi. From now on you will lead the Xuanjia guards. Take the Xuanjia guards and General Gongsun Zhan to train in the barracks. Once I finish my business, I will take you out to hunt monsters and level up. Understood, my lord. Gongsun Zhan looked on enviously and said, My lord, your troops are truly powerful. They are undoubtedly among the best in the world. Chen Wen corrected him. General Gongsun troops are classified into levels. Gongsun Zhan patiently replied, Strictly speaking, troops are not ranked. It usually depends on what skills they can develop during training and the potential of the soldier's talents. For example, my White Horse Cavalry's talents can only be considered slightly above average with limited growth potential. Most can only reach a grade, and only a small portion can reach S grade. So far, the White Horse Cavalry has only developed 1 troop skill, Rain of Arrows, which increases the power and accuracy of arrows when everyone draws their bows. Your Xuanjia guards have the first skill, Bloodbath, which allows warriors to evolve through battle. This means that as long as they fight enough, there is no upper limit to their growth. If trained well, they can definitely become the top troops in the world. Gongsun Zhan grew increasingly excited, as if the Xuanjia guards belonged to him. Just then, while Chen Wen and Gong Sun were in high spirits, they spotted Lu De approaching from a distance with a displeased expression. Haha, who has upset our commander Lu? Chen Wen joked. Hearing Chen Wen's voice, Lu De hurried over. His height and weight made it feel as though the ground could hardly bear his weight, shaking as he ran. My lord, the main issue is that there are very few magical beasts around for several kilometers, and there's no place to train and fight anymore. Chen Wen couldn't help but laugh at Lu Da's response. Please wait patiently. Once I finish dealing with things in the territory, I will take Xiao Bai and you all to the forest to search for treasures. Xiao Bai, hearing Chen Wen's words, jumped up and down on his shoulder, looking very pleased. As he thought about how to let Lu De and Gong Sun familiarize themselves with the barracks, he walked over to an ancient area where he saw an elder bent over weeding. Chen Wen took 2 steps forward, rolled up his sleeves, and began weeding alongside the elder. After finishing a patch of land, Chen Wen said, Elder, you really shouldn't be doing such laborious work. With goblins and gremlins around, don't wear yourself out. You are a treasure to the territory. The elder laughed heartily. It's good to exercise sometimes. After reaching E-level in this world, my body has improved a lot. I should have the physical quality of someone in their 40s or 50s. Chen Wen spoke these words out of concern, fearing the elder would wear himself out. Elder, come, I will take you to a special place just for you. You will definitely like it, the elder said with a smile. What kind of place is it? You keep me in suspense. You will know soon, Chen Wen replied. He led the elder to the other side of the blessed land. Here stood a solitary building, unlike the several buildings lined up on the other side. This side only had the research. Chen Wen pushed open the door to find gremlins resting in the hall, discussing vigorously with great excitement. Chen Wen noticed 1 or 2 of them arguing, their faces flushed. The moment they saw Chen Wen arrive, they fell silent. Greetings, my lord. No need for such formality, carry on, he said. The elder observed the environment, reading the signs on the doors of each room, and had a vague guess. Chen Wen brought the elder to the biology research room, pushed open the door, and walked in. Inside, soft white light illuminated the space of several hundred square meters. As the elder stepped into the room, he seemed to transform, no longer calm, with a flush on his face. Xiaochen, this. He was so excited he couldn't find his words. Chen Wen quickly spoke, reassuring the elder not to get too excited. This would be his workplace from now on. These things are truly advanced. Only the top laboratories in our Xia country can use such equipment. For a researcher, a good laboratory is their lifeblood. The elder calmed down and eagerly walked over to examine the various instruments. Various cultures, nutrient solutions, microscopes, gene separators, etc. Chen Wen watched the elder, excited as he touched and familiarized himself with the equipment in the lab. He quietly stepped back and closed the door. Just as he reached the hall, Kaichi emerged from the lab, running excitedly. My lord, we have restored the gremlin cannon. Upon hearing this, Chen Wen's interest was piqued. Where is it? Kaichi led Chen Wen to the storage of the research institute. The cannon resembled a type of earthen cannon from the anti-Japanese war period. It was a large iron tube, approximately 30 centimeters in diameter, mounted on a small cart. The lower half of the iron tube had a round opening currently covered, which Chen Wen guessed was for loading ammunition. Chen Wen looked on excitedly. They had entered the age of cannons, a milestone. Let's go outside and test the power of this cannon. Chen Wen took 2 cannonballs from the cannon, placed them in his backpack, and began walking with a group of gremlins towards the outside of the research institute. Now there were no obstacles around the territory. They casually found a spot, set the cannon down on the ground, and Chen Wen inquired, how do you operate this? Kaichi promptly explained the operating procedures to Chen Wen in detail. After listening, Chen Wen felt that this cannon was remarkably similar to the earthen cannons from the anti-Japanese war. The back half of the cannon had a lid. He opened it, placed the cannonball inside, and left the fuse outside. Using a fireball spell the size of a fist, he held it in his palm and slowly approached the fuse, urging the gremlins to back away quickly. Zzz, the fuse burned swiftly. Kaichi shouted loudly to Chen Wen, my lord, quickly cover your ears. Our ancient texts say cannon explosions create a tremendous sound. Chen Wen nodded and covered his ears with both hands. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. 100 meters in front of the cannon, earth and stones flew, creating a massive pit over a meter deep and 10 meters wide. Chen Wen gazed at the power of this cannon, though his small frame would not be able to withstand it. If the abyssal giant were to encounter such a cannon, one shot would surely take half his life. Chen Wen turned to Kaichi and asked, is the production process for the cannon and its ammunition complicated? Can they be mass-produced? Upon hearing this, Kaichi's enthusiasm waned slightly. My lord, the production process for the cannon and ammunition is somewhat complex. The materials required for the ammunition are a bit special. They need magic cores, and the power of the ammunition differs based on the level of the magic cores used. Our manpower is too limited. Without a dedicated casting workshop, we currently cannot mass-produce them. Chen Wen said, build a dedicated casting factory in the territory and bring all the goblins from the goblin tribe to produce. What would the output be? If we bring all the goblins over, we could produce about 20 cannons in a month, and producing ammunition would be much simpler. The main issue is the high demand for magic cores. We could at least produce 1,000 shells in a month. With enough manpower and materials, the output can definitely increase. At that moment, Gong Sun, Yoda, and Xian Yi hurried over with their troops. Lord, what happened? Is there an enemy invasion? Chen Wen patiently explained the goblin cannon and the ongoing. Everyone looked in astonishment at the large pit on the ground. Gong Sun exclaimed, "Lord, with this kind of power it rivals the lethality of an rank powerhouse." Became anxious and asked, "General Gongsun, are you sure?" Gong Sun replied, "The power is indeed there, but as you said, Lord, its firing speed and accuracy are too slow to match an rank speed. An rank powerhouse can reach speeds of at least 100 meters per second." Chen Wen sighed, inwardly thinking there might be another trump card that could threaten ranks. Chen Wen instructed Kai Chi to bring back the goblins from the goblin tribe, leaving only the necessary living facilities and a portion of goblins and kobolds to mine there. After this period of collection, it was discovered that there were indeed mines located everywhere. The quality of the ores was also improving with grade and crade materials, such as fine gold and mysterious iron emerging. Chen Wen could not afford to give up this mine. He planned to upgrade the territory to a mid-level, and the Blessed Land would certainly expand further. Even with several thousand people, it felt insufficient. Chen Wen went to his small courtyard and took out the 5-colored soil. Looking at the 5-colored soil in his hand, it radiated golden, red, yellow, black, and green hues. It was colorful and particularly beautiful, feeling like soft fine sand when held. System used the 5-colored soil to upgrade the Blessed Land. Ding, upgrading the Blessed Land. Time required 24 hours. The time was not too long, just 2 days. It was getting late, and after having dinner in the hall on the first floor, it was already dark. The Ancient One hadn't come to the small building today, probably still in the laboratory. He walked back to the second floor with Xiaobai. Taking out the survival manual, he looked at the chat channel, noticing that there were only a little over 4,000 people left. "Everyone, what are your levels? Why is leveling up so hard? Haha, I'm already a rank now as strong as an ox. I could take on dozens of my former self in the old world. Wow, that's amazing. Can I join you? Do you need a little brother? I'll come over to you. Everyone, don't be silly. This map is so big. Ooh, I haven't encountered a single survivor in the past month. I did meet a few orcs, but they were very strong and not friendly to humans. How did you survive, Big Shot? Have you noticed that the number of people in our area is decreasing? There's only over 4,000 left. I don't know how much longer we can hold on." As soon as this was said, the chat channel fell silent for a moment. "Let's not think too much about it. Let's drink and be merry today. Who is wine? Let's drink together. I can handle thousands of cups. 1, 2, 3. I wonder how Big Shot Chen Wen is doing now." Chen Wen watched the various oddities in the chat channel. Seeing the topic suddenly shift to him, he also sent a message. "All is well. In recent days I encountered a beast tide and even met a brank abyss troll enduring a tough battle." As soon as Chen Wen spoke, the chat channel became quiet. Pokeball captured a Big Shot. "Big Shot, do you need any accessories? I can be your accessory. Can you all focus on the main point?" The Big Shot encountered a beast tide and also met some abyss troll, a brank abyss troll. Just hearing the name sounds particularly terrifying and dangerous. He was even defeated and killed. "What level of strength does the Big Shot have? Can you tell us more, Big Shot?" Chen Wen began to send messages in the chat channel. "I don't know much, but when I saw the Abyss Troll, I learned about the troll members living in the Abyss, bloodthirsty and brutal. They like to invade. Everyone, let's work hard to develop. This world is becoming increasingly unfriendly to us, and our strength need. I'll list some items I don't need on the trading channel shortly. If you have anything, you can exchange it." Chen Wen also reminded that the small wooden house would upgrade to a level 5 cave paradise, and during that time, they would experience moisture and need to be prepared. Abyss creatures might also appear. After saying this, he flipped to the manufacturing page, planning to create some better weapons for trade. Recently, he had obtained quite a few crade and grade weapon blueprints from opening treasure chests. Excellent longsword crade, a weapon forged from mysterious iron, extremely sharp, capable of easily cutting through crade animal defenses. Only 1,000 will be recruited. He also manufactured 1,000 healing potions. There should be no shortage of market for such medicines. Chen Wen flipped to the trading platform and placed many items he didn't need on the trading channel. Goblin musket 100 pieces, trading for a special item. Precious items, private message. Goblin ammunition 1,000 pieces, exchange for 10 plant seeds. High level meat, trading various blueprints. Common meat 0 pieces, trading for 1 stone, 1 wood, 1 or excellent long sword. Crade 1,000 pieces, trading for 1 attribute spirit stone or energy stone. Healing potion 1, trading for 5 medicinal herb seeds or medicinal herbs. Now this ordinary musket is no longer useful to Chen Wen of Kaichi, and their laboratory have already improved exquisite muskets. They can deal fatal damage to low-level creatures and can harm crate. After hanging up the trading items, he browsed the trading page to see if there was anything he needed. A grade spiritual spring, trading for 100 graded foods. Directly trade it down. There wasn't much else he needed. There were currently hundreds of kobolds and over 1,000 goblins in the territory, mining and chopping wood every day. After this period of moisture, food was abundant. As for drinking water, it was even less of a concern. A small river had already been channeled to the fields, completely sufficient for water. What Chen Wen wanted now were special buildings, special items, and troop blueprints. He first sent a message in the chat. Trading items have been listed. If you need anything, you can go purchase. Everyone hurry and check it out. The Big Shot has already made muskets. I've already exchanged for 1 using the seeds I collected and got 20 bullets in exchange. Mi Gao said, "Big shot, I have a blueprint here and want to exchange for something that can assist in cultivation." Space Equipment Manufacturing Blueprint can create various space equipment rings, bracelets, belts, wristbands, storage bags based on the space attributes contained in the materials or the amount of space energy added, determining different sizes. Chen Wen saw the introduction and was determined to exchange for it. "I have something that can increase levels, but the value difference is too great." Chen Wen sent the information about the Zhugui. A person with dark skin wearing a t-shirt with eyes too large resembling two bulging fish eyes was setting up fishing traps on a beach. This person was Mi Gao, who was excited to see the Zhugui information sent by Chen Wen. Mi Gao was already drank, yet no matter how much he ate, he couldn't break through in cultivation. Mi Gao was very lucky. When he crossed over to this side, he landed on a beach. Even luckier, during the talent selection, he obtained the talent of a fishing expert, becoming more attuned to fish, increasing the success rate of catching fish by 50. With this talent, he caught many leveled fish, which is why his level increased so quickly. Mi Gao paused his movements and started searching in his backpack. Leather Armor Manufacturing Blueprint can turn animal hides into leather armor. The defense of the leather armor is based on the level of the animal hides used, and depending on the animal's attributes, additional effects may also be gained. Big shot, I know these 2 items are still not enough. I also have 10 attribute spirit stones. Can we exchange? Chen Wen agreed to the exchange conditions. "Let's add each other as friends. You can trade good items with me later." Chen Wen sent a friend request. 2 seconds later, it was accepted. Mi Gao said, "Boss, I am busy at a critical moment here. I'll mention you when I have good items." Just then the system suddenly popped up with a message. "Ding, congratulations, you have survived for a month, but the real disaster is just beginning. Various calamities will soon descend, please be prepared." Ding, congratulations, you have survived for a month, but the real disaster is just beginning. Various calamities will soon descend, please be prepared. Ding, congratulations, you have survived for a month, but the real disaster is just beginning. Various calamities will soon descend, please be prepared. The system sent 3 messages in total. The chat channel erupted with excitement. "Did everyone see the system's announcement?" "Isn't that obvious?" someone replied. "This damn game doesn't want us to live. Do you know how much I sacrificed to survive this long in this strange world? I'm stuck in a desert lacking water, resources, and food. Every day, I rely on opening treasure chests to survive. I want to cry. They'll mourn for you for 3 seconds." Chen Wen felt heavy-hearted as he read the messages, recalling that there had indeed been no natural disasters in the past month. "If anyone has special items or needs anything, feel free to message me privately." After sending this message, Chen Wen lay down with a heavy heart and slowly fell asleep. The next day, Chen Wen woke up and checked the chat channel as usual. He then went to the barracks to test the gains from this wave of moisture and also assess his own strength. Most importantly, he had a bold idea he wanted to validate. Chen Wen took the Xianyuan sword and practiced the Starfall sword technique in the barracks training ground. Pierce, lift, slash, chop, crash, press, point. He practiced slowly again and again. His speed increased until a whirlwind formed around him, with the sword invisible, only the sword's light visible. A crowd of soldiers had gathered around. "The Lord is so powerful. I can't even take one of his blows. Look, you can't even see the sword, only the speed of the sword's light." Nyoda and Gong Sunzan were watching as Chen Wen began his practice. Nyoda was a rough man, clueless about much, only knowing how to swing his strength around. Gong Sunzan was different. He was of the human race, and although impulsive and arrogant, he had a delicate inner world. After all, he led the white horse Isong and made the Hu people too scared to step out of their borders. He secretly marveled at the Lord's strength, noting that it was far superior to when he fought against the abyssal giant, and he had begun to approach the late stage of rank. He himself was only at the peak of late rank and would need a long time to reach a rank. After practicing the sword technique dozens of times, Chen Wen suddenly jumped into the air and struck the ground with his sword, executing a powerful chop that sent debris flying and created a large pit rivaling the power of a goblin cannon. Chen Wen sheathed his sword and began to circulate his chi, closing his eyes to adjust his breathing. Gong Sunzan and Nyoda hurried over to pay their respects. "Greetings, my lord." Chen Wen smiled and said, "General Gongsuin, no need for formalities, Nyoda. I gained something during the battle with the abyssal giant, and I need Nyoda's help to verify it." Nyoda exclaimed loudly, "What does the Lord need me for? I can face any danger, even scale a mountain of knives, or cross a sea of fire without batting an eye." Chen Wen shot Nyoda an annoyed glance. "What do you think I am asking you to face a mountain of knives? I just want to spar with you." After saying this, Chen Wen put away the Xianyuan sword and stood 5 meters apart from Nyoda. "Nyoda, use 1/10 of your strength to strike me," Chen Wen instructed. Upon hearing this, Nyoda shook his head vigorously. "Did I do something wrong, my lord?" Chen Wen rolled his eyes. "Just hit me. Remember not to use too much strength. Start with 1/10. Nyoda hesitated. "My lord, are you really going to fight?" "If you don't hit me, I'll hit you." Chen Wen was left speechless, thinking how could Nyoda, usually so bold and carefree, be so hesitant at a critical moment. Nyoda had no choice but to clench his fist and rush towards Chen Wen, landing a punch on Chen Wen's chest. Upon contact with Nyoda's fist, Chen Wen grunted, but did not step back. Nyoda's strength was indeed great, but using only 1/10 of it was at most a few hundred kilograms, which wasn't a significant issue for Chen Wen's current physique. Nyoda's strength was indeed great, but using only 1/10 of it was at most a few hundred kilograms, which wasn't. After just a few seconds, the force dissipated within him without causing any harm, and Chen Wen felt a slight increase in his Buddhist strength, albeit minimal. Nyota, use 50% of your strength, Chen Wen shouted. Nyota was startled by Chen Wen's loud voice. He then lifted his fist again and charged at Chen Wen with airflow gathering around his fist, as if he were wearing a boxing. Boom! This punch sent Chen Wen flying, landing more than 3 zhang away and creating a crater in the ground. Nyota was horrified by Chen Wen's state, staring blankly at his own fist. Gongsun Zan was also shocked. You silly bull, how much strength did you use? If anything happens to the Lord, you better watch out. Nyota shivered at Gongsun Zan's words. During this time, Gongsun Zan had been training the soldiers, and the growth of the Minotaurs was evident significantly faster than during his own training. He had great respect for Gongsun Zan. I only did what the Lord said and used 50% of my strength, Nyota said with a guilty expression. You fool, 50% of your strength is at least 2 to 3 tons. While Gongsun Zan scolded Nyota, he had already rushed to Chen Wen side, quickly helping him up. He saw that Chen Wen had no serious injuries, though his clothes were torn. General Gongsun, don't blame Nyota. I'm fine, he was just following my instructions. Nyota wore a remorseful expression in front of Chen Wen. My lord, I was wrong. I shouldn't have used so much strength. Chen Wen smiled broadly, nearly bursting into laughter, and patted Nyota's waist. You didn't do anything wrong, why apologize? You actually helped me a lot. Gongsun Zan stood by, puzzled, wondering why the Lord, after being sent flying, appeared so happy. Chen Wen laughed heartily. Haha, I realized that I previously understood my talent too little. I'm truly delighted. This is also something I discovered during the battle with the Abyssal Giant. When I clashed with it, the giant's force quickly dissipated upon impacting me, and my physique improved remarkably fast. Gongsun Zan was equally astonished, looking at Chen Wen with uncertainty. Chen Wen felt uneasy under Gongsun Zan's gaze. General Gongsun, what's wrong? My lord, your talent seems to exceed the SSS level. As far as I know, an SSS level talent can only have one effect, but what you possess is too powerful. Once you grow stronger, won't that mean you are immune to all attacks? Chen Wen was also puzzled by Gongsun Zan's words. Most survivors are still grade, with many a grade among them. I am already at mid-B grade, which indeed seems a bit unusual. After pondering for a moment without coming up with a reason, he decided to go with the flow and said, General Gongsun, you don't need to patrol today. Train and rest in the barracks instead. I want to take the Xuanjia guards out to enhance our strength. Understood, my lord, replied Gongsun Zan. Nyota stood by, looking hesitant. Chen Wen spoke directly. My lord, you promised to take me with you, didn't you? Chen Wen grinned. If you take them, what about the training of the Minotaurs? If their strength declines, the Minotaurs won't be of much help. Nyota urged, with General Gongsun helping with training, their improvement will be much faster than mine. Chen Wen teased Nyota, and then said, alright, I'll take you along. Xuanjia guards, gather over here. In less than half a minute, 30 Xuanjia guards stood in neat formation before. Chen Wen took the Xuanjia guards first to the camp for summoning the Xuanjia guards. He used 270 spirit stones to complete the Xuanjia guards. Most of the trading materials released last night have already been exchanged, especially the firearms for long-range attacks. Although their lethality is limited, they offer safety. Various ordinary blueprints are also abundant, such as those for cotton clothing, a comprehensive cookbook, stove manufacturing, fishing rod blueprints, and small fishing boat blueprints. Chen Wen accepted all blueprints without exception, learning them as reserve resources. Looking at the newly summoned 270 Xuanjia guards, he named them in order as Xian 31, Xian 32, and so on. Chen Wen gazed at the neatly arranged 300 individuals, unable to suppress a surge of joy. Xian Yi, what cultivation method are you practicing? Xian Yi quickly replied, to avoid alarming the Lord, we are cultivating the Qi cultivation technique and the water droplet meditation you taught, which were directly instilled in our minds when we were summoned. Although the Qi cultivation technique is the foundation of all methods, the pace of cultivation is too slow. If it weren't for Chen Wen's extraordinary absorption ability of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, he might have changed his cultivation method. However, with the assistance of his talent, Chen Wen did not intend to switch to another cultivation method. Most cultivation methods in the world lean towards specific attributes. For instance, fire attribute methods can't use water attribute martial techniques. Even if he changes methods in the future, he can only switch to another method with the same attribute. The Qi cultivation technique is neutral and does not contain any attributes, but it can transform into any attribute. Therefore, Chen Wen would learn any suitable martial techniques he came across without issue. Another advantage is that the density of his internal energy is much stronger than others, even without attribute enhancement. Xian Yi, this time we will patrol the surrounding territory. There are no high-level magical beasts nearby, and I won't intervene unless it's beyond your capabilities. Chen Wen understood that the Xuanjia guards had just been summoned, and their combat capabilities were still very poor. They needed to be tempered through iron and blood. The Xuanjia guards responded in unison, we vow to serve the Lord unto death. Xiaobai sensed the treasures nearby. Xiaobai had been searching for treasure chests and devouring high-level meat during this time, and had already reached C grade. This is the difference between humans and magical beasts. Magical beasts only need to wait for time and enough resources to grow without facing bottlenecks until they reach their bloodline limits. Humans face a bottleneck every time they break through a major realm, and sometimes they can be stuck for a lifetime. Squeak. It squeaked, pointing in a direction with its little paw. Chen Wen looked and saw it was towards the mining area. Set off for the mining area. Today we will patrol 10 kilometers around the territory. Yes. Chen Wen and Nyoda walked at the front. Nyoda held the large axe, slightly shielding Chen when behind him, his face filled with vigilance. He hadn't forgotten General Gongsun's instructions to protect the Lord, blocking his line of sight a bit. As soon as they entered the forest, they spotted a bronze treasure chest lying in the lush green grass. Beside it was a grayed giant python, resembling a bamboo leaf, green, 3 zhang long with a triangular head and entirely green body, clearly a venomous serpent at first glance. Chen Wen stopped and glanced at Xian Yi. Xian Yi understood, leading Xian Er and Xian San to sneak closer. The giant python was coiled around the treasure chest, sleeping, when it suddenly sensed movement around and raised its head, hissing in warning. As Xian Yi and the others approached, the giant python couldn't contain itself any longer and swung its tail. Seizing the opportunity, Xian Er and Xian San swung their blades towards the python's vital points. The giant python felt threatened at its fatal spot. It quickly retracted its tail and moved position, but was still struck, leaving 2 wounds on its body. The giant python writhed in pain on the ground. Xian Yi seized the right moment and struck down, directly severing the tongue. Chen Wen observed their battle, noting their cooperation was decent, connecting well, but their attacking methods were somewhat weak. He needed to find a way to diversify their attacking techniques. As his guards, they should be proficient in at least half of the 18 weapons. My lord. Chen Wen simply stated, not bad, 3 a grade against 1 a grade, and no one was injured. He dissected the giant python, obtaining some meat and an a grade magic core. He directly collected the treasure chest, deciding to open it all at once he had gathered more. After all, bronze chests rarely contained anything too valuable. It was no longer like when he first crossed over, lacking everything, where opening treasure chests was the greatest pleasure. Continue moving forward. Time flowed like water, and the day was spent battling alongside the Xuanjia guards. Due to the damp conditions, the number of magical beasts around the territory was found to be too low. The Xuanjia guards could not absorb anything from hunting ordinary beasts. They only engaged in bloody battles. They had only encountered over 30 magical beasts throughout the day. Even so, the Xuanjia guards' levels had risen to midi grade, and Chen Wen envied them. They were the true monsters. However, with Xiao, by guiding them, the treasure chest rewards were quite good, including a diamond treasure chest and a golden treasure chest. Chen Wen opened these 2 chests on the spot, finding plenty of good items. Mind Communication Skill Book, Assembly Line Factory, Beast Taming Skill Book. The diamond treasure chest yielded 30 spirit stones of the 5 elements and several basic materials. On this day of training, the Xuanjia guards became increasingly satisfactory, their coordination and mutual trust deepening. Especially as the Xuanjia guards improved, Chen Wen would also experience enhancement. When the Xuanjia guards reached the mid-level of a rank, the liquid inner chi in Chen Wen's dantian surprisingly grew a trace, albeit minuscule. However, it must be noted that the current level of the Xuanjia guards is quite low, only a rank, and the feedback is merely 10. If their levels were higher, wouldn't it be equivalent to having 300 people assist Chen Wen in his cultivation? The thought alone is exhilarating. Returning to the blessed land, the elder had already come back from the laboratory to the small building. Xiao Chen is back. I heard you took the army out for training. How did it go? Chen Wen chuckled with a broad smile. The elder did not press further. The harvest after the beast tide has been completely sorted out. The most valuable items are the leveled food and the 3 skills you obtained. Following that are some basic skill books and weapons. High-level items are scarce since our beast tide reached only brank crank at best. The elder spoke continuously for over 10 minutes before finishing the report. Listening to the elder's report, Chen Wen pondered privately. Now, even if there are good items in the trading hall, people would not bring them out. Keeping so many items is a tremendous waste. Elder, keeping these items in the warehouse is a waste of resources. We need to find a way to utilize them. Do you have any goods? The elder, hearing Chen Wen's insightful perspective, nodded, inwardly understanding the need for resource rationalization. In fact, I have been thinking about this matter lately. Our territory's population is not small, nearing 400 people, and it will continue to increase. If we rely solely on ourselves to provide for them for free, it will foster a sense of dependency. I currently have a general idea to exchange labor for contribution points, which can be used to redeem supplies. Contribution points are akin to the RMB of the past. Chen Wen nodded. For a territory to develop relying solely on me is certainly insufficient. We must find ways to discover talented individuals. Elder, please organize this information first, and we can discuss how to implement it later. Finding talent requires gradual efforts. Through the divine path of the Xianyuan sword, it is possible to find top-tier talent, but the time frame is too long. It only occurs once a month. After finishing dinner with the elder, Chen Wen exited the hall and went to the small courtyard to practice Tai Chi. He sat alone in the hall, deep in thought. The development of the territory still requires a population. As our ancestors said, many hands make light work. A truth indeed. As he pondered, he still could not come up with a good method and felt quite troubled. Sigh, enough of this. Let's utilize today's gains. Mind Communication Skill Book Secret Technique enables understanding the voices of all things in the world. The introduction was very simple. Chen Wen focused his mind and confirmed his learning. A beam of light surged into his mind, causing a sudden dizziness, as if a thunderous sound echoed within his consciousness, breaking through a barrier. When Chen Wen regained his clarity, he found no new knowledge had appeared, nor did he notice any differences. He shook his head, wondering what was going on. There was no reaction at all. This dog system is getting more and more outrageous. He took out the novice beast taming technique. Beast taming technique a rank by using spiritual power to leave a mental imprint in the opponent's mind. One can tame them to become docile. At the peak level, it is even possible to tame the spirits of all things. Chen Wen finally revealed a smile. This skill is truly a breeding artifact. In this other world, he has seen many animals from his past life: turkeys, wild boars, swift horses, but could not tame them, especially the war horses, which are now in high demand. The Xuanjia guards can indeed serve as light cavalry. Suddenly, a very childish voice emerged in Chen Wen's mind. Master, I'm done eating. Chen Wen was startled by the voice, glancing around, but seeing no one. Master, what are you looking for? I can help you. It was only then that Chen Wen noticed the small white creature on the table, the voice coming from it, as it stood in front of an empty plate looking up at Chen Wen. Chen Wen quickly scooped the little one into his palms, joyfully exclaiming, Xiaobai, you can talk now. Master, I still can't speak. I must wait until I reach a rank to do so. Xiaobai looked at Chen Wen in confusion. Master, I can understand the language you speak now. Previously, their communication relied on the pet contract, using soul power to connect. Chen Wen suddenly realized that this must be the mind communication skill. He burst into laughter. Haha, this is the secret technique I just learned. He placed Xiaobai on his shoulder and walked to the small courtyard, watching the elder practicing Tai Chi. He took out a blueprint which was the design for the spirit spring. Upon confirming the use of the blueprint, it transformed into a fully visible virtual image. Chen Wen placed it on the path between the small courtyard and the small building. The plan is to upgrade this location in the future to become a spirit spring fountain. Spirit spring a rank can produce a rank spirit spring water, which increases plant growth speed by 20 when irrigating. It raises the spiritual energy concentration within 100 meters by 20. Long-term consumption can help break through the rank bottleneck. It can produce 1 cubic meter daily with a maximum storage of 10 cubic meters. If not taken in time, excess spirit spring water will overflow. Drank requires 10 spirit stones. Immediately, a spring the size of a water tank appeared on the stone-paved road with a depth of 1 meter. Currently, there was only a thin layer of mist at the bottom with a small bump where water was gently flowing. Chen Wen bent down to scoop a bit of the thin layer of water from the spring with his hand and brought it to his lips for a taste. Sweet and delicious, far better than the mineral water produced by nature's transporters in another world. System upgrade the spirit spring. Ding, upgrading. Ding, upgrade complete. Please check. The changes to the spirit spring were not drastic. It expanded by a circle and the effects improved somewhat. Upgrading to crank requires 100 spirit stones, a 10-fold increase. Seeing that there were still several hundred spirit stones in his backpack, he said, System, continue upgrading the spirit spring. Spirit spring crank can produce a rank spirit spring water, which increases plant growth speed by 50 when irrigating. It raises the spiritual energy concentration within 200 meters by 50. Long-term consumption can aid in breaking through the crank bottleneck. It can produce 4 cubic meters daily with a maximum storage of 40 cubic meters. If not taken in time, excess spirit spring water will overflow. Brank requires 100 spirit stones. He looked at the upgrading conditions for Brank. Broke, not worthy of upgrading, farewell. He stood in front of the spirit spring with a bitter expression. The elder had long finished Tai Chi and stood nearby observing Chen Wen's actions. The spring had undergone 2 upgrades and had now transformed dramatically. Now there was a circular pit with a diameter of 1 meter and a small water column was spraying up to 20 or 30 centimeters high. The water in the spring, once clear and bright, now emitted a shimmering glow. Xiao Chen, what is this? Why do you look so troubled? Chen Wen responded. This is the spirit spring, which can enhance breakthrough capabilities when consumed over time. The frustrating part is that the resources required for upgrades are too many. The elder laughed heartily. Young man, you are too impatient. Nothing can be achieved overnight. The territory is developing so well now, and there are plenty of resources, so don't rush. After hearing the elder's words, Chen Wen was also stunned, calming himself down. The current spirit spring is a level C spirit spring, which can help break through bottlenecks below level C with long-term use. Remember to take a little every day for good consumption to enhance physical quality. You need to notify the personnel at Kaikalin and the researchers about the daily quota for extraction. The researchers and wealth. In the future, the territory will cultivate a large number of talents, and there are methods to do so. The downside is that it hasn't been effective for level B yet. To upgrade to level B requires resources and will take some time. The elder nodded and then said softly, Xiao Chen, how about you call that girl Lily over? With such a large territory and so many people, it's hard for me to manage alone. Sometimes I also have to go to the laboratory to familiarize myself with the equipment. Chen Wen listened to the elder's words and after a moment of silence said, Elder, you can take care of this matter. You know her first and she trusts you much more. Check if she is willing to come and live in my territory, as we indeed have too few personnel at present. As long as she is willing to come, I can help bring all her belongings over. Chen Wen's expression turned serious as he said, Elder, you must clarify all the details about becoming my subordinate. We don't want any misunderstandings later on. Hearing Chen Wen's serious tone, the elder nodded earnestly. I will clarify everything and let her make her own choice. After so many years, I can still judge people reasonably well. Elder, can you take out your survival manual for a moment? The elder looked puzzled and took out the survival manual. Chen Wen also took out his survival manual and brought it closer to the elders. Ding, the Lord has authorized you to reopen the trading channel and manufacturing section. You can trade items in the trading channel and register manufacturing blueprints on the Lord's manufacturing page. The elder was pleased upon hearing the notification sound, indicating that he completely gained Chen Wen's trust. Elder, I discovered this in the past 2 days. Take a look at the manufacturing page and see what needs to be built. You should know that the system has warned of impending disasters. We must be fully prepared for whatever calamity may come. Have you selected the locations for construction, especially for the assembly line factory we acquired today? We need to mass-produce weapons and equipment. When you see the factory, discuss it with Kai-Chi. I specifically instructed to build the factory because there is no other way. Many high-level blueprints and equipment can be manufactured using the survival manual, but the speed is too slow. We must have a factory and personnel to increase the production rate. I will go discuss it with Kai-Chi tomorrow, the elder said. After chatting for a while, Chen Wen told the elder to rest, and looking at the upgrade time displayed on the Heart of Energy, he would be able to complete the upgrade by returning the next afternoon. The elder returned to his room and sat on the bed, taking out the survival manual. After pondering for a moment, he flipped to the friends list in the chat channel. The elder had only 2 friends, one was Chen Wen and the other was Li Li. He clicked on Li Li's avatar and sent a message, Shaoli, how have you been recently? In a distant place, a girl with a pure appearance was at a dressing table beautifying herself. Suddenly hearing the notification from the survival manual, she picked it up and saw that it was a message from the elder. With a surprised expression, she quickly replied, Elder, are you okay? I was worried sick since you didn't reply to my messages during this time. The elder smiled, a hint of amusement on his lips. Thank you for your concern. I'm fine. Mainly I've been at Xiao Chen's place, and it's inconvenient to send messages. Li Li sent 3 question marks. Haha, I haven't mentioned this to you before. After I got sick last time, it was Xiao Chun who provided me with healing medicine, and then he invited me to his territory. I've already moved to Xiao Chen's place. Xiao Chun is Chun when you should know him, right? Today I'm messaging you to ask how things are developing on your end. Are you willing to come to Xiao Chen's place? The elder briefly introduced the basic situation of Chen Wen's side to Li Li, focusing only on the essentials. For example, the military and weapons, which he did not mention. After sending the message, the elder fell silent. After a long while, Li Li's reply came. I can come over. Living alone as a girl here is really tough to encourage myself, but now I'm not the only one here. I have hundreds of summoned farmers here. Although they were summoned, they are still living beings. If I leave, who will guide their lives? You don't need to worry about that. Chen Wen said he has a way to bring people over. However, I must clarify that by becoming Chen Wen's subordinate, you will not be able to have your own base or cabin, and there will be restrictions. You won't be able to use the trading channel or manufacturing channel. Li Li sat in front of the dressing table silent for a long time, as if she had made up her mind. Elder, I am willing. Just let me know when I can come over. The elder quickly replied, it's too late today. Xiao Chun has already gone to rest. I will ask him tomorrow morning to see when it's suitable for you to come. The elder happily sent a voice message. Haha, you will have to work very hard to come over, so be prepared mentally. No matter how hard it is for the elder, it's nothing compared to my struggle here. Holding a family together is very difficult, and I understand why so many boys in our world would rather stay single than marry and start a family. The pressure is just too great. The elder also received a voice message from Li Li, whose voice was very clear and pleasant to hear, gentle and soothing. The elder smiled slightly and teased, then remember to treat your partner well in the future. Elder, you tease me. In our current situation, I don't even know where my partner is. Who knows if he will die one day. Li Li seemed to be speaking in a spoiled tone in front of an elder. The elder said, I apologize for joking with you. It's getting late, you should rest early. Tomorrow handle your belongings, and I will inquire with Xiao Chun in the morning. Li Li did not reply to the elder after receiving this message. She stood up from the dressing table and walked over to the small wooden bed nearby, which had only a thin blanket and a layer of animal skin on it, indicating that Li Li was not living well here. Sitting on the bed, she stared blankly out of the window at the dark sky, lost in thought. The next morning, Chen Wen walked downstairs. The elder sat upright at the large dining table in the living room. Seeing Chen Wen come down, he stood up and said, Xiao Chun, Li Li is willing to come over to your side. When would be a convenient time for her? Chen Wen was taken aback and replied, Elder, you managed to persuade her so quickly. Haha, Shaoli hasn't been doing well either. She just couldn't find a strong backing. She's been holding on, but there are a few hundred farmers on her side who are farming. How did you bring them over? You only have one return stone. The elder laughed heartily. Chen Wen pondered for a moment and said, Elder, please send a message to Li Li asking her to gather her things and ensure her people are prepared without panic. I have a way to bring them over. Recently, I acquired a teleportation array from the Goblin tribe, which can set up 3 teleportation points. I will send one to Li Li to set up on her side. However, it can't be today. I have many things to do today. I need to take the Xuanjia guards out for training for half a day, and the upgrade of the blessed land should be completed this afternoon. Elder, please tell Li to see if she can get everything organized to come over tomorrow. The elder was very surprised and said, the blessed land has only upgraded in the last 3 or 4 days, and it is upgrading again. He looked at Chen Wen with concern. Xiao Chun, this upgrade won't bring another beast tide, will it? Chen Wen smiled, realizing that the last beast tide had frightened the inhabitants of the territory. In truth, beast tides aren't that terrifying. The last one was alarming because of the abyssal troll. Elder, rest assured. The last upgrade was due to the blessed land needing to absorb the energy of heaven and earth, which created an energy tide that attracted magical beasts. This time we've obtained some good items, and the upgrade doesn't require absorbing external energy, so there won't be an energy tide to attract magical beasts. The elder breathed a sigh of relief. Now I can rest easy. The beast tide is truly terrifying, and the abyssal monsters are even more dreadful. Elder, you still need to handle the neighborhood matters. I have to go to the barracks with the Xuanjia guards. Chen Wen arrived at the barracks and first trained with Nyoda for half an hour, achieving significant results. Chen Wen level physique 650, spirit 500, talent perfect absorption skills. Chen Wen is now infinitely close to late level. The cultivation knowledge obtained from Gongsun Zhan indicates that level consists of refining the body and filling the dantian with liquid inner qi connecting to the inner core when reaching a level. Chen Wen hasn't been cultivating his inner qi lately. He comes to the barracks every day to train with Nyoda and then practices martial arts. Thanks to the Xuanjia guards, 10 of everyone's training returns to Chen Wen, and now more than half of his liquid inner qi has been filled. At night, Chen Wen meditates using the water droplet method, which is why his spirit has grown so quickly. Of course, it cannot be denied that the food he eats is exceptional. A level treasures Clevel food and Blevel pure water. His original water condenser has long been upgraded to Blevel. After finishing his training in the barracks, he called for Gongsun Zhan, who was in training. General Gongsun, today, I will take the Xuanjia guards further out for training. You need to arrange personnel to patrol the surroundings. Please assign more people to lie in wait, as the blessed land has upgraded again today. Gongsun Zhan looked astonished and said, My lord, how did the blessed land upgrade so quickly? It would be troublesome if abyssal creatures appear again. Chen Wen replied, Don't worry, there won't be a tide this time, but we still need to arrange more personnel to prevent accidents. Also, if you encounter relatively docile animals while patrolling, bring them back to the camp. I will deal with them when I return. Gongsun Zhan replied, Yes, my lord. Chen Wen took 300 Xuanjia guards and directly headed towards the inner part of the western forest. There are not many magical beasts left in the outer forest, and the upgrade for the Xuanjia guards is too slow. Today, as Chen Wen walked through the forest, he heard many whispers around him. That's terrifying. That group of people is coming again. Quick, find a place to hide, or they will kill us all. Chen Wen saw a normal elk swiftly weaving through the forest. Elks are herbivorous animals with a gentle temperament, and their antlers are exceptionally sharp. Most large-scale activities dare not provoke them. Xian, control it, don't kill it. Xian dashed into the grass at a speed of 10 meters per second, reaching the elk in the blink of an eye. He embraced the elk's head, and the elk was immobilized under him, unable to move. Chen Wen approached and instructed Xian to control it well. Chen Wen wanted to test the effects of the taming technique. The elk was controlled and let out terrified cries, which landed in Chen Wen's ears. What are you doing? Help! Help! Chen Wen stepped forward and said gently, Don't be afraid, I won't harm you. The elk, hearing Chen Wen's voice, struggled even harder, but it was pinned down and couldn't move at all. Don't resist. Chen Wen activated the taming technique, and his spiritual power surged out, condensing a complex and special rune in the air. The elk looked at the translucent rune in the air with increasing terror, as if something dreadful was about to happen. Ignoring the elk's movements, Chen Wen whispered, Go. The rune shot straight towards the elk's head. Chen Wen carefully sensed the changes in the rune as it entered the elk's mind. The rune entered a narrow space, which should be the elk's consciousness, currently only a few inches in size. In the center, there was a tiny light cluster resembling the flame of a small oil lamp. Chen Wen controlled the rune and charged towards the light cluster. Upon entering the light cluster, Chen Wen distinctly felt a faint resistance, but it was too weak to be taken seriously. It's worth noting that his Blevel spiritual power has a consciousness area of 10 zhang. The rune rushed into the center, suddenly bursting apart and transforming into specks of glowing light that filled the entire space. At this moment, Chen Wen felt a sense of dependence emanating from the elk. He instructed Xian to release the elk, which stood up beside Chen Wen without leaving nuzzling against him. He reached out to pat the elk's head, feeling very happy. However, this was just an ordinary elk, not of much use, and could only be kept as a pet. Chen Wen was nostalgic. He did not want to turn the first animal he tamed into food. After all, he had plenty of resources now, and he could even raise a pig. He climbed onto the elk's back, treating it as a mount. Xiao Bai also jumped off Chen Wen and stood on the elk's antler. Time passed amidst battles, searching for treasure chests and opening them. Chen Wen had already walked nearly 30 kilometers into the forest, getting farther away from the small cabin. The harvest is abundant. The deeper one goes into the inner circle, the higher the level of the magical beasts, and the more numerous they become. On this day, the Xuanjia guards have all leveled up to the late stage of E rank, making remarkable progress. Chen Wen envied their rapid level-ups. With such exceptional talent, it took him 2 days to reach E rank. Unfortunately, the flesh of the magical beasts killed by the Xuanjia guards turns into ordinary meat as the pure blood energy is devoured and absorbed. However, nothing is wasted. Everything is packaged and sent to the elder. Glancing at the sky, he noted that there was only 1 or 2 hours left before dark and immediately set off back home. Upon hearing Chen Wen give the command, the group naturally quickened their pace. On the way back, they focused on the journey, moving swiftly, and in just an hour they spotted the buildings surrounding their territory. In contrast, the deer that Chen Wen rode was panting heavily, looking quite exhausted. Chen Wen had even taken a break along the way to feed the deer some spiritual spring water. As soon as Chen Wen arrived at the territory, he observed that every 10 steps there was a guard standing every 100 steps. The soldiers, seeing Chen Wen, quickly saluted. From a distance, he saw that the outer walls had been pushed out nearly 50 meters, with the walls standing at least 5 meters high, completely black, and measuring an astonishing 100 by 100 meters. Inside the walls stood a building towering at 7 or 8 meters, shrouded in a layer of mist, making it indistinct. Chen Wen, accompanied by his orderly Xuanjia guards, arrived at the entrance. The door had transformed into a city gate 5 meters wide and 3 meters high, with 2 black iron doors tightly closed. Outside the main gate, a crowd had gathered. Elder Gulio Gongsun Zanyo de Kaichi and dozens of minotaurs and white horse knights surrounded them. Chen Wen urged his deer go. The deer lifted its hooves and charged toward the city gate. "We pay our respects to the Lord." Everyone saluted Chen Wen. "Why is everyone gathered here?" Elder Gulio replied, "You returned just in time, little Chen. Ever since the castle was upgraded, a sudden force transported me out, and I couldn't get back in. I notified General Gongsun and Nyoda, fearing there might be changes." Chen Wen listened to Elder Gulio's response. "It should be fine. Let me take a look." He pulled out the survival manual. Special medium-sized blessed land. A medium-sized blessed land built around the heart of energy, structured with 5-element spirit stones and constructed with a base upgrade device as its flesh and blood. Due to the use of top-tier materials, the 5-color earth blessed land underwent a special evolution, covering an area of 100 by 100 meters with an internal space of 1,000 by 1,000 square meters, 1 square kilometer. One day, it can automatically absorb the surrounding heavenly and earthly energy, with the energy inside the blessed land being 5 times that of the external environment. 2. The blessed land radiates across an area of 20 kilometers. Within this radius, local creatures will not harbor malicious intentions toward the blessed land. 3. The medium-sized blessed land comes with its own spatial laws, expanding the internal space by 10 times. Within the heart of energy, 3 return stones will be generated each month. The return stones can be used anywhere to return to the base, but each use requires a day to restore energy. 4. With a vast area, it can relocate existing buildings into the blessed land. Quantity 0.5. 5. Due to the upgrade using top-tier materials, a special evolution formed the Earth Spirit, which can manage the heavenly and earthly energy within the blessed land and defensive structures. 6. Due to the use of the 5-color earth top-tier materials for the upgrade, all soil within the blessed land has transformed into top-tier spirit soil, increasing the growth rate of plants by 10 times. Next level large base upgrade device, 300 5-element spirit stones, 100 heart of earth, vein 1, wood 100 stones, 100 or 1000. Chen Wen looked at the materials required for the next stage of the upgrade, speechless. Although he hadn't gone from the initial to the intermediate stages, it was at least 20 times more than the last upgrade, but a new function had appeared. "There's nothing wrong, let's all go in together." Chen Wen led Elder Gulio and the others toward the city gate, which automatically opened as they approached. At this moment, a mechanical voice came from inside. "Welcome home, Master. I am the Earth Spirit generated by the blessed land." Chen Wen looked ahead, seeing nothing. "Earth Spirit, where are you? Do you have a physical form?" Suddenly, a white mist began to rise in front of Chen Wen. The mist slowly converged and compressed toward the center, forming a translucent female, humanoid figure. The mechanical voice emanated from the figure. "To answer, Master, my true form is the entire blessed land, with my consciousness residing in the heart of energy. I currently exist as a projection formed by the heavenly and earthly energy of the blessed land." Chen Wen looked at the Earth Spirit's figure. "Let's give you a name. From now on, you shall be called Xiao AI. In the previous world, there was a very famous creature named Xiao AI. Can you adjust your voice? It sounds particularly awkward." Xiao Ai's projection bowed. "Thank you for the name, Master. I can change to any voice that has appeared in your mind." Xiao AI changed to a crisp female voice. "Here there aren't many rules, so no need to bow all the time. Are you aware of all the changes in the blessed land?" "Yes, Master, I am fully aware." "Introduce the current changes in the blessed land to me," Chen Wen said. Xiao AI, the blessed land now occupies an area of 0.01 square kilometers, with the total area being 1 square kilometer. There is 1 building occupying 1,000 square meters within the blessed land, a crayed spiritual spring, 10 mature jus fruits, and 1 natural flower. Xiao AI introduced all the resources and materials in the blessed land one by one. Chen Wen was astonished at how wealthy he had become. Xiao AI spoke for a full half hour before finishing. This was an intelligent home with its own wisdom far surpassing the AI of the original world. Gongsun Zan, who followed behind Chen Wen, was also shocked by the wealth of supplies in the camp exceeding their expectations, especially for Kaichi and the others from the Earth Spirit tribe who had always lacked resources. Aside from abundant, or they were short of everything else, and everything was measured in tens of thousands of basic materials, leaving them astonished with jaws nearly dropping. Elder Gulio's side from the side the Earth Spirit is truly advanced and intelligent. The AI of the original world cannot compare, the wisdom between the two is 1,000 years apart. Others beside him echoed, having never seen such a novel thing. Chen Wen raised his head, chest out, laughing proudly and joyfully. This is a home built with one brick and one wood. It is also the home of all of us. The others, seeing Chen Wen's enthusiasm, shouted loudly, we swear to be loyal to the Lord and defend our home with our lives. Even Elder Gulio started shouting from the side, alright, stop shouting. Let's go in and see how the blessed land really is. As they walked through the city gate into the blessed land, a straight path connected to the small building ahead. After this upgrade, the small building had once again moved to the center. The road is about 7 meters wide, extending straight to a small building. In front of the building there is a fountain creating a small square. The fountain has completely transformed, now featuring a fake mountain with a diameter of 3 meters from which water sprays forth and flows down. The small square is a circular space with a diameter of 10 meters. Beyond the square lies the former small building, which has also undergone a significant transformation. Its area has expanded from 200 or 300 square meters to now 1,000 square meters. It has completely turned into a large villa with a total of 3 floors. Opening the door on the first floor reveals a hall that has also grown larger, surrounded by 4 newly added rooms. Chen Wen led them upstairs to explore the second and third floors. They gathered around the large table in the hall on the first floor, taking their seats. The Ancient One sat at the head of the table on the right, followed by Linda and Kaichi. On the left sat Gongsun Zhan and Nyoda. Xiao Ai stood beside Chen Wen. Chen Wen sat at the head, resembling a gathering of civil and military officials, though the number was quite sparse. Only 6, and one of them was not human. Chen Wen instructed puppets no. 1 and no. 2 to prepare food. He was the first to speak. Are you all satisfied with this upgrade? Nyoda hurriedly responded in a deep voice, my lord, following you is like being favored by the goddess of luck. Even if you were to chase me away, I would never leave. Everyone had grown accustomed to Nyoda's silly remarks over their time together. They were all amused by Luda's sharing, especially for the Ancient One. This sentiment was even stronger. Just a few days ago he was worried about making ends meet, now living in a luxurious room, eating high-quality food, and able to pursue his favorite research. Such happiness was unparalleled. Everyone chatted together, expressing their joy. Once everyone's heart settled down, Chen Wen said, now that the blessed land has upgraded, there are 5 buildings that can be relocated inside. You all just saw the information on the blessed land. Let's discuss which ones are suitable to be moved there. The scene fell silent as everyone exchanged glances, even Nyoda, who usually had no brain for strategy. Chen Wen turned to the Ancient One. Ancient One, please take the lead and share your thoughts. The Ancient One pondered for a moment before standing up. The current medium-sized blessed land has rich energy, which is very beneficial for cultivation. For our territory to develop and grow, we must have strength. I suggest relocating the barracks, the White Horse Cavalry Summoning Base, the Minotaur Summoning Base, and the Xuanjia Guard Summoning Base to the blessed land. This will aid in the soldiers' cultivation and enhance their strength more swiftly. As for the last one, the Research Institute should remain in the territory. The gnomes involved in research must maintain strong bodies to be effective. Chen Wen nodded at the Ancient One's words. The Ancient One then asked General Gongsun, what is your opinion? Gongsun Zhan stood up straight. I agree with the Ancient One's perspective. Strength is essential for development. We must first establish sufficient power. The barracks can be placed at the city gate, while the other 3 summoning bases should be arranged beside the barracks with the Research Institute on the opposite side. Any important buildings in the future can be aligned in this direction. Nyoda, Kaichi, and Linda all shared the same thought. Chen Wen replied, then it's settled with these 5 buildings. He turned to Xiao Ai standing beside him. Xiao Ai, how will the relocation proceed? Xiao Ai responded, just leave it to me, master. Where should the relocated buildings be placed? Please specify the locations. Chen Wen instructed, arrange them according to General Gongsun's suggested positions. Place them alongside the city wall. Xiao Ai acknowledged and straightened her virtual body. Without any visible movements, 5 buildings appeared out of thin air beside the city wall. Chen Wen stood up, let's go take a look. As they reached the door, a Minotaur rushed into the blessed land with a panicked expression, my lord, something's wrong. The barracks, the Minotaur base, the White Horse Cavalry base, and the Xuanjia Guard base have all disappeared. Chen Wen slapped his forehead, finally remembering that many soldiers were outside, not inside the barracks. He quickly said to Gongsun Zhan, General Gongsun, please go outside and inform the patrolling soldiers about the situation and tell them not to panic. After handling the situation outside, General Gongsun, hurry back, and we will have a meal together. Gongsun Zhan nodded and rushed outside with the Minotaur who had come to report. Chen Wen took the remaining 4 to see the changes in the relocated buildings. The 5 buildings were closely aligned with the walls, each extending a path made of black stones from the main road to the entrance. There were no other noticeable changes. In fact, Chen Wen did not often visit these places. He had only done so once to summon troops, and went to the barracks to let Nyoda train him. After circling back to the small building, no, it could no longer be called a small building, but should be called a villa, or even a lord's mansion. As Gong Sunjan walked in, Chen Wen instructed puppets no. 1 and no. 2 to serve the dishes. There were over a dozen hearty dishes for the 6 people, a feast indeed, culminating in a large bowl of rice. Seeing the rice, Chen Wen was taken aback. The Ancient One noted, Chen Wen, surprised, the spiritual rice has matured. We will keep some as seeds, and the rest can be eaten. Chen Wen, a true southerner who had eaten rice all his life, had been consuming bread, meat, and fruit recently, and was, as one big family, they all enjoyed a hearty meal together. Especially Nyoda, who was eating with his mouth full, completely disregarding decorum, stuffing his face with meat. In the original world, he might have been kicked off the table for such behavior. After the meal, Chen Wen said, now that the villa has enough rooms, the management team of our territory will reside in the villa. Each person can choose a room. Both the 1st and 2nd floors are available, while the 3rd floor is my residence. You all should avoid choosing the Ancient One's room. Especially Nyoda, after you select a room, make sure to pay attention to personal hygiene and wash up daily. And for goodness sake, do not use your combat form in the room. After saying this, Chen Wen had puppets no. 1 and no. 2 clean up. He then returned to the 3rd floor. The rooms were for them to choose, but each room was quite similar. Back on the 3rd floor, he first looked at the energy heartstone platform, which showed 500 energy. Xiao Ai, how far can you monitor the outside from inside the blessed land? At that moment, Xiao Ai's voice came from the energy star master. I can observe various energy waves within a kilometer outside. Chen Wen felt elated upon hearing this response, as it greatly enhanced his security at night. Returning to his room, with the 2 little ones, Linger was standing on the window desk looking a bit sulky. Seeing this, Chen Wen hurried over to inquire, as she was his little darling. Daddy, you've been busy during the day lately, and haven't talked much with me. Haha, weren't you planting crops with the Ancient One? I didn't bring you along because I thought you would be happy. Next time Daddy goes out, I'll take you with me. Xiao Bei's voice chimed in from the side. You must take me too, you can't leave me behind. Chen Wen laughed heartily. Don't worry, my 2 little ones, I will never abandon you. Chen Wen entertained the 2 little ones for a while until they were happy, then sat on the bed and took out the survival manual. First, he flipped to the trading interface to see what items had been exchanged. After a whole day, almost everything had been traded. Chen Wen's items were all quite practical. He wasn't acting like an unscrupulous merchant. The reason it took a whole day was mainly due to the sheer number of people. With around 7 to 8 billion people globally, even if half were eliminated, there would still be 4 billion left. The number of items listed on the trading channel was also vast, and the refresh interface would quickly be pushed down. Many people accessed the trading interface through Chen Wen's homepage. Clevel tomato seeds, level potatoes, level watermelons, clevel radishes. Chen Wen was astonished by the sheer variety of these vegetables and fruits. There were over 20 types of ordinary seeds with no rank, along with many finished products. Another surprise for Chen Wen was the abundance of precious medicinal materials. Level ginseng, clevel huang, lien, clevel lingji, a level snow lotus seeds. There were even a level seeds. These high-grade items were treasures from heaven. What made Chen Wen even more astonished was that one list was mostly vegetables and fruits, while the other was entirely medicinal materials. Chen Wen quickly opened the transaction record on the trading interface, all from players on the world channel, indicating they were not in the same location. He clicked on the information sending interface of the 2 individuals, sending each a message. Hello, would you be available to chat? The vegetable and fruit trader was named Li Qianqian, who, judging by her avatar and name, she seemed to be a young girl. The medicinal materials trader was named Sun Fusu, a fresh graduate from university. Far away from Chen Wen, in a vast valley surrounded by cliffs, there was a little wooden cabin in the center. Inside, a young man held the survival manual in one hand while gnawing on a ginseng in the other. Suddenly, he saw a message pop up in the chat interface. After checking the sender's information, he quickly replied, Sun Fusu, send a message, boss. Is there something you need from me? Chen Wen replied, I noticed you exchanged a lot of medicinal materials for supplies, which made me curious. Would you mind sharing? Sun Fusu replied, boss, there's nothing I can't say. I've been aware of your rapid development. I'm truly envious. There's no secret. My crossing happened in a valley full of various rare herbs, and my family is a traditional Chinese medicine family, so I'm very familiar with herbal medicine. I thought I had arrived at a chosen land and my talents are well suited for planting. However, the unfortunate part is that I can't get out of this place and resources are extremely scarce. Besides the abundance of medicinal materials, I'm lacking in everything else. I still don't know what lies beyond the valley. Chen Wen silently mourned for him for a while. You're truly lucky. Let's add each other on WeChat. If you need anything in the future, you can come to me for trading. Sun Fusu, looking quite constipated, added Chen Wen on WeChat. Boss, you're just joking with me. I'm currently eating only medicinal materials and have a strong medicinal smell on me. There aren't many people exchanging food, and some don't need medicinal materials. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have tasted meat for a long time. Chen Wen, seeing Sun Fusu's pitiful look, sent him 10 units of meat, though it was just ordinary meat. After all, everyone in Chen Wen's territory was eating ranked meat, and ordinary meat was no longer very effective. Giving him this small amount was trivial, and it could earn him a favor since medicinal materials were an important reserve resource. Sun Fusu, looking at the meat sent by Chen Wen, excitedly jumped up from the bed, kissed the survival manual a couple of times like an overly enthusiastic youth, and exclaimed, "Boss, I love you." "Thank you." Chen Wen, listening to this overly sentimental praise, replied, "Get lost. I'm not into that. If you have something good, mention me." Sun Fusu quickly responded, "Don't worry, boss, I'll cling tightly to your thigh." After sending that message, he hurriedly took some meat from the storage and dashed into the kitchen next door to start cooking. The aroma of the meat wafting through made him wear a mischievous expression. Fortunately, no one was around, otherwise it would have been quite a sight. After waiting for a while, he still hadn't received a response from Li Qianqian. Chen Wen sent another message, "Hello, I'm Chen Wen, the one trading resources with you. Can we chat?" This time, after sending the message, Chen Wen received a reply. Li Qianqian, hiding in her blanket, sleepily took out the survival manual, and upon seeing Chen Wen's message, her face lit up with surprise. "Chen Wen, are you the one who listed many supplies on the trading channel?" Chen Wen touched his nose. "If you mean the person who posted a lot of trading information yesterday, then that should be me." Li Qianqian sent a picture of herself hugging a thigh. "Boss, I'm so excited. What do you need from me? I noticed you have a lot of vegetable and fruit seeds, and I'd like to know more about them. Would you mind sharing?" Chen Wen asked. Li Qianqian was also forthcoming. She explained that the place she crossed into was a giant farm, though it had been abandoned. However, the vegetables and fruits that had been left there grew back over time, resulting in an enormous quantity. However, a large number of level bees were guarding the farm, preventing Li Qianqian from entering. Fortunately, these bees did not actively attack people, who otherwise she would have met her end right after arriving. She could only pick up some seeds and fruits blown over by the wind from the outskirts. Chen Wen also added her as a friend, inviting her to reach out if she needed anything. After hearing the experiences of these two individuals, Chen Wen felt a mix of emotions, realizing they were a combination of the lucky and the unfortunate. The place they crossed into had an abundance of resources, yet the surrounding environment made it difficult to thrive. Chen Wen flipped to the chat channel. "Have any of you noticed that the weather has been off these past few days? It seems to be getting colder. I've noticed too it has started freezing in the mornings and afternoons here, and sometimes it even rains. Could this be the disaster the system mentioned? What kind of disaster could a drop in temperature create? Hey, you must not have How did the dinosaurs go extinct on Earth? It was due to extremely low temperatures leading to the Ice Age. From what you were saying, it seems pretty likely that the system is going to cause extremely low temperatures. Help me. I'm a weak girl, collecting resources every day is slow. My cabin has only reached level 2. If extremely low temperatures hit, I definitely won't be able to withstand it." Chen Wen watched as the chat channel was flooded with messages. He hadn't really felt the temperature change. With his current physique, as long as it wasn't below 0 or 50 or 60 degrees, his body could maintain a constant temperature. If extremely low temperatures did occur, it would be a big problem, as the crops in the fields would definitely be affected. Moreover, many gnomes and goblins had weak physiques. Regardless of whether it was true or not, he had to find a way to discuss it with the ancients tomorrow. Suddenly, Chen Wen saw a strategy message on the world channel. "Long Shu Wen, everyone don't panic. Let me explain. Given the current weather changes, there is an 80 chance of experiencing a blizzard with extremely low temperatures. First, starting now, everyone should collect combustible materials and wood. It would be best to build a fireplace in your small cabin, as it can maintain a constant temperature indoors by spreading heat from burning wood. So be sure to prepare enough wood. Second, stock up on more food. According to what we know, blizzards and extremely low temperatures can drop to minus 50 or 60 degrees. Ordinary people can hardly go outside. If they do, they will quickly lose body heat and freeze solid. This is likely to be even more severe in this magical world. Third, if you have companions nearby, try to gather together to keep warm. Strength lies in numbers. Fourth, be sure to clear out the nearby wild beasts and monsters. When extremely low temperatures hit, they will also find it hard to find food and will attack anything they can eat." Chen Wen sighed, recognizing that there are many intelligent people and good-hearted individuals in this world. He also received messages from several friends of Zhang Wenyue asking if he had any insider information. Chen Wen could only roll his eyes, thinking that he had no real insider knowledge, just a bit more progress than them. Lili said, "Brother Chen, I have everything prepared here. How should I come over tomorrow?" Chen Wen looked at the message from Li and directly sent her the attributes of 2 images. One was a return stone, and the other was a teleportation array. He added, "Tomorrow I will trade these 2 items to you, and then you can trade whatever you can take with Gulao. You should first establish the branch of the teleportation array at the small wooden house, and once everyone is left, you can take the teleportation branch and use the return stone to teleport to my territory." Lili sat on her bed, feeling conflicted and unsure how to respond, resembling a shy girl on her first date, with emotions of fear and longing reflected upon her face. Anyone observing would be astonished at how many expressions could appear on a single person's face in such a short time. Ultimately, she replied to Chen Wen, "Okay, Brother Chen, see you tomorrow." She then buried herself under the blanket, her feet kicking restlessly, revealing her inner turmoil and inability. After a natural awakening, she realized that the sky outside was just beginning to brighten. Since beginning her training, her mental acuity had increased, reducing her need for sleep. Now only a few hours of sleep were enough to keep her energized throughout the day, and when she got up, she felt no desire to lie back down for a nap. When Chen Wen went downstairs, Gulao and the other 5 were already sitting in their places waiting for him to come down for breakfast. "Good morning, everyone." "Good morning, my lord." They stood and greeted Chen Wen. The puppet also walked over saying, "My lord, breakfast is ready." Chen Wen took his seat and said, "Then let's start eating." Breakfast was simple, consisting of steamed buns made from mature wheat flour, porridge made from spirit rice, and some vegetables prepared as pickled mustard, with a large jar of chili placed in the center of the table. These must have been arranged by Gu Lao. They were all big eaters, consuming their meal quickly, finishing in just 10 minutes. As Gong Sun Zan and the others stood up to take their leave, Chen Wen called out to them, "Don't leave just yet, I have something for you." Chen Wen took out 10 body refining pills he had obtained from the abyssal giant. Initially, he intended to use them for himself. However, having discovered that his perfect absorption talent could enhance his physical quality through forging, he realized it was unnecessary to waste them. He gave 2 pills each to Gong Sun Zan and Yoda, while Gu Lao, Kai Chi, and Linda, who were not combat personnel, each received 1, just to improve their physical condition. The remaining 3 pills were intended for Xian Yixianair and Xian San, his personal bodyguards. In this perilous foreign world, ensuring their well-being was paramount, and good resources must be prioritized for them. "Thank you, my lord, for your generosity. I vow to serve you loyally." Chen Wen sometimes felt speechless, unsure whether to admire the simplicity of ancient people or to find them easily swayed. Oh, a little kindness could compel them to serve you with their lives. Chen Wen waved his hand, saying, "I've said not to be so formal. The fact that we are gathered here is fate, and living in the same territory makes us family. You all go attend to your own matters. Gu Lao, please wait a moment." Gu Lao remained seated until Gong Sun Zan and the others had left, then asked, "Little Chen, did you call me aside for something?" Chen Wen spoke directly. "Gu Lao, did you see the chat channel messages from last night?" Gu Lao nodded. "I saw it. What was mentioned in the chat channel might be true. While I was in the blessed land these past few days, I felt no effects, but once I stepped outside the city walls, I could clearly sense the significant temperature difference between the inside and outside." Chen Wen continued, "The 4 methods summarized by Long Shu Wen yesterday are incredibly useful. Our population is quite large, and given the current weather is stable, we must prepare these things without delay. 1. Collecting resources is simple, and we have ample supplies from previous stockpiles. However, the residential buildings we constructed before are too rudimentary. If it truly becomes extremely cold, the goblins and dwarves living in those buildings will surely not withstand it. We must install fireplaces in the residential buildings. Currently, there are over 200 such buildings, which is no small project. 2. There are no issues regarding food, but if the outside temperature drops too low and we cannot go out, we must prepare food inside the residential buildings, so we need to build a stove in each one. 3. The third point mentioned by Long Shu Wen is unnecessary to consider, and the fourth point regarding clearing surrounding magical beasts is also not a priority. After the last moisture incident, there are hardly any magical beasts within 20 kilometers, only some ordinary wild animals remain. Moreover, we need to find a way to create clothing and equipment capable of withstanding the cold. With our abundant stock of animal skins, we should acquire various blueprints, and there must be some special designs available. Once we find a solution, we should manufacture as many as possible without fear of waste. Even if we do not use them all, we can trade them for resources in the chat channel. Our primary task now is to ensure that the people in our territory can live normally in extreme cold conditions." After saying this, Chen Wen looked at Gu Lao and asked, "Gu Lao, do you have any further suggestions?" Gu Lao paused for a moment before saying, "There's one area you haven't considered, little Chen. If our crops face extreme cold, we must build greenhouses. We have the blueprints for the greenhouses, as long as we have enough materials we can construct them. Water sources will also be a problem, whether for drinking or for irrigating the crops." As he spoke, Chen Wen rubbed his forehead, realizing that he hadn't considered enough. He initially thought that even if a disaster struck, the impact on his territory would be minimal. Regarding the water source issue, Gu Lao, please keep an eye on the chat channel to see if there are any solutions or ways to increase the temperature. Gu Lao replied, "Sure, I will pay more attention to the chat channel and trade for anything useful I find. In a bit, I will trade the return stone and the branch of the teleportation array to Li Li. You should welcome her here and arrange for her to follow you. Then she can help with constructing the things we just discussed." Gu Lao replied, "Understood." After Chen Wen finished, he took out the survival manual, turned to the trading channel, and opened it in Li Li's chat. He directly traded the return stone and a branch of the teleportation array to her. As soon as he sent it, Li Li messaged back, "Brother Chen, I thought you had forgotten." Chen Wen replied, "How could I forget what I promised you? I discussed some matters, so please prepare on your end. Gu Lao will be here to welcome you, and you can follow him first." Putting away the survival manual, he said, "Gu Lao, I've already given the items to Li Li. I will head to the barracks now." Gu Lao watched Chen Wen leave the hall, nodding, secretly increasingly satisfied with him. He has strength, intelligence, a comprehensive approach, and can listen to others' opinions. He will definitely become a shining star among the survivors. Chen Wen stepped out of the hall, suddenly recalling that there was one more thing he needed to address. He summoned a goblin and instructed it to take good care of his elk, providing it with high-quality food and water to quickly raise its level. Chen Wen planned to train it as his mount. Although it was just an ordinary beast, magical beasts evolved from ordinary ones, and with proper nurturing, it would surely thrive. Moreover, the elk was said to be a beast of auspicious signs. He arrived at the barracks at the edge of the walls. 2 minotaurs at the gate respectfully saluted him. They genuinely admired Chen Wen. Although they had lost many key memories since being summoned, they still remembered their past lives as orcs, which were mostly filled with hunger, let alone having meat. Nodding, he walked into the barracks and called for Luda. They continued their daily sparring sessions, though it wasn't quite fighting at Chen Wen, only blocked without retaliating. Now that Luda had established himself, he could no longer be sent flying by Chen Wen. He had improved to 80 of his strength, capable of providing a training effect on Chen Wen's body. After half an hour of training, he called for the Xuanjia guards. Xian Yi, Xian Er, Xian Sen, step forward. The three took a bold step forward, proclaiming, "My lord." Chen Wen took out 3 body refining pills and handed one to each of them. "These are 3 body refining pills. After you 3 refine them, you should be able to further enhance your strength." All the Xuanjia guards stared wide-eyed at the 3 pills, their faces filled with envy. "Don't be envious. As long as you work hard, there will be bread, there will be milk, and there will be refining pills. In the future, everyone will have them. You just happen to get them early," Chen Wen said, feeding the Xuanjia guards a bowl of toxic chicken soup. "Return to your positions. Then I will continue. In the future, the Xuanjia guards will be divided into 30 small teams and 3 large teams, each consisting of 10 members. Initially, Xian Yi, Xian Er, and Xian San will serve as team leaders, while Xian Yi, Xian Er, and Xian San will also serve as large team leaders, with Xian Yi commanding all the Xuanjia guards. The 30 team leaders will have 5 minutes to select their respective teams and the large team leader they wish to follow. As expected from a specialized troop, the selection process was completely orderly, without a hint of noise or chaos. In just 3 minutes, they had neatly divided into 3 large teams and 30 small teams. Looking at the teams they had selected, Chen Wen said, "As my Xuanjia guards, you are responsible for my safety and the security of the territory. The capable must rise while the inept must step aside. Every half-month, the Xuanjia guards will hold a martial arts competition internally, where team members can challenge their team leaders, and team leaders can challenge the large team leaders. The 3 large team leaders can challenge Xian Yi for the position of commander. But remember, infighting among my subordinates is strictly forbidden. Disobedience will be met with severe punishment." All the Xuanjia guards were exhilarated, shouting loudly, "Understood, my lord." Chen Wen lifted the flying Linger in the air. "Linger, we are setting off, hurry down." Linger quickly flew to Chen Wen's shoulder, exclaiming, "Daddy." Chen Wen nodded with a smile, and then said seriously, "Once we leave the territory, you must listen to me. The outside world is very dangerous." Linger eagerly nodded her little head, waving her small fist. "Daddy, don't worry, I will definitely listen to you, and I am quite useful." Chen Wen turned to the Xuanjia guards, saying, "Let's go." As they exited the city gates, they could already see the White Horse Knights and Minotaurs patrolling back and forth on the city walls. Following the old routine, Xiao Bai led the way into the inner forest for exploration. They chose a different route this time, as there was no need to retrace the path they had taken yesterday. Chen Wen and his party were not heading to the inner perimeter, but exploring the direction close to the inner perimeter. The 3 large teams advanced, forming an angle around Chen Wen, each large team sending a small team ahead as scouts. They moved at a steady pace, and before they knew it, they had traversed 20 kilometers. The Xuanjia guards at the front, "Report, my lord. There is a small lake about 5 kilometers ahead, and we have spotted a pack of class Qingfeng wolf. How many are there?" Chen Wen inquired. The soldier replied, "Reporting to my lord, there are approximately 70 to 80, along with a class wolf king." Chen Wen called Xian Yi, Xian Er, and Xian San over. "It's time to test the results of your training over these days. You 3 gather intelligence, and I will devise a battle plan. I will let Lu to take action against the class wolf king." The 3 responded solemnly, "We will ensure the task is completed." As Chen Wen prepared to encircle the wolf pack, Li Li had already begun relocating the population and supplies. Early this morning, Li Li had not eaten breakfast and gathered all the farmers together, quietly waiting. Upon receiving the items traded by Chen Wen, she hurriedly began trading everything in the warehouse to the elder. In fact, there were quite a few items, most were crops along with some valuable blueprints. However, she was in desperate need of supplies, as many items were required for construction. Li Li asked, "Elder, the population on my side has been assembled. Can we move over now?" The elder replied, "You need to inform those farmers in advance to avoid wandering around and to maintain discipline." Li Li responded to the elder and took out the icon for the teleportation array branch, placing it on the empty ground in front of the small wooden house. The icon landed on the ground and transformed into a circular pattern emitting white light, inscribed with dense and intricate runes that could easily dazzle one's mind. Li Li issued commands to the over 300 farmers, saying, "You will be teleported from this array to our new territory. Once you arrive, do not wander around or wait for me to arrive before proceeding." The 300 or so farmers responded in unison, "Understood, my lord." One by one, they stepped onto the teleportation array and vanished. Essentially, it took only a second to teleport a single person. At the villa in the new territory, in the small square ahead, the elder was standing there waiting quietly. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared out of nowhere, and a circular icon with a diameter of about 3 meters materialized on the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was quite similar to Li Li's circular icon, except that the runes on it were larger and the pattern was enlarged. Suddenly, a figure flashed on the icon, and in the blink of an eye, more figures appeared one after another. The arrivals were all sprawled on the teleportation array, unable to get up. Seeing this situation, the elder hurried over to inquire. Watching as more and more individuals appeared, he could only pull them one by one to the side. After 299 farmers had passed through, a girl standing next to Lily called out to her. "My lord, I want to go over to—" "All right, go ahead. I will be there shortly." Lily nodded. When the last person completed the passage, Lily approached the teleportation array icon. As her hand touched the 1-meter large teleportation array, it slowly shrank until it was the size of a palm, which Lily placed in her backpack. Looking back at the small wooden house she had lived in for over a month, she suddenly felt a twinge of reluctance, in fact, the small wooden house was now nearly empty. Even the bed and table had been dismantled by Lily. "Is it all right to dismantle my little wooden house?" Thinking this, she began to act. Lily was also a ruthless person. Wielding an axe, she began to dismantle the door panels of the small house. In just over 10 minutes, she had taken apart 2/3 of it, leaving the surroundings exposed to the wind. This was thanks to the sharpness of the axe and the wooden planks used to build the house, which fell apart with just one blow. At that moment, she saw a system notification. "Ding, Xiao Wu is 70 damaged. Do you want to abandon it? Note, you will receive a portion of the materials used to build the small house. Abandon." Without any hesitation. "Ding, your small house has disappeared, and you have obtained 200 pieces of wood, 50 stones, and 2 base upgrade devices." A flash of white light passed, and in front of her was now completely empty. She could see the vast expanse of flat land behind her, realizing that the ground where the small house was built had some pits. Stunned for a minute, Lily snapped back to reality, shaking her head, causing her tied-up hair to sway in the wind. She took out a town return stone from her backpack. Confirming the use, Lily's figure suddenly vanished from this realm. When she reappeared, she was beneath a tall wall facing 2 pitch-black gates with 2 minotaurs standing guard. The 2 minotaurs, seeing the sudden apparition, immediately became tense, raising their axes and bellowing, "Halt!" Lily was also frozen in place, both awed by the towering wall and frightened by the 2 minotaurs who stood at heights of 2 meters 70 or 80. Her petite figure of 1.6 meters only reached their waists. How could she not be scared? Fortunately, at that moment, the elder standing by the fountain noticed her. The teleportation array set by Chen Wen was inside the wall, and upon returning, it was located at the city gate. To teleport in, permission must be granted, but the town return stone was different. As long as one had it, they could directly enter Chen Wen's territory, so he did not dare to place the teleportation point inside the wall. He hurried over, saying, "Stop. This young lady is a friend of the Lord coming to seek refuge with him." The 2 guarding minotaurs lowered their axes and returned to their positions, bowing to Lily. "Miss, we apologize. We didn't know you were a friend of the Lord. We were just doing our duty." Only then did Lily come back to her senses. Her originally delicate face had turned pale. "I was scared stiff by those 2 minotaurs." The elder quickly comforted her. "Are you all right? They are very loyal soldiers of Shao Chun, just doing their jobs. Now that you know them, it'll be fine." Lily regained a bit of color. "Elder, is this really Chen De Lao's territory? It's developed to an abnormal extent, far beyond what I can comprehend. This wall must be over 100 meters high, at least 4 or 5 meters tall. It's outrageous. This was built in just over a month. Even using large equipment in the original world, one couldn't build such a magnificent structure in a month." The elder smiled at Lily. "Come with me. There are even more astonishing things inside, so keep an open mind." Lily, seeing the elder's smile, became very intrigued by his words. Her previously frightened expression turned rosy. "Elder, let's hurry." The elder led her through the city gates, explaining bit by bit about the barracks, summoning base research institute, fountain villa, and various buildings, as well as the important figures within the territory. After explaining each building's function and level, the elder was met with a chorus of gasps. Lily stopped at one place to take a photo with her survival manual. Indeed, women are selfie enthusiasts. By the time they reached the small square by the fountain, the farmers who had been teleported were beginning to come to their senses, though most were still sitting on the ground, with a few standing up to survey their surroundings. At this point, she noticed many of the teleported farmers sitting on the ground. "Elder, what's going on?" "It's nothing. Those with insufficient strength will experience significant dizziness after using the teleportation array, much like how people who get carsick feel when riding in a vehicle. They just need to rest for a bit," the elder quickly explained, fearing that Lily might misunderstand. "Let them rest here. I'll take you to choose a room." Upon entering the hall, she was once again stunned by the luxurious. Above her head was a bright blue sky with a large crystal table that shimmered and elegant chairs beside it. A very large lamp hung above the table, casting a brilliant light. "Elder, does the Lord's territory already have electricity?" "Haha, no electricity. All of this is powered by the energy core within the blessed land. You'll get used to it as you learn more later." Meanwhile, in the forest, Chen Wen and his team were already beginning to besiege the wolf pack. Each squad was divided into 3 teams, while the remaining captain handled emergencies. Chen Wen stood atop a tall tree 300 meters from the lakeside, observing the battle unfolding. He was not worried at all. The Wolf King was being held back by Nyoda. Chen Wen had specifically instructed not to kill the Wolf King prematurely, or else the wolves would scatter. The Xuanjia guards possessed a unique skill of life and death together. If they couldn't eliminate 70 or 80 level magical beasts, then this personal guard would be too useless. The battle lasted merely a quarter of an hour, and the wolf pack suffered heavy casualties. Eluda smashed the wolf king with an axe, bringing the fight to an end. The area around the lake was already soaked in blood with remnants of the battle, leaving the edges of the lake tinted a light red. Chen Wen, having finished fighting, jumped down from the tall tree and rushed towards the lake. Before he could reach it, a stronger aura began to emanate from the Xuanjia guards. Chen Wen was overjoyed. These guards must have all broken through to level. As Chen Wen approached, he saw that more than 300 of them were seated on the ground with their eyes closed, meditating to stabilize their recently achieved cultivation. Only Nyoda, looking somewhat unsteady, walked over to Chen Wen's side. "My lord, the task has been successfully completed." Chen Wen nodded in acknowledgement. He turned to Ling Er, who had been quietly standing on his shoulder, and said, "Ling Er, heal them all whether they are injured or not." Seeing that she had a chance to put her abilities to use, she joyfully soared into the air, flying above the 300 Xuanjia guards and showering them with healing light. For Ling Er, being able to help Chen Wen was the happiest thing for her. Chen Wen nurtured and trained her. He was her sky, her everything. A quarter of an hour later, except for Xian, Xian Er, and Xian Sen, all the remaining Xuanjia guards stood up in unison, arranged neatly. From a distance, Chen Wen saw that Xian, Xian Er, and Xian San had taken the 3-turn solid foundation pill during their breakthrough, likely hoping to utilize the energy of heaven and earth during their breakthrough to push through to a small realm. After waiting another quarter of an hour, a stronger aura suddenly radiated from the 3 of them. They had broken through to the mid-level. It must be said that the first 3 summoned by Chen Wen had better talent than those summoned later. They opened their eyes and hurriedly ran to Chen Wen, kneeling on one knee. "We greet you, Lord. Thank you for your grace. Get up." Xiao Bei's voice echoed once more in his heart. "Master, hurry to the center of the lake. There must be something good inside. I can sense the richness of the treasure aura stronger than anything I've ever found. If I absorb it, I can definitely break through to Great Sea." As soon as they approached the lake, Xiao Bei kept urging Chen Wen in his. However, refining the Xian armor guard did not quickly conclude the battle. After the battle ended, Xiao Bei urged Chen Wen again. This little fellow had seen Chen Wen fight too many times recently and felt helpless, harboring a strong desire to enhance his own strength. In fact, even if he were to increase his strength to grade C, it wouldn't help much. His small size and weak attack power, coupled with a lack of offensive skills, were significant limitations. However, his speed was truly remarkable. At grade D, he already possessed grade C speed. Originally meant to be a treasure hunting assistant's pet, he had a heart that yearned for battle. Looking at the bloody Xian E and the others, he commanded, "Investigate the surroundings of this lake and see if there are any other magical beasts inside." This lake wasn't large, with a diameter of just over 200 meters, taking on an irregular shape. Within half a stick of incense, the investigators returned, reporting to Lord, "There are no other magical beasts within a kilometer around this lake, just some wild animals. This is the territory of the Qingfeng wolves. They do not allow other magical beasts to come here. There are some fish and shrimp in the lake, but no magical beasts have been discovered so far." Chen Wen instructed Xian Yi to guard the lake, while he would dive into it to find something. Upon hearing that Chen Wen intended to go alone, Yoda quickly interjected, "My lord, it's too dangerous. Let me go down and help you. Otherwise, if General Gongsun finds out, he'll say I'm being reckless by letting you take such risks alone." Chen Wen waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. My strength is not weaker than yours now, and you have a more important task of assisting the Xian armor guard above. If high-level magical beasts appear, they won't be able to handle it." Ling Er quickly added, "Daddy, I want to go with you. If anything happens, I can help you heal." Chen Wen looked at Ling Er and asked Ling Er, "Can you adapt to being in the water?" "I can, Daddy. I can survive anywhere, even in water, just like I do in the air." Ling Er blinked her eyes. Chen Wen truly envied this spirit of heaven and earth, a child of the heavens. Just thinking about it made him feel that way. It wasn't the first time he had envied her. Chen Wen led Ling Er and Xiao Bei to the lakeside. With a powerful push of his legs, he jumped into the air, soaring 5 meters before diving into the lake. Before entering the lake, he took a deep breath. With his physique, he could hold his breath for at least half an hour. As he entered the water, he found it crystal clear, allowing him to see the fish and shrimp swimming clearly. There was no pollution like in the previous world. Chen Wen turned to look at the 2 little fellows beside him. Ling Er showed no reaction, maintaining her usual demeanor, her little wings flapping in the water just as they did in the air. Xiao Bei formed a bubble with his mouth and enveloped himself within, undisturbed. Xiao Bei's voice resonated in Chen Wen's heart. Xiao Bei pointed in a direction, saying, "Master, the treasure should be over there." The direction Xiao Bei indicated led towards the deeper part of the water. Chen Wen used both hands and feet to move towards that direction in the water. As he swam deeper, approaching the center of the lake, he saw a large treasure chest at the bottom, emitting a diamond-like glow. It was several times larger than the diamond treasure chests he had found previously, measuring at least half a cubic meter. Surrounding the chest was a small golden fish swimming gracefully, about the size of a palm. He had never before startled his treasure appraisal. "I like this. Koi, a koi cherished by the heavens for guarding the world's luck. By a stroke of fate, it has devoured a drop of dragon's blood, possessing a trace of dragon lineage rare in the world. Strongly recommended to be tamed as a pet. It can bring you boundless luck. Within its territory, the weather will be fair and it can help avert disasters, but it may not be effective against all dangers. It has tremendous potential. If it encounters the golden tortoise together, they can bring you endless wealth. Luck in simple terms is just luck. While it is important, it can be even more crucial than strength. Some people find treasures while walking, while others step in dog feces, which is just the droppings of the celestial dog. When luck reaches a certain point, one can turn misfortune into fortune and survive dire predicaments. Chen Wen felt nothing but astonishment and excitement at the introduction. It had been a long time since he encountered a pet he truly wished to contract. He also understood that such a highly spiritual creature could not be forced into servitude like a deer. Only through a willing recognition of a master could it be achieved. Both Xiaobai and Ling Er were born from nurturing, and thus were naturally inclined to recognize him as their master from the moment they were born. He turned to Ling Er and asked Ling Er, "Is there any way to make it follow us?" The little koi looked at Ling Er with no fear, instead blowing bubbles towards her. However, as it approached her, it used its little hands to pat its small head, babbling in a language that was incomprehensible. After a stick of incense's time, Ling Er brought the little koi to Chen Wen's side. "Daddy, I did it. The little koi is willing to follow you. I told him there would be a better environment made of spirit liquid here with plenty of delicious food to help him awaken his true dragon bloodline." Ling Er said excitedly, finally helping her father once, feeling immensely happy within. Chen Wen was also very pleased. He reached out to stroke the koi's body. Its scales were incredibly smooth, and on either side of its mouth were two tiny dragon whiskers, which he couldn't see clearly from a distance. Chen Wen took out a pet contract which split into two light spheres, one large and one small, as it dissolved in the water. The larger one rushed towards Chen Wen while the smaller one darted towards the little koi. Looking at the little koi again, he felt a strong sense of dependency emanating from it. "Master," a tender voice echoed in Chen Wen's heart. This was the voice of the little koi. "Little one, I will definitely help you become a true dragon and soar through the 9 heavens." After resolving this matter, Chen Wen did not forget the more important task of finding treasure. He had already seen the treasure chest, so it was time to reap the rewards. Chen Wen instructed Ling Er to take the little koi while he independently approached the treasure chest. It was too large to handle conveniently in the water, so he tugged at it to float upward. Huff! Once he surfaced, Chen Wen took a deep breath. His speed of swimming back was significantly slower, Upon reaching the shore, Nyoda rushed into the lake to help Chen Wen drag the chest ashore. "My lord, you finally surfaced. Otherwise I would have had to dive in to find you." Nyoda's loyalty to Chen Wen was beyond question. "I'm fine, I found a treasure chest down there. Nyoda, go chop down a big tree nearby for me. I have use for it." In less than 3 minutes, Nyoda returned carrying a freshly cut tree. "Lord, I've brought back the tree." Chen Wen watched as Lu De returned with the large tree. He summoned the Xianyuan sword from within and chopped a section from the thick trunk more than a meter long. He then hollowed out the center of the trunk and took it to the lakeside, filling it with water and letting the little koi swim inside. "Little guy, let me give you a name. Legend has it that the dragon clan has the surname Ao. With your golden scales, they'll call you Ao Jin, and your nickname will be Xiao Jin." "How is it, little guy?" Xiao Jin blew bubbles in the bucket, and a tender voice echoed in Chen Wen's heart, saying, "Master, I like it." "Thank you, master. I want to become a true dragon. Your master will help you, and Sister Linger will also help you. Everyone in the territory will help you. You will definitely become a true dragon." Chen Wen guessed that Xiao Jin must have been born not long ago, otherwise he wouldn't be so easy to coax. He entrusted the little koi to Nyoda, asking him to take good care of it. Chen Wen turned to look at the treasure chest. Xiaobai was lying on top of it, munching away, and to an outsider it would seem he was just sipping the wind. "Xiaobai, how much longer for you?" "Master, I'm almost done. Just a little bit more. I've absorbed quite a lot this time, and might need to fall into a deep slumber." Xiao Bai's excited voice came through. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Xiao Bai suddenly lay still. Chen Wen hurried over and held Xiao Bai in his palm. "Linger, come and see if there's anything wrong with Xiao Bai." Linger, who was playing with the little koi in the bucket, flew over happily, and a healing light shone down on Xiao Bai. "Daddy, Xiao Bai is fine, it's just that he has too much energy in him, and it's overwhelming." After saying that, she rubbed her face against Chen Wen's and flew back to the little koi. Just as Chen Wen was about to open the treasure chest, Nyoda came over holding the little koi. "Is there something wrong, Nyoda?" Chen Wen asked. "My lord, Miss Linger said to bring Xiao Jin over." Chen Wen turned to look at Linger. "Daddy, Xiao Jin said he would enhance your luck in a moment." Linger said. Xiao Jin floated to the surface and blew out a bubble with all his might, as if using every ounce of strength. The bubble left Xiao Jin's mouth and flew straight towards Chen Wen. Upon hitting his head, it burst, splashing a little. Suddenly, Chen Wen felt his connection to the world around him grow closer, as if a vast and mighty force descended. Chen Wen guessed this must be the power of luck. He no longer hesitated and reached out to open the treasure chest. A flash of light swept over the treasure chest, which vanished from the ground, replaced by a backpack. Inside a pile, Chen Wen felt an inexplicable sense of loss, as if something had been stripped away from him. This must be the power of luck that Xiao Jin had bestowed upon him being consumed. Ding, you have obtained Detailed Cultivation Guide X1, Pet Home Construction Blueprint X1, Fire Attribute Spirit Stones X200, Large Smelting Factory Construction Blueprint X1, Building Upgrade Token X1, Body Tree Seed X1, Spirit Tree Seed X1, 8 X1, Unknown Feather X5, Unknown Treasure Map X1. Looking at the items that had emerged from the treasure chest, Feeling a bit confused, Chen Wen wondered why there were so many unknowns. Did the system suddenly drop the ball? He took out each item one by one and used the appraisal eye to examine them again. Detailed cultivation guide. This cultivation guide was created for the convenience of future generations. It introduces the cultivation processes below SSS, rank the bottlenecks one may encounter, and the solutions. Lucky one, you have received this book. You no longer need to seek a mentor. This book will be your best teacher. Pet home. It can construct a residence best suited for pets based on their species and attributes, accommodating up to 9 pets, so you no longer have to worry about a husky destroying the house. Large smelting factory capable of reaching temperatures up to 3,000 degrees, providing a full range of services, including smelting, forging, cooling, and heat treatment. It's an essential place for crafting equipment and refining items with powerful functions that are worth owning. The building upgrade token can elevate a building's level by 1. This upgrade does not merely increase the summoning capacity like the summoning base, it enhances quality. With the number of troops in the territory increasing, the barracks population was nearing its limit, making it just right for the bear. The body tree and spirit tree can yield body fruits and spirit fruits. If not harvested after ripening, their levels will increase over time. These two types of fruits can enhance a person's fundamental physique and spirit. Upon seeing this, Chen Wen was astonished. One's fundamental physique and spirit are generally fixed, much like the foundation of a building. Once set, they cannot be altered. The better the foundation, the better the development in the future. For instance, a person with innate divine strength breaking through to the first level is vastly different from an ordinary person achieving the same, commonly referred to as a level-up challenge. As for the remaining 3 items, Chen Wen couldn't figure them out. The key was palm-sized and entirely fired. The feather was also fired and felt warm in his hand. He had no idea what the treasure map was about. He could only discern that at its center was a huge valley surrounded by cliffs with only one entrance. Chen Wen had no clue where the other routes were. Instinctively, he felt that this treasure map was extremely valuable. Indeed, to acquire good things, one must open treasure chests. They contain everything. Chen Wen couldn't help but exclaim. Xian Yi, gather the team and prepare to return to the city. Understood, my lord. Xian Yi shouted loudly by the lakeside. Assemble. Over 300 people rushed in from all directions. Once assembled, they began their journey back. Due to Nyoda carrying a large barrel and needing to protect the little Jean inside, their speed was not very fast. Linger was very happily flying atop Xiao Jin's shield, chattering away with him. Chen Wen leisurely trailed in the middle of the group while Xiao Bai slept. Without him to guide, finding the treasure chest relied entirely on luck. There was no need to waste time circling around the forest. They hadn't traveled very far today, only about 30 to 40 kilometers, and returned to the blessed land early in the afternoon. First, he arrived at the barracks and took out the upgrade token. Ding, building upgrade token detected. Please select use the building upgrade token on the barracks. The token transformed into a beam of light, surged into the barracks, merging with the structure, and the barracks expanded outward. The 2 minotaurs were startled. Chen Wen quickly said, "Don't be alarmed, I upgraded the building." Gong Sunzan also emerged from the barracks with his troops. My lord, did you upgrade the barracks? There was a sudden change. Barracks 1, after the upgrade, the barracks can now accommodate 5,000 soldiers for rest and training, doubling their cultivation speed and recovery rate. Chen Wen nodded, saying, let's go see what changes have occurred in the barracks. Chen Wen stepped into the barracks, and Xian Yi and Gong Sun quickly followed him. Upon entering, he noticed that the barracks had expanded again, now approximately the size of a large football field. The soldiers' resting quarters had also increased in number. 4 areas were designated, 3 of which were training grounds. The 4th area featured various obstacles marked on a wooden board designated for practical combat. It seemed to have been upgraded according to Chen Wen's current situation. Now there were 3 troops perfectly aligned with the 3 training grounds. In the later stages, Gong Sun plans to summon a total of 3 Livro people, 15 Livro minotaurs, and 300 Xuanjia guards. For a long time, the military population of our territory has been maintained at 280. In the short term, it shouldn't increase. Gong Sunjan thought for a moment. Considering the ethnic war comprehensively, our territory currently doesn't need to increase the military too much. The current defense is sufficient. Any further increase would simply waste resources. Alright, it's settled then. Once the numbers are summoned, it will take about 10 more days. The battlefield should be a place for them to hone their skills against each other. After taking a stroll, Chen Wen said to Nyoda, give me the wooden barrel, you all continue training. Chen Wen received the wooden barrel and stepped outside. After singing, he walked to the fountain with Xiao Jin and placed Xiao Jin inside. Master, I like this place, that's really... Xiao Jin swam back and forth in the 3-meter fountain, constantly blowing bubbles to the surface. System used the pet house manufacturing blueprint. Ding, pet house is being manufactured. Pet house completed, please select the placement location. A beautiful young girl stepped out from the villa. The girl appeared to be around 20 years old, lively in appearance, dressed in clothing made of animal skins resembling the girl next door. This must be Li Li. Seeing Chen Wen, Li Li sweetly called out, brother Chen. Chen Wen looked at Li Li and smiled, saying, welcome to this place. From now on, we will be a family relying on each other. Li Li nodded heavily. Mhn. Gulio, you came just in time. I have built a pet house for Xiao Bai and the others. What location do you think is best for it? Gulio replied, Xiao Chun, since the pet house is for pets to reside in it, can be placed beside the villa's entrance. Listening to Galeo's suggestion, the cursor for the pet house was dragged to the right side of the villa's entrance and confirmation was clicked. A burst of light flashed across the villa. A gigantic tree 2 meters in diameter and 7 or 8 meters tall appeared to the right of the entrance. There were 9 holes in the tree from bottom to top. Pet house allows pets to increase their cultivation speed and recovery speed, purifying their bloodlines with a maximum capacity of 9. Ding, please select which pets to construct residences for. The system's prompt sounded. Treasure hunting mouse Xiao by little koi Xiao Jin, spirit of heaven and earth Chen linger, and that ordinary elk. The elk was placed in the lowest hole, and the hole transformed into an ordinary tree cavity. Xiao Jin was planned to be placed in the second hole, which transformed into a small pond approximately the same size as the fountain in the square. Xiao Bai was placed in the third hole, which filled with many gems and treasures, forming a gem cave. The fourth hole was prepared for linger, and it turned into a small house full of green vines. There were still 5 dark holes remaining. Master, I want to go into the home you've built for me. Xiao Jin's voice came. Chen Wen walked over, reached his hand into the water, and Xiao Jin jumped into his hand. Chen Wen placed it in the second hole. Upon entering, it began blowing bubbles. Xiao Jin, do you prefer living here or just in the spring? Chen Wen asked. Xiao Jin poked its head out of the water, blowing bubbles, swaying left and right, looking conflicted. Master, I like both. In the spiritual spring, I feel so comfortable, and here I also feel quite comfortable, said Chen Wen. Smiled wryly. You greedy little thing, then stay in the pet house. The pet house enhances your strength, and it can purify your true dragon bloodline faster. Once your strength improves, you can freely move between the pet house and the spiritual spring. Okay, I will listen to you, master, Xiao Jin replied before diving into the pond in the tree hole, becoming invisible from the outside. Linger, I have also built you a room. Before Chen Wen finished speaking, Linger ran over and leaned against his face. Daddy, I want to live with you. I don't want to be apart from you. Chen Wen didn't insist. In the end, he placed Xiao Bai in the third hole to let it sleep, and walked into the hall with Galeo. As soon as they sat down, Lili eagerly started talking. Brother Chen, your development is so fast. How did you manage that? You have so many soldiers on the city wall, and such a large population. I bet none of the other survivors can surpass you. Chen Wen was very pleased with the praise, and replied, it's nothing much, I just got lucky, and drew a relatively good talent. Some may have even better talents than mine, but they tend to be more low-key. Those who develop well, but lack your compassion, Brother Chen, are unwilling to trade even a little resource. You frequently list large quantities of items that others need on the trading platform. Actually, the items I trade are also what I need. It's a mutual benefit, Chen Wen explained. Lili was truly a lively girl with a pure mind and simple thoughts, clearly someone who hadn't faced the harsh realities of society yet. She looked at Chen Wen with admiration, asking all sorts of questions, making Chen Wen feel a bit overwhelmed. Meanwhile, several kilometers away from Chen Wen's territory, Su Song was leading a dozen guards through the forest. Among them was a girl with a beautiful oval face dressed in bright red leather armor that accentuated her curves. Her long black hair fell to her waist, and she held a slender sword, appearing like a female warrior, excitedly observing the surroundings. Miss, in about an hour we should arrive at the place where the Chosen One resides. Just don't act impulsively then. Situ Ting replied. Don't worry, Uncle Su, I'm just curious about the Chosen One. I've only seen them mentioned in the City Lord's documents, but have never met one. Su Song shook his head helplessly. Encountering this little ancestor when leaving the city, she insisted on seeing the Chosen One. He had no choice but to bring her along. If anything unexpected happened, it would truly be the end for him. Fortunately, everything was going smoothly, and they were almost at their destination. While Chen Wen and the others were talking, a Minotaur came to report. Reporting to the Lord, there is someone outside claiming to know you, Su Song, who has come to visit. Chen Wen was very surprised. How could he come here? The old man noticed Chen Wen's astonishment and asked, Little Chen, who has come? The guards from Xingyun City outside the Xingyun Forest just came recently. I didn't expect them to arrive so soon. Chen Wen replied. I'm not sure yet. All I know is that they are looking for the Chosen One. Let's go and take a look, Chen Wen said as he stood up and walked outside with the old man and Lili following closely behind. Upon reaching the city gate, they saw Su Song accompanied by a dozen people, blocked by 2 Minotaurs at the entrance. Brother Su, what brings you here today? Chen Wen clasped his fists in greeting. Su Song replied, Brother Chen, I have something important to discuss this time. Chen Wen was puzzled. Nothing significant had happened recently on his end. Su Song laughed heartily. Chen, are you going to make me stand here to talk? Haha, I apologize for my oversight. Brother Chen, please come in. Chen Wen gestured for him to enter. As they walked inside the city walls, Su Song observed the size of the interiors, the spiritual energy in the air, and the various structures within. Exclamations of amazement arose, continually praising Chen Wen. The girl following him carefully examined Chen Wen, trying to take in the happenings around her. She thought, the environment here rivals that of the Lord's residence. How did he achieve this? According to records, when the Chosen One descends, resources are scarce. For him to develop to this extent in such a short time is astounding. How long has it been? Just over a month. Truly a remarkable individual. Situ Ting remarked. I'm increasingly curious about Chen Wen. Moreover, he is accompanied by such a beautiful girl. Though she is slightly inferior to me, that neighborly charm grows more appealing the longer I look. She did not realize that when a girl is curious about a man, it could be a dangerous sign. Standing beside Su Song, her expression was one of hesitation, making her seem particularly uncomfortable. Upon reaching a small square, the girl reached into the spring to play with the water. Su Song arranged for the remaining guards to stay at the entrance, bringing only himself and the girl into the hall. As soon as they sat down, Chen Wen noticed that the girl was continuously watching him. "Missus, there's something on my face. You've been staring. Don't look too long, or there will be a fee for that," Chen Wen joked. Si Tu Ting blushed at his words and stammered, "I wasn't looking at you, I was looking at the hall." "Stop being so vain," Chen Wen, keen to tease the little girl, said. "That's best. A man as handsome and capable as I am, you must not become too curious about me. I want take responsibility." Vain. Si Tu Ting shot Chen Wen a fierce glare. At this moment, Su Song spoke up. "Brother Chen, let me introduce you. This is the daughter of our city lord, Miss Si Tu Ting. She wished to meet the chosen one to observe any differences." Before Su Song could finish, Si Tu Ting shot him a glare. "Miss, this is the brother Chen Wen I often mention, who descended just over a month ago at the outskirts of the Lucky Forest." Su Song continued introducing Chen Wen to Si Tu Ting. Sitting at the table, they snacked on fruits brought by attendants and engaged in casual conversation. The two girls quickly became engrossed in lively chatter. They inquired about each other's skincare routines and discussed various concerns typical among girls. Meanwhile, Lily asked about matters in Xinyan City. Si Tu Ting, on the other hand, primarily asked what kind of person Chen Wen was. As they exchanged inquiries, both parties quickly warmed up to each other. Excitedly, Lily began introducing many aspects of her original world. Si Tu Ting listened wide-eyed and envious, exclaiming, "I wish I could visit your world, it sounds so exciting." As soon as she said this, Lily, Chen Wen, and the old man fell silent, the atmosphere suddenly becoming tense. Si Tu Ting realized she might have misspoken. Su Song understood the situation. These chosen ones had all come from other worlds, each with their own families and familiar environments. The question of whether they could return to their perilous and unfamiliar world was a significant one. He quickly attempted to smooth things over, saying, "Brother Chen, I apologize. The miss is just straightforward and means no harm. I apologize on her behalf." Si Tu Ting also quickly said, "I'm sorry." Chen Wen exchanged glances with the other two, responding, "It's all right, you didn't say anything wrong, but it's just that it suddenly struck a chord of sadness." "Brother Su, did you come here for something specific?" Su Song pondered for a moment before speaking. "Brother Chen, recently, we discovered traces of beast tides at the periphery along with the emergence of demonic energy. I'm not sure if you're aware of the situation." "So that's what it is." "Indeed, a beast tide has occurred, triggered by my territorial upgrade. Additionally, there are abyssal creatures called abyssal trolls involved." He felt there was no need to conceal these matters and recounted the details of the beast tide. He took out the skin of an abyssal troll from his backpack and placed it on the table. "Brother Su, this is the skin of the abyssal troll." Chen Wen pointed to the thick pile of hide measuring several centimeters. Su Song and Si Tu Ting both reached out to touch the skin of the abyssal troll, which was as dark as ink and felt very smooth and resilient. Su Song examined it for a long time, saying, "Brother Chen, you are fortunate you encountered only a young abyssal troll that has just reached adulthood, measuring no more than 3 zhang. If it were an adult troll, it would stand at least 10 zhang tall and be at least in S-class, with records suggesting even stronger ones surpassing S-class." Chen Wen smiled wryly. "Brother Su, please don't make fun of me. Even dealing with it required several people to surround it." "Haha, Brother Chen, you're too modest. You're already class now. This abyssal troll wouldn't exceed class either, even if there is a power difference. It shouldn't be a significant gap. I saw you had 2 class fighters in your camp. Handling it shouldn't be an issue. Moreover, Brother Chen, your talent is truly enviable. Just half a month ago you were at class, and now you're already at class. The ancient texts record that the chosen ones level up extremely quickly. I didn't believe it before, but now I do," Su Song said, filled with admiration. Si Tu Ting nodded in agreement, adding, "My second brother is the best in our Xinyan city at cultivating. He took 6 months to upgrade from class to class." "Brother Su, don't flatter me like that. I might grow proud." "Brother Su, do you know how these Xunyuan abyssal beasts came in?" Chen Wen asked. "In our world, spatial rifts sometimes appear at random. These rifts are perilous. If one stabilizes, it can connect to other realms, and some link directly to the Xunyuan. The largest rift on our Xinyan continent is the Xunyuan Gorge. It has formed a stable passage. From time to time, abyssal beasts pour forth, and the leaking Xunyuan miasma corrupts many beasts across the continent into abyssal monsters. Outside the Xunyuan Gorge, troops are stationed year-round, and reclusive ancient creatures lurk there. The Xunyuan are the common enemy of everyone on the continent. They are exceedingly dangerous." Su Song recounted to Chen Wen everything he knew about the Xunyuan. After listening to Su Song's account, Chen Wen sighed at how perilous this other world was. The old world seemed preferable. Apart from the pressure of marriage, buying a house, and raising children, it had been relatively safe. "Brother Su, take your time looking around here. Rest at my place for a few days before you return to Xinyan City. I'll arrange for people to show you around." Having spoken, Chen Wen instructed his people to escort them to Linda. Chen Wen watched Su Song and the others leave the hall. "Gulio, what do you make of their visit?" Chen Wen turned to ask Gulio. Gulio shook his head. I do not know their true purpose, Gulio said. I suspect it concerns the Xinyuan miasma. If it were merely a beast tide, they would not make such a fuss. They came specifically to investigate. Gulio, your thought mirrors mine. They likely bear us no malice. Besides, they brought a young lady from the city lord's household. If their intentions were ill, they would not have brought such a burden. Chen Wen steered the topic. Lili nodded at his words. In so short a time, she had already become good friends with Sidu Ting. He did not want his dear sister to come to harm. Girlhood friendships are inscrutable. Gulio then spoke. Xiao Chen, regarding the lack of gathered talent, I thought of a plan. It occurred to me when Lili first arrived at the territory. Chen Wen hurriedly asked, what plan? Gulio pondered for a moment. The survivors. Among our survivors there were talents of all kinds in the old world. Those who could not adapt here were weeded out. Those who remained possessed real abilities. If we can gather them together, they would be an immense boon. Have Lili publicize our foodie and whatever we can share in the chat channels. Not everyone is faring well here. Some like Lili are barely holding on alone. Chen Wen stared at the table in silence. Indeed, survivors included many talents, but there were far more treacherous scoundrels among them. There is also the fact that territories which have survived until now already possess some foundation, and some may even have upgraded their foodie quietly. They keep low and reveal nothing. Would they be willing to come? Lili said, Brother Chen, that should work. I trade crops with many people and most of their settlements are only mediocre in development. Chen Wen nodded slowly. Indeed, territory administration is a major problem now. The military side is tolerable, but livelihoods are in a serious state. Lili, you can appropriately advertise aspects of my territory in the group. Just open the conversation, don't reveal too much, let them imagine. For the military, I'll have General Gonsun select a few dozen white horse volunteers so you can take some photos. Hearing the task, Lili straightened and smiled. Don't worry, Brother Chen, I'll leave this to me. I used to be something of a social media maven. Chen Wen continued, Gulio, I traded for many high-grade crops and medicinal seed varieties. Over the next few days, you and Lili should put them into the ground with manpower. Chen Wen displayed the seeds stored in the warehouse to Gulio. When these mature, Gulio, see if we cannot cultivate them as high-yield strains like in the original world. Level-bearing crops must be planted on true soil. Here there is a tenfold growth bonus, and it is safer. These are genuine treasures of heaven and earth. Plan carefully where to plant and where to open new fields. He then produced several other finds from the day, blueprints for a large smelting furnace complex, and handed them to Gulio. With the population growing, they cannot rely solely on manufacturing blueprints. They must become self-sufficient in food and clothing, or future troubles will follow. They must cultivate talents in casting and forging. For equipment, casting goblins are excellent candidates. There is no shortage when it comes to food, clothing, and shelter. With Lili added, she can oversee agriculture, easing Gulio, so he can devote more time to research. We must reconsider the planning of the residential blocks. The ones built so far are far too scattered. A sudden idea sprang to him, and he called for Xiao AI. Xiao AI, can you relocate the territory's residential buildings? Can you control the planting of the crops stored in our warehouses? Xiao Ai's silhouette slowly materialized. Master, I cannot. I am a virtual life form with no corporeal form. Though I can manipulate the territory's defense mechanisms and local terrestrial energies, those systems are integrated with the territory itself. Only within it can I exert control. Master, I have no means to control things you built outside the foodie. Chen Wen shook his head in disappointment. If Xiao AI could do those things, they would not need a population at all. Gulio and Lili beside him were taken aback by Chen Wen's whimsical notions. Seeing his sullen face, smiles began to appear on theirs. Chen Wen, noticing the smiles on their faces, felt a little embarrassed. All right, get back to your duties. They'll go see Su Song. He stepped out the gate, produced 2 seeds, one crimson, one azure, and planted one on each side of the villa. Those 2 seeds were the tree of strength and the tree of swiftness. He instructed Puppet 1 and Puppet 2 to water them daily. Each tree needed a month to bloom and bear fruit. Planted within the foodie, they would mature in only 9 days. Standing in the small square and surveying the vast expanse of construction around him, he felt a small, quiet. The territory's defenses were divided into 2 parts. Minotaurs garrisoned the strongholds, while patrol security was jointly handled by the white horse units. The walls were manned by minotaurs, each face bristling with several goblin cannons. For watchtowers with rest areas had also been constructed. Chen Wen stepped out of the city gates and saw Linda wandering around with a dozen people in their territory. Especially Situ Ting, who was particularly curious about Linda. Goblins, being a race that is often viewed as uncultured among humans, were not well received in the entirely human Yunqing city, except for a few races that were relatively friendly. As he observed the ongoing discussions, Linda couldn't help but ask, "Can you tell us what your lord is like?" Linda felt a wave of pride and admiration when he learned they were interested in his lord. Clearing his throat, he began, "Since you want to hear about our lord, let me introduce him. He is the savior of our goblin race. Without him, we would not have the life we have now. During the last beast tide, he personally led the troops to repel the invasion and killed the abyss trolls." Blah blah blah. The more he spoke, the more enthusiastic he became, as if the benefits bestowed upon Chen Wen would never end. C2 Ting listened intently as Chen Wen defeated the abyss trolls, saved the goblins, and built a prosperous land, loving his people like his own children. The more she listened, the more excited she became. She herself was a caged canary, having never left Yunqing City in over a decade. She always harbored a dream of adventure. The Lord descended like a deity, slaying the abyss trolls. Linda suddenly stopped speaking. C2 Ting quickly interjected, "Why did you stop?" Chen Wen, who was standing by, could hardly bear to listen. Was he truly as grand and mighty as Linda described? Linda replied, "Lord, I am introducing your great achievements to them." Fearing Linda would exaggerate further, he stepped in to interrupt, saying, "You talk too much, go do your own thing. They'll show them around." C2 Ting pouted beside them, looking quite displeased. After a round of sightseeing, the sky was already dark, and it was time for dinner. Upon returning to the villa, many barbecue tools were already set up in the plaza, including grills, stoves, and charcoal. Torches surrounded the area, illuminating everything. A table was piled high with skewered meat, fruits, and vegetables. C2 Ting looked curiously at the items laid out in the plaza. "Today I'll introduce you to how we eat in our world barbecue," Chen Wen said with a smile to Su Song. He then called over the main personnel of the Gu Li Gongsun Zhan Linda and Lu De Kai Chi for a grand feast. Lily was particularly excited about barbecuing in this world. She took the lead and started preparing, while C2 Ting hurried to stand beside her, eager to learn. Chen Wen taught Gongsun Zhan and the others how to do it. 3 large tables were set up, with Su Song soldiers sitting alongside Kai Chi and Linda. The last table had Chen Wen, Gu Li, Su Song, and C2 Ting seated together. After learning more about Chen Wen in the afternoon, C2 Ting leaned closer to him. Everyone enjoyed the food immensely, as this novel way of eating was non-existent in Yunqing City. "The only regret is that we can't brew any wine. If we had some wine to pair with the barbecue, it would truly be a great delight," Chen Wen sighed. Upon hearing Chen Wen's lament, C2 Ting quickly responded, "Big brother Chen, if you want to drink, our Chen Zhu Fu has plenty of good wine. When you come to Lucky City, they'll treat you to the best wine in Yunqing City." Chen Wen laughed heartily, saying, "They'll remember that. I also plan to go to Yunqing City soon to procure some items, so don't forget what you said today." Su Song chimed in with a smile, "Brother Chen, don't worry. The young lattice third brother is quite a wine lover and particularly enjoys drinking." C2 Ting nodded eagerly, saying, "Yes, my third brother has quite a collection of fine wines." "Big brother Chen, can you tell me about the life in your original world? What is it like?" Chen Wen sighed. "In our original world, everyone was ordinary without the magical beasts you have here. There were only some fierce wild animals, and the social order was very good, with many nations and a basic level of equality for all. Especially where I lived, the country was powerful, and everyone had enough to eat and wear. There are also many things you don't have here, such as communication tools that don't require spiritual energy and airplanes that ordinary people can fly." C2 Ting listened, getting more and more intrigued, bombarding him with questions. "How can ordinary people fly? What about long-distance communication tools?" Unknowingly, 2 hours passed during this barbecue, and it was already deep into the night. Everyone was extremely happy and satisfied, having consumed at least 100 units of meat. As cultivators, their demand for meat was quite considerable. Su Song and C2 Ting were arranged to rest in a room on the 2nd floor of the villa, while the other soldiers were accommodated in residential buildings outside the city wall. Early the next morning, Su Song was waiting in the hall on the 1st floor, smiling as he looked at Chen Wen. "Big brother Chen, you're up so early." Chen Wen was the first to speak. "Haha, we soldiers have to get up early every day for patrol training." Su Song laughed as he continued, "Brother Chen, we are here to bid farewell, as we need to report back to the city lord." Standing beside them, C2 Ting looked quite unhappy. Here she had far more freedom and had been enjoying herself without anyone to restrict her. She had talked a lot with Chen Wen, finding many of his stories fascinating. She wanted to learn more about the original world. Su Song continued, "Brother Chen, can you give me the hide of the abyss troll? I would like to take it back to show the city lord." Chen Wen thought for a moment. Although the abyss troll's hide could be made into armor, he didn't lack for it. He was more than willing to help a friend like Su Song. Bringing it back could also leave a good impression for Yunqing City. After developing for tens of thousands of years, there must be many good things inside, and he was lacking in many aspects. He would need their help for purchasing later. "Since you need it, brother Su, I'll give it to you." After saying that, Su Song and the others headed outside, where the soldiers he brought were already gathering at the city gate. C2 Ting looked reluctant as she said, "Big brother Chen, you must remember to come to Yunqing City. I'm waiting for you. You promised to tell me stories." Chen Wen secretly chuckled, realizing she was just a little girl who had not seen much of the world and was curious about it. "Don't worry, I will definitely remember what I promised you," he replied. C2 Ting took out a golden token from her pocket inscribed with the words "City Lord's Mansion" and handed it to Chen Wen. "Big brother Chen, this is the token of our City Lord's Mansion. When you arrive at the city gate, show this token, and the guards won't make things difficult for you. I will come to meet you at the City Lord's Mansion with the token." Chen Wen took the token and instinctively activated his appraisal eye, discovering it was made from a grade materials with a protective array that could withstand 3 attacks of a grade. "Miss C2, this is too precious." Chen Wen realized he didn't own any A-grade equipment, only some A-grade. C2 Ting looked displeased and said, "Big brother Chen, you don't treat me as a friend. I told you to just call me Ting Ting." With such an earnest sentiment, Chen Wen accepted it. Just as he was about to say goodbye, Chen Wen called Su Song aside. Brother Su, from what I know, a significant drop in temperature is expected in the coming days. I hope you can relay this information back to Yunqing City so they can prepare accordingly. Su Song committed Chen Wen's words to memory. Brother Su Ting Ting wish you a safe journey back. After seeing Su Song and the others off, Chen Wen returned to the villa. Walking through the jungle, Su Song said to Sidu Ting, Miss, are you too curious about Brother Chen? Although Brother Chen is exceptionally talented, the city lord would likely not agree. Sidu Ting seemed to be caught off guard, as after yesterday's introduction by Linda and Li Li's remarks, she held a favorable impression of Chen Wen. Moreover, Chen Wen was not bad-looking. After his second maturation through cultivation, he had a well-proportioned physique, filled with masculinity, yet his face bore a gentle demeanor, blushing as he said, Big Brother, Su, don't say such nonsense. I'm just a little curious about Big Brother Chen's past world. Su Song shook his head beside her, realizing that even a fool could see the problem with Sidu Ting's demeanor. As for the matters of the young lady and the young master, those in the role of guards could say nothing, letting things flow naturally. If the two truly had fate, it could be a lovely story. Chen Wen was completely unaware that Su Song was here testing the waters for him. Even if he knew, he wouldn't think much of it. Having been an orphan in his previous world, he had never experienced romance. To put it plainly, he was a standard homebody and straight man. Chen Wen returned to the hall, where Li Li was conversing with Gu Lao. What are you discussing? Chen Wen asked. Seeing Chen Wen sit down, Gu Lao spoke. Little Chen, Li Li brought back her farmer summoning camp, and we are discussing where to place it, as they are to engage in their work. According to Li Li, the summoned farmers possess random basic talents, most of which are related to planting, breeding, fishing, and foraging. Currently, there are over 300 farmers available. Chang Wan's face was filled with delight as the population in the territory was significantly bolstered. Most were combatants or miners, and there were very few with basic skills solving a huge problem. Gu Lao, these are precious foundational talents, and they must be arranged properly, Chen Wen stated. Chen Wen looked at Li Li and said, Li Li, I have a task for you. Please compile the basic information of all the population in the territory. Once finished, submit it to Xiao AI and let her monitor the subsequent matters. Then turning to Gu Lao, he continued, Gu Lao, I feel the contribution point system we discussed last time can be implemented now. Previously, we couldn't find management talents for this due to a shortage of manpower, but now with Xiao AI we can delegate all tasks of statistics and exchanges to her. This is a significant workload, so you and Li Li should select some clever and quick-witted individuals from the territory to work together and ensure the details are thorough. How many contribution points per month? What is the exchange rate? How will the rewards be exchanged? Gu Lao said with a bitter smile, Little Chen, you are giving me a huge task. Chen Wen chuckled, Gu Lao, you can handle it. In the future, the number of talents will surely increase, and then you will have it easy. Li Li, what level is your farmer summoning base blueprint? How many can you summon each day? And how did you bring them over? I remember that once a building is constructed, it cannot be moved. Li Li blinked her adorable big eyes and said, Big Brother Chen, my farmers are level 3 now, and I can summon 30 each day. Among the more than 300, there is a particularly clever girl whose spiritual strength reaches 40. I have been nurturing her and feel we should focus on her development in our territory. I once obtained a one-time special item that allows me to carry and move a building, but unfortunately, it was only a one-time use. Everyone has their own fate. After saying this, Chen Wen headed straight to the barracks where you were training intensely. He called over the armored guards as he did not plan to personally take them out for upgrades today, having many matters to attend to. Xian Yi, you will lead the armored guards out for training from now on. Can you manage that? Chen Wen said loudly. Xian Yi saluted and replied, Lord, I guarantee the task will be completed. There are 2 things you must do during training. First, defeat monsters to level up and quickly enhance your strength. Second, find any surrounding treasure chest you can bring back and see if you can locate the position indicated on this treasure map. Chen Wen took out the treasure map, and all the armored guards came over to take a look. The armored guards marched out of the military camp in an orderly and impressive manner. Gong Sun Zhan said to Chen Wen, Lord, is it okay to let them go out on their own? Chen Wen confidently replied, I believe there won't be any problems. They must grow on their own. They cannot remain under my protection forever. Chen Wen proudly said, this is my exclusive troop of armored guards. When I am not present, Xian Yi will be the commander. If they encounter danger, they can unite their strength, and 20 of their exclusive skill will concentrate on Xian Yi. With 20 of a 300 level strength, even a level beast cannot withstand it. Gong Sun Zhan also smiled and nodded in agreement, saying, Lord, your armored guards are truly exceptional. I seriously suspect you are the illegitimate child of heaven, otherwise how could you have such good fortune? In fact, Chen Wen felt that his luck had improved significantly since he had lingered. According to her introduction, she was favored by heaven, and those who cared for and nurtured her would also be cherished by heaven. Chen Wen was very pleased, saying, General Gongsuin, the trials from Yoda are no longer very effective for me. How about we train together? Gong Sun Zhan smiled. Lord, I am not like Luda, so you must be cautious when fighting me. The 2 of them walked to one of the training platforms, and Chen Wen drew out the Xinyuan sword. Gong Sun Zhan only took out a giant bow and did not draw the Jinglong spear, and their duel naturally attracted many untrained soldiers. Chen Wen launched the first attack, slashing from a distance. Gongsun Zhan merely dodged lightly to the side, rendering Chen Wen's attack entirely ineffective. While dodging, Gongsun Zhan formed 3 light arrows with his bow and shot them rapidly at Chen Wen. The speed was astonishing, and Chen Wen swung the Xianyuan sword, continuously shattering the 3 light arrows and charging towards Gongsun Zhan at high speed. Gongsun Zhan drew the Jinglong spear, calmly blocking the stable Xianyuan sword. They exchanged blows dozens of times without injuring each other, yet the ground of the training platform was marked with footprints. In the blink of an eye, a stick of incense as time passed. The two exchanged a powerful strike and retreated, sheathing their... Gongsun Zhan remarked, "Lord, you are getting more and more powerful. Your skills have improved rapidly and have already caught up with me. You should be at the late level now, right? Haha, I just reached it last night. In life and death battles, I surely cannot match General Gongsun." Chen Wen said. At this moment, Gongsun Zhan spoke seriously to Chen Wen, saying, "Lord, you are the backbone of our territory. You must consider the consequences of every action. Your role is to arrange the troops and strategize while on the battlefield, not to engage directly with the enemy." Nyoda stood beneath the training platform, his brow furrowed in frustration. Chen Wen had utterly surpassed him. Back when he'd just broken through to rank B, his strength had far exceeded Chen Wen's. Now, he couldn't even request a sparring match with him. His heart raced with urgency. As ordinary minotaurs, their growth ceiling was fixed at rank B. Breaking through required rare heavenly treasures or earthly marvels. Nyoda's rapid ascension past rank B had only been possible because Chen Wen had gifted him a Zhu fruit. Chen Wen approached and clapped a reassuring hand on Nyoda's broad shoulder. "Rest easy," Chen Wen said gently. "Our territory grows stronger each day. Rare treasures will accumulate in abundance, and breaking through bottlenecks will become effortless." Lu Da's bovine eyes shimmered with unshed tears. His voice trembled with emotion. "Lord Sovereign, I swear I shall cultivate with unwavering diligence." Chen Wen stepped out of the camp with Lao Gu and Lili guiding her to install the peasant summoning base within the goblin camp. Originally, this row housed 3 structures, but now only the goblin camp remained. The peasant summoning base resembled a modest wooden cottage. Peasant summoning base summons human peasants endowed with foundational agricultural skills. With proper cultivation, your domain may nurture master artisans across every discipline. At level 3, it summons 30 peasants daily. Chen Wen smiled at Lili beside him. "You've essentially built a secondary profession production hub, a veritable fortune-bringing child." Without hesitation, Chen Wen upgraded it to level 9, capable of summoning 90 peasants per day. Summoning peasants required only animal hides, fibers, and meat. He had never realized, until now, that Lili, not just himself, could control the base. Since she had constructed it, the structure now existed as his vassal, bound to his sovereignty, yet retaining its original operational authority. Lili beamed with quiet joy. "Elder brother Chen, it's my honor to serve you." Lao Gu Chen Wen continued, "I intend to designate a separate zone behind the blessed land for the Grand Smelting Forge Factory, the future industrial district. This will preserve the domain's aesthetic harmony and strengthen its defensive coherence." Lao Gu voiced no objection. The group hurried onward toward their next destination, the site for constructing the Grand Smelting Forge Factory. Arriving at an open expanse behind the blessed land and unfurling the architectural blueprint. A chime echoed. "Ding. Confirm use of Grand Smelting Forge Factory blueprint." "Confirm," Chen Wen declared. He rarely consulted construction requirements anymore. Such abundance rendered mere specifications irrelevant. An icon materialized within Chen Wen's vision. He dragged it onto the vacant land. The factory occupied a vast area, precisely 2,000 square meters, shaped as a 10 by 20 meter rectangle. Its framework was forged from steel, while all other surfaces were tightly sealed with interlocking timber panels. Pushing open the massive factory doors, they entered profound silence, and beheld at the center a colossal furnace soaring over 10 meters high, its surface crisscrossed with intake and output conduits. In our former world, even major industrial plants could not fabricate such a furnace. Here it manifests from mere blueprint and raw materials, an impossibility beyond mortal comprehension. Though Lao Gu specialized in biological research, his erudition spanned numerous disciplines. Xiao AI Chen Wen asked, "Can the blessed land transmit energy here?" "Yes, master," Xiao AI's voice resonated from the air. "All structures built via blueprints within the blessed land's radiance receive sustained energy." Xiao AI Chen Wen pressed, "How many personnel are required to operate this Grand Smelting Forge Factory at peak?" Xiao AI's voice emerged again. "Master, powered entirely by the blessed land's energy, this semi-automated forge requires only 300 operators. To refine superior materials and forge exceptional armaments, we require master artisans." Manpower posed no issue. Over 1,000 goblins dwelled in the domain. Nearly 500 mined, or while the rest gathered resources near the blessed land daily. Skilled in metallurgy and armoring, they needed only brief instruction to assume these roles. Chen Wen summoned a nearby soldier and instructed him to fetch Kai Chi. Kai Chi rushed from the research institute to the Grand Smelting Forge Factory. Spotting Chen Wen at the entrance, he bowed deeply. "Greetings, Lord Sovereign." "No formalities," Chen Wen replied. "I summoned you to witness something extraordinary. The Grand Smelting Forge Factory newly erected. It is yours to command. Do you accept?" Managing this forge carries solemn responsibility, Chen Wen added. Each month you must produce weapons and armor calibrated precisely to our domain's needs or yield, to fortify our strength. Kai Chi gazed upon the towering furnace, pulse quickening. His tribe's ancestral forge seemed like an infant's toy beside this colossus. Lord Sovereign, I vow to forge peerless high-tier arms. These conditions surpass anything recorded in our tribal annals. The diminutive artisan leapt and gestured wildly within the cavernous space. Chen Wen watched silently until after a full quarter, Kai Chi finally composed himself. Forgive me, Lord Sovereign. I am overwhelmed. Even our most revered ancestral workshops pale before this sanctuary. Shall AI instruct Kai Chi thoroughly on the forge's operation and protocols? Chen Wen commanded into the air. A luminous hologram coalesced before him. As you command, Master. Before Chen Wen and Lao Gu had even exited the factory, the deep thrum of machinery reverberated behind them. Yet once outside, all sound vanished, completely attesting to flawless acoustic isolation. Chen Wen spent the entire day orchestrating domain affairs, especially assigning farmers with cultivation expertise to plant elite-grade crops within the blessed land. Overseeing agriculture in the blessed land was a young woman brought by Li Li, named Li Pingyan by her patron. Though unmistakably feminine, her name evoked steadfast peace. Viewed from above, the domain now resembled a fledgling town. The blessed land sat at its heart. To its left stood the goblin summoning base and peasant summoning base. To its right rose the research institute. Directly behind lay common farmland. Within a 3-kilometer radius encircling the domain, no trees remained. 1 kilometer beyond the fields flowed a narrow river from which a meter-wide irrigation channel had been excavated. The river spanned over 10 meters wide, plunging to depths of 6 or 7 meters, teeming with fish and crustaceans. Yet Chen, when never wanting for sustenance, paid it no heed. Behind the troop summoning base and research institute stood 2-story residential blocks, each housing 10 individuals, with hundreds arranged in immaculate rows. Mindful of hygiene, Chen Wen mandated 1 large public restroom for every 10 residential blocks, a priority instilled early during his visit to the Goblin tribe, where he'd commissioned several such facilities. Poor sanitation bred pathogens and epidemics, catastrophic in a domain lacking physicians. Though medicinal herbs were still being cultivated, the blessed land's blessing would accelerate their maturation. Thus passed the day, in purposeful labor and meticulous stewardship. In the room on the first floor, Li Li was happily holding a survival manual. A smile adorned her face as she increasingly felt that coming to Chen Wen's territory was a wise decision, free from daily worries about her safety. She uploaded a photo of herself from the survival manual to the chat channel. This was a photo taken from directly in front of the city gate, showcasing the tall and thick city wall and the several meter-wide gate, with 2 minotaurs standing guard at the entrance. The photo exuded a sense of oppression. The chat channel instantly erupted. Which big shot's territory is this? They have already started constructing a city. So envious of that big shot. Do you need any assistance over there? Hey big shot, I am light and agile, I can warm your bed. Li Li, this is the territory of big shot Chen Wen, and I am now his vassal. I'm so envious of that, sister. Do you still need anyone? I also want to become a big shot's vassal. Some people were envious of Chen Wen and Li Li, while others who couldn't partake expressed their bitterness. What's so impressive about it? Just clinging to a strong backer. One should still strive for oneself. If you're so capable, why don't you go find a powerful backer? This is a fantasy world. Oh, what's the use of development if one lacks personal strength? Personal strength is the hard truth. I am already at B rank with a speed of several dozen meters per second. Ew, I could take him down in an instant. At that moment, Li Li sent several more photos. They were all photos of minotaurs and the White Horse Brigade with notes indicating their levels. Chen Wen sat on the bed flipping through the messages in the chat channel. He saw someone had already reached B rank, clicked on that person's avatar, and saw a very arrogant face, as if everyone was beneath him, which was quite infuriating. His name was revealed, Wu Ming. It's rare to see a surname like Wu. I wonder what kind of talent he possesses to have his strength increase so quickly. Chen Wen thought to himself. Suddenly he recalled that he had received a book introducing cultivation methods that he took out the detailed guide to cultivation, clicked to use it, and the book transformed into a beam of light that entered Chen Wen's mind. Countless pieces of knowledge appeared in his consciousness. Chen Wen understood the basics of the B rank, as the differences were not significant. A rank focused more on physical training, mental strength, and inner energy. When it came to S rank, the cultivation direction changed somewhat, requiring the combination of mental strength and inner energy to give birth to true essence, which is stored in various acupoints in the body. According to the book, the human body has 365 acupoints. Breaking through all 365 will lead to SS rank. After that, it's about storing true essence in the acupoints. When all acupoints are filled adequately, one will break through to SSS. It vaguely mentioned that to break through the SSS rank limit, one must sense the power of the stars in the universe. The subsequent ranks were not elaborated upon. At this point, one would begin to utilize higher level powers to train the body. I thought that after inner energy turned liquid, it would condense into a golden core. Novels really can't be trusted. Fortunately, I didn't blindly cultivate. Chen Wen silently rejoiced, glad he hadn't acted rashly. Chen Wen then shifted his gaze back to the chat channel. Lily had already begun to express the need for recruits. Big shot Chen Wen here, there are many supplies for eating and drinking and countless soldiers patrolling daily. The only downside is that we are understaffed to manage these people. The chat channel was flooded with responses, not knowing what to say. Chen Wen chuckled inwardly. Lily is quite clever, not directly asking for recruits. She's fishing with bait, letting those willing to take the hook. Thus he ignored the chatter in the chat channel, wanting to see if there was anything good in the trading channel. He kept refreshing down. 1 spirit stone for trade C rank food 20 units, 1 D rank space, or for trade a rare treasure that can help break through trade for healing potions with weaving machine blueprints. Though there were many items, not much was useful to Chen Wen. Most were basic materials, exchanging food and ores. In the end, Chen Wen exchanged a jus fruit for 50 pieces of space ore. According to him, this type of ore is very difficult to mine and quite scarce, basically his entire stock. He also added the person as a friend. He traded for the weaving machine directly without further contact. The other party, seeing that the trader was Chen Wen, sent a message. Big shot, let's add each other as friends. Adding a friend shouldn't hurt, so Chen Wen agreed. After completing his nightly routine, he lay down on the bed to meditate. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye the night had passed. Just as Chen Wen opened his eyes, Ling Er excitedly shouted, "Daddy, hurry, and look, it's snowing outside the city wall. It's so beautiful." Hearing this, Chen Wen rushed to the window, and indeed saw snow falling outside the city wall, a heavy snowfall swirling down with snowflakes dancing in the air in various postures. Some soared, some spiraled, and some plummeted rapidly to the ground. From a distance, everything was a vast expanse of white, the snowy scenery, stunningly magnificent. The heavens and earth melded as one, revealing nothing but a silver hue, as if the entire world had been adorned with silver. Dressed, Chen Wen descended to the first floor, where all the leaders of the territory were waiting for him in the living room, especially Gu Lao and Li Li, who were the weakest, clearly wearing thicker clothes than the day before. "Good morning, Lord," Chen Wen replied, and sat down in his main seat. Gu Lao spoke up, "Little Chen, it's snowing outside, and the temperature has dropped significantly. I just inquired with Xiao AI, and the temperature outside the city wall has already reached -5 degrees. The only relatively favorable area has little impact, likely only 1/10 of the outside weather. Currently, the temperature inside the favorable area is still above 10 degrees. Chen Wen replied, "That's good. Gu Lao, how are the fireplaces in the residential buildings coming along? Can the residents endure the nights?" At this moment, Lily stood up to respond. "Big brother Chen, don't worry, we have already arranged everything in the past few days. We initially trained some people to make fireplaces, and finally each room had 1 person in charge, and the 10 people living in that room worked together, finishing it basically in 1 day. Xiani stood up and asked Chen Wen, "Lord, do we still need to train outside?" Chen Wen pondered for a moment. "Let's not go outside for these 2 days. It will definitely get worse. This is likely just the beginning. From what we've experienced in our world, sometimes the lowest temperatures can reach -50 or 60 degrees. We'll discuss it once the situation stabilizes. For now, the soldiers can train inside the barracks. Let them digest. We've been executing 4 kills daily, and I'm worried the Xuanjia guards can't handle it mentally." Turning to Gong Sunzan, he said, "General Gongsuan, ensure that the patrol work in the camp is done well. In low temperatures and heavy snow, the wild beasts and monsters will attack anything edible if they can't find food." Amidst the oppressive atmosphere, after finishing breakfast, Chen Wen let them attend to their respective matters. He took out the spatial mineral he had exchanged for yesterday. Spatial attribute mineral grade D. Using it can forge spatial equipment, and grade D can forge a space of 10 cubic units. Chen Wen crafted 8 rings and 4 necklaces for himself. The rings were for each of the high-ranking members of the territory, while the necklaces were made for several pets. He put on one of the rings and extended his spiritual power towards the spatial ring. Suddenly, he felt himself transported to an enclosed space. Upon inspection with his spiritual sense, he confirmed that the volume was indeed around 10 cubic units, taking the shape of a cube, with an invisible wall outside that his spiritual power could not penetrate. Sometimes they needed to go out and play, bringing some items, especially Xiaobai. If he found any treasures outside, his small frame wouldn't be able to bring them back. "Thank you, Daddy. I love the gift you gave me." Then she joyfully danced in the air. Sometimes they needed to go out and play, bringing some items, especially Xiaobai. If he found any treasures outside, his small frame wouldn't be able to bring them back. Chen Wen took Linger out, intending to personally observe the environment outside. There were indeed no changes in the blessed land. The farmers were still wearing clothes made from animal skins as they worked. Snowflakes fell from above the blessed land, seemingly making it disappear without a trace. The one directing them was Li Pinggan, who was also personally working in the soil. Chen Wen watched, nodding to himself, feeling very pleased with their intelligence and hard work. They definitely needed to be cultivated with priority. By dividing the land plots, vegetables and fruits were separated, and the harvest time was very quick, unlike in the original world where it would take at least a quarter. In this world, seeds sprouted at only about 1/3 of the original speed, coupled with the top-quality soil and good spiritual spring water. Planting these high-level resources took up a lot of land. On grade land, at most 2 plants could be grown per square meter, while on grade land, only 1 plant could be grown. Too many plants would lead to insufficient nutrients for development. Chen Wen had exchanged for thousands of seeds enough to keep them busy for a day or two. Once this batch of crops and fruits matured, the strength of the territory would undergo tremendous development. He was not in a hurry about food at all. What was truly lacking were the most basic necessities: oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. For oil, they were using fat obtained from hunted wild beasts to cook. Salt was exchanged daily in the trading channel, mostly coming from Michael, who had crossed over to the seaside, where resources were not inferior to those in the forest. There were even many essential trace elements for the human body, such as salt. However, constantly exchanging was not a sustainable solution. With over 4,000 people each consuming 5 grams daily, they needed over 10 pounds each day. He had not found any salt mines or salt lakes on his side either. According to the original plan, Chen Wen intended to quickly reach Xingyun City to purchase basic survival supplies, like oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Plans could not keep up with changes, and with the sudden drop in temperature and heavy snowfall, others could not leave. The territory was the foundation of his development. Chen Wen arrived at the barracks. Gong Sun Zhan was currently sparring with Niu Da, who had reverted to his combat state, standing over 4 meters tall with a large axe. The sound of the axe slicing through the air created a harsh explosive noise with each strike, and Gong Sun Zhan was forced to defend against each attack. In terms of strength, the advantage of the orcs was indeed too great. Luda was currently only at mid-grade B. In a pure strength contest, Gong Sun Zhan and Chen Wen, both late grade B, were roughly on par with Niu Da. Each time Niu Da's strike was met with a hard defense, he had to take a step back. However, Niu Da's speed was comparatively much slower, allowing Gong Sun Zhan to predictably block Niu Da's attacks. It felt less like a sparring session and more like a test of skills. Upon seeing Chen Wen arrive, Gong Sun Zhan suddenly stepped back, evading Niu Da's attack, causing Niu Da to miss his target and stumble. Gong Sun Zhan seized the opportunity, his spear like a dragon striking Niu Da's body, sending him flying and landing directly below the training platform. Gong Sun Zhan approached, saying, "My lord." Niu Da hurriedly got up. Although it looked quite miserable, his tough skin and flesh suffered no harm, only appearing a bit disheveled. "Greetings, my lord," Chen Wen jokingly said from the side. "Niu Da, not bad. You've made great progress lately. I just saw you overpowering General Gong Sun." Niu Da stood there grinning foolishly, being praised by others, especially the lord, who complimented him. "My lord, this was all General Gong Sun's doing. He was just sparring with me." Chen Wen chuckled and disregarded this foolishness. "General Gong Sun, how much have the soldiers in our barracks improved?" Only Gong Sun Zhan knew the answer to this question. Although Luda was also in the barracks daily, eating and living with the soldiers, the problem was that he would forget things within 3 seconds. Asking him was virtually pointless. Gong Sun Zhan glanced at the soldiers training in the field and spoke. "My lord, there are a total of 4,800 soldiers in the territory. Currently, among the 2,500 White Horse volunteers, 1,500 have reached grade C, while the remaining 1,000 are mostly grade summoned recently. According to your last plan, all 1,500 Minotaurs have been gathered, but only 500 have reached grade C, while most of the rest are primitive grade soldiers. The Xuanjia guards are all at grade D." Chen Wen calculated in his heart. Currently, the territory has 3 grade B, 2,000 grade C, and the remaining 2,000 are all grade D. The development of strength is very rapid. His overall strength as a survivor might now match the total strength of all survivors in the area combined. Just like Li Li, her farmer units had virtually no combat power and lacked specialized training. "General Gong Sun, what do you think about holding a drill battle?" Gong Sun Zhan looked puzzled. "My lord, I understand the battle, but what is a drill?" Chen Wen suddenly remembered that in this other world the term drill did not exist. He patiently explained, "A drill is a military exercise conducted under predetermined scenarios to practice operational commands and actions, serving as comprehensive training that simulates real combat. After theoretical learning and basic training, testing the soldiers' training results over a period of time." Gong Sun Zhan nodded beside him. "This method is good, my lord. It will also let these young rascals feel the taste of the battlefield." Niu Da, hearing about the fight, also nodded in agreement. "My lord, I've never been afraid of anyone in a fight." Chen Wen's expression darkened at his words. "You should learn from General Gong Sun, who said anything about fighting." Niu Da felt a bit frightened under Chen Wen's glare, lowering his head and mumbling, "Weren't you and General Gong Sun just talking about fighting?" Chen Wen rubbed his forehead, utterly speechless, completely failing to understand this foolish man. "General Gong Sun, gather all the soldiers. I have an announcement to make." Chen Wen walked onto the performance stage in the center of the barracks. In a short time, 2,000 to 3,000 people had gathered. They were divided into 3 formations, with Gong Sun Zhan's White Horse Brigade standing on the far left, the most numerous, and Niu Da's bull-headed men standing in the center. The Xuani guards, led by Xian Yi, stood on the far right. Chen Wen stood on the stage, his expression serious. "Thank you all, brothers, for your contributions to the territory. Meeting in this unfamiliar world is fate. Since you chose to follow me, Chen Wen, I will not mistreat anyone who stands by my side. You are family to me, brothers." His heartwarming speech left the soldiers below in a daze. "We pledge our loyalty to the Lord. We vow to protect the territory. We pledge our loyalty to the Lord. We vow to protect the territory." The roar of 1,000 voices shook the heavens, the sound of 3,000 people shattered the sky like an unstoppable tide. Chen Wen raised his hand, signaling for silence, then spoke loudly with inner strength. You are soldiers, the first line of defense for the territory, the foundation of protection for everyone. After this long period of training, I want to see your results. In 3 days I will conduct a military exercise. The White Horse Brigade and the Bull-Headed Men will each send out 2 teams of 100 men for the exercise. At this moment Xian Yi, standing on the far right, shouted loudly, Lord, why aren't we Xuani guards participating in the exercise? We are also eternally loyal to the Lord and will protect you. Chen Wen turned his gaze to Xian Yi, who had a serious and solemn expression. Chen Wen replied, Xian Yi, the number of your guards is too few and their rank is only grade. It wouldn't be fair for you to participate. Xian Yi clenched his fist, his face serious. Lord, there are only Xuani guards who have fallen in battle, never though. We hope the Lord will grant us this request. Xian Er and Xian San, who were standing behind, also shouted. We hope the Lord will grant us this request. All the Xuani guards spoke in unison. We hope the Lord will grant us this request. Seeing this situation, Chen Wen had no choice but to agree, feeling a bit proud inside. These were the soldiers he had trained. There were no cowards among them. Chen Wen, using his inner energy, uttered a single word. Good. 300 Xuani guards knelt in unison. Thank you, Lord, for your grace. We will not disappoint your training. Chen Wen nodded at Xian Yi, feeling very satisfied with his choice of commander. Everyone returned to their positions, training with even more fervor, the noise shaking the heavens, especially the bull-headed men. Marching in unison, they seemed to shake the very ground. The training of the bull-headed men was different from others. They all carried weights, each person bearing at least 500 pounds, while Niu Da's weight was measured in tons, which was truly mind-boggling. Bringing several commanders, they went to the war conference room with Gong Sun's on. Inside the conference room, Gong Sun was constructing a model territory according to Chen Wen's instructions. It was a 10-kilometer radius model, though it was not yet complete. Only the surrounding 5 kilometers of mountains and rivers were marked. Beyond that there was nothing but blank space. Chen Wen spoke. This is our first military exercise. It must be a complete success. Look at Niu Da and the others. You must select the best personnel. I hope for a thrilling showdown, and the victorious team will receive generous rewards from me. Allow them to request one item they desire: rare treasures, weapons, or armor. The team that wins will receive an engraved fruit, the Zhu fruit. Lu Da's eyes widened in shock, bloodshot with excitement. He had tasted the Zhu fruit before and knew its powerful effects. If he got another one, he would at least reach the peak of grade. For Chen Wen there was no loss. The Zhu fruit was no longer useful to him, having consumed 4 or 5 in the early stages. Rest assured, Lord, we will ensure the success of this exercise. The 3 showed excited expressions. General Gongsuin, I will select 10 from the White Horse Brigade to accompany me outside to scout. You will handle matters inside the barracks. Niu Da and Xian Yi will follow General Gongsun's lead. Chen Wen instructed again. He handed over 3 crafted spatial rings to the 3 men, who looked at Chen Wen with moved expressions. Niu Da was the most dramatic, his eyes brimming with tears as he gazed at Chen Wen. Chen Wen felt a shiver all over as he was stared at. He quickly exited the conference room, casually selecting 10 members of the White Horse Brigade, taking Ling Er and heading towards the city walls. As soon as they stepped outside the city walls, the snowflakes in the sky danced like white butterflies, freely floating down like willow catkins, gently falling, drifting softly onto Chen Wen's shoulders. Ling Er was joyfully dancing in the air, snowflakes landing on her, resembling a fairy frolicking in the snow. The scene was enchanting, but unfortunately her size was too small. As she stepped onto the accumulated snow, it reached her ankles. All around was a sea of white, as if the heavens had draped nature in a snowy cloak. The surroundings were silent, without the roar of beasts or the chirping of birds. It was truly a scene where no birds flew and no footprints were left in the myriad paths. Chen Wen was also captivated by the breathtaking scenery of nature. He unconsciously extended his hands to touch the snowflakes in the air, feeling the coolness and slight dampness as they settled on his palms. This was no surprise for Chen Wen. Being a southerner, he had hardly seen snow growing up. Even in winters with snow, it was only a few flakes falling gently. After a long while, Chen Wen finally snapped back to reality from Ling Er's laughter. He smiled at her and asked, Ling Er, are you having fun? Yes, let's go outside and see other places. Daddy, these snowflakes are so much fun. They feel cold and refreshing on me. It's like they're massaging me. Ling Er's silvery voice echoed in the air. First they took a tour around the territory. The snow on the rooftops of the residential buildings was already quite thick. Early this morning, Gu Lao had come to inform them that they would have a day off. Even the cave goblins and goblins were summoned back, having no work to do. They were also very excited. Many of the goblins had lost their memories in this world and had never seen such a scene, feeling curious and delighted. The earth elementals, however, were ecstatic. They were natives, having lived underground for a long time, never having seen snowflakes, only having read about it in ancient texts. When they reached the furnace factory, Chen Wen was surprised to find some people still working. Pushing open the big door, he saw Kaiji directing a dozen earth elementals. Kaiji, what's going on? Didn't we say everyone gets the day off today? Chen Wen asked with a hint of displeasure. Kaiji hurriedly replied, Lord, I only left a few people here to maintain the furnace temperature. If no one maintains it, it will take a long time to raise the temperature again. Chen Wen then smiled. Well, since they are working hard later, you can ask Gu Lao for some grade fruits as a reward. The nearby earth elementals heard this and quickly knelt down. Thank you, Lord, for your reward. We will serve the Lord with all our hearts until death. Chen Wen waved his hand. Since the goblins submitted to Chen Wen, their lives have improved tenfold, feeling as if they are living in a dream, thus they work particularly hard. If it were in the original world, these would undoubtedly be Chen Wen's diehard fans, the kind that would never betray him. For these people, Chen Wen must not treat them unfairly. In the ordinary farmland, even the water channels on the ground have frozen over. Thankfully, with foresight, all the farmland has been covered with greenhouses, row upon row, looking incredibly spectacular. Similarly, at the summoning base, the number of goblin summons has also increased. After handling the affairs of the territory, he set out towards the forest with 10 white horse guards. Leaving a trail of footprints on the pristine white ground, they stand out remarkably. As soon as he stepped into the forest, Chen Wen encountered a bronze treasure chest, and upon opening it with some excitement, he found basic resources, including ordinary iron axes and timber. This is a good start, and must be taken seriously. Thus, while exploring, they searched for treasure chests, with 11 of them proceeding through the silent white forest. Why are there so many treasure chests today? At least 2 or 3 times more than usual. Chen Wen pondered under a tree. I wonder if it's just my area, or if it's the same for everyone. He hurriedly took out the survival manual and flipped to the chat channel. Brothers, it's so cold. I completely dare not go out. The snow outside is already 30 centimeters thick. Everyone hurry outside. There are exceptionally many treasure chests today. Oh, don't miss this opportunity. Why is it snowing everywhere you are? There's no reaction here at all. It's so warm. The chat channel saw this message, and countless people immediately flooded the Versailles. Upstairs, where are you? I'd love to go there. I've already put on my down jacket while you all are going out in animal skins, feeling like you're about to turn into popsicles. This is a picture posted in the chat channel. Looking up, there was a vast expanse of yellow sand with strong winds whipping. Haha, I'm in the desert where there's not even water. How can it snow? Finally, I found a little sense of superiority. Alas, taking off. I'm so envious. I also want to live in such an environment, much better than in this icy world. Upstairs, are you sure? They say the guy living in the desert gets all his supplies from treasure chests. There are no resources to gather nearby. Excuse me, I spoke too much, followed by an emoji. Chen Wen also sent a message in the chat channel. Everyone who can go out should try to go out and search for resource treasure chests. Due to the sudden drop in temperature, many wild beasts have gone into hibernation, making the initial danger significantly lower. However, if it lasts too long, the magical beasts will wake up after consuming all their energy during hibernation, and the danger will rise again. Treasure chests are truly everywhere, several times more than before. This must be a benefit from the system. If we don't seize this opportunity, we'll fall behind. After sending the message, he put away the survival manual and continued exploring the territory. When he walked 10 kilometers outside the camp, Chen Wen suddenly discovered a clear boundary line. Within 10 kilometers, snowflakes were gently falling, while beyond that boundary, the snow was as big as goose feathers, dense and thick, already affecting visibility. He rushed over, stood before the boundary line, extended a hand to catch a snowflake, which fell on his palm without melt. Chen Wen thought for a moment and understood the reason. My territory is blessed with earth spirits, plus the Xianyuan sword can weaken natural disasters by 30. Chen Wen summoned the Xianyuan sword, and a flash of golden light appeared as the sword manifested in his palm. Holding one hand with the other, he caressed the carvings on the Xianyuan sword, growing fonder and more satisfied with each glance. Truly worthy of being the sword of humanity, even capable of influencing nature. Afterward, Chen Wen quickened his pace, with the guards finally completing a patrol around the 10 kilometers of the territory in one day. Returning to the blessed land, he brushed off the snow from his shoulders where the elder was waiting at the city gate. Xiao Chen, how's the situation outside? Any significant changes? The elder inquired anxiously. His advanced age and low physical level made it impossible for him to go out in such cold weather, as he would likely fall ill. Chen Wen smiled and replied, there's no change outside. It's even safer than usual. Many magical beasts have gone into hibernation due to the temperature, so it's basically silent. There's also good news. The number of treasure chests outside has increased to 2 or 3 times the usual amount. We need to send more patrols tomorrow to collect the treasure chests. As Chen Wen spoke, he led the elder towards the villa. The elder said to Chen, when we've nearly completed the contribution point exchange system, I'll give you the catalog shortly for your review. Thank you for your hard work, elder. I'll call everyone over to discuss this matter together. Chen Wen responded with delight. The elder gently shook his head, saying it's mainly thanks to Xiao AI and Li Li's help. As an old man, I can only offer a few suggestions. The credit really belongs to the two of them. Chen Wen laughed heartily. Don't worry, I won't forget anyone who has contributed. He called over a nearby farmer to gather Gong Sun John and Kaiki along with everyone else. As he entered the villa, a puppet immediately brought him a cup of hot water. Chen Wen sat in his seat waiting for Gong Sun John while circulating his internal energy to warm his body. Before long, Kaiki arrived and immediately bowed to Chen Wen. Greetings, Lord. Chen Wen gestured for him to sit and wait for the others, who gradually all arrived. Chen Wen then got to the point. The reason I called everyone here today is to announce something. The population in our territory is increasing, and relying entirely on free supplies from the territory would be very detrimental to future development. Over the past few days I asked the elder and Li to come up with a solution. He turned to the elder and said, "Elder, please introduce it." Everyone turned to look at the elder. The elder stood up. Our territory now has over 400 inhabitants. Providing free supplies to everyone would be very detrimental to development. After organizing and evaluating all the resources in the territory, we plan to implement a contribution point system as a universal currency for the territory. I have a detailed report here for each of you to review. It was first passed to Chen Wen. He opened it to find pages filled with writing, and don't ask how Chen Wen managed to have paper and a pen. These were obtained through crafting blueprints and treasure chests. Producing them on his own would still be quite challenging. Terms for obtaining and using territory contribution points. 1. Based on each person's contribution to the territory, different contributions are earned each month. Ordinary soldiers receive 100 contribution points per month. Level soldiers receive 200. Level soldiers receive 400. And commanders or generals receive 0 per month. 2. Each department will have an end-of-month assessment, and those who qualify or exceed will receive corresponding rewards. 3. The territory will establish a dedicated resource exchange department with all resources uniformly allocated by the department and exchanges calculated and adjusted by Xiao AI. The elder watched Chen when flipping through the documents and introduced the tickets we have established are divided into 5 levels: 150, 10, 5, and 1. This arrangement not only facilitates change, but also makes it easy to carry. Considering that everyone has nothing at the beginning, we will distribute 100 contribution points to each person. The only troublesome issue is the currency manufacturing problem for the contribution points. If it were the original world, there would still be a banknote checker to verify authenticity. After taking a quarter of an hour to review all the content, Chen Wen passed it down and everyone took a look. Everyone finished reading and Gongsun Zan was the first to speak. "My lord, this method is excellent. It can not only unite people's hearts, but also instill a sense of belonging to the territory. Elder, don't try to do everything yourself. Professional matters should be left to professionals," Chen Wen said with a smile. Chen Wen took out a few ancient gold coins from his backpack and handed them to Kaichi. These were left over from his last transaction with a mysterious merchant. The gold coins were engraved with various mysterious patterns resembling dragons, snakes, and deer, and were extremely beautiful. He then spoke, "Can we create some anti-counterfeiting patterns on these coins that are difficult to replicate, and then engrave the denomination on them?" Kaichi held the ancient gold coins which he was very familiar with. Chen Wen had acquired many of them during the battle with, "My lord, it's not difficult to know these. As long as we make specialized molds, we can train some personnel for mass production," he said. Chen Wen was very pleased, nodding repeatedly. "I'll leave this matter to you. Make the molds and bring the models to me for approval." "How long will it take?" Kaichi pondered. "My lord, 1 day is enough." After a thorough discussion, they confirmed the item exchange prices and everyone's wages, just waiting for the currency to be minted. As they were about to adjourn, Chen Wen noticed Li wanting to say something, but hesitating. He looked at her, signaling her to speak. Li caught Chen Wen's gaze and said, "Brother Chen, I've noticed a problem. Our territory is so large, yet we don't have a name or a symbol for it. At first I just felt something was off, like we were missing something. After hearing General Gongsun mention the importance of cohesion and belonging, I realized that lacking these things would significantly hinder our territory's unity and sense of belonging. This is a spiritual symbol of a force. Furthermore, since we will be interacting with outsiders, we cannot be without a name and need to have our own banner." Upon hearing Li's words, Chen Wen slapped his forehead, realizing he had been so busy that he forgot this fundamental, yet simple and useful matter. "Thank you, Li. Your thoughts are very considerate. I had fallen into a thinking trap and overlooked this aspect, Chen. Now I can't decide the name and symbol for the territory alone. Everyone should go back and think of 3 names and a banner design," he continued. "After Kaichi mints the contribution currency the day after tomorrow, we will vote to decide." Everyone listened, pondering silently, except for the naive Nyoda, who was confused, still sitting in his seat, instructed by the lord to think of names and designs. He had no idea. "My lord, I can't think of anything. You know I'm not very bright. Whatever you say, I just accept it." Chen Wen could only hold his forehead in frustration, as he had no hopes for Nyoda's creative thinking. While he could be a fierce warrior on the battlefield, strategizing was truly a challenge for these bull-headed people. "Alright, don't think too hard. Just come back the day after tomorrow to cast your vote." He then instructed Gongsun Zan and Nyoda to arrange for some people to search for treasure chests daily, and this meeting came to an end. As everyone left, Chen Wen took out his survival manual. He noticed a friend's message flashing. It was from Zhang Wenyue. "Boss, do you have any thick clothes? I want to trade for some." "What's wrong? Are you really short on clothes?" Chen Wen replied. Actually, he had never lacked clothes since he instructed old Chen to keep making them as soon as he realized the temperature was dropping. Now, they had accumulated over 10,000 pieces. "What's going on? Are you really short on clothes?" Chen Wen responded. Zhang Wenyue was currently holed up in a small cabin facing heavy snowfall, with snow accumulating to half a meter thick. Wrapped in a blanket sitting on the bed, his pet tiger lay beside him. He was browsing the survival manual when he saw that Chen Wen finally replied, which lifted his spirits. "Boss, I'm not short on clothes, but my over 300 soldiers are lacking clothes. They are all simply wrapped in animal skins and are too afraid to go outside. Even my pet Bai is reluctant to go outside because the temperature is too low. I have a thermometer here, and the outdoor temperature has already dropped below -20 degrees. Chen Wen didn't joke. He directly sent Zhang Wenyue 150 pieces of animal skin clothing. Although they were made of animal skins, they had strong thermal capacity after being processed in the workshop and no longer looked like thin skins on the outside. Zhang Wenyue quickly asked, "Boss, what do you need?" "I like people like you who are fair in trade and reciprocate. Just give me 10 spirit stones, and that will be enough, Chen. Later I will create a group chat. I have a few other friends here. Let's share resources," he added. "Boss, you should have created a group chat long ago," Zhang Wenyue messaged back. Chen Wen first created a group and named it the Chen Wen Trading Group. He then sent a message to Zhong Tian Zhang Wenyue Li Qianqian Sun Fusuo and Mi Gao announcing that he had created a group and sent an invitation to join. Chen Wen only had these few friends. Usually after ordinary trades, he would not add anyone as a friend. These few, however, had been through trading, and he felt they were trustworthy. In just a moment, all 5 people gradually agreed to join the group. Zhang Wenyue said, "Hello, everyone, I'm Zhang Wenyue. It's nice to meet you all." One by one, they introduced themselves. Once everyone was familiar with each other, Chen Wen spoke, "I created this group to exchange good resources among us first, and then we can go to the trading hall. Each of us is in different areas with different resource points, so we must have things that we need." "You're right, boss. I'm near the sea. If anyone needs seafood, just let me know, and I'll trade it to you for free." "Mi Gao, I have a large farm here with many vegetables and fruits that I can trade for weapons or troops that can enhance my power." Li Qianqian added. "Hello everyone, I'm Sun Fusuo from a family of healers, a descendant of Sun Ximiao. The place I crossed over to is a land of medicinal materials. If anyone gets sick or needs medicinal materials, you can find me." Sun Fusuo introduced himself. They each promoted their specialties in the group. Chen Wen directly threw 500 sets of clothing into the group. Looking at the 500 sets of clothes that Chen Wen had thrown into the group for free, especially Zhang Wenyue, who kept shouting 666. "Everyone gathered in this group has traded with me and has good character. In this unfamiliar otherworld, while we cannot be overly benevolent, we should still help each other. I hope we can all live together and find the purpose of our arrival in this world." Chen Wen said. Mi Gao replied, "You're right, since we are gathered in this group, it is a league, which is certainly much better than fighting alone. Unfortunately, I wish I knew where you all were." After that, everyone started showcasing their own specialties in the group. Zhang Wenyue showcased some weapons olive grade, which are still quite helpful. Especially the 2 lucky ones, Li Qianqian and Sun Fusu, who showcased leveled vegetables and fruits, making those around them envious and drooling. There weren't many, so each person would get 4 or 5. After chatting for a while, Chen Wen sent a message to Mi Gao expressing his intention to exchange some seafood and asked. Mi Gao was generous and directly gave Chen Wen 100 units of seafood, including fish, shrimp, sea conchs, and shells. Definitely enough for Chen Wen to eat for a long time. Chen Wen traded for a treasure room map in the trading channel. Treasure room, special blueprint treasures and rare materials stored in the treasure temple can receive effective nurturing, remain unspoiled for 10,000 years, and there is a chance to enhance the grade of precious weapons and treasures. Manufacturing conditions: 100 spirit stones, 100 iron ores, 100 units of wood, 10 jade stones, and 1 agarwood. Chen Wen searched for agarwood in the trading channel and actually found it. The other party wanted weapons, so Chen Wen directly gave them a wolf-tooth dagger. The large furnace factory was built just a few days ago and had already produced quite a few weapons and armors. System: can this treasure room be built in my villa? Ding, yes. Choose the location for construction and it will automatically adjust according to the surrounding environment. Chen Wen took the blueprint directly to the 3rd floor hall and built it directly opposite his bedroom. The treasure room was not large, only about 20 square meters. Unlike a warehouse where items could be placed haphazardly, the treasure room had only 4 shelves, all made of jade, with some mysterious flowers on top. Chen Wen could also feel the energy of heaven and earth converging on the jade. The reason it could nurture materials should be due to the patterns on these jade stones gathering the energy of heaven and earth. Chen Wen took out some of the more precious items from his backpack. In fact, there weren't many items. He had over a dozen red fruits. The red fruit tree was growing more and more outstanding, no longer like the first time it matured when it was only a person's height. Now it was a full 3 meters tall, and it had produced 7 or 8 fruits at once. Treasure map: Xianyuan, sword, unknown use, red feather, and a grade snow lotus seed. The growing conditions for snow lotus are harsh, and it could actually be planted now, but there is no guarantee the temperature can be sustained for long. He still needs to figure out a way to create an environment that can maintain low temperatures, otherwise it would be a waste. Things that could go into the treasure map must at least be a grade. In total, he only placed the red fruit treasure map. The rest of the backpack contained various fruits. Chen Wen always carried some on him, fearing unexpected events during outings, so he could use them as supplies. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. This day was the appointment with Kai Chi to produce contribution coins, and everyone was confirming the territory name and flag together. After finishing breakfast, Chen Wen sent someone to gather Gong Sun Zan and the others. Chen Wen first looked at Kai Chi and asked him to bring out the contribution coins he had forged. This was just a prototype about the size of a yuan de Zhao coin, with a vacant space in the center of the front, a number above it, and the back showing a city resembling a fortress. The smaller the number, the smaller the size. A common size B would only be as big as a finger. There were also some patterns around it. Although it was forged, it was very exquisite. Chen Wen was very satisfied with this design. Kaichi's design brain was excellent. Chen Wen looked at the vacant part in the center. Kaichi, why is there a part left empty in the center? Kaichi quickly replied, reporting to Lord, we are designing the territory's flag, right? I thought that once the territory flag is designed, we could paint it in the center. Chen Wen nodded. Kaichi did very well as expected of the race focused on forging. Kaichi was very pleased with Chen Wen's praise and deeply bowed to him. Serving Lord is an honor for us goblins. Chen Wen waved his hand, urging him to get up quickly. Kaichi and the others were locals and had a very deep-rooted perception of hierarchy. Although Chen Wen had always emphasized that too much formality was unnecessary, the change was not very significant. Chen Wen continued, how many coins can you forge each day? Just give a brief answer. Lord, the materials for forging coins are mainly a mixture of iron and copper. Forging various coins of 2,000 pieces a day is not a problem. Chen Wen was greatly pleased and turned to look at Xiao AI. Xiao AI, with all our resources, how many contribution points do we need based on the confirmed contribution value? As soon as Chen Wen returned to the blessed land, Xiao AI would manifest beside him, which was very convenient. Although she could not take action, she was excellent for calculations and statistics. Xiao AI replied, reporting to Master, ordinary materials require 20 contribution coins, A-grade materials 5 contribution coins, D-grade materials 3 contribution coins, grade materials 15 contribution coins, grade materials 8 contribution coins, and A-grade materials require 1 contribution coins. The total resources in the territory were approximately 1.33 million. Chen Wen was startled by this. According to the old conversion, 1 contribution coin could exchange for 1 unit of ordinary materials, 5 contribution coins could exchange for 1 unit of A-grade materials, 20 contribution coins could exchange for 1 unit of grade materials, 100 contribution coins could exchange for 1 unit of grade materials, and 300 contribution coins could exchange for 1 unit of grade materials. A grade requires 1000. There were indeed a lot of basic resources, most of which were accumulated from the previous beast tide. Timber and ore were continuously being collected, and the goblin mining area was expanding, but it showed no signs of depletion and was advancing towards the territory. Chen Wen said, according to the current resource needs of the territory, forging 1.3 million contribution coins following the ratio of 1:233 for the forging quantity. The contribution coins forged by the territory must be linked to the territory's resource materials and cannot exceed 5. This matter will be supervised by Xiao AI. Chen Wen did not want his territory to experience inflation after development and end up ruining himself. Kaichi happily accepted this task. He then turned to Old Li Li and said, Old Li Li, you all cooperate with Kaichi in the blessed land to build a bank. If possible, try to find a blueprint for the bank in the trading channel. Both Gu Lao and Li Li expressed that they would often check the trading channel. Chen Wen continued, stating, the specific time for the issuance of contribution coins will be discussed after this snow disaster passes. There are still some details we need to negotiate, like the initial contribution coins for each of you. This matter was considered concluded, and next it was time to discuss the name of the territory and its flag. First, regarding the name of the territory, Chen Wen distributed a piece of paper and a pen to each of the 7 people present, asking them to write down the names they had thought of. In a short while, everyone had written down their names. Chen Wen had also thought of 3 names. Tian Wai Tian, Linglong Beima Wanxiang Chen Wen. Over 20 peculiar names, even Niu De directly named it after Chen Wen. Thinking about it felt a bit childish. Yanhuang Xiaoxing Huanyu, all the names were gathered and handed over to Li Li, asking her to compile them onto 1 sheet of paper for a voting process, where each person could cast 3 votes. The top 3 names would be selected, and then another vote would take place. Everyone will vote together, and you cannot vote for your own submitted names. Chen Wen spoke again. Nyoda puffed up his cheeks and said, in my opinion, the best name would be to directly name it after the Lord of the Territory. Everyone was momentarily stunned by Nyoda's suggestion. It actually made some sense. This territory was entirely built by Chen Wen, who was its backbone and its faith. Everyone cast their votes for the 3 names they preferred. Li Li tallied the results and announced, Huanyu received 13 votes, Chen Wen got 10 votes, Tian Wai Tian got 9 votes, Wanxiang also got 9. Now the top 3 names are Huanyu, Chen Wen, and Tian Wai Tian. Personally, I don't really support using my name for the territory. The future development of the territory cannot rely solely on me, it relies on everyone's joint efforts. After some discussion, it was finally decided Huanyu, a blessed land. The meaning of the name suggests embracing the universe and implying that the territory could traverse the cosmos and achieve great success in the future. Choosing a flag was much quicker. The designs drawn by Gongsun Zan and others were vastly different from Chen Wen's impression. They opted for a 5-clawed dragon design drawn by Li Li. Upon seeing this design, Chen Wen was deeply moved. As a descendant of the dragon, a symbol of the Chinese culture. The dragon has always been a totem symbol among the people. It embodies features from various animals and represents the spirit of the Chinese nation, providing us with spiritual sustenance daily, much like rice. It possesses the talons of an eagle, the tail of a fish, the body of a snake, and the antlers of a deer. In ancient Chinese mythology, the dragon is a divine being that governs the reigns of heaven and earth. Legends say the dragon can be large or small, can be hidden or revealed. When large, it flies and exhales mist. When small, it hides and conceals itself, soaring through the universe or lurking within the waves. At this time of spring, the dragon rides the waves of change, just like a person who has achieved their ambitions and traverses the seas. Lily's drawing was quite similar, but being a girl, she focused too much on beauty, causing it to lack a bit of majesty. Chen Wen, who knew nothing about drawing, said, "Lily, have you ever studied drawing? It's really great, but this dragon is slightly lacking in majesty and dominance. Could you make some adjustments?" Lily felt a bit shy after hearing Chen Wen's praise, but became nervous when he mentioned the shortcomings. Lily replied, "Brother Chen, I only studied painting as a hobby and chose an elective course. To capture the essence, we need those professional masters of painting." At this moment, Gu Lao stood up and said, "I can help with the modifications. Sometimes we draw sketches for research, and I have some expertise in painting. Although I can't find a master, I can certainly handle the adjustments." Chen Wen was delighted. Indeed, having an elder at home is like having a treasure. The ancients do not deceive me. On the spot, Chen Wen handed the five-clawed dragon drawing by Li Li to Gu Lao. Gu Lao took out a pencil and made a few strokes on the dragon's whiskers, eyes, and claws. Instantly, the image transformed. The first impression it gave was one of dominance and majesty, with narrow eyes, sharp claws, and flowing whiskers. It truly was a striking enhancement. Li Li stood beside, covering her mouth in astonishment, her eyes filled with disbelief. The painting was no longer the same as her original work. Chen Wen looked increasingly satisfied, and then handed it to Kaiji. "Kaiji, take a look. How difficult will it be to create a mold from this?" Kaiji took the drawing and examined it carefully, saying, "My lord, it's no problem. I guarantee it will be completed successfully." Chen Wen picked up a cup of juice placed beside him and raised it, saying to everyone present, "I toast this cup to all of you, hoping that we can truly achieve our goals in our blessed land, soaring like divine dragons, and in the years to come I will strive alongside you all." Gong Sun Zan and the others quickly stood up, saying, "May the Lord soar through the 9 heavens. May the blessed land exist for eternity. We vow to follow our Lord to the death." Chen Wen looked at the people present, his thoughts suddenly drifting away as he recalled his previous life as an orphan, where he had to fend for himself. Now he had a group of subordinates and friends. He also had a place to settle down, transforming from a reclusive boy into a lord commanding thousands of troops. Life is unpredictable and difficult to foresee. How long can this kind of life last? When will this game allow us to have a peaceful future? Gu Lao, sitting nearby, noticed Chen Wen raising his hand and suddenly froze. He gently tugged at his sleeve and quietly asked, "What's wrong, Xiao Chun?" Chen Wen returned to his senses and looked at them apologetically, saying, "I'm sorry, I was lost and thought about the past. Let's drink this juice together and strive forward together from now on." Everyone drank in one go, and Chen Wen sat back in his seat sighing, "If only we had some fine wine." After discussing these matters, everyone went about their business. Gong Sun Zan and Yoda were still busy preparing for the martial arts competition the next day. Meanwhile, Chen Wen leisurely wandered in the tranquility, enjoying the benefits of being a leader, as he only needed to give instructions for everything to be handled perfectly. Indeed, power and money are the most useful things in the world. Those with power set the rules, while those with money can bypass them. If you have neither, you can only obey the rules. First, he went to the pet house to check on Xiao Bai, who was still sleeping inside with little bubbles hanging from its small nose. Xiao Jin occasionally surfaced, but had not yet leveled up nor purified its bloodline. The pet house's function likely requires long-term use to be effective, akin to spring rain nourishing all things. Chen Wen reached his hand into the pet house's pond where Xiao Jin was, and Xiao Jin affectionately nudged Chen Wen's palm with its body. A tender voice echoed in his heart, saying, "Master, this place you brought me to is wonderful. I believe I can break through to C rank in half a month at most, significantly reducing my water needs. I should be able to leap from the pet house to the spiritual spring outside." Chen Wen patted its head, saying, "Xiao Jin, keep it up. I look forward to the day you grow into a true dragon, becoming the guardian beast of the territory." Walking on the snow-covered ground, a profound sense of tranquility enveloped him. The crunching sound of snow beneath his feet brought Chen Wen an unusual feeling. After adapting throughout yesterday, today only a few young goblins were playing outside. Seeing Chen Wen approach, they all bowed respectfully. My lord, my lord." The voices rose and fell. "Everyone, no need for excessive courtesy. Are you building a snowman?" Chen Wen glanced at the peculiar snowman they had built. "My lord, this is the snowman we made." Several young goblins proudly pointed at it. Judging by the appearance of the snowman, it seemed they intended to create a minotaur soldier, but due to their lack of skill, its body was very bulky, and its feet resembled those of an elephant. It bore no resemblance to a minotaur. Instead, it had 2 branches stuck on its head, and its eyes, nose, and mouth were made from leftover charcoal, with thick lips resembling 2 oversized sausages. The cloak, made of animal skin draped over the snowman's back, gave it a somewhat majestic look, adding a touch of flair. In its hand, it held a broom, presumably as a weapon. After giving some compliments as encouragement, the young goblins were very pleased. "Thank you for your praise, my lord. We will build an even bigger snowman as a gift for you. Even if it's a low-quality version of myself, it shouldn't have sausage lips and elephant legs." Chen Wen hurriedly walked away. The thought of being built like that made him wish for death. After inspecting the residential building, he noticed the fireplace was continuously burning, maintaining an indoor temperature of about 15 to 16 degrees. While not extremely high, it prevented anyone from freezing to death. Everyone in the territory knew that the fireplace had been specially built by their lord for them. This novel device maintained a temperature of over 10 degrees, ensuring that even with a thin blanket at night, they wouldn't feel cold. Compared to a bonfire, the fireplace was very material efficient. A few pieces of wood could burn for an hour or two, a true lifesaver in such cold weather. When the fire was first lit yesterday, all the residents of the territory knelt towards the castle, expressing gratitude for Chen Wen's kindness and generosity. After this incident, Chen Wen's reputation in the territory rose another level. They all deeply remembered that it was this lord who allowed them to avoid starvation and freezing in the bitter cold. "My lord." The residents inside the building greeted him with respect as Chen Wen entered. "Do you feel cold? Can you sleep well at night? If you have any issues, please bring them up. You are all valuable assets to the territory," Chen Wen said calmly. "Thank you for your concern, my lord. We are very comfortable living here, 10 times better than when we lived in the goblin caves," the goblins left behind replied with cheerful smiles. As he patrolled the territory, receiving greetings from patrolling soldiers in the snow, Chen Wen increasingly enjoyed this feeling. Since the snow began linger, this little cotton-padded jacket had settled directly on Chen Wen's head. Being too small, she posed no pressure on him and ignored it. She loved the feeling of snow so much that sometimes she would run outside to play. Returning to the wooden cabin, he took out the survival manual. In the chat channel, many were howling in despair. The lord basically had no problems he could endure. After developing for so long, there were always some hidden resources. Everyone basically had their own summoned troops, but as numbers increased, it became hard to maintain. Chen Wen planned to put the surplus of several thousand pieces of clothing in the trading channel. Looking at the chat channel filled with people crying and complaining, a thought suddenly popped into Chen Wen's mind. The rich man's dogs stink while the roads are lined with frozen corpses, but now Chen Wen had become that rich man. First, in the trading channel, he exchanged all the thousands of pieces of clothing for spirit stones. Warm beast clothes 2 pieces, 4,000 units traded for 1 spirit stone. Chen Wen was also quite shrewd as he planned to head to Xingyun City for procurement, which required a large amount of spirit stones. During the 2 days that Situ Ting and the others were here, Chen Wen inquired about the trading currency there, which was either specially minted gold coins or spirit stones. Most common people used gold coins, but those with cultivation used spirit stones. In this world, ordinary residents were predominant, while those at higher levels were still a minority. They didn't have the system's favor like the survivors, allowing them to level up rapidly, as if they were being forcibly trained by. Among every 10 ordinary natives, at most only 5 could reach level 1. In a few days, meat and fruit should become extremely scarce, providing Chen Wen another opportunity to earn. There is a large batch of warm clothing in the trading channel. Those in need should exchange quickly. First come, first served, limited quantity, Chen Wen advertised for himself. Wow, that's a ripoff. 2 pieces of warm clothing for 1 spirit stone. I've only obtained 4 or 50 spirit stones so far, and I've already used some. Too expensive. Let's all resist, and make sure he can't sell anything. If it's too expensive, don't buy. There are plenty of people who need it. I still have a huge gap to fill. Damn, everyone hurry up. The clothes are almost sold out. This bunch of old cheapskates are talking here, while secretly trading. Sigh, why did I hesitate? I only traded for 4 pieces of clothing. You're lucky. I didn't grab any at all. I thought everyone would resist the big boss. I was too naive. Chen Wen watched the various strange comments while the system kept notifying him of completed transactions. Ding, you traded 2 pieces of clothing and gained 1 spirit stone. Ding, you traded 20 pieces of clothing and gained 10 spirit stones. Seeing the market gap, Chen Wen spoke again. I have a dedicated factory. If you have excess animal skins that cannot be made into warm clothing, you can send them to me and I will produce them for you. For 10 pieces of warm clothing, 1 spirit stone. After saying this, Chen Wen received numerous messages in personal chat. You send it to another person? Oh, I don't accept it here. Chen Wen went downstairs to find Gu Lao. Gu Lao, I took on a processing job in the education channel. You take the supplies and bring them to the factory to make warm clothing. 10 pieces of clothing for 1 spirit stone. Chen Wen hurriedly finished his words. Gu Lao nodded. No problem, leave it to me. With the snow, there's nothing to do outside. I'll announce an account. Those who need to trade can send their items to him. Chen Wen sent Gu Lao's account in the chat channel. Why want to cry? Are we really in the same survival game as the big boss? He already has a factory, while my little wooden cabin is only level 3. Yes, I seriously suspect that the big boss is cheating. I currently have over 200 soldiers working together every day collecting resources. I'm still far from upgrading my blessed land, while the big boss has long upgraded his server. There's nothing that can be done. It's just that Chen Wen is lucky, having drawn such a good talent in the initial phase. His personal strength developed rapidly, and collecting resources naturally widened the gap. A step ahead, every step ahead, it's very difficult for those behind to catch up. Chen Wen seriously suspected that some individuals possessed exceptional talents, but did not reveal them in the chat channel. After all, there were billions of people in the original world. It couldn't be that only he had good luck. These were merely some old schemers who had survived until the end. Time passed swiftly, and a day had gone by. Well-rested Chen Wen awoke the next day. By the time he arrived at the barracks, some goblins, earth elementals, and farmers were already moving about inside the city walls. Yesterday, he had informed those who wanted to watch today to come to the barracks early. Nicholas, when do you think our territory's 3 armies will achieve victory? One of the goblins said this to the earth elemental beside him. I feel that the Minotaurs will win. Just look at how massive and muscular they are. They are undoubtedly born warriors. I am also working hard to train, and when I become stronger I will join the army, replied the earth elemental next to him. A farmer overheard their conversation and said, You are both mistaken. The victor should be the Lord's mystic armored guards. They were personally trained by the Lord and are responsible for ensuring his safety, making them the strongest. I believe that the White Horse Cavalry is the mightiest. You haven't seen General Gongsun in action. Recently, when the territory faced a beast tide, it was General Gongsun and the Lord who joined forces to slay the Abyss Troll. The Abyss Troll is terrifying, standing 7 to 8 meters tall, even taller than Commander Nyo. Some of the earth elementals and goblins who had followed Chen Wen from the beginning remarked, Indeed, General Gongsun is incredibly formidable. He once shot down an Abyss Troll with a single arrow. Those nearby chimed in. They were getting more and more excited as they discussed these matters, with some fervently praising the Minotaur army. Most farmers favored the mystic armored guards as they were fellow humans, and the Lord's guards were particularly esteemed. We pay our respects to the Lord. Upon seeing Chen Wen enter the barracks, people respectfully bowed. Everyone, please enter the barracks. Those who wish to watch today's match may go inside. Chen Wen waved his hand. All the Li Mings stepped aside, clearing a path for Chen Wen to enter the barracks. Today the barracks were devoid of the usual shouts of training, which made it feel somewhat quiet. Goblins, earth elementals, and farmers gathered in small groups, discussing the teams they were interested in. In sharp contrast, the atmosphere in the open space adjacent to the combat training ground was entirely different, with thousands of soldiers standing in formation, their expressions serious. From a distance, one could see Gongsun Zan Yoda and Xian Yi addressing the 3 major armies. General Gongsun, are you prepared? Chen Wen stepped forward to inquire. Reporting to the Lord, we are fully prepared and can start at any time. Gongsun Zan and the others replied in unison. Above the combat training ground, a viewing platform had already been set up with several chairs arranged on it. Chen Wen followed Gongsun Zan up to the platform, sitting in the center waiting for everyone to gather. Gu Lao and Li Li had been immersed in the laboratory all day yesterday, and Chen Wen had sent someone to invite them before he arrived. About the time it takes to burn a joss stick later, Lin De Kai Chi, Gu Lao and Li Li arrived together. We pay our respects to the Lord. They addressed Chen Wen. Chen Wen gave Gongsun Zan a glance indicating he could begin. Gongsun Zan raised his voice. Teams wishing to participate assemble. 6 teams lined up neatly in front of the viewing platform, with 200 members in each team. We pay our respects to the Lord. The 600 soldiers shouted in unison. The atmosphere was overwhelming, exuding a sense of might. Gongsun Zan stood on the platform looking at the 600 individuals below with great satisfaction. Today marks the first military exercise competition in our territory. The Lord has provided us with excellent conditions and the best resources. We have nothing else. We can only use our blood, sweat, and even our lives to win every battle for the Lord and ensure that his life and property are not threatened. You must give your best performance to make the Lord's investment worthwhile. Now I would like to invite the Lord to give a speech. We pay our respects to the Lord. Gongsun Zan stepped back and Chen Wen stood at the forefront of the platform, where all the soldiers knelt on one knee. Chen Wen's expression was serious and his eyes were sharp. All of you are my subjects, my brothers. You are also the shield and spear of our territory. I have given you the best resources and environment, and I need you to defend the dignity and property of our territory with your flesh and blood. Today is the time to test your results to see if your spears are sharp and your shields are sturdy. This world will not pause for your cowardice. If you are not brave, no one will be strong for you. I hereby declare that the first military competition of the territory officially begins. All the armies and the watching citizens shouted loudly. Long live the Lord. We will die to protect the Lord. Chen Wen returned to his seat, and Gongsun Zan stepped forward once again. There are a total of 3 military types and 6 teams. In the first match, team 1 of the Minotaurs will face team 1 of the Mystic Armored Guards. 100 Minotaurs and 100 Mystic Armored Guards walked towards opposite sides of the training ground, which was spacious enough to accommodate the 200 participants comfortably. You see, the leader of the Minotaurs is Deputy Commander Nyo. I heard that his name was personally given by the Lord, and he pledged his loyalty to the Lord before Nyo the commander, said an observing earth elemental. After taking their positions, the order was given and the battle commenced. Charge, kill. The Minotaurs launched the first attack. The distance between the two was more than 100 meters, and in the blink of an eye they clashed. From the outset, the Minotaurs held a decisive advantage, while the Mystic Armored Guards could only focus on dodging. Although due to their innate skills they could mitigate the damage taken by an individual, the disparity in strength was too great, and they did not have a numerical advantage. The Mystic Armored Guards were severely outmatched. The Minotaurs were overwhelming, and the outcome was without suspense. In the first match, the Minotaurs sustained some minor injuries, while all the Mystic Armored Guards were knocked to the ground. This was an exercise, not a life-and-death struggle. Otherwise, the mystic armored guards, relying on the combined defense of 5 individuals, would still have a 30% chance of victory. Upon seeing the result, Gongsun called for soldiers to carry out the injured, all of whom had sustained minor bruises as their weapons had not been drawn. The first match goes to the Minotaurs. In the second match, Team 2 of the mystic armored guards will face Team 1 of the White Horse Cavalry, Gongsun Zan announced. The watching citizens below said, "What a pity, the overall strength of the mystic armored guards is far too lacking. This time it should also be the White Horse Cavalry, led by Gongsun, who wins." Yes, the overall strength of the mystic armored guards is only D rank, while the White Horse Cavalry are all C rank elites. It's unlikely they will win. As everyone was discussing, the White Horse Cavalry began to withdraw while drawing their bows. The arrows rained down like a storm, enveloping the mystic armored guards team, completely suppressing them from a long distance with no ability to counterattack. Chen Wen shouted, "Everyone raise your shields and advance." Chen Wen, sitting on the platform, sighed inwardly at the mystic armored guards' actions. They had been trained for too short a time. If they were given another month, he believed they could become the strongest team among all. The size of the Xuanjia guards echoed in unison. Many farmers had high hopes for the Xuanjia guards, yet their strength was vastly insufficient. Xian Yi sat on the observation platform, his face dark with embarrassment after losing both battles. He knelt before Chen Wen, saying, "My lord, I have wronged you and let down your expectations. I am willing to accept punishment." Chen Wen waved his hand, his expression softening a bit. "It's not your fault. Your growth has been too brief. Just work harder in the future. I do not wish for you to face the same situation again." Xian Yi bowed deeply to Chen Wen, replying, "Rest assured, my lord, there will not be a next time. I will guard my lord to the death." Some people expressed their discontent, saying, "Humph, give the Xuanjia guards some time, and they will undoubtedly become the strongest army in the territory." Wherever there are people, there will be comparisons, and where there are people, there will be hierarchies, which everyone cannot avoid. Everyone look quickly. The Minotaurs and the White Horse Cavalry are standing still. Oh, it feels so suffocating. You don't understand. This is called two armies confronting each other, searching for the opponent's vulnerabilities. Whoever's momentum falters will suffer a great loss. An informed person explained nearby. The Minotaurs and the White Horse Cavalry were indeed evenly matched. Both groups had the same level, one being swift and the other possessing great strength. The Minotaurs could not hold back any longer and launched an attack. Roar! They shouted in unison, their voices reverberating across the battlefield, their momentum like a rainbow directly pressing on the heart, drowning out all other sounds. Only their charging shouts and footsteps remained, filled with the might to swallow mountains and rivers. Draw your bows, knock your arrows, aimed. Fire! The arrows of the White Horse Cavalry flew through the air like a torrential storm, impenetrable. They landed directly on the charging Minotaurs, clashing against their armor. Some were deflected while others pierced through the gaps, blood already flowing. The surrounding subjects watched as the continuously charging Minotaurs gradually fell silent, their eyes filled with respect. When I grow up, I will definitely join the army. Ooh, I want to charge into battle for my lord like them. Some small goblins clenched their fists. The nearby adults heard the words and smiled, patting their heads. Keep it up, grow quickly. You must repay everything our lord has done for us. A firm and decisive voice came from the child's mouth. In the blink of an eye, the Minotaurs and the White Horse Cavalry had clashed. In the long-range attack, the White Horse Cavalry did not achieve significant results. They only inflicted minor injuries on the Minotaurs, which did not affect their combat effectiveness. Kill! Kill! The leaders of both sides roared. This was a drill, yet it was also a battlefield. No one cried out, and no one surrendered. Only 200 were charging and maneuvering. Chen Wen stood on the high platform, very satisfied with the outcome. None of the troops had flinched, only displaying bravery and the will to fight. Old man, take a guess of which of the two teams has a greater chance of winning. The old man shook his head. I am not good at battles, but I see the Minotaurs have the upper hand. The White Horse Cavalry is under pressure. The Minotaurs have a much higher chance of winning. I also feel the Minotaurs have a much greater chance of winning, Lily added. Chen Wen chuckled softly. Haha, how about we make a bet? I bet on the White Horse Cavalry to win. Whoever loses will not let Puppeteer 1 and Puppeteer 2 cook dinner tonight. They will prepare a meal for us. Lily, unwilling to back down, said. Let's bet then, Brother Chen, but you better not go back on your word. Look at how the Minotaurs are overpowering the White Horse Cavalry. I, as an old man, will not bet with you young ones. The old man set a bright smile on his face. At this moment, Gongsun Zan spoke up. Miss Li, you are going to lose. Even though the Minotaurs have the upper hand, they are constantly pressuring the White Horse Cavalry, but the White Horse Cavalry is still evading, and many Minotaurs are already injured. Their stamina is almost depleted. If you observe carefully, you will find that the Minotaurs are all in the center, while the White Horse Cavalry has surrounded them. Now the White Horse Cavalry can both attack and defend. Winning is just a matter of time. Lily, upon hearing Gongsun Zan's words, observed seriously, and her face fell. Brother Chen, you are too cunning. Haha, this isn't tricking you a look. As soon as the old man heard about the bet, he immediately withdrew. Chen Wen laughed, steering the conversation back to the old man. Shally, you still don't know our lord well. Our lord never suffers losses. He always acts with a clear mind, planning carefully before taking action. The old man said to Li Li. Is it just cooking? I used to love being self-sufficient and my friends used to call me a cooking expert. Li Li pouted. In truth, she was bragging. In her previous world, she hardly ever cooked. Being a girl being tricked always made her a bit unhappy. Just joking, we are all having fun. Look, the winner will be decided soon. Chen Wen quickly redirected the topic. On the battlefield, the captain of the Minotaurs had already been knocked down by the captain of the White Horse Cavalry. Now, all the Minotaurs were in the center, while part of the White Horse Cavalry had retreated using bows and arrows for long-range attacks. Having undergone training from Gongsun Zan, each of them was a sharpshooter hitting every target. With the combination of close and long-range attacks, the Minotaurs no longer had a chance to turn the tide. After a stick of incense passed, the outcome was as expected. The Minotaurs were defeated. All weapons had not been unsealed, thus no casualties occurred. However, superficial injuries were unavoidable. The 600 participating soldiers stood neatly in front of the observation platform. This time, the White Horse Cavalry stood right in the center at the forefront. Chen Wen declared, I am very satisfied today, regardless of whether you won or lost. You dared to fight, dared to draw your weapons. You are all my good brothers and fine young men. You have not disappointed me, nor have you let down your commander or the subjects of the territory. You are heroes. Today the White Horse Cavalry has achieved victory. Here merit will be rewarded and mistakes will be punished. After the event ends, the participating White Horse Cavalry should go find the old man to receive their rewards. Thank you for your reward, my lord. We vow to serve you to the death. All the soldiers and observing subjects shout. Chen Wen announced the end of the first military exercise, leaving the subsequent matters to Gongsun Zan. He now only needed to lead and show himself, letting everyone know he cared about the territory's affairs. With such a vast territory, if he handled everything himself, he would have no time to sleep. A capable person does not necessarily manage a kingdom well. The most famous example is Liu Bang, who rose from a mere pavilion chief to conquer a vast kingdom, relying on his ability to employ talented individuals. He himself admitted that his strategy was not as good as Xiao He's and his command of troops was not as skilled as Han Xian's, but he could coordinate the overall situation and freely employ great talents, which is why he obtained the kingdom. The snow outside continued to fall heavily, and the bitter cold made it impossible for ordinary people to survive outdoors. The goblins, gremlins, and farmers gradually emerged from the barracks. In normal times, the barracks were accessible only to soldiers and a few leaders. No one else could enter. Nalente, the soldiers in the territory are so strong, all of them are grade C, while I am still at grade E. It's all thanks to Lord Master, who often rewards us with high-grade food lately, a goblin said to the person next to him. Haha, indeed they are strong. How great it would be if I could join the army. I could also enjoy high-grade food and serve Lord Master even better. After this training exercise, everyone's sense of belonging and security in the territory greatly increased. Especially the farmers who had come with Li Li. Though they had only been here for a few days, the difference in living conditions was already apparent. In Li Li's territory, they had only eaten ordinary food with very little high-grade food, and every day was filled with labor. Chen Wen had lost the novelty of the snowfall and had no mood to wander outside. His heart was filled with worry after this snow disaster. He did not know how many survivors would perish. Though everyone was unfamiliar with each other, they were from the same place, all strangers in a foreign land, and there was always some connection. He returned directly to the villa, took out a red fruit, and handed it to the puppet to deliver to Gongsun Zan at the military camp. Most people in the territory were quite idle now. Currently, there were only two places fully under construction, a processing factory and a large foundry. To ensure the temperature inside, Chen Wen had installed fireplaces and several large stoves. The goblins and gremlins who usually farmed could not go outside at all. Today the snow had accumulated to half a meter deep. Every day was spent shoveling the snow in front of the residential buildings and around the city gates. The most idle were Chen Wen, Li Li, and Gu Lao. These three were essentially the highest authority in the territory and had no trivial tasks, so they just sat in the living room chatting. From time to time, they would take out the survival manual to check the information on the trading and chat channels. Help! This system is leaving me with no way out. The snow outside has already covered the door frame. If it keeps snowing tomorrow, I won't even be able to open the door. Woo-woo, which handsome guy will save me? I'm gentle and considerate, but am so cold. I've got a pile of firewood in the house. The fireplace is burning, but the temperature is only 10 degrees. I haven't slept well for 2 days. So no matter how many treasure chests are outside, I can't go out anymore. The river here is frozen solid. The chat channel was filled with wails. With no outsiders around, Chen Wen lounged in the large chair he had made himself. Li Li sat beside him, a look of relief on her face. If it weren't for being with Chen Wen, she would have been one of the weaker survivors. Although there were over 300 farmers constantly farming, they could not hunt and could only rely on grain. Their level-ups were slow and their personal combat power could not improve. In the blessed land, they were unaffected by the raging wind and snow outside. With the energy star providing energy, the temperature inside remained at 20 degrees. Their living conditions surpassed those of the original world. Gu Lao suddenly spoke up. Xiao Chun, yesterday we processed several thousand pieces of beast skin clothing. The processing fee is 700 spirit stones. I just checked the trading channel, and many are stockpiling food. We have plenty of ordinary and low-grade food. Should we sell some? Hold on, Gu Lao. The snow disaster has just begun. Since the system labeled it a disaster, it won't pass in just a few days. In the later stages, the demand will increase, and many people will be willing to exchange their goods then. People are like this. Often they harbor a sense of luck. Even if something good in hand cannot bring immediate benefits, they prefer to hold on to it rather than exchange it for what is urgently needed now. A bird in the hand is worth more than two in the bush. The ancients have summarized these truths in books. As the temperature continued to drop, the lack of food would become a pressing issue. Even those with good items would be willing to exchange. As long as one is alive, one is everything. Humans are miraculous beings, but the premise of all miracles is that one must be alive. Without life, any miracle is but a delusion. Gulao nodded. When will this life come to an end? I wonder how many survivors will perish in this disaster. We are merely pawns on the chessboard, unable to decide anything until we grow into players. Then we can jump out of the chessboard and do what we want. Chen Wen spoke with a gloomy expression. When one grows old, one tends to overthink and be sentimental. I wonder if I can survive until that day. Gulao, however, did not seem overly melancholic. For him in this lifetime, besides coming to this world when he was old, he could not reunite with his family. In other aspects, everything was quite fulfilling, contributing to the country, serving the people, and doing what he could. The atmosphere of the conversation gradually fell into silence. The three of them were flipping through the survival manual, checking the trading channel. Ding, you have obtained 10 grade pet food. Ding, you have obtained a piece of a grade meteorite. Ding, you have obtained a grade blade storm skill book. Ding, you have obtained a refining pill blueprint. Seeing slightly better items, Chen Wen exchanged them immediately. Ding, you have obtained 10 grade pet food. Ding, you have obtained a piece of a grade meteorite. Ding, you have obtained a grade blade storm skill book. Ding, you have obtained. Blade storm communicates with the energy of heaven and earth using inner chi to form a storm of sword energy, attacking all enemies within a radius of 200 meters, a level requirement to grade. He directly handed the area to Gulao, not wishing to learn it for now. He did not want to waste time on such secondary professions. Gulao was into research. Perhaps he could improve upon it after learning. Leveling up consumed too much time, and one's energy was limited. Specialization was the way to go. Ah, brother Chen, I exchanged for something good. Lily suddenly exclaimed, standing up excitedly. Chen Wen was startled by her high-pitched scream, and the distribution absolutely exceeded 200. Rolling his eyes, he said, "Don't get too excited. What did you exchange for? Speak slowly." Lily took out a blueprint from her backpack and handed it to Chen Wen. Academy construction blueprint. Inside, various skills can be learned and various secondary professions can be advanced. A learning speed increases by 30. A construction requirements 500 ores 1000, wood 100, spirit stones 110, heroic spirits. Chen Wen was also very pleased to see this blueprint. It was like timely assistance in a snowstorm, especially since it could advance secondary professions, which was crucial for the development of the territory. For instance, training an alchemy apprentice and an alchemist would result in vastly different work efficiency and the quality of the pills produced. Currently, the basic professions in the territory were mostly the farmers brought by Li, but most of them were apprentices, with only a few having exceptional talent. The spirit, unable to let go of certain things in the world, they linger on their obsessions, capturing a part of their soul, which through the passage of time forms a unique existence in the world. There is a spirit above one that Chen Wen has never heard of. The person trading it in the trading channel probably couldn't build it either, which is why it was put up for sale. At least one is needed. Chen Wen could understand that this spirit should be the one teaching at the school. Once it can be built, there would be no need for teacher selection. The benefits are self-evident. Chen Wen looked gloomy, feeling distressed about the many things he couldn't build. Gets a pain that words cannot describe. Everyone search for spirits in the trading channel together, if there are any, trade for them directly. Lily, you should also post in the chat channel that you are looking to purchase spirits. Chen Wen instructed Lily. Lily nodded, looking very happy. She had been browsing the trading channel every day for the past few days, but the items obtained were of little use to the territory. Chen Wen didn't expect to necessarily encounter anything in the trading channel. Such things are often serendipitous. Time flowed unknowingly, always evading capture. Xingyun City Lord's Mansion. The grand hall, adorned with dragon and phoenix carvings on the supporting pillars, had a floor laid with fine jade materials. Su Song and the others had returned to Xingyun City. Situ Xinyuan was examining the abyss troll's fur in his hands, his face filled with worry. Su Song observed the city lord's expression from below. According to the Chosen One, this should have come to our Xingyun continent through a spatial rift, so we shouldn't pay too much attention to it. Situ Xinyuan's serious face did not soften as he spoke to Su Song. Each time a Chosen One descends, the entire world faces various crises and disasters. As far as I know, it has only been a little over a month since the last Chosen One arrived, and suddenly there was a heavy snowfall. If you hadn't sent back news beforehand, our Xingyun City would have suffered greatly without any preparation. Su Song was aware of this situation. He was a clever man who had become the captain of the City Lord's Guard, yet he felt he had no right to speak on these matters and wasn't sure how to begin. The entire eastern region of the Xingyun continent belonged to the human domain, comprising 9 major cities, countless small towns and villages, with a population of hundreds of millions. Such a calamitous snowfall is impossible to guard against. Countless civilians are sure to perish in this snow disaster. What about Tinger? How was it on the journey? Situ Xinyuan inquired. Su Song clasped his fist in salute. To avoid burdening the Lord, Miss Tinger was very well behaved this time. Nothing happened on the way only. Su Song initially intended to say that Situ Ting had developed a strong interest in the chosen one Chen when even feeling fond of him, but before he could articulate it, Situ Xinyuan had already asked. Only what? Reporting to the city, Lord, Miss Tinger seems to be very interested in the chosen one. She even gave him the jade pendant you had given her for protection. Su Song dared not hide this and quickly spoke. Situ Xinyuan's face darkened upon hearing this. His dear little cabbage was finally being courted by someone. Situ Ting's mother had passed away during childbirth due to old injuries flaring up, causing severe hemorrhaging. Before leaving, she had instructed Situ Xinyuan to take good care of the 3 siblings. Situ Xinyuan was a man of deep affection and had never taken another concubine after that. With only this one daughter, he poured all his longing and care for his wife into Situ Ting. Moreover, with her 2 elder brothers pampering her, she was fearless in Xinyan City. Such feelings are truly incomprehensible to those who are not fathers. Situ Xinyuan's voice turned harsh. Tell me clearly, what is the chosen one you encountered like? Su Song, seeing the city lord's grim expression, recounted everything that had happened during their encounter. From my observation and understanding, Chen Wen is a capable and responsible individual, and his appearance is also quite handsome. Comparing his development with those chosen ones mentioned in ancient texts, he is exceptionally outstanding. According to the ancient texts, the chosen one generally needs at least half a year to develop into a blessed land, yet Chen Wen has already established a medium-sized blessed land with thousands of soldiers under his command. His strength is formidable, and he is very lenient towards his subordinates. He has goblins, gremlins, and humans under his command living in harmony. Situ Xinyuan's face also showed surprise, such rapid development. He has already established a medium-sized blessed land. In Baping City, one of the 9 major cities, it is said that they have gathered several chosen ones. The city lord's mansion has invested heavily in fostering them, yet to date only one chosen one has reached the blessed land status, and that is still a micro-sized blessed land. It seems that this chosen one in Xingyun City is truly capable. Having received no external assistance, he has developed even faster than those under our guidance. No wonder the wandering merchant said when they passed through Xingyun City that this chosen one has exceptional luck, and that we should build a good relationship with him. After Su Song finished reporting, Situ Xinyuan waved him off. Su Song slowly walked out of the city lord's mansion and returned to the guard camp. Situ Xinyuan watched Su Song leave, his expression dark as he stepped out of the hall. Stepping on the snow-covered ground despite constant cleaning, there was simply too much snow to clear. Only a small path remained for people to walk. Upon reaching a small courtyard, Situ Xinyuan's expression brightened significantly. Upon entering, the courtyard was quite spacious, over 100 square meters, with many flowers and plants covered by snow, only a few hints visible above the surface. This was indeed Situ Ting's courtyard. At this moment, Situ Ting and her maid were inside building a snowman. From the outside, it appeared as a handsome figure exuding a gentle and elegant aura, holding a sword in hand with eyes decorated like 2 glass beads, bright as stars, seemingly able to see through everything. If Chen Wen were here, he would notice that this figure, although made of snow, bore a 60 resemblance to him in eyes. Ahem. Situ Xian, observing the 2 busy figures, quickly cleared his throat to catch their attention. Situ Ting lifted her head upon hearing the sound, and saw her father staring at the snowman. She was building, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Situ Xinyuan looked at his precious daughter in this state, feeling a surge of emotions that he couldn't express. However, he still spoke gently, his tone contrasting the authoritative demeanor he had when speaking with Su Song. Singer, who is this snowman supposed to be? I see it doesn't resemble me nor your 2 brothers. Is it your love interest? You must bring him over for me to see if he is suitable. Situ Ting's face turned even redder upon hearing her father's words, resembling a ripe apple. Father, you are so annoying. This is just a friend of mine, you are bullying me. She pouted, pulling at Situ Xinyuan's sleeve in a playful manner. Chen Wen patrols the territory every day, bringing back treasure chests with the patrolling squad. Life is leisurely. Little does he know that some survivors have already been found and aided by local powerhouses, even reaching blessed lands without a word of news coming out. He would never have thought that the little girl he had only met once had developed a hint of affection for him. Looking at the drifting snowflakes, Chen Wen sighed and went to the military camp for daily training. Upon arriving today, he saw Gongsun Zhan practicing martial arts on the training platform. Chen Wen was very pleased to see Gongsun Zhan, who had been in seclusion for several days, suddenly appearing in the training arena, indicating he had successfully broken through to a grade. A large crowd of soldiers surrounded the training platform, continuously shouting, "General Gongsun is powerful! General Gongsun is impressive!" As the soldiers noticed Chen Wen's arrival, they were about to cheer when Chen Wen quickly interrupted. Standing quietly at the foot of the platform, Chen Wen watched Gongsun Zhan, whose spear technique flowed like a swimming dragon, demonstrating basic spear techniques effortlessly. Thrust, sweeps, blocks. It gave an impeccable impression, flowing seamlessly as if there were no gaps in his move. The spear split the air, creating explosive sounds. After a full quarter of an hour, Gongsun Zhan finished his practice and suddenly sensed a pair of burning eyes fixated on him, as if he had encountered prey. Gongsun Zan turned to see Chen Wen with his eyes shining brightly. My lord. He jumped off the training platform and approached Chen Wen bowing respectfully. Chen Wen smiled and helped Gongsun Zan up. Congratulations, General Gongsun. It seems you have already broken through to a grade. It all relies on the red fruit bestowed by my lord, otherwise I would have needed several more months of hard work to break through. Gongsun Zan looked at Chen Wen gratefully. Chen Wen jumped onto the training platform and summoned the Xianyuan sword from within. General Gongsun, let us spar a bit. I want to feel how much difference there is between a grade and me. Now Chen Wen has reached the peak of grade, but he can no longer make any progress in his cultivation. This is likely the bottleneck between each major realm. The qi in his dantian has already been fully accumulated, and the spiritual energy from the Xuanjia Guard's cultivation is no longer shared with him. There should be a protective mechanism from the system. If he continues to not receive any energy, Chen Wen's dantian will eventually burst. Chen Wen grade physique 999, spirit 999. Talent perfect absorption. Skills eye of treasure appraisal basic shooting mastery fireball technique water drop meditation method qi cultivation method giant strength body refinement method starfall sword technique blade storm. Pet treasure seeking mouse xiao by nature spirit little koyaojin. The protagonist attributes won't appear for a long time afterward. According to the cultivation book's introduction, to break through from grade, both physique and spirit must exceed 1,000. Though the difference is slight, it has defeated countless people. Both the quality and quantity of internal energy will change upon breaking through, where a strand of internal energy can be used as 10 strands previously, and the current will expand once more. Gongsun returned to the arena in midair and retrieved his spear from his storage ring. My lord, be careful, my strength has significantly increased after breaking through to a grade. Gongsun Zan said with a serious expression. Chen Wen wasted no words, gripping the Xianyuan sword and striking at Gongsun Zan like a gust of wind. When Chen Wen's long sword was only a meter away from Gongsun Zan, a spear tip suddenly appeared on the edge of the Xianyuan sword. A massive force transmitted from the Xianyuan sword to Chen Wen's body, causing him to retreat 5 steps. Come again, Chen Wen shouted. Boom boom, the sounds of the air being sliced, and the clash of weapons continued. Chen Wen pushed his speed to the utmost, leaving afterimages in the air. After dozens of exchanges, Gongsun Zan remained on the defensive, perfectly blocking every thrust from Chen Wen. The force from the strikes forced Chen Wen to retreat continuously. General Gongsun is too strong, and my lord should not be able to win. My lord is only at grade now. Once he breaks through to a grade, he will surely be stronger than General Gongsun. My lord, keep it up. My lord, keep it up. The soldiers' cheers echoed from below. After a stick of incense's time, Chen Wen attacked over 100 times. All his strikes were blocked, and he couldn't even penetrate a meter around Gongsun Zan. He was once again forced back. Breathing heavily, Chen Wen stopped. Inside General Gongsun is impressive. Is the gap between a grade and grade really this vast? Even General Gongsun, you couldn't break through my defenses. My lord, are you all right? Gongsun Zan also retracted his spear and hurried over to ask. Chen Wen waved his hand, sheathing the Xianyuan sword, feeling a bit down. Seeing Chen Wen's expression, Gongsun Zan thoughtfully said, my lord, the gap between a grade and grade is indeed significant. At lower levels, it is already very difficult to fight above one's rank. To continue fighting above one's rank at grade, or even a grade, as far as I remember, only rare prodigies can achieve that. My lord, you have this opportunity. Tell me more, General Gongsun. Gongsun Zan looked at Chen Wen. Those prodigies are all individuals who at lower levels use rare and precious treasures to lay an unbreakable foundation, breaking through the limits of their realms, making every realm stronger than others. My lord, you currently possess such a precious treasure for building a foundation. Ever since Chen Wen reached the peak of grade, he has tried everything available in the territory, but nothing has helped him break through his bottleneck, let alone reach the next limit. He is also aware of his situation. Breaking through too quickly requires settling down, and his body hasn't adapted yet. After some time, he will naturally break through. One must know that bottlenecks can be broken, but limits are hard to seek. Theoretically, anyone below a grade can reach it as long as they have talent and do not die too early. However, some people may need 20 years of 50 years, or even over 100 years if their talent is lacking, and the problem is that they might not live that long. Seeing Chen Wen deep in thought, without speaking for a long time, Gongsun Zan reminded him, my lord, about the 2 saplings in front of the villa. Chen Wen suddenly realized, General Gongsun, are you referring to the 2 power trees and spirit trees planted at the end? Indeed, when Chen Wen obtained the 2 seeds, the introduction stated that they could enhance a person's foundational physique. Moreover, the longer they mature, the higher their grade. Now the buds on the 2 trees have closed and started to bear fruit. In just a few days, the fruits will mature. Gongsun Zan nodded with a smile. Yes, my lord, these 2 trees are very rare treasures, mainly enhancing a person's foundation. It seems my breakthrough will have to wait a bit longer, Chen Wen thought to himself. He knows his situation. If it weren't for his talent perfect absorption, he wouldn't even be at grade by now. After realizing it, a smile blossomed on Chen Wen's face akin to a flower. Thinking of the 2 trees, Chen Wen was reminded of Xiao Jin. Since Xiao Jin arrived at the Blessed Land, luck has indeed improved significantly. With Xiao Jin enhancing the fortune and Linger receiving the protection of heaven and earth, it can be seen as a form of good fortune. The return for Chen Wen is that the items obtained from opening treasure chests have increased in quantity and quality. During this period, the treasure chests searched from the wilderness have largely filled many gaps in his territory. For instance, weaving machines, blueprints for bicycles, pear trees for farming, and even the construction blueprint for a bank have been unlocked. Chen Wen directly occupied a portion of the farmland, building the bank right next to the research institute. The contribution currency has also been minted, just waiting for the snow disaster to pass before implementing the currency system in the territory. Tonight a party will be held in the villa to celebrate General Gongsun's promotion, Chen Wen said, turning to Nyoda and Xianyi. I will notify the senior management of the territory shortly, so please don't be late. Nyoda and Xianyi looked at Gongsun Zan with envious eyes, as this was a party organized specifically by the Lord. Luda and Xianyi respectfully replied, Understood, my lord, we will arrive on time. Chen Wen thought for a moment. Each of you may bring 2 core members from your subordinates to the party. He was also slowly nurturing new key members under him. After speaking, he left the barracks in a hurry and rushed to the entrance to observe the 2 treasured trees. He usually didn't pay much attention to them, merely glancing at them when passing by. One was red, the other blue, and they had already grown over 2 meters tall with trunks as thick as a bowl. Looking at the flower buds on the trees, each had about a dozen, which should be able to bear a dozen fruits at one time, although the quantity was relatively small. Chen Wen smiled with satisfaction, filled with anticipation for these 2 fruits. Dad, it seems Xiao Bai is about to... At that moment, Linger suddenly spoke to Chen Wen. He turned to see that in the pet house, energy from heaven and earth was continuously gathering in Xiao Bai's hollow. The energy from heaven and earth in the hollow had already begun to manifest, as mist visibly thickening, at least increasing by dozens of times in richness. Does Xiao Bai need so much energy to advance? Will it be too much for him? Chen Wen expressed his concern. Linger joyfully fluttered in the air. Dad, don't worry, everything will be fine. Magical beasts require more energy than humans, and Xiao Bai's bloodline has also been further enhanced, so the gathered energy is quite abundant. As the energy of heaven and earth continued to accumulate, even a small whirlwind began to form. Gu Lao and Lili rushed out from the villa. Xiao Chun, what's happening? We felt the energy turbulence in the villa. Chen Wen pointed towards the pet house. Xiao Bai is about to successfully advance. He is absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. Before long, even Gongsun Zan and the other 2 in the barracks felt the commotion outside and hurried to the villa, seeing the overwhelming energy gathering in Xiao Bai's hollow. Greetings, my lord. Is Xiao Bai about to complete his advancement? Gongsun Zan and the others with their strong abilities immediately recognized the key. Yes, Chen Wen nodded. This situation lasted for a considerable time, but Xiao Bai still showed no sign. Linger suddenly looked at Chen Wen anxiously. Dad, Xiao Bai isn't absorbing enough energy. His bloodline should improve significantly this time. You should quickly throw in some spirit stones. Chen Wen also noticed the issue. Although the energy of heaven and earth was continuously gathering, it remained at a certain. He took out a handful of spirit stones from his spatial ring and directly threw them into the pet house, a total of more than 10 stones. This amount was actually quite substantial for normal cultivation, as a level 1 spirit stone could sustain him for a day. As soon as the spirit stones approached Xiao Bai's hollow, they turned into powder, indicating that the spiritual energy had already been absorbed. Seeing that it was insufficient, Chen Wen continued to throw more handfuls of spirit stones into the pet house. For Xiao Bai's successful advancement, Chen Wen didn't feel pained. He currently had several tens of thousands in total. These were earned from material trades and processing in the trading channel during this period. Although most survivors were quite poor with only dozens or hundreds of spirit stones, the sheer population meant that even tens of billions of people having a few dozen or 100 stones amounted to several trillion spirit stones. After throwing over 100 spirit stones, Xiao Bai finally stopped absorbing, and the surrounding energy of heaven and earth gradually calmed down. When everything returned to calm, Xiao Bai opened his eyes, looking at his surroundings and the group of people standing outside. Upon seeing Chen Wen, his eyes lit up instantly, and his figure disappeared in a flash, appearing on Chen Wen's shoulder. Master, I missed you so much. Xiao Bai's voice echoed in Chen Wen's heart. Chen Wen was startled by his sudden appearance, and then saw him on his shoulder. Astonished, he exclaimed, Xiao Bai, did you gain new abilities from this evolution? How come your speed is so fast? Xiao Bai's appearance hadn't changed much. He was still the size of a fist, but his white fur was whiter than before, seeming almost transparent. I feel like my speed has increased. Now I can sense the range of treasure energy, which extends to 3 kilometers. Also, I feel particularly comfortable around the surroundings, as if I could directly traverse through them. Xiao Bai couldn't explain it clearly. Chen Wen directly activated the Eye of Treasure Appraisal on Xiao Bai. Treasure Mouse level, a very rare mouse-type spiritual beast in the world, capable of locating treasures containing treasure energy, evolving by absorbing treasure energy and sensing treasures within a 3-kilometer radius. The bloodline of the treasure mouse within has been further purified, granting it speed and spatial traversal abilities. Previously, Xiao Bai was indeed fast, but it couldn't be classified as ultra-fast. This upgrade should have greatly enhanced its speed and also granted spatial traversal. This means that in the future, if treasures are found, if there are formation restrictions, Xiao Bai can directly go in and retrieve the items. Xiao Bai, how far can you traverse? Chen Wen asked directly. Master, I should be able to reach the edge of that square directly, Xiao Bai thought for a moment, and then his voice echoed in Chen Wen's heart. Estimating the distance from the pet house to the edge of the square should be about 50 meters. That isn't considered close, meaning Xiao Bai can come and go as he pleases within that 50 meters. Xiao Bai is amazing. Chen Wen praised, patting Xiao Bai's head. Being petted by the master feels so comfortable. Xiao Bai thought, rubbing his head vigorously against Chen Wen's neck. Chen Wen felt tickled by his actions, holding him down and helplessly saying, "Stop rubbing against me, or you'll rub my skin off." Xiao Bai liked rubbing against his neck, while Linger enjoyed rubbing against his face. Though it was very affectionate, Chen Wen didn't mind, but Xiao Bai's increased strength after the upgrade was somewhat uncomfortable. After the incident with Xiao Bai, Chen Wen's mood brightened once again, truly a double blessing. General Gong's son broke through to a level today, and Xiao Bai also advanced to level. It's a double celebration. Let's head into the villa for a meeting and hold a party in the square tonight. Long live the Lord. The gluttonous Nyoda shouted loudly. Chen Wen glared at Nyoda and said, "Nyoda, go fetch Kaichi and Linda, just tell them it's for a meeting and that we'll have a party tonight." Nyoda acknowledged and turned to run outside. Kaichi usually stayed between the research institute and the furnace factory. Linda lived in the residential building, assisting Li Li in managing the territory's personnel. Once everyone had arrived, Chen Wen spoke first. Li Li, you were tasked with compiling the information on the personnel in the territory a while back. Has it been completed? Li Li, hearing Chen Wen's inquiry, took out a large notebook, which looked to be at least 10 centimeters thick on the outside. The data for the territory has been completed and is all recorded here. She handed the notebook to Chen Wen. He noticed some drawings on the cover with the words territory population statistics written in large characters. Flipping to the first page, he saw the total population of the territory. The territory currently has a population of 820, with 480 in the military, and including the goblins and blind farmers, there are a total of 3200. Li Li added, currently the level General Gongsuan levels are Chunda and Yoda, and there are 200 level personnel, over 100 ordinary people, and only 300 goblins in their youth. She continued, there are 300 with basic talents in planning, 500 in mining, 500 in forging, 300 in logging and fishing. Chen Wen flipped through the report written by Li Li, which detailed each person's specialties, ages, and levels. Li Li even noted the future career directions for many of them. The more Chen Wen looked, the more satisfied he became. Li Li's ability to handle affairs was impressive, truly deserving of being a top student from a prestigious university, despite many saying there wasn't much difference between graduates of 985 and 211 universities and those from second-tier universities. Such views stem from ignorance. Students from renowned universities often engage in real-world activities during their studies, applying what they learn practically. Conversely, in second-tier universities, teachers often skim through material, and it's likely that they only have a superficial understanding, making the difference evident. Chen Wen's memory was now vastly improved. He could read 10 lines at a glance and remember everything. He spent a stick of incense's worth of time finishing the nearly 10-centimeter thick report. He generously praised Li Li, you truly live up to being from a well-known university. Your work is thorough and consider it very good. However, looking at her, he suddenly shifted the tone and said, you must also work hard to improve your personal strength. It's been a while since you came to the territory, yet you're still lingering at a level. I don't want to see you collapse from exhaustion one day. That would be a significant loss. Li Li felt embarrassed by his words, so indeed, she had little interest in cultivation. Cultivation was a time-consuming, tedious, and arduous process. Back in her original world, everything was served on a plate, and she would order takeout for work while her parents cooked at home. In her original territory, she would practice diligently, but after coming to live with Chen Wen, the improved living conditions and heightened sense of security led her to become lazy. With a slightly flushed face, Li Li said, Chunda, my talent is related to planting, and I am simply too slow at cultivation. At that moment, Chen Wen's expression turned serious. He took cultivation very seriously. In this unfamiliar and dangerous world, everything else was secondary. Only by enhancing one's own strength could one survive. That's not an excuse for not taking cultivation seriously. I haven't treated you poorly here, have I? The vegetables, fruits, and meats you eat are all of high grade, and even the rice is spirit rice. Now Gu Lao has already reached the level. His talent isn't much related to cultivation. Just look at how strong his body is now. Chen Wen paused, his expression softening. I'm not saying this to force you, but I want you to understand that here you must become strong. Having strength is essential. Li Li raised her hand to tuck her hair behind her ear and with a bitter expression said, I understand, Chunda. I will work hard to cultivate. Looking at your half-hearted efforts, you need some pressure. Break through to level within half a month, or I'll have to put you in confinement until you do. Before she could finish, Chen Wen took over the conversation. After saying this, he turned to Gu Lao and asked Gu Lao, please introduce the current material situation of the territory. Gu Lao similarly pulled out a notebook and handed it to Chen Wen, then smiled and said the territory's resources are currently very abundant. Everyone has basically run out of ordinary food. Even the ordinary farmland outside no longer grows regular crops, focusing instead on cultivating lower-grade fruits and spirit rice. After trading in the trading channel a few days ago, we have exchanged all ordinary food items, and none of the food at a certain level has been exchanged. We have temporarily gained over 1000 along with various blueprints, equipment, and seeds. Chen Wen was quite knowledgeable about many things, and after all he was the lord of this territory. Everything stored in the territory's warehouse would be displayed in his survival manual's personal interface. As long as Xiao AI was around, he could easily inquire and find out everything. He mentioned these matters at the meeting mainly to ensure that Gongsun Zhan Linda and everyone else understood the current situation of the territory. Currently, Kaichi's large furnace factory can produce 200 sets of weapons and armor each day, which is enough to fully equip all personnel in the territory. The best armor has already reached level, but due to material limitations the quantity of level items is very low. 100-fold armor level the defense can withstand most level weapon attacks. Due to material reasons durability wears out quickly, designed and crafted by Goblin Kaichi. Other items include the 100-fold spear, 100-fold axe, and 100-fold sword. The materials for the equipment being crafted are primarily iron or along with various metals like copper. However, 2-level double-sided axes were crafted for Nyoda using rare materials, the fine metal. Such precious materials were mined from caves. Although the mining area was vast, the quantity of high-level materials was indeed very scarce. After Gu Lao finished speaking, Kaichi reported on the furnace factory and the research and development of Goblin technology. The furnace factory's efficiency is increasing, but the research and development of Goblin technology has hit a bottleneck. Since the Goblin canon was developed, their ancient texts have been incomplete, and they need to slowly explore and restore them. Kaichi managing the furnace factory well is important. Technological development cannot be achieved overnight. Sometimes inspiration is necessary. Keep up the good work. Chen Wen addressed Kaichi. Upon hearing Chen Wen's understanding and support, Kaichi was very touched with tears welling in his eyes. He pounded his chest with his right hand and promised, Lord, rest assured we will not let you down. We will develop even more powerful weapons. Chen Wen felt delighted as he watched Kaichi's actions. There were reasons why the goblins were so trusted. Their loyalty to Chen Wen was extremely high. Otherwise, their overall strength was relatively low and their basic secondary professions were limited to mining. Chen Wen still placed great trust in them, allowing them to forge equipment and research Goblin technology. Even Kaichi was part of the highest management of the territory. All of this was built upon their loyalty to Chen Wen. He did not want to raise a treacherous wolf that would stab him in the back at a critical moment. After summarizing the information about the territory, the meeting concluded after more than an hour. Chen Wen convened this meeting today mainly to refine the departments of the territory. Our territory is developing faster and faster, and the scale is becoming increasingly large. Everyone's positions are too vague. I called everyone here today to discuss the refinement of positions within the territory. Currently, the territory is divided into the finance department, the civil affairs department, the production department, and the military department, with the possibility of further additions in the future. After saying this, Chen Wen paused for a moment to let them digest the information. He then addressed Gu Lao. Gu Lao, I need you to take charge of the finance department. You'll manage the finances and resources and also take on the role of director of the research institute. Gu Lao replied with a beaming smile, no problem. I'll handle both of those. He understood that the territory was expanding and someone had to take on these responsibilities, so he didn't hesitate at all. Lili, Linda, Chen Wen called out to them. Ready. The two quickly stood up. The civil affairs issues in the territory will be entrusted to the two of you, with Lili taking the lead and Linda assisting. You both are very familiar with the statistics of the territory's personnel during this time, and their work and living arrangements must be properly organized. If possible, try to encourage them to have more children. Although we can summon now, the summoned individuals don't know the reason. Chen Wen instructed. Linda had no objections and happily agreed. However, Lili displayed a hesitant expression. Chen Wen noticed her demeanor and looked at her. If you have any questions, just speak up. We'll solve them together. Lili let out a soft breath, her expression relaxing a bit. Is it all right for me to manage so many people, Brother Chen? I have never managed anyone before. Upon hearing this, Chen Wen thought it was something else. He smiled brightly and said softly, this isn't a big deal. Nobody is born a manager, it's all about training. Before I came to this world, I was not better than you. Look, now I have established such a large territory, haven't I? Believe in yourself and apply the knowledge from your original world in this one. Encouraged by Chen Wen, Lili nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Brother Chen, I will definitely handle the civil affairs department well. After confirming Lili's responsibilities, Chen Wen looked at Kaichi. Kaichi, your tasks have just been assigned. Now just manage the furnace factory and the research of Goblin technology, and don't worry too much about other matters. Kaichi replied and sat down. Only Gongsun Zhan Luda and Xian Yi remained in the military camp. Their assignments were straightforward as Gongsun Zhan held high prestige within the military. General Gongsun, you will be in charge of the military department. From now on, any orders I give will be executed by. Finally, looking at Luda, Chen Wen was filled with expectations. After all, Luda was the first soldier he summoned, and he had been improving rapidly, but his straightforward nature was not suitable for command. Luda, from now on you will assist General Gongsun. Listen to him more and learn some of his strengths. Stop thinking about fighting all the time. Luda stood up and said aggrievely, I understand, my lord. Xian Yi was not assigned any tasks because he belonged to Chen Wen's exclusive military unit. Only Chen Wen could mobilize him, and even General Gongsun was not permitted to command Xian Yi without special circumstances. After assigning all the tasks, Chen Wen scanned the room. Does anyone else have any suggestions? Everyone shook their heads, visibly satisfied with Chen Wen's assignments. Chen Wen glanced outside. It was nearly dark. Each of you should bring 2 of your key trainees. Tonight we'll have a gathering and eat hot pot. Seeing that no one spoke, Chen Wen issued the order. Understood, my lord. Everyone stepped back in unison. Chen Wen was preparing a large pot that was over a meter wide, placing it directly in the small square, next to which he set up an enormous round table. He instructed Puppet 1 and Puppet 2 to create a support frame and prepare the ingredients, while he personally got various. Although the condiments were not very complete, there was still oil, salt, chili, and soy sauce. While Chen Wen was preparing, Lily came over looking quite sad. She had brought 2 girls with her who looked very nervous, and after spending some time in a high position, Chen Wen had developed an air of authority. Greetings, my lord. The 2 girls said in unison, their voices melodious like larks singing nearby. Lily introduced, Brother Chen, this one is Li Pingyan, whom you have met, and the other is Li Fugui. Chen Wen was perplexed as a flock of crows flew overhead, casting a strange look at Lily. How could a top student have such names? While these 2 girls might not be extremely beautiful, they could definitely be considered top streamers in the original world. Especially now most people in the territory wore animal skins, while only the high-ranking officials had clothes made from weaving machines, which were far too few to supply an entire territory. These 2 girls had a wild charm about them, giving off an aura of conquest. Lily, feeling Chen Wen's gaze, blushed and said, Brother Chen, I really struggle with naming. I just came up with a few names, the rest were named by themselves. Chen Wen waved his hand, unable to suppress his laughter. Even top students have their shortcomings. Alright, since you 3 are here, come help out. Lily, we're having hot pot tonight, you can have them prepare the condiments. Understood, my lord. The 3 girls began to get busy. Lily was teaching them how to mix the condiments, cut the meat, wash the vegetables, and arrange everything. After a while, the soup base in the pot was ready. Chen Wen had tamed a group of over 10 wild chickens using his beast taming skills. They had beautiful 3-colored feathers, were very tender, and were quite large, each weighing about 10 pounds, twice the size of a rooster from the original world. Since taming them, Chen Wen had allowed them to roam freely in the territory, saving the eggs they laid without eating them, using them to hatch new chicks. Before long, everyone had gathered. Most of them were familiar faces to Chen Wen. Gongsun Zan brought 2 assistants. Lu Da was accompanied by Niu Er and Niu San, and Xian, he came with Xian Er and Xian San. They were essentially the first batch of people summoned by Chen Wen, the very individuals he had named. As they arrived at the square, everyone looked confused at the large pot placed in the middle alongside the various vegetables and meats laid out on the table. Seeing Chen Wen busy, they bowed respectfully and said, We greet you, my lord. Chen Wen looked up with a smile, saying, Please wait a moment, the food will be ready soon. Upon hearing this, they were bewildered. They couldn't see any cooked food. Everything was still raw, and yet the lord had declared it would be ready to eat. Only Gu Lao understood, explaining beside them, this cooking method is called hot pot in our world. All these ingredients are sliced very thinly. Once the broth in the pot boils, just a few moments in the pot will cook them, making it a delightful experience. After everyone was busy, Chen Wen stood up and stretched, suddenly realizing that the pot was too small to accommodate everyone. With no other choice, he set up another pot beside it, dividing the group into 2 tables, sharing the prepared broth equally. Each person retrieved a chair from the hall and gathered around the large pot. Holding a glass of juice, he addressed everyone. Today there are 2 joyous events in our territory, truly worth celebrating. The first is that General Gongsun has successfully broken through to a level significantly enhancing our territory's strength. The second is that Xiao Bai has also made a breakthrough, which means our future resources will be even richer, allowing our strength to grow even faster. Let us raise a toast to General Gongsun and Xiao Bai for their contributions to our territory. Listening to Chen Wen's words, Gongsun Zan hurriedly stood up, a look of respect on his face. My lord, all of this is thanks to your grace. I pledge my loyalty to you. Xiao Bai was holding a piece of fruit on the table, his legs dangling, making squeaky sounds. Master, I will work hard to find treasures. Xiao Bai's voice rang in Chen Wen's mind. The others echoed in unison, Congratulations to General Gongsun for breaking through to a level, and congratulations to Lord Xiao Bai for reaching level. We pledge our loyalty to you, my lord. Long live our territory, long live my lord. Cheers, Chen Wen shouted. Everyone downed their drinks in one go. Though it was juice, it was made from high-grade fruits, and no one wasted a drop. As they sat back down, Chen Wen picked up some meat slices and dipped them in the pot for a few moments while explaining to Lu Da and the others how to eat. Being from the south, he had added a lot of chili to the broth, making it incredibly flavorful. Especially in this icy weather, it was truly a joy, though it was a pity that no snowflakes were falling inside the blessed. Seeing Chen Wen enjoying his food, Niu Da couldn't hold back any longer. He grabbed a large piece of meat and dipped it in the pot for a few seconds, observing Chen Wen's expression of delight before looking at the meat on his chopsticks. He tossed it into his mouth, and instantly the spiciness and chicken flavor exploded in his mouth. Wow, this is so delicious and thrilling. Before he could swallow that piece, he was already reaching for another. Everyone watched Niu Da's expression and started digging in with their chopsticks. Chen Wen smiled as he observed the 2 tables' chopsticks and mouths moving quickly. He felt a surge of pride in his heart. the delicacies of his homeland could not be resisted even in this foreign world. They feasted for over an hour, consuming all the prepared food. Chen Wen knew that everyone was a cultivator and had a large appetite, so he had prepared extra, barely enough for everyone. Nyoda and Li Li were the most exaggerated, slumping back in their chairs, one sprawled out like a lazy cat. Brother Chen, this feels so comfortable. Since arriving in this world, I've never had hot pot before. It's starting to feel more and more like home, Li Li said, her face gleaming with satisfaction. My lord, this is truly delicious. When can we have hot pot again? Luda also sat up straight. Upon hearing Lu Da's words, nearly everyone present turned their gaze toward Chen Wen, their eyes gleaming like those of a captivated maiden. Chen Wen smiled at them and laughed heartily. It's easy to have hot pot whenever you want. If you can't cook a large one, you can always make a smaller one. During this time, aside from those on patrol, everyone else had been cooped up inside the blessed land or in the residential buildings, which had created a certain psychological pressure on everyone. This gathering was not only to celebrate Gong Sunzan's breakthroughs, but also to help the higher-ups of the territory relax. Even Chen Wen felt a significant impact on his own psyche. Once everyone had finished eating, Chen Wen instructed them to return and rest, as it was already close to midnight. Thankfully, the territory had not yet developed the means for brewing alcohol. If they had, they might have eaten until the early hours of the morning. Late-night snacks were every man's favorite. Walking back to his third-floor bedroom with Xiao Bai and Ling Er, Xiao Bai could hardly move his belly round and full, while Ling Er had only nibbled on some fruit. He took out the survival manual and flipped through the chat channel to see if there was anything new. Ah, how boring. I can't go out every day, can't search for treasure, just sitting here and wasting away. Right? I wonder when this snow will end. Have you noticed that all survivors in the world are basically snowed in except for those in extreme environments? The system's capabilities are so powerful. Chen Wen looked at the group of fellow survivors who were acting a bit eccentric and shared a photo of hot pot. The hot pot, over 1 meter in diameter, was already quite rare even in his original world, and next to it lay an array of high-grade meats, countless vegetables and fruits. Wow, you're a real big shot. This is the true definition of a big shot. Why do you have any more charms? I want hot pot too. I'm from the mountain city and haven't had hot pot in over a month. The chat group Chen Wen created, Chen Wen didn't favor one over the other. Once the hot pot was ready, he packed some for everyone. They just had to start a fire themselves. Zhong Tian said, the big shot's life is so comfortable. This hot pot is really delicious. Mi Gao added, I haven't gone out to fish for several days now, and I'm tired of seafood. This hot pot comes at just the right time. Seeing the group lively in the chat, Chen Wen joined the conversation. A night passed in the blink of an eye. The next morning, before Chen Wen had woken up, a rapid knocking on the door startled him awake. Brother Chen, wake up. The snow outside has stopped. Li Li's voice echoed from outside the door. Wait a moment, they'll be right out. Chen Wen heard the news and quickly got dressed before opening the door. Hastily, Chen Wen opened the door to find Li Li at the entrance, her face beaming as she said, Brother Chen, the snow stopped falling last night. The snow disaster should be coming to an end soon. Let's go take a look, Chen Wen said as he led Li Li downstairs. Upon reaching the city gate, they saw Gu Lao. Xiao Chen, you've gotten up. Gu Lao greeted as he spotted Chen Wen approaching. Good morning, Gu Lao. Chen Wen nodded. As Chen Wen mistakenly walked through the city gate, he suddenly shivered. It's so cold. How is it colder than when it was snowing? Chen Wen frowned, expressing his dissatisfaction. Hearing Chen Wen's words, Gu Lao chuckled and said, Haha, you should have learned this in school. Snow itself isn't cold, but melting snow is. When it snows, the flakes release heat. When they melt, they absorb heat, making it feel colder. Li Li nodded beside them, observing Chen Wen as she said, Yes, it's much colder than when it snowed a few days ago. It must be around -7 or 8 degrees today. Chen Wen looked up and saw that the world was blanketed in white. Within 10 meters outside the city walls, people were clearing away the snow, which was sparse. Beyond that, the snow was half a meter thick, with the lower part already frozen into ice, allowing people to walk on it without sinking. Let's go up the city wall and see the distant scenery. Chen Wen took the lead, climbing the steps to the top of the wall. As he gazed at the outside scenery, he suddenly felt immersed in the natural environment. In the northern country, 1,000 miles are frozen and 10,000 miles are snowing. Only inside and outside the Great Wall remains a vast expanse. To count the remarkable figures, one must look at the present day. Chen Wen found himself reciting the lines of a great leader from the past as he admired the scenery. Recalling the words of the great leader, Chen Wen felt a surge of ambition and emotion as he stood atop the city wall, gazing at the boundless view. In his heart, he silently shouted, I too shall become a remarkable figure, leading the world and standing out among the crowd. He spent 2 incense sticks worth of time circling around the wall, and the scenery remained the same. There were no signs of animals around. He could only vaguely see some small creatures jumping on the trees in the distance. Gu Lao, I want to take the soldiers out for a patrol to check the situation outside. Please keep an eye on the territory, and if anything urgent arises, send me a message through the survival manual. I will return before nightfall. Chen Wen turned to Gu Lao, who was standing beside him. Gu Lao looked at Chen Wen, pondering for a moment. Xiao Chen, should you wait until the snow outside melts a bit? It's still thick out there, which could hinder your speed and make walking inconvenient. I'm worried it might be dangerous if you encounter any magical beasts. Yes, Brother Chen, the outside is currently the most dangerous. Many animals that hibernate due to the cold might be waking up now, and after days of hunger, they could be extremely aggressive. Lily looked at Chen Wen with a worried expression, speaking softly. Listening to them, Chen Wen chuckled. Don't worry, my strength is not lacking. I'm already at B rank, capable of fine-tuning my body. Even walking on the snow won't cause me to sink. Besides, during the snowfall, I made specialized snow boots for walking on snow, so it won't be a big issue. You can rest assured that I will also bring bodyguards along. Seeing Chen Wen's determined expression, Gu Lao and Lily decided not to say anything further. After spending time together, they understood Chen Wen quite well. He approaches tasks rationally and thoroughly with a strong inner resolve. He usually follows through on what he says, and once he makes up his mind, it's difficult for others to change his opinion. Brother Chen, please be careful when you go out, Lily said with a worried look. Chen Wen nodded and then headed to the barracks. Hail, Lord! Gongsun Zan and others who were training soldiers in the barracks approached and saluted. General Gongsun, the heavy snow outside has already stopped. Now magical beasts and wild animals are likely to be appearing in large numbers due to hunger. We need to arrange more personnel for patrols on the city walls, and also have people patrol outside the walls. Everyone must be fully equipped and wear snow boots, or otherwise their movements will be greatly hindered. Understood, Lord. Gongsun Zan immediately replied. Xian Yi, you select 2 pairs of armored guards. We will be heading outside to patrol the territory shortly. Chen Wen turned to Xian Yi and said. Just then a weak voice came from beside Chen Wen. Lord, what can I do? Chen Wen didn't even need to turn around to know who was speaking. It was definitely Nyo, the simpleton, wanting to wander outside the territory after being cooped up in the barracks since the snow started. He was naturally restless, training daily and being bullied by Gongsun Zhan. He had been feeling overly suppressed. Chen Wen patted Nyoda's shoulder with a mischievous smile, saying, Nyoda, if all of us leave, who will guard the territory? Upon hearing this, Nyoda's face showed a look of grievance like a wronged wife. Lord, isn't Gongsun protecting the territory? Take me with you. I can protect you on the way. Haha, several people nearby were amused by Nyoda's expression. Lord, you should take Nyoda with you. He can't stand being cooped up in the barracks either. The security of the territory won't be an issue with me around. Gongsun Zhan, who had spent the most time with Nyoda, understood his character well. Chen Wen had originally planned to take Xian Yi and Luda with him, since Luda was also B rank and could help him if there were any dangers on the road. He was essentially a meat shield. Saying that earlier was just to tease him a bit and add some fun to the situation. Alright, since General Gongsun is pleading for you, I will take you along. But you must not run around casually on the way and must follow orders, Chen Wen said, putting away his smile and speaking seriously. Yea, Lord, don't you know me, old Nyo? I'm the most obedient to you. Nyoda exclaimed, his face filled with excitement. Xian Yi, you go select 2 teams of soldiers and have them wear snow boots. Nyoda, you go arrange the minotaurs and let them know about General Gongsun's arrangements. Everyone get ready to set off after 1 incense sticks time. Chen Wen commanded without further ado. Yes, my lord, everyone replied in unison. In the blink of an eye, after 1 incense sticks time, Chen Wen, accompanied by 2 teams of soldiers, Luda and Xian Yi, walked out of the city gate. At the city gate, they encountered Gu Lao and Li Li, who had been waiting there for Chen Wen to remind him to be cautious. Shall Bai sense which direction has the most treasures, and we will head that way. Chen Wen spoke to the little white creature on his shoulder. Xiao Bai pointed in a direction with its little paw. Chen Wen looked in that direction, which led towards the outskirts of the forest. Everyone, let's set off. A group of well-equipped individuals clad in armor trudged across the icy expanse of the land. In the center walked a young man in his 20s, handsome and donned in exquisite armor, wielding a golden sword exuding an aura of authority. Beside him followed a towering and robust minotaur carrying a tumter-long giant axe on its back. This group was in fact Chen Wen patrolling the territory with Nyo Dashuan and 2 squads of armored guards. A circle of guards formed around Chen Wen. Having exited the territory, they had been walking on the snow for over an hour, covering approximately 10 kilometers. They encountered no large animals along the way, only a few cold-resistant squirrels leaping on the snow-laden trees. My lord, there is another treasure chest over here, shouted a guard in armor. Chen Wen felt numb. This treasure hunting trip had turned into mere collection devoid of any danger. In over an hour of opening treasure chests, he had opened at least 20. It seemed that the system's reward mechanism was still not fully over. It should return to normal once this snow disaster had passed. Although most were bronze and silver chests. The guard who discovered the chest brought it before Chen Wen. Upon seeing it was a diamond chest, Chen Wen's interest was piqued. This was the first diamond chest of this outing, and he expected great rewards. Open the treasure chest. Chen Wen exclaimed, his hand resting on the diamond chest. Ding, you have obtained 500 wood, 500 stone, 300 iron, or 100 copper, or clevel bread tree seeds, 10, bronze manufacturing skill book, 1, small powerboat manufacturing blueprint, 1, low temperature planning room manufacturing blueprint, 1 drop of divine beast chill and blood. Awesome. A smile spread across Chen Wen's face as he looked at the pile of items that appeared in his backpack. Opening high-level treasure chests feels great. Everything is something I need. This single high-level chest is worth more than 10 bronze or even silver chests. Bronze manufacturing skill book. This skill book allows for the creation of special composite metal bronze known for its high hardness, great plasticity, wear resistance, corrosion resistance, and bright color. Grade and above metals can achieve eternal durability, and bronze equipment can be crafted from bronze of various grades. With this book you will enter the Bronze Age. Small powerboat manufacturing blueprint can be used to create a small powerboat measuring 10 meters long and 3 meters wide, powered by energy stones, clean and eco-friendly, with a maximum sailing speed of 50 kilometers per hour, capable of carrying 20 tons. Manufacturing requirements: 300 wood, 50 iron or 50 copper, or small engine mechanical heart. 1. Divine Beast Qilin blood, a drop of ordinary blood left behind by the Divine Beast Qilin, which can be consumed by a pet, giving them a chance to awaken their bloodline. Although it is just a drop of ordinary blood, it carries the essence of the Divine Beast Qilin, and there is a certain risk involved in using it. Please exercise caution. During this treasure hunting trip, Chen Wen found that the items opened from treasure chests were significantly different from those before the snow disaster. This time, many mechanical devices were found, such as the small powerboat he had just opened. Previously, he had also obtained mechanical heart sleds and small engine blueprints. Most of the items were related to transportation, though they posed significant manufacturing challenges. For instance, the small powerboat required a mechanical heart and an engine. The more Chen Wen thought about it, the happier he became. He patted the little white creature perched on his shoulder. "You're amazing." "Hee, master, I want to eat slow pet food." Little White's voice echoed in Chen Wen's mind. Looking into Little White's round, spinning eyes, Chen Wen burst. "Don't worry, that was originally prepared for you all, but there aren't many left now. I will find a way to get more." Indeed, this pet food is very beneficial for pet growth. Ever since Little White had a few bites, he had lost interest in it. Even that elk had already reached a level. However, the quantity was too limited. Chen Wen tried to find the survivor selling pet food again, but he didn't have any left either, as he had also obtained it from treasure chests. But it was still enough for them to eat for a while, as there were still 8 or 9 units left, with one unit being 10 kilograms. With only a few pets, level pet food had a very high energy content, and they consumed very little at a time. Moreover, Linger doesn't eat pet food. She prefers natural vegetables and fruits. How to put it, although Linger is only clever, her life gene is exceptionally high. It must be known that she is a child of the heavens, conceived by the earth. How could her genes not be superior? Chen Wen took out the drop of Qilin blood from his backpack, which was about the size of a finger, glowing with a fiery red hue, as if a flame were burning. Holding it in his palm, he felt a slight warmth. This should be the blood of a fire Qilin. I wonder if that elk can withstand it. If it can, I'll have to find another mount. In this world, if something cannot provide substantial help, even with the intention to cultivate it, there's no way to do so. Chen Wen thought to himself as he carefully examined the drop of blood. Just then, several squirrels dashed down from a nearby tree, their eyes glowing red, rushing towards Chen Wen's palm with reckless abandon. Squeak, squeak. They emitted heart-wrenching cries. Chen Wen turned to see that several squirrels had already been dispatched by the armored guards lying in pools of blood. Looking at the blood in his hand, Chen Wen pondered. These squirrels were likely attracted by the Qilin blood. It was a low-level life, forms yearning for a higher-level existence. He asked Little White, "Does this drop of blood have any allure for you?" Little White's eyes fixed on the drop of blood, and his voice echoed in Chen Wen's mind. "Master, this drop of blood has a slight appeal for me, but I feel it's of little use, but it might even conflict with the bloodline in my body. The bloodline of the treasure-hunting mouse within me is also a divine beast bloodline." Chen Wen thought, retracting the Qilin blood. He silently hoped that the elk could consume it and inherit. If the elk succeeded, his territory would have the small golden beast with true dragon blood, and the elk with Qilin blood. If he could also obtain the bloodlines of the Xuanwu and white tiger, that would be truly extraordinary. Just thinking about it made Chen Wen excited, a look of ecstasy appearing on his face as he nearly drooled. Hee. The minotaur beside him shuddered at the sight of Chen Wen's lewd expression. "I really can't understand, my lord." More and more he turned into this after pulling out a drop of blood. Xian Yi, unable to bear it, spoke up from the side. "My lord, which way should we go next?" Hearing Xian Yi's voice, Chen Wen came back to his senses, awkwardly wiping the drool that had reached the corner of his mouth. "Damn, I actually fantasized. My wise and mighty image was almost ruined," he lamented inwardly. Nevertheless, he maintained a serious demeanor and said, "Little White, lead the way, follow him." While patrolling, treasure chests were sought after. Along the way, many treasure chests were guarded by magical beasts. However, as they remained asleep, Chen Wen directly took the treasure chests along with the remnants of their lives. In this world of the survival of the fittest, if you let your guard down, you will become someone else's meal. After circling over 100 kilometers, it was nearing evening when he returned to the blessed land. Upon reaching the city gate, he allowed the Xuanjia guards and Yoda to return to the barracks on their own. Chen Wen proceeded to the smelting factory. At the entrance, 2 minotaurs stood guard. Chen Wen acknowledged them as they opened the door. The temperature inside the smelting plant was at least 30 to 40 degrees, a true furnace where the sounds of various steel clashing resonated. "Lord, you have returned," Kai Chi exclaimed as he saw Chen Wen push the door open, quickly hurrying over. Chen Wen took out the bronze manufacturing skill book and handed it to Kai Chi. With a puzzled expression, Kai Chi received the skill book, asking, "What is this, my lord?" "This is a skill book on manufacturing techniques. Take a look and see if you can study it." Chen Wen contemplated whether to give this skill book to Kai Chi, feeling a sense of doubt in his heart, worried that the natives might not be able to use it. Kai Chi attempted to open the skill book, but found he couldn't. Although it looked like a book, it was actually made by the system and had no pages, just a cover. Seeing Kaichi's actions, Chen Wen hurriedly said, "Focus your attention on this book and mentally default to using it." Upon hearing Chen Wen's words, Kaichi fixed his gaze on the skill book. After about 2 seconds, the skill book transformed into a beam of light and dove into Kaichi's mind. Chen Wen keenly noticed that the moment the skill book entered Kaichi's mind, his eyes became vacant and dazed. Watching the skill book transform into light and penetrate Kaichi's mind, Chen Wen's worries eased. Even the natives could learn from the skill books found by survivors. Chen Wen was very curious about the skill book on manufacturing and admired the person who invented it. If everyone could use skill books to learn, it would save an immense amount of effort. Essentially, a person only needs to have a basic understanding of the world, and through skill books, they can learn various knowledge leading to exponential societal advancement. It takes a person over a decade to master the basic survival skills, which in the vast ocean of knowledge is just a drop. Everyone needs to repeatedly master knowledge, which significantly lowers efficiency, and many insights risk being lost due to lack of transmission and attention. Chen Wen kept a close eye on Kaichi as he assimilated the skill. After about a cup of tea's time, Kaichi finally regained his focus. Seeing Kaichi standing before him staring intently, Kaichi suddenly knelt down with a thud, fervently bowed. "Thank you, my lord, for your gift." He repeatedly expressed gratitude towards Chen Wen and praised him. Just as Chen Wen was about to inquire about Kaichi's situation, he was startled to see him kneeling down. He quickly approached to help Kaichi up. "Tell me what it was like to receive the skill book." Kaichi, standing at only 1.5 meters tall, barely reached Chen Wen's chest when he looked up. "When I focused my attention on the skill book, it transformed into light and dove into my mind. In my mind, a book also appeared which I could flip through. I could comprehend everything at a glance, remember it instantly, and draw inferences as if I already knew this knowledge," Kaichi explained eagerly. Chen Wen stroked his chin, pondering the way the natives receive knowledge is indeed quite different from us survivors. We just need to click to use, and all knowledge appears directly in our minds while they still need to peruse it themselves. However, they gain a massive speed boost in learning. Does our territory have the capability to produce the bronze manufacturing method recorded in this book? Upon hearing Chen Wen's inquiry about bronze, Kaichi's face lit up with excitement. "My lord, the bronze described in this book is truly amazing. According to its specifications in terms of plasticity, hardness, defense, and even corrosion resistance, it surpasses the alloys we currently produce by a significant margin. It is essentially a fundamental material prepared for war tools. I am confident that we can enhance the power of our firearms and cannons by another level using bronze materials." Chen Wen watched as Kaichi grew more animated, forgetting the initial question. He interjected, "I asked whether our territory can manufacture bronze. That is the key. If we can't produce it, all is in vain." Seeing Chen Wen's slightly impatient demeanor, Kaichi quickly composed himself respectfully, saying, "My lord, I apologize for my excitement. Our territory is fully capable of producing bronze. The main factors for bronze manufacturing are the proportions of various raw materials and their grades. The primary material is copper, and then, depending on the ratio, small amounts of metals like aluminum or lead can be added. According to the book, even producing SS-grade bronze materials is feasible. These materials can be mined from the caves in our territory, but we need to experiment further to determine the best ratios." Chen Wen was very pleased with Kaichi's response. "Good, your primary task for the time being is to focus on refining bronze. Report to me immediately when you have results." "Understood, my lord. I will not disappoint your expectations," Kaichi said confidently, standing tall. After assigning this task, he took a tour around the smelting factory, encouraging the goblin workers inside before hearing commotion in the hall. Li and Gu Lao emerged from their rooms. "Brother Chen, little Chen, you're back," they said, their faces lighting up as they watched Chen Wen enter. Nodding slightly at them, he had just sat down when Li eagerly asked, "Brother Chen, how is the situation outside? Is there any change compared to before? Is there a threat to our territory?" Gu Lao, standing nearby, fixed his gaze intently on Chen Wen. "Haha," Chen Wen chuckled at their tense expressions, saying, "Currently, there is nothing unusual outside. The snow hasn't melted, and the temperature is extremely low." After a pause, Chen Wen continued with a pleased expression, "The animals are still in hibernation, posing no danger. During this period, venturing outside is essentially just looting treasure chests with minimal risk." "Wow, Brother Chen, is that true? Can I go out with you tomorrow?" Li exclaimed, her big watery eyes fixated on Chen. It seemed as if she would cry if Chen Wen refused. Seeing her expression, Chen Wen couldn't help but smile wryly, agreeing, "It's no problem if you want to go out. I haven't restricted your freedom. However, if you go out, you need to find General Gonsun in the barracks to assign a couple of soldiers to protect you. Otherwise, it could be troublesome if danger arises." Brother Chen, "I'll just follow you." Li nodded, eagerly, looking incredibly adorable. "All right, let's set aside the outing for now and have dinner." He instructed the puppets to bring out the dinner. During this snow disaster, it was mostly Chen Wen, Li and Gu Lao who dined together. Chen Wen and the others chatted while eating. In a corner of the table, a white mouse sat motionless, staring at the food in the plate. "Master, I want pet food, not fruit." Xiao Bei's voice echoed in Chen Wen's heart. Chen Wen turned his head to look, noticing that the food in Xiao Bei's plate hadn't moved at all. He suddenly remembered that he had been feeding Xiao Bei pet food for quite some time and had forgotten about him today. Chen Wen took out a portion of pet food, grabbed a handful, and placed it in the plate. Xiao, by my mistake today, you have truly accomplished something great, he said, patting Xiao Bei's head. They finished their meal amidst laughter and joy. After returning to their own rooms, Chen Wen took out the survival manual. The number of people in the regional chat channel had dwindled to just over 2,800, with nearly 1,000 having suffered injury due to the snow. Before the snow disaster, there were still 3,000 to 4,000 people left, all of whom had some skills in this other world, yet so many had perished due to the snow disaster. As of now, it was still unclear how large an area of 1,000 people actually was. Chen Wen patrolled the territory, which spanned about 50 to 60 kilometers, but he hadn't encountered a single survivor. The land of the other world is truly vast. According to Su Song, the Xingyun continent is merely a large piece of land in this splendid world. This world is at least 100 times larger than the original. Chen Wen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Chat channel, finally the snow has stopped. In a few days I can go collect supplies. I'm almost out of food. Woo, today I spent the whole day digging snow just to clear the distance from my house to the snow surface. The snow has already leveled with my small wooden house. It's been so difficult for me. You all are lucky. Many of my subordinates have frozen to death, and now only a few dozens are left. We must avoid danger, or we're sure to perish. Indeed, we can finally search for supplies. I really envy you all for having the courage to go out. I'm so cold, I don't want to step outside. To put it bluntly, even taking a leak could freeze my... Everyone, let's not rush. Wait until the weather outside stabilizes before going out, otherwise the danger of the heavy snow sealing the mountains is very high, and it's easy to lose direction. In the chat channel, there were still many rational individuals. Chen Wen watched as the messages in the chat channel kept a friendly reminder: if you have the ability and conditions, try to go out and search for supplies. Most of the ferocious animals outside are hibernating and have not yet awakened. Only some cold-resistant small animals are foraging, and the number of treasure chests is very abundant with a very low danger level. Many new items have appeared in the open treasure chests, which will definitely be very helpful in the future. Chen Wen also sent a message in the chat channel with the information he knew. He didn't mind sharing information or items that had no cost to him, allowing more people to survive. To achieve great wealth, one must bear the risks that come with it. Just like Chen Wen, who has grown to this point in the other world, it is partly due to his good fortune and partly due to the risks he has taken. If you clarify both the good and the bad and still refuse to strive for it, being eliminated is only natural. In this world, the elimination of survivors means death. Boss, you've spoken again today. I'm so envious of you. The heavy snow has just stopped, and you've already started searching for supplies. Ding Pokeball launched, capturing one, boss. Thank you for sharing, boss. Thanks for your selfless contribution, boss. Isn't everyone focusing on the wrong point? The boss said that there's no danger in going out to search for supplies now. The chat channel became lively once more. No longer focusing on the chat channel, he opened the group he had created. Chen Wen, did everyone see the message I posted in the chat channel? If you have the conditions, try to go out and search for supplies and treasure chests. The number of treasure chests is very high, and it seems like the benefits from the snow disaster haven't ended yet. There are even items in the treasure chests that haven't appeared before, seemingly incomplete sets. I estimate that they will play a crucial role in our future development. Zhang Wenyue, boss, I saw it. I just finished clearing the snow here and didn't have time to go out today. Boss, is there really no danger in going out? Seeing Li Qianqian's question, Chen Wen understood her concerns. As a girl, it was very difficult for her to have survived until now, so he replied, I went out today to search for supplies and indeed did not encounter any dangerous monsters. They are still in hibernation and were easily dealt with. Unfortunately, I have to fish for treasure chests in the sea here. There are basically none on the beach, but the ice in the sea hasn't melted yet. Everyone, do your best to develop. If you need anything, send me a message. After sending this message, Chen Wen exited he continued scrolling through the trading channel to see if there were any good items. Since the snow disaster, there had been no physical items in the trading channel, only Chen Wen, the food magnate, trading food for various goods. Today alone, he had gathered over 1,000 units of monster flesh and blood. The only regret was that the area he was in was the periphery of the Xingyun forest, where the highest level of monsters was only level. If he were in the central or inner areas of Xingyun, he might even encounter level or even a level monsters. In reality, Chen Wen was overthinking. Monsters were naturally cold resistant, and their physical quality improved significantly after reaching level. They were no longer affected by external conditions. During hibernation, their body temperature was simply too low, causing selective hibernation. They would awaken immediately if faced with danger. A-level monsters are immune to cold and heat, capable of speech, and possess intelligence comparable to that of adults. Just like Chen Wen, at level, standing outside in temperatures of -50 to 60 degrees Celsius affects him, but it wouldn't cause him to lose body heat. Regrettably, there were no necessary items in the trading channel. Chen Wen could only list some meat for exchange for spirit. After this period of continually consuming low-grade food, there were no ordinary foods left in the territory. The main crops were sweet potatoes and spirit rice. These were already widely planted, and the residents of the territory no longer needed to consume ordinary food. Therefore, Chen Wen was very dissatisfied with Li Li's slow-level progression. With such excellent cultivation resources available every day, her growth was still so slow. Lying in bed, Chen Wen silently reflected on the things he had done since arriving in this world, as well as his future development and territory planning. Unconsciously, he fell into a deep sleep. In this frosty world where everything vies for freedom, the bloody world forever respects the strong, and only the fittest survive. Early the next day after breakfast, Chen Wen wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth and said to Lily, "Lily, get ready. We will head to the barracks with our guards soon." "All right, brother Chen, I prepared everything last night," Lily replied with an excited smile on her face. Chen Wen observed Lily's demeanor. Despite her outgoing personality and boldness, she had never ventured outside in this world due to her limited personal strength. She could only gaze at the distant mountains from her small wooden cabin. However, she was fortunate enough to have met Chen. She decisively abandoned her territory to come to Chen Wen's side. Chen Wen then took Lily to the barracks. He had initially wanted to bring Gu Lao along for some fresh air, but Gu Lao disliked going outside and declined. Thus, he only brought Lily. Upon arriving at the barracks, he saw Gong Sun Zan and instructed him to arrange several teams of soldiers to patrol the territory and search for treasure chests. He then took 2 teams of soldiers deeper into the forest. From yesterday's exploration, Chen Wen felt that while there were many treasures on the outskirts, the real bounty lay within. A group of over 20 people walked across the silent snowy ground, leaving a trail of footprints in nature. "Brother Chen, the scenery outside is so beautiful," Lily exclaimed, bouncing around in the snow. Chen Wen simply smiled and remained silent as Lily's chatter filled the air. It seemed her heart had been suppressed for too long. In her prime youth, she had endured hardships that she had never faced during peaceful times, carrying the weight of her grievances alone. Before she knew it, she had sprinted ahead of the group. He hurried over to find Lily staring blankly at a small hillside ahead. "What's wrong? Have you spotted something?" He hurried over to find Lily staring blankly at a small hillside ahead. "What's wrong? Have you spotted something?" He quickly asked as he saw Lily dazed but unharmed. "Brother Chen, look. There's a huge black bear, and next to it is a golden treasure chest." Once Lily heard Chen Wen's voice, she snapped back to reality, grabbing his arm and pointing forward. Following her finger, Chen Wen looked ahead at a small slope about several dozen meters high, where a patch of grass was mostly covered in snow. Beside the grass pile lay a massive black bear, half its body buried in snow, peacefully sleeping. Judging by its appearance, this gigantic beast stood at least 3 to 4 meters tall, with a head as large as a basin. Chen Wen looked at Lily, who appeared terrified, and said, "You're scared of a hibernating bear. I truly wonder how you managed to survive a month in this strange world." "Woo, brother Chen, it's too scary. Look at its size." Lily refused to let go of Chen Wen's arm. Chen Wen activated his appraisal eye and threw it out. This was merely a great forest bear, but its size made it slow to move. "My lord, let me take care of it, Neodis." Chen Wen waved his hand and looked at Lily, saying, "Lily, you go kill it." After saying that, he pushed her hand off his arm and took out a spare crayed alloy knife from his backpack, handing it to her. "Brother Chen, I'm scared." Lily hesitated, looking at the alloy knife in her hands, turning her head to Chen Wen with a pitiful expression. Chen Wen remained silent, his gaze fixed on her. Lily felt uneasy under his intense stare, as if she were being watched by a beast. It was essential to note that Chen Wen's imposing presence, combined with the pressure of his high status, was incredibly strong. Though the aura was intangible, it was undeniably real. Lily could only muster her courage and slowly approached the giant bear. It wasn't that Chen Wen didn't want her to live comfortably under his protection, but the conditions of life did not permit it. Watching Lily move forward with a fearful expression, he said, "Lily, don't blame me. In this world, no one can protect anyone. What I can do is increase your chances of survival and strengthen your abilities." He discreetly signaled to Nyoda to quietly follow behind Lily to prevent the bear from waking suddenly. It took a considerable time just to cover a few hundred meters. As Lily moved up to the giant bear, she found herself no longer afraid. The best way to conquer fear was to holding the over-meter-long alloy knife, she aimed for the bear's neck, raised the knife high, and closed her eyes. Poochie! The sound of the knife striking flesh and bone echoed. Ow! At the same time, the bear let out a tragic roar before it died, pitifully taken down in its sleep by a weak-grade girl. Lily had forgotten everything, her eyes tightly shut, only remembering the feeling of her knife slicing down and the sensation of warm blood. Then a stream of hot liquid sprayed onto her. She realized it was the bear's blood, but her mind went blank during. Chen Wen quickly approached, looking at Lily covered in blood, gently holding her in his arms as she trembled. "It's okay, now you can open your eyes. Look, you've killed it," Chen Wen softly reassured her. After a while, Lily regained her composure. Hearing Chen Wen's comforting words, she slowly opened her eyes, still tightly holding onto him. Turning her head to look at the giant bear, she saw that the knife had severed 2/3 of its neck, with only a small portion of flesh remaining. The alloy knife was stuck in the remaining flesh. Meanwhile, the armored guards had already begun to clean up the bear's corpse. Chen Wen pulled out a cloth from his body and handed it to Lily. "Quickly wipe the blood off your face. Look at yourself, you look terrible," Chen Wen said, trying to lighten the mood. Lily rolled her eyes, taking the cloth from Chen Wen. She thought even comforting someone is a challenge for him. "Thank you." After wiping the blood from her face, Lily looked at Chen Wen with a complex expression, her eyes still holding a hint of warmth. Chen Wen, the ironclad man, simply didn't understand such nuances. Watching Lily tidy herself up and regain her spirits, he said, Lily, you opened this golden treasure chest. You killed this giant bear, so it's your reward for today. Chen Wen pointed to the treasure chest that had been moved to the ground beside them. I've never opened a golden treasure chest before. This is the highest level treasure chest I've ever opened. Thank you, Brother Chen, Lily said with a beaming smile. She was actually a girl with a soft exterior and a strong interior. She just hadn't experienced killing before, which made her timid when faced with monsters. Now that she had regained her composure, her lively personality began to emerge again. Lily placed her hand on the golden treasure chest, silently wishing to open it. The treasure chest instantly transformed into a beam of light and vanished with all the items entering Lily's backpack. So what's inside the golden treasure chest? Chen Wen inquired from the side. Listening to Chen Wen's questions, Lily took out everything from the treasure chest and placed it on the snow. Chen Wen glanced at the ground where a pile of basic materials lay, totaling nearly several hundred pieces. 2 blueprints, a skill book, a fist-sized green seed, and a giant egg. He looked through the eye of appraisal. Blueprints for iron pear and bee nest production, and the skill book for cloud and rain technique. The blueprints and skill book were all ordinary items. The iron plow was for farming, the bee nest could attract bees, and the cloud and rain technique was for watering. They provided no enhancement to combat effectiveness, but were quite helpful for cultivating the territory. The real treasures were still that seed and the giant egg. War Tree Seed, the guardian of the elven race, possessing unparalleled defense and slow movement speed, it can grow stronger over time with immense potential. Forest Giant Bear Pet Egg, a guardian of the forest, gentle in nature and dedicated to protecting the forest. When the forest is harmed, it can harness the power of the forest to transform into a forest exploding bear. Chen Wen stored the War Tree Seed himself. Lily, you should hatch this pet egg. Let it protect you in the future, enhancing your safety, he said, placing the Forest Giant Bear Pet Egg in front of Lily. Lily looked at the pet egg in front of her and quickly shook her head, refusing. Brother Chen, I don't really fight. It would be a waste to give it to me. It should go to the soldiers in the territory. It's okay, Chen Wen replied, just hatch it. The soldiers in the territory don't need pets for solo combat. They need companions that can fight in groups and cooperate with each other. After hearing Chen Wen's words, Lily stopped refusing. She picked up an alloy long knife from the ground and made a small cut on her finger, letting her blood drip onto the giant egg. Lily's blood penetrated into the giant egg and started to emit a green glow, which deepened as time passed, lasting for about the duration of a tea break. Crack, crack. The green light completely enveloped the pet egg, which began to show tiny cracks. When all the green light vanished, a small bear the size of a basin appeared, tightly closing its eyes and curling up into a ball, emitting a soft, childish sound. So cute, Lily exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she swooped in to cuddle the little one. The little bear sensed a warm and familiar aura from Lily, allowing her to hold it, and it began to lick her palms slowly. Lily put away the other items. After going back, store them in the territory's warehouse. If there's anything you find useful, feel free to use it yourself. Looking at you so fondly holding your pet, Chen Wen said to Lily. Hearing Chen Wen speak, she tightened her grip on the little bear and casually collected the pile of items on the ground into her backpack. Thank you, Brother Chen, Lily said gratefully to Chen Wen. Haha, there's no need to be so polite. You've helped a lot in my territory. Just nurture the forest giant bear well, and let it become a strength of the territory. That's the best thank you for me, Chen Wen replied with a smile. Yes, Brother Chen, don't worry, I'll make sure it grows quickly, Lily said, earnestly nodding her head, while simultaneously doting on the little bear in her arms. Don't squeeze it too hard, it's just been born and cannot withstand much force. Once we return to the territory, they'll give you some pet food to accelerate its growth. At that time, you can choose a tree hole for it as a residence in the pet house. My lord, the dissection of the forest giant bear is complete. Shall we continue on our way? The guard beside them, who was cleaning up the forest giant bear's body, reported. Chen Wen glanced at the small white bear on his shoulder. Little by which direction in the forest has the highest level of treasures? A group of more than 20 people followed Little Bay's guidance to search for treasure chests. Approaching noon, they casually found a place, took out some monster food they had hunted in the morning, and began to roast it. Usually the soldiers in Chen Wen did not have lunch while patrolling outside. All of them, being at least clever, found that not eating for a day had no impact on their combat strength. But today, with Lily accompanying them, who was only a level, it would make her very hungry if she missed a meal. Seeing Chen Wen fiddling around by himself, the soldiers could cook, but they only knew how to make the simplest roasted food, which didn't taste very good. Brother Chen, let me cook for you. I've been learning to cook from Puppet No. 1 and No. 2 recently, and my culinary skills have improved a lot since the last dinner I prepared for everyone. Lily volunteered from the side. Haha, sure, come help. Since Lily was willing to pitch and he didn't oppose. Cooking over 20 tons of roasted meat by himself was still very slow. Having someone to help would definitely speed things up. After busying for a while, the soldiers had already chopped down a big tree and made several wooden stakes. Everyone stay alert and start eating, Chen Wen commanded, distributing large pieces of roasted meat to each person. Yes, my lord. Brother Chen, your cooking skills are quite good. It's almost on par with what the puppets make, she smiled brightly at Chen Wen. Speaking of cooking skills, Chen Wen felt quite proud. Although he had never attended a culinary school, he was an orphan in his previous world and enjoyed food, often learning to cook online. Haha, in my previous world, I was an orphan, and after entering society, everything was cooked by myself. If it's delicious, eat more. We still have several hours before we return this afternoon, Chen Wen replied. Lily, hearing Chen Wen's words, silently looked up at him, growing more and more impressed with him in her heart. Due to the snow accumulation, the pace of the group was not fast. They hadn't covered as much ground as yesterday, only managing to traverse about 60 or 70 kilometers today. With Lily accompanying them, Chen Wen didn't feel as bored. Walking towards the inner forest was indeed much denser in monsters than the outskirts, with a considerably higher level. Some cold-resistant animals had begun to awaken, searching for food. When encountering sleeping monsters, Chen Wen let Lily handle them. Throughout the afternoon, Lily had killed at least a dozen monsters, and the results were quite remarkable. Even with blood splattered on her, she showed no signs of resistance. However, due to the girl's gentle nature, Lily still felt a bit guilty about killing these defenseless animals. Eventually, Chen Wen noticed the issue and, fearing she might become too compassionate, stopped her from attacking. The return journey was much faster as they no longer needed to be on guard for their surroundings or search for treasure chests. Upon returning to the blessed land, the soldiers were arranged to return to the barracks, while Chen Wen took Lily to the pet house. The pet house has a total of 9 slots, and 4 of the lower ones have already been used. You can choose one from the upper ones. Chen Wen turned to Lily and said, "Brother Chen, is the tree hole so high? Will the little bear be able to come down after going inside?" Lily looked at the little bear in her hand, which was only 20 centimeters tall. "Haha, don't worry. The entrance to the pet house is actually at ground level. When the pet wants to enter, it can just think about it and go right in," Chen Wen explained. Lily listened to Chen Wen's words and pointed at the 5th tree hollow. "Brother Chen, just put it in the 5th tree hollow." Chen Wen focused his intention on the pet home, setting the 5th tree hollow as the residence for the forest giant bear. A green light surrounded the 5th dark tree hollow, which had now transformed. Inside, a forest was revealed. Wow, so magical. Lily lifted the little bear and moved it to the entrance of the 5th tree hollow. It seemed as though an invisible force pulled, causing the bear to tumble into the forest. Indeed, everything in this other world was wondrous. He took out a unit of pet food from his backpack and sent it to Lily. "In the future, when you feed it, just toss it in from the entrance. Let it live in the pet home during its juvenile phase. Once it has developed some combat power, you need to take it into the forest for training and hunting to retain its fierceness," Chen Wen offered his advice. It was unclear whether Lily was listening. Her eyes were fixed on the little bear in the tree hollow forest, nodding her head. Chen Wen paid her no mind, watching the elk living in the 1st tree hollow. He communicated with it through spiritual sense, asking it to come out. "Master, you are here." The elk walked out of the pet home, nudging Chen Wen's palm with its forked antlers. Looking at the largest pet he had, the elk had grown significantly after leveling up in the pet home, now standing at 1.5 meters tall and nearly 3 meters long. "I have acquired a treasure that can greatly enhance your potential. The process is extremely perilous. You could either soar to great heights or perish utterly." Chen Wen gently stroked the elk's forehead, communicating through his mind. After becoming a magical beast, the elk's intelligence had significantly increased, and with the pet home enhancing its wisdom, it now possessed the intellect of a 4 to 5-year-old child. However, the racial growth limit was too low, as both Xiaobai and Ling Er had the intelligence of a 10-year-old child right after birth, now not far from an adult's understanding. The elk looked at Chen Wen with a hint of understanding, sensing that its master was discussing something important and inquiring for it. As long as it was a command from its master, it was willing to fulfill it, knowing that its master would never harm it. Following its master, it had grown rapidly. "Master, I am willing to do whatever you say," the elk's voice echoed in Chen Wen's mind. Hearing this, Chen Wen took out a pet contract from his backpack. The elk was to be tamed using beast taming techniques. In reality, there had not been a formal contract formed between them. The principle of beast taming is to leave one's soul resonance in the mind of the beast or magical beast. This makes it feel like the closest person to it, giving it a sense of affinity so that it naturally obeys. "Ding, do you wish to use the pet contract?" Confirm use and sign the pet contract with the elk. The pet contract formed a sphere of light in Chen Wen's hand with runes entwined. Suddenly it split into 2, one large, one small, with the large one rushing into Chen Wen's mind and the small one flying toward the elk's head. At this moment, Chen Wen's sea of consciousness spanning 10 zhang had reached its current limit, with a sphere of light nearly 1 meter in diameter slowly rotating at its center. Surrounding it were 4 smaller spheres of light. The central one contained Chen Wen's soul, while the 4 smaller spheres represented the contracts of his 4 pets. At this moment, Lily was jolted back to reality by the commotion nearby, no longer paying attention to the little white bear inside the pet home. "Brother Chen, what are you doing? Are you resigning a contract?" She knew that the elk was the mount Chen Wen intended to nurture and spoke up. "Hee, that's a secret I won't tell you right now." Chen Wen smiled and replied. Lily rolled her eyes at Chen Wen, and in that instant Chen Wen surprisingly found her particularly beautiful. "Previously I only tamed the elk without signing a contract, but now it's different. I need to use a treasure on it, so I must sign the contract to ensure safety." Chen Wen was no longer joking. He took out a drop of crimson Qilin blood from his backpack. Upon seeing this drop of blood, the elk's eyes instantly turned red, fixating on Chen Wen's palm. A voice inside it told it, "Eat it, eat it." If it weren't for Chen Wen using the contract to tame it, the elk would have certainly. Elk will you soar to great heights, or perish. It all depends on this moment, Chen Wen said seriously, slowly bringing his palm down towards the elk's mouth. Before Chen Wen could lower his hand fully, the elk instinctively stretched out its mouth, its tongue flicking out to swallow. Chen Wen quietly watched from the side, not scolding the elk for its impatience, knowing that any ordinary animal's desire for the bloodline of a divine beast was unparalleled. This was the law of nature: the weak are preyed upon by the strong, and only the fittest survive. The elk swallowed the Qilin blood, and within 10 breaths its body began to ooze blood, with numerous tiny wounds appearing. As soon as the wounds appeared, a mysterious power began to heal them. This was likely due to the Qilin blood refining its body. The surrounding energy of heaven and earth began to change, with rich energy converging towards the elk. Chen Wen knew this marked the beginning of evolution, similar to the previous situation with Xiaobai. He took out all the spirit stones from his backpack, but there weren't many, only a few dozen. Considering that Xiaobai's purification had used over 100 spirit stones last time, this would definitely not be enough for absorbing the blood of a divine beast. He turned to Lily beside him and said, "Lily, go find some more spirit stones and bring them over." The spirit stones in the territory and ordinary resources were managed by the ancients and stored in the warehouse. The higher grade ones were kept in the treasure room next to Chen Wen's bedroom. "Brother Chen, I'm going now." Lily understood the importance of the moment, having experienced Xiaobai's evolution, and hurried off to find the ancients. During this brief exchange, strands of mist began to appear around the elk as the energies of heaven and earth surged. The skies changed violently, winds howled, and lightning crackled within the clouds. Due to the violent upheaval of the energies of heaven and earth within the blessed land, fierce winds began to whip about. Some of the spirit stones piled beside the elk had already started to turn to ashes. Not long after, Chen Wen saw Lily running over with the ancients. "Ancient One, quickly throw some spirit stones around." Chen Wen called out to the ancients. Knowing the urgency of the situation, the ancients quickly began to grab handfuls of spirit stones from their spatial ring, tossing them around the elk, while inquiring about Chen Wen. "Little Chen, what's going on with the elk? Why is there such a commotion?" Looking at the turbulent environment around them, Chen Wen spoke up. "I obtained a drop of Qilin blood and made the elk consume it." Upon hearing this, the ancients and Lily gasped, their mouths agape, feeling as if they had misheard. Did the legendary divine beast truly exist? Lily had just caught a glimpse of the drop of crimson blood that Chen Wen had shown the elk, but she had not expected it to be the blood of the divine beast Qilin. The ancient one, trembling with excitement, grabbed Chen Wen's arm and asked, "Is it true that Xiao Chun has the blood of a Qilin? Do divine beasts really exist?" This is the auspicious beast of our original world, playing an irreplaceable role from the creation of the universe to the present legends. Chen Wen remained remarkably calm. Although he had never seen a divine beast, he had encountered many of their descendants. Little Koi Ao Jin possesses the bloodline of a true dragon, while the treasure-seeking mouse Xiao Bai is a descendant of the divine beast lineage, and Linger is even more formidable, being a favored child of heaven and earth. Patting the back of the ancient one, who was trembling with excitement and struggling to speak clearly, Chen Wen feared that he might faint from holding his breath. "Ancient one, please stay calm. You've actually encountered the bloodline of divine beasts before," Chen Wen said. The ancient one gradually calmed down, gazing at Chen Wen with surprise and asking, "Are there other divine beasts in our territory?" Chen Wen straightened his chest, pride evident on his face. "Indeed, ancient one. Little Jean possesses the bloodline of a true dragon. Xiao Bai carries the bloodline of the treasure-seeking mouse, and Linger is an enchanting spirit born from heaven and earth." Xiao Bai stood on Chen Wen's shoulder, waving its front paws in the air while squeaking continuously. Unfortunately, the ancient one could not understand. He looked at Xiao Bai's animated gestures and then turned his gaze back to Chen Wen, knowing that Chen Wen could comprehend the language of animals. Haha, Chen Wen chuckled twice, scratching Xiao Bai's head, then said to the ancient one, "Xiao Bai claims to be a divine beast as well, and it is quite impressive." Hearing Chen Wen's explanation, the ancient one smiled and gave Xiao Bai a thumbs up, saying, "Haha, it's my oversight. Ooh, I never realized how remarkable Xiao Bai was before." In response, Xiao Bai squeaked twice. While they were chatting, Chen Wen found that the surrounding energy of heaven and earth had transformed into luminous bands, forming a colorful cocoon that enveloped him. From within the cocoon emanated an intimidating pressure, likely a remnant of the divine beast's Qilin blood. A faint yet profound force, as impenetrable as mountains and oceans, leaving one in awe. One could glimpse the strength of the divine beasts. A single drop of blood, unknown how long it had lingered in the world, could create a descendant of the Qilin, while ordinary blood could still instill fear in a person. All the spirit stones scattered on the ground turned to ash, covering the surface with a thin layer. A patrol of minotaurs had already gathered around the pet house. "We greet you, Lord." Upon seeing Chen Wen, they bowed. Chen Wen waved his hand and said to them, "There is nothing to attend to here. You may return to your duties." As the patrol of minotaurs retreated, they whispered among themselves. Even when they lowered their voices, their boisterous tones could be heard from afar. "Do you think Xiao Bai is going to evolve again?" Impossible. Did you not see that enormous cocoon in the middle? How could it possibly be Xiao Bai? That's right. I just saw Xiao Bai standing on the Lord's shoulder. It cannot be Xiao Bai. Did any of you feel something unusual? When I was walking beside the Lord, I almost knelt down as if I encountered a silent minotaur suddenly spoke. As soon as he spoke, the other 3 minotaurs fell silent. I thought I was the only one feeling this. It turns out all of you felt it too. Let's not overthink it. Let's continue our patrol. Whatever the Lord has brought forth will definitely be beneficial to the territory, the patrol leader said at that moment. Conversely, Gongsun Zan and her 2 companions were slower to arrive because the military camp had a certain barrier against the energy of heaven and earth. While the outside world was in turmoil, only the energy was flowing within the camp. We greet you, Lord. Gongsun Zan and her companions had witnessed Xiao Bai's evolution before. Looking at the cocoon ahead, she said, Lord, has Xiao Bai evolved again? Chen Wen shook his head and turned his eyes to his shoulder, saying, Xiao Bai hasn't evolved this time. I obtained a treasure for the deer, and it is he who is evolving now. Congratulations, Lord. It's truly a blessing for you to obtain a treasure that can aid in your pet's evolution. Gongsun Zan and Xian Yi congratulated from the side. Niuda cheered from the side, nodding nonstop. Yes, the Lord is truly impressive. I bow to no one but the Lord. Hearing Niuda's words, Chen Wen felt like 1,000 grass-mud horses were galloping through his mind. How could these memes exist in this other world too? I bow to no one but lean against the wall. Creak, creak. Just as Chen Wen was about to say something, 2 sounds resembling something breaking suddenly echoed. Chen Wen heard the 2 faint sounds of shattering. Although not loud, they carried a natural resonance, evoking a feeling of enlightenment, as if he had merged with nature. He perceived the vastness of the world, the fairness of the heavenly laws, and his own insignificance. Within the realm of heaven and earth, he saw countless crimson chains, dense and infinite, stretching into every corner of the world. Chen Wen was so immersed in this wondrous state that he could hardly extricate himself, experiencing the nature of heaven and earth, the laws of the world, feeling as if he had merged with the universe, forgetting himself, his base, and everything else. In fact, Chen Wen was in a state of transcendent enlightenment, which was extremely dangerous. Because his own strength had not yet reached the level to comprehend the world and merge with nature, the red chains he saw represented the laws of fire. To forcefully grasp them would lead to assimilation by the world's laws, a process commonly referred to as becoming Tao. Chen Wen felt his connection to the world deepening, having forgotten himself and everything else on the brink of merging with these crimson chains of law. Boom, boom. At that moment, a completely golden sword appeared in his perception. This sword was as massive as a mountain, bearing an unbearable weight, yet it felt strangely familiar. One side of the sword was engraved with mountains, rivers, and plants, while the other side bore the sun, moon, and stars. The hilt was inscribed with the techniques of agriculture and animal husbandry, and the other side with strategies for unifying the 4 seas. As Chen Wen gazed at this sword, it became increasingly familiar, as if it were an irreplaceable part of himself. At that moment, the golden giant sword moved, emitting a golden sword energy that could shake the heavens and scare the gods. It slashed directly towards Chen Wen. As the sword energy approached, he felt an unmatched gravity pressing upon him, indomitable and unbreakable. Am I going to die, eh? Chen Wen could only think this in his mind, with no time to recall his brief life, slowly closing his eyes. Boom, boom. In the midst of this world, countless explosions erupted, the sounds of metal clashing rang out, and when everything fell silent, Chen Wen found that he still had consciousness. He opened his eyes to find that the towering golden giant sword had shrunk to 1 meter, now resting in his palm, while the myriad crimson chains had vanished. Chen Wen raised his hand to look at the golden sword, suddenly pondering a question. Who am I? Where am I? Who am I? Who am I? Who am I? I am Chen Wen. I was just watching the evolution of the deer, and then heard the voice of heaven and earth merging with them. In an instant, Chen Wen recalled everything: his life in the original world, his struggle for survival in the other world, his blessed land, and his friends. As Chen Wen recalled everything in an instant, his consciousness became hazy. When he regained awareness, he found himself still standing in place, eyes tightly shut, while the ancient Gongsun Zan and the others looked at him with anxious expressions. Linger rubbed her face against his, tears dripping down her cheeks. The healing light from Linger enveloped him, providing a... Lily stood beside him at a loss, her face filled with anxiety, her eyes brimming with tears. Chen Wen touched the tears left by Linger on his cheek, feeling their dampness, and gently placed them in his palm, tenderly stroking her little head. My lord, you're awake. Upon seeing Chen Wen open his eyes, Niuda shouted. What happened to you all? You all look like you're about... Chen Wen looked at the concerned faces surrounding him, each one on the verge of tears, and asked. Big brother Chen, you scared us to death. You suddenly stood there unresponsive no matter how much we called you. Later your body began to gradually fade, and part of you transformed into light and vanished. Lily wiped away her tears, and still a bit sobbing said Gula also looked serious as he addressed Chen Wen. What exactly happened to you, Xiao Chen? How did such a significant change occur so suddenly? My lord, what on earth happened? We were terrified. Gongsun Zan and Xian Yi looked at Chen Wen with puzzled expressions, quickly asking. Chen Wen shook his head, pondering for a moment before speaking. I don't know what happened either. Just now I was focused on the situation with the elk, when suddenly, it seemed like a voice from the heavens resonated. I felt myself merge with the universe, entering an indescribable state. After reflecting seriously, Chen Wen recalled that he had been rescued by the Xianyuan's sword, which severed everything around him and brought him back. He hurriedly drew the Xianyuan's sword from within his body. Looking at the golden sword in his palm radiating an imposing aura, he gently stroked the blade, feeling an overwhelming sense of familiarity, as if it were a part of his own body, no longer just a sword separate from himself. In the back of his mind, Chen Wen sensed a tremendous change within his body, but with so many people around it was impossible to examine closely. He shook his head vigorously and addressed the concerned crowd. Don't worry, I also don't understand what's happening, but I can feel that my body is fine. Daddy, we were so worried about you. You must be careful. He'll heal you again. Without waiting for Chen Wen to speak, Linger activated her healing light again, enveloping Chen Wen once more. Seeing Linger's fatigued expression, he realized she had been continuously surrounding him with her healing light since she discovered he was in distress. Chen Wen extended his palm for Linger to stand on. Linger, you don't need to heal me anymore. I'm really fine, you should rest well. After speaking, he flexed his muscles, signaling his physical well-being. Daddy, if you feel unwell, you must tell me. After saying this, Linger settled into Chen Wen's palm and fell asleep. Chen Wen looked affectionately at Linger in his palm, gently cradling her small body as he walked to the pet house and placed her in her bed. Old one, how long did that state of mind last? What's happening with the elk now? After settling Linger, Chen Wen finally, Xiaoqin, your state lasted a full incense stick's time. At first you stood still, and we couldn't sense your presence with our spiritual energy, but could only see you with our eyes. Later your body began to blur, and several of your fingers disappeared. As for the elk, it should be about to break free from its cocoon. Since you entered that state, the elk has stopped absorbing the energy of heaven and earth, Old One replied. Chen Wen raised his eyes to see the light cocoon around the elk had expanded into a sphere with a diameter of 5 meters covered in countless cracks resembling a spider's web. The cracks multiplied and grew larger. Boom boom. The light cocoon erupted violently, scattering colorful energy shards that unleashed a powerful pressure of heaven and earth, forcing Chen Wen and everyone else back 10 meters. A whirlwind of dust enveloped the space of several meters, making it impossible to see a hand in front of one's face. When all the dust settled, what appeared before Chen Wen and the others was a miraculous beast. With a lion's head, deer antlers, the body of an elk, a cow's tail, and dragon scales, its entire body was fired, and its hooves emitted flames, as if it were stepping on 4 clouds. Chen Wen's mouth dropped open in astonishment, completely entranced by the sight before him. This was undoubtedly the mythical Qilin. He couldn't help but fantasize if a drop of Qilin blood could create another Qilin. What incredible luck! Oh! Suddenly Chen Wen felt a sharp pain in his arm. Turning his head, he saw that Li Li was pinching his arm. Big brother Qilin, is this real? It's really a Qilin, you're amazing. Li Li exclaimed excitedly, her words tumbling over one another. Chen Wen rolled his eyes, removing Li Li's hand from his arm. Do all women use this move? At that moment, Li Li realized her rude action, and blushing explained, Big brother Chen, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. Chen Wen walked straight ahead, giving Li Li a playful shove. He approached the Qilin, which had remained still and seemed to still be in a daze. Noticing that it hadn't changed much in size, Chen Wen raised his hand and could still touch its head. Just as he was about to reach, roar. A roar erupted from the Qilin as it knelt before Chen Wen, its head extending towards his hand. Thank you, master, for your grace of rebirth. I am willing to face fire and water for you without hesitation. A resounding voice echoed in Chen Wen's mind. Is it you speaking, Qilin beast? Chen Wen placed his hand on the Qilin's head, communicating with his mind. Yes, master. Chen Wen stroked the scales on the Qilin's body, feeling a gentle warmth emanating from them, as if a discerning eye for treasures was cast upon it. Divine Beast Fire Qilin C-Class. Originally an ordinary elk, it encountered a noble person who changed its life, achieving a heavenly evolution into a Fire Qilin. Innately close to the rules of fire, capable of commanding all flames in the world. Since you have evolved, let me give you a name. You are entirely fired and govern flames. Let's call you Diyin, with a nickname of Xiaohua, Chen Wen said, while stroking Xiaohua's scales. Roar. Thank you, master, for bestowing a name upon me. I shall henceforth be called Diyin. Xiaohua roared back. Xiaohua, take me for a spin. With that, Chen Wen leaped onto Xiaohua's back. Roar. Master, hold on tight. Chen Wen looked at Old One and the others beside him and said, Old One, wait for me in the hall. I'll be back soon. Let's go. Upon hearing Chen Wen's command, Xiaohua stomped its hooves, flames blazing forth, propelling them forward like a beam of light, covering a distance of 100 meters in an instant. In just 5 seconds, they burst through the city gates. Xiaohua sprinted across the snowy ground, moving with unparalleled. Chen Wen was caught off guard by the sudden speed, leaning back. Fortunately, his self-control was strong, and he quickly grabbed onto Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua, let's circle around the city wall and come back. Chen Wen pointed in the direction. Chen Wen returned to the pet house, once more guiding Xiaohua back to its quarters to rest. Chen Wen recalled the sensation of riding Xiaohua. Its speed now outpaced his own. Though not as swift as Gongsun's, it seemed to sit between a rank and brank. Sitting upon it, he felt no chill to the warmth from its body spread through Chen Wen entirely. Xiaohua's evolution had been a complete success. Not only had it become a Qilin, but its intelligence had risen to that of an adult, allowing normal conversation with Chen Wen. Its combat power leapt from a rank to crank. With its defenses and fire-based attacks, even rank adversaries would be brought low. Using that single drop of Qilin blood on Xiaohua proved to be a fortunate gain. Everything has cause and effect. An ancient legend says that in distant times terrestrial beasts were led by Qilin-winged creatures by phoenixes and scaled monstrosities by the dragon clans. Therefore many beasts bear traces of Qilin bloodline, many birds carry phoenix bloodline, and numerous scaly beasts retain dragon lineage. Chen Wen could not help but marvel divine beasts are indeed cherished by heaven and earth, and transcending ranks is as effortless for them as eating and drinking. Linger and Xiaobai were not combat types, and so had little concept of martial power. Master, I will break through to crank soon, no later than the day after tomorrow, another voice rang in Chen Wen. Looking up, Xiao Jin Dun poked his head out and gazed at Chen Wen with watery plaintive eyes. Haha, little one, keep it up. Chen Wen chuckled, running a hand over his scales. After tending to Xiao Jin Dun, my lord. At Chen Wen's arrival, the domain's senior officers rose and saluted. Please take your seats, Chen Wen said as he walked to his place. He glanced around, concern lingered in every gaze. Do not worry, Chen Wen said with a gentle smile. This was merely an accident. I value my life greatly. With a warm smile, he continued, the snowfall outside has ceased for 2 days, the blizzard should soon be over. We must prepare for the work that follows the disaster. To ease the mood, Chen Wen shifted the subject. Gu Lao Li, once the snow disaster is past, the domain must immediately implement contribution coins. This matter cannot be delayed. You must prepare accordingly, he added after a pause. This is to better facilitate the circulation of goods within the domain. I plan to build a street outside the domain and erect a warehouse there so that exchanges and trade between supplies and the populace will be convenient. A stagnant domain makes issuing contribution coins meaningless. Only a circulating currency is useful, otherwise it is no more than a pile of scrap. He turned to Gu Lao, hoping to hear some useful advice. Youngchen, your idea is wise. Currency has value because it circulates. Once the snow has fully melted, begin construction immediately, Gu Lao replied with a smile and a nod. Gu Lao gave his assent, smiling and nodding. After Gu Lao finished, Li spoke. Brother Chen, I suggest we build some shop houses beside the new street. We need not use blueprints, offer wages, and let those in the domain who have time build them, cultivating the mindset of earning by labor. After discussing details, most foreseeable issues were resolved in the meeting. Ordinary villagers would each receive 10 units of contribution coins as initial living funds. Soldiers would be allocated sums according to their ranks, with higher ranks receiving correspondingly more. In truth, Chen Wen had another motive to encourage natural population growth within the domain. Although summoning bases existed and could call people, that method always left him with a deep sense of uncertainty. Brother Chen, the domain's banners are finished. I have woven 3 in total. When shall we hoist them? Lili produced neatly folded cloth from her pack. Nyota, Linda, you two spread the banners so I can see them, Chen Wen said to the two who had mostly remained on the sidelines. Linda rarely spoke during meetings and had begun to be marginalized in the domain's power structure, now serving mainly as Lili's aide. It could not be helped. Ning Da had nothing notable to show, and only Chen Wen clung to old loyalties. Yes, my lord. The 2 men stepped forward and took the banners from Lili. As the banners unfurled, Chen Wen saw a soaring 5-clawed golden dragon. The field was crimson, and the dragon was woven in gold thread, vivid, as if ascending through the air. Very good. Lili, you shall be credited for this. Do you have any requests? Speak them. If I can grant them, I will. Chen Wen pleased smiled at Lili. Brother Chen, I have no demands. Just take me with you when you go out. Lili's lips curved softly. The girl's posture and softness were plain for all to see. Haha, no problem, but be prepared, following me will entail hardship and toil. Chen Wen laughed lightly. Yea, Brother Chen, a gentleman's word stands firm, Lili shouted happily. General Gongsuan, notify the patrols and inform everyone in the domain. Except for those truly unable to leave, all must assemble. In 2 days we will announce the domain's name at the city gate and hold the first flag-raising ceremony. Chen Wen's smile faded as he spoke solemnly to Gong Sun Zan. Yes, my lord. Gong Sun Zan rose to answer. With all matters settled, Chen Wen declared meeting adjourned. Gong Sun Zan and the 3 others left the villa hall. Only Gu Lao and Lili remained, for night was falling, and they stayed at the villa while Gong Sun Zan and the others lodged at the barracks. Chen Wen handed Lili the seeds and basic supplies acquired over the past 2 days, instructing her to plant the seeds and store the provisions in the warehouse. He kept the war-ancient tree seed to plant himself. Eager to examine the changes in his body, Chen Wen returned to his chamber with Xiaobai and could not wait to take out the survival. Upon regaining consciousness, he had noticed many system messages displayed on the survival manual. The survival manual scrolled a cascade of system notifications. Ding. The player hears the voice of heaven and earth and receives the domain's fortune blessing. The body merges with heaven and earth. Ding. Congratulations, the player's body breaks its limits and physical strength is being enhanced. Ding. Congratulations, the player's spirit travels heaven and earth and mental strength is being enhanced. Ding. Congratulations, the player has contacted the rule of fire. Affinity with fire has greatly increased. Ding. Warning, player's strength insufficient. Contact with the rule risks assimilation. Please exit the state immediately. Ding. Danger, player undergoing transformation. Ding. The player withdraws from the body-merging state and obtains a strange fire, Yuanhua. Chen Wen read the messages and cold sweat poured down his back. His body trembled violently. It had been too dangerous. Xiao Bai on his shoulder sensed Chen Wen's oddness, and with tiny paws hastily clung to his neck and gently stroked him as if to comfort him. That was almost the end of me. Truly one must only do what one's strength allows. Courting death is folly, Chen Wen murmured, wiping the cold sweat from his brow and soothing Xiao Bai on his shoulder. His rank remained B, yet his bodis measure had broken past the 1,000 mark, perhaps a reward for his body having fused with heaven and earth. Chen Wen studied his readings and muttered to himself. He sheathed the survival manual, sat cross-legged, and concentrated his mind to inspect his body. His spiritual sense swept through his body in concentric circles. The interior had truly transformed. In his perception, the body was approaching a state of perfection. Bronze skin, iron bones, golden muscles, jade marrow. Even his blood had acquired a viscous quality. In his heart lay 9 solid blood-like gems, like crimson diamonds, the condensed quintessence of his entire circulation. The Dantian, the Qi Si, and the Spirit Sense Si had each expanded another ring. Though they had once filled their space, small new voids had opened. Especially within the Dantian, a faint flame burned amid his inner Qi. Chen Wen edged his spiritual sense toward that tiny flame and discovered its fuel was his own inner Qi, though the flame did not consume it completely. Qi scorched by flame always left a residue. The leftover portion occupied space and pushed other inner Qi aside, preventing them from drawing near. This must be an anomalous flame, the origin fire, and it can temper inner Qi, he thought. Concentrating, he marshaled the tempered strands of Qi, letting them circulate through his body until they pooled in his palm. Pure inner Qi appeared transparent and flawless. The Qi he had absorbed was a gray haze, the grayness revealing impurities within the energy. With a flip, Chen Wen expelled the Qi from his palm. It coalesced into a nearly invisible blade of sword Qi and struck the cottage window. 2 muffled explosions rang through the air. To Chen Wen, the wooden window seemed paper-thin. The sword Qi tore through it and reduced it to splinters. The blade continued onward and detonated 100 meters away in midair. Startled by the force, Chen Wen rose and approached the window. The shattered frame still bore scorch marks. The blast had barely subsided. At the sight of the sword Qi explosion, the energies of heaven and earth still. Such power was overwhelming, stronger than a grenade, yet silent until it struck. Borrowing Tang Bohush, jocular remark, killing and arson, domestic necessities. I wonder how this compares to General Gongsun's inner Qi after his ascension to a rank. The last time we sparred, General Gongsun did not even employ inner Qi, relying on sheer physical might. He had dominated me. While Chen Wen pondered, urgent knocking came at the door. Li Li's voice called out, "Brother Chen, what's happened?" "We heard explosions on the 3rd floor. It was Li Li." Chen Wen shouted toward the door, "It is nothing. I was testing a move. Its power made some noise. You two go and rest. Little Chen, take care of your health. Speak up if anything is wrong. There is strength in numbers. If you cannot resolve it alone, all of us together might find a way." Gu Lao's voice came from outside as well. Warmth flowed through Chen Wen's chest. Though not given to sentimentality, he could not suppress the emotion stirred by others' concern. "I understand, Gu Lao. You and Li Li go rest. I know my condition, and nothing will happen," Chen Wen said, then lay back. "Gu Lao, brother Chen won't be in trouble, will he? Since that accident, it feels as if many changes have come over him, yet I cannot say precisely what has changed," Li Li asked Gu Lao with worry. Gu Lao chuckled and patted Li Li's shoulder. "Do not worry too much," he said. "Xiao Chun is a clever man. If anything were amiss, he would certainly consult us." "The change you sensed is likely a good one," Gu Lao continued. "Compared to before, he now gives the impression of man harmonized with nature. Standing there, he is like a painting." Gu Lao paused. "In our former world, there were those who achieved unity with heaven and earth, attainers of the way. Such people seclude themselves for decades. Their study of myriad texts is a mark of wisdom. This is the progression of mental states. People speak of seeing the mountain as a mountain, then not a mountain, and then seeing it as a mountain again. Unity with heaven and earth corresponds to that final state, seeing the mountain as a mountain." It was Gu Lao's vast experience and knowledge. Even Chen Wen had not yet unraveled many things, yet Gu Lao, having spent but a short time with him, had already guessed with near certainty. Hearing footsteps descending outside, he supposed Li Li and Gu Lao had gone to rest. "From now on, this will be my basic attack," he decided. "I will call it the formless sword Qi." He stretched out his palm. Though the skin remained fair, the fingers felt indestructible, supple, with an unyielding resistance. He drew a simple knife from his space ring and grazed it across his fingertip. Only a pale mark appeared, no wound. "This defense is too strong," he muttered, him turning into a meat shield. Pressing the blade with intense force, the skin dimpled, but would not split. Chen Wen produced the Xianyuan Jian and lightly drew his finger across its edge. A wound appeared, and a few drops of blood quickly fell to the floor. His pupils tightened as he watched the wound sprout flesh at a rate visible to the naked eye. In merely dozens of breaths, it had already crusted over. Chen Wen bent his head and observed the blood on the floor, cohesive and lingering like dewdrops upon a lotus leaf. He rose and cupped the droplets in his palm, wrapping them with inner Qi so they adhered and rolled with his hand. Through his spiritual sense, he perceived the blood to be saturated with heaven and earth energy. His appraisers I relayed the assessment to him. Such blood rich with heaven and earth energy already qualified as an A-tier celestial treasure. Amazing, he murmured. Even ordinary blood can be deemed a celestial treasure. If my heart has produced refined blood, it must be even more potent. I am almost like Tang Sung's flesh. Chen Wen muttered to himself. In truth, this was a natural process. Through cultivation, one is transformed, becoming an ancestral root within the bloodline. At a sufficient height of cultivation, descendants can even access ancestral memories encoded within the bloodline. Indeed, the extraordinary nature of celestial beasts and high-grade demon beasts at birth derives from ancestors who attain transcendent realms. Through their bloodline, their offspring receive blessed inheritance. Chen Wen studied his changes intently. Xiao Bai, perched on his shoulder, looked bewildered, watching his master perform such baffling acts. Attacking the window one moment, then cutting himself the next, left the little creature half asleep. Although this feeling of merging with the heavens and earth is dangerous, the rewards are unparalleled. Everything in the world is proportionate to what one invests. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Despite this, if given Chen Wen another chance, he would never take such a risk, having nearly met his demise. With the talent he possesses, Chen Wen believes that even steady development can lead to great heights. He spent the night in cultivation. Since progress in cultivation is possible, laziness is not an option. His Dantian and divine sense have expanded outward by about 10 feet, and further cultivation will still require a few days. Especially after being refined by the source fire, the internal qi in his Dantian has reached a ratio of 1:1, making the training returns of the Xuanjia guards useful once again. Early the next morning, he set off into the forest with Li Li and 3 teams of guards. The snow had started to melt, and the magical beasts were gradually awakening, with various hunting activities among animals beginning to appear in the forest. The food chain was reviving. Large fish eat small fish eat shrimp, and shrimp eat moss. Occasionally bloody hunting activities would unfold. For instance, a feral wolf had just finished eating a rabbit when it was targeted by a saber-toothed tiger behind it, unaware that Chen Wen and his group had also set their sights on it. Brother Chen, let me handle this saber-toothed tiger. Li Li volunteered, looking at the mighty creature on a small hillside. This was merely a newly transformed magical beast. With Chen Wen and the others nearby, Li Li's courage had grown significantly. Chen Wen shook his head. Our main objective today is not to kill, but to capture magical beasts alive to prepare offerings for tomorrow's ritual. Seeing the puzzled expression on Li Li's face, Chen Wen explained. He planned to capture at least 9 magical beasts, 3 of each level, and if possible, even a level beast. Thus, everyone he brought along was a level by Ma Yizhong, with Gong Sun Zan as the leader. General Gong Suin, this saber-toothed tiger is quite impressive. Count it as one of our targets. Chen Wen instructed Gong Sun Zan. Understood, my lord. I will take care of it right away. Gong Sun Zan bowed and, accompanied by 2 by Ma Yizhong, stealthily approached the hillside. Gong Sun Zan accelerated as he neared the small hillside, suddenly appearing beside the tiger like a raging storm, delivering a punch to its head. Thud! The saber-toothed tiger was knocked unconscious and fell to the ground. At that moment, the 2 by Ma Yizhong arrived, pulling out ropes to bind the tiger. They carried it back the same way and placed it in front of Chen Wen. My lord, task completed, Gong Sun Zan reported. Chen Wen felt no surprise at this outcome. Even a clever magical beast could be subdued by Gong Sun Zan without harm, let alone a mere level beast. Chen Wen approached the saber-toothed tiger for a closer look. Although its level was not remarkable, it certainly exuded a majestic aura worthy of being the king of beasts, radiating a sense of dominance even in unconsciousness. This is truly a fine offering for the ritual. Chen Wen felt no guilt. It was simply the jungle law of the survival of the fittest. Brother Chen, do we need to carry this tiger with us? It's too troublesome. Li Li also examined the tiger from the side. Haha, have you forgotten that we are survivors with transaction capabilities? Before I set out, I instructed Gu Lao to prepare for receiving it, and I will trade it to him directly. Chen Wen chuckled lightly. Hee, it's been so long since I traded with anyone that I almost forgot. Li Li also showed a sheepish expression. You must always remember that we are survivors. In fact, the survival manual is our cheat. Even if there are drawbacks to the survival manual, it is still our primary means of existence. At this moment, Chen Wen's tone became slightly serious. Seeing Chen Wen's serious demeanor, Li Li realized that although she had been honing her skills alongside him recently, she had become too complacent, losing that sense of urgency and crisis. Lowering her head, she didn't dare to look at Chen Wen, and spoke in a cat-like voice. Brother Chen, I understand my mistake. Don't worry, I will work hard. Chen Wen nodded, not saying more, and placed the saber-toothed tiger into the transaction bar, sending it to Gu Lao. Everyone spread out and searched for magical beasts. Our objectives for today have just begun. Chen Wen shouted loudly to the surrounding soldiers. Understood, my lord. The soldiers around, upon hearing Chen Wen's command, moved in 3 teams, each advancing in different directions. Time passed steadily, and soon it was afternoon. With Gong Sun Zan's efforts, they had successfully captured 9 magical beasts of various levels, completing their basic goal. Ice dogs, green silk pythons, gale wolves, fire lions, earth bears, 9 striped snakes, 3-headed hounds, and rock rhinos. Together with the initially captured saber-toothed tiger, they had just enough. Chen Wen followed behind the soldiers accompanied by Xiao Bai and Li Li searching for treasure chests. He looked up at the sky. There were still about 3 hours until dark, and he hoped to catch a level magical beast. Everyone gathered in front of Chen Wen. General Gongsuan, level magical beasts are very difficult to encounter in the outer areas. We should proceed at full speed inward for 1 hour. Search for level magical beasts with all our might. If we don't find one in an hour, we will turn back and cease searching, Chen Wen instructed Gongsun Zan. My lord is wise. Level magical beasts are indeed hard to find in the outer areas. Gongsun Zan complimented Chen Wen suitably. Chen Wen looked at him in surprise. The usually straightforward Gongsun Zan was actually saying such things. However, it was a good sign indicating that Gongsun Zan's character was slowly changing, no longer as stubborn as recorded in history. Set off. Chen Wen summoned his Xinyuan sword just in case. With a level of C, they could travel at least 100 kilometers per hour. Lili was too low in level, so Chen Wen directly carried her on his back. Less than an hour into their advance, soldiers came rushing towards Chen Wen. My lord, General Gongsun has discovered a suspected level magical beast ahead, said the soldier, bowing as he. Chen Wen and Gongsun Zan exchanged surprised glances, their faces lighting up. Indeed, the inner areas were more. Please tell us about the situation of that magical beast, Gongsun Zan prompted. The soldier looked up at Chen Wen and saw him nodding. My lord, it is approximately 2 kilometers from our current position. It resembles a lizard with a body length of 3 zhang, sporting a pair of wings on its back and a single horn on its head, residing in a cave in the mountain wall. Inside there are many shining gems, and we also spotted 2 treasure chests. As soon as we entered the cave, we were forced back by its aura and couldn't get a detailed look at the cave's interior. Following the soldiers to the base of the cliff where the cave was discovered. All the soldiers had gathered here. The cave was situated on a vertical cliff at least 100 zhang high, with a natural cave located halfway up the cliff. According to the soldiers, the magical beasts inside the cave possess wings and should have the ability to fly, otherwise they would not have built their nest halfway up the mountain. All of you wait outside. I will enter with General Gongsun to investigate. Chen Wen instructed the soldiers around him. Chen Wen activated his internal energy, using his legs to propel himself up the protrusions of the cliff, ascending a few meters. After several breaths, Chen Wen and Gongsun Zan had reached the cave entrance. My lord, I will go first, Gongsun Zan said, slightly distancing himself from Chen Wen. Chen Wen nodded lightly. Gongsun Zan's strength was higher than his, making it safer for him to lead. This was a natural cave, vast and filled with many protruding rocks along the walls. Within the passage there were scattered bones of magical beasts and humans. In some elevated spots, luminous stones illuminated the cave. From this, it was evident that the magical beasts within possessed a considerable level of intelligence. Standing at the cave entrance, they sensed a faint pressure which intensified the further they ventured. After advancing over 100 meters, they had likely reached deep within the mountain. Ahead, an opening appeared with light growing brighter. General Gongsuan, we should be nearing the interior. Be cautious, Chen Wen whispered from behind. As he spoke, they had entered a massive cavern. Chen Wen and Gongsun Zan stood in stunned silence, awestruck by the sights within the cavern. The chamber was at least 100 zhang in circumference and 10 zhang high, with various colorful glowing gem cores scattered across the floor. In the center of the cavern lay a mound of gold coins atop, which rested a gigantic lizard dragon. A potent aura of a high-tier magical beast overwhelmed them, although it did not affect Chen Wen and his companions. A class magical beast would struggle to stand under such pressure. Lizard Dragon B class, a subdragon species with a thin bloodline of western dragons, it mysteriously wandered to the outskirts of the nebula forest. It measures 3 zhang in length with a wingspan of 5 zhang, possessing combat power far beyond its level. Beware of its breath attack, capable of melting gold and iron. Chen Wen examined the introduction of the lizard dragon, scrutinizing it closely. Suddenly, he spotted a flash of purple light on the other side of the dragon's massive form. Blocked by the lizard dragon's enormous body, he could only vaguely see what resembled a treasure chest. General Gongsuan, this lizard dragon is only class exactly what we need, but it can fly. I will launch a sneak attack to cripple its wings first, ensuring it cannot escape. Chen Wen whispered to Gongsun Zan. My lord, how about I use a bow and arrow for the sneak attack? Gongsun Zan hesitated, responding to Chen Wen's words. Don't worry, I have recently acquired a new technique that I want to test out. Chen Wen gestured lightly to Gongsun Zan and spoke in a low voice. Chen Wen focused his attention, channeling the internal energy refined by the source fire into his hands, consuming 1/10 of his energy to gather a large mass of spiritual energy, visualizing it into the shape of sword chi. The sword chi was transparent, formless, and colorless. Gongsun Zan, watching from the side, observed the sword chi in Chen Wen's palm. Although it did not display any obvious might, he felt a vague sense that this sword chi could harm him. Gongsun Zan looked deeply at Chen Wen, thinking to himself, my lord, this must be the result of the unexpected event from a few days ago. Truly a chosen one, capable of turning danger into opportunity. Whoosh. With a thought, Chen Wen released the sword chi from his palm, sending it flying towards the lizard dragon's massive wings. In the blink of an eye, the sword chi was nearly upon the lizard dragon, just 10 zhang away. A deep dragon roar echoed from its mouth. Although the sword chi was undetectable, the magical beast's sixth sense was acutely aware, realizing it was being targeted. This sense of danger jolted it awake from its slumber. The intake of air was too swift, it had no time to react, only able to let out a roar. Huff! The massive wings closest to Chen Wen were severed by 2/3, with only a small connection of flesh and bone remaining. The lizard dragon finally spotted Chen Wen and Gongsun Zhan standing at the cave's entrance. Roar ants! How dare you harm the great and noble Lord Xia? I will have you killed. To their astonishment, the lizard dragon uttered a coherent sentence. Hearing the lizard dragon speak, Chen Wen and Gongsun Zhan were stunned. This magical beast could actually talk. Notably, even the divine beast bloodlines like Xiao Bai couldn't speak. What was going on? In their moment of astonishment, the lizard dragon opened its mouth wide, gathering the energies of heaven and earth within. Boom! A fiery breath erupted from the dragon's mouth, shooting directly at Chen Wen. My lord, be careful! Gongsun Zhan shouted, brandishing his spear to warn. Just as he finished speaking, Chen Wen had already summoned the Xianyuan sword and sprinted towards the lizard dragon. From being stunned to summoning the Xianyuan sword, it took merely 2 breaths, demonstrating how quickly one's reflexes can respond when their strength reaches a certain level. General Gongsun, let's end this quickly, Chen Wen shouted while running. Watching the approaching breath attack imbued with violent and ferocious energies, Chen Wen did not intend to take it heeded. He activated his movement technique to dodge. Boom, boom, boom. The breath struck the ground, sending fire and debris flying, creating a large crater. Chen Wen held the Xianyuan sword in one hand and pointed at the lizard dragon with the other. Lightning technique. A bolt of lightning appeared above the lizard dragon, striking it directly, leaving the creature paralyzed. Typically, Chen Wen seldom used Dao techniques or magic as a trump card, but on the battlefield there was no need to hold back. Long-range attacks were undoubtedly exhilarating. At that moment, Gongsun Zhan had already charged ahead to the lizard dragon, gathering his internal energy in his spear, directly piercing through the lizard dragon's abdomen. The disparity in strength was too great. The lizard dragon's scales provided no protection at all. A painful wail escaped from the lizard dragon's mouth. "Ants, I will ensure you have no place to be buried." Enraged, the lizard dragon disregarded everything and lunged at Gongsun Zhan. Beast seeking death. Mighty slash of Mount Hua. Chen Wen roared, having reached the top of the lizard dragon. The Xianyuan sword in his hand emitted dazzling golden light, descending upon the lizard dragon's head with immense force. As the sword light approached, the lizard dragon could only think of one thing: with this sword strike it would die. However, how could Chen Wen allow it to die here? He desired a living class magical beast. Suddenly, Chen Wen swung his sword horizontally, striking the lizard dragon's head with the back of the sword. Boom! The lizard dragon's head was smashed into the mound of gold coins, producing a thunderous sound. A massive dent appeared on its head. It had lost consciousness, blood flowing from its wound and staining the gold coins. Chen Wen fell to the ground, watching the lizard dragon lying unconscious among the gold coins. In fact, this lizard dragon has quite a bit of potential. Most importantly, it is a flying magical beast. If he had this opportunity when he first crossed over, he would definitely have taken it as a pet. Having a flying mount is a dream for everyone. Humanity has always been tireless in pursuing flight, from the earliest gliders to the modern airplanes. According to the cultivation manual, only those who reach strength possess the ability to fly, and their speed is relatively slow, lacking endurance. However, he no longer had much thought about it. It could only serve as a sacrificial offering. On one hand, this lizard dragon is indeed a bit ugly. Without its wings, it would just be an enlarged lizard. On the other hand, the various pets in the territory have much better growth potential than it. In fact, Chen Wen was overthinking when he first crossed over. A mere gust from its wings could have easily killed him. The lizard dragon falling into the hands of Chen Wen and Gongsun Zhan was not a loss at all. One is a rank powerhouse, and the other a rank powerhouse who has broken through limits. Either one could kill it in an unknown fight. After all the actions, the entire battle lasted only 3 minutes. "My lord, are you okay?" Gongsun Zhan asked, seeing Chen Wen standing still. "I'm fine, just suddenly thought of something," Chen Wen replied, shaking his head. "General Gongsun, go outside and call in some soldiers. There are so many spoils on the battlefield that it would take us a lot of time if it's just the 2 of us." Gongsun Zhan nodded and turned to walk out of the cave. He turned back and waved to Xiao Bai at the cave entrance. "Xiao Bai, come here quickly." Xiao Bai had no combat power. Since the battle began, Chen Wen had let him stay at the cave entrance. "Master, there are so many treasures here. It's truly amazing." "Thank you, master." Xiao Bai ran over, but did not jump onto Chen Wen's shoulder as usual. Instead, he was sniffing around among the... Chen Wen smiled and began to rummage through the mountain of gold coins. He had just seen several treasure chests here, even spotting one with a purple glow. Due to the battle, several treasure chests had been buried under the gold coins. So far, the treasure chests Chen Wen had opened included black, iron, bronze, silver, gold, and diamond. Each type of chest had its own color, but he had yet to encounter a purple chest. After this period of searching for treasure chests, he had figured out some patterns and levels. The more dangerous the area, the higher the level of the treasure chests, and the better the contents. However, this is not absolute. There are also places with little danger, but high-level treasure chests. For instance, at the corner of his own house, Chen Wen discovered the first gold treasure chest. After digging through the mountain of coins for a while, which was simply too much, rising at least several meters high and forming a small mound, Chen Wen had no choice but to call Xiaobai. Xiaobai, can you help me check where the purple glowing treasure chest is inside this mountain of gold coins? He said, looking at Xiaobai as he jumped back onto his shoulder. Wait a moment, master. Xiaobai's eyes began to glow faintly as he scanned the surroundings of the cave. After a while, his eyes focused on a spot in the mountain of coins, and he jumped down. Master, there is a strong aura of treasures beneath this spot. He lifted his little head and spoke to Chen Wen. Chen Wen went to Xiaobai's indicated position, digging outward with both hands. He did not dare to use a weapon. Although the gold coins held little significance for him now, they could become highly valuable for the territory in the future. Even when the snow melts, he would still need them to purchase supplies in Xingyan City. After digging several meters down, gold coins scattered everywhere, and suddenly Chen Wen saw a flash of purple light below. Instantly excited, he began to dig faster. After digging down 7 or 8 meters, Chen Wen finally found the treasure chest, radiating a purple glow, appearing as if it were crafted from purple crystal, breathtakingly beautiful, making one reluctant to destroy it. He moved the purple gold chest to an open area, grabbed Xiaobai in his hand, brought him close to his mouth, and kissed him. Xiaobai, you're amazing. You've helped me a lot. Thank you. Xiaobai, however, looked at Chen Wen with disdain, using one of his claws to wipe his fur. Chen Wen looked at Xiaobai's actions with a face full of black lines. At that moment, Gong Sunzan walked in with a dozen soldiers. The soldiers entered the cave, gazing at the enormous body of the lizard dragon and the pressure it exuded, trembling uncontrollably. My lord, I've brought in half of the soldiers. The other half are guarding outside the cave, Gong Sunzan said to Chen Wen. Chen Wen responded with a nod. Everyone collect all the spoils inside and take them away, he instructed the soldiers. Understood, my lord. The soldiers, having undergone Gong Sunzan's training, were indeed disciplined. Although they were fearful, they still obeyed Chen Wen's orders. Chen Wen noticed the soldiers' condition and walked over to the lizard dragon's side, sending a message to the ancient being. He even sent an additional message. Ancient One, find a sturdy rope to bind it and treat its wounds. Use the unconscious herbs periodically to prevent it from waking up. After completing all of this, Chen Wen, with an excited heart, prepared to open the purple crystal chest. Suddenly his hand froze in midair. Should I open this treasure chest for the first time in the territory and let Xiao Jin bless me with good fortune? Suppressing his inner excitement, he placed the chest into his backpack. Chen Wen also joined the team searching for loot. He handed his spatial ring to one of the squad leaders and specifically chose high-level spirit stones and magical nuclei to put into his backpack: 1 purple crystal chest, 1 diamond chest, and 1 gold chest. In the end, Chen Wen's spatial ring was filled to the brim with gold coins at least 10 zhang in size. Fortunately, Gong Sunzan still had another spatial ring. At the foodie square, a massive lizard dragon lay on the ground, surrounded by a crowd of people. Li and Lin stared in awe at the colossal creature before them. Due to the dragon's might, they could only stand 20 meters away from the lizard dragon. My lord has slain a dragon. How impressive. Linda said, looking astonished, his face red with excitement, as the ancient being was not much better off. Nyoda looked at the lizard dragon with a discontented expression, grumbling. My lord is so biased. He clearly has a fight to attend, but didn't take me, only bringing General Gongsun along. Hearing Nyoda's words, the ancient being and Linda were speechless, thinking, even if you went, you wouldn't win against this giant. Your desire to fight is too strong. In truth, this was a fact. Nyoda was only at mid-rank now, and against the lizard dragon, he would undoubtedly be Elder Gu spoke to Nyoda. General Nyo, please use the rope to tie up this gigantic dragon and place it together with the other magical beasts captured by the Lord. Calling Nyoda over was precisely to have him handle this task, as Elder Gu and the others could not approach at all. Leave it to me, it's a trivial matter. Nyoda patted his chest and looked at Elder Gu, saying, Elder Gu, when the Lord returns, you must say a few good words for me, so that he can take me along when he goes out to fight in the future. Haha, General Lu has nothing to fear while following the Lord right. As the territory develops faster, there will surely be plenty of high-level magical beasts to battle when exploring deeper into the forest. You will have ample opportunities to fight. Elder Gu responded with a hearty laugh. Nyoda tied the 4 legs and the mouth of the lizard dragon with the rope. He then took out the healing pills and comatose herbs given by Elder Gu, feeding 2 or 3 of each, as one alone would surely be ineffective due to its enormous size. In fact, according to the vitality of dragon species, it would be able to recover just by waiting quietly. After receiving the lizard dragon from Elder Gu and placing it in the square, just a stick of incense later, the wound in its abdomen caused by Gong Sunzan's spear had already begun to heal. It had been unconscious primarily because Chen Wen's heavy strike had severely injured its head, creating a dent. An ordinary magical beast would have perished long ago. Binding the lizard dragon tightly. Huh. Luda shouted loudly as he walked in front of the lizard dragon, dragging it towards a corner of the empty space. The lizard dragon weighed at least 5 tons, yet Nyoda dragged it without any sign of effort, leaving a deep trail. One can only imagine how strong Nyoda must be, like a pure tank. Chen Wen even transcribed his giant strength refinement technique for Nyoda to study. Initially, he just wanted to give it a try and learn on his own. He never expected this method to actually work. Later, Chen Wen recorded all the cultivation techniques he had learned in his mind onto paper. Beside the wall, there were also 9 other magical beasts that Chen Wen and the others had captured, totaling 10, including the lizard dragon. As evening approached, Chen Wen and his group hurried back to the territory, while Gongsun Zan returned to the barracks with the soldiers to rest. Chen Wenza hurriedly walked towards the pet house, with Li Li. Little Chen, you're back. Elder Gu was guarding the corner with soldiers at the magical beasts in Foodie Square. Greetings, my lord. Soldiers hurriedly saluted. Chen Wen nodded and smiled at them, saying, I'm back, Elder Gu, you've worked hard. Were there any issues with these magical beasts? There were no issues. After receiving these beasts, I fed them all comatose herbs, and they haven't awakened since, Elder Gu replied with a smile as he looked at Chen Wen. That's good. Elder Gu, come with me. Today, I obtained something good. You can take a look, and the soldiers can guard these magical beasts. Finishing his words, he turned and walked toward the pet house. Elder Gu and Li Li followed behind, both curious to know what he was up to and what good item he had obtained. As Chen Wen approached the pet house, several little cuties emerged from the tree hole. Surrounding Chen Wen, different sounds of chirping rose and fell. To Chen Wen's surprise, little Jean actually flew out of the tree hole, hovering in the air. Little Jean, you've been promoted to C rank and gained the ability to fly. Chen Wen asked little Jean. Yes, master, I've been promoted to C rank. However, this isn't true flying, it's just a very slow levitation. Moreover, I must return to the water periodically, or it could be dangerous. Little Jean emitted a bubble, and its childish voice echoed in Chen Wen's mind. Good, good, Chen Wen repeated in delight, expressing his happiness. This must be due to the dragon lineage's innate abilities. After all, dragons are one of the best at flying and controlling the weather. Chen Wen then carefully observed little Jean, noting that its previous size, which was 2 palms wide, had increased 2 to 3 times, now measuring over 40 centimeters in length. The 2 dragon whiskers beside its fish-like mouth had grown thicker and longer, dancing in the air with the wind, and it now had 2 slightly raised fleshy bumps on its head. Chen Wen reached out to touch the 2 fleshy bumps, feeling their softness, but when pressed, they were surprisingly hard. This must be the dragon's horns. Little Jean is showing more traits of dragon purification. Initially, there were only 2 whiskers, but now horns have appeared, and its body has become longer and more slender. Chen Wen mused to himself. Little Jean, please bestow some good fortune upon me, just like you did when we first met. After finishing his observation, Chen Wen spoke to little Jean. Okay, master, the effectiveness is even greater than before. After saying that, little Jean floated in front of Chen Wen, its body appearing to strain as it expelled a bubble from its mouth. The bubble was blown towards Chen Wen and shattered the moment it touched him. As the bubble burst upon contact, Chen Wen felt an overwhelming surge of power descend upon him. Chen Wen first took out the golden and diamond treasure chests from his backpack, finally retrieving the purple crystal chest. He placed the golden and diamond chests in front of Elder Gu and Li Li. Chen, brother Chen, how could you have a purple treasure chest? Li Li looked at the chest in astonishment. Elder Gu similarly wore a puzzled expression as he gazed at Chen Wen. Haha, this was found in the lizard dragon's lair. Elder Gu, you too open the golden and diamond chests. He'll only open this purple crystal chest. Chen Wen laughed twice, addressing the 2. He remembered that when he opened a diamond chest last time, his fortune had vanished, so he couldn't waste it. Chen Wen reached for the purple gold chest, silently thinking, open the treasure chest. Ding, you have obtained Lizard Dragon Summoning Base Blueprint 1 Nano Chip Manufacturing Machine Blueprint 1 Fully Automatic Planning Base 1 8 Fortune Ancient Tree Seedling 1 Talent Advancement Pill 1 A Defense Tower Construction Blueprint 1 A Alchemist Spirit 1 Confucius Statue 1 Spirit Stones 1000 Fine Gold 300 Xian Iron 300. Chen Wen looked at the items in his backpack, his pupils involuntarily contracting. The riches were simply too abundant. Although he hadn't yet checked the specific descriptions, just the names indicated their extraordinary value, far exceeding his imagination. He hugged the little Jean floating in front of him, constantly petting at his mouth, almost curling up to the sky, saying, Little Jean, you're amazing. You've helped me a great deal. Little Jean grew impatient with his petting, prompting Chen Wen to let go and carefully examine the specific uses of the items in his backpack. The Lizard Dragon Summoning Base allows for the summoning of 1 lizard dragon per week, but the conditions are quite strict. It requires dragon items like dragon horns, claws, or crystals. Ordinary items won't suffice. The nanochip is a great item that can be implanted into the body to monitor various conditions and can even connect to Xiao AI to consolidate all information. The fully automatic planting base can automatically generate an environment based on the type of plants, covering an area of 100m. From the names of these items, it is easy to guess their general purposes, but the Dao Fortune Ancient Tree is still a mystery. One can only observe the specific effects using the Eye of Treasure appraisal. Chen Wen was astonished by the Fortune Ancient Tree. He had specifically inquired about the future upgrade levels of the Xiao AI base, knowing that the spiritual veins could only condense when the blessed land upgraded to the cave heaven level. The heart of the earth vein required for upgrading the large blessed land was meant to prepare for the condensation of the spiritual veins. In other words, once he obtained the Fortune Ancient Tree and the heart of the earth vein, upgrading the base to cave heaven would face no significant obstacles and would proceed smoothly. The statue of the heroic spirit and Confucius were items that the Academy could utilize, indicating that the Academy was now capable of construction. The statue of Confucius can accelerate the learning progress of students by 10. If the Academy is attacked, it automatically releases a protective barrier. Chen Wen came back to reality after reviewing his items, and saw that Li and the Ancient One had also gathered a pile of items. Brother Chen, I have opened both of these treasure chests. Take a look. Seeing Chen Wen turn his head, Li pointed to a pile of items on the ground. A collection of basic materials was neatly arranged to one side alongside several skill books and manufacturing blueprints, as well as seeds and similar items. Hey, Brother Chen, I just got a blueprint for a farmer summoning base. Li introduced excitedly by Chen Wen's side. Thunderstrike Skill Book 7 Stars Step Skill Book Complete Basic Magic. Blueprints for a breeding farm, fertilizer manufacturing, library construction, and winery construction. Dragon Scale Armor 1 O Vitality Essence 1 Item Advancement Order 1 Watchtower 1 Body Refining Herb Seeds. Great. Chen Wen happily responded. This time is truly a bountiful harvest. We need to plan everything well. Chen Wen turned to the smiling Ancient One beside him and said, Old One, these construction blueprints will be entrusted to you. Choose a location outside the Blessed Land for construction. Once the snow melts, the Academy can also begin construction. Chen Wen took out the Academy's construction blueprints and handed the Confucius statue blueprint to the Ancient One. He picked up the Thunderstrike 7 Stars Step and Dragon Scale Armor from the pile of items on the ground. These few items were what he needed, the others were not particularly useful to him. Chen Wen gave the Vitality Essence to Li, a precious treasure that could help someone break through quickly. Li, for the next few days, don't go outside. Focus on absorbing it in the Blessed Land to prioritize breaking through your level. Li nodded while looking at the bottle in her hand. I understand, Brother Chen. He took out the blueprint for the nanochip manufacturing and introduced the information to the Ancient One and Li. After raising the flag, everyone in the territory must implant the nanochip and all information will be summarized at Xiao AI. With this, managing the territory will be much easier. The Ancient One was delighted to receive this information. He led Li and Chen Wen to the back of the villa where he took out the fully automated planting base. Confirm usage. The blueprint transformed into a beam of light and vanished in front of Chen Wen and the other two, revealing a greenhouse covering an area of 100,100. What is this, Brother Chen? Li asked. This is a fully automated planting base extracted from the purple crystal treasure chest. Inside, it can automatically adapt to different growing environments for crops. As Chen Wen answered, he pushed open the door of the greenhouse. Inside was a spacious corridor with a room on each side arranged neatly. Chen Wen casually opened one of the doors, revealing an empty room with a layer of soil on the floor and an environmental setting control panel near the entrance. After touring around, he found that all the rooms were the same, with around 50 rooms, meaning they could grow 50 different varieties. Old One, this base will only plant exceptionally difficult to cultivate treasures from now on. Returning to the entrance, Chen Wen suddenly called out, Xiao, AI, come out for a moment. A phantom of AI appeared beside Chen Wen. Master, what is your command? Chen Wen took out the Fortune Ancient Tree seedling and asked Xiao, AI, should I plant this in the planting base or in the... Master, it's better to plant the Fortune Ancient Tree in the Blessed Land. It can condense the spiritual vein more effectively based on the situation of the Blessed Land. Xiao's clear voice came through. Chen Wen felt a bit troubled. This item was too precious. Planting it in the Blessed Land was indeed good, but it was too exposed without any cover, which might complicate future interactions with the outside world. Xiao Chen, why not plant it behind a villa? Normally no one would come back there. The Ancient One, perceptive of Chen Wen's troubled expression, spoke up. That seems to be the only way. After the Blessed Land upgrades again, we can see if there's a more suitable location. Chen Wen nodded in agreement. Walking to the back of the villa beside the greenhouse, Chen Wen personally dug a hole and planted the Fortune Ancient Tree. The current Fortune Ancient Tree was quite small, about a meter tall, and as thick as a baby's arm. The trunk was shrouded in an ethereal aura with strange ripples constantly flowing along it. The sound of nature echoed faintly around, resembling the resonance of heavenly music, making it extremely pleasant to hear. The moment the Fortune Ancient Tree was planted, Chen Wen felt the energy of heaven and earth within the Blessed Land become active. In the distance, he vaguely heard a crisp sound akin to the sound of life breaking free from its shell. The Blessed Land seemed to have come alive, possessing its own vitality. Vaguely, there was life nurturing deep beneath the Blessed Land, connected to the Fortune Ancient Tree. A mysterious and vast power was drawn from the endless void, guided by the Fortune Ancient Tree into the Blessed Land. All personnel within the Blessed Land were washed and nourished by this power. They felt refreshed, their bodies and minds unblocked, and many soldiers who had been stuck at their bottlenecks began to break through. The Ancient One and Li, being closest to the Fortune Ancient Tree, benefited the most. The moment the tree was planted, they fell into a state of transcending the world, forgetting both self and object. Unbeknownst to them, they had broken through a realm. The Minotaurs patrolling the Blessed Land and the farmers working there felt their fatigue vanish completely, vitality surging through their bodies, their minds clear, movements became agile, and their work speed increased. Though they were surprised, they couldn't quite grasp why. The benefits brought by their lord were evident. They were certainly reaping great rewards. The treasures planted in the blessed land grew and changed at a visible rate. Many had already matured with the power trees and speed trees fruits transforming from red to orange and finally to yellow. They completed 3 transformations in a row. This situation persisted for a full quarter of an hour before the mysterious power drawn by the fortune ancient tree gradually faded into the void, not disappearing entirely, but forming an invisible mist outside the blessed land. As the master of the blessed land, Chen Wen looked up at the sky where a thin layer of mist continuously swirled above the blessed land, glowing with radiance. Once everything settled, the blessed land returned to its former tranquility. If it weren't for the changes in the treasures and the personnel breaking through, no one would have suspected that the blessed land had just undergone earth-shattering changes. So comfortable. Once everything came to an end, Li awakened, stretching her hazy eyes and letting out a soft moan. The sound was incredibly alluring. Chen Wen turned to look, and Li quickly regained her senses, realizing that she had just made that embarrassing sound. What just happened, brother Chen? I feel like I've soaked in a hot spring, it's so nice. Seeing Chen Wen looking over, Li hurriedly changed the subject. Ha, you have all benefited from its gift. Chen Wen pointed to the ancient tree of fortune that stood 1 meter tall. You can truly feel the changes in your bodies, he continued. I've broken through. I've advanced to D rank, that's amazing. Li seriously felt the changes in her body, and suddenly in excitement, she hugged Chen Wen tightly, exclaiming loudly. Ha! The ancient one beside them was also very happy, and burst into laughter. Seeing Li so joyful, Chen Wen did not push her away. After all, it was not every day a girl took the initiative to hug you. As the master of this fief, Chen Wen should have been able to reap greater benefits, but the ancient tree of fortune was simply too small, and had minimal effects on him. However, it didn't matter. Good things are worth waiting for, and eventually, they will be useful. After doing this, Chen Wen planted the seed of the war ancient tree in the open space directly in front of the barracks. The seed took root, and sprouted to a height of 2 meters with a tender face surprisingly growing on the rough trunk. Chen Wen and the other 2 marveled at this. Aside from the library, all other buildings in the academy had been placed in their respective locations. The lizard dragon summoning base and the farmer summoning base had both been upgraded. Now every day they summoned 180 farmers and 90 goblins. The lizard dragon was only summoned with a single dragon crystal, which was directly given to Nyo Da as his mount. When there was no increase in the minotaurs and the white horse warriors, Chen Wen stopped summoning. The watchtower was built directly on the city wall, serving as a resting place for patrolling soldiers, and the original resting point was dismantled. All other matters were left to the Ancient One to handle while he and Li discussed and decided. Returning to his room, he took out the skill book 5 Thunder Strike, which was actually an advanced version of the thunder summoning technique that could directly summon 5 bolts of lightning. The 7-star steps were agile in close combat, and very practical for long-range pursuits. After completing these tasks, Chen Wen looked at the talent advancement pill in his palm. In the end, with no other options, he had to take out the survival manual to check his personal information. Chen Wen physique 110, spirit 110. Talent perfect, Chen Wen thought to himself. He swallowed it whole. After waiting for a while, Chen Wen found that his body showed no. Using his spiritual power to scan his body continuously, he found no abnormalities. Damn, could this be a fake? Chen Wen couldn't help but curse. In the end, with no other options, he had to take out the survival manual to check his personal information. Chen Wen physique 110, spirit 110. Talent perfect, absorption SSS level sealed. A series of question marks flashed through Chen Wen's mind. His talent had indeed improved, but there was a seal. After searching for a long time and finding no reason, he finally decided that if he couldn't understand it, he wouldn't think about it anymore and would rest. The next day, Chen Wen got up early. After finishing breakfast in the living room, Gong Sun Zan walked in. My lord, everything outside is ready. We can be. Li the Ancient One and Gong Sun Zan all looked at Chen Wen, waiting for his orders. Chen Wen looked outside through the door. The weather was just right with the sun shining down. Thank you for your hard work, General Gong Sun. Let's head to the city wall together, Chen Wen said, leading the way towards the city wall. Once on the wall, they found a dense crowd gathered outside. Some people had even stood on the snow outside. They were divided into 2 formations. One side soldiers stood, on the other side the subjects stood in disarray, but each person wore a serious expression, knowing that today held a different significance for the fief. My lord. On the city wall, Kaiji and Xian Yi looked at Chen Wen as he walked up and quickly bowed. Thank you for your hard work. No need for too much formality. Chen Wen nodded in reply. Greetings, my lord. Greetings, my lord. Greetings, my lord. As Chen Wen walked up the city wall, everyone below knelt in unison. The sound echoed in all directions, continuous and unending. Thank you all for your hard work. Everyone rise. Chen Wen said loudly, channeling his inner energy to amplify his voice. Thank you, my lord. All stood up, their eyes fixed on Chen Wen atop the city wall. Chen Wen gazed down at those looking up at him. Some eyes were filled with respect, others with fervor, and some with longing. Regardless of the expression, they all represented faith and respect towards Chen Wen. Today everyone gathers here due to my fate, and it is also your fate. In this cruel world, if we wish to survive, we must strive to compete. The heroes emerge from our generation. Once entering the martial world, time hastens the years. Grand ambitions are discussed in laughter, unlike the life that feels like a dream. With swords raised and horses galloping, we ride through a storm of ghosts where white bones pile high and birds take flight. Do kings and nobles have any true lineage? Are you willing to stand with me to claim a place in the world? Chen Wen channeled his inner energy and spoke the words he had long prepared. Do kings and nobles have any true lineage? I swear to follow my lord to the death. Do kings and nobles have any true lineage? I swear to follow my lord to the death. Do kings and nobles have any true lineage? I swear to follow my lord to the death. Thousands of voices shouted, their blood surging, inner energy rolling, and the energy of heaven and earth becoming violent as the winds and clouds shifted. Even the blazing sun in the sky hid behind the clouds. Chen Wen summoned the Xianyuan sword, channeling his inner energy, causing the sword to enlarge, and struck forcefully at the sky. The clouds gathering above split in two, releasing the energy of heaven and earth, revealing the blazing sun above the dome. The sword energy spanned 30,000 miles, and a single strike illuminated 19 states. I hereby declare the official establishment of the Huanyu fief, with aspirations as vast as the universe, encompassing all, traversing the cosmos. Though our fief is small, we will not allow anyone's invasion. Today I proclaim we will resist the tides, avoid blades and spears in the heat of battle, evade fire and water in peril. This is the loyalty and courage. Protect the peace of our fief. If there are any aggressors, they shall be punished. Anyone who offends Huanyu, no matter how far, shall be punished. The leaders of the fief standing on the city wall were the first to shout. Anyone who offends Huanyu, no matter how far, shall be punished. Anyone who offends Huanyu, no matter how far, shall be punished. Anyone who offends Huanyu, no matter how far, shall be punished. Chen Wen raised his hands on the city wall, signaling for silence, and looked at Gongsun Zan to check if the flag raising was ready. Gongsun Zan subtly nodded. Raise the flag. Chen Wen received the reply, driven by the atmosphere, and shouted. More than 20 tall minotaurs walked out from the city gates, with Nyoda leading the way, holding an iron rod forged from mysterious iron upon which a flag was sealed. 2 minotaurs behind were carrying a magical beast to the open space below the city wall. My lord, everything is ready. Nyoda looked up at Chen Wen on the city wall and said loudly. Chen Wen looked down at the unconscious magical beast lying on the ground and replied, begin. Nyoda raised the iron rod into the air, and a huge flag unfurled, revealing a red cloth with a golden dragon above which were embroidered 2 glittering characters, Huanyu. Minotaurs, prepare to raise the flag. All the minotaurs took out the axes they carried on their backs and struck the heads of the 10 magical beasts. Puff! All the magical beasts' heads fell with a sound. Blood gushed from their necks, soaring into the sky and turning the surrounding heavens red. The blood flowed skyward like rain, staining the surrounding soldiers and residents red. Oh, it's so hot. Some people let out a cry of despair. This was a divine boon. The blood of these magical beasts had a tremendous body-tempering effect on the majority of the residents who had not yet reached a level. Not to mention that inside there was a sub-dragon, a lizard dragon. A dragon blood is a great tonic no matter where it is found. Those standing at the back, confused, retreated far from the blood-soaked area. Chen Wen simply stood above, quietly watching. As the blood from the sky ceased to fall, many residents began to notice their transformations. Haha, I have broken through. I actually broke through. I also broke through. This is the Lord's grace. Thank you, Lord. I will follow you to the death. Snapping back to reality, the residents quickly knelt down, bowing to Chen Wen and shouting loudly. Behind them, envious eyes watched those who had just been enveloped by the blood rain. Yet a portion of those who had just retreated wore expressions of regret. Slap. Why did I retreat? Countless voices of regret echoed, accompanied by the sound of slapping faces. Everyone get up. A man's knees bear gold. Kneel only to heaven, the earth, and your parents. From now on there will be no need to kneel in my domain. Chen Wen looked down at the kneeling residents, speaking with an air of authority. After the ritual, Nyoda carried the large flag up to the city wall and planted it directly above the city gate. Everyone gazed at the flag fluttering atop the city, their hearts filled with longing and anticipation for the future. Even Chen Wen was no exception. This was the home he had built brick by brick. General Gongsun, the snow outside has begun to melt. We can expand our patrol range. The lookout tower constructed yesterday must be guarded 24 hours a day to observe any unknown dangers. Chen Wen instructed Gongsun Zan. The lookout tower had the ability to enhance one's vision. From the top, one could see at least 4 to 5 kilometers outside. After finishing, he turned to Xian. All Xianjia guards must go out for training for a while. Of being in the barracks for so long has limited their strength increase. Understood, my lord. Gongsun Zan and Xian replied. Chen Wen no longer planned to lead the patrol himself. He then walked down the city wall with Li Li and Gu Lao towards the villa. On the way, he said to Li Li and Gu Lao, Li, the snow will melt in no more than 10 days to half a month. I prepare for the contribution coin system and the implantation of nanochips. Gu Lao, the construction of the exchange center and the streets must also be implemented as soon as possible. Li Li and Gu Lao exchanged glances, and Li Li spoke up. Brother Chen, I have already arranged for personnel on these matters. We can start as soon as the snow completely melts. If there are any issues, bring them to me. These are the livelihood issues of the territory and must be taken seriously. Once the snow completely melts, I plan to make a trip to Xingyan City, so everything must be arranged properly in advance. Chen Wen nodded in response. Brother Chen, can you take me with you to Xingyan City? I want to go too. Upon hearing that Chen Wen was going to Xingyan City, Li Li's face lit up with anticipation as she looked at him. Chen Wen shook his head. Not this time, we still don't know the situation in Xingyan City. Taking you there recklessly may pose dangers. Seeing Li Li's disappointed expression, Chen Wen continued, don't worry, if all goes well on my trip, I will find a place to set up a teleportation point over there, making it easy and convenient for you to come later. Hearing this, Li Li's face brightened. As they reached the entrance, Chen Wen looked at the dozens of yellow fruits hanging from the 2 trees. He picked 10 from each. Gu Lao, without my permission, no one is allowed to pick these fruits. They will increase in quality over time, and their effects will improve progressively. Chen Wen said to Gu Lao beside him. Rest assured, I will keep a close watch on them. Gu Lao replied, earnestly gazing at the fruits on the trees. These 2 trees, the tree of power and the tree of spirit, have greatly benefited from the aura that enveloped the blessed land yesterday. They are now over 3 meters tall, with their red and blue hues becoming increasingly vibrant and dazzling. Gu Lao, the meat of the magical beasts has been thoroughly decomposed, especially that of the lizard dragon. They say that dragon meat from the sky and donkey meat from the ground are delicacies. Oh, I've never tasted dragon meat. Chen Wen said suddenly as he prepared to return to the 3rd floor. Back in the bedroom, he took out the power fruit which he had identified when harvesting. It had reached level. I wonder if it will have any effect on me, Chen Wen thought to himself. The fruit melted in his mouth, flowing down his throat and into his stomach. Chen Wen felt his stomach like a boiler, continuously transmitting warm currents throughout his body. He was approaching perfect muscle and bone structure, greedily absorbing this warmth. Like a person who has been thirsty in the desert for days, seeing a clear spring, he welcomed it with open arms. In this state, Chen Wen's body completely relaxed, creating a sense of floating like an immortal. Once all the fruits had been absorbed, Chen Wen came back to his senses and clenched his fists. He punched the air, producing a sound like an explosive. My physical data hasn't increased, but the quality seems to have changed. Originally, 1 unit of strength could produce a 1 effect. If I continuously cultivate quality fruits and spirit fruits in the same realm, wouldn't I be twice or even 3 times stronger than others? Thinking this, Chen Wen's smile widened, growing more joyful. I still have 9 left. I'll eat them first and then experiment with the spirit fruit. For a whole day, Chen Wen absorbed the quality fruits and spirit fruits in the bedroom. By the end, his physical quality and spiritual quality had increased by 8 times. As time went on, the effects diminished. The earlier thought might not be achievable after all. Indeed, medicine can be a double-edged sword, and the human body can develop resistance. Even with his perfect absorption talent, he encountered this situation, and others would fare even worse. Chen Wen realized that if it weren't for his perfect absorption talent, the clever fruit would be of no use to a level person. Chen Wen slowly opened his eyes, sitting up in bed and stretching. Dad, you're awake. Just then a clear voice. Chen Wen turned to see, overjoyed, that Linger was awake, watching him from the bed. Linger, when did you wake up? He quickly asked. Dad, I've been awake for a long time. I didn't disturb you because I saw you were cultivating. Linger smiled playfully. So good, you're truly Dad's little sweetheart. Chen Wen patted Linger's hair, admitting that he felt a bit out of place. Usually wherever Chen Wen went, Linger would follow closely behind him. Dad, I have been promoted to level and gained a new ability that allows many animals to obey my commands. Linger boasted proudly upon hearing Chen Wen's praise. Sister Linger is amazing. Bai, who had been quietly perched on Chen Wen's shoulder, chimed in. A week later. Boss, can we invite some friends into our group? Asked Mi Gao. Chen Wen was browsing the trading channel when he received a message from Mi Gao. Chen Wen pondered over the message. If their character is not in question, we can bring them in. No problem, boss. A few of them are friends I knew before, and there are also a few I often trade with, Mi Gao quickly replied upon seeing Chen Wen's message. You should also let everyone in the group know, anyone suitable can be added to the group. Chen Wen sent him another message. This decision was made after careful consideration. With his current strength, he was no longer afraid of some underhanded tactics among the survivors. Moreover, he had previously shared information about his blessed land in the chat channel, hoping to attract some talented individuals. However, he had yet to find suitable candidates. There were many who only boasted. Chen Wen knew that there must be some hidden talents among the survivors, but he no longer cared much. He frequently hunted magical beasts, experiencing the brutality of the world, which had strengthened his resolve, allowing him to be somewhat bolder. As Chen Wen descended the stairs, he saw Gu Lao at the entrance of the hall, excitedly holding a bowl, unable to close his mouth as he walked in. Standing beside him, Li wore a smile, as if there was good news. Haha, little Chen has succeeded, she exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Chen Wen come down. Chen Wen was puzzled, having just come downstairs and hearing someone say something about a success. Seeing Gu Lao's overly excited demeanor, he asked, Gu Lao, take your time. What have you succeeded in? Brother Chen, Gu Lao has successfully hybridized the species for the first time in this world. Li quickly replied. Really? What species? Chen Wen, now understanding, asked with surprise. Gu Lao was a hybridization expert in the original world, solving countless food problems. After coming to his own territory, he often engaged in territory affairs, but he never neglected his experimental research. Moreover, the research facility in his territory was far more advanced than before, significantly speeding up progress. Take a look at this. Gu Lao placed the bowl he was holding on the table. Chen Wen examined the contents of the bowl closely. It looked somewhat like rice, but was 10 times larger than spirit rice, with each grain being the size of a pinky finger. It was completely blood red, as if soaked in blood. Chen Wen picked it up and carefully observed it, a fragrant aroma wafting towards him. Just by its appearance, he could tell it contained rich heavenly and earthly energy, several times stronger than the original spirit rice. This rice was created by grafting the genes of the Zhu fruit tree onto the spirit rice, absorbing heavenly and earthly energy and significantly enhancing its properties. I have tested it and found it contains about 1/10 of the Zhu fruit's heavenly and earthly energy. In terms of talent and treasure levels, it should be at least level. Unlike Zhu fruit, which has a long production cycle, this rice even has a reduced cycle. It can be harvested every 10 days when planted outside in the blessed land, with a yield reaching 1,000 pounds per mu. An ordinary person can consume just 10 grains to ensure their energy needs for a day of cultivation. The planting environment is also not as harsh as before. Now it can be planted on land without needing rice paddies. As long as one pays attention to watering, it can grow naturally. Chen Wen observed seriously while Gu Lao explained earnestly. Listening to Gu Lao's explanation, Chen Wen couldn't help but laugh. Gu Lao, you are amazing. Truly an agricultural expert. Your decades of research have finally shone brightly. Li Li chimed in softly. Yes, Gu Lao, you are incredible. Although I also study biology, I have no idea how to do this. Li Li, you have helped me a lot. You share in the credit too. Gu Lao replied with a smile. Since Gu Lao has successfully cultivated it, its appearance and species have changed. Gu Lao, you should name it. Chen Wen. Li Li also turned to look at Gu Lao. Gu Lao looked at the spirit rice in Chen Wen's bowl and pondered for a moment. It was successfully grafted from the genes of the Zhu fruit, and it is completely blood red. Since Zhu means red, let's call it Qi Jing Ling Mi, red spirit rice. Qi Jing Ling Mi. Qi Jing Ling Mi. What a beautiful name, very fitting too. Chen Wen repeated it twice. He then asked, Gu Lao, how many seeds do you currently have? Let's plant this spirit rice in half of the spiritual fields in the blessed land. Will there be enough seeds? Since the yield is so high and cost-effective, it will be the staple food for the territory in the future. Well, currently we have only cultivated it once in the breeding room, so there aren't many seeds. We can only plant about 5 mu. To fill half of the spiritual fields in the blessed land, we will need at least 20 mu's worth of seeds, Gu Lao answered. The total area of the blessed land is certainly more than 40 mu, but there are many buildings, barracks, research facilities, and the villa where Chen Wen resides. In the end, only about 40 mu remains for cultivation, and taking out half for planting is already the maximum, as other high-grade foods and treasures also need to be planted in the blessed land. Alright then, let's plant 5 mu first. After it is harvested, prioritize keeping back seeds. Li Li, you will take care. Once this task is completed, the basic strength of all personnel in the territory will be at least level, greatly increasing the chances of discovering talent. Chen Wen nodded and instructed Li Li beside him. Okay, Brother Chen. The farmers have been unable to go out to gather resources due to the snow, so they have been planting and harvesting vegetable and fruit seeds in the blessed land. Most of them have already been planted, so this new task is just right. You all go ahead and get busy. Today I have something to attend to, and I should be bringing back a talent later, Chen Wen told Gu Lao and Li Li. After saying this, Chen Wen took out the Xianyuan sword. He hadn't forgotten that he could recruit followers at the time and space tavern using the sword once a month. It had been a month today, so he could give it a try. Looking at the Xianyuan sword in his hand, he suddenly felt a location far away, as if he could traverse there. Confirming it in his heart, Chen Wen vanished from the spot. Brother Chen, Gu Lao, Brother Chen has disappeared. What if something happens? Upon seeing Chen Wen vanish, Li Li suddenly shouted. Her eyes were glistening with tears. He should be fine, and didn't little Chen just say he had something to do today? It's probably nothing. At first I was startled too, but thinking it over, it should be fine. He just mentioned he had his own matters to attend to today, Gu Lao said calmly. He quickly patted Li Li's shoulder and comforted her. Li Li, still in a daze, finally reacted to his words, and the panic on her face faded, but she mumbled, Brother Chen could at least clarify a bit, making everyone worry so much. Why is little Li so concerned about little Chen? If you like him, you should seize the opportunity. Who knows what tomorrow holds in this world? Gu Lao teased with a smile at Li Li. Gu Lao, you are so bad. Li Li blushed, lowering her head and softly saying, Brother Chen doesn't seem to have considered this aspect. Sigh, was Gu Lao's long sigh in response to Li Li. Chen Wen felt himself being drawn into a vortex by the Xianyuan sword, spinning uncontrollably, his mind swirling into a haze. When he regained consciousness, he found himself standing before the entrance of a tavern. Chen Wen looked up and beheld a tavern made from an unknown material that exuded a sense of historical grandeur, standing immortal through the cycles of time. Above, 4 massive characters radiating an overwhelming aura were inscribed Time and Space Tavern. Just a glance made Chen Wen feel as if a great mountain were pressing down upon him, stirring his spirit. He quickly collected his thoughts and averted his gaze. At that moment he felt a cold sweat soaking the back of his head, ceaselessly pouring out. Who wrote those 4 characters? How terrifying. Just one glance almost shattered my mind. What kind of power could create such an impact with only 4 words? Chen Wen pondered silently. Are you alright, little brother? At that moment Chen Wen heard a charming voice coming from behind him. Chen Wen turned around to see a tall figure clad in a black form-fitting outfit, accentuating her perfectly curvaceous form. She had a delicate oval face, radiant eyes that glimmered with light, and glossy long hair, cascading down her shoulders, exuding a captivating allure. Most striking were her pointed ears, and the ethereal aura surrounding her impossible to grasp. An elf? Chen Wen blurted out upon seeing her ears. Oh, little brother, you're mistaken. Though I belong to the elf race, I am a dark elf. The alluring voice flowed from her fiery figure paired with enticing words sparked Chen Wen's imagination. Judging by your appearance, little brother, this is your first time at the Time and Space Tavern, isn't it? Were you stunned by those 4 characters? I was shocked the first time too, the dark elf playfully remarked. Indeed, sister, I wonder who wrote those 4 characters, for they can instill fear in one's heart. Chen Wen replied, struggling to regain his composure. At this point the dark elf suddenly turned serious. This is a sanctuary built by a great unknown power within the fabric of time and space, a refuge for those of us wandering through the ages. No one knows who constructed it. Little brother, do not be too curious. Countless powerful beings have sought its origin, yet none have succeeded. Eventually no one pursued it any longer. Thank you for the introduction, sister. Chen Wen clasped his fists in gratitude. Little brother, you'll find out sooner or later. Please go inside, the dark elf teased. Still in a daze from the tour, Chen Wen couldn't help but feel a frown forming. Sister, could you please stop calling me little brother? My name is Chen Wen. What should I call you? I won't tell you just yet. You'll find out soon, the dark elf giggled, then disregarded Chen Wen as she swayed her hips and walked straight into the tavern. As Chen Wen stepped inside the tavern, he was greeted by a vast and noisy interior. To his left was a counter, and to his right was a grand hall with a staircase leading directly to the 2nd floor. At that moment Chen Wen noticed the dark elf he had just seen sitting behind the counter. However, her face was now obscured, shrouded by a thin mist. Sister, so you are the proprietress of this tavern? Chen Wen exclaimed in surprise. Just call me proprietress, little brother. That's what everyone else calls me. Are you here to find someone, or take on a task at the Time and Space Tavern? Sister, could you please introduce me to the Time and Space Tavern? Chen Wen asked earnestly. Sister charges for answers, you know. Since you seem agreeable, it will be 100 spirit stones. The seductive voice flowed from her delicate lips. Without hesitation, Chen Wen retrieved 100 spirit stones from his space ring and placed them on the counter. The dark elf's delicate hand swept across the counter, and the spirit stones vanished. As I just mentioned, the Time and Space Tavern is a haven for many powerful beings wandering through time and space. Look over there, she pointed to a bulletin board. This is the bulletin board of the Time and Space Tavern, where you can post and accept tasks, look for talented individuals, treasures, and even rescue missions. However, I see your strength is still insufficient for traversing through time and space. It could be quite dangerous. Chen Wen followed the dark elf's finger and saw a massive bulletin board filled with numerous notices for finding talented individuals and treasures, seeking people, and even saving the world. No fighting is allowed within the Time and Space Tavern, or you will be expelled. There's also a trading hall adjacent to the main hall where you can select any needed items. Sister, if I want to find followers at the Time and Space Tavern, what should I do? Chen Wen asked, contemplating the alluring proprietor. Oh. Upon hearing this, the dark elf proprietress covered her red lips with her hand, her face showing surprise. Chen Wen felt a bit bewildered by her reaction. Sister, what's wrong? Is there an issue with my quest for followers? Chen Wen inquired. The proprietress's playful expression faded, and she looked at Chen Wen seriously, saying, you are the chosen one. Chen Wen nodded in response. I don't know if I am the chosen one, as you say, or we refer to ourselves as survivors. The proprietress scrutinized Chen Wen from top to bottom, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. Chen Wen felt as if under the proprietress' gaze he had no secrets left, becoming transparent. This sensation made him extremely uncomfortable. Ahem, sister, what's wrong? Chen Wen coughed twice to divert his gaze from hers. I didn't realize little brother had this hidden identity. The proprietress returned her gaze, the light in her eyes faded, and she resumed her previous alluring and leisurely demeanor. Yet she quietly murmured, another selection begins. Although her voice was soft, Chen Wen heard it clearly, and quickly asked, sister, could you tell me more about what the chosen one is? What selection? The proprietress, however, did not answer Chen Wen's question, instead saying, you'll understand in due time. Knowing too much now won't benefit you. If you wish to choose followers, it's quite challenging. Those who follow the chosen ones, while they gain many benefits, also face significant drawbacks. They cannot exceed your level until your strength reaches a certain height, and their powers will be sealed. Only when your strength reaches a certain level can they completely unseal. Those who can enter the Time and Space Tavern are all-powerful beings capable of traversing through time and space. Not many would willingly accept restrictions and the sealing of their strength. Upon hearing this, Chen Wen's heart sank. The difficulty of finding followers was immense. If he were in their shoes, he wouldn't be willing either. After a pause, the proprietress continued, however, there are opportunities. Following you, the chosen one, brings substantial benefits. You are favored by fate, and those who follow you will also receive blessings from fate, with opportunities to break through to higher realms. This temptation is indeed very compelling. After listening to the landlady's introduction, Chen Wen fell into silence. Seeing him quiet, the landlady chuckled. Little brother, why not explore the hall yourself? See if anyone is willing to follow you. Chen Wen nodded and first walked over to the notice board. He wanted to see what tasks were posted there. Though his strength was low, he could still gather a lot of information. In front of the notice board, many beings of different races were watching. There were sea creatures with fish-like gills, beastmen, retaining some wild animal traits, and magical beasts in their original forms. There were also many humanoid beings whose identities were hard to determine. In such places, Chen Wen dared not use his treasure appraisal on. Those entering and exiting the time-space tavern exuded unfathomable auras, as vast as mountains and seas. Some standing nearby could feel a bloody scent wafting towards them. Chen Wen carefully examined the tasks inside. Collect the true blood of all spirits, reward 1 time-space Pearl Blood River Ancestor, find the coordinates of the Absolute Divine Ridge, reward a promise from the Moonshade Divine Emperor. Countless tasks were posted on the notice board, with some being taken and others being issued. A promise from the Moonshade Divine Emperor. How valuable. It's a pity I don't know the coordinates of the Absolute Divine Ridge, a sea creature lamented. Another sea creature beside him glanced at him. Even if you knew, you wouldn't dare to speak it aloud. The Absolute Divine Ridge is hidden in the turbulent flow of time and space, with no fixed location. It's a gathering place for countless ruthless and vicious individuals, frequently raiding and exterminating families, even destroying worlds. Indeed, there are too many who could kill us in the endless time and space. When accepting tasks, one must be accurate and act within their limits. Hearing the conversation, a 9-headed lion with 9 heads spoke from the center. The sea creature who had just spoken involuntarily shivered, revealing that the Absolute Divine Ridge was exceptionally terrifying among the time-space drifters. There had once been treasure-seeking news on the notice board of the time-space tavern, where someone led a team to search only to find that what awaited them was not a treasure. The final destination was the lair of an annihilating black dragon. With a single breath of dragon flame, countless powerful beings were turned to ashes. In the endless void, the law of the jungle was vividly illustrated. Chen Wen knew that in the endless void there were also countless powers and worlds. Those who could come to the time-space tavern might be individuals from 10,000 years ago or from 10,000 years in the future. The time-space tavern roams through time and space. As long as your strength is sufficient or your luck is good enough to sense the coordinates of the tavern, you can reach here directly next time. Chen Wen wandered in the tavern, but the aura exuded by each person made it hard for others to approach, not to mention engaging in conversation. In the end, Chen Wen gritted his teeth and stood at the staircase entrance on the first floor. Hello everyone, I am the Chosen One. Is there anyone willing to follow me to conquer the world? He shouted loudly. As soon as Chen Wen finished speaking, the tavern instantly fell silent. Swish swish, all eyes were focused on him. Chen Wen felt as if he was surrounded by countless ferocious beasts, the chill penetrating to his bones, as if he was burdened by numerous heavy mountains. Chen Wen managed to circulate the internal chi within his body, but it had little effect. The people here were simply too strong. Ha ha ha, a series of laughter erupted. This little runt actually wants us to follow him, ha. A beast man with a golden lion head laughed loudly. With the laughter of the golden lion, Chen Wen felt the space tremble and even greater pressure bearing down on him. He could even hear the cracking sound of his own bones. Chen Wen's clothes were completely soaked. If it weren't for a strong conviction supporting him, he would have collapsed to the ground. Stimulated by the condescending and disdainful gazes around him, he felt a sharp pain, and at that moment an intense desire for strength surged within him. Even if Chen Wen was reluctant, he had no choice but to silently shout in his heart, 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west, do not bully the poor youth. I have talent and time, and I too will grow to this height. Chen Wen only dared to think this in his heart. If he said it aloud, he would definitely meet a gruesome end. Just as he was about to lose control, a charming voice rang out. Fellow Taoist, this is my little brother whom I just met. Since he is new here, please don't make things difficult for him. Give this lady some face. It was the landlady speaking as she walked up to Chen Wen. As soon as the landlady spoke, everyone's expressions changed, and they withdrew their gazes, causing the pressure on Chen Wen to vanish in an instant. Everyone resumed enjoying the food and drinks on the table. Even the previously imposing golden lion beast man had retracted his smile. Haha, it turns out he is the landlady's little brother. It was just a misunderstanding. Chen Wen was completely drained of strength and had no choice but to summon the Xianyuan sword to support his body. The landlady who had just walked to Chen Wen's side looked at the Xianyuan sword he summoned. She suddenly stopped in her tracks, and even those who had just retracted their gazes were once again focused on Chen Wen, or more precisely, on the Xianyuan sword in his hand. Chen Wen looked at everyone, refocusing their attention on him, and realized he seemed to have made another mistake. The Xianyuan sword, it's actually the Xianyuan sword. An elderly human from the second floor came down. With a beard all white, he exuded an aura of ethereal elegance, standing there, as if merging with heaven and earth. Young friend, may I borrow a look at the sword in your hand? The elder said as he approached Chen Wen. Chen Wen glanced at the elder, then at the Xianyuan sword in his hand, and finally handed it to the elder. Please take a look. The elder took the Xianyuan sword, gently stroked it, and examined it seriously, then said, so it's the subs-word of the Xianyuan sword. Young friend, you must be the Chosen One. Chen Wen respectfully replied, yes, senior. The elder gave Chen Wen a deep look and returned the Chen Yuan sword. You are truly fortunate. Work hard and strive. The Chen Yuan sword is a sacred sword of the human race. I hope you do not tarnish its prestige. Thank you for the guidance, senior. As a member of the human race, I will never tarnish the prestige of our people. Chen Wen took back the Chen Yuan sword, straightened his back, and spoke proudly. At that moment, the elder raised his hand, and a beam of light shot towards Chen Wen. Before Chen Wen could react, the light entered his body. The elder said, "Our meeting is fate. I will infuse a ray of my power into your body. When you encounter life-threatening danger, it will automatically protect you. Take care of yourself." After speaking, he walked straight upstairs, no longer looking at Chen Wen. At that moment, Chen Wen finally reacted and quickly bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, senior." The elder paused upon hearing Chen Wen's words, waved his hand. "Leave quickly. This place is not where you should be." The elder vanished up the stairs. Since the elder had come down, everyone in the hall had become quiet, and no one dared to gaze at Chen Wen any longer. It was not until the elder disappeared up the stairs that the landlady spoke. "Little brother, come with me." Chen Wen followed the landlady to the counter. "Sister, thank you for helping me just now." He quickly apologized to her. One should repay kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance. This is Chen Wen's principle in dealing with others. Since you call me sister, I can't let you off without a reward." The landlady chuckled. She surveyed Chen Wen with her charming gaze and continued, "It seems that you, little brother, have refreshed my understanding time and again. Not only are you a chosen one, but you've also acquired the subsword of the Chen Yuan sword. No wonder someone with such lowly strength could arrive at the time and space tavern. It's a result of coincidence." Chen Wen replied honestly. The landlady smirked. "Little brother, you're not being honest. From what I know, those who acquire the Chen Yuan sword do not merely rely on luck. Seeing the commotion you caused in the tavern, it seems you haven't found the right person yet." Chen Wen shook his head, a bitter smile on his face as he said, "Sister, please don't tease me." The landlady gazed deeply at Chen Wen, her alluring expression shifting unpredictably, eventually settling back into a charming smile. She spoke, "Little brother, wait for me here." After saying this, she walked out from behind the counter, swaying her graceful figure as she entered a small door to the side. Chen Wen watched the landlady disappear through the small door, quietly waiting. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, she emerged with another dark elf by her side. Clad in a similar tight black dress that accentuated her fiery figure with waist-length black hair and a cold, beautiful face, she gave off an air that suggested she was not to be approached lightly. Standing together with the landlady, they resembled a pair of ice and fire sister flowers, forming a striking contrast. One was cold and aloof, the other charming, leaving Chen Wen feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Little brother, isn't she beautiful?" The landlady's teasing voice brought Chen Wen back to his senses. Chen Wen's face flushed red with embarrassment as he scratched his head and replied, "I'm sorry, sister, you're just too beautiful." Although he had seen many things in his previous world, he had never encountered such a stark contrast. Fortunately, Chen Wen was not the type to lose his composure in front of a woman, and there was no lewdness in his eyes, otherwise the joke would have gone too far. Seeing Chen Wen's reaction, the landlady's voice rang out again. Little brother, you're blushing. You wouldn't still be a virgin, would you?" As she spoke, Chen Wen's face grew redder, and he was at a loss for words, left speechless. "Little brother, let me introduce you. This is my niece, AI Wire. How about she follows you?" The landlady ceased her teasing and spoke earnestly. Chen Wen observed the dark elf beauty standing beside him, who was also scrutinizing him. Although Chen Wen was not exceptionally handsome, he had a charming appeal that grew with each glance. Moreover, the way he had looked at her earlier revealed no lustful intent. AI Wire had a good impression of Chen Wen. Although she initially felt uncomfortable about following a chosen one, as her aunt had suggested, the landlady had told her that the status of dark elves was not good and needed to change. "Hello, I'm Chen Wen, pleased to meet you." Chen Wen was the first to introduce himself. AI Wire nodded, a faint look of satisfaction appearing on her cool face as she replied with 3 simple words, "AI Wire." Chen Wen turned to the landlady and asked, "Sister, does AI Wire truly wish to follow me?" The landlady chuckled, "Little brother, don't let AI Wire's beauty deceive you. Don't bully my little niece. She is quite formidable, possessing legendary archery talent." Chen Wen rolled his eyes. "Sister, what do you take me for? Am I some animal that thinks only with the lower half?" At this moment, he turned to AI Wire, who had been watching him intently, and said, "AI Wire, let's work hard together from now on and support each other." AI Wire, true to her cold demeanor, spoke little. Upon hearing Chen Wen's words, she withdrew her gaze and said, "Just call me AI Wire. I will diligently protect you." Chen Wen intended to learn more about her. However, the landlady interjected, "Little brother, you should leave quickly. As the human lord mentioned earlier, your current strength isn't suitable for the time and space tavern." Chen Wen thought for a moment and agreed, nodding at AI Wire. "Let's go. Thank you for your help, sister." After saying this, Chen Wen led AI Wire towards the entrance. When he had entered earlier, he hadn't noticed what the outside. Looking outside now, he saw an invisible protective barrier surrounding the time and space tavern. Beyond it was pitch black, with occasional flashes of light, remnants of chaotic spatial currents traversing through the void. Chen Wen focused his mental energy on the Chen Yuan sword, trying to sense the location of his territory. In the distance, a vague coordinate began to appear in his mind. Chen Wen opened his eyes and reached out his hand saying to AI Wire. AI Wire, hold my hand, we're going back. After a brief hesitation, AI Wire extended her delicate hand and placed it in Chen Wen's. Chen Wen felt a warm sensation travel through his hand. He activated the Xianyuan sword and vanished from the entrance of the Time and Space Tavern. The landlady stood at the counter watching the two disappear. The landlady murmured, "Why, the future of the Dark Elf clan depends on you." She returned to the back of the counter, transforming back into the alluring Dark Elf landlady. The Time and Space Tavern did not change because of Chen Wen's arrival. People were still eating and drinking, many were posting and accepting tasks. When Chen Wen awoke from his dizziness, he found himself back in the villa. He was still holding AI Wire's hand, but as he gently squeezed, his hand slipped away. At this moment, Gu Lao and Li Li were sitting in the villa's hall, seemingly absent-minded. "Brother Chen, you're back," Li Li exclaimed, standing up excitedly and rushing over to him. Just as she was about to embrace Chen when she suddenly noticed a stunningly beautiful girl standing beside him, and she froze in place. This girl was simply too beautiful, but she felt she could not compare at all. In fact, Li Li was not unattractive herself, but the two of them had completely different qualities. If Li Li scored 90 points, AI Wire would score 95, complemented by her cold beauty, making her worthy of 99. "Brother Chen, who is this lady?" Li Li asked, looking at AI Wire. Chen, when unfazed by Li Li's unusual reaction, pointed to AI Wire and said, "Let me introduce you. This is AI Wire, my helper I found at the Time and Space Tavern." Then pointing to Gu Lao and Li Li, he said, "This is Gu Lao, and this is Li Li. They are both my territory's management." AI Wire succinctly introduced herself. AI Wire. "Hello, I'm Li Li. Oh, I look forward to your guidance in the future," Li Li said, feeling more at ease. Chen Wen returned to his seat, urging them to sit down. Then he summoned his puppet to call Gongsun Zan and the others over. While waiting for Gongsun Zan and the others, Chen Wen also wanted to take a good look at Avril's attributes. Avril, a rank sealed, Constitution 9999, Spirit 9999. Talent Divine Archery, allows rapid mastery of shooting skills, teaching for 10 days, can achieve basic archery proficiency 30 days, can reach intermediate level in 3 months, can achieve advanced soul locking, able to teach up to 100 people at once. Skills Dark Meditation, Elven 9 Arrows, Life Forfeiting Arrow. Chen Wen was overjoyed. Avril's talent was incredibly strong, and his territory's ranged attack forces finally had support. The realm of archery surprisingly had specific divisions: Break Wind, Split Sound, and Lock Soul. Although he initially obtained basic archery proficiency, he hadn't used it since then and lacked a deeper understanding of archery skills. "My lord, it's not good to secretly spy on others like this," Avril's voice suddenly came through. Chen Wen then remembered that those with strength greater than his could sense his presence. Chen Wen showed an apologetic smile. "Sorry, I just wanted to learn more about you." Avril understood the reason and didn't blame him too much. She nodded and fell silent. Li Li sat beside Avril, secretly observing her. Eventually unable to contain her curiosity, she whispered, "Sister Avril, how did Brother Chen get to know you?" Avril looked at Li Li, who wasn't like a boy, and softened her cold, stunning demeanor slightly. "The Lord met me at the Time and Space Tavern. I am his follower." A row of question marks appeared above Li Li's head. "Sister Avril, what is the Time and Space Tavern?" "Brother Chen just disappeared. How could he go there?" Avril softly said, "The Time and Space Tavern is." The two of them engaged in a question-and-answer session. Their relationship warmed up like longtime best friends. In the end, Li Li even playfully grabbed Avril's hand to ask questions, revealing the elusive nature of girl relationships. Chen Wen watched the two girls chatting enthusiastically and turned to the elder, saying, "Elder, how long have I been away from the territory?" "The little one, you have been away for half a day, about 4 hours. Where have you been this time?" The elder looked at Chen Wen with curiosity. "And you even brought back a girl?" "Hee, I went to the Time and Space Tavern this time, led by the Xianyuan sword." The Xianyuan sword has a skill that allows it to visit the Time and Space Tavern once a month, where it can recruit followers. Chen Wen said mysteriously. He briefly introduced the uniqueness of the Time and Space Tavern and its inhabitant. Remembering what Chen Wen had said a while ago, the elder suddenly realized, no wonder he had mentioned that he could find talents after some time. It turned out to be the function of the Xianyuan sword. After hearing Chen Wen's explanation, the elder happily said, "Doesn't that mean we can recruit talents at the Time and Space Tavern every month? No longer needing to worry about talent for the territory." Chen Wen shook his head, his expression serious. "For a long time to come, I won't be going to the Time and Space Tavern again. The people there are strong beings who traverse time and space. My presence would essentially be self-humiliation. It's a huge stroke of luck that Avril is willing to follow me. However, besides Avril following me this time, I have also gathered a lot of intelligence about us survivors. We can now confirm that we survivors are undergoing some kind of selection, but the reason remains unknown." After saying this, both the elder and Chen Wen fell silent. In the hall, only Li Li and Avril were whispering, "Daddy, you're back." A pleasant voice came from the staircase. It was Xiao Bai and Ling Er, who had heard the commotion and come down from the bedroom. The two little ones saw Chen Wen and rushed towards him, transforming into shadows and appearing on his shoulders. Chen Wen had planned to go to the Time and Space Tavern today in the morning, unsure of what would happen, so he hadn't brought these two little ones. Chen Wen reached out to pet the two little ones, offering some comfort and they finally quieted down. When Avril saw Ling Er, she froze in place until Lily beside her called out, snapping her back to reality. Avril stood up, walked over to Ling Er, and knelt on one knee, shedding her previously aloof demeanor. Extending her hands towards Ling Er, her voice filled with excitement, she respectfully said, "I pay my respects to the sacred spirit." Chen Wen and Ling Er were both startled by her sudden action. Ling Er looked at Chen Wen in confusion. Chen Wen tried to help Avril up, but she skillfully dodged his hand and continued to respectfully address Ling Er. "Ling Er, please let this sister get up." Chen Wen had no choice but to say to Ling Er beside him. Ling Er flew up to Avril's cheek and said, "Sister, please get up. Don't do this. A daddy dislikes people who kneel casually." "Thank you, sacred spirit." Avril replied respectfully and stood up, but did not walk away. "Sister, I am not your sacred spirit. You must have mistaken me for someone else." Ling Er set her face, trying hard to maintain a serious expression. In Chen Wen's eyes, she looked like such a little adult, making people both laugh and cry. The sacred spirit cannot be mistaken. Regardless of whether they are light elves or dark elves, our ancestral teachings passed down through generations state that the spirits born of heaven and earth are our elves' sacred spirits. They are capable of leading our elven clan to glory. When speaking of ancestral teachings and the sacred spirit, a look of respect appeared on Avril's face. Chen Wen, upon hearing this, pondered what Avril said should indeed be true. The spirits of heaven and earth can provide protection for a clan. As the saying goes, when the time comes, heaven and earth will assist you, which is precisely the principle. Heavenly spirits and the elven clan must have a close connection, just from the name one can infer much. Chen Wen observed the previously proud Avril, who was now displaying a respectful demeanor towards Ling Er, and thought to himself that he would have a way to command this proud dark elf in the future. So he communicated mentally with Ling Er, saying, "Ling Er, acknowledge that you are the heavenly spirit, and let her help Daddy develop the territory well." After Ling Er conveyed this message, Avril indeed returned to her respectful demeanor and sat back down. Chen Wen looked at the now changed Avril. With a hint of respect in her eyes, she spoke first to break the silence. "Avril, please help me develop the territory well. Once it is strong enough, I will take Ling Er to your elven clan. This is my promise." Upon arriving at Chen Wen's territory, Avril felt unsettled. As soon as she reached this world, her power had been sealed, leaving her only at a rank unable to even perform basic flight. She had even developed a bit of resentment towards her aunt, but now upon seeing the heavenly spirit, all grievances were swept away, and she felt fortunate for having listened to her aunt's advice. Following the chosen one truly brings the protection of fortune. As Chen Wen solemnly made a promise, a smile appeared on Avril's face, one that was breathtaking and captivating. Chen Wen was momentarily taken aback. Even Lily beside him stared at Avril in a daze. Chen Wen continued, "Avril, I want to form an archer brigade to complement your incredible shooting talent. What do you think?" Now Avril was thinking about how to help Chen Wen develop faster, so they could have the strength to reach the elven territory. Hearing Chen Wen's command, she naturally had no objections, and replied, "I will follow the arrangements of my lord. You can just call me Wire." Chen Wen nodded, secretly noticing the change in how Avril addressed him. He felt a surge of joy in his heart, realizing that she was now fully committed to his cause. Although he had not witnessed Avril's strength, the fact that she could stay at the time and space tavern and was even related to the owner indicated she was extraordinary. Even if she had been sealed to a rank due to becoming Chen Wen's follower, her strength should still be terrifying. Greeting. Just as the atmosphere fell silent again, Gongsun Zan and his two companions finally arrived. "General Gongsun, you three take a seat," Chen Wen instructed. Seeing Gongsun Zan and the others settle into their seats, he continued, "You've all worked hard during this time. How is the situation outside, General Gongsun?" Gongsun Zan stood up respectfully and replied, "My lord, the snow outside the territory has melted about 80 to 90%, but beyond 10 kilometers the snow is still quite severe." Gongsun Zan paused for a moment, his tone turning serious, and continued, "The snow disaster has lasted nearly a month, and the area within 10 kilometers of the territory has largely recovered. Many magical beasts are starving, causing a bloody scene in the forest. Numerous magical beasts are pouring towards the territory, and I estimate there might be another beast tide. My lord, we must be prepared. This may be even more severe than the last beast tide. According to our patrol observations, many magical beasts are approaching the perimeter due to high-level beasts hunting in the forest." Chen Wen nodded, his expression serious, as he said, "Given the current strength of the territory, ordinary beast tides no longer pose a threat. We mainly need to guard against the high-level magical beasts that may appear in the forest. If the situation with the abyssal beast reoccurs, we must have a contingency plan. During this time, General Gongsun, you should lead the soldiers to hunt down all magical beasts around the territory." Chen Wen emphasized this not as an exaggeration, as the soldiers had all reached crank with 9 leaders, even breaking through to break. Nyota, due to planting the fortune ancient tree last time, the energy of the territory has gathered, and he has now reached the peak of Brank. With his advantages in strength and defense as a Minotaur, he can hardly be harmed by peers unless they are extraordinarily gifted. Furthermore, Kai Chi has completely replaced all weapons with those forged from bronze. The level of a person determines the level of weapon they use. This is not just a simple 112, but rather a 1134 rhythm. The goblin muskets and cannons have been reforged from bronze, doubling their power. Through Chen Wen's partial understanding, they have even manufactured grenades using magical cores as the main ingredient. The territory's defense mechanisms include defensive towers, arrow towers, cannons, and city walls, making it completely unafraid of ordinary beast tides. Even the clothes Chen Wen is currently wearing are woven from the finest bronze fibers, making it impossible for ordinary rank powerhouses to break through his defenses. Gong Sun Zan reported on the situation in the barracks. At this moment the elder stood up looking somewhat serious as he said, Xiao Chun, we not only need to pay attention to the beast tide, but the territory might also face flood disasters. The small river behind our territory has now widened to about 50 or 60 meters. As the snow outside the territory continues to melt, it will undoubtedly cause flooding within the territory. What? Chen Wen was shocked by this news. Natural disasters are always the most terrifying. If flooding occurs in the territory, it would be no less severe than the snow disaster. As the saying goes, water benefits all things, but does not compete. Yet when it does compete, it is more ferocious than fire and utterly unstoppable. This will undoubtedly cause heavy losses to Chen Wen's territory. The farmland opened up on the outskirts will yield nothing, and the 2 villages surrounding the territory will be impossible to protect. This is a residence for thousands of people, and the foundational materials for its construction are no small amount. According to the elder's speculation, the occurrence of flood disasters is 100 inevitable. The original small river was only about 10 to 20 meters wide. Now it has reached 50 or 60 meters, and the water volume has increased by more than 10 times. Chen Wen frowned tightly. It was indeed a case of misfortune coming in waves. Elder, what if we widen the river? Can we find a way to avoid it? Chen Wen asked the elder. After listening to Chen Wen's words, the elder thought for a moment. It is possible. After our exploration and discoveries, we need to clear the 2 bends of the mountains about 5 to 20 kilometers downstream, and the water upstream will naturally flow down. However, there is one difficulty. Both mountain peaks are over 100 meters high, and we currently do not have any large-scale excavation equipment, making it impossible to accomplish. Chen Wen, however, smiled lightly. Haha, elder, have you forgotten? This world is a fantasy world. With my current strength, moving a few tons of boulders is a piece of cake. So it's decided to widen the river and clear the 2 obstacles downstream. All personnel in the territory will assist you. Chen Wen then turned to Nyoda and said, Nyoda, take orders. For the next period, stay close to the elder and follow his arrangements. All minotaurs must obey unconditionally. This task must be completed thoroughly. Nyoda, hearing that he had work to do, nodded vigorously. He was not one to sit idle, and said happily, my lord, you can rest assured. I will definitely protect the elder and complete the task. Chen Wen nodded in satisfaction. Looking around, he finally turned his gaze to Avril, and continued, the purpose of calling everyone here today is to understand the specific situation around the territory, and also to introduce the new personnel in the territory. Chen Wen pointed at Avril. This is Avril. I will have her form an archer brigade of 100 people, and everyone can select from within the territory. Upon hearing Chen Wen's introduction, all eyes focused on Avril. In fact, even when they first entered, Gong Sun Zan and others had not shifted their gaze much. Even when answering Chen Wen's questions, they kept stealing glances at her, not because Gong Sun Zan was lecherous, but due to the subtle pressure emanating from Avril, which he had to face with seriousness. Gong Sun Zan had been staring at Avril since he entered, while Avril was completely indifferent to Gong Sun Zan's gaze. To her, a rank individual was merely like an ant. Even though her own strength had been sealed to a rank, her actual power was not comparable to an ordinary rank, especially since Gong Sun Zan had only just stepped into a rank. Chen Wen introduced Gong Sun Zan, Kaiji, and other personnel in turn. Looking at the close interaction between Li Li and AI Wire, Chen Wen smiled and said to Li Li, from now on follow AI Wire and help her select suitable soldiers. Okay, brother Chen, I will stay by sister AI Wire's side to assist. Li Li replied with a charming smile. Besides helping her select suitable soldiers, we also need to build a barracks. We should trade at a high price on the trading channel. If we don't have one, we'll build a basic one first and look for better options later. Chen Wen nodded and continued, the current barracks in the territory can no longer accommodate more soldiers. We must rebuild one to train the soldiers. A barracks is essential as it serves as the base for warfare. After explaining everything that needed to be done, Chen Wen invited Gong Sun Zan and the others to stay for a dinner party. Great. Brother Chen, based on some knowledge from the original world, we have brewed a batch of spirit rice wine, and we can drink tonight. Lily exclaimed excitedly at the thought of the dinner party. Haha, that's fantastic. Chen Wen was also delighted. Gong Sun Zan and the others who had never drunk before were filled with anticipation seeing Chen Wen's happiness. After speaking, Chen Wen instructed the puppets to start setting up in the square, bringing out food without restraint. Drink and eat heartily. This is how life should be. In the end, all the men were completely drunk, including the elder, who had also had a few drinks and was swaying slightly. Only AI Wire and Lily took a sip and remained sober. Am not drunk, Nyo, to keep drinking. Chen Wen mumbled incoherently about wine. Lily instructed the soldiers to carry the drunken men back to their respective quarters, personally taking Chen Wen to the bedroom on the 3rd floor. Lily looked at Chen Wen lying on the bed, occasionally mumbling drunkenly. She reached out to touch his face, her gaze becoming, "Hey, sisterly, do you like daddy?" Just as Lily was lost in thought gazing at Chen Wen's handsome face, a teasing voice appeared behind her. Hearing someone speak, Lily's face instantly turned as red as an apple. Turning around, she saw Linger hovering in midair, looking at her seriously. Linger, don't say silly things. Brother Chen is not considering that at all right now, Lily said, blushing her eyes. What young girl doesn't have a crush? Chen Wen now with strength is gentle, and through cultivation has become extraordinarily handsome. When she first arrived at the territory, she was apprehensive about meeting Chen Wen, but after getting to know him, she developed feelings for him, which later deepened as she witnessed his strength and character. Under Linger's teasing, Lily fled from Chen Wen's room in a panic, running to her room and burying her head under. As soon as Lily left the room, Chen Wen abruptly sat up in bed. In truth, he was not drunk at all. He had also consumed some wine in his previous world to relieve boredom. Moreover, now that he was cultivating, his tolerance for alcohol had increased. Unlike Niu Da and the others who had never encountered alcohol and got drunk immediately. Watching Lily leave the room, without even closing the door, Chen Wen stared blankly at the door. How could he not sense Lily? However, in this unpredictable world, he truly had no thoughts to consider matters of the heart. Every day he had to think about how to become stronger. Everything else was hard to enter his heart. Sigh. Chen Wen sighed deeply. Daddy, you like Sister Lily too. You can just tell her directly. Linger looked at Chen Wen's expression. Chen Wen looked at the obedient Linger, gently patting her little head, and said, Linger, you are still young and don't understand. Get some rest. Chen Wen lay back on the bed lost in thought, and unknowingly fell asleep. The next day, after breakfast with the elder, Chen Wen led over 300 residents and 100 patrolling minotaurs to the river located more than a kilometer behind the villa. With over 400 people, the crowd was bustling and noisy. Since they were not informed of the purpose, discussions were constant. Elder Lord Master, is there something we need to do by gathering so many people together? A goblin asked the leading goblin elder. The goblin elder nodded and said softly, today we are going to widen the river behind the territory, otherwise it could lead to flooding in the future. The river, about 50 to 60 meters wide, flowed with torrents of yellow water, surging violently, occasionally raising waves several meters high that crashed against the riverbank. Elder, how should we proceed to widen this river? Chen Wen, not understanding these matters, directly asked the elder. The elder took out a map, which mainly depicted the river's flow route, with over 20 areas marked in red. We cannot dig directly from the riverbank initially. We must dig a trench a little distance from the riverbank, otherwise we cannot proceed with construction. Once we make progress with the digging, we can remove the isolated section of the riverbank. The elder patiently explained to Chen Wen. According to our observations, there are 25 places that need widening, among which the two largest are the shaped locations formed by the two mountains mentioned yesterday. Those two places are nearly impossible for ordinary people to work on. After listening to the elder's explanation and comparing it with the river map, Chen Wen understood. After widening, the river, spanning over 2 to 3 dozen kilometers in the territory, could reach a width of 100 meters at its narrowest point. Elder, I will leave 500 minotaurs and 200 ordinary residents with you to handle the easier construction at the 25 locations. I will take Niu Da and the remaining people to the 2 small mountains. Chen Wen said to the elder. No problem. When you handle those 2 small mountains, be sure to pay attention to safety. The water flow there is very turbulent. The elder agreed and reminded, currently we lack sufficient manpower and do not have the best construction equipment and materials, otherwise we could build a large dam upstream for a permanent solution. The elder sighed. Haha, don't worry, elder, everything will be available later. Chen Wen responded with a hearty laugh. After speaking, Chen Wen led Niu Da downstream. Due to the majority of the goblins, farmers, and other ordinary people only being at level E, their progress was slow. By the time they reached their first destination, 2 hours had passed, and it was already noon. Looking at the river that originally flowed downstream, it crashed into a small hill over 100 meters tall, making a sharp turn and forming a giant shape. The rushing river polished the rocks of the small hill, causing them to shine brightly, covered in moss. Retracting his gaze, Chen Wen instructed Niu Da, who was standing beside him. Niu Da, instruct the minotaurs to patrol the surroundings and eliminate any safety hazards. Understood, Lord Master. Niu Da respectfully replied to Chen Wen, and then arranged for the minotaurs to patrol the area. Chen Wen called over the goblin elder to have him arrange for everyone to prepare food. Before setting out, Chen Wen had specially prepared several space rings filled with food and digging tools. It was not feasible to return to the territory for lunch every day. Several large pots were set up in the open area, with some people collecting firewood as fuel, while others were preparing the food brought out. The scene suddenly became lively, with curling smoke rising. Watching this spectacle, Chen Wen recalled the spring outings during his school days in the original world. Everyone brought their pots and pans for a picnic. Those were truly happy times. A sincere smile appeared on Chen Wen's face as he sighed inwardly. My lord, please enjoy your meal. The elder of the goblins brought over a large piece of roasted meat. Thank you, you've worked hard. Let everyone eat well, as this afternoon will involve physical labor. Chen Wen took the roasted meat and casually replied. The elder goblin nodded in agreement, saying, Rest assured, my lord, we brought plenty of food when we came, so there won't be any issues with stamina. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Chen Wen stood on a high ground looking at the quiet crowd below. He gathered his internal energy and spoke. Today, I have gathered everyone because we need to work together to defend our territory. According to our investigations, this river is likely to experience floods. We must widen the large-shaped river section before the snow melts to ensure the safety of the territory and everyone involved. This task is arduous, but I will accomplish it with you all. I believe that human determination can overcome any obstacle. Protect the safety of the territory, ensure the task is completed. Protect the safety of the territory, ensure the task is completed. Protect the safety of the territory, ensure the task is completed. Looking at the stirred crowd below, Chen Wen also shouted boldly, "Let's get started and distribute the tools." Two teams of minotaurs had already laid out the tools in the open space. The tools for ordinary people were just regular shovels, while the higher-grade shovels were several times larger. With a single scoop, a minotaur could excavate half a cubic meter of earth and rock, functioning like a small excavator, yet still flexible. Except for the part of the minotaurs on patrol, most were digging on the hillside like ants moving their homes densely packed. This small mountain had become very solid and hard due to years of erosion by the flowing water. Chen Wen stood at the top of the mountain, stomping on the ground. Suddenly struck with inspiration, he recalled learning basic earth magic and wondered if it would be useful. Closing his eyes, Chen Wen concentrated on sensing the surrounding natural energy, locating the earth elements, and arranging them with his spiritual power. Mud technique. Suddenly opening his eyes, he pointed at a patch of ground at the mountain top, causing the surface to soften and ultimately turn into mud. It's useful, but turning it into mud makes it harder to transport, Chen Wen said to himself while looking at the mud on the ground. Nyoda watched Chen Wen cast magic and then remarked on its difficulty to transport. Nyoda's head suddenly lit up as he spoke. "My lord, if you just turn it into stone, wouldn't we have it easier?" Upon hearing Nyoda's words, Chen Wen was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. "Haha, Nyoda, you're quite clever now. You've really been a great help." Nyoda scratched his head and horns, grinning foolishly at Chen Wen's praise. Chen Wen then used his spiritual power to sense the mud and released the shaping technique. He reshaped the mud that had turned to sludge and some fragments into rectangular mud blocks measuring 5 meters. Looking at the mud blocks on the ground, Chen Wen picked one up effortlessly. It should weigh around 200 to 300 pounds. An ordinary resident could easily lift one. Nyoda stepped back a bit. After confirming that this method was feasible, Chen Wen planned to conduct a large-scale test. Nyoda moved back over 20 meters. Chen Wen directly covered a 1010 area with his spiritual power. Gradually it softened, then slowly coalesced into mud blocks, forming about 20 to 30 at once, directly reducing the height of the mountain. Nyoda arranged for the minotaurs to quickly transport these down and place them on the riverbank as a levee while the ordinary residents continue working below. Chen Wen instructed Nyoda. He carefully sensed the consumption of his spiritual power. "I have used about 5 of my power, which means I can continuously cast the shaping technique and mud technique about 20 times. It will take me half an hour to fully recover my spiritual power." Chen Wen calculated silently in his heart. "There are still too few magic users in the territory. Most are warriors, so I have to do it myself." With Chen Wen's magical assistance, the progress that day was remarkably fast. The 100-meter small mountain was directly reduced by 1/3. Throughout the afternoon, Chen Wen continuously cast the mud technique and shaping technique, while Nyoda directed the minotaurs to transport the material to the riverbank. After dinner, they began to set up camp. Nyoda was assigned to guard the workers below, while Chen Wen took a few minotaurs upstream to find the elder. "Xiaochen, you're here. How's it going below? Is it manageable?" The elder hurriedly stood up upon seeing Chen Wen. Although the area where the elder was working was fairly close to the territory, it was more convenient for management to set up camp on site. "Haha, everything is going smoothly. The progress has been extremely fast. 1/3 of that first bend of the small mountain has already been removed," Chen Wen said, with a slight smile, pride evident in his expression. The elder was also taken aback. That was a 100-meter small mountain, and 1/3 was no small feat. "Xiaochen, how did you do that? This is way too fast." The elder gazed at Chen Wen in astonishment. Elder, take me to the construction site, and you will understand why it's so fast." Although it was already getting dark, the torches and bonfires around the camp illuminated everything brightly. The progress made by the elder and his team today was not slow either, mainly due to the strong labor force of the territories, people who were nearly able to repair a kilometer. Unlike Chen Wen and his team, who took half a day to reach their destination, the elder and his team had started working. The elder led Chen Wen to a gully that was at least 30 meters wide and 7 or 8 meters deep, which was measured to be slightly shallower than the depth of the river. "Xiaochen, this is where we will be working. The plan is to dig about 5 kilometers down from here, and also 5 kilometers up, totaling nearly 10 kilometers, to widen the river." The elder pointed ahead at a massive gully. After speaking, he looked at Chen Wen with curiosity, eager to see. Focusing his mind, Chen Wen triggered the earth elemental energy in the surrounding environment, causing the soil in the gully to slowly turn to mud and ultimately reshape into mud blocks. Like flowing clouds and flowing water, everything came together seamlessly. "Xiaochen, are you using magic to excavate the mountain?" The elder said incredulously. To think that this supernatural power was used by Chen Wen to dig soil. If others found out, they would surely be astonished. "Haha, elder, what's so surprising about that? Good steel is used on the blade of a knife," Chen Wen chuckled. I came up this time to check on your progress, and also to return to the territory to have Li select all the magic users we have bringing them to the construction site to work. The elder upon hearing Chen Wen regained his composure and remarked, you young people really think quickly. Based on the range and speed you just demonstrated, if we bring 20 more people, we can absolutely complete everything within 5 days. Chen Wen gently shook his head. Old goo, that's impossible. First, my current cultivation level is high. Though its only foundational magic, its power, is by no means negligible. An ordinary mage casting this spell would achieve merely 1/10 of my output. Second, mastering magic is exceptionally arduous. Though all survivors may learn it, only those born with innate aptitude, be they natives or summoned beings, can truly wield it. How many people reside in our territory now? At this moment, Old Goo chuckled. Xiao Chun, when did you last check our population or basic resource reserves? Our territory now hosts over 10,000 souls. Even at a ratio of 100 to 1, we'd still identify more than 100 individuals gifted with magical affinity. Those with aptitude can be trained using skill manuals. Treasure chests have poured into our territory without cease lately, most opened personally by Li and myself. Though few contain high-tier items, our warehouse now overflows with foundational skill manuals. Moreover, most lords have already progressed sufficiently, though foundational skill manuals hold little value for them. Should we wish to trade, supplies are abundant. Chen Wen flushed with embarrassment. He truly hadn't monitored such matters recently. With his own strength steadily ascending, he devoted every day to relentless training, striving toward flawless foundation establishment and imminent breakthrough to rank A. He was admittedly an inept lord. Old Goo, I'll return to the territory now. You must stay vigilant outside and always travel with the Minotaur escort, Chen Wen hastily declared. Watching Chen Wen hurry away, Old Goo smiled warmly. Back in the territory, Chen Wen first visited the barracks to inquire from Gong Xuanzan about the surrounding magical beasts. The moment he stepped inside, a streak of white light darted onto his shoulder. Without glancing, Chen Wen knew it was Xiao Bai. When he remained within the territory, he always stationed the creature in the barracks to accompany patrol units. Master treasures near our territory grow increasingly scarce. Only low-tier ones remain. When shall we venture deeper into the forest? Xiao Bai's voice resonated softly within Chen Wen's mind. Patient Xiao Bai, we'll soon seek out countless treasures. A wry smile flickered across Chen Wen's face. Xiao Bai's boldness had grown steadily, and his standards for treasure had risen accordingly. Though treasure chests dotted the periphery, their contents had long since lost utility as Chen Wen and his companions ascended in rank. Chen Wen himself yearned to explore deeper into the forest. So far they'd advanced only 100 kilometers inward, yet rank magical beasts already roamed there. According to Su Song's briefing, the inner expanse of the Xingyun forest spanned a full 1,000 kilometers from its outer edge. Chen Wen's base lay in the outermost fringe, meaning at least 700 kilometers still separated him from the true inner zone. The Xingyun forest stretched vast across the entire continent. Lord, magical beasts gather ever more densely and grow increasingly savage. Today several soldiers encountered a crank beast and sustained injuries. Gong Xuanzan spoke up. How grave are the soldiers' wounds? Chen Wen asked urgently upon hearing of the injury. They were his most treasured assets. Never had he hesitated to bestow the finest resources to support their breakthrough. Gong Xuanzan shook his head. Nothing serious, merely minor wounds. They took healing pills on the spot and will recover fully within 2 days. That's reassuring. Dispatch forces to eliminate any beasts appearing within 5 kilometers of our territory. This will ease pressure should a beast tide emerge later. Having finished speaking, Chen Wen left the barracks with Xiao by heading toward the villa. There Li and Averill were dining while Linger drifted lazily through the air. Spotting Chen Wen, Linger swooped down to perch atop his head, nuzzling affectionately. Brother Chen, you're back. Li rose and fetched an extra set of chopsticks and bowl, placing them before his seat. Averill also stood, offering a quiet, respectful nod. No further gesture, only serene composure. Please sit. My meal is already complete. Do eat quickly. Chen Wen spoke lightly. Watching two peerless beauties dine was profoundly stirring. Li ate with graceful refinement, yet her elegance remained untrained, natural rather than cultivated. Averill, however, dined with exquisite deliberation, a portrait of poise and grace. In the north dwells a peerless beauty, unmatched and solitary. One glance topples cities with second kingdoms. Who knows not that beauty can shatter cities and nations? Such a paragon is irreplaceable. Gazing upon the two maidens, Chen Wen instinctively recalled these lines. They say elves are among the most elegant races in existence, and indeed their reputation proves well-founded. Chen Wen offered the compliment aloud. Hearing his praise, Averill lifted her chin proudly. A radiant, unapologetic confidence illuminated her delicate features as she declared, "Thank you, Lord. We elves are the noblest and most elegant race in all creation." Though supremely arrogant, her words evoked no sense of discord. Rather, they rang with undeniable truth. Chen Wen froze, momentarily speechless. In ordinary realms, modesty followed praise, but here people seized affirmation and soared higher still. He watched the two women dine for half an hour before asking, "Averill, how goes the soldier selection?" Our candidates. At this Averill lowered her gaze, shaking her head slightly in quiet disappointment. Lily interjected, Brother Chen's sister Averill remains unsatisfied. So far we've selected only 500 humans. All are carry-inclined, none non-human. She refuses goblins and gnomes entirely. Chen Wen turned toward Averill. Lord, she replied, meeting his gaze unflinchingly, goblins and gnomes possess abysmal innate talent, and frankly their appearance is repulsive. Chen Wen stared, utterly speechless. He glanced at Li Li, who simply shrugged, helplessly, palms upturned in silent resignation. Her sister Averill's standards, even our current peasant recruits, fall short. Among elves, soldier recruitment began. Hearing this, Chen Wen recoiled in astonishment. Soldiers beginning at rank A. Just how formidable were the elves? Noting his shock, Averill explained calmly. Lord elves are born at rank D. Our lifespans far exceed yours. 2 centuries, even without cultivation. Reaching rank A is thus effortless, guaranteed by nature itself. Moreover, every elf possesses innate archery aptitude. We mature at 50, so with minimal guidance attaining rank A before adulthood presents no challenge. Li Li and Chen Wen exchanged weary sighs. This was the chasm between races, though humanity, the crown of creation, held boundless potential for growth. Its foundations were frail. Each rank ascension demanded winnowing. 1 in 10 succeeded, relying solely on sheer numbers to build strength. Even if given the chance to choose reincarnation again, Chen Wen would still choose to be part of the human race. Born as a human, he takes pride in belonging to humanity. The potential of the human race is immeasurable. 500 people is fine. Oh, we can summon farmers later to supplement. Averill, you'll have to train them and get all the necessary supplies from the ancient. Since the ancient is not in the territory these days, you can ask Li Li. Chen Wen said softly. What the ancestor said rings true. Many hands make light work applicable in any world. The foundational strength of the territory is still too weak. Currently there are 6 summoning bases in the territory, and the number of centaurs and white horse warriors is already sufficient. The Xuanjia guards are humans, and while their talent is good, the issue is that they are limited to 300 members, which is quite frustrating. The growth potential of goblins is too poor. As of now, Chen Wen has stopped summoning goblins. There are only 2 summoning bases for farmers. Being humans, their initial strength is weak, but if nurtured well, their future development potential is quite promising. No problem, Brother Chen. Moreover, the blueprints for the barracks have already been traded in the trading channel and will be constructed tomorrow at the site of the former research institute. Lily smiled as she spoke. Chen Wen nodded and began discussing serious matters. He asked, Lily, how many people in our territory have learned magic? How many Earth-type magic books are there in the territory? Lily looked at Chen Wen, unsure why he suddenly asked about magic, knowing that most people in the territory are warriors and very few can use magic. Lily took out a notebook from her backpack and flipped through it. Brother Chen, currently, there are over 600 people in the territory with magic affinity, and about 200 of them are proficient in Earth-type magic. However, they haven't studied magic much, and most of their talents are at D or E level, only able to perform some meditation, lacking any real combat capability. As for the magic books in the territory, there are quite a few in stock. Even with over 600 people, there are enough basic magic books for everyone. The higher level ones will be handed over to you. Tonight, please select the Earth-type magic books from the warehouse, focusing on swamp technique and shaping technique. Tomorrow, let those over 200 with Earth-type magic affinity learn them. Let them accompany us to work in the river area. They'll have Xian Yi stay in the territory, and once everyone has learned, he can take them to find us. Chen Wen paused for a moment and continued, Recently, you should not leave the territory alone. The process of hunting magical beasts in the forest is exceptionally perilous. They have started to go berserk, making it very dangerous. If you have to go out, make sure to take guards, or go with Averill. Chen Wen didn't need to say this for Li Li to understand. In the survivors chat channel, many had already mentioned that numerous magical beasts had begun to behave erratically. How could they not be agitated? They have been hungry for a month. Just thinking about it is distressing. Brother Chen, I understand. I will be careful. Besides, Little Bear is growing rapidly. After being fed pet food every day, it has already reached D level. I will bring it with me whenever I go out. Hearing Chen Wen's caring words, Li Li smiled brightly. After chatting idly for a while longer, Chen Wen took the 2 little ones back to his bedroom. Just as he opened the survivor handbook, he noticed several messages in his private chat. Zhang Wenyue had sent the most, with each person sending at least a dozen messages, all from the afternoon. Chen Wen quickly clicked on Zhang Wenyue's message. Boss, help. There is a beast right here. I can't hold on much longer. Do you have any powerful weapons there? Chen Wen hurriedly replied, Zhang Wenyue, are you alright? How is the situation on your side? As soon as the message was sent, Zhang Wenyue replied, adding a crying emoji. Boss, you finally replied. It's so A flurry of lamentations followed, completely missing the main point. Chen Wen sent back an exasperated emoji. Get to the point quickly. I was just too excited to see you reply. I'll get right to it. Zhang Wenyue dared not continue to lament. Zhang Wenyue wasn't sure whether to say he was lucky or unlucky. He had indeed improved his personal strength quickly since crossing over, but he hadn't found any blueprints for summoning troops. Fortunately, when he crossed over, he signed a contract with a white tiger, which grows exceptionally fast. Now it has reached B level. Helping Zhang Wenyue open treasure chests has become almost effortless. The problem is that without helpers, the efficiency of his work is low. No matter how fast one person is, the amount of resources and treasure chests he can search is limited. Just like Chen Wen, who has hundreds of people patrolling around the territory every day bringing back treasure chests when encountered, he doesn't even need to go out searching himself. This is a matter of work efficiency. Currently, the wooden cabin has only upgraded to level 4, and the resources to upgrade the blessed land are no. He is in the same area as Chen Wen, and Chen Wen guessed he should be on the outskirts of the Nebula Forest. Now the magical beasts are starving and searching for food. He has cultivated farmland around his wooden cabin, but it has been completely destroyed. Boss, do you have any powerful weapons for defense? Zhang Wenyue asked. Chen Wen thought for a moment and replied, I do have defensive weapons here, but they require someone to operate them. You have no one to help you there. You can't possibly guard it by yourself, can you? Chen Wen sent a picture of the goblin cannon to Zhang Wenyue. It was primarily bronze in color, and even through the image it exuded a sense of desolation and lethal intent. Wow, 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 boss, you are amazing. You even managed to get a cannon. Are you going to get planes next? I seriously suspect you are cheating. Zhang Wenyue sent a voice message, this time his tone exaggerated. Chen Wen explained, this is not a cannon from our world, it's goblin technology. Although a large part of the raw materials is the same as in our world, consisting of sulfur and nitrate, the most important thing is that it contains powder made from magic cores, giving it tremendous power. I have tamed a group of native goblins here, and this was made according to the records of their ancestors. Currently, the cannon's power can injure a level experts. If hit by a few shots, they could easily perish, but the firing speed is too slow. To hit a level expert, one must predict their movements and have enough of them. This is unavoidable as a level experts have an exceptionally strong sixth sense. Their speed is too fast, just like the masters in the original world. Within 7 steps a knife is faster, beyond 7 steps a gun is faster. Boss, quickly give me a few cannons or I need this. I have a way to use it. Zhang Wenyue messaged Chen Wen in a hurry, adding a pitiful emoji. Wait a moment. After sending this message, Chen Wen started to look through the other messages sent by a few people. They were all greetings. Unlike Zhang Wenyue, who was alone, either they had no magical beasts around, or they had helpers, so they faced no issues. Chen Wen replied one by one. He put away the survivor handbook and walked downstairs where Li and Avril were still chatting in the hall. It seemed like girls never ran out of topics to discuss. Brother Chen, why are you coming down again? Li stood up and asked. Chen Wen nodded and said, it's nothing, you all keep chatting, I need to find Kaiki. Chen Wen stepped out of the door and arrived at the furnace factory, which was brightly lit with dazzling light streaming through the cracks of the factory. The Minotaur guarding the gate saw Chen Wen's arrival and pushed open the door. Upon entering, Kaichi was engrossed at the workbench diligently forging equipment. The clanging sounds went unnoticed by Chen Wen, who did not urge him on, knowing that disturbing someone deeply focused on their work could be very uncomfortable. Despite Chen Wen's interruption, Kaichi had no complaints. After a full tease time, the clanging finally ceased, and Kaichi wiped the sweat from his forehead. Wielding a massive hammer weighing hundreds of pounds, striking repeatedly for hundreds or even thousands of times was impossible without specialized training. Looking at the bronze armor on display, excitement filled his eyes as he continuously stroked it. Ahem. Seeing that Kaichi was completely unaware of his presence, Chen Wen couldn't help but cough twice. Kaichi, hearing the sound behind him, turned around and saw Chen Wen quickly bowing respectfully. Greetings, Lord. Thank you for your hard work, Kaichi, still working late into the night. Chen Wen nodded, offering a word of encouragement. Kaichi chuckled and replied, hee, you flatter me, Lord. This is what I... Is there something you need, my lord, coming to find me at night? Chen Wen's smile faded as he nodded, yes indeed. How many goblin cannons and goblin rifles are currently in production? I need a surplus, can you spare some? Kaichi thought for a moment and replied, reporting to you, my lord, aside from those placed on the city walls and the hundreds for the 2 villages. There are currently over 200 surplus cannons, and all rifles have been upgraded to bronze rifles totaling over 3000. However, my lord, we are running low on raw materials for ammunition. Especially since our territory lacks a saltpeter mine, the 500 units of lime you entrusted to me last time are nearly used up. Chen Wen's territory had abundant minerals in the goblin caves where nearly all types of metal ores could be found, and the deeper one dug into the mines, the higher the quality of the ores. However, no saltpeter had been discovered so far. Chen Wen nodded, ill arranged for someone to trade for saltpeter. You must ensure ample ammunition during the last beast tied defense. The goblin rifle squad needed to train their accuracy from time to time. Please follow me, my lord. The cannon equipment is stored in the factory warehouse. Kaichi pointed Chen Wen towards a direction in the factory. Chen Wen followed Kaichi to the warehouse, retrieving 50 cannons, 500 rifles, and some ammunition. As he exited the furnace factory, Chen Wen suddenly spoke, have you started production on the bicycle blueprints I gave you last time? Your area is expanding and walking is becoming increasingly inconvenient. We need transportation. My lord, production has already started. We can begin distribution once the snow melts. Kaichi replied earnestly. Hearing Kaichi's response, Chen Wen shook his head. After the snow melts, nothing will be distributed. We will have to rely on purchases. The bicycles will be priced accordingly, and your furnace factory will get 10 of the sales for issuing contribution coins to those working in the factory. You need to arrange these matters well. After finishing this, Chen Wen left directly. The back and forth had taken half an hour. Upon returning to the villa, he found that the 2 girls had not yet rested, and were chatting continuously in the hall. However, most of the talking was by Li while AI Wire spoke less. Chen Wen greeted them and returned to his room. At that moment, Zhang Wenyue was in his small building leaning against the white tiger feeling bored. Big, why do you think him particularly unlucky? Many people already have troops, yet here I am with only you for company. The white tiger turned its head and rolled its eyes at Zhang Wenyue, letting out a soft growl, as if to say that his luck was indeed very poor. From time to time, Zhang Wenyue checked the chat channel waiting for news from Chen Wen. When he saw Chen Wen's reply, he quickly responded, "Boss, I'm here." Without further ado, Chen Wen directly sent Zhang Wenyue 5 cannons. 5 should be enough, right? Use them for now, and let me know if you need more later. Chen Wen remarked in the notes. "Thank you, boss, this is enough for now, my activity range isn't very large." Zhang Wenyue replied happily. Chen Wen was still very curious. Zhang Wenyue was all alone, how could he use so many things? Finally, unable to resist asking, he said, "Without anyone to help you, using this stuff for your own defense is no different." Zhang Wenyue straightened his posture against the white tiger, his handsome face showing pride. Boss, it's all thanks to my big treasure at home. It helped me tame a group of over a dozen monkeys. They are very smart with intelligence comparable to that of a 10-year-old human. I just want this group of monkeys to operate them." After chatting a bit more with Zhang Wenyue, Chen Wen flipped to his chat group. The chat group had grown to over 200 people due to several invitations. Some were chatting inside. "They'll be putting up a batch of weapons. Everyone can purchase what they need." Chen Wen sent a message in the group. "The group leader has finally appeared. Boss, can I cling to your thigh? Boss, I'm a lowly light and agile. Do you need someone to warm your bed?" As soon as Chen Wen sent the message, the group erupted with excitement. Everyone knew this group was built by a rapidly developing survivor. Usually Chen Wen rarely appeared in the group. He just quietly glanced at the messages. He directly listed 45 cannons and 500 rifles for trade in the chat group. "Everyone look. The boss actually made cannons, how impressive. Woo, I'm still worrying about cold weapons, and the boss has even made hot weapons. I seriously suspect that the boss and we aren't playing the same game. Are you all missing the point? These cannons and rifles have such great power. Cannons can threaten Class A, and rifles can attack Class C. The items are great, but they're too expensive. One cannon costs 500 spirit stones, one rifle costs 50 spirit stones, and 10 rounds of ammunition cost 1 spirit stone. This is faster than robbery. Farewell, I the poor bee am not worthy of being here." 1-1 Despite the barrage of complaints, everyone acted quickly. "Ding, your cannon has been traded. You received 500 spirit stones. Ding, your rifle has been traded. You received 50 spirit stones. Ding, your ammunition has been traded. You received 5000 spirit stones." Chen Wen looked at the traded items feeling ecstatic. He had marked up all the prices tenfold over the cost. For those who are short of spirit stones, they are using some special rare treasures and blueprints. Private message, Chen Wen. This item is essential for survival, and although many claim it is expensive, their actions show no hesitation. No one can escape the law of true fragrance. In this round of transactions, Chen Wen directly acquired nearly 500 spirit stones, along with some blueprints and rare treasures. Currently, the production capacity of the territory is limited, but more items will be provided gradually. If you have special items, feel free to message me privately. After sending this message, Chen Wen retracted the survival manual. If it weren't for the need to keep some items in reserve, he would have thrown everything in his warehouse into the public trading channel. Chen Wen physique 2000 spirit, 2000 talent, perfect absorption skills. After this period of cultivation, Chen Wen felt that he had reached the physical limit of his training. Both his physique and spirit had reached their peak. The only regret Chen Wen had was that the quality of his inner energy had significantly improved due to the tempering of the source fire. Inner energy nourishes the physique, and the physique generates inner energy. Indirectly, Chen Wen's physique was much stronger than that of his peers. Without such extraordinary treasures, his spiritual power merely increased in quantity, without much quality enhancement. During cultivation, he felt a barrier blocking further progress. It's time to break through to a level. Gongsun Zan was indeed correct. The better the foundation, the easier the subsequent breakthroughs will be. Chen Wen sat on the bed, stroking his chin with one hand. He sensed that the barrier to reaching the limit of level was very thin. With a gentle prod, he could easily surpass it. When he previously reached the level bottleneck, he could also surpass it, but it required a gradual process of refinement. Chen Wen gently said to the two little ones, "Linger, Xiao Bai, stay a bit farther from me. I need to break through my cultivation." Xiao Bai chirped twice. "Don't worry, Daddy, I'll take good care of Xiao Bai." Linger waved to Xiao Bai and brought him to the sofa across from the bed. Chen Wen looked at the two little ones sitting opposite him, their faces filled with nervousness. He couldn't help but chuckle lightly and said softly, "Don't worry, this is just a normal breakthrough." Chen Wen took out dozens of spirit stones and tossed them beside him. After saying this, Chen Wen closed his eyes and focused his mind, sensing the inner energy within his body. The 11 Zhang Dantian was already filled with inner energy, crystal clear and devoid of any impurities. In the center, a tiny flame was slowly burning. Although the source fire was a flame, it brought an immense warmth to Chen Wen, harmonizing everything without causing any explosions. This was all Chen Wen's illusion. He was its master and host. Otherwise, the entire territory would have turned. Up to now, Chen Wen still couldn't mobilize this tiny flame and hadn't found a way to increase it. His spiritual power slowly guided the inner energy within the dantian. One strand, two strands, three strands. More and more, finally forming an unstoppable river. Within Chen Wen's meridians, the organs were continuously operating. The speed increased, accelerating constantly. The inner energy in the dantian was also diminishing. When all the inner energy circulated within Chen Wen's body, the external energies of the world continuously gathered towards Chen Wen, transforming into even more inner energy. His body, operating at full speed, expanded noticeably. The meridians bulged beneath his skin, causing astonishment and fear in onlookers. Chen Wen was currently fully concentrated, mobilizing all his spiritual power to control the flow, direction, and trajectory of the inner energy. Uncertain how much time had passed, Chen Wen felt the level barrier. A thin obstacle clearly appeared in his mind. An instinctive sensation told him that as long as he controlled this inner energy and pushed it all back to the dantian, he would break through to a level. With the thought, he controlled the inner energy flowing through his meridians to strike the dantian. Boom, boom, boom. Due to the speed being too fast, the inner energy surged into the dantian, creating a series of thunderous sounds as it constantly struck the dantian's outer wall. Inside the dantian, the rumbling continued. The sounds of inner energy colliding with inner energy, the sounds of inner energy striking the dantian, made it seem as though the dantian had turned into a raging ocean, endlessly roaring. Like the primordial chaos opening up, a singularity exploded. Only the tiny flame at the center remained still like a mountain. Just as the sea accepts all rivers, the dantian welcomed all incoming inner energy without rejection. As the inner energies continually clashed, some merged while others dissipated, and the quality of the merging energies further enhanced. The dantian also gradually expanded amidst the continuous bombardment. 11. 5 zhang, 12 zhang, 13 zhang. The sea of consciousness also passively expanded along with the dantian's growth. When the last strand of inner energy entered the dantian, its size had reached an astonishing 49 zhang. The human body is one of the most mysterious structures in the universe, harboring endless hidden spaces. The dantian and sea of consciousness are among the largest. When the body reaches a certain level, it gains the ability to expand and develop these spaces. The energy consumed in this process is also terrifying. Normally, a breakthrough to a level would only expand the dantian by 2 to 3 times. Comparing this, one can understand how profound Chen Wen's accumulation is. Fortune and misfortune coexist. The last time he nearly transcended in the midst of heaven and earth brought him gains that his current self cannot comprehend. Moreover, his talent for perfect absorption during that transcendent moment allowed him to completely assimilate deeper levels of understanding. Ordinary people who receive the opportunity to merge with heaven and earth, even if not lost in fate's bestowal, gain far less than Chen Wen, only a tenth. When everything concluded, he earnestly sensed the various changes within his body. Upon seeing the vast space and the thin layer of inner energy, his face was filled with a wry smile. He sighed. This inner energy is at most only 1/10 of the original. It will take time to refine it again. Just as Chen Wen thought this. Through the mysterious channels of heaven and earth, strands of inner energy continuously generated within the stable dantian. Chen Wen slapped his forehead. How could I forget about the Xuanjia guards? However, the quality of this newly generated inner energy was simply too poor. Compared to the inner energy he cultivated, there was a clear distinction, and he didn't even dare to approach it. Only after being tempered by the source fire could it merge into his inner energy mass. Chen Wen sensed it carefully out. It took about 150 strands to generate a single strand of his inner energy. There was no way around it. The Xuanjia guards had just entered level, and a few who received rewards were only latest. Chen Wen's level was much higher than theirs, and the quality of his inner energy far surpassed theirs. Coupled with the tempering of the source fire, there was simply no comparison. I'm truly greedy, having a free external aid that continuously provides, yet I'm still picky. Chen Wen, after checking the current state, he shifted his attention to the sea of consciousness. Its size matched that of the dantian as if they were in sync. Clearly, the sea of consciousness did not undergo the same violent expansion as the dantian. Unable to comprehend this, Chen Wen decided not to dwell on it. The boat will go straight when it reaches the bridge, and he will understand in due time. As Chen Wen was breaking through outside the territory, Avril was resting cross-legged in the barracks. Click! It felt as if a shackle had been released from his body, bringing a wave of relief. The Lord I follow has an impressive talent, breaking through to a level so quickly. Avril murmured to herself softly. Chen Wen opened his eyes to find 2 little ones gazing intently at him. Haha, both little ones said not to worry too much. In a good mood, Chen Wen laughed heartily. Linger joyfully flew to Chen Wen's cheek, saying, I knew Daddy would succeed. You are the best daddy. The sound of Xiao Bai also chimed in. Chen Wen gently stroked the 2 little ones. Looking at his own body, he noticed it was no longer covered in dirt as before. This time, only a faint white powder remained, very little. This indicated that the impurities in his body were decreasing and his physique was getting closer to perfection. Cultivation is essentially a process of eliminating the dross and retaining the essence. You 2 little ones play for a while, I will go wash up, Chen Wen said, standing up and heading straight to the bathroom in the bed. Water flowed over Chen Wen's body, the faint white powder washing away with it. Chen Wen looked at his skin becoming whiter and smoother, full of elasticity. With a body as beautiful as white jade and skin as cool as ice, girls would surely envy him. Those without special physiques were simply not ugly. Clenching his fists, the feeling of power filling his body left Chen Wen utterly intoxicated. After a brief wash, Chen Wen returned to the room and played with the two little ones before resting. Although the character data in the survival manual could display information to know the specific changes Chen Wen needed to explore himself, it was also inconvenient to test at night. The next day, after breakfast, Chen Wen arrived at the military camp where routine training was underway and Xian Yi was gathering the troops for an outing. "My lord," Xian Yi said respectfully upon seeing Chen Wen arrive. Currently the strength of the Xuanjia guards was still weak, providing little assistance to Chen Wen, so he hadn't taken them along apart from initially bringing them to level up by defeating monsters. Xian Yi and the Xuanjia guards should not go out today," Chen Wen replied. Hearing this, Xian Yi showed a look of confusion. "My lord, do we have any tasks today?" "Yes, shortly you will find Li Li. He will select some people. You will protect them and take them to the river behind the territory, half to be given to Gu Lao and half to be sent downstream to my location." Chen Wen nodded. After giving instructions to Xian Yi, he found Gongsun Zhan in the training field. When Gongsun Zhan saw Chen Wen for the first time, his face lit up with surprise as he hurriedly said, "Congratulations, my lord, on breaking through to a class. May you be blessed with great fortune." "Huh, I was much slower than General Gongsun." Chen Wen also laughed heartily, saying humbly. However, the pride on his face was hard to hide from others. Nevertheless, Chen Wen had the right to be proud. Before his breakthrough, he had sparred with Gongsun Zhan, and the two were evenly matched. Now Gongsun Zhan was no longer his opponent. "General Gongsun, please arrange for more personnel to patrol outside today. The Xuanjia guards will not be going out to hunt," Chen Wen instructed Gongsun Zhan. Gongsun Zhan did not question the reason, as a soldier's duty is to obey orders. He nodded, indicating he would make the arrangements. Recently, Niu Da had been leading the troops to clear out the monsters. He was having a great time going out early and returning late, but it greatly contributed to his strength improvement, and he should be close to breaking through to a class. Chen Wen continued, "How has the situation around the territory been in the past couple of days? Has there been any change?" Gongsun Zhan replied, "My lord, during this time Niu Da has been clearing monsters and hasn't caused any impact on the territory. According to our current pace of clearing the monsters, there will be no beast tide." Seeing Chen Wen, Gongsun Zhan hesitated for a moment. Chen Wen noticed the change and said, "General Gongsun, if you have something to say, please do." Gongsun Zhan spoke uncertainly. "The temperature outside has been rising rapidly, and the snow is melting faster and faster. While searching for treasure chests, we noticed that their numbers have started to dwindle. We don't know if something significant is about to happen. Although we were summoned by you, my lord, we can help you search for treasure chests. We have some knowledge from before, but most of it has been forgotten. You survivors understand it better. Survivor treasure chests can only be seen by survivors, and characters summoned by survivors, the natives cannot see them." Chen Wen had already confirmed this through Su Song and Kai Chi. However, the items inside the treasure chests can be used by the natives. Chen Wen thought for a moment this should be a good thing. He then said, "Recently the increase in treasure chests should be a reward for us survivors. Now that their number is decreasing, it indicates that the snow disaster should be coming to an end. I will take some time to gather more information." What Chen Wen meant by gathering information was to browse the chat channel and see how others were faring. However, what he knew now was that the beasts and monsters around everyone were going wild, hunting frantically. Chen Wen continued, "Ava's archery troops gathered 500 people yesterday. You should communicate more with her. You are a ranged fighter and she is a melee fighter. You will need to cooperate later and complement each other. Moreover, Ava has an extraordinary background and knows many things we are unaware of. I have asked her, but she did not tell me. I hope that through your cooperation more information can be unearthed." "Understood, my lord," Gongsun Zhan replied. After delivering these instructions, Chen Wen exited the walls of food. No one followed Chen Wen today, allowing him to unleash his speed. Due to just breaking through, he had not fully mastered it. As he ran along the road, he left a series of deep footprints moving at lightning speed. The residents on the road barely caught sight of Chen Wen. They only felt a gust of wind pass by, and the snow that had not completely melted was swept aside. It took just over a minute to cover nearly 2 kilometers to reach Gu Lao. Seeing Gu Lao from a distance, Chen Wen hurriedly slowed down. "Having broken through to a class, my speed has increased several times. Now I can reach around 150 meters per second. This is still due to my imperfect control over strength and body. I can further improve in the future," Chen Wen thought to himself. Upon seeing Chen Wen arrive, Gu Lao approached with an anxious expression. "Xiao Chen Wen." Gu Lao's face looked somewhat grim. Chen Wen, seeing Gu Lao's demeanor, rushed to ask Gu Lao what happened. Gu Lao nodded, saying, "This morning while we were working, monsters appeared from the river. They were extremely ferocious, resembling piranhas from the original world, but were much larger." Hearing Gu Lao's words, Chen Wen looked towards the river, and indeed saw some large fish swimming around that hadn't been there yesterday, some occasionally surfacing for air. They indeed resembled what Gu Lao described with a fierce appearance and sharp teeth measuring over a meter in length. The strange fish was covered in scales, but Chen Wen observed that they seemed to be concentrated in the middle of the river, rarely approaching the shore. He aimed at a fish that leaped out of the water and activated his treasure appraisal by throwing it at the creature. Bone-eating fish possesses sharp teeth and powerful digestive organs. Bloodthirsty and brutal, they are numerous. If you encounter them in the water, may luck be on your side for your escape. Their weakness is that they cannot survive on land. Note: bone-eating fish are cannon fodder of the sea tribe. After reading the description of these fish, Chen Wen spoke. Old Gu, these fish seem unable to live on land, right? It shouldn't affect the construction, should it? Old Gu also looked at the strange fish flopping in the river, nodded, then shook his head. They indeed cannot live on land, but they will attack those standing on the shore. This morning 2 goblins were dragged into the water, their bones untraceable. What? Chen Wen raised his voice a bit. There have already been casualties. Anger flashed across Chen Wen's face, for the territory had never experienced casualties until now. Even when the beast tide appeared during their weaker times, there were no casualties. The territory's population was already small, and every individual was a cornerstone. Watching the strange fish in the river, a surge of anger rose within him. The internal energy within him gathered continuously, radiating a chilling, killing intent. Adding to this, Chen Wen had just broken through, and his control over his own strength was not yet perfect. The internal energy leaked out, and the force of his killing intent sent the stones on the ground flying. Xiao Chen, are you alright? Old Gu was pushed back several steps by Chen Wen's sudden change, and quickly spoke up. At that moment, Chen Wen came to his senses, and turned to see Old Gu had been pushed back a full yard, a hint of paleness on his face. Chen Wen hurriedly controlled the flow of his internal energy, and retracted his imposing aura. Old Gu, now at crank, simply could not withstand the killing intent he had inadvertently emitted. Chen Wen quickly walked over to support Old Gu, and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Old Gu. I just broke through to a rank yesterday, and my control over my power isn't perfect yet. Are you hurt?" Old Gu shook his head, the paleness on his face slowly turning rosy as he replied, "I'm fine. It was just your sudden imposing aura that caught me off guard and made it hard to breathe." Suddenly Old Gu turned around and stared at Chen Wen in astonishment. "Xiao Chen, you just said you broke through to a rank. How did you do it so quickly?" During Old Gu's training, his cultivation speed had been very slow. It had taken Chen Wen a month to break through to rank. Old Gu had only managed to break through to crank after receiving the blessings of the ancient tree of fortune. Even after all this time, he was still at the early stages of crank. Although part of the reason was that his talent was not suited for cultivation, the environment was excellent, filled with several times the natural energy compared to the outside world, and every meal was enriched with magical ingredients. Chen Wen shook his head with a light laugh, and replied, "Old Gu, you've been quite slow. You could have broken through long ago, but you held off to solidify your foundation. These are minor matters. Oh, let's talk about these strange fish. I just discovered that these strange fish belong to the bone-eating fish, which are the subordinate forces of the sea tribe. Their strength is not too formidable, it's just that their numbers make them terrifying in the water, somewhat akin to the piranhas in our world, attacking in groups. The problem now is that we are in the nebula forest while the sea tribe lives in the endless sea, which is who knows how far from us. There are no large rivers around. How did they reach our territory?" Old Gu listened to Chen Wen's account and began to think seriously. Lacking Chen Wen's treasure appraisal, he did not fully understand the situation. After a long silence, both Chen Wen and Old Gu could only shake their heads helplessly. There were no clues. Chen Wen could only temporarily give up, and asked Old Gu, "I saw that the minotaurs are patrolling by the riverbank. These bone-eating fish shouldn't be able to harm the workers, right?" Old Gu replied helplessly, "We have been working for too long. A significant portion of the minotaurs also need to transport the excavated soil. If they don't work, our progress will be very slow. Originally, I wanted the minotaurs to directly eliminate them, but the issue is that the minotaurs are not adept at swimming and can't catch them in the water. Minotaurs are typically brutes lacking intelligence, and their use of internal energy is too rough. All their attack skills are melee with no ranged capabilities." Thinking that those strange fish had harmed 2 residents, Chen Wen's anger surged. "Old Gu will handle this. Yesterday, I had Lily tally the number of people with earth magic who could be dispatched here. Over 100. You keep half here and send the other half to me." After saying this, Chen Wen reminded Old Gu to rest and walked towards the riverbank. "Greetings, my lord." The patrolling minotaurs saw Chen Wen approach and quickly greeted him. Chen Wen nodded. "Continue your patrol. I need to see how to deal with these bone-eating fish. These bone-eating fish are truly hideous, with protruding fish eyes the size of fists. As they opened their mouths, sharp teeth filled them. Their bodies are so large that if it weren't for the melting snow causing the river to rapidly widen and deepen, they wouldn't be able to survive in this river." Standing on the riverbank, Chen Wen circulated his internal energy and saw a bone-eating fish leap out of the water as a blade of energy shot out, resembling a long rainbow, breaking the sound barrier with a loud bang. Boom. The bone-eating fish that leaped out of the water had no time to react before being struck by the blade of energy and exploded on impact. Flesh flew everywhere and blood stained that section of the river. The surrounding fish smelled the blood and quickly swam towards the carcass of the exploded bone-eating fish to consume its remains. Chen Wen was disgusted by these fish, who indeed they were a low-witted species, not even sparing their own kind's corpse. Watching the bone-eating fish continuously leap out of the water, Chen Wen kept launching blades of energy. Observing the situation on the water's surface, it formed a cycle. The more bone-eating fish Chen Wen killed, the stronger the bloody scent became, attracting even more bone-eating fish, and before he knew it, he had killed at least 100. However, the number of fish in the water did not seem to decrease. Instead, they gathered more and more. The surrounding working residents were also drawn over by the commotion. The main reason was that Chen Wen's blade of energy was too powerful. Each strike detonated in the water. My lord is mighty. My lord is invincible. My lord is mighty. My lord is invincible. My lord is mighty. My lord is invincible. Someone started. All the workers stopped their tasks, raised their tools high, and shouted loudly. Chen Wen ignored the excited residents and looked at the increasingly numerous bone-eating fish. In just a short while, at least 1,000 had gathered upstream and downstream, with more continuously converging from afar. Over 100 bone-eating fish bled, dyeing the surrounding area red for hundreds of meters. Chen Wen summoned the internal energy of the Xianyuan sword, channeling it to his feet as he walked on water. Be careful, my lord, shouted a minotaur nearby. Chen Wen waved his hand, signaling that there was no need to worry. The sheer number of fish was overwhelming, and killing them one by one would take an eternity. Chen Wen wanted to try a big move he had been contemplating for a long time. Walking atop the crimson river, the bone-eating fish beneath looked up in fear at the Xianyuan sword in his hand, emitting sharp, ear-piercing cries, while nothing dared to approach within a radius of 10 feet. Swinging the golden Xianyuan sword, the sword aura's power was several times stronger than a mere projection. In one sweep, he dispatched several bone-eating fish. As he reached the center of the river and observed the ever-increasing bone-eating fish around him, Chen Wen closed his eyes, and the Xianyuan sword continuously swung in the air, generating sword auras with each motion. However, these sword auras did not slash outward like before, but rather began to rotate slowly around Chen Wen. 1, 2, 3. Accumulating more and more until they densely surrounded him. Spin for me. Chen Wen suddenly opened his eyes and shouted. The sword auras around him began to accelerate and whirl around him. The already powerful sword auras, now in sufficient quantity, spiraled incessantly. A sword aura tornado slowly formed around Chen Wen. With the tornado howling, the water beneath Chen Wen began to swirl into a vortex, expanding continuously. Anything that approached the vortex was instantly sucked in, turning into blood and mud. Chen Wen could not afford to be distracted, now unleashing several hundred to 1,000 sword auras at once, which was a significant drain on his internal energy. This was not the end, merely the beginning. Now Chen Wen needed to use a special technique to control the sword's rotation with his spiritual power. His mind was completely immersed in the vortex formed by the sword auras. His perception of the outside world diminished, knowing only that the bone-eating fish were being continuously drawn into the sword aura tornado. The blood water kept pouring down. The river beneath his feet had completely parted, and he himself was continuously descending, having already reached the riverbed. The onlookers by the riverbank were astonished by Chen Wen's actions. Gazing at the sky-blocking sword aura tornado, the water surged skyward, breaking through the clouds as dark clouds rolled like a black curtain. The gale attracted by the sword aura tornado grew increasingly wild and powerful, akin to an army of thousands rampaging mercilessly. It seemed intent on devouring everything, continuously drawing in the surrounding waters bone-eating fish and river silt. Like a ferocious tiger, the sword aura tornado emitted an immensely powerful suction towards the crowd on the shore. Retreat, shouted the elder, who was the first to react. In the blink of an eye, from the time Chen Wen moved to the center of the river to the formation of this colossal sword aura tornado, only 2 or 3 minutes had passed. The ordinary residents nearby with their low levels could no longer stand their ground. Hearing the elder's shout, they snapped back to reality and quickly fled backward. Everyone retreat. The power of my lord's move is too strong. The Minotaur assisted those who could no longer move. Roughly lifting them, he threw them back several hundred meters. They had retreated 500 meters before the sword aura tornado ceased to affect them. A crowd of 1 to 2,000 stood quietly at a distance, not daring to make a sound. This was the manifestation of celestial power, and they feared that even the slightest disturbance would provoke a ruthless backlash. Poochie poochie. The sound of the bone-eating fish being torn apart by the sword auras echoed in Chen Wen's ears. The power was overwhelming, and he could only stand at the center of the sword aura tornado, maintaining its rotation. The tornado's rotation speed increased, and its range expanded. A massive tornado with a diameter exceeding 20 meters and a height of over 100 meters had formed, with the surrounding waters spiraling upward along with it, creating a vacuum area. The sky was now overcast with dark clouds, electric serpents weaving through them, as a torrential downpour began over the river. Boom! The sound of sword auras colliding with the water and objects was incessant. This was the convergence of immense power, severing the river flow. Countless severed limbs and fragments were flung into the air, scattering in all directions. Chen Wen did not know how much time had passed. Was it 1 minute or 5? He only felt that he was nearing the point of losing control over the direction of the sword aura tornado. Decisively using his spiritual power, he slowed the sword auras. When everything settled, the rushing river resumed its flow downward. The riverbed where Chen Wen stood had sunk more than 10 feet. The dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, and sunlight once again illuminated the land. Chen Wen stood on the reflowing river looking at the surrounding waters that had turned bright red. The strong, pungent smell of blood assaulted his senses. There was no trace of the bone-eating fish to be found, only the crimson river and countless pieces of flesh around proved that they had just been there. The scene was exceptionally bloody and tragic. Chen Wen had spent this time relentlessly slaughtering magical beasts, inhaling the sharp scent of blood surrounding him. He felt a wave of nausea rising within him, and with an urge to vomit, Chen Wen dashed towards the shore like a gust of wind, reaching the elder and the others in the blink of an eye. Seeing Chen Wen appear on the shore, the surrounding minotaurs had reddened eyes filled with fervent admiration. Long live my lord! My lord is invincible! Long live my lord! My lord is invincible! Long live my lord! My lord is invincible! Everyone's eyes brimmed with adoration, exuding fervor. They were completely like religious zealots. Chen Wen smiled at all of this, his heart swelling with pride. Having such a group of devoted subjects was both his fortune and theirs. Today we lost 2 brothers to the monsters in the river. I cannot let this go unpunished, for they are our kin, part of the universe's fabric. Like a declaration under a banner, those who offend our universe shall be punished no matter how far. Chen Wen's expression grew serious, his voice resonating like a great bell echoing through the heavens and earth, lingering long after. Those who offend our universe shall be punished no matter how far. Those who offend our universe shall be punished no matter how far. Seeing that the atmosphere was right, Chen Wen raised both hands, signaling for everyone to quiet down. The monsters in the river have been dealt with. You may continue your work and contribute your strength to the construction of our territory. After hearing this, they each picked up their tools again and returned to their original positions. At the riverbank now, due to Chen Wen's great actions, countless scraps were scattered chaotically. One must know that the group of bone-eating fish just slaughtered numbered at least several thousand. Some were washed away by the river, but a large portion had scattered around due to the tornado. Even the ditches dug just yesterday had been partially covered by fallen branches and stones, requiring them to be redone. The ancient man beside him looked sternly at Chen Wen and said, "Young Chen, you should use this ultimate move sparingly in the future. It is too harmful to the balance of nature. After using this move, the surrounding area truly becomes barren." He paused and pointed at the still crimson river, saying, "Look, this section of the river is devoid of any life. Only when the creatures from upstream and downstream gradually converge here will it change." Looking at the tragic scene on the river's surface, dismembered limbs and pieces of flesh were scattered everywhere. Chen Wen was very satisfied with the attack power of the Blade Storm, but now seeing the devastation around him, he felt a pang of sorrow. This section of the river was at least 1 kilometer long, and all the fish and shrimp had perished. However, the consumption of this move was exceptionally severe. With Chen Wen's current accumulated reserves and mental energy, he felt fatigued. Indeed, the skill book specifically noted that A-level skills should not be used. The consumption was simply too great. If it were a B-level skill, Chen Wen would be completely drained, and even if he formed the Blade Storm, he wouldn't be able to control it, which could lead to his demise. Chen Wen nodded, his expression grave as he surveyed the current environment, and said, "Indeed, it cannot be used frequently. It is too damaging to the balance, and the consumption is too great. Ancient One, please arrange for the workers to start working. I need to recover." After saying this, Chen Wen sat down on the spot, took out a pile of spirit stones from his space ring, placed them around him, and began to close his eyes to recuperate his internal energy and mental strength. The surrounding energy of heaven and earth continuously converged towards Chen Wen, and after a quarter of an hour, he finally completed his recovery. The speed of cultivating the chi refining technique was indeed too slow, and Chen Wen had been searching for a technique that could seamlessly connect with it. "Young Chen, are you alright?" While Chen Wen was recovering, the ancient man stood guard nearby, and quickly asked when he saw him. Chen Wen smiled and shook his head, saying, I'm fine. It's just that this move consumed a lot, nearly exhausting 70 of my internal energy." "Ancient One, during this phase of construction, you must arrange for the Minotaurs to patrol properly. It would not be good if any accidents occur." After chatting a bit more with the ancient man, Chen Wen began to hurry downstream. When he arrived at the construction site, work was in full swing. The commotion upstream caused by Chen Wen did not affect the ongoing work below. Although they saw the sky changing and thunder rumbling, the distance was indeed a bit far, and it had no significant impact. "My lord." Seeing Chen Wen arrive, Nyoda hurried to greet him. "Nyoda, has anything happened downstream?" Chen Wen inquired. Nyoda looked at Chen Wen with his 2 big cow eyes full of confusion. "My lord, nothing has happened. There were just some strange fish in the river today. I killed all the ones near the shore." Hearing this, Chen Wen was very pleased, his eyes filled with appreciation. Well, hearing Chen Wen's praise was the greatest happiness for Luda. Nyoda stood there with a goofy grin. "Serving my lord is what I should do." Chen Wen noticed that Luda had changed significantly. He no longer spoke without thinking, and while his speech was still straightforward, he also began to consider the consequences. "Keep up the good work. This time I'll mark it as an achievement for you. You are currently at the late stage of level, and when you reach the peak of level, I will give you a jus fruit to help you break through to a level." Chen Wen was not stingy about the strength enhancement of the high-ranking members of his territory. There should always be a reason for the rewards of the genius imperial treasure, and taking this opportunity Chen Wen rewarded him directly. Thank you, my lord. I will definitely break through to the peak of level within half a month. Nyota shouted excitedly. Chen Wen shot him a disapproving glare. Useless fellow, if you're so happy about breaking through to the peak of level, what will happen when you break through to S level or S level? Will you faint from excitement? Being scolded by Chen Wen, Nyota instantly wilted, feeling aggrieved as he said, My lord, our Minotaur bloodline heritage is originally low, and the maximum level we can achieve is level. Those with better talent might reach a level. Isn't this a reason to be happy? This was indeed the case. Among the orcs, Minotaurs were considered a lower middle-tier race, primarily used as laborers. The royal family among the orcs, the Golden Behemoth, was incredibly powerful. Naturally, they could reach S level with natural growth, possessing immense physical strength and formidable defenses. To prevent any accidents, Chen Wen had Nyota personally lead the patrol. He continued to labor, watching as clumps of mud formed on the ground. Chen Wen could only shake his head and smile bitterly. As a lord, he actually had to move bricks personally. By noon, a Xian Yi brought over more than 60 residents to Chen Wen's location. My lord, I have brought them all here. Xian Yi said respectfully. We greet you, my lord. The residents following behind also spoke in unison. Chen Wen nodded slightly, signaling them to wait a moment, then turned to Xian Yi and instructed, Xian Yi, you take the Xian Jia guards to hunt nearby, and also investigate if there are any abnormalities. Understood, my lord. Xian Yi respectfully replied, then led the Xian Jia guards to begin patrolling along. In fact, all the Xian Jia guards were diligently training, as Chen Wen's exclusive troops, not being able to protect him closely, was a shame for them. Their rate of improvement was already very fast, but even faster progress still required time to complete. Xian Jia guards level Chen Wen's exclusive troops capable of summoning 300 initial level Xian Jia guards. They can only be resummoned if there are soldier casualties. When paired with warhorses, they can function as light cavalry. They are a growing type of troop with immense potential. They possess exclusive troop skills. One Bloodbath can advance through combat level 350, 010, 0002. Life and death together level allows 9 individuals to connect and share damage. 3. United Efforts level can channel 30 of Xian Jia's strength to the commander. Looking at the departing Xian Jia guards, Chen Wen could only shake his head helplessly. After all, his growth rate was faster than theirs through leveling up by killing monsters. These past few days, the Xian Jia guards had been crazily fighting outside, exuding an overwhelming stench of blood and killing intent. The level bronze armor specially equipped for them was no longer purely bronze, it was stained with indelible blood. Retracting his gaze, Chen Wen looked at the more than 60 mages standing respectfully in front of him. The reason I called you all here is to assign you a mission. Follow me. Chen Wen led the more than 60 mages to the platform of a small hill. In fact, it could no longer be considered a hill. It had been shaved down by half and resembled an altar. Chen Wen demonstrated how to transform soil into mud blocks. My lord, what is this for? Just watch closely, my lord will definitely have instructions. Seeing Chen Wen's actions, everyone focused intently, occasionally whispering among themselves. Chen Wen finished his demonstration and spoke to the more than 60 people, saying, What you need to do is to transform this small hill into blocks of mud, as I just showed you, and then let the Minotaurs transport them away. Our goal is to completely remove this small hill at the bend. Now Chen Wen's command left over 60 people standing dumbfounded. Although half of the small hill had been removed, it was still 70 to 80 meters high, and a large part was submerged in the water. Although they heard that the Lord was moving the mountain, they didn't expect it to be this large. Did you hear me? Chen Wen saw them standing there in a daze and shouted again. Only then did they react. Yes, my lord. Everyone started working, and the scene became bustling with activity. The speed suddenly doubled. The people transporting the stones were overwhelmed. A group of people working together was indeed much faster than Chen Wen alone. Although each of their individual results and areas covered were only 1/4, or even 1/5 of Chen Wen's. But with 50 to 60 people, they were significantly quicker. By evening, they were already close to the foot of the mountain, only a meter above the water's surface. After this point, relying on these ordinary workers was no longer feasible. It depended on Chen Wen and the Minotaurs, who used their skills to slice and toss the remaining parts from the water onto the shore. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Boom, boom. A towering Minotaur stood in the water at a sharp bend, swinging a massive axe and continuously chopping into the water. Each chop split the water and struck the stones in the river, shattering them into massive boulders. Before the water could gather, it was tossed onto the shore by the 2 nearby Minotaurs. Everyone keep it up. We're almost done. The Lord said that everyone participating in this labor will receive a reward, shouted the Minotaur wielding the axe loudly. Long live the Lord. The Minotaurs and ordinary residents transporting mud and stones were filled with enthusiasm. Chen Wen stood by the shore observing the progress of the construction. In just 3 short days, they had completely leveled 2 small hills, even extending down to more than 10 meters deep in the riverbed. Now from 5 kilometers above the river to more than 10 kilometers below, the width exceeded 100 meters, truly expanding the previously narrow river tenfold. At the second shaped bend, they had nearly completed the work in just 2 short days. The melting snow had accelerated and the river's water volume was increasing. Chen Wen looked up at the distance. Although there was still some white snow, a patch of lush green had already emerged. The snow had melted and all things were revived. This was the law of nature. At this rate of melting, the remaining snow will be gone in no more than 3 days, Chen Wen thought to himself. Sigh, I hope this snow disaster passes and the culprits behind it do not cause any more trouble. The number of survivors has decreased by 1/10 due to this snow disaster. This was not Chen Wen being overly sentimental. Anyone in a foreign land would feel the same way. Shaking his head vigorously, Chen Wen refocused and continued directing the construction team to finish the final touches. Nyoda lead the team to clean up the camp, take everything that can be taken. Chen Wen shouted loudly to Nyoda, who was currently washing off the mud in the river. Upon hearing Chen Wen call him, he immediately stood up and replied, Yes, my lord. Brothers. The lord has issued an order, everyone assemble to clean up the camp. He called out to the minotaurs who were happily swimming and washing in the river. Swish, swish. A loud sound broke the air, and all the minotaurs gathered on the shore to begin collecting their. The ordinary residents had already piled the tools in an open area. All Nyoda and the others needed to do was pack them into space rings to take back. Chen Wen did not plan to dismantle these temporary structures. If the population grew too rapidly in the future and the Blessed Land could not upgrade quickly enough to accommodate them, he would build villages outside. Chen Wen's idea was to place all residents within the Blessed Land. Upgrading the Blessed Land later was not something that could be done just by wanting to. Lacking materials would make it difficult to achieve. So far, the thing Chen Wen lacked the most was the heart of the earth vein. He had no news about it, while materials for the base upgrade had already piled up considerably. After a short while, Nyoda respectfully handed over several space rings to Chen Wen, saying, My lord, everything has been packed up. Can we go back now? And we can set off? You all stay around to protect the residents, Chen Wen instructed Nyoda. After we return, don't let them go back to their residential buildings. First gather at the city gate. Distribute the rewards for this labor. After giving these instructions, Chen Wen led the Xuanjia guards back ahead of the group. He wanted to check if the items Lili had prepared were ready. Rewards for merit, penalties for faults, otherwise no one would put their heart into working for the territory. Over 300 people rushed back, and in no time they returned to the territory. As they reached the city gate, they saw a crowd bustling about. A row of 10 tables had already been set up under the city wall, each piled with various supplies. Monster meat, medicinal herbs, and high-grade vegetables. These were all rare treasures, mostly at levels D and E, with some being C level. Brother Chen, you're back. Seeing Chen Wen, Lili hurried over, speaking while glancing back. After a moment of looking, she asked Chen Wen with curiosity, Didn't Brother Chen say the work would be finished today? Why did only you few return? I came back early to check if everything here was ready, Chen Wen replied lightly. Brother Chen, everything is complete, Lili said joyfully, pointing at the tables under the city wall and the supplies piled behind. According to each person's level, everyone will receive a portion of monster meat and a rare treasure. These arrangements were thanks to Xiao AI, who retrieved the chip information implanted in the territory to accurately distribute what each person needed. When distributing, Xiao AI would separate 10 portions for each person. During this time, all the residents of the territory had already implanted nanochips, which greatly facilitated things. When depositing contribution coins in the bank, information was recorded on the chips. The only drawback was that it could not facilitate transactions. It could only record information, and physical currency was still necessary. That's good. Why haven't I seen Gu Lao? They should have returned by this morning. Chen Wen scanned the area and asked again. Lili smiled and said, Gu Lao handed over the personnel to me as soon as he returned to the territory. He went to the research institute, saying he had an inspiration and wanted to do some research. The more than 1,000 people who followed Gu Lao had already received their supplies and returned to their villages to. Gazing down at the bustling crowd below, Jiang Chun noted that dusk was fast approaching. Many idle townsfolk and farmers had gathered around to watch. Chen Wen led Lili up onto the city wall. There she recounted the recent developments across the territory and described several items acquired through the trading channel. 4 kages required saltpeter. Lili directly traded 200 units, paid in spirit rice. Though ranked merely E-class, spirit rice possessed gentle heavenly earth energy, making it exceptionally easy to absorb and highly sought after on the trading channel. Lili reported, Brother Chen, our population is growing rapidly, surpassing 15,000 now. We've ceased summoning goblins and minotaurs, and the 2 villages flanking our territory are already becoming overcrowded. She raised this demographic concern. Chen Wen nodded thoughtfully and smiled. This is excellent news. If 2 villages cannot accommodate everyone, then we shall build 2 more. People form the bedrock of any realm. Only with numbers can talent emerge. Our aim is to foster a self-sustaining cycle, where resources and talent nourish one another within the territory. Unaware of time's passage, night had fallen. Torches blazed along the perimeter of the territory, illuminating the ramparts in golden radiance. A breathtaking vista of 10,000 lanterns aglow. Lord, they're returning. Lili suddenly pointed into the distance. A luminous serpentine line of torches stretched across the horizon. The laborers who'd been working by the river were returning home. Chen Wen gave a quiet, calm nod. Over 1,000 people arrived beneath the gate. The The previously hushed entrance instantly surged with vibrant energy. My lord, you waited for us atop the wall. How benevolent our lord truly is. Once the assembly was complete, Nyoda ascended the ramparts. My lord, all personnel have assembled. None are missing. Chen Wen surveyed the crowd below. They in turn gazed upward, yet his composure remained unshaken beneath their collective gaze. Chen Wen spoke. You have labored tirelessly these past days. You averted the flood peril threatening our land. You are its true heroes. In my domain, merit demands reward, transgression warrants penalty. Your rewards await. Go forth and claim them. Long live Lord. We thank Lord for his grace. Below, 10 orderly queues had already formed before 10 distribution tables, while stewards managed the process with seamless efficiency. Xiao AI had split into 10 avatars, each standing beside a table. As Xiao AI announced recipients' names and rewards, attendants promptly dispensed the corresponding items. Li Erniu, rank D1 unit of class, meat 1 class tomato. Next, Houston, rank E1 unit of E-class, meat 1 class apple. Next, Huang Hansen, rank E1 unit of E-class, meat 1 class Lingji mushroom. One by one, each recipient collected their allotment and lingered rather than departing. They instead took positions at the rear. I envy them so much. Why wasn't I selected for this work team? Next time there's labor duty, I'll surely be chosen. Onlookers murmured among themselves, eyes shimmering with wistful admiration as they watched the recipients. Ordinary residents rarely encountered graded items in daily life. Such rarities appeared only as rewards. Most graded foodstuffs were reserved exclusively for the military. Chen Wen understood this distinction clearly. The armed forces constituted the very spine of any power. As the ancient sages declared, political authority springs from the barrel of a gun. I seek no conquest, but none shall dare assail me. Possessing strength and lacking it are worlds apart. Distributing provisions to over 1,000 people took merely half an hour, thanks to Xiao AI's presence. No identity verification was needed. With a single glance, she discerned each person's name and cultivation rank. Recipients wore expressions of elation. Many would ascend an entire tier solely through these gifts. Should their innate aptitude prove exceptional, even bottlenecks might shatter. You've all earned your rest, Chen Wen addressed the assembled crowd. Fresh assignments await tomorrow. Seeing the crowd still lingering, he added, it is our honor to serve Lord, and we thank him deeply for his generosity. It is our honor to serve Lord, and we thank him deeply for his generosity. Amid waves of gratitude, they dispersed gradually. Silence returned to the gate. Only Minotaur sentinels and staff clearing tables remained. Let us retire as well, Chen Wen said to Lili beside him. Rest well tonight. Returning alone to his chamber, Chen Wen reflected that the two young companions who usually followed him had lately pursued separate paths, while Xiao accompanied patrol squads in scavenging expeditions. Ling'er studied elven arts under Averill, though her inherited techniques were limited in scope. Over generations, the elves had cultivated a vast holistic repository of skills and knowledge. Upon Averill's arrival, Ling'er had devoted herself entirely to her tutelage. Chen Wen scanned the chat channel and trading channel, finding nothing noteworthy, then settled onto his bed to practice. Time flowed like water, swift as silk unraveling. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The snow outside had melted entirely. Chen Wen trained inside the barracks, sparring with Gong Sun Zan. Clang, clang. The sharp ring of clashing weapons echoed ceaselessly. Once again, Gong Sun Zan staggered backward, repelled by Chen Wen's force. They paused. Gong Sun Zan looked at Chen Wen with a rueful smile. My lord, you are a peerless prodigy. In just 1 week, you've reached mid-tier rank. Beside you I am but mediocrity incarnate. Chen Wen chuckled warmly. General Gongsun, do not belittle yourself. As survivors, we wield heaven's own cheat code. If not for it, we'd long have perished in this world. Just then Lili rushed over, breathless and urgent. Chen Wen's sharpened perception caught the faint sheen of sweat. She halted before him, gasping, Brother Chen, disaster looms. The survivors, something monumental has shifted. Lili, what's happened? Speak slowly. Chen Wen, alarmed by her distress, urged gently. Lili drew several deep breaths, steadying herself at last. Brother Chen checked the chat channel immediately. It's descended into utter chaos. Chen Wen had glanced at the channel that morning, seen nothing amiss, and proceeded straight to barracks training, where he'd remained ever since. He hurriedly retrieved his survivor's manual and flipped open the chat channel. At the very top, a crimson message pulsed, pinned, urgent, commanding attention. Congratulations on surviving this snow disaster. It seems I underestimated you, as over 2 billion of you have managed to stay alive. Since you have overcome this calamity, rewards are sure to follow. I look forward to your growth and have arranged some surprises for you. First, considering that over 10,000 individuals have upgraded to a blessed land, I will provide a ranking based on your blessed land's overall strength. The top 100 will receive my gifts updated monthly with rewards each time. Second, survivors who upgrade to a blessed land can form alliances, granting them the ability to teleport to each other within a range of 3,000 kilometers. Third, the maximum number of alliances is capped at 9. An alliance's blessed land will have 1 opportunity to move, allowing it to teleport around the leader's area. How can there be so many prominent figures? How did they acquire so many base upgrade devices? The Numi feels inferior. I must quickly upgrade to a blessed land and cling to the big shots. Everyone stop chatting here and hurry to see the rankings are starting to display. After reading these messages, Chen Wen felt a storm of emotions within him. Over 6 billion people worldwide had dwindled to just over 2 billion, a reduction of 2/3. Moreover, there's a significant change. Survivors are no longer isolated and can now interact with one another. The risk factor will also increase. No one wants to become someone else's subordinate under the weight of another. At any moment you might be stabbed in the back. Where brotherhood leads to betrayal for love, such things happen frequently. Just as Chen Wen was digesting this information, the survival manual in his hands emitted a dazzling light. As the glow faded, a new page appeared in the manual. The first page of the survival manual contains personal information, the second page is for chat channels, the third for trading channels, and the fourth for manufacturing. Now the fifth page prominently displays the 3 gilded characters ranking board. Ding. Please enter the name of your blessed land. Otherwise your name will be used as the name of the blessed land. Chen Wen quickly gathered his thoughts and entered the name of his blessed land in the displayed dialog box. Universe Blessed Land. At this moment the ranking page also began to display the rankings. 100th place, Survivor Su Mu Blessed Land Miniature, 9999th place, Survivor Wang Chong Level Stronger Blessed Land Miniature. 1225th place, Survivor Wu Long Level Wu Yun Blessed Land Miniature. 101st place, Survivor Lon Lin Level Lon Lin Blessed Land Miniature. A young girl in her 20s with long smooth hair and a radiant complexion sat atop a massive island. After enduring the elements, her sun-kissed skin combined with her thin wild attire exuded a primal beauty. At this moment, she was seated on a fishing boat, her eyes intently focused on the survival manual. I'm just one away, she murmured to herself. She is Lon Lin, who found herself stranded on a solitary island several kilometers wide after crossing over. With remarkable luck, she obtained an underwater breathing skill early on, enabling her to catch seafood. With the support of abundant resources from the sea, her development speed was extraordinarily rapid. She believed she had become a paragon among survivors. Unexpectedly, she only ranked 101st. Reflecting on the hardships she had endured recently, a sense of grievance welled up in her heart and tears brimmed in her eyes. The world does not revolve around an individual's will. The survival manual continued to display the rankings. 100th place, Survivor Fong Daqiang Level Daqiang Blessed Land Miniature Reward Building Upgrade X1 Luck 1. Haha, I'm 100th. Those ranked lower than me, if you want to form alliances, contact me quickly. First come first serve. Fong Daqiang saw the ranking and immediately posted recruitment information in the chat channel. Big shot, can I still join the Blessed Land without upgrading? Upstairs, are you kidding? If your Blessed Land hasn't upgraded, you can't even move it. How can you cling to a big shot? 99th place, Survivor Gavin Nail Level Storm Blessed Land Miniature Reward Building Upgrade X2, Luck 1. How did these big shots level up? Upgrading a Blessed Land quickly is one thing, but all their levels are class. System, I want to report. These people are cheating. Wow, Mom, I want to go home. 75th place, Oh Survivor Catherine Level Goddess Blessed Land Miniature Reward Dragon Origin Fruit X1, Luck 2. 60th place, Oh Survivor Mu Wei Level Huaxia Blessed Land Miniature, a Wisp of Fairy Spiritual Energy, Luck 3. You mentioned that now we can move after upgrading to a Blessed Land. Does that mean we can search for our family? Upstairs, you're really clever. I'm looking for my dad, Zhang Pengfei. If you see this message, contact me quickly. Tang Yue, if you see this message, please contact me. I'm Tang Zhan. The chat information quickly went off track. Everyone, please stop looking for your relatives for now. Let's check the rankings first. Look at the items they've obtained, which are surely extraordinary. Is there anyone from the top 100 who can showcase the attributes of what they've obtained? Please, big shot, show one. Most of the items obtained were kept quiet, but some like Fong Daqiang were flaunted. Haha, let me show you what I've got. Building upgrade order, forcibly upgrade a building by 1 level, no materials needed, useful below grade. Oh, how enviable. Can this be used to directly upgrade the Blessed Land? And it doesn't require materials. This is a huge gain. At this moment, Fong Daqiang spoke again. I've just tested it. It doesn't work for upgrading a Blessed Land, only for ordinary buildings. 30th place, Oh Survivor Do Waping, a level survival Blessed Land Miniature Reward, Washing Muscles, and Marrow once, Luck 3. On a towering volcano at the halfway point, there is a massive platform spanning at least 10 kilometers, surrounded by the smell of sulfur, with the occasional sighting of fire-based magical beasts. A muscular man with his upper body exposed and a bold face standing at 2 meters tall gives an impression of immense strength enveloped in a green glow. Du Weiping was currently undergoing the system's muscle washing and marrow cleansing process, constantly expelling impurities from his body, large beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. From his tightly clenched jaws, one could tell he was enduring great pain. With a loud cry, Du Weiping could no longer hold it in. Accompanying this cry, the green glow around him began to fade slowly. Haha, my innate passive resistance has surprisingly upgraded to grade, able to absorb 60 of physical damage. The system is indeed powerful. Not caring about the dirt covering him, he excitedly began to punch on the platform. Boom, boom. Each punch created a sonic boom in the air. Haha, this world is destined to witness my rise. The world wait for me to conquer you. After throwing a set of punches, Du Weiping felt utterly relaxed standing on the platform and shouting loudly at the sky. Why hasn't Master Chen Wen's ranking appeared yet? I can't believe he hasn't even made it into the top 100. Master Chen Wen must be at the top. He mentioned reaching B grade a long time ago. At this moment in Chen Wen's trading group, someone in the chat channel mentioned him and inadvertently revealed some secrets. Haha, let me share some news with you. Master Chen Wen has established a trading group where he has been trading many artillery pieces that could threaten a grade powerhouses. Master Chen Wen actually built a group and possesses artillery that can threaten a grade powerhouses. I'm willing to buy artillery at a high price. Price is negotiable. Rank 13 Survivor Master, a grade flying horse sanctuary micro reward, a drop of divine beast blood beast roar skill book, luck 5. Rank 10 Survivor Long Shu Wen, a grade Shu Wen sanctuary small reward, 1 purple gold gourd sealed at a grade luck 7. Upon seeing this, Chen Wen recalled that he had been very active in the chat channel for a period, helping many people through difficulties. He is a broad-minded person with great love, or to put it another way, he is somewhat of a saint. Although Chen Wen also has compassion, he would never act against his own interests. He greatly admires such individuals. Unexpectedly, he has unknowingly leveled up to a grade, and his sanctuary has also reached the small category. Good people are rewarded. Chen Wen silently sighed in his heart. Brother Chen, do you think our sanctuary can rank first? Lily looked at Chen Wen with an expectant expression. Chen Wen shook his head, and then nodded. He was unsure. He initially thought his development was very rapid, and that securing the top spot would be no problem, but he didn't expect so many others to level up to sanctuaries. Even being ranked 10th is already a small sanctuary. Chen Wen said, "Oh, it's hard to say. This group of people usually doesn't appear in the chat channel, but suddenly they all showed up. They are all those who survived until the end. Indeed, those with deep blessings are numerous. Everyone is developing quietly." Chen Wen did not know that many sanctuaries developed so quickly with the help of the indigenous people. Most indigenous people spare no effort in helping survivors, but there are sacrifices as well. When the indigenous people help the survivors, they can also receive many precious resources from the treasure chests opened by the survivors. In this world, many indigenous people are descendants of previous generations of survivors. Although some are products of natural evolution after generations of mixing, pure indigenous people have become quite rare. Every time a chosen one descends, it represents a revolutionary development for the entire continent. They assist the chosen ones, who in turn share a portion of the treasures they receive. Li's expression darkened slightly upon hearing Chen Wen's words. Seeing Li's expression, Chen Wen reached out and patted her head, smiling. Don't think too much. We're not competing with those survivors. What we want is to live longer and even escape this game. Li felt her face flush as Chen Wen patted her head, internally embarrassed. This is the first time Brother Chen has been so intimate with me. This feeling is wonderful, so warm. I wish he would do it a little longer. Unconsciously, Li's bright eyes curved into crescent shapes. Chen Wen also realized that his action was a bit out of line and hurriedly withdrew his hand. He awkwardly chuckled twice. Gong Sunzan, standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh at the sight of the two. Hearing Gong Sunzan's laughter, Chen Wen turned his head and glared at him, saying, "If you want to laugh, just laugh out loud. Why hold it in?" Upon hearing Chen Wen's words, Gong Sunzan suppressed his laughter and began to look around, pretending he hadn't heard him. Everyone in their territory knew about Li's feelings for Chen Wen. In this territory, Chen Wen is so outstanding and considerate that any normal woman would develop feelings for him. I believe Brother Chen is the best of our territory, will definitely rank first. Lily lowered her head, blushing, and spoke softly. Gu Lao, who had just arrived at the barracks entrance, witnessed this scene, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Both Chen Wen and Li are good kids. If they could come together, it would be a match made in heaven. Gu Lao, you're here. Chen Wen greeted Gu Lao hurriedly to ease the awkwardness. Gu Lao nodded, his eyes darting between Chen Wen and Li, filled with ambiguity. Xiaochen, have you seen the changes in the survivor manual? I hurried to find you as soon as I saw the news in the research institute. There are significant changes ahead. Gu Lao's smile faded, and he spoke seriously. Chen Wen observed the continuously updating rankings and the bustling chat channel of the survivors. Yes, I wonder what awaits us next. Chen Wen nodded, his expression grave. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. The heavens move vigorously, and the gentleman strives for self-improvement. The earth is vast, and the gentleman carries virtue. No matter what hardships we face, we will confront them heat-in, and when problems arise, we will resolve them. In time, we will uncover all the answers. Chen Wen looked up at the sky, his voice resonant and firm. Gong Sunzan beside him also shouted loudly with a serious expression. Yes, we will meet force with force, and I vow to follow our Lord to the death. Rank 7 Survivor Thomas Dillon, a grade Freedom Sanctuary small reward, controllable nuclear fusion skill book, small submarine construction blueprint luck 7. Rank 4 Survivor Ma Baowa, a grade martial arts sanctuary small reward lightning 5 strike whip skill book, clown summoning base construction blueprint luck 7. The top 3 are just around the corner, and all the survivors are nervously watching. Lily was no exception, her eyes glued to the rankings as she held the survivor manual. Rank 3, Survivor Long Outyin, a grade explosive sanctuary, small reward, 1 3-turn golden core, 1 conquest, token bloodthirsty, ant base construction, blueprint luck, 9 rank 2. Survivor Dongfang Wuhui, a grade ancient martial sanctuary, small reward, 2 3-turn golden cores, 2 conquest, tokens martial art is summoning base construction, blueprint luck, 9 unknowingly. From over 1's of the 0 rankings, only the last spot remains. In the end, Chen Wen's name still did not appear. Could it be that Master Chen Wen has already died? His name hasn't appeared until now. If you can't speak, then don't. I'm in the same group as Master Chen Wen, he's still the group leader. If his name hasn't appeared, yet he must be in first place. That's right, I support Master Chen Wen. If it weren't for him providing so many warm clothes, I would have suffered tremendously during this snow disaster. Master Chen Wen is definitely in first place, for I also support him. Look at all those who have developed so well. They have never appeared in the trading channel or chat channel. It's Master Chen Wen who has compassion. Can compassion fill your stomach? You bunch of sycophants. In the chat channel, as the name Chen Wen stirred up a heated discussion. Rank 1 Survivor Chen Wen, a rank Huan Yu Blessed Land medium rewards, 3 3-turn golden cores, 3 battle tokens, blueprint for the Xianhuang human race summoning base, and doubled fortune. Extra reward for the first place hidden. Brother Chen, look. Our blessed land is ranked first. Lily exclaimed, excitedly jumping with joy like a happy sparrow. Huh. Chen Wen laughed joyfully as well. At that moment, 4 golden rays flew out from the survival handbook and landed in Chen Wen's hands. A white light enveloped Chen Wen, and he felt as if he had returned to his mother's embrace, warm and comfortable, as the world around him felt incredibly friendly. Everyone present was focused intently on the objects in Chen Wen's hands. In the extreme northern region of the world, heavy snow fell incessantly, with snow that never melts, freezing to great depths. In a densely populated area, all the houses were built from ice bricks. In the center stood a gigantic ice structure forged from a century-old ice, intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, and not a single seam could be found due to its special construction. Oh, who is this Chen Wen? A man shouted angrily, throwing the objects in his hands to the ground. With a handsome face dressed in warm clothing and a tall, elegant figure, his appearance gave an impression of gentility, but at that moment his facial expression and actions completely shattered that image. This man was the survivor ranked 2nd Dongfang Wuhui. I traversed to this icy land possessing a super affinity for ice, and my cultivation speed far exceeds that of ordinary people. In this world, I can cultivate the ancient martial arts of the Dongfang family, and against opponents of the same level, I can easily cut them down. Additionally, I have the support of the hidden ice race. I am destined to be a person of great fortune, destined to dominate the world and become an emperor. How could I be surpassed by this unknown person? His fierce expression seemed to indicate a deep vendetta against Chen Wen as he spoke each word with emphasis. The group standing beside Dongfang Wuhui trembled in fear, not daring to utter a word. Those who could stand in this great hall were all high-ranking individuals in this territory, and they understood Dongfang Wuhui's temperament perfectly. Though he had an exceptionally handsome face, he was treacherous and ruthless, believing that those who obey him would live, while those who defy him would die. In this ice structure, Dongfang Wuhui continued to roar, and after a cup of tea's time passed. An elder standing at the front looked at Dongfang Wuhui, whose expression had calmed, and slowly began to speak. My lord, there is no need to hurry. Taking one step ahead does not mean taking every step ahead. We have the support of the ice race, and our development speed is not something ordinary people can compare to. Moreover, my lord, did you not just receive a battle token? Once we grow stronger, we can venture forth to seize the rewards of rank 1 in battle. They will be ours as well. Nervously expressing these words, the elder felt a pang of bitterness within. He was also a survivor, having experienced many things, and was rich in experience while traversing this extreme northern land. In the extreme northern lands, aside from the harsh environment, there were very few magical beasts, greatly reducing the danger level. As long as one had sufficient survival knowledge along with the help of the system, survival was not difficult. The two were only 100 kilometers apart, and soon Dongfang Wuhui located the base. With exceptional talent and great strength, he forcibly annexed it as a subordinate. If it weren't for his rich knowledge and the innate talent for danger perception, which greatly helped him against Dongfang Wuhui, he would have been discarded long ago. No, the battle token must have the exact coordinates of that person. Right now we have no idea where Chen Wen is. Dongfang Wuhui said with a grim expression. Chen Wen, however, had no mind to pay attention to the outside situation. He was looking excitedly at the few items that had suddenly appeared in his hands. The 3-turn golden core is a strength pill made primarily from Biluo Huangquan water combined with various precious herbs. It is used when breaking through from a rank peak to rank. Chen Wen had only recently broken through to a rank, so he could not use it yet. Once Gongsun Zan Yoda and others reached the peak of a rank, he could reward them, and at that time the overall strength of the territory would soar. The battle token can create a portal to reach other territories. It is stated that activating the battle token means no retreat, but it requires knowing its coordinates. What excited Chen Wen the most was the blueprint for the Xianhuang human race base. Xianhuang human race inheritors of the Xianhuang bloodline, the backbone of humanity, fighting in the wild their blood, is Xuanhuang born for battle and die for battle. Construction materials 1,000 stone 1,000 century-old, trees 100 xian, iron 100 spiritual water, 100 spiritual soil. The introduction was very simple, yet it revealed the extraordinary nature of the Xianhuang human race, with construction materials including gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Haha, heaven is helping me. A pillow arrives when I want to sleep. Chen Wen couldn't help but laugh aloud upon seeing little Chen. What's wrong? The elder asked quickly upon seeing Chen Wen laughing heartily. Chen Wen smiled as he displayed the information about the Xianhuang human race to the elder and the others. Wow, brother Chen, with this base we will have no shortage of talents. Sister Avril's archers will quickly be fully recruited. Lili said cheerfully. The elder nodded in agreement. Gong Sunzan also looked pleased, although he usually did not recruit from the residents for the White Horse Yizhong. Having an additional option was always a good thing, my lord. It truly is a great fortune. Brother Chen, what is the hidden reward for being first place? Lili continued to ask. As soon as her words were spoken, Gong Sunzan and the elder fell silent. Although they were all curious about what it was, Chen Wen did not mention it, and it was inappropriate to inquire. Chen Wen indeed did not want to bring it up, as this reward was extraordinary, and having too many people know would not benefit him. He simply smiled and shook his head, changing the subject. Let's go out and build the Xianhuang human race base. Following Chen when they exited the blessed land. Little Chen, where do you want to build it? The elder asked as he followed beside him. Chen Wen thought for a moment. Actually, I want to build it inside the blessed land, but now the area of the blessed land is limited and there is not much space left. I can only settle for second best and build it alongside the farmers. A group of people chatted as they walked, and soon they arrived at the left side of the blessed land, where only 2 farmer summoning bases and a goblin summoning base were established. The nearby residential buildings had all been relocated to 2 villages that were relatively far away. The blueprints were confirmed against each other for use. The corresponding items in the warehouse were immediately reduced. The construction blueprint transformed into a virtual image, and Chen Wen used his mind to drag the virtual image and placed it beside the farmers in parallel. A flash of light passed by, revealing an ancient wooden structure exuding a strong aura of iron and blood. Various patterns were carved on the walls of the building, depicting majestic mountains, giant bears, bloodless skeletons, fierce battles, armies, clashing ancestral sacrifices, and a world of peace. Countless scenes were etched into the building, vividly alive, instilling a sense of awe just from gazing at the sculptures. The base covered an area of 100 square meters, a colossal structure compared to the farmer's summoning base and the goblin summoning base being more than 3 times their size. In front of the entrance stood a 2-meter-tall statue of a human warrior clad in armor, wielding a sword and knife, with a giant bow on his back, exuding an indescribable majesty. Compared to the Xianhuang base, the farmer's summoning base resembled a rustic wooden house versus a villa in the city center. Wow, what a beautiful house, what a majestic statue. So cool. Lili exclaimed in awe as she gazed at the newly appeared structure. Not only her, even the seasoned old Demur couldn't help but exclaim, this building can be considered a masterpiece. Brother Chen, quickly summon and take a look. Lili urged Chen when noticing that everyone else was still. The summoning of Xianhuang humans required spirit stones and other energy items, with 10 spirit stones needed to summon 1 person, which was already a significant cost. You must know that a single ordinary spirit stone could sustain a rank individual's cultivation for a day. Chen, when being a rank, only needed 5 spirit stones to fill his dantian. Converted into the resources needed for the farmer's summoning, it could summon at least 300 individuals. Haha, let's not rush, let's level up first. Chen Wen laughed heartily. He clicked on the operation page 9 times in succession, and with a flash of light, the Xianhuang human base was directly upgraded to level 9. A large amount of resources was consumed: 100 units of stone, 100 units of century-old wood, 100 units of xian, iron, 100 units of spiritual water, and 100 spirit stones. Although this was minuscule compared to Chen Wen's current resources, it consumed about 1 of his stock. However, for an average person, even getting this blueprint would not allow for an upgrade. A level 9 base could summon 90 individuals in a day. Chen Wen did not summon many at first, starting with just 1 individual. After a brief wait, the door of the summoning base opened with a loud bang, revealing a tall figure clad in coarse linen, with a distinctly Eastern appearance, skin of a dark yellow hue identical to the people of Huaxia from the original world. Upon seeing this person, Chen Wen felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. I pay my respects to my lord. The moment he appeared, the individual knelt and bowed to Chen Wen. Feeling a warm connection, Chen Wen quickly stepped forward to support him, saying, "Please rise, no need for such formalities. Welcome to your new role. Xianhuang, human commoner, physique 50, spirit 50, talent combat, instinct SSS, skills none, description, a pillar among the human race, possessing potential and talent that surpasses ordinary humans, inheriting the bloodline of the Xuanhuang, born for battle, living and dying for war. So powerful, the commoners actually have a physique and spirit of 50. When I had 50 in spirit and physique, I was already a rank." Chen Wen marveled at this information, knowing from past experiences that the first summoned individual usually has the strongest talent, as if specially amplified by the system. He shared his identification information with the elders Li and the others. Gazing at the first summoned Xianhuang human, Chen Wen assessed him, and said, "Since you are the first I have summoned, I shall name you. My surname is Chen. You shall be named Chen Xianhuang. It signifies that you are the first Xianhuang I summoned in this world, and the leader of all Xianhuang." Chen Wen's naming was still straightforward and simple. Chen Xuanhuang's face was filled with excitement. The summoned individual understood that the Lord was everything to them, and being granted a name by Chen Wen was a great honor. "Thank you for the name, my lord. I, Chen Xuanhuang, will clear all obstacles for you, born to fight and die for battle." Chen Xianhuang bowed again, respectfully prostrating himself. Chen Wen waved his hand, telling him to stand, and looked at Chen Xianhuang seriously, his voice carrying a weighty tone. "Here, do not kneel at every turn. I do not like such displays. A man's knees bow to no one. We humans are born of heaven and earth, respecting neither gods nor spirits, only our ancestors." Chen, when having navigated through this world, had reassessed himself and gained a deeper understanding of the world. Hearing Chen Wen's words, the elder smiled with satisfaction, feeling at this moment that Chen Wen had truly matured. He was no longer the naive Chen when they had first encountered. Though he considered many things thoroughly, his actions still resembled those of a young man just stepping into society. Watching Chen Wen's figure in the sunlight, he seemed to embody reliability and righteousness, as if he were an indomitable figure standing against the heavens, unscathed by myriad tribulations and unbowed by immense pressures. "At your command, my lord." Chen Xianhuang stood tall, like a steel spear resolutely grounded. Now his gaze towards Chen Wen was filled with fervor. Although the summoned beings were initially loyal to their lord, there was always a possibility of betrayal if the lord did not meet expectations. Chen Wen continued to manipulate the summoning interface, summoning the remaining 89 Xianhuang individuals. Though untrained, they stood neatly behind Chen Xianhuang. Chen Wen also noticed that the summoned Xianhuang individuals were almost evenly split between men and women, with the females numbering as many as 40. The talents of men and women differed significantly. Most men had combat-related talents, such as battle instinct, danger perception, rapid recovery, farsight, and keen hearing. Most women possessed life-related professions such as alchemy, herb gathering, fishing, magical talents, and even mining and forging, with the majority being women. Only about 10 women had combat-related talents. Disappointingly, none of the summoned individuals possessed SS-level talent. The highest were 2 SS talents, 1 male and 1 female. However, the overall level was impressively high, with the lowest being a rank talent. With such substantial logistical support, once the academy was established and all the sound bells collected, the territory would basically be self-sufficient. "Chen Xianhuang," Chen Wen called out. Chen Xianhuang stepped forward and answered loudly, "Here." Chen Wen surveyed the surroundings and said to Chen Xianhuang, "I entrust the Xianhuang humans to you. You choose the personnel. Can you train an excellent combat team for me?" Chen Xianhuang nodded, saying, "Rest assured, my lord, we Xianhuang humans fear not war. We are born for battle and die for battle. Born for battle, die for battle. Born for battle, die for battle." Chen Zhongheng, Chen Xiushui, the two of you will be the deputies of Chen Xianhuang from now on, assisting him in managing the Xianhuang people. Chen Wen instructed the two with S-level talents. These two individuals are indeed the best assistants. Chen Zhongheng possesses S-level insight, a capability to perceive the hearts of others. Chen Xiushui holds S-level magical talent, making her the best candidate for managing lifestyle-related personnel, as all lifestyle skills are linked to magic. With such high magical talent, she can master all lifestyle skills with ease. However, most individuals with such high magical talent tend to focus on studying magic to enhance their strength, often opting for only one subprofession, rarely engaging in lifestyle-related subprofessions. This time Chen Wen summoned a total of 3 names. It is no longer feasible to assign a name every time someone is summoned, as before. Chen Wen and the others had already prepared the subsequent names. "Follow me." Chen Wen addressed the 90. In front of them stood a large wooden board inscribed with numerous characters. To solve the naming issue, this was a method devised collectively by Chen Wen and the others. The board was divided into 2 sections. The upper part listed surnames from the original world, such as Zhao Qian Sun, Li Zhou Wu Zheng Wang. The lower part contained 3000 commonly used Chinese characters, such as Heaven, Earth, Xian, Huang, Universe, Primal, Chaos, Mountains, Water, Wind, and Grace. The upper part is for surnames, and the lower part is for given names. You can choose your own names. Chen Wen pointed at the board, addressing the Xianhuang people behind him. "Yes, my lord." Everyone stood before the board, carefully selecting their names. Chen Wen believed this sign was very necessary. As a proper Huaxiao person, he preferred not to have too many Western names among his subordinates. "Ancient One, where do you think these individuals should be placed? Their potential is extraordinary. Most positions in the future territory will likely be held by them." Chen Wen asked the Ancient One beside him. The Ancient One and Li Li were responsible for managing the territory's resources and livelihood, so they were more familiar with these matters. Moreover, Chen Wen had high expectations for the Xianhuang people. Among the thousands of farmers summoned over such a long time, only 3 with the level talents had appeared, including Li Pinggan, who was summoned first by Li Li. Although farmers are also human, their potential is truly average. As for goblins, there has not been a single A-level talent summoned despite their considerable numbers. If it weren't for the presence of the White Horse Knights and the Minotaur armored guards, the development of the territory would have slowed by countless times, and the danger level would have been extremely high. For instance, when the snow disaster was nearing its end and the forest grew restless, if it weren't for these combat troops continuously hunting, a beast tide would have definitely formed. Li and the Ancient One were silent for a moment, exchanging glances before Li spoke. Brother Chen, the territory currently has 5 villages representing the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, each with nearly 2,000 people distributed across the 5 directions of the territory. Let's simply rebuild a Xianhuang village next to the commercial street that is about to be established. To facilitate, calling Chen Wen directly renamed the village. The commercial street previously ordered for construction was expanded and work commenced, located at the left front of it. Next, Li continued, there are many individuals with lifestyle talents among the Xianhuang people. The items they will manufacture in the future will certainly need to be sold, providing them with a good environment. On another note, it would also serve to protect the commercial street. After hearing Li finish her thoughts, Chen Wen turned his gaze to the Ancient One, who slightly nodded in agreement. Alright, the Xianhuang village will be placed next to the commercial street. In the future, when the Blessed Land expands, it will definitely need to be relocated into the Blessed Land. Li, you go arrange their accommodations, and we also need to build a barracks. The combat personnel of the Xianhuang people will be selected by Chun Xianhuang to form a fantastical army. Chen Wen nodded in agreement. Li replied, Brother Chen, I will prepare these. Looking at Li's hurried figure, Chen Wen turned to the Ancient One. Ancient One, I am granting you and Li the summoning authority for the Xianhuang base. You must summon to full capacity every day, and even if you stop summoning goblins, you cannot neglect summoning the Xianhuang people. Chen Wen took out the survival manual and opened the followers page to grant summoning authority to Li and the Ancient One. Rest assured, I understand the importance of this matter. No matter how busy I am every day, I will come to complete this task. The Ancient One nodded. They had all seen the basic attributes and talents of the Xianhuang people, who would undoubtedly be the main members of the territory in the future, requiring utmost attention. While Chen Wen and the Ancient One were conversing, a cup of tea's time passed, and all the Xianhuang people stood in line again, having chosen their names. Directly in front were Chen Xuanhuang, Chen Zongheng, and Chen Xiushui. Reporting, my lord, we have each chosen our names. Please instruct us on the next steps. Chen Wen paused his conversation with the Ancient One, looking at the neat lineup. He nodded with satisfaction. Welcome to the Huanyu blessed land. From today on, you are my brothers, my kin. I will lead you to defend the territory, conquer the world, and unveil the truth behind this veil until all mysteries are unraveled. We swear loyalty to you, my lord. We swear loyalty to you, my lord. The 90 Xianhuang people clenched their fists towards the sky, shouting loudly, their voices rolling like thunder, shaking the heavens. Although they were ordinary mortals, this momentum was not even comparable to a level. Chen Wen raised his hands to calm them, signaling for silence. Once everyone quieted down, he spoke again. I sense your intentions and your resolve. However, your most important task now is to cultivate again. Only by enhancing your strength can you assist me and protect the territory. Soon you will follow the Ancient One to the library to select suitable techniques. Understood, my lord. Chen Wen turned to the Ancient One and said, Ancient One, after they choose their techniques, take them to Li to have them registered and implant their chips. I have other matters to attend to, so I want to accompany them. The Ancient One nodded in agreement. Chen Xuanhuang arranged for everyone to select techniques, and at night you will go to the villa with the Ancient One. I will introduce you to the personnel within the territory. Chen Wen said to Chen Xuanhuang, who was standing at the front. Yes, my lord. Chen Xianhuang responded respectfully. After saying this, Chen Wen hurriedly walked towards the blessed land. As he approached the city wall, the 2 minotaurs at the gate saluted him, but he did not respond. If it weren't for needing to arrange matters for the Xianhuang people, he would have returned to the villa long ago. The hidden reward obtained from topping the leaderboard had been itching at Chen Wen's mind. In a swift motion, Chen Wen hurried back to his bedroom, pushing open the door and settling down cross-legged on his bed. Resolving the matters at the Xianhuang base took half an hour, which had also forced Chen Wen to endure for that same duration. Chen Wen excitedly took out the skill book he had received as a reward from his backpack. This skill book was completely different from any he had seen before. It was of a normal book size, entirely golden, made from an unknown material. As he touched it, a warm sensation flowed through his fingers and into Chen Wen. The cover was adorned with 9 vividly colored Eastern dragons, each vividly lifelike, exuding an intangible pressure just from the imagery. At the center were 4 gilded characters: Ren Huang Jing, the Emperor's Scripture. Confirm usage. Chen Wen silently chanted in his heart. The skill book transformed into a beam of golden light rushing into Chen Wen's mind. Countless golden characters danced in Chen Wen's mind, colliding and merging continuously. An immense wealth of knowledge was infused into his soul. The overwhelming amount of information caused Chen Wen to scream uncontrollably, falling to the ground, clutching his head with both hands, his face pale. Chen Wen felt as if someone was hammering his head relentlessly, as if it were about to explode, yet he remained conscious, helplessly enduring. He had lost track of time, but it could have been a second, a minute, or even 10 years. When the discomfort finally faded, Chen Wen exhaled deeply and stood up from the ground. His clothes were completely soaked, and the ground was covered with perspiration. That was close. My head almost exploded. Chen Wen whispered, his face still showing fear. Hundreds of terabytes of data were crammed into his mere tens of gigabytes of memory. If not for the transmission of the Ren Huang Jing, which sensed that Chen Wen could not bear it, he didn't know how many times he would have died. Chen Wen stood by the window looking at the sky outside, calming his mind. He truly thought he was about to die just moments ago. After a full incense stick's worth of time, he finally turned his gaze away and the fear of death slowly dissipated. I am truly fragile in the eyes of those great ones. Chen Wen pondered deeply. Shaking his head, he returned to sit cross-legged on the bed. He focused his mind, concentrating his mental energy on sensing the situation within his sea of consciousness. However, the state of his sea of consciousness had changed dramatically. Firstly, the Dead Sea had become exceedingly crowded, yet it had expanded to a radius of hundreds of feet. At the center of the sea, a towering figure stood, reaching towards the heavens. Surrounded by a golden glow, his face was obscured while 9 multicolored dragons flew around him, emitting waves of dragon roars. Chen Wen's soul and the souls of 4 small companions had been squeezed into a corner, creating a feeling akin to an invasion of their territory. Chen Wen's soul could still sense any changes within the sea of consciousness, but he was unable to move the figure. Chen Wen's gaze fell upon the golden figure, and an overwhelming imperial pressure bore down on him, like a mountain, like the sea, like a god, like a demon. Heaven and earth may decay, yet I remain eternal. The world may perish, yet I endure. The pressure relentlessly pressed upon Chen Wen as if it aimed to crush him. Although he was merely an orphan, he possessed his own pride, unashamed before heaven and earth. I refuse to believe that as a living person I cannot withstand even a single skill book. Chen Wen shouted to the heavens, holding onto his pride, staring fixedly at the golden figure ahead, enduring wave after wave of pressure. He was unaware that his soul was undergoing constant refinement, shrinking continuously, condensing, discarding the dross, and retaining the essence. In truth, this process was akin to the refinement of the inner energy in Chen Wen's dantian by the source fire. It was merely different in method. The soul's luminous sphere, originally 3 feet in size, continued to shrink down to 2 feet 9 inches, then 2 feet 8. After an unknown period, when Chen Wen's soul sphere shrunk to 2 feet 5 inches, the surrounding pressure suddenly dissipated, allowing him to move. Haha, a skill book of inheritance, and I still cannot subdue you. Chen Wen's voice echoed within the sea of consciousness. He had completely forgotten the pain of his injuries. After all, he was still on the edge of the Dead Sea, with over 100 meters left to return to the center. At that moment, the golden figure's eyes suddenly emitted a beam of golden light, shooting toward Chen Wen. Chen Wen gazed into those golden eyes, unable to find the words to describe them. They were so majestic, so solemn, so invincible in the world. Yet deep within, he also sensed the kindness, compassion, vastness, and inclusiveness contained within those eyes. Those eyes were filled with contradictions, yet achieved a perfect harmony. It felt as if the entire universe was pressing down on him, unstoppable and unyielding, 10 times greater than the pressure he had previously felt from the figure. Just as Chen Wen felt he was about to shatter, the gaze of those eyes withdrew. All the pressure faded away, and Chen Wen merely wanted to reach up to wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead. At that moment, he realized he was in a soul state still not gathered. It was merely a luminous sphere without. The golden light surged into Chen Wen's soul sphere, transforming into streams of information. Waves of celestial sounds resonated within his heart, echoing like a grand bell. The universe is the furnace, all things are the copper, yin and yang are the charcoal, creation is the craft. Temper the spirit, condense the true energy, forge the emperor's body. Countless cultivation insights emerged in his mind, and with each celestial sound, Chen Wen experienced an epiphany. Thus Chen Wen lost himself in the process, continuously receiving the transmission of information. Time passed unknowingly, and he had no idea how long it had been. When Chen Wen awakened again, he felt refreshed, and many things that had previously puzzled him became clear. His mind had become extraordinarily sharp. He looked up through the window at the bright sunshine outside, seeing farmers tirelessly working in the blessed land, while Di Yin leisurely strolled around. It seemed as if everything had remained unchanged, yet Chen Wen himself had undergone a tremendous transformation. His mental energy had been refined, and although its quantity had decreased, its quality had increased manifold, now matching that of his inner energy. With the combination of inner energy and mental power, Chen Wen was now invincible at the A grade. Most importantly, he had received the inheritance of the Ren Huang, albeit only 1/10th of it, which was sufficient for him to reach the SSS level. He also learned of the origins of Ren Huang and his extraordinary feats. Long ago, when the human race had just emerged, all were like sheep drinking blood. Many great races treated humans as food reserves. Until a leader of unparalleled wisdom emerged among the humans, he observed the world and all living beings, gaining insights into the cultivation methods suitable for humanity. He led the human race step by step, cutting through thorns and battling bloodily, growing into a top force among the heavens, unifying the human race, and ultimately being revered as the Ren Huang by all. This was also the first Ren Huang of the human race, and the scripture merely provided a brief introduction to his great achievements. However, this did not prevent Chen Wen from imagining the tragic experiences of humanity during that era and the greatness of the Ren Huang. There is no such thing as perfect timing, it is merely that some bear the burdens for us. After the human sovereign led humanity to ascend, the great cultivators of humankind withdrew into seclusion. Across infinite eons they ultimately forged the human sovereign scripture, a sacred text designed to select the next human sovereign. Those who cultivate the human sovereign scripture become candidates for the human sovereign's throne. Only by rising above countless mortals may one claim that exalted title, standing sovereign over all heavens and supreme atop 10,000 realms. Yet the human sovereign scripture is no ordinary cultivation art. First, one must possess profound celestial fortune, for the human sovereign embodies the way of protection. How could one shield others without an abundance of auspicious fate? Moreover, the richer one's fortune, the swifter the cultivation. Second, one must bear pure human bloodline. Those of mixed descent must first purge all foreign blood before qualifying to inherit the scripture's legacy. Third, one must uphold righteousness in heart. Otherwise, inheritance is denied outright. The skill manual Chen Wen obtained was but a faint projection of the true human sovereign scripture. Indeed, Chen Wen was already half an heir to the human sovereign lineage. The Xianyuan sword he possessed, the minor blade of the Xianyuan human sovereign, was none other than the sacred sword of humanity, granting him eligibility to undergo the sovereign trials. Chen Wen continued scanning knowledge and techniques unfolding within his mind like cascading rivers. The human sovereign scripture was truly encyclopedic, its depth dwarfing even the most exhaustive cultivation manuals by tenfold, even 100-fold. Beyond its core cultivation method, it contained myriad techniques, martial forms, and esoteric arts. Below, the SS steer cultivation focuses primarily on body and spirit. The human sovereign scripture prescribes a triune path, refining essence into chi, refining chi into spirit, and refining spirit back into void, simultaneously forging flesh, inner energy, and consciousness as one inseparable whole. No weakness remains unaddressed. The body gradually transforms into the sovereign saint body, unrivaled in defense, possessing boundless strength. Inner energy transmutes into imperial dragon chi, its assaults majestic and unstoppable. Finally, the spirit is tempered and condensed into divine sense, perceiving the void itself, striking down foes from 1,000 li away. It also records numerous combat techniques. The seven sovereign forms the art of fortune perception and the method of fortune suppression. Ah, vast as mist-shrouded seas. Chen Wen slowly opened his eyes and sighed softly. What he had accessed so far was merely the outermost fringe of knowledge. Only upon reaching the central sanctum, and standing before that awe-inspiring regal figure, would he attain full inheritance, or rather gain the capacity to receive it. He had only skimmed the inheritance's surface. Mastering it entirely would demand far more than a single day or night. Rising, Chen Wen stretched his limbs, the crisp popping echoes of his bones resonating deep within his frame. He had no sense of how long the inheritance had taken. His body felt stiff and dormant. He walked to the window and gazed upward. The sky blazed with brilliant sunlight. Activating the art of fortune perception, Chen Wen's eyes darkened, a faint violet luminescence gathering deep within their pupils. At once the sky transformed before his gaze. Above his domain hung an invisible dreamlike mist, undetectable without the art of fortune perception, within which a dragon coiled and glided. Its entire form radiated a vibrant orange light, stretching precisely 49 zhang in length. Sensing Chen Wen's gaze, the dragon halted mid-flight, turned its massive lantern-like eyes toward him, and locked sight. Roar, roar, it bellowed joyously, then surged forward at blinding speed. Its Fortinanezhang form cut silently through the air, leaving no trace, as though it existed beyond substance. As it neared Chen Wen's villa, its body shrank steadily, until hovering before him it had reduced to just 1 zhang in length. The fortune dragon of Chen Wen's realm, the cosmic blessed land. According to the human sovereign scripture, celestial fortune manifests in 9 hues: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, indigo, violet, and radiant 9-color brilliance. When fortune flourishes, blessings flood the land. When fortune rises, heaven and earth conspire to aid. Gazing at the small creature before him, Chen Wen reached out gently to stroke its head. The fortune dragon let out a low, contented hum, and nudged its snout eagerly into his palm. Yet his hand passed straight through its form, touching nothing. What's going on? Chen Wen murmured, bewildered, repeating the gesture several times with identical results. The dragon too realized Chen Wen could not touch it. Since the domain's ascension to a blessed land, it had begun as a mere serpent. As Chen Wen's territory grew in strength and influence, it evolved, first into a dragon serpent, then fully into a dragon. With each elevation of fortune, especially this latest surge doubling its aura, it had grown not only in size, now 49 zhang, but in wisdom. Ordinarily invisible to Chen Wen, it had sensed his awakening today and rushed forth in elation. Its miniature draconic face now twisted in unmistakable disappointment. Though it bore only a dragon's visage and uttered no words, Chen Wen clearly perceived its dejection. You see, I simply can't touch you. There's nothing I can do. Chen Wen grinned, feigning helplessness. Roar, the fortune dragon rumbled low and persistent. Its roars were utterly incomprehensible to Chen Wen. Not even telepathic communion yielded meaning, perhaps because it was no living being but a manifestation of fortune itself. After a long pause, understanding dawned. You mean, use spiritual energy. Roar. The dragon nodded vigorously, its tail whipping excitedly through the air. Chen Wen extended his spiritual energy outward, shaping it carefully into a spectral hand, and reached again. This time he felt the dragon's horn warm and smooth as polished jade, not cold nor inert. Under Chen Wen's spiritual caress, the fortune dragon closed its eyes in bliss, its tail flicking rhythmically against the air. Thus master and dragon played together for the span of one incense stick, before the dragon soared back into the heavens. Chen Wen watched as it ascended, swelling once more to its full Fortinanezhang majesty. Xiao Ai, he called into the empty air, and a translucent figure coalesced beside him. Master, how may I serve? A melodious voice resonated directly within Chen Wen's heart. Xiao Ai, how long have I been confined to my chamber? Chen Wen asked. Master, you remained inside for 3 days. Elder Gu and Lili have waited downstairs the entire— Xiao Ai replied. 3 days already? Chen Wen exclaimed, astonished. Immersed in inheritance and preliminary study, he'd felt no passage of time, assuming at most a single night had elapsed. He hadn't expected 3 full days. Truly, cultivation renders time meaningless. I understand, Chen Wen nodded. Xiao Ai's form dissolved gradually beside him. Though 3 days had passed, Chen Wen felt neither fatigue nor hunger. As an errant cultivator, he could survive without food or water for an entire week. He ate not from necessity, but to honor his innate talent. Every rare herb and celestial treasure he consumed amplified his cultivation immeasurably. Pushing open his chamber door and descending to the first floor landing, he found the domain's entire leadership assembled in the grand hall. Lord Sovereign, you've emerged. Nyoda, whose eyes had never strayed from the staircase, spotted Chen Wen first, leapt to his feet, and boomed the announcement with unrestrained excitement. Haha, good morning everyone. Chen Wen smiled warmly, greeting those gathered. Taking back his rightful place, all the lords of the territory were present here. Gu Lao, Lili Gongsun, Zhan Nyoda, Kaiji, Avril Xian Yi, and Chen Xianwang. Looking at these people, Chen Wen realized that he had unconsciously gathered so many reliable helpers. A sincere smile appeared on his face. Lili looked haggard, her eyes red as she choked with emotion, saying, Brother Chen, you finally came out. We were so worried. Chen Wen smiled at her and gently replied, It's nothing serious. I was just digesting the rewards for being first. I didn't expect it to take so long. I'm sorry to have worried you. Lili smiled. Look at how ugly you look right now. Hee Daddy's sister Lili hasn't thought about food or tea these past few days. I was really worried about you, Linger said mischievously from the side. Hearing this, Lili's face turned bright red, almost burying her head in her chest, as she stammered, Linger, don't say that. Aren't you worried about Brother Chen? Linger joyfully floated in the air, her sweet voice chiming from her small mouth. Hee, what's wrong with a daughter being concerned about her father? It's only natural for a daughter to care about her father, and I have always known that Dad is fine. Sitting in her place, Avril, who had been looking serious since she arrived, suddenly spoke up. My lord, what good thing have you obtained? How come you suddenly exude such a strong imperial aura? Chen Wen felt there was nothing left to hide regarding this matter. When he first obtained the Emperor's scripture, there was accompanying information stating that this skill book was extremely important. When one's strength is not strong, it is best not to let outsiders know. Otherwise, it could be very dangerous and lead to assassination. Now that he understood everything, he could answer truthfully to his close subordinates. As long as he didn't spread it everywhere, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Moreover, after this inheritance, tempering Chen Wen's heart was forged like steel. Every generation of emperors grew through battles. For this first place reward, I have obtained the Emperor's inheritance. Chen Wen replied. Avril immediately stood up from her chair, her expression one of shock and excitement. What? The Emperor's inheritance? She exclaimed in astonishment. Realizing her voice was too loud, she quickly covered her mouth. This matter was simply too shocking. It was no wonder that Avril was surprised. The Elven race is a peace-loving race, and most of the human race also prefers peace. Therefore, the relationship between the Elven and human races was quite good, with much understanding. The Emperor traverses endless worlds, and on the battlefield one person can intimidate an entire race. Gu Lao and the others looked at Avril's reaction, staring at her in bewilderment. After a long while, Avril finally calmed down and elegantly sat back in her chair. She turned to Chen Wen and said, My lord, before our territory becomes stronger, we must not publicize this matter, otherwise it will be very dangerous. As far as I know, although the human race gets along with many races, they also have many enemies. What they like to do is eliminate geniuses, especially candidates who obtain the Emperor's inheritance. They are their primary targets. According to our Elven records, half of the candidates for the Emperor have been assassinated by other races. Hearing Avril's explanation, the faces of everyone present changed. If what she said was true, then Chen Wen was indeed in great danger. Brother Chen, Lili called out to Chen Wen anxiously. Chen Wen waved his hand. He had already received this warning when accepting the Emperor's inheritance and was mentally prepared. With a resolute expression, Chen Wen released a powerful aura as he said, Strong individuals are born from battles. If I cannot become strong, how can I protect the territory? How can I protect the people and safeguard all of you? Chen Xianwang listened to Chen Wen's words and stood up respectfully, saying to him, "The Xianwang army is always ready to fight for my lord. The dragon fights in the wild its blood Xuanhuang to eradicate all invading enemies for my lord." Gong Sunjian also stood up without hesitation, declaring, "The white horse Yidong will not hesitate to fight." Nyoda then said, "I, old Nyo, will follow all of my lord's arrangements. Anyone who wants to harm my lord will have to step over my dead body." Chen Wen looked at the three battle commanders of the territory and felt a wave of joy in his heart. He stood up, clasped his hands together, and bowed to them, saying, "I, Chen Wen, am honored to have brothers like you. Let us face the challenges of the future together and carve out our brilliance from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood." Seeing Chen Wen bow, everyone except for Li Li and Gu Lao Avril hurriedly knelt down on the ground. Chen Wen was rendered speechless by their reaction. "All right, you all can get up. It's uncomfortable for you to kneel, and it's uncomfortable for me to see you like this," Chen Wen said helplessly. "Yes, my lord." Everyone sat back down. Chen Wen thought about Avril's reaction, and she should know quite a bit. He turned to Avril and asked Avril, "How much do you know about the emperor candidates? Please share what you know." Avril paused for a moment before speaking. "Actually, we don't know much about the emperor's inheritance. It's conducted internally within the human race, and every time it is closed off and prohibited from being shared. I only know that the emperor is re-elected every 129600 years, and the old emperor retires and hides in the background as the foundation of the human race. Furthermore, the death toll during the official selection of the emperor candidates is very low." Avril recounted all the information she knew in detail. After hearing this, Chen Wen fell into deep thought. According to Avril, the severe deaths among candidates were mostly due to ambushes and surprise attacks. In the actual selection process, there would not be too many casualties. Those who could participate in the selection of the emperor were extraordinarily talented individuals among the human race. As long as they grew up, they could become the backbone of the human race. Losing one was a significant loss. Those who failed the selection either followed the emperor and became elders or were dispatched to guard specific areas. Now that everyone is here, let's discuss how we should develop in the future. The emperor's selection is still quite far from us. Right now, we need to survive this survival game. Chen Wen spoke after a long while. Gu Lao spoke first. "Little Chun, for now, we urgently need more population. Residents are the foundation of everything. I suggest we continue summoning goblins, minotaurs, and the white horse Yidong, which we had stopped recently. Every race will always have some gifted individuals, and although the probability is small, if one appears, it could be the master of revival. The territory needs to continue expanding outward to accommodate the population and constantly acquire summoning bases in the trading channel." Li Li also nodded beside him, saying, "Yes, Brother Chen, the ancient saying is true. Every race will always have exceptions. For example, I once saw an anime slime race that had a Rimuru." Chen Wen nodded, realizing that the minotaurs and goblin cavalry summoned should indeed be recalled. "General Gongsuin, please select the talented ones from the newly summoned goblin cavalry and minotaurs, while letting the less talented ones remain as ordinary residents in the territory." Chen Wen addressed Gong Sunzan and Nyoda. "The Xianwang army has little to say for now, as their numbers are too few, summoning only 90 a day, with some engaged in everyday life in the territory. It will take a long time to build up the army." Then he turned to the ancient ones, saying, "We can clear the surroundings of the territory, but let's hold off on building villages for now, as 6 villages are sufficient for the time being. I plan to visit Xingyun City to see if I can find the main material for upgrading the blessed land, the heart of the vein. As long as I can obtain the materials, upgrading to a large blessed land should significantly expand its range. Moreover, the initial upgrades of blessed lands use special materials, making them larger than ordinary blessed lands. At that time, we will see how many people can be relocated to the blessed land." The ancient one said with a hint of hesitation, "If everyone is relocated to the blessed land, wouldn't expanding the rivers and reclaiming the forests be a waste?" Chen Wen shook his head slowly, saying, "The area of the blessed land is limited. Those who can be relocated must possess high potential, having special talents or skills. The environment within the blessed land has such abundant heavenly energy that not everyone can enter." With that said, Chen Wen chuckled. "After all, having an ascension mechanism will drive effort. Do I want those living outside the blessed land to be motivated?" Chen Wen actually began to understand why there were descendants of survivors left behind in the past. It must be that many did not meet the requirements when the survivors departed, remaining in this world. Upon hearing Chen Wen's conclusion, everyone seated at the table exchanged glances. "My lord, you are wise." Everyone praised Chen Wen. "Huh." Chen Wen readily accepted the praise. There is a saying that no flattery ever goes out of style. Regardless of the race, everyone has inertia. Without an incentive mechanism, it is akin to seeing no hope. It doesn't matter if a person is poor, people will strive. What is frightening is being in darkness and seeing no glow. Originally a man from the back mountain, I occasionally become a guest in the front hall, drunkenly dancing with half a scroll of books in the scripture pavilion, sitting in a well talking about the vast sky. Big ambitions mock fame and fortune, battling the seas, measuring fortune and misfortune. When it comes to being financially embarrassed, I suddenly travel 10,000 miles across mountains and rivers. All things share the same stagnation. The wine cup is empty, the lamp's flower falls, the night is sleepless, singing alone, having read countless people in the world, how many true friends are there? The bonds between them combined with interests can lead them further. As thoughts flew, he answered again regarding the matters of the territory. Ancient One, what changes have occurred among the survivors? Chen Wen continued to inquire. He had been in closed-door cultivation for several days, receiving the inheritance, and had no chance to check the status of the survivor manual. After exiting his retreat, Xiao AI mentioned that the people below were quite worried about him, so he came down directly. The Ancient One pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. The chat channels have indeed been quite lively these days, but no one has truly discussed the establishment of the alliance yet. Currently, most of the survivors upgraded to the Blessed Land are focused on developing in silence. I believe that without external pressure it would be very difficult to establish the alliance. Each person is proud and does not like to be subordinate. Survivors who have not upgraded to the Blessed Land cannot form an alliance. It is also possible that they have formed an alliance, but have not made it public. After the Ancient One finished speaking, Li Li continued the topic, saying, Brother Chen, in the trading group you established before the leaderboard was announced, there were 4 Blessed Lands, all cautious Blessed Lands ranked relatively high right before the 5,000th place. In the past 3 days, everyone has been trading materials like crazy, and more than 20 people have already established Blessed Lands. A few have tagged you hoping to form an alliance, but since you have been in closed-door cultivation, we couldn't make a decision. Forming an alliance has its pros and cons, which could be very helpful for the growth of a faction, but there has never been a concept of loyalty among survivors. Although Chen Wen said he was not afraid, it is very dangerous if someone is swayed by interest and stabs him in the back at a critical moment. Chen Wen looked around and did not express a stance, but instead said slowly, What are your views? At this moment, Chen Wen could not dominate the conversation, and moreover, he is someone who is good at listening to opinions, as this matter is significant. The establishment of an alliance definitely involves many aspects, and one more important point is that the area surrounding a blessed land must have its unique resources. If an alliance is formed and relocation occurs, its resources will be lost. The range of alliance teleportation is limited to a mere 3,000 kilometers. While this distance sounds, in this world it may just be a drop in the ocean. Just the Xingyun continent is incredibly vast, and the Xingyun forest spans hundreds of thousands of kilometers. The glorious world is not just one continent, but numerous continents and endless seas. My lord, our strength does not require anyone else's help. The Minotaurs are fearless. Nyota, lacking wit, spoke directly. Hearing Lu Da's words, Gong Sun Zhan continued to analyze. My lord, much of our resources are traded from you in the trading channel. Although the Xingyun forest is resource-rich, our exploration range is too limited. We could privately form an alliance, ensuring a steady supply of resources without needing to relocate to the Blessed Land. However, forming a private alliance is quite challenging, as we lack something for long-distance teleportation, making mutual support difficult. Moreover, our territory's strength far surpasses others, and other than resources being beneficial to us, other forms of aid are not very significant. I propose we do not form an alliance for now. After listening to Gong Sun Zhan, Chen Wen seriously considered the matter. Gong Sun Zhan's analysis was indeed quite reasonable. Chen Wen's territory strength has greatly surpassed that of other factions. There are 3 level powerhouses, more than 20 level 1s, over 4,000 level soldiers, and a trump card. Since Avril arrived at the territory, she has been selecting soldiers to train the archery unit. She has hardly made a move up to now. Chen Wen has only witnessed her in action once. It was truly earth-shattering. From thousands of miles away, she could take the enemy's head, shooting an arrow with ease from 5 miles away, slaying a level magical beast. Although Chen Wen is currently at the middle level and his overall strength even exceeds that of an level, there remains a certain gap when compared to S-level, especially since Avril at full power is at the peak of S-level. Time passed as Chen Wen and the others discussed. They were unaware that spring had deepened and every moment was as precious as gold. Alright, let's continue with the current approach without forming an alliance. The resources will primarily come from the trading group I established. The territory's summoning base was fully engaged in summoning and talent was being reserved. By the end, Chen Wen concluded. Almost everyone had spoken and most agreed not to form an alliance except for Li Li, who advocated for it. Chen Wen weighed his options. Given his current strength, forming an alliance would indeed offer little help and might even have detrimental effects. Surpassing others slightly makes them strive to catch up. Surpassing them significantly invites envy, but when you surpass them by 100 points, jealousy and hatred arise. Especially now, having personal coordinates for the territory is crucial. The top 10 on the leaderboard received battle tokens. If his territory were to be exposed, it would spell trouble. Better to be safe than sorry. Ants can kill an elephant, and those at the top of the leaderboard should have similar concerns. Some may take in those survivors who haven't upgraded to a blessed land as subordinates, just like Li Li and the Ancient. Following the update of the survivor's manual, the personal interface displayed the territory's coordinates, something that had never been there before. Chen Wen inquired with Li Li and the Ancient. Neither showed any changes, remaining as they were. Chen Wen was unaware that this decision spared him much trouble. My lord, the bronze technology is now quite mature, and we can forge a grade bronze, but we have reached a bottleneck and cannot produce bronze above a grade. At this moment Kaichi stood up with a heavy expression and saluted Chen Wen. Seeing Kaichi's demeanor, Chen Wen guessed he must have encountered a significant problem, which was why he brought it up in such a meeting. Chen Wen directly asked, "What trouble are you facing?" Kaichi was straightforward and spoke his mind without much cunning comparable to Nyoda. "My lord, the current problem is a lack of materials and the forging environment. To forge grade bronze, an extraordinarily high flame temperature is required to achieve perfect fusion of the materials, otherwise there will be flaws and impurities. In addition to the flames, according to the records in the bronze tome, we also lack the water of absolute een, which is a rare treasure that can only form in extremely cold places or under the continuous illumination of the moon on the Tyene star, making it extremely precious and hard to find. The materials for casting bronze must undergo mutual tempering of yin and yang to perfectly fuse and form grade bronze." After finishing, Kaichi looked at Chen Wen with remorse, who all the construction and forging in the territory had been entrusted to the Goblin clan, and now he could not forge better equipment. Haha. Chen Wen noticed Kaichi's unusual demeanor and smiled, saying, "Don't be so anxious if our development has been rapid. We are not lacking grade and a great equipment. If we encounter difficulties, we will overcome them. After all, with so many people, there will always be some ingenious ideas and experiments. Additionally, we can recruit more apprentices from within the territory and teach them about refining and forging, which will ease your burden in the future." Looking at Kaichi gradually returning to normal, Chen Wen continued, "This is not your main issue. The lack of materials and flames is a hardware problem. Your skills are not the problem. They'll find a way to address the lack of materials. If you truly find yourself idle, I can arrange for you to be a mentor at the academy and train talent for the territory." While Chen Wen was comforting Kaichi, he too felt troubled. Both of these items were difficult to obtain. Currently, the large furnace factory can reach a flame temperature of 3,000 degrees. To achieve an even higher flame, it must be extraordinary fire from heaven and earth. Such things are rare and elusive. He indeed possessed a type of heavenly fire, but its quantity was too limited, and he could not control it. As for the water of absolute een, he could only call for it in the trading channel. Chen Wen's living place was in the forest, lacking particularly cold areas or places under constant moonlight. Sai Heaven will bestow great burdens upon those it favors. They must endure trials of heart and labor hunger and cold and face adversity. Chen Wen sighed heavily in his heart, silently reciting a passage from Mencius, "Born in worry, die in comfort," as encouragement. "Chen Wen, you must persevere. You are no longer alone. Behind you are your thousands of subjects. You must ensure their safety. You must rally yourself." He silently cheered himself on. Huff. He exhaled deeply. Meanwhile, as Chen Wen and the others were discussing the territory's development and future, a massive waterfall cascaded down 3,000 feet, with a clear pool below. The water from the waterfall struck the pool, creating a thunderous roar. Beside the pool stood a burly young man clad in pitch-black armor, carrying a bow and arrows on his back. His dark face evoked thoughts of a powerful warrior accompanied by a gigantic white tiger. At the tiger's feet lay a massive python, reenacting a fierce battle of dragon and tiger. This man was none other than Zhang Wenyue, a friend Chen Wen had known since the beginning, alongside his pet Big White. "Sigh, Big White, what has happened to my luck? Why can't I obtain what I need?" Zhang Wenyue lamented, gazing at the treasure. Zhang Wenyue felt particularly speechless. After much effort in defeating a grade monster, he had earned a golden treasure chest. Yet it contained nothing but food and weapon materials, with nothing for upgrading his territory. Roar, roar. Big White raised its head to look at Zhang Wenyue, emitting a few beastly roars. Zhang Wenyue seemed to understand the white tiger's intent from its sounds. His expression darkened further. Zhang Wenyue straightened his face, saying, "Big White, you are too cruel, implying that I am simply a child of bad luck. Do you still want to eat pet food?" Seeing Zhang Wenyue's expression, Big White immediately tossed aside the corpse of the giant python. Boom! The 10-meter-long python was thrown into the pool with a loud crash. Big White then ran over to Zhang Wenyue and nudging his palm with its head. Its growls transformed into Zhang Wenyue placed his hand on Big White's head, staring gloomily at the sky, and spoke, "So many people have upgraded to blessed lands while I am still in a level 4 wooden house. Am I not suited for solitary development? Having known the great Chen Wen so early and traded so many resources with him, while he has reached a medium blessed land, I am still just a small wooden house." As he spoke, Zhang Wenyue's tone shifted. "Big White, what do you think about my relying on the great Chen Wen?" This idea had surged uncontrollably in his heart since he saw the leaderboard. Mainly since arriving in this world, apart from Big White, all he had experienced was misfortune. Roar. Big White, sensing Zhang Wenyue's low spirits, understood his words and gently roared as if to comfort him. "With me by your side, I will protect you." Zhang Wenyue gazed at the blazing sun in the sky, stroking the head of the big white creature, suddenly coming to a halt. His expression was resolute, as if he had made a monumental decision. "Big White, let's head back to the cabin." Zhang Wenyue mounted Big White's back and called out. Meanwhile, Chen Wen's meeting was drawing to a close, and he started to grasp the recent developments in the territory. Chen Wen instructed Li gather half of the supplies from the territory. "I need to make a trip to Xingyun City to investigate the situation there and procure resources that are scarce in our territory. Brother Chen, there are simply too many supplies in the territory. If you take half, we won't have anything left to store. Lily pondered for a moment and replied, haha, that's not a problem. We still have over 20 pieces of spatial ore left from the last trade. Let's turn them all into space rings for easier transport. Chen Wen chuckled softly and continued, have we counted how many high-grade items we have? He didn't plan to take ordinary supplies, although they certainly had a market, they were unnecessary. The price wouldn't be very high and the quantity was overwhelming. The most cost-effective approach was to take some high-grade items. Li smiled proudly, saying, hee Brother Chen, you wouldn't believe how much material and treasure we've gathered recently. 20000 grade genius treasures and 3000 pieces of equipment. 15000 grade genius treasures and 500 pieces of equipment. 1000 grade genius treasures and 1000 pieces of equipment. 100 grade genius treasures and 300 pieces of equipment. 500 a grade genius treasures and 300 pieces of equipment, along with 1 a grade spiritual spring that produces 3 cubic meters of a grade spiritual water daily. 300 spirit stones, countless black iron, and fine gold. A grade items are too few, but the rest are abundant and not lacking. The limited equipment mostly came from treasure chests, with 80 being bronze gear, crafted by Kaichi. Currently, there are nearly 100 firearms in reserve and over 1000 cannons. The grade crimson rice has been harvested twice, totaling over 200 pounds. Chen Wen's blessed land covers an area of 1 square kilometer, with 1/3 allocated for buildings, and the remaining half planted with grade and above genius treasures, and half planted with crimson rice as seeds. There is a 10-fold growth acceleration coupled with abundant heavenly energy, good soil, and lingers nurturing, resulting in an extraordinarily rapid growth rate. A grade species are all planted in greenhouses where plants can be harvested once every 10 days at most. Since the planting of the ancient fortune tree, the heavenly energy in the blessed land has become even purer. According to Xiao Ace monitoring, spiritual veins have already started to form. Haha, there are so many items, Chen Wen said joyfully. After thinking for a moment, Chen Wen continued, Li used the manufacturing platform to turn the spatial or in the warehouse into space rings. Take half of the items below a grade, and for a grade items take 1/10 to store. As for spiritual water and spirit stones, the a grade items are truly limited. Currently, the only a grade items are zhugua and herbs, as well as the fruit of strength and spirit fruit, which Chen Wen is reluctant to trade away. Chen Wen conveyed all the items he could think of to Li for her to prepare, planning to head to Xingyun City in 3 days. During these 3 days, he intends to patrol the surrounding territory to ensure there are no unexpected incidents while he is away. After discussing this with Li, the elder spoke up, Shao Chunan Academy can be established now. There are many secondary profession personnel in the territory, without an upward channel wasting human resources significantly. The contribution currency system can be implemented. The contribution currency from Kaichi has already been minted and is stored in the bank, totaling 200. Basic contribution currency can also be distributed now. Chen Wen nodded and said to the elder, the snow has completely melted. Soon we will choose a location to establish the academy. Now that we have a heroic spirit, we can just form one subject at a time. Indeed, heroic spirits are a scarce resource. Since Chen Wen needed this, he has been posting acquisition information in the trading channel and chat channel, but not a single one has appeared in such a long time. Xian Huang, how is the training of your Xian Huang army going? Chen Wen inquired of Chen Xian Huang. 3 days should be enough for summoning. About 300 people should be gathered, and they should be able to select a portion. Reporting to the Lord, we have selected a total of 100 suitable Xian Huang people over the past 3 days, and they are currently training in the camp. Chen Xian Huang replied respectfully. Keep it up. Train hard, sweat more in training, and bleed less in battle. Chen Wen encouraged. After that, Chen Wen checked on the situation of the other troops. Avial's archers have already formed combat capability, with an average strength reaching a grade. This is different from the melee troops. At level 1, they can already form strong combat power, and the selected ones all have better talent. Combined with Avial's training, their shooting skills have reached a wind-breaking level. The Minotaurs haven't changed much. They are mostly at the mid to late grade, and it will take some time to break through to grade. Neoda's individual combat strength has improved quite rapidly and has already reached the peak of grade. Chen Wen plans to give him a Zhugua to add another a grade powerhouse to the territory. Zhugua is no longer scarce. The Zhugua tree has fully grown to a height of 3 zhang and produces 36 fruits at a time, maturing every 10 days. The fruit of strength and spirit fruit are actually the best for building a foundation and can even change one's talent, but they yield too few fruits, and another reason is that their level increases over time. When the level is low, Chen Wen is reluctant to pick them. The White Horse Cavalry is a well-known unit from the previous world. After systematic enhancement, their talents are all above average. What pleases Chen Wen the most is the Xian Jia Guards, led by Xian Iki. Among the 200 have already broken through to grade. Although they are at the initial stage of grade, there are still 100 remaining hovering around the peak of grade. However, given their unit's talents, after a few more battles using the least resources, they will all reach grade. Chen Wen looked at Xian Yi and said, Xian Yi, this time to Xingyun City, I will bring all 300 Xian Jia Guards with me. Prepare well, and do not slack off these days. I hope that in 3 days everyone can reach grade. Rest assured, my lord. I guarantee that within 3 days the Xianjia guards will all reach grade. Xian Yi stood up, placing his right hand on his chest, and said seriously, the Xianjia guards are the most loyal to Chen Wen's commands with no doubts. Summoning other troops might come with the possibility of betrayal, but the Xianjia guards are different. They are Chen Wen's exclusive troops, and even if Chen Wen commands them to sacrifice themselves, they would do so without hesitation. The meeting concluded, and Chen Wen, accompanied by 7 or 8 individuals, strode through the several hundred meters of the foodie corridor, marching grandly out of the city gate. Ancient One, the academy is to be built at this location, correct? Chen Wen addressed the Ancient One. The architectural blueprints had already been handed over to him. The Ancient One nodded in agreement. All eyes turned to him as he pulled out 2 blueprints and a stone emitting a white glow from his backpack. These are the blueprints for the Academy's buildings, including the statue of Confucius and the heroic spirits. The Ancient One, with his comparatively aged face, smiled as he looked at the blueprints. Confirm usage. Upon successful use, Chen Wen's survival manual issued a notification, and the materials in the warehouse decreased by a portion. Before everyone's eyes, a massive complex appeared out of thin air, covering approximately 10 acres. Pavilions and towers adorned the landscape, with eaves and corridors that, though just completed, exuded an air of ancient elegance. What a grand academy! Lily exclaimed. Haha, it must be extraordinary. The introduction stated that the academy offers 9 courses. It's too small if it cannot accommodate teaching. Chen Wen replied with a satisfied smile. As he spoke, he stepped into the academy, saying, let's go in and take a look at our future talent base. Yes, my lord. The Ancient One AI Wire Li Gong Sun Zan Yo De Xian, Yi Kai Chi Xian, Yi, and Chen Xian Huang followed closely behind. The academy's main gate was constructed from hard stone, but there was no actual door, only a frame adorned with carvings of various scholarly tales. On one side, there were tales of perseverance depicted, such as the fireflies used to illuminate books by Nong Ying Che, In Sun Kong Sun Jing, hanging from a beam, Su Qin pricking his thigh, and Wang Xinji practicing calligraphy by the vat, among others. On the opposite side, there were 9 illustrations depicting armored warriors, alchemists in front of their cauldrons, artifact makers at their crafting tables, mages wielding staves, cultivators bending to plant, fishermen casting nets from boats, geomancers traversing mountains, students immersed in their studies, and finally, a general engaged in battle. These represent the 9 professions the academy can teach, enabling individuals to quickly master them in a system. On the far left, it is inscribed, when the air is clear, the mountains and rivers feel close. On the far right, it reads, with intent distant, one knows the vastness of the universe. Horizontal inscription, the sea of learning is boundless. The topmost blank plaque bore no text. As Chen Wen's gaze lingered, information flooded into his mind. Ding, please name the academy. Without hesitation, Chen Wen proclaimed Huanyu Academy. The plaque shimmered and 4 large characters appeared, the strokes powerful and vigorous, flowing like clouds in water. Chen Wen examined them closely and found that these 4 characters contained boundless meaning. Just seeing the main gate inspires one to strive for excellence. That truly is remarkable. The Ancient One remarked with admiration as he surveyed the scene. Chen Wen nodded in agreement, saying, yes, if the original world had such an environment, excelling in studies would be a breeze. Indeed, standing at the gate fills me with a sense of regret for my past laziness in learning. Lily chimed in. Chen Wen quietly turned to glance at Lily, seeing her serious expression, and inwardly scoffed. Those who attended prestigious schools still didn't study earnestly. What can I say about myself, who barely made it through? Did I just sleep every day? Chen Wen, expressionless, pretended not to hear Lily saying, let's go inside. Upon entering the gate, they found a vast plaza where a jade statue stood, exuding a celestial aura and a sense of righteousness, almost resembling a living being. Upon seeing it, Chen Wen felt a wave of righteousness wash over him, the pressure in his heart, and all chaotic thoughts vanished, leaving him with a clear mind and an open heart. For characters flashed through his mind, St. Confucius. Passing through the plaza, he stood before the statue of Confucius, addressing those following. Everyone pay your respects to Confucius. Chen Wen respectfully bowed to Confucius, expressing reverence. Given his current status, it was inappropriate for him to kneel before the statue, but privately, he didn't mind doing so. This is the legendary Confucius. I actually have the chance to meet him. How fortunate. Lily whispered. Chen Wen began to observe the interior environment. The academy comprised a total of 9 buildings arranged in a square formation, each 3 stories tall. Each building displayed a large plaque inscribed with the names of the divisions: Warrior Division, Alchemy Division, Artifact Division, Cultivator Division, Fisherman Division, Geomancer Division, Scholar Division, Military Division. The Warrior Division occupied the center, while the remaining 8 divisions were distributed in the 8 cardinal directions. As strength is the foundation of everything, this arrangement is easily understood. It encapsulated various aspects of life, although not exhaustive, it sufficed. For instance, geomancers had knowledge of finding minerals and determining auspicious locations, while fishermen possessed skills for maritime combat, among others. With the vastness of the Tao, human potential is limited, and one can only choose the best. While everyone was wandering, an elderly man emerged from the alchemy division, his white beard flowing, holding a fire fan, and surrounded by a strong scent of herbs. Greetings, my lord. I am the mentor of the alchemy division. He approached Chen Wen calmly and spoke. Chen Wen nodded and smiled, saying, Welcome to our team. Let us strive together from now on. Elder, do you still remember your name? The past is but a stream, and I have been reborn. What was once is gone. I am merely an ordinary mentor now tasked with passing on all my knowledge of alchemy. You may call me Yao Lao. Heroic spirits are extraordinary talents of the world, and only they can manifest. Ordinary people, no matter how intense their obsessions, cannot become heroic spirits. Excessive obsession among ordinary people only leads to the creation of malevolent ghosts. Currently, a few more heroic spirits are needed to serve as mentors, otherwise they would have to arrange for mentors themselves, which would not provide any learning bonuses. Li and the others gathered around, and Chen Wen introduced them, pointing at Yao Lao. This is the mentor of the alchemy division, Yao Lao. Anyone needing pills can come to him for refining in the future. Thank you for your future assistance, Yao Lao. Our territory currently lacks an alchemist. My lord, you are too kind. This is my duty. The Lord has allowed me to return to the world. It is an opportunity to pass on everything I have learned throughout my life, for which I am immensely grateful. Yao Lao bowed to Chen Wen. Chen Wen also introduced the senior officials of the territory one by one. Yao Lao is equivalent to the head of a division and must be treated with priority. In the original world, a university president would be akin to a provincial-level official. Moreover, alchemical pills are essential for the development of any power. Not everyone possesses Chen Wen's talent for perfect absorption. A genius-grade treasure can be absorbed by an ordinary person to a decent extent, while a genius can absorb 3,040 at most. However, after alchemical processing, the absorption rate can increase by at least 50, and a significant portion of toxins will be removed during the refinement. Yao Lao, when can we commence formal instruction? Chen Wen inquired. Elder Yao responded. My lord, the students can be sent over tomorrow, but the academy has limited space, and each division can only accommodate about 300 people. The other 8 academies do not have mentors. If my lord sends mentors, they can only gain a 10% bonus in learning, while our heroic spirits do not receive any bonuses. Chen Wen nodded confidently, saying, Elder Yao, rest assured, I will gather all 9 heroic spirits sooner. Elder Yao took Chen Wen and the others on a tour of the academy. Each division's construction was quite similar, with the first floor being classrooms for lectures and concentrated learning, where mini mats were neatly arranged. The second floor was for practical training, laid out differently. For example, the martial artist division had a combat arena, the alchemist division had pill refining furnaces, and the weapon forgers division had crafting platforms. The third floor was where mentors rested, researched, and stored materials. Elder Yao, I will arrange for personnel to serve as mentors here today. The students will arrive in the next few days. Chen Wen said to Elder Yao at the entrance of the academy. Seeing Elder Yao agree, Chen Wen took a group of people back to the villa in his estate. Li arranged the students in the academy, prioritizing those with potential. Chen Wen looked at Li and then turned to Gu Lao, saying, Gu Lao, select a few individuals with a certain foundation to serve as intern teachers in the academy. Kai Chi, you will teach in the weapon forging division for now. You can also seek inspiration through teaching and see if there are ways to break through to grade foundational materials. Brother Chen, rest assured, the talent statistics in the territory have been very well managed. We just need to use Xiao AI to check the data and provide a ranking, and then we can arrange for them to study in depth right away. Li nodded with a smile. After she finished speaking, Gu Lao continued, there are many candidates for intern teachers in the divisions. Li's subordinate Li Pingyan is very suitable to be the planting mentor, and Chen Xiushui can be the intern mentor for the mage division. Almost all 9 positions were filled, and the personnel were exceptionally talented except for Chen Xiushui, who had followed Chen Wen for a while. Good, Gu Lao, you can arrange these people to stand by in the academy. Chen Wen nodded and instructed Gu Lao. At that moment, Chen Wen felt his survival manual vibrating as if someone was tagging him. He took out the manual and saw that his friend Zhang Wenyue was tagging him in the chat. Zhang Wenyue, big boss, are you there? Reply to this message. Chen Wen quickly replied, what happened? Why are you tagging me so urgently? On the other side, Zhang Wenyue was sitting in a small wooden house leaning against a great white tiger. Seeing that his message to Chen Wen had received a reply. His expression bore a hint of sadness, a touch of fear, but mostly an eagerness. He was saddened that all his efforts over the past time would go to waste, fearful that Chen Wen would not be willing to accept him, yet hopeful that he could reach out to Chen Wen. After a series of changing expressions, Zhang Wenyue firmly sent a message to Chen Wen, big boss, I don't know if you will take me in. At the end, there was a pitiful emoticon. Chen Wen was filled with surprise upon reading this. Although Zhang Wenyue's territory was not developing well, his personal strength was not lacking. He owned a great white tiger, a significant asset as the king of beasts, and his own strength had reached grade. Even if his luck was poor, upgrading to a prosperous land would only be a matter of time. Why did he suddenly want to give up the path of a lord and become a vassal? Chen Wen thought for a moment and felt it was better to clarify things to avoid any issues later. As for a friend he had known for so long, Chen Wen still had a fair amount of trust in his character. What do you mean? Chen Wen sent 3 question marks and directly inquired. Zhang Wenyue, big boss, that's exactly what I mean. I just want to rely on you. I don't know the character of others I might rely on, but I believe that following you won't lead to any mistreatment. My great white is still very useful. Chen Wen replied. If you want to rely on me, do you know the conditions of becoming a vassal? You haven't upgraded to a prosperous land, so you can't form an alliance. That means you have to give up your lord status. Upon seeing Chen Wen's message, Zhang Wenyue felt a wave of emotion. A person who can consider others, even if they are a bad person, would still have their own bottom line. Moreover, having known Chen Wen for so long, he had a certain understanding of him. Zhang Wenyue, big boss, I really have no choice. My strength is good, but my luck is too poor. Ever since the leaderboard, my luck has been deteriorating, and in these 3 days I haven't obtained anything to upgrade to a prosperous land. At this rate, I will be eliminated sooner or later. It would be better to give up early and follow the big boss to enjoy the benefits. Chen Wen looked at the message from Zhang Wenyue, lost in thought. Everyone at the table in the hall fell silent after seeing Chen Wen take out the survival manual. Lili was the first to speak up and ask, Brother Chen, what happened? Chen Wen, hearing Lili's voice, came back to his senses and quietly replied, Gulao, Lili, do you both remember Zhang Wenyue, whom I mentioned before? He is one of the administrators in the trading group. He just sent me a message wanting to become my vassal. He must be going through a very tough time now as his luck is too poor, and it will definitely be very difficult for him later. I am contemplating how to handle this matter. I still trust his character. The others looked confused as they did not have the survival manual and were unaware of the chat group situation. Gulao and Lili exchanged glances, silently communicating, and nodded at each other. Gulao said, Xiao Chun, I felt Zhang Wenyue was quite decent during our transactions. If he truly wants to rely on you, I think we can take him in. Chen Wen nodded as well and was about to speak, when Lili continued, Brother Chen, I think taking him in as a vassal would be a waste of resources. We currently do not lack basic supplies. We even have plenty of materials to upgrade the base. Why not upgrade him to a prosperous land, then sign an alliance and contract to make him our subordinate territory? This way the benefits should be maximized. Hearing Lili's suggestion, Chen Wen revealed a satisfied smile. Indeed, one person's plan is short, but 3 people's plans are long. Zhang Wenyue was anxiously watching the survival manual for Chen Wen's private message in his wooden house. Seeing that Chen Wen had not replied for a long time, he stood up, pacing nervously. At that moment, he received a message. Chen Wen, have you really thought this through? Zhang Wenyue's heart was filled with joy knowing that Chen Wen had agreed to take him in. Yes, I have thought it through long ago. I am willing to give up my territory and become your vassal following you. Chen Wen looked at Zhang Wenyue's affirmative reply and sent over his own thoughts. I have a win-win suggestion for you. You don't need to give up your territory or your title, and you can still become my vassal follower. I will supply the resources you need to upgrade your blessed land, and through our alliance, once you relocate your blessed land, we can sign the vassal contract. If you agree, just send me the coordinates of your base and let me know the missing upgrade materials. Zhang Wenyue was overjoyed upon seeing this. He had already given up on being a lord, and now Chen Wen had provided him with a truly win-win solution. In this other world, being a lord was akin to having a primary profession. Regardless of how skilled one was in martial arts, it was merely a secondary profession. After spending so long in this world, Zhang Wenyue had come to understand that this world focused on cultivating groups of soldiers for collective combat rather than unknown duels. He could retain his position as a lord while also gaining the protection of a powerful figure. Those who had survived until now were not fools. Zhang Wenyue chuckled aloud. Nearby, the large white creature watched Zhang Wenyue laughing foolishly and let out a low growl. At that moment, Zhang Wenyue snapped back to reality, wiped away the drool from the corner of his mouth, and quickly glanced around, recalling his previous middle school-like demeanor. The large white creature looked at him with eyes like bells, as if judging him. Fortunately, there was no one else around, so Zhang Wenyue felt no embarrassment. It was said that as long as one's skin was thick enough, if one wasn't embarrassed, then it was others who were embarrassed. He quickly sent a message to Chen Wen, boss, I will defer to your decision. Chen Wen replied, all right, then send me the information about the materials you are missing. I will prepare the items for you. You need to relocate within 3 days as I have matters to attend to. Zhang Wenyue received a reply and quickly opened the correction manual, sending the list of missing materials required for upgrading the benefits to Chen Wen. Base upgrade device 10A attribute spirit stones gold 30, wood 25, water 50, fire 15, earth 23 materials. Zhang Wenyue was most lacking in base upgrade devices and attribute spirit stones. The other items, even if luck was low, could be obtained from treasure chests, so the shortages were not significant. Chen Wen looked at these materials piled in the warehouse, swiped his hand, and sent all the items to Zhang Wenyue. Then he sent a message, I've sent everything to you. I check how much time the upgrade will take. Upgrading the blessed land isn't instantaneous. Zhang Wenyue replied, just a moment, they'll use them right now. Zhang Wenyue looked at the already complete materials in his backpack, feeling a sense of gratitude. A person he had never met was able to send him these materials, albeit with conditions. Human hearts are all fleshy, as the ancients said, a soldier dies for his confidant, and a person beautifies themselves for those who appreciate them. He gently stroked the fur of the large white creature, murmuring to himself, big, white, it seems we are going to follow a good person. The large white creature had a very high intelligence, and let out a soft growl, as if to say, wherever you go I will. Although the large white creature occasionally looked at Zhang Wenyue with disdain, through their time together, they had become brothers in life and death. Since the leaderboard came out, Zhang Wenyue had watched the number of blessed lands increase rapidly. In just 3 short days since the leaderboard was released, more than 3,000 had upgraded to blessed lands. Zhang Wenyue saw this with his own eyes and felt anxious, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't get good materials from treasure chests, and he had no subordinates to help him gather resources. Most importantly, his luck had not yielded many good items. All the items that could enhance his strength were snatched by the large white creature, and they were used on the spot. Otherwise, as someone who hadn't upgraded to a blessed land, he wouldn't even reach B rank. Without hesitation, Zhang Wenyue decided to upgrade. System, I want to upgrade to a blessed land, he said decisively to the survival manual. Ding, upgrading blessed land. Time required 24 hours. Just 1 day, that's completely sufficient. Chen Wen said to relocate within 3 days. Zhang Wenyue thought to himself. He then sent a message to Chen Wen. Chen Wen received Zhang Wenyue's message but did not reply, though although Zhang Wenyue's presence was helpful, it was at most just a bonus. In the villa's hall, everyone looked at Chen Wen as he operated the survival manual, waiting for his response. Chen Wen nodded, gently smiling as he said, it's confirmed. Once his benefits upgrade, he will ally with us and relocate. At that moment, Li Li suddenly changed her expression and asked, but Brother Chen, he hasn't come over yet. How can we sign the contract? What if he goes back on his word? Aren't we going to lose some materials then? Chen Wen shook his head gently and laughed. Haha, there's no need to worry about that at all. The materials lost are less than 0.1 for us. Even if he breaches the contract, it won't be a significant loss for us. Moreover, I asked him to send me the coordinates of his base. I am at the top of the leaderboard and have received 3 conquest tokens. Although using them on someone who hasn't upgraded to a blessed land is quite wasteful, it's no time to be stingy when necessary. I believe that if I can get 3, I can get 5, or even 10 conquest tokens. Hearing this, Li Li finally relaxed, and her expression returned to calm. The Ancient One, who had been imperceptibly observing, said, Xiaoqin, your considerations are very thorough. Since he is going to relocate, we should also discuss the arrangements for this blessed land. Generally, discussions about administrative matters were carried out between Chen Wen and the Ancient One Li Li. Ancient One, if you have any thoughts, please share. Chen Wen asked, knowing that the Ancient One likely had ideas. The Ancient One nodded and said with a serious expression, our blessed land currently has far superior advantages compared to ordinary blessed lands, mainly reflected in the rich energy of heaven and earth and the accelerated growth of rare spiritual herbs. Currently, the buildings within the blessed land occupy too much space, taking up half of it, and excessively consuming resources. My idea is to secure Zhang Wenyue's blessed land within a 3-kilometer radius of our territory. We have already cleared the surrounding trees and obstacles, which is more than enough for placement. We can transform it into a military base, placing all troops inside in mutual support with the main blessed land. This way, the Huanyu blessed land can free up space for planting rare spiritual herbs, and on the other hand, Zhang Wenyue's blessed land can be put to good use. After further upgrades, potential residents can also relocate there. Let's create it into both a military base and a population center. After listening to the Ancient One's narrative, everyone turned to Chen Wen awaiting his decision. Chen Wen fell into deep thought, weighing the Ancient One's proposed solution. After pondering for a long time and finding no better alternatives, Chen Wen nodded, essentially deciding on the matter. After handling the matter, Chen Wen suddenly recalled the Qi observation technique he received when he accepted the human emperor's inheritance. Although he could observe the fortune of his territory, he could not perceive his own. As the saying goes, a healer does not heal themselves, and fortune tellers never predict their own fortunes. Therefore, Chen Wen wished to examine the fortune of others within the territory. The Qi observation technique silently activated, gathering purple light in his eyes. Everyone looked at Chen Wen, urging them to remain still, and then purple light flickered in his gaze, sending a wave of mysterious energy towards them. However, in Chen Wen's eyes, various colors of light appeared on everyone present. All of them shone with a blend of blue and purple, their fortunes soaring, yet on AI wire there was a blank void. Chen Wen could see nothing. From the observations of everyone, Chen Wen inferred that he should possess purple fortune, just like the ancient Li Li and Gong Sun Zan, who were intrinsically linked to him and could not exceed his own fortune. As the Lord, Chen Wen was certainly superior to them. AI Wire's situation was special. He could not discern anything from her, lacking any visible fortune color, but Chen Wen did not dwell on this. Big Brother Chen, what just happened? Your eyes emitted purple light. Li Li asked, noticing the purple light slowly dissipating from Chen Wen's eyes. Haha, I just used a skill from the human emperor's inheritance to observe the fortune within the territory. Chen Wen replied with a smile. Upon hearing Chen Wen's explanation, AI Wire wanted to speak, but was preempted by the astonished Gula. Little Chen, are you referring to fortune? As an old professor, Gula was well versed in the culture of the original world. The concept of spirits and deities has existed since ancient times. Feng Shui and fortune have persisted through the ages, though they cannot be explained scientifically. One's destiny is tied to luck and feng shui, with reading virtue and moral integrity following. From this, one can see how crucial fortune and feng shui are to an individual's life. Chen Wen nodded. Indeed, it is a skill to observe fortune. Chen Wen surveyed everyone, seeing their attention fixed on him, and slowly explained, According to the inheritance, a person's or a faction's fortune is divided into red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, 7 colors and 9 colors. The higher the fortune, the smoother the affairs. Typically, a person or faction with the highest fortune will be purple. The 7 and 9 colors are basically legendary. There are tales of Lao Tzu traveling west beyond the Han Pass, with purple energy coming from the east for 3,000 miles. This purple energy represents a dense level of purple fortune capable of communicating with the external world and manifesting naturally. After Chen Wen finished explaining, Li Li finally found an opportunity to speak and eagerly asked, "Big brother Chen, what color is our fortune?" Seeing Li Li's eager expression, Chen Wen did not keep them in suspense and directly replied, "All your fortunes are a mix of blue and purple, essentially reaching a flourishing level of fortune." He then focused his gaze on AI Wire. AI Wire is the most special. I cannot discern any traces of fortune on her. Upon hearing Chen Wen's words, everyone turned their attention to AI Wire, awaiting her explanation. AI Wire calmly spoke. The fortune referred to by the Lord is indeed very useful at lower levels of power. To some extent it reflects the heavens' favor towards an individual, but it is also a shackle. However, once one reaches a certain level of power, they are no longer bound by the heavens. Our ultimate goal as cultivators is to transcend the confines of the heavens and not be limited by the 5 elements. Before I was sealed, my strength had already surpassed SSS rank. Although I had not reached an invincible level, I was still a formidable force in the vast universe, and the world no longer posed any limitations on me. AI Wire paused, staring at Chen Wen, and continued. "My lord, the most basic requirement to become a strong individual is to not be constrained by the world." Time passed unknowingly during the meeting. A day had gone by. Chen Wen patrolled the territory, observing any changes over the past 3 days. He strolled through various places, especially the trading market, which he had not visited since its completion. The trading market was built in a U-shaped street, currently still quite empty, with shops lining both sides. The street is 10 meters wide with 2-story shops totaling over 500 meters in length. Chen Wen was very satisfied with the completion of this street, and praised Li Li, who accompanied him. "Li Li, I didn't realize you had design talent. It seems you have many untapped gifts." Hearing Chen Wen's compliment, Li Li beamed with pride. "Big brother Chen, while I provided the ideas, the construction was done by the Earth Gnomes, who played a significant role as well. Currently, there are a total of 100 shops on this street, with 5 in our supply and marketing cooperative, which serves as the place to exchange territorial resources. I named it the Supply and Marketing Cooperative." "Good. That's a nice name." Chen Wen praised again, noting the sentiment behind it. Having toured the territory, he led Li Li towards the blessed land. At that moment, Chen Wen felt someone mentioning him in the survival manual. Taking it out, he guessed it might be Zhang Wenyue, as he should have successfully upgraded the blessed land by now. Rarely did anyone mention him. At most it was some light teasing in the trading channel, primarily because he had few friends. Opening the survival manual, it was indeed a message from Zhang Wenyue. "Zhang Wenyue, boss, I've successfully upgraded here, but it seems I have to face a beast tide starting in half a day. I want to ask what a beast tide is like." Upon seeing Zhang Wenyue's message, Chen Wen's expression changed, but how could he have forgotten about this? After successfully upgrading the blessed land, the heart of energy must absorb the energy of heaven and earth, and an energy tide will lead to a beast tide. Zhang Wenyue's personal strength was now much stronger than when he had first started, but he had no assistance, just a large white tiger and himself. When he upgraded the blessed land, he had the support of over 10,000 magical beasts. If Zhang Wenyue had to handle one beast alone, it would tire them out. In fact, Chen Wen was overthinking it. When he upgraded the blessed land, it was due to the rapid speed, and the system had raised the difficulty for balance, even sending a deep abyss troll to challenge him. Noticing Chen Wen's sudden change in expression, Li Li quickly asked, "Big brother Chen, what happened?" Chen Wen explained the difficulties Zhang Wenyue was facing to Li Li. After Chen Wen's description, the room fell silent, until finally Nini spoke up to comfort him. "Big brother Chen, don't worry. Zhang Wenyue is B rank, and with an A rank, they should have a good chance of getting through a beast tide. If all else fails, let them use the return stone to teleport directly to the territory and abandon that base." Chen Wen had many weapons, but Zhang Wenyue did not have enough manpower to operate them. For example, A-rank crossbows, artillery, and magical towers do not require personnel, but such war supplies are scarce and no longer available for trade. Chen Wen could find no better solution for now, so he sent Zhang Wenyue several cannons, a full set of a rank bronze armor, and a bronze treasure blade. "Chen Wen, the equipment I've sent you. Find people to operate it. The beast tide in the miniature blessed land is overwhelming in numbers, but individual strength remains low." Meanwhile, Zhang Wenyue stared at the items Chen Wen had traded over, especially the 2 stones. Reading Chen Wen's explanation, Zhang Wenyue suddenly felt a heavy weight settle upon his heart. The 2 return-to-town stones were clearly meant as his last resort. First, Zhang Wenyue positioned the cannons within the defensive perimeter of the blessed land, then assigned a dozen monkeys to learn their operation. Zhang Wenyue himself, accompanied by slaughtered nearby monstrous beasts. None escaped his blade. Blood stained the earth crimson. The stench of slaughter hung thick in the air. He waited in solemn stillness for the beast tide to arrive. Time slipped away unnoticed in quiet anticipation, until afternoon finally arrived. Then Chen Wen received Zhang Wenyue's good news. Senior brother, I've succeeded. A smile spread across Chen Wen's face as he replied, how did the beast tide go? And what changes occurred after your territory's ascension? Pausing briefly, Chen Wen added, never mind that for now. It's growing late. Let's formalize our alliance first. Transfer your blessings here immediately. We'll discuss everything once you arrive. Zhang Wenyue raised no objection and quickly responded, senior brother, I'm sending the alliance request right now. The moment Zhang Wenyue sent that message, Chen Wen's survival manual chimed with an alliance prompt. Ding. Zhang Wenyue requests alliance under your leadership as Alliance Lord. Accept. Ding. Alliance confirmed. You have 8 remaining alliance slots. Upon confirmation, Chen Wen's personal interface refreshed, displaying updated alliance information. Chen Wen, a rank Constitution 4500, Spirit 4500. Talent Perfect Absorption, SS rank sealed. Skills Emperor Scripture. Pets. Alliance 8 slots remaining. Alliance Lord Chen Wen, immovable ally 1 Zhang Wenyue immobile. Thus Chen Wen realized that as Alliance Lord his own territory could not relocate. Only allies could move near him. The full implications would only become clear once Zhang Wenyue completed his transfer. Chen Wen, Zhang Wenyue, how is your situation? If ready, begin your transfer now. We still have time before dusk. Let's settle everything properly. Zhang Wenyue replied, senior brother, may I begin the transfer? Chen Wen, proceed. Minutes after those words, a gentle voice murmured beside him, master, intense energy fluctuations surge above the blessed land. Xiao AI materialized beside Chen Wen, her tone tender and calm. In truth, Chen Wen had already sensed the celestial tremor. So too had a rank cultivators like Awakens and Gongsun Zan. As Chen Wen stepped out of the villa, Gongsun Zan and the others were already assembled in the plaza, gazing upward in unison. Lord, our territory is experiencing violent spatial fluctuations. Could this herald some cataclysm? Awakens, possessing the highest cultivation among them, perceived most clearly this was no mere surge of spiritual energy. It carried distinct spatial resonance. This was Chen Wen's first encounter with such ferocious energy turbulence. Though during the initial beast-tide abyssal giants had emerged through spatial fissures, those rifts had been narrow, barely stirring the ambient chi. Another factor lay in Chen Wen's earlier weakness. He simply lacked the perception to detect such subtle shifts. Chen Wen waved his hand lightly, not out of nonchalance, but to mask his inner tension. He suspected, however, that the disturbance signaled Zhang Wenyue's arrival. He spoke aloud, nothing to fear, remain vigilant. My ally is arriving. Hearing this, all fell silent, eyes fixed on the heavens' transformation. Above the blessed land, celestial energies roiled violently. Skies darkened, winds howled, clouds churned, and concentric ripples of distorted space shimmered outward like waves upon a lake. The turbulence intensified, colliding energies sparked thunderclaps and lightning bolts. Then, within the seething vortex, a tiny aperture appeared. It widened steadily, swelling until it formed a circular void 10 zhang wide. Fleeting white flashes darted across its abyssal depths. Chen Wen, having visited the chrono and knew this void led to the infinite void, and those glimmers were chaotic spatial currents. Though manifesting directly above the territory, the void exuded an invisible crushing pressure. Oh, Lily gasped, then instantly covered her mouth, embarrassed. She glanced around. Only Chen Wen and Awir remained composed. The rest stood frozen in stunned silence. Gongsun Zan, Kai Chi, and Lao Gu were witnessing spatial chaos for the first time, hence their awe. Even from afar, the blinding white flashes erupting from the void pressed inward upon their hearts. A palpable razor-sharp force, relentless and annihilating. Even Nyoda, rank Peaktier, felt his chest constrict. Yet for a rank cultivators like Chen Wen, the pressure barely registered. Sensing his companion's distress, Chen Wen turned, only to see Lao Gu and Lili already pale-faced. Without hesitation, he converted all his chi into Imperial Tao energy and projected it outward, forming a luminous protective dome encompassing everyone. Within its glow, phantom dragon silhouettes coiled and roared, each breath echoing with celestial thunder. Lao Gu, how are you holding up? Sheltered beneath the dome, color returned to their faces, especially Lao Gu's. He shook his head helplessly. Age has truly dulled me. I can't even bear to gaze upon the outer world anymore, Lao Gu said, a wry, sorrowful smile touching his lips. His words carried melancholy, but who could blame him? In his former world, he'd already passed 60 winters. His spirit had long since aged. Though cultivation here gradually restored his body, his outward appearance now resembled a man of 50. The soul's tempo could not be hurried. Lao Gu, you're still young. I hope every one of you walks beside me to the very end. Chen Wen met Lao Gu's eyes, solemn, unwavering. I will abandon no one. Even as he spoke, the void stabilized. From its depths, a single point of light emerged, strange, vivid, defying the monochrome white glare that had filled the rift. A radiant, multicolored bubble cradled an object as it rose slowly into view. Once it crossed the threshold of the void, the rift itself began contracting, diminishing until it vanished entirely. How breathtaking! Lili, ever sensitive to beauty, whispered in wonder. Senior brother Chen Wen, I'm here. Just as they focused intently on the shimmering bubble, an elated voice rang forth from within it. Chen Wen looked carefully. The colorful orb was slowly descending from its original position directly above the blessed land to almost the height near the city gate. However, it did not land inside the blessed land, but at the city gate. Chen Wen along with his companions slowly made their way to the city gate, and by the time they arrived the colorful orb had descended to just 2 meters above the ground. At this moment Chen Wen and the others finally saw that inside the orb was a miniature city, very small, resembling a scene within a glass sphere. Chen Wen's eyesight and perception were exceptionally strong. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a young man inside the colorful bubble excitedly waving his hand. With a flash of white light the person inside the bubble had vanished, and in his place stood a figure before Chen Wen. He wore bronze armor with a dark crimson belt adorned with thunder patterns tied around his waist, and hung a mighty bronze long sword at his side. This was the bronze armor set that Chen Wen had given him. His long hair flowed like water, complemented by a small scar on his forehead, truly embodying a valiant man. His physique was robust and powerful, and his bronze skin exuded a wild aura. Beside him was a large white tiger, majestic and imposing, causing Chen Wen to involuntarily admire the king of beasts, unable to help but glance at it a couple more times. Among his pets, only Di Yin could surpass the might of the great white tiger. Other pets, despite their noble lineage, still had a somewhat adorable quality. Big Shot, I finally met you. Upon seeing Chen Wen, Zhang Wenyu's eyes unexpectedly sparkled with a hint of excitement, and he spoke. This expression completely betrayed his imposing and wild exterior. Chen Wen was also taken aback by the speed of his change in demeanor. Such a formidable appearance paired with a fearsome white tiger turned out to possess a slightly juvenile personality. Indeed, no one is perfect. However, Chen Wen still needed to perform his duties. Walking over with a beaming smile, he patted Zhang Wenyu's shoulder and said, "Welcome to the team, Zhang Wenyu." Feeling the warmth of the shoulder pad, Zhang Wenyu's juvenile tendencies intensified, and he excitedly touched the spot that Chen Wen had just patted. "Big Shot, to be able to cling to your thigh is my honor. I hope you will take care of me in the future. You have no idea how tough it has been for me in this world. Hello, I am Lily. Welcome to the team. Let's work hard together to make the universe-blessed land even stronger." Lily stepped out from beside Chen Wen and extended her slender hand. Zhang Wenyu looked at the suddenly appearing beauty. He had been focused on Chen Wen, who stood in the front radiating an imperial aura that naturally drew people's attention. He completely ignored the person standing behind Chen Wen. Having traversed through worlds for so long, Zhang Wenyu had not seen a single woman, let alone a beauty. Watching Lily extend her hand, he rubbed his own hand vigorously as if trying to wipe away any dirt. Gently placing his hand in Lily's, he surprisingly flushed red and said, "Hello, my name is Zhang Wenyu. I've heard about you in the group. It's a pleasure to meet you, and I hope to count on you in the future." Compared to Lily's poise, Zhang Wenyu seemed a bit awkward. One would never guess that such an exterior hid not only a juvenile side, but also a shy personality, perhaps like Chen Wen. He was also a single dog. Seeing Zhang Wenyu's flustered appearance, Chen Wen approached to ease the situation, saying, "Let me introduce you. This is our main management personnel for the territory. This is Lili, who oversees the people's livelihood in the territory. This is Ancient, who manages the financial resources of the territory. And here is Gongsun Zhan, who leads the White Horse Army. This is the Minotaur, who commands the Minotaur Legion, and Xian Yi, my personal bodyguard leader." Chen Wen introduced Zhang Wenyu to everyone, and also introduced everyone to Zhang Wenyu, after which they returned to the main topic. Chen Wen looked up at the colorful bubble floating in front of the city gate, and turned to Zhang Wenyu asking, "Do you know how to operate things after you relocate here?" At this moment Zhang Wenyu quickly nodded. "Big Shot, I know. I can deploy the blessed land through my survival manual. Now it's floating in the air, and I'm unsure of the best position for it." After saying this, Zhang Wenyu took out the survival manual and flipped to the personal interface, showing the Alliance's possible relocation areas accompanied by a mini-map that depicted Chen Wen's surroundings. However, it was not detailed, showing only mountains, forests, and rivers without magical beasts or buildings, and the range was also limited. Chen Wen and Ancient exchanged glances. Ancient nodded slightly. They had already discussed the purpose and placement of Zhang Wenyu's base the previous day. "I want to turn your blessed land into a military base where the army will be stationed year-round. As for the location, it will be arranged 3 kilometers inward from the territory. This distance is not far and allows for mutual support, serving as a stronghold for future explorations into the forest interior. The leadership of the Lord within will still be yours." Chen Wen articulated the plan they had discussed yesterday. Zhang Wenyu had no objections to these arrangements. He had already prepared himself before coming here, intending to hand over all management rights to Chen Wen without preparing to contest this authority. Now Chen Wen was very satisfied with his arrangements for the territory and the preservation of democratic rights. "Big Shot, I will follow your arrangements. Anyway, my luck has been too poor. I'm just here to cling to your thigh." Zhang Wenyu chuckled, awkwardly speaking, with a completely juvenile demeanor. Hearing this, Chen Wen couldn't help but examine Zhang Wenyu closely. From the moment he met Zhang Wenyu, Chen Wen felt that his luck was particularly strange, even without using the Qi observation technique. However, it always gave the impression of a person in their prime suffering from an illness. Chen Wen's thoughts stirred, and he couldn't help but use the Qi observation technique again, purple light gathering in his eyes. Looking at the luck above Zhang Wenyu's head, Chen Wen couldn't help but be taken aback. The luck above Zhang Wenyu's head was actually purple, but at the center of this luck, there was a golden tiger constantly absorbing this luck, resulting in the purple luck being extremely thin. It gave off an impression of being unable to sustain itself. This was a gung metal white tiger exuding an aura of slaughter. From its appearance, it was still a cub, but even as a cub, it was a divine beast. If it weren't for Zhang Wenyu's luck being purple, it wouldn't be able to support its absorption. At this moment, the golden tiger unexpectedly opened its eyes and glanced at Chen Wen. Chen Wen felt as if a golden divine sword was piercing directly into his heart. Humph. Chen Wen let out a muffled groan, closing his eyes as blood tears streamed down his cheeks. Lily had been paying close attention to Chen Wen. In fact, whenever Chen Wen was nearby, she focused most of her attention on him. Seeing the blood tears flowing from his eyes, she hurriedly placed her hand on him, anxiously asking Chen to go, "What's wrong?" Chen Wen silently circulated the human emperor's sutra to adjust his breathing as the golden divine sword wandered within his body, causing his vital energy to surge. As the emperor's scripture circulated, the imperial dragon chi surged forth from his dantian, and when the golden divine sword encountered the imperial dragon chi, it fled like a mouse facing a cat. However, the imperial dragon chi swallowed it whole, and after circulating for 3 cycles, Chen Wen's vitality finally calmed down, returning everything to its original state. Although a lot transpired from an external perspective, it was merely a matter of a few blinks. Now Chen Wen's strength had vastly improved. Circulating a single cycle was almost a matter of a breath, and his meridians were unobstructed. The imperial dragon chi flowed smoothly like a dragon swimming in the sea, no longer requiring the lengthy time it once did to practice a chi cultivation technique. Chen Wen slowly opened his eyes, looking at the anxious faces around him, especially Li, who was holding onto his arm. A wave of warmth flowed from his arm to his calm heart, causing a stir within him. He gently shook his head at Li, saying, "Don't worry, there's nothing wrong. It was just a slight error in the technique I was practicing." After saying this, Chen Wen turned to Zhang Wenyue with a peculiar expression, saying, "Zhang Wenyue, you truly are blessed with great fortune." Upon hearing Chen Wen's words, Zhang Wenyu's face instantly fell, and in a gloomy tone, he replied, "I know a bit about your situation, but not much. I can only say that your survival to this point is indeed a stroke of luck. Otherwise, who knows how many times others would have perished in your place." Hearing this, Zhang Wenyue nervously looked at Chen Wen and hurriedly asked, "Big Sha, do you know what's wrong with me? Am I suffering from some terminal illness and going to die?" He dramatically covered his forehead, acting as if he were heartbroken. "Here I am, Zhang Wenyue, a graceful and handsome man who has crossed into this world and turned into a rugged wild man, and now I'm supposed to have a terminal illness. Heaven is so unfair to me." His delusions returned, and he began his melodramatic performance. Everyone present, including Chen Wen, felt as if a flock of crows had flown over their heads. This delusional youth was not just delusional, he was also quite the actor. Seeing him getting more and more into character, Chen Wen couldn't help but exclaim, "Shut up. Who told you that you have a terminal illness?" Hearing Chen Wen's rebuke, Zhang Wenyue quickly retracted his theatrical performance and looked at Chen Wen with a pitiful expression, saying, "Big Shot, what's wrong with me? Please tell me. You just said that my survival is a stroke of luck, but my luck has been terrible. You have no appearance of being lucky at all." Chen Wen thought for a moment and organized his words, "You should know that your fortune is incredibly rich, nearly reaching the level of purple luck. However, within your fortune resides a divine beast that continuously absorbs your luck as sustenance. That's why I said you are indeed blessed. If it were someone else, they would have perished long ago from having their luck absorbed by a divine beast." It should be noted that Chen Wen's purple luck was primarily due to his own strength enhancement, coupled with the rewards for being the top performer. "What?" Zhang Wenyue exclaimed in shock. "Big Shot, are you saying my luck has been stolen by a divine beast? Tell me where it is. I must go take care of that bastard. It caused me to be so unlucky that I can't even get anything good from treasure chests." Zhang Wenyue said, filled with indignation. His tendency to speak impulsively was not something he could change easily. Watching him gesticulate wildly, even mimicking drawing a sword, Chen Wen could only respond gently, "You shouldn't think that way. From my observation of that white tiger, while it is absorbing your luck, it is also providing you with protection. Seriously consider it. Since you crossed into this world, aside from not obtaining good items, have you encountered any real danger?" Upon hearing Chen Wen's words, Zhang Wenyue quieted down, thinking seriously. Indeed, as Chen Wen said, since crossing into this world, he had never faced any danger. Right after his arrival, he had been recognized as the master by the great white tiger. Zhang Wenyue also realized that the animals in the forest seemed to have a kind of fear towards him. Initially, he thought it was because of the great white tiger, as the tiger had never left his side. Zhang Wenyue also realized that the animals in the forest seemed to have a kind of fear towards him. Initially, he thought it was because of the great white tiger, as the tiger had never left his side. As the king of beasts, the animals in the forest feared it, and he didn't find it strange. But now, after hearing Chen Wen's words, he thought that perhaps those animals were not afraid of the great white tiger, but rather were more afraid of him. At this moment, Zhang Wenyue spoke up, "Big Shot, thinking it over, there is indeed some truth in what you said. I have not encountered any danger since coming to this world. Even this recent flood was very easy to get through, attracting only a few low-intelligence magical beasts and wild animals, maybe just a few hundred or 1,000. Lily looked at him with envy, remembering how she had to run all over the mountains to find food, only to finally get a farmer's summoning base from a treasure chest to slowly secure enough food. However, her personal strength had increased far too slowly, forcing her to abandon her territory. Chen Wen nodded and said, "Now you understand how fortunate you are, right? Although your luck is being absorbed, overall the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. A person can only have a future if they are alive. Perhaps when the divine beast in your luck matures, your fortunes will turn, and you may even gain a tremendous boost." Hee, thank you, big shot. You have resolved one of my worries. You are truly amazing, understanding so much already, Zhang Wenyue said with a grin. As they spoke, Zhang Wenyue suddenly turned serious, looking intently at Chen Wen. "Big shot, since I have decided to follow you, I will not go back on my word. No matter what happens in the future, I will stay behind you. I, Zhang Wenyue, may be just a minor character, but I will keep my promise. It is hard for 4 horses to chase after a gentleman's word." Seeing Zhang Wenyue drop his delusions and show a serious expression, Chen Wen felt a surprising sense of righteousness from him. This was indeed Zhang Wenyue's cleverness. Previously, Chen Wen had mentioned that he would achieve great things in the future. If the divine beast matured, it could even leap over the dragon's gate. Now, having just pledged allegiance to Chen Wen, there was this unstable factor, and he worried that Chen Wen might not accept him. Just as Chen Wen was about to say something, Zhang Wenyue spoke again. "He, following the big shot means having a bright future. I won't leave you. Please don't abandon me," he said with tears welling in his eyes, looking at Chen Wen, completely shedding the serious demeanor he had just shown. In the midst of joy and laughter, he unknowingly dispelled one person's worries and even brought them closer together. Chen Wen thought to himself, indeed, those who can survive to this point are all clever people, but he was overthinking it. Chen Wen was confident he could rise above him. Moreover, that gaze made Chen Wen feel a chill down his spine. It was unsettling for a man to look at him in such a way. Chen Wen stopped wasting words with him and calculated the scale roughly on the survival manual, marking a 0.5 kilometers inside the forest for the Huanyu blessed land, asking Zhang Wenyue to move his blessed land there. Initially, it was supposed to be 3 kilometers, but after thinking it over, Chen Wen decided that 3 kilometers was too close, so he opted for the 5-kilometer mark. Once the position was confirmed, a colorful bubble floated above Zhang Wenyue's head, and the bubble moved as Zhang Wenyue directed it. Chen Wen and a group of people arrived at the designated location. Fortunately, there were many of them, and a large area of the surrounding forest had already been cleared. This location was near a shallow area close to the Huanyu River. Upon arrival, Zhang Wenyue confirmed the placement, and the colorful bubble burst, revealing a miniature city floating in the air approximately 30 meters in length and width. It slowly descended towards the ground, and upon touching down, there was no tremor, the imagined rumbling of the earth. The city seemed to take root as it made contact with the ground, perfectly integrated with it. However, the city walls were bare, lacking the various defensive structures that Chen Wen's blessed land possessed, and even the name of the blessed land at the city gate was absent, indicating that Zhang Wenyue had not yet had the chance to name it. Just as Chen Wen was about to lead the others into Zhang Wenyue's blessed land, Zhang Wenyue spoke up. "Wait a moment, Great One." Turning to look, the group leader saw Zhang Wenyue's serious expression and inquired with confusion, "What is it? Is there something wrong? Great One, please accept me as your follower," Zhang Wenyue said. At that moment, Chen Wen's survival manual also sent him a prompt ding. "Lord Zhang Wenyue requests to become your follower. Do you agree?" Chen Wen gazed deeply at Zhang Wenyue, who felt as if all his thoughts had been laid bare with not a single secret. Originally, when Chen Wen and the others discussed this, they intended to sign a contract for Zhang Wenyue to become a subordinate. Retracting his gaze, he clicked confirm on the survival manual. Zhang Wenyue looked at the confirmation prompt on the survival manual and finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, he then examined the various functions of the survival manual. Zhang Wenyue thought to himself, there is a significant difference between what the Great One said about subordinates. There seem to be no restrictions. What could be going on? Perhaps there are limitations that I am unaware of. Zhang Wenyue gently sighed inwardly, though he did not regret it. Earlier at the gate of the Great One's blessed land, although he hadn't entered, he could see the Great One's strength clearly. The towering and broad city walls densely packed with defensive structures and the majestic banners fluttering. Even the 2 minotaurs guarding the gate were clever, and along the way he encountered several patrol teams, one of which was led by a Blevel captain. He knew that all his talented resources were for his own use, and were all at the Blevel. Since there were arrangements for patrolling soldiers, the number of the Great One's people was certainly not small. Among the 7 or 8 territory personnel following Chen Wen, there were a few that Zhang Wenyue found completely inscrutable. Standing beside him, he felt a sense of trepidation, especially towards Chen Wen, who, while appearing very gentle, exuded an inner sharpness, tolerance, and compassion. All of this left Zhang Wenyue bewildered. How could one person possess so much aura? Chen Wen might not have sensed these things himself, but those around him could clearly perceive the changes in him, all due to the cultivation of the Emperor's scripture. What surprised Zhang Wenyue the most was that as they walked towards the inner area, the villagers they passed showed deep respect and affection for Chen Wen. It was evident that such love from his residents could not be earned through mere pretense. Everything about this left Zhang Wenyue in shock, which prompted him to proactively propose being a subordinate. Unexpectedly, the outcome was much better than he had imagined, and he faced no significant restrictions. At this moment, Chen Wen was also filled with questions. Why was Zhang Wenyu's request this time to be a follower instead of a subordinate? Fortunately, there was an explanation in the survival manual under the follower section. A follower is a lord who possesses territory, and the lord cannot restrict his freedom, though the lord does have the right to revoke his territory. If that's the case, a follower is like a vassal guard while a subordinate belongs to a servant type. Chen Wen, once again, welcome you, Zhang Wenyu. Chen Wen extended his palm to Zhang Wenyu. Entering Zhang Wenyu's blessed land, it was rather empty, with only a dozen monkeys playing and no additional buildings, just a single-story villa. Seeing this situation, everyone cast pitying looks at Zhang Wenyu. After such a long time, he hadn't even found the blueprints for a two-story villa. Brother Zhang, you are too pitiful, Lili spoke up. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Wenyu's face instantly darkened. Enduring the pitying gazes of others had already brought him down, and now Lili's words were like a stab. Noticing Zhang Wenyu's embarrassed demeanor, Chen Wen said, "Haha, don't worry. Now that you're here, I won't let you live in such poverty any longer." Chen Wen couldn't help but burst into laughter again. Hearing Chen Wen's reassurance, Zhang Wenyu's expression brightened, but upon hearing Chen Wen's laughter, his face fell again. "Great one, you are too cruel. My tender heart has suffered a serious blow." Zhang Wenyu's dramatic flair kicked, and such teasing words had no real impact on Zhang Wenyu. He was inherently an optimistic person, and having faced repeated setbacks since arriving in this world, he had already grown accustomed to it. Amidst everyone's laughter, time passed gradually. Chen Wen activated the teleportation array between Zhang Wenyu's blessed land and the Huanyu blessed land. He did not open the teleportation to the interior of the blessed land, but instead to the very front of the city gate, as Chen Wen planned to construct a massive plaza in front of both blessed lands. Additionally, Chen Wen named Zhang Wenyu's blessed land Huanyu No. 1. He spent the entire afternoon completely scheduling his time. The control of Huanyu No. 1 was jointly held by Chen Wen and Zhang Wenyu, so Chen Wen also had the authority to relocate buildings. Chen Wen moved all the military-type buildings from his blessed land to the vicinity of Huanyu No. 1. In an instant, his blessed land was left with only the Research Institute and the Money House. Upon returning to the blessed land through the teleportation array, Chen Wen felt as if the blessed land had suddenly expanded immensely, with patches of excellent spiritual soil becoming vacant. One could imagine that once all the land was planted, the high-level crops in Chen Wen's territory would experience a surge. Zhang Wenyu, akin to a child entering a grand garden, was curious about all aspects of Chen Wen's territory. With nothing else to do, Chen Wen took him on a leisurely stroll from the industrial area to the residential village, and then to the defensive structures atop the city walls. Zhang Wenyu was constantly bringing laughter and screams, and Chen Wen and Lili had gotten to know his personality quite well, able to handle him with ease. He was incredibly clever, yet had a touch of immaturity. That night, a barbecue party was successfully held where Zhang Wenyu, while drinking spiritual wine, showered Chen Wen with praise. "You are amazing, big shot. You even managed to produce wine, and such high-end wine at that." His cheeks were flushed as he continuously poured the wine into his mouth. "Haha, you should thank Gu Lao and Lili for this. I know nothing about winemaking. I only provided the materials, and the results were all thanks to them." Chen Wen replied happily, already a bit tipsy. The wine Chen Wen was brewing combined various fruits, spiritual grains, and medicinal herbs through fermentation, which could hardly still be called wine. After appraisal, the best batch had reached grade A. In order to brew the finest quality spiritual wine, he even wasted tenju fruits. However, a grade wine was scarce, with only 20 jars, each weighing about 10 kilograms. The alcohol content was high, and the heavenly energy made it easy to absorb, even aiding in breaking through bottlenecks. Chen Wen named it Qi Jing Shuejiao, as its main ingredients were zhu fruits and Qi Jing blood rice. Since its brewing, he would have 2 liang every meal. However, at the gathering, Chen Wen was reluctant to bring out such precious wine, only presenting grade spiritual wine, which was still quite abundant, with several hundred jars. "Thank you, Lili and Gu Lao. I haven't had wine in ages. Compared to your lives, my previous life was truly that of a beggar." As he spoke, Zhang Wenyu's dramatic talent kicked in again, pouring out his woes. Yet his hands moved quickly, stuffing skewers into his mouth and pouring wine down his throat. Chen Wen watched nervously, fearing he might drink too much and pass out. This situation did not occur. After all, Zhang Wenyu was a great powerhouse with exceptionally robust physical qualities. Although the alcohol was strong, it was brewed from rare treasures and would be quickly absorbed by his body. Chen Wen had long wanted to host another gathering, and this time it coincided perfectly with Zhang Wenyu's arrival, as the absorption of spiritual wine greatly aided in enhancing strength. Especially since Nyoda needed to break through, Chen Wen specifically set aside 2 jin of Qi Jing blood wine for him. The absorption ability of beast men was relatively poor, so it would take a few days. By the time Chen Wen returned from Xingyun City, the territory might very well have a few more great individuals. Gu Lao and Li Li's progress had been slow despite never lacking resources. However, they were not very dedicated to cultivation and seldom utilized the territory's resources. Achut. Chen Wen felt something scratching his nose in his sleep, causing him to sneeze. When he awoke, he found Linger tugging at Xiao Bei's tail and scratching his nose. Since last night's gathering, Linger had stayed in the villa, having spent time learning from Ayer and missing Chen Wen greatly. Linger stopped messing around. I need to get up and wash up today is important. Chen Wen gently moved Xiao Bai aside and spoke softly. However, Linger floated in the air, staring intently at Chen Wen, her eyes sparkling with a hint of pleading. Feeling uncomfortable under her gaze, Chen Wen asked, "What's wrong, Linger? Looking at Daddy like this?" Linger flew close to Chen Wen's face, pressing her body against his cheek. "Daddy, you're going to Xingyun City today, and I want to go with you." Zhit. Xiao Bai on the bed also squeaked, and Chen Wen understood that Xiao Bai wanted to go along as well. "Haha, I thought it was something else. Daddy said wherever he goes he will take you with him. Well, go together." Chen Wen gently patted Xiao Bai's head, and then pinched Linger's cheek. "Yay, I knew Daddy was the best. Xiao Bai, did you hear that? Daddy said he would take us." Linger planted a kiss on Chen Wen's cheek, and then flew in front of Xiao Bai. Zhit. Xiao Bai responded with enthusiasm. "All right, you little rascals, play for a while. Daddy will wash up, and after breakfast, well, set off." Chen Wen got up, dressed, and walked to the bathroom to wash up. After finishing, Chen Wen approached the window and concentrated, observing that the luck dragon of the territory had completely transformed into yellow. This change had been noticed since Zhang Wenyu's arrival. Zhang Wenyue was originally a person of great fortune. Although the absorption of the divine beast by who had led to a scarcity of purple luck, he still retained purple luck in his cells, making him equal to 10 people with blue luck. Almost at the moment he became Chen Wen's follower, the luck dragon underwent a transformation, sprouting a fleshy growth. "One, you keep a good watch over the house. One day, I will have you transform into a true dragon, advancing to 7 colors, or even 9 colors, allowing you to soar freely beyond the territory." Chen Wen looked at the yellow dragon that resembled a small snake. Roar. A dragon's roar emanated from the luck dragon's mouth as a mirror flew up into the sky of the blessed land amidst the clouds. Xiao-eyed. Watching the dragon ascend into the clouds, Chen Wen saw her again. As soon as his calm words fell, a phantom figure appeared beside him, and a gentle voice reached his ears. "Master, I am here. While I am away, monitor the situation of the territory closely. If any issues arise, promptly report to Gu Lao and Li Li, who will convey the message to me. I will find a way to return. Try to keep a close watch on Zhang Wenyu's situation as well. One should never harbor malicious intentions, yet one must remain vigilant." Although Zhang Wenyue appears to pose no problems, Chen Wen's departure right after arriving here still carries a degree of risk that must be monitored closely. "Understood, Master." Xiao Ai replied respectfully. Chen Wen walked to the treasure room and took almost all the precious treasures inside. Anything stored there was at least grade B except for the key and treasure map. Going downstairs, he found that everyone in the territory had already arrived in the villa's hall. They all knew that Chen Wen was heading to Xingyun City today, and all arrangements had already been made, leaving no other matters. After breakfast, Chen Wen and a group of people walked to the city gate, where the 300 Xianjia guards had already assembled. "Lord, the Xuanjia guards are fully assembled. Please give your instructions." Xian Yi stood at the forefront of the Xuanjia guards and spoke. Chen Wen looked at the crowd and thought, there are too many people. Ooh, I cannot take them all. Xian Yi to Xian Shi, you each take a small team of 100 people to follow me, while the others focus on training in the territory. "Understood, Lord." The Xuanjia guards shouted in unison. Chen Wen glanced at Zhang Wenyue, who had already removed his armor and donned the cotton clothing of the territory, looking exceptionally handsome. He spoke, "Don't forget what I mentioned last night. I hope to see some results before I return. This trip to Xingyun City will take at least half a month, maybe even a month." Upon hearing Chen Wen's instructions, Zhang Wenyue patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, big boss. With the by assisting, I promise to give you a surprise when you come back." Just as Chen Wen was about to leave, Ai, wire-clad in a suit of women's armor and carrying her longbow on her back, approached the city gate. "Lord, I want to go with you. The Holy Spirit's strength is too low. I must protect the Holy Spirit," Ai Wire declared. Chen Wen thought for a moment and nodded. Uncertain of what they might encounter in Xingyun City, having Ai Wire and Strength Expert by his side would at least ensure they could maneuver freely. Originally, he intended for Ai Wire to stay in the territory as a trump card. Since she insisted, Chen Wen found it difficult to refuse, knowing well the importance of Linger to her. Finally, under the gaze of everyone, he mounted Di Yan's back, walking in front with Xiao Bai perched on his shoulder, while Linger flew freely above. Behind him followed Xian Yi and the 100 Xuanjia guards as they headed towards the forest's outskirts. Watching the departing team, Li Li was filled with envy, longing to be by Chen Wen's side. "Li Li, you must work hard to train, otherwise when Xiao Chen travels elsewhere you won't even qualify to follow him." Old Gu patted Li Li's arm. Feeling the pat, Li Li came to her senses, her expression resolute, as if making a significant decision. Li Li spoke, "Thank you, Old Gu." As Chen Wen and his group moved towards the forest's outskirts, towering trees surrounded them endlessly. Without a map, it would be impossible to discern directions, risking getting lost within the forest. The further they ventured, the weaker the magical beasts encountered. They had hardly seen any crank magical beasts. Even ordinary animals were becoming increasingly common. "Report, Lord. There's a situation ahead." At that moment, a Xuanjia guard who had been scouting returned to report. Chen Wen's expression turned serious. There shouldn't be any magical beasts in the forest's outskirts that could pose a threat to a pair of crank Xuanjia guards. Seeing the guard return, without panic, Chen Wen said, "Speak." Reporting to the Lord, we have discovered a structure 20 kilometers ahead, the Xuanjia guard respectfully stated. Upon hearing this, Chen Wen's heart surged with excitement. After being in this world for so long apart from Su Song and a few other natives, he was finally going to meet other inhabitants of this world. Having traveled for most of the day, they had already moved beyond the usual patrol range, and with the magical beasts becoming weaker, it was strange to encounter so few people. When Chen Wen arrived at the building indicated by the Xuanjia guard, his heart suddenly trembled. Before him stood a small wooden cabin, a structure he was very familiar with, as it was where he had leveled up to level 2. However, this was only a single story, his was 2 stories tall. This was a level 2 base for survivors. "Dad, this looks like our old house." Linger spoke from Chen Wen's shoulder. With a complex expression, Chen Wen gently patted Linger's little head and softly said, "This is the home of my fellow townsmen." As they approached the cabin, Chen Wen felt increasingly uneasy, for he noticed that the area around the cabin was overgrown with weeds, and the cabin itself was covered in cobwebs, indicating it had been a long time since anyone tended to it. For survivors, a cabin represented everything. If it was left unmanaged, it meant that the survivor's fate was likely. Arriving at the cabin, Chen Wen looked at the dilapidated structure surrounded by claw marks from wild beasts, and with several holes, the door standing wide open. Chen Wen led the others into the cabin, where the bloodstains on the floor still bore witness to a previous struggle, and in the corner lay a skeletal hand. Chen Wen felt despondent. His earlier excitement about meeting other natives had instantly vanished. Looking at the skeletal hand in the corner, he was struck by a sense of sorrow for the unfortunate. Though he didn't know them, they were people from the same world, forced to leave their homes and come to this world, ultimately dying. Everyone around noticed Chen Wen's low spirits, and Linger quietly stood on Chen Wen's shoulder, snuggling her cheek against his neck. "Daddy, don't be sad. Linger will always be with you." Linger hugged him with her small hands. Xiaobai also let out a soft roar. Chen Wen smiled, saying, "It's nothing, just feeling a bit sentimental." All of a sudden, Xian, hearing Chen Wen's call, Xian Yi, who was guarding at the door, walked in, saying, "My lord." Looking at the somewhat damp wooden hut, which had lost some of its moisture, he instructed, "Search for anything related to construction. Take what is useful and abandon what is not." Xian Yi replied, "Understood, my lord." After saying this, Xian Yi led 2 or 3 soldiers to search inside the building. The wooden hut of the second level was already quite spacious, with a kitchen, bedroom, and storage room inside. Chen Wen approached the palm, extending his spiritual force to lift it slowly, guiding it outside to an open area. Chen Wen waved his hand towards the open ground, causing the earth to slowly part to the sides, forming a pit. Chen Wen placed the skeletal hand into the pit and waved his hand again, causing the surrounding soil to flow like water, covering the pit into a mound with a gravestone appearing in front of the mound. Chen Wen took out a sword and swiftly carved a line of words on the gravestone. "Grave of the nameless survivor from Blue Star, erected by Chen Wen." Not knowing the name of this survivor, Chen Wen could only write such an epitaph. "Brother, may you rest in peace," Chen Wen silently said in his heart. Chen Wen felt a deep sadness in his heart. Closing his eyes, he practiced the royal human scripture to cultivate his spirit, gradually calming his mind until only tranquility remained. At this moment, Xian Yi, responsible for the search, approached, saying, "My lord, the search is complete. There is nothing particularly valuable in this wooden hut. The highest grade is just a clever equipment." Chen Wen nodded, looking up at the sun in the sky, which had already set into dusk. He then spoke, "Xian Yi, prepare to set up camp. We will rest here tonight." Finally selecting one, he approached the surrounding 100 armored guards to arrange 2 teams to patrol the area, while others took out tents to start setting up the camp. Chen Wen returned to the wooden hut, intending to check the survivor handbook to see if there were any changes in the recent chat. Ding discovered an abandoned wooden hut, occupy or destroy. As soon as he opened the survivor handbook, a message popped up. Without thinking, Chen Wen decided to destroy it. For him, developing a territory was enough. Moreover, there was already a subordinate universe now, 1A, and this place was more than 100 kilometers away from the universe blessed land. It was still near the outskirts of the forest with little potential for development. Just as Chen Wen was about to destroy it, he reconsidered and withdrew his finger. "I will collect some resources and destroy it tomorrow. When we set off tonight, I will just make do in this wooden hut." Sitting cross-legged on the bed of the wooden hut, he practiced the royal human scripture, silently cultivating. Chen Wen had to actively cultivate now. The energy feedback from the armored guards was becoming increasingly insufficient. When he first broke through to level 1, the ratio was 1001, now it was 5001. The night passed slowly in cultivation. The next morning, Chen Wen stepped out of the wooden hut. It was a fine day with bright sunshine illuminating the lush forest, adding a touch of vitality. "My lord, breakfast is ready. Please enjoy." Seeing Chen Wen come out, Xian Yi, who was waiting at the door, hurriedly stepped forward, presenting a piece of roasted meat. Chen Wen took the roasted meat and saw Di Yan leisurely wandering around the empty space of the hut. Upon seeing the roasted meat in Chen Wen's hand, he drooled, saliva dripping down. Chen Wen smiled, walked over, patted Di Yan's antlers, and held the roasted meat to his mouth, saying, "You glutton. You're clearly a deer, yet you eat meat. You've evolved into a qilin, and even your tastes have changed." Roar. Di Yan, hearing Chen Wen, let out a muffled roar, mainly because he had a large piece of meat in his mouth, making his roar lack any intimidation. "Huh. Chen Wen laughed heartily playing with Di Yin while Xian Yi brought over more roasted meat. After breakfast, Chen Wen destroyed the wooden hut, acquiring several base upgrade devices, some wood and stone, or before leaving. A group set off towards the direction of Xingyan City. Like yesterday, two teams moved ahead to scout the path while Chen Wen and the others followed closely behind. The armored guards walked on two legs while Chen Wen leisurely sat on Di Yan's back, practicing the royal human. Di Yan felt the imperial aura emanating from Chen Wen. To him, the world was the king's territory, and he felt an inexplicable sense of fear. It was important to note that Di Yan was now a genuine Qilin divine beast, albeit just a juvenile. If it weren't for the master-servant contract which linked their souls, he might have already fled. The farther they walked outward, the sparser the forest became, gradually revealing distant hills and plains, no longer an endless sea of trees. This indicated that Chen Wen and the others were about to exit the Lucky Forest. According to the map provided by Su Song, Chen Wen's position was about 300 kilometers from the edge of the forest, and they would need to travel over 100 kilometers more to reach Xingyan City. Chen Wen and his companions, possessing the map, took only a little over a day and were nearing the edge of the forest, unlike Su Song and his group, who had searched for over half a month to find him. The Xingyan forest, vast and boundless, made finding a building or a person reliant on luck. Suddenly Chen Wen awoke from his meditation and looked in a certain direction. "My lord, what is it?" Xian Yi asked, puzzled upon seeing Chen Wen awake. Chen Wen raised his hand and pointed in the direction of his gaze, saying, "There are two friends peeking over there. Please invite them over, but remember not to use force." Xian Yi followed Chen Wen's finger, but sensed nothing, feeling very confused about how the Lord knew this. However, Xian Yi would never disobey Chen Wen's orders, turning around to lead two armored guards in search of the Chen Wen practiced the Emperor's scripture a level too high, allowing him to reach a state of unity with the heavens during his cultivation. Although he did not hear the sounds of heaven and earth as he did during the last fortuitous encounter, and though he was not in sync with the world to even a fraction, he could still sense the movements of the wind and grass around him. During his cultivation, Chen Wen suddenly felt the presence of two people hiding nearby using a special talent, though otherwise Xian Yi would not have been unable to detect them. After about a quarter of an hour, Xian Yi returned with two middle-aged hunters. Each of them carried a large bow and a quiver on their backs, and held several small animals in their hands. Based on their attire, Chen Wen surmised they were hunters. The two hunters were not of high rank, merely level, trailing behind Xian Yi with a sense of reverence and a hint of fear in their eyes. When they first found them, the two were hidden in a tree, completely blending in with their surroundings. Thanks to Chen Wen's guidance, Xian Yi carefully observed and noticed the signs, finding them. It must be said that their hiding skills were truly impressive. Without Chen Wen, even Xian Yi's level spiritual power would have failed to detect their presence. In order to ensure their compliance, Xian Yi unleashed all his aura, pinning the two hunters to the ground, rendering, "My lord, these are the two who were hiding around us." Xian Yi replied respectfully. The moment the two hunters saw Chen Wen, their legs trembled, as if witnessing a celestial being descending, overwhelmed by the unfathomable aura surrounding him. They immediately knelt on the ground, loudly exclaiming, "Please spare us, my lord. We mean no harm. We were only curious to observe your group." Chen Wen waved his hand and smiled, saying, "Get up, you haven't done anything wrong. I won't harm you." His magnanimity was evident. He would not take their lives simply for observing him. The two hunters cautiously glanced up at Chen Wen, but remained bowed, not daring to rise. Seeing this, Chen Wen understood that they must have been greatly frightened. The awe of the weak towards the strong was inevitable. Turning to the armored guards beside the two hunters, he instructed, "Help these two gentlemen up. I have some questions." Upon hearing Chen Wen's command, the guards reached out and pulled the two hunters up from the ground. Once they stood, the hunters continued to fearfully gaze at Chen Wen, their legs shaking uncontrollably. With over 100 people around them, none were below level strength, meaning that all of them were at least level powerhouses. "Whatever my lord wishes to ask, please feel free. We will answer truthfully and thoroughly." "It is our honor to assist you, my lord," the two hunters said, though afraid. They were of middle age and had witnessed their share of storms, so they spoke what needed to be said. Chen Wen nodded and inquired, "Where are you from? How far is it to Xingyan City from here?" The two exchanged glances, and the slightly older one cautiously replied, "Reporting to my lord, we are hunters from the edge of the Xingyan forest. Our village is about 50 kilometers from this location, and today we came here to hunt some low-level magical beasts to train our descendants. We do not know how far it is to Xingyan City. Each trip there takes us 3 days." The two provided all the information Chen Wen needed without holding back. For instance, there are many ordinary people in this world surrounding the 9 major cities, with various villages spread about. The village where these two hunters reside primarily grows ordinary crops with little livestock. To eat meat, they must hunt in the forest. Thus, the resources of the village are prioritized for the hunters. The prey they bring back is distributed among the villagers based on merit, giving hunters a very high status among ordinary people. However, according to them, their village is rather remote and backward, while some other villages possess special products that can be traded in the main city for substantial goods. After learning everything, Chen Wen took out 2 clever apples from his spatial ring and handed them to the hunters. "This is your reward for answering my questions." The two hunters looked at the clever apples in their hands, and with a thud knelt down again, saying, "This is too precious, my lord. We cannot accept it." Chen Wen looked at the two hunters kneeling on the ground, and saw an intense fervor in their eyes. Dad told you to accept it, so please do. It's perfectly all right." At that moment Linger fluttered forth from behind Chen Wen's head. "Ah, the legendary spirit." Two cries of astonishment burst from the mouths of the two hunters. As a nature spirit, Linger was only the size of 2 palms. Her stature had grown only after her cultivation breakthrough, but her aura, soothing and invigorating to the soul, was unmistakable, as were her delicate pointed ears. Hearing their cries, Linger darted back behind Chen Wen's head, calling out, "Dad." Chen Wen gently reassured her, then turned toward the hunters. "May I ask, sirs, what are your honored names? Might we possibly lodge in your village for one night?" The two hunters, still dazed from their earlier exclamation, only regained their composure upon hearing Chen Wen's words. Their astonishment was hardly unwarranted, for ordinary folk, non-human races, existed solely in legend, rarely if ever glimpsed in reality. True Xingyan City did host such beings, but those residing in or traveling through Xingyan City were invariably of noble lineage or immense influence. None would wander idly through its streets. Moreover, their village seldom sent more than 20 people to the city, perhaps twice a year, making such an encounter utterly improbable. Indeed, humanity held overwhelming dominance across the Xingyan continent. Even entry into certain regions required formal goodwill with human clans. Beast folk, for instance, were strictly barred without sanction. The elder hunter spoke first. "My lord, I am Tao Shan, and this is my cousin Tao Qing'a." At this, Tao Shan glanced uneasily at the 100-odd figures surrounding them. Sensing Tao Shan's hesitation, Chen Wen prompted gently, "Brother Tao, please speak freely. We mean no harm." Fortunately, no native of this world stood nearby. Otherwise, such a declaration might well have drawn sharp retort. Those who proclaim themselves good are often the most dangerous. Tao Shan, seeing Chen Wen's kindly expression, clenched his teeth and said, "My lord, with over 100 of you, our village simply cannot accommodate you. And besides, most villagers are ordinary folk. If you should..." He faltered, unable to continue. Seizing his cousin's arm, Tao Shan dropped to his knees, once more bowing low, refusing to raise his eyes, his voice trembling with resolve, as though already prepared to meet death. Glancing sideways at his younger cousin, Tao Shan felt a pang of quiet remorse. He alone had borne responsibility for this act, yet now dragged his kin into peril. Still, he had to ascertain whether Chen Wen and his party posed any threat to the village. 30 years prior, before Tao Qing's birth, when Tao Shan himself was but 7 or 8, a band of marauders descended upon dozens of villages within a radius of tens of kilometers, looting, burning, slaughtering, without mercy. Liahu village was among their victims, its population of 700 reduced to barely over 100. Tao Shan would never forget being lifted from the cellar by his mother and gazing upon the ruins of home familiar cottages reduced to ash and flame, neighbors, uncles and elders he'd known since childhood, lying lifeless upon the blood-soaked earth. Crimson stained every corner of the village. His father fell slain within their own courtyard. Only when the bandits grew brazen enough to provoke Xingyan City did the authorities intervene, crushing the gang and ending the terror. Yet the scars they left behind would not fade. Chen Wen observed Tao Shan and Tao Qinghe kneeling before him, their faces pale with dread, their postures trembling with abject fear. Though Tao Shan had left his warning unfinished, Chen Wen understood his unspoken meaning. If they harbored ill intent toward the village, there would be no way to resist. This very hesitation revealed their integrity, deep loyalty to kin and community, and stirred in Chen Wen a genuine respect, even admiration. To choose collective safety over personal survival demanded rare courage, one Chen Wen could not claim with certainty he himself would possess. Chen Wen smiled warmly, moved by their noble bearing, stepped forward and helped them rise. "Please, brothers, fear nothing. We journey to Xingyan City on urgent business. Our own village lies far beyond its borders. This is our first visit, and we know not the precise distance. We merely seek shelter for one night." He paused, then met their eyes directly. "Rest assured, we require only open ground. We shall erect camp there and compensate you generously." With such assurances, Tao Shan had no further objection, not that he could voice one. Studying Chen Wen's calm, courteous demeanor, he found no trace of malice. True villains rarely wore such gentle, respectful masks. Nodding, he said, "My lord, follow me." 100 figures trailed behind Tao Shan as Chen Wen struck up conversation with the two steadfast men. En route, they encountered 2 Class D magical beasts, dispatched swiftly by the Xuanjia guards and carried along. During long marches, even high-tier beasts were routinely discarded. But here near the forest's edge, low-rank beasts had grown exceedingly scarce. Spotting any was sheer fortune. Carrying them imposed no burden, and upon reaching the village they would serve as supper. They pressed onward without pause, for over half an hour, until in the distance a wooden village emerged, dozens of modest dwellings encircled by a towering palisade of ancient interwoven timber. As they approached the village entrance, the sounds of children playing could be heard. Uncle Shan and Uncle He are back. Several children around 7 or 8 years old ran over joyfully upon seeing Tao Shan return. Each time Uncle Shan went hunting, they got to eat meat, so they were very excited. Little Tiedon, is little Shirtu behaving today? Tao Shan called out to the group of children. A group of children looked at Tao Shan with tearful eyes, their adorability evident as they chorused, Uncle Shan, we are very obedient. Suddenly, they noticed over 100 armored soldiers following Chen Wen, exuding an imposing presence. In an instant, the lively children became silent, with even two small children only 5 or 6 years old. Seeing this, Chen Wen understood they were frightened and turned to Xian Yi saying, you all set up camp outside the village and handle your meals. Xian Er, bring 2 magical beasts with me into the village. Xian Yi and Xian Er replied, understood, my lord. Xian Yi then turned to the armored guards and shouted, everyone left turn to the empty space ahead, set up camp. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of orderly movements came from behind as the armored guards lined up neatly in the open space, quickly dividing tasks and getting to work. Only Xian Er remained behind, carrying 2 magical beasts, 1 wild boar and 1 large python weighing well over 600 kilograms combined. Tao Shan and Tao Qinghe watched as Chen Wen and the others got everything sorted, feeling an involuntary sense of relief as their expressions relaxed. Suddenly Tao Shan recalled the soldiers referring to Chen Wen. My lord. His expression changed. Although he knew Chen Wen's identity was not simple, he had thought he was just a young master from a certain faction, never expecting him to be a lord of a territory. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Only with power can one establish a faction. At this moment, Chen Wen noticed Tao Shan's face change several times and wondered what was wrong. If Chen Wen knew Tao Shan's thoughts, he would roll his eyes at how overly complex they were. However, Chen Wen, confident in his own strength, was not afraid and said, Uncle Tao, what's wrong? Let's enter the village. Tao Shan regained his composure, sighed inwardly, and helplessly replied, my lord, please come in. Qinghe, go tell the village chief that a distinguished guest has arrived. He instructed Tao Qinghe. Tao Qinghe glanced at Tao Shan, responded affirmatively, and quickly ran towards the village. A group of mischievous children at the village entrance turned their gazes towards the area where the armored guards were setting up camp, their eyes sparkling with admiration. They were whispering to each other. They look so imposing and handsome. Yeah, how I wish I had such beautiful armor. I love their precious blades, they're so powerful. When I grow up, I want to learn to wield a sword too. Although the children's voices were soft, Chen Wen's senses were sharp, and he heard every word clearly, a smile spreading across his face as he felt a nostalgic admiration for the valor of soldiers. Uncle Tao, does your village have a square? Let's go to the square first. I'll treat you to barbecue today. Walking ahead, Chen Wen spoke to the slower Tao Shan. Tao Shan looked at Chen Wen, thinking that he was just joking about bringing the magical beast for himself, never expecting it to be true. Great magical beasts are not to be trifled with. As great hunters, they wouldn't dare provoke them without traps. While feeling happy, he became even more respectful towards Chen Wen. After all, this was a great magical beast, something they might only get to eat once in 10 years, mostly due to reluctance. He said, my lord, this way please. When Chen Wen reached a small square in the center of the village, a large crowd had already gathered, all thanks to the earlier children who informed their parents about the guest and brought along 2 massive magical beasts. The once lively square fell silent upon Chen Wen's arrival. Especially the aura emanating from Chen Wen made it hard for anyone to approach, filling their hearts with awe, even though they didn't know the reason. Their bodies instinctively reacted. Avery stood quietly beside them, mostly focused on Ling Er's situation, her presence fading into the background to the point where one could forget her if not paying attention. It was actually Xian Er who attracted most of the attention, as it was quite a sight to see him carrying 2 massive magical beasts, 1 in each hand. An elderly man with graying hair stepped forward and quietly said to Chen Wen, welcome, my lord. I am the village chief of this village. Chen Wen found it strange that someone of such an age would bow to a younger person. The tradition of respecting the elderly was deeply ingrained. Village chief, there's no need for that. I'm merely a traveler passing through, seeking a place to rest for the night. After speaking, Chen Wen pointed at the 2 magical beasts and continued, dear villagers, I apologize for the disturbance tonight. I would like to treat everyone to roasted meat. All present showed expressions of joy, quickly responding, thank you, my lord. Nearly 300 villagers gathered in a square with a diameter of over 300 meters, lighting bonfires and setting up grills, each family bringing out their own seasonings to get to work. As the sun set and night fell, the square was filled with laughter and joy, with rugged men and farm women dancing around the bonfire. Chen Wen quietly watched their happy faces, truly feeling envious. Without a worry, they would be happy as long as there was food. It wasn't that they didn't want to invite Chen Wen, but his imperial aura made them too intimidated to do so. Instead, the children surrounded Chen Wen, incessantly asking about the outside world. Even Avril smiled. Chen Wen, influenced by the atmosphere, set everything aside and began to chat with the children. Uncle Chen, tell us another story. Yes, Uncle Chen, we want to hear more. Looking at the eager faces of the children, Chen Wen happily began to narrate. All right, Uncle Chen, we'll tell another one. Once upon a time, beneath the Qingqing mountain, there lived a white serpent who had cultivated for 1,000 years. She was rescued by a human when she was weak. 1,000 years later, the white serpent had successfully transformed into human form. Chen Wen's eloquence was quite remarkable, making the story captivating and interwoven. He drew all the children into the tale, who listened quietly, their faces reflecting various emotions. When it came to Fa Hai, they expressed anger, and when it was about Su Xian and the white serpent, they showed genuine affection. For the children, what was outwardly expressed was the best, which is why they favored the white serpent and Su Xian. As the gathering concluded, a group of children reluctantly left Chen Wen side under their parents' watchful eyes, each returning to their own homes. The village chief approached Chen Wen with Tao Shan nudging him. Sir, our village is limited in resources and we apologize for any embarrassment. Please stay the night at Tao Shan's home. Chen Wen turned to look at Tao Shan, noticing the joy on his face, and nodded. He had modest requirements for accommodation, having already camped outdoors for 2 nights. He had come with Tao Shan and Qing He to learn more about the situation in this village. The trip was worthwhile. Although the village was rather isolated, they had some understanding of the broader conditions, such as the survival status of the human race in the Xingyun continent and the status of Xingyun city. In the Xingyun continent, the human race was undeniably a prominent clan facing little external threat within their territory, except for the frequent battles with the orcs to the north. The orcs, who did not farm, often raided human food supplies along the borders. Thus, in the northern frontier, there was a beast war city specifically established to resist the orcs. Xingyun city mainly defended against the magical beasts within the Xingyun forest. Typically, magical beasts would not exit the forest. The higher the level of the magical beast, the closer it would be to the inner area, never reaching the outskirts or even leaving the Xingyun forest. The exact reasons were completely unknown to the people of Hunter Village. Following Tao Shan to his residence, a small courtyard with 3 rooms, 2 guest rooms, and 1 master bedroom. Tao Shan lived alone. His father had passed away decades ago, and his mother had also departed after he reached adulthood. He spent most of his time on cultivation, but unfortunately, due to limited talent, he had only attained a level in over. Tao Shan led Chen Wen to a guest room, pushing open the door to reveal a simple bed covered with animal skins and a table by the window. Sir, the environment is limited. Please forgive us. Tao Shan looked anxiously at Chen Wen. Chen Wen smiled and replied, Uncle Tao is too polite. I am very grateful to have a place to stay. Watching Chen Wen close the door, Tao Shan stood at the doorway for a long while. Hush! He let out a long breath, feeling that the events of the day were more thrilling than anything he had experienced in the past 10 years. Moreover, he had received a great benefit, feeling the clever apple tucked against his chest, his heart swelling with joy. With this apple, he was confident he could break through to Clevel within half a month. He had initially intended for some talented children in the village to use it to build a solid foundation, but the village chief insisted he use it. Having one more Clevel powerhouse in the village would significantly increase their safety. They could continuously hunt magical beasts, replenishing the village's cultivation resources. Currently, there were 30 hunters in the village, all level, and only Tao Shan at the peak of level was most suited to use it. Tao Shan returned to his bedroom, took a bite of the apple, and carefully wrapped it up. He dared not eat the entire apple at once, as he couldn't handle it, and could only absorb it slowly. Not everyone was like Chen Wen. In his room, Chen Wen sensed Tao Shan's departure, and even realized that Tao Shan had only taken a bite of the clever apple. He nodded, inwardly appreciating that aside from being somewhat thick-skinned, he was also a person who knew when to advance and when to retreat. Although his talent was a bit lacking, this quality was indeed commendable, and Chen Wen felt an urge to spoil his own. Thinking of this, Chen Wen shook his head again. Even if he made such a request, Tao Shan would not agree, for this village needed him. It was the place that gave him life and nurtured him. Sitting on the bed, he recalled that he hadn't looked at the survival manual for several days and took it out. Although it was already deep into the night, the chat channel was still bustling with activity. Haha, I finally leveled up to a blessed land. Who wants to form an alliance? Just tag me. Are you out of your mind? Haven't you seen that many big shots have already leveled up to small blessed lands? Exactly, and there's been no news about alliances at all. There must be some drawbacks, otherwise they would have started forming alliances already. So many people have leveled up to blessed lands. I have a feeling that the system is going to pull some tricks again. In a humble blessed land in Li's room, she held the survival manual and browsed the information, only to flip to Chen Wen's chat interface before exiting again. She kept clicking in and out, forgetting how many times she had done it. Finally, unable to resist, she clicked on Chen Wen's chat interface and sent him a message. Brother Chen, where are you now? Is the road dangerous? With a face full of anticipation, she stared at the chat interface, hoping for a timely reply from Chen Wen. Just 5 seconds later, she received a message. Chen Wen, Lily, don't worry, we have exited the Lucky Forest and are currently staying in a village. We will reach Xingyun City soon, and there is no danger at all. How is the territory? Is everything okay? Seeing Chen Wen's reply, Lily pondered for a moment while sitting on the bed, then sent another message. Brother Chen, there haven't been any issues in the territory. Everything is normal, and our contribution coins have started to be distributed. The residents can accept it more or less. They have some mental preparation. Lily reported everything that had happened in the past few days to Chen Wen, from the issuance of contribution coins to minor brawls between villages. In the end, Lily decided to share her joy with Chen Wen. Hee, Brother Chen, I have broken through to Clevel. I'm really powerful now. I can smash a rock with one punch, and I have the ability to protect myself now. Also, Dubai is growing very quickly. Next time you go out, you must take me with you. I won't be a burden anymore. On the other side, upon receiving Li's message, Chen Wen felt relieved and learned that Lily had already broken through to Clevel. He felt even happier This breakthrough speed was already considered slow, and Chen Wen wasn't very satisfied with such a training pace. Haha, keep it up. I will definitely take you with me next time, Chen Wen encouraged her. Moreover, Chen Wen noticed something particularly important in Li Li's message. She mentioned that there were actually fights between villages, which was unusual since the residents between villages usually got along well without conflicts of interest. The sudden occurrence of brawls was something that couldn't be explained clearly in the messages. Chen Wen could only suppress it in his heart, planning to discuss it after returning to the territory once the matters in Xingyun City concluded. Chen Wen put the survival manual back into his spatial ring and quietly sat cross-legged on the bed practicing the human sovereign scripture. After such a long time, his training regarding the human environment had become increasingly mature, though there was no change in his sea of consciousness. As of now, he was still at the edge of the sea of consciousness, having made no progress. Each time he attempted to advance, the pressure akin to a mountain would crush him. Once Chen Wen even tried to force his way through and suffered a significant setback. The hand he reached out was crushed by the pressure, causing some damage to his soul, and he took several days to recover. Understanding the situation, Chen Wen realized that his strength was too weak to advance. Looking at the golden figure in his sea of consciousness, which resembled a mountain and an ocean, he felt a deep sense of longing and admiration. Imagining what it would be like to reach such a level, he wondered what kind of scene it would be. Time flowed like water, and the night of cultivation seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. The next morning, Chen Wen heard Tao Shan getting up outside. Chen Wen silently circulated his internal energy, completing the final circle, and suddenly opened his eyes, a golden light, flashing briefly sharp, yet profound. Chen Wen exhaled the breath he had been cultivating overnight, a white mist emerging from his mouth, like a tangible entity stretching for 10 zhang, before slowly dissipating into the air. This was the ability to exhale breath as a sword when the body reached a certain level. If Chen Wen used his internal energy to enhance it, this breath could easily kill a clever cultivator. Slowly getting up, he opened the door and saw Tao Shan exercising in the small courtyard. "My lord, good morning." Tao Shan quickly retracted his fist stance and respectfully bowed to Chen Wen upon seeing him. Chen Wen nodded and looked up at the sky. In reality, the sky was not fully bright, yet only a faint light illuminated the ground, making it less dark. Chen Wen looked at Tao Shan and felt increasingly satisfied. Although his aptitude was a bit lacking, his other qualities were truly rare. Loyalty, bravery, and diligence. Thinking of this, Chen Wen suddenly had a flash of insight and considered Tao Shan's concerns, realizing he had a solution. Chen Wen put away his smile and looked seriously at Tao Shan. "Tao Shan, are you willing to follow me and leave Hunter Village? Following me will definitely offer more potential for development than staying in this small village. You will be able to experience the vast world outside, bringing glory to your ancestors and achieving longevity." Although Chen Wen did not know if he could cultivate longevity or whether he had achieved it himself, he thought it should be possible. In the world of cultivation, anything could happen. After saying this, Chen Wen fell silent, earnestly looking at Tao Shan, waiting for his response. Tao Shan gazed at Chen Wen's serious and earnest face, not responding immediately, for he knew this was his opportunity. Although he did not know what kind of power Chen Wen was, the lord of the more than 100 armored guards he brought out indicated his extraordinary status. Each person wore Crade bronze armor, and every armored guard possessed Crade cultivation. Following such a person, his future development and cultivation level would be beyond the current comparison. However, he also had concerns. On one hand, he had to protect Hunter Village, the place that nurtured him, where all the people he knew lived, filled with his memories that were hard to let go. On the other hand, he understood that his cultivation aptitude was only mediocre. If he followed Chen Wen, would he become a... Thus Tao Shan remained silent for a long time, already having made a decision in his heart. He wanted to refuse Chen Wen, but he feared that his rejection would embarrass Chen Wen and bring harm to Hunter Village. Seeing Tao Shan's silence, Chen Wen spoke again. "Are you worried about the safety of Hunter Village? I have a solution. I will leave a pair of soldiers to guard Hunter Village. You need not worry about the safety of the soldiers I leave behind. They are all Crade." At this moment, Tao Shan was even more surprised. He felt unworthy of such high treatment. With the conversation reaching this point, Tao Shan could not refuse, nor could he afford to. He slowly nodded, knelt on one knee, and respectfully performed a bow to Chen Wen, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, my lord. I am willing to follow you." Seeing his demeanor, Chen Wen stepped forward to assist him up. "Uncle Tao, welcome to the universe's blessed land. From now on, we are brothers. There's no need for such formalities." Tao Shan, being a sincere and generous person, also nodded slightly at Chen Wen's words. However, he could not suppress his curiosity and questions any longer, and asked, "My lord, why did you recruit me? My strength is weak, and I only have grade cultivation aptitude, which is not very good." This puzzled me greatly. Hearing Tao Shan's inquiry, Chen Wen laughed heartily. "Uncle Tao, what I value are your character, your integrity, and your bravery. These qualities cannot be possessed merely by good talent. A person's talent determines their growth limit, but a person's character can determine whether they can break through that limit." Chen Wen patiently explained this to him. As the sunlight began to shine more brightly, Chen Wen chatted a bit more with Tao Shan, then said, "Uncle Tao, I noticed that the set of martial arts you practiced is quite mature, but it still has some flaws. Your martial arts seem to mimic a ferocious tiger. Indeed, they are fierce, but they lack the imposing momentum of a tiger roaring in the mountains, which prevents the full power of your technique from being unleashed quickly. With Chen Wen's current realm combined with the vast knowledge of cultivation from the imperial scripture, he could easily spot all the flaws in such a low-level technique, which was at most grade after just one look, and could even make certain modifications. Following Chen Wen's guidance, Tao Shan practiced his martial arts again, feeling that the power had indeed increased by at least 30, becoming much smoother. The revised cultivation technique would be arranged for Tao Shan after returning to the territory. As the sky brightened completely, Tao Shan found the village chief alone and explained the situation to him. Chen Wen planned to leave a pair of armored guards to safeguard Hunter Village and would return to the territory after finishing matters in Xingyun City, sending someone over to maintain security. Leaving armored guards here to protect a small village gate was a difficult decision as they were his personal troops. Before leaving, Chen Wen also left some healing medicine and blood-boosting herb seeds with the village chief to ensure that if anyone in the village was injured, they could receive timely treatment, and the seeds could nurture the next generation. If the people of Hunter Village proved themselves later on, Chen Wen could use it as a base for the population of his territory. Time flew by quickly as they traveled, and in the blink of an eye 2 days had passed. My lord, after crossing this hill and walking about 10 kilometers, we will reach Xingyun City. Tao Shan said to Chen Wen. Although the people of Liahua Village rarely visited Xingyun City, Tao Shan had been there quite a few times, usually coming once a year, making him very familiar with the route. Normally, it would take several days for ordinary residents to reach Xingyun City, but following Chen Wen and the others, they had nearly arrived in just over a day. Good. Everyone heed my command and hurry at full speed. Chen Wen replied, loudly commanding the armored guards as they stood outside Xingyun City. From a small mound 5 kilometers away, looking at the magnificent and towering city that Chen Wen could hardly describe, it stood majestically on a broad plain. To an ordinary person's eyes, the city wall seemed endless, standing at least 10 zhang high. Chen Wen circulated his inner energy and could barely see clearly. The length of the continuous wall was at least 100 kilometers. As they approached closer, the grandeur of Star Cloud City became increasingly awe-inspiring, and upon reaching the city gate, they looked up at the towering walls. Chen Wen realized that he had completely underestimated the height of the city walls. When viewed from afar, they were at least 20 zhang high and 5 zhang thick. The city walls were constructed from massive pitch-black stones, giving an impression of unparalleled hardness. However, they were covered in claw marks and stains of blood that had not been washed away by time. Not only was Chen Wen shocked, but those following him were equally astonished. The only one who remained relatively calm was AI Wire, for a powerful individual. Star Cloud City was merely a famous and majestic building in this continent. In the universe, there were countless man-made wonders and natural marvels. Compared to Star Cloud City, even the most beautiful places in the realm seemed like mere rural inconveniences. The Tenzhang-wide gate was bustling with a continuous flow of people. Here comes another country bumpkin visiting Star Cloud City for the first time. Haha, I love seeing the astonished expressions of those who come to Star Cloud City for the first time. What's so interesting about country bumpkins? Let's go and drink. A group of elegantly dressed individuals around them glanced at Chen Wen and his companions, who were clad in plain linen clothing. You guys. Xian was extremely angered upon hearing the words of those around them. Insulting him was one thing, but involving Chen Wen was unacceptable. He was about to speak up, but he was interrupted by Chen Wen. Xian, don't cause trouble. Indeed, they were not wrong. It was Chen Wen and his companions' first visit to Star Cloud City, and they were dressed like country folk. Before arriving at Star Cloud City, everyone had changed out of their armor. Otherwise, being over 100 people in armor would attract too much attention. Chen Wen and his group slowly approached the city gate, which was wide open at 10 zhang. Despite the large crowd, it was more than sufficient, and everyone adhered to the rules, queuing to enter. The gate was made of an unknown material, entirely red, with numerous claw marks scattered across its surface. Stop right there. It costs 1 gold coin per person to enter. When it was Chen Wen's turn, a soldier guarding the city, noticing they were newcomers, spoke ominously. There were 2 squads of soldiers guarding the city, each with around 20 men. The soldier speaking to Chen Wen had a hooked nose and was clad in black iron armor. His strength was only at a rank, and his eyes lacked luster, giving him an insidious aura. Chen Wen felt a surge of anger upon hearing this. It was true that those entering the city had to pay a fee, but the people ahead of him had paid no more than 10 copper coins each. A single gold coin was worth 1,000 copper coins. Chen Wen narrowed his eyes, his aura condensing as he fixed a piercing gaze on the soldier. The soldier felt as if a great weight bore down upon him, causing him to involuntarily step back 2 paces, fearfully exclaiming, "What do you want? I am a guard of Star Cloud City. If you offend me, you won't have a good time." Meanwhile, in the Lord's mansion of Star Cloud City, in a pink boudoir, a naive and romantic young girl lay lazily on her bed. A maid was next to her, offering fruit to her lips. Smack! The girl opened her cherry-red mouth and ate a piece of fruit handed to her by the maid. With a delightful sound, she appeared irresistibly cute. This girl was none other than Sidu Ting, who had spent time with Chen Wen. "Sai, my father is so unreasonable, he won't let me go out. I wonder how brother Chen is doing, and when he will come to see me. Father is just so mean." Situ Ting complained, her mouth full. The maid beside her was used to it. This young lady was the apple of everyone's eye in Starcloud City. Even the city lord. Miss, the city lord is just worried about you encountering danger when you secretly went to Starcloud Forest during the snow disaster. The maid had grown up alongside Sidu Ting and had a close relationship. Xiaohuan, what are you saying? Why aren't you on my side? I just wanted to find Brother Chen to play since I have nothing to do. I'm already at rank capable of protecting myself. Situ Ting snorted coldly, showing a carefree demeanor, and even felt proud when talking about her strength. Indeed, her talent was not bad. She had already reached rank at just over 20. At that moment, a strange sound came from Situ Ting's spatial ring. She quickly used her spiritual sense to perceive the space, and a token emerged from within, showing two small points that were very close to each other. Seeing this, Situ Ting immediately sat up, exclaiming, "Haha, Brother Chen is here." Situ Ting's sudden movement startled the maid next to her. Just as Xiaohuan was about to say something, Situ Ting had already pushed open the door and dashed out. "Miss, where are you going? Wait for me. Where are you headed?" Xiaohuan watched as Situ Ting left the room and hurriedly, "Xiaohuan, take your time. I'm heading to the city gate." Situ Ting's voice echoed ahead. Xiaohuan struggled to catch up, but how could her strength match Situ Ting's? Just as she chased out of the Lord's mansion, Situ Ting had already vanished from sight. Xiaohuan quickly turned to the guards at the door, saying, "You two go find the captain and get a pair of guards to follow the miss. She has gone out alone." "Yes, Miss Xiaohuan," one of the captains replied, hurriedly running towards the guard camp. At this moment at the city gate, silence reigned as the two opposing groups faced off. One group consisted of Chen Wen and his 100 companions, while the other was made up of the two squads of guards at the city gate. At this time, the guards realized they had picked a fight with someone formidable. Chen Wen and the others silently watched the more than 20 soldiers, creating an unparalleled pressure on them. The city guards were completely paralyzed with fear, as if a ferocious beast was staring at them. The Xuanjia guard beside Chen Wen had his internal energy circulating, revealing a faint crimson aura, a manifestation of the killing intent formed through countless slaughters. Although the Xuanjia guard was not wearing armor, the power gained through endless killings was not merely for show. Not to mention the Xuanjia guard, just the aura emanating from Chen Wen alone, if fully displayed, would overwhelm all beings below rank C within 100 zhang. Ordinary residents had never witnessed such a scene. The previously orderly line had cleared a large space. At this moment, Tao Shan stood beside Chen Wen at a loss, but he understood that this was not Chen Wen's fault. When he previously came to Shiming City to trade goods, it was always 10 copper coins per person. Originally, Tao Shan wanted to act as a guide for Chen Wen in Xingyan City as his first merit under Chen Wen's leadership, but plans changed unexpectedly due to the greed of the city's guards. "Stop!" Just then a loud roar came from the city gate. The roar shook the heavens, akin to a lion's roar filled with a taste of iron and blood. Following the sound, Chen Wen saw a towering figure standing at 2.5 meters tall with bulging muscles and a bare upper body, holding a massive iron hammer. Even his arms were thicker than Chen Wen's thighs. Upon hearing this voice, the guards of Xingyan City seemed to regain their courage, straightening their backs and glaring fiercely at Chen Wen and his companions. "Captain, this group is causing trouble at the city gate, and they are actually resisting our enforcement," said the treacherous soldier who had just stopped Chen Wen. The burly man turned to look, his eyes filled with displeasure. He knew exactly what kind of character this soldier was. If not for having a commanding uncle, he would have slapped him dead long ago. "Shut up. I'm not blind," the burly man shouted loudly without even looking at the treacherous soldier. Instead, he turned to the soldier at the registration desk at the city gate and said, "Tell me what happened." The soldier at the desk had remained silent throughout, sitting quietly with his head lowered, seemingly afraid of getting into trouble. Hearing the burly man's words, the soldier shook his head helplessly, knowing he was once again dragged into trouble. He stammered, glancing at the treacherous soldier. He then continued, "Captain Tietue, you should ask Jiang Luer. He is the one who caused all this trouble." Although Captain Tietue looked very rough, he was not a reckless person. Only those with keen minds could reach a leadership. When he arrived here, he already knew it had to be Jiang Luer causing the trouble. He then turned, unleashing his imposing aura, and glared at Jiang Luer. Chen Wen turned to look at the captain, named Tietue, still somewhat surprised that he possessed great strength. Seeing the aura emanating from Tietue, Jiang Luer trembled and fell to his knees, for the soldiers of Xingyan City feared Captain Tietue the most, as he would not reason with you. Jiang Luer knew that if he didn't quickly admit his mistakes today, he would surely face another beating. Although due to his background, his life would not be taken. "Captain Tietue, it's my fault. I beg you, let me off this time." Jiang Luer pleaded on the ground, tears streaming down his face, looking pitiful, completely different from his previous treacherous demeanor. He recounted everything without daring to embellish, since there were so many people around, anyone could easily inquire about what had transpired. After hearing the account, Captain Tietue glared at Jiang Luer with a face full of anger, instinctively tightening his grip on the iron hammer, his muscles bulging. Just as he was about to take action, he suddenly remembered something. With his other hand, not holding the hammer, he swiftly slapped Jiang Luer across the face, sending him flying several meters. Smack! Thud! Jiang Luer, flying through the air, lost several teeth and crashed heavily to the ground. His previously thin and shadowy face instantly swelled up, resembling a giant steamed bun. "Oh my! Duck! Upon hitting the ground, Zhang Luer let out a painful cry, his speech slurred due to the loss of teeth. You hard-headed fool, Xingyan City has its own rules. If I had not known better, it would have been fine, but since I know, you must be taught, lest you think you can act recklessly because of your uncle and the Jiang family background. After delivering that slap, he ignored Zhang Luer writhing in pain on the ground and said calmly. After teaching Zhang Luer a lesson, Tietue turned his attention back to the other party involved in the conflict, namely Chen Wen and his group. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. The more than 90 people following Chen Wen were all of rank C, and he could not see through the strength of the man and woman standing at the front. The young man at the front wore a cotton outfit. While it looked like cotton, it gave off an extraordinary sense of defense. The aura around him was faint yet dangerous. Looking at this young man, Tietue felt as if he were facing the city lord, even more exaggerated than meeting the city lord. One must know that the city lord of Xingyun City, Situ Xingyuan, is an great powerhouse, a celestial figure capable of flying. It felt as if engaging with him would mean certain death. Tietue, despite his rough appearance, was not foolish. This overwhelming feeling of danger had saved him numerous times. Taichue's expression turned extremely serious, and in his heart, he cursed Zhang Luer's ancestors 18 generations, realizing that he was still a member of a large family, and yet lacked any discernment. What surprised Taichue even more was the beautiful woman standing next to Chen Wen. In his entire life, Taichue had never seen someone so beautiful. Her face was like a white jade duck egg with eyes resembling autumn waves, flowing long hair, and a graceful figure. Her appearance was secondary, it was her strength that truly astonished Taichue. Without the use of his naked eye, he could not perceive her presence at all. As a level powerhouse, if I cannot sense even a hint of strength, there are only two possibilities. One is an ordinary person with no strength at all, and the other is someone whose power is so high that it remains imperceptible. Based on the above statement, it can only be the second possibility, strength so formidable that I cannot sense it at all. Even the mount beside the young man ahead, which looked somewhat like a deer, is beyond my perception. There is no other choice, since they don't want to draw too much attention. Yin must also be disguising himself. Cold sweat trickled down Taichue's cheeks. My lord, it is I. Due to my lax supervision, you need not pay the entrance fee. Please, my lord, come inside, Taichue cautiously said as he approached Chen Wen, gesturing for him to enter. For Chen Wen, it was merely a trivial matter that did not affect him, and he did not wish to dwell on it. He nodded and turned to the armored guard beside him, saying, Put away your weapons, we are entering the city. Thank you, Captain Taichue. This is my first time in Xingyun City, and I am not familiar with many of the rules. I still need to pay the necessary fees. I am friends with your commander Su Song. When I see him, I will mention this, and plan to visit him. Hearing Chen Wen's words, Taichue knew that he had let the matter go, and he felt relieved that he was considered a friend of Su Song. Taichue was slightly surprised in his heart. Although he and Su Song were both commanders, they were responsible for different troops, and Su Song's position was far superior to his. Su Song was in charge of the city lord's guard, while Taichue was merely a small commander of an army. As the saying goes, a minister's gate is frequented by high-ranking officials. My lord, please come in. Taichue made an even more respectful gesture of invitation. Chen Wen nodded, took out 10 gold coins from his space ring, and tossed them onto the clerk's desk. He did not care about such a small amount of gold, it was of no use to him. He had acquired at least several 100,000 gold coins from the lair of the lizard dragon, enough to fill a space ring. What was truly useful for Chen Wen and his territory was the ability to arrange formations and cultivate temporarily. The reason he was somewhat angry earlier was that he had money but did not want to be taken advantage of. There is a difference between being willing to spend and being a fool. As some people crossed the city gate, the street became even wider, at least 30 zhang across, with bustling traffic on both sides. Candied hawthorn, fresh candied hawthorn. Clubble monster meat clearance sale. The treasured sword used by the Mad Blade, don't miss it as you pass by. Small vendors were shouting incessantly on both sides of the road, creating a lively atmosphere. Some people even rode various bizarre mounts, galloping in the middle of the road. The road was so wide that roughly 10 zhang in the center was left clear, seemingly only for those riding mounts. Chen Wen had not encountered such scenes for nearly half a year, an indescribable sense of fireworks and worldly affairs. My lord, do you need a guide? I am very familiar with the outskirts of the south gate of Xingyun City. I can save you a lot of time. A timid 7 or 8-year-old boy approached Chen Wen. In a corner near the city gate, there were a dozen or so children or youths sitting on the ground, looking at the approaching boy with mocking eyes. This was all happening at the city gate, where it was clear at a glance that this group of people with Chen Wen was not ordinary, and guides would generally not serve such people. Blind people, the elderly, and the wealthy are generally not served. Those who can walk outside among the blind and elderly possess extraordinary abilities and can easily attract trouble. The wealthy do not receive service because they do not treat human life lightly. Sometimes they cannot get the money and may even lose their lives. Chen Wen assessed the boy, who looked about 7 or 8 years old. He was a boy, and although his clothes were clean and tidy, the whitened areas showed they had been washed many times. There was an indescribable strength in his face. Seeing Chen Wen gaze at him, the boy mustered his courage and said to Chen Wen, My lord, hiring me will be very cheap. I only need 50 copper coins a day. I can help you save time. Just hire me. Chen Wen looked at the boy's appearance, smiled, and nodded, saying, "All right, I will. Please take me to find a place to rest." "Thank you, my lord. Please follow me to the largest inn on the outskirts of the south gate of Xingyun City, the Tongfu Inn. The rooms at Tongfu Inn are spacious and affordable, and many villagers who come to Xingyun City stay there." The boy spoke softly. Hearing Chen Wen's words, the boy was overjoyed, while a group of youths at the foot of the city wall were very resentful. "Lead the way." Chen Wen nodded, looking at the cute boy, and reached out to pat him on the head. On the way, the boy introduced some details about Xingyun City to Chen Wen. The boy's name was Mudun. Xingyun City was very large. To what extent Mudun did not know. It was divided into inner and outer layers with 8 regions: east, south, west, north, southeast, northeast, southwest, and northwest, totaling 16 regions with 4 city gates. The city gate through which Chen Wen and the others entered was the south gate. According to what he had heard, Xingyun City covered an area of at least 100 kilometers, incredibly vast. Mudun had never ventured far beyond the south gate in his life. To reach other regions from Xingyun City, one either needed a good mount or to take public mounts, which were relatively slow. Another way was that every region in Xingyun City had a teleportation array which could take one to other places, but the rumored teleportation fees were extremely high, starting at 10 gold coins. Hearing the introduction from Mudun, Chen Wen silently thought about his own fortune, wondering when he could reach the scale of Xingyun City. Setting aside the area, even the population is not something that can be achieved in a short time. The resident population of Xingyun City is at least 3 million, with millions of transient visitors every day. Having witnessed the prosperity of Xingyun City, Chen Wen couldn't help but exclaim, "It truly deserves to be one of the 9 major cities of the human race on the Xingyun continent." Just the combined population of the 9 main cities reaches tens of millions, not counting the various residents scattered in the rural villages, totaling several hundred million. This is merely the population of the human race on the Xingyun continent. The extent of its magnificence is beyond anyone's comprehension, as countless continents form this splendid world. Although Mudun was very familiar with this small area near the south gate, it was just a drop in the ocean compared to the entire Xingyun City, and he didn't know much about it. The outer areas of Nuyun City were filled with ordinary residents, and the villagers outside primarily engaged in basic trade. "My lord, if you wish to trade, you should go to the inner city. I have heard that there is a treasure pavilion in the inner city where everything can be found as long as you have the money. However, the currency used for trading there is not our gold coins and copper coins. It seems to require a kind of spirit stone." As Mudun spoke these words, his eyes were filled with longing and envy. Then Mudun turned to glance at Chen Wen, who also looked at him, and then lowered his head, continuing, "To enter the inner city of Xingyun, a minimum strength of crade is required. Otherwise, you must have someone residing in the inner city to lead you in." And so they walked and talked, and half an hour passed. Mudun brought Chen Wen and his group to the entrance of the inn, where a sign above read Tongfu Inn. "My lord, we've arrived at the inn. With so many people, you can ask the owner to arrange a few small courtyards for you. The price may be a bit higher, but the environment is much better." Mudun glanced at the more than 90 people following behind. "Mudun has returned. You really did well. In just 2 months, your monthly wages are much higher than mine." The 2 attendants shouting at the inn's entrance said to Mudun, "Brotherly brother Zhang, please take good care of this esteemed guest, as there are quite a few of them." The 2 attendants at the entrance looked at Chen Wen and his group. Although they were dressed in ordinary clothes, the noble aura around them was not something an ordinary person could possess. Having encountered countless people at the inn's entrance, they naturally had a keen eye. Upon hearing Mudun's prior greetings, they understood that this group was extraordinary. "My lord, will you be staying the night or dining?" An attendant approached Chen Wen, gesturing politely with a broad smile. Chen Wen glanced at the attendant, smiling broadly. Although it seemed a bit forced, it was not off-putting, so he nodded and asked, "Do you have small courtyards available here? Please arrange 3 small courtyards for us." After saying this, Chen Wen turned to Mudun and asked, "Do you have any plans lately? If not, you can be my guide for the next few days. Don't worry, you won't be treated poorly." After saying this, Chen Wen borrowed a gold coin from his space ring and placed it in Mudun's hand. Mudun's face was filled with surprise and even excitement as he stroked the gold coin in his hand. "I can't believe it's a gold coin, and I actually touched a gold coin." Staring at the gold coin, Mudun was momentarily stunned, muttering to himself. This wasn't due to Mudun's ignorance. Even the 2 attendants were filled with envy. One must know that a gold coin's value can be exchanged for 10,000 copper coins. A small bun costs only 1 copper coin, while a large bun costs 2 copper coins. With careful spending, a household typically uses only 20 to 30 copper coins a day. Seeing this scene, Chen Wen truly realized the vast disparity between the strong and the weak in this other world. Cough. Chen Wen saw Mudun lost in thought and gently cleared his throat. At this moment, Mudun came back to his senses, saying, "My lord, this 1 gold coin is far too much. I will be free for the next few days." Chen Wen waved his hand and walked into the inn. The attendant led Chen Wen and his group to the back of the inn, where they discovered that the inn was indeed immense. Behind the 5-story building was a row of independent small courtyards, and upon rough calculation there were at least dozens. "My lord, if we squeeze a bit in these small courtyards, they can accommodate 20 to 30 people, and the rent for each small courtyard is 300 copper coins per day," the attendant said to Chen Wen. Chen Wen nodded and casually chose 3 small courtyards leading the soldiers inside. He didn't need to worry about these matters. The specific arrangements would be decided by Xianyi. After everyone selected their rooms, they gathered in Chen Wen's courtyard, standing in neat rows listening to his commands. Xianyi, you will rest here for a while until we find a place to settle down. If anyone wants to go out and explore, they can form groups to go together. After speaking, Chen Wen took out about 10,000 gold coins from his spatial ring and placed them into an empty spatial ring, handing it to Xianyi. Knock knock. Just as Chen Wen began to stretch his muscles in the courtyard, he heard a knocking sound. Come in. My lord, your meals are ready. The attendant pushed open the door, carrying the dishes in hand. Put them on the table, you all can go back to your work. Chen Wen instructed the attendant. It was already late, and he did not plan to go out today. He decided to wait until tomorrow to search for a place in Xingyun City to sell the supplies on him and exchange them for spirit stones. Knock knock. Just as Chen Wen was about to eat, the knocking sound came again. Chen Wen glanced at the dishes on the table, shook his head, stood up, opened the door, and was momentarily stunned upon seeing a familiar face at the entrance. Before the door stood a graceful maiden clad in a dark purple gown adorned with pearl dragon patterns and a half-sleeve robe of coral red. She wore a sky blue skirt embroidered with deep purple moonlight patterns, and her lower garments swayed slightly, revealing a matching sky blue skirt complemented by a golden embroidered cloak. Her hair was styled in a feminine bun adorned with shell earrings, while her delicate hairdo was embellished with a stylish hairpin. Her hands, fair as green onions, wore a jade ring. At her waist, she tied a red tassel lightly hanging an embroidered sachet, and on her feet were silk shoes embroidered with gold threads. Her face was a rosy duck egg color with eyes that sparkled like waves, and her lustrous black hair made her look truly enchanting. Chen Wen observed that the girl seemed somewhat anxious, with a faint blush on her round face as her cherry lips panted lightly. Upon seeing Chen Wen open the door, her eyes transformed into crescent shapes, exuding an indescribable charm. This girl was none other than Situ Ting, who had arrived in Chen Wen's territory not long ago. Compared to Situ Ting and her armor, her appearance in the exquisite gown was even more adorable and captivating, invoking a sense of affection. Chen Wen stood dazed at the sight of the beautiful girl at the door. Big brother Chen. Situ Ting shyly gazed at Chen Wen and softly called out. Chen Wen only came to his senses upon hearing Situ Ting's voice and responded. Chen Wen invited Situ Ting inside and then asked, Miss Situ, what brings you here? Upon hearing Chen Wen's address, Situ Ting's small face immediately fell. Seriously scrutinizing Chen Wen, she said with an unhappy expression, Big brother Chen, have you forgotten me? I told you to call me Ting Ting or Tinger. Moreover, you came to Xingyun City without notifying me and are staying in such a shabby inn. Why did you only arrive now? Did you not say you would come soon? I've been waiting for you to tell me the stories of Journey to the West. You left off halfway last time. You promised to tell me when we met again. Chen Wen was taken aback by Situ Ting's consecutive questions, feeling quite awkward as he touched his cheek. In his heart, he couldn't help but mutter, this little girl is something else. We've only met once. Is my charm really that high? Or does she have me on her mind? Chen Wen was unaware that as the chosen one, many indigenous people might not know, but the young ladies of Xingyun City certainly did. The ancient books of Xingyun City recorded countless things. Books recorded how remarkable and mysterious the chosen ones were, which had already piqued the curiosity of many, not to mention a little girl who knew nothing. The first time she met Chen Wen, his handsome appearance and gentle demeanor, along with the absence of awe from the servants in Xingyun City, naturally increased her fondness for him. In the end, the stories Chen Wen told and his humorous words deeply attracted Situ Ting, unknowingly planting a seed. Having not seen Chen Wen for a month or two, she missed him more and felt his distinctiveness even more. In Xingyun City, the young men around her were all sycophants, flattering her endlessly. Unknowingly, a childish expression appeared on Chen Wen's face, accompanied by a strange chuckle. Seeing the strange smile on Chen Wen's face and hearing his peculiar laughter, Situ Ting was filled with confusion and began to have an uneasy thought. She tugged at Chen Wen's sleeve and softly called out, Big brother Chen, what's wrong? Chen Wen snapped back to reality, feeling a strange sensation in his heart. What's wrong with me? I've lost my focus twice upon seeing Situ Ting today. Chen Wen quickly responded, Oh, it's nothing new. I was just lost and thought about something. Tinger, I will call you Tinger from now on. How did you know I came to Xingyun City? Chen Wen voiced his curiosity. Big brother Chen, the token I gave you has a positioning function. As long as you appear near Xingyun City, I will know. After saying this, Situ Ting noticed that Chen Wen's complexion did not look good. She hurriedly explained, Big brother Chen, please don't misunderstand. This token is a safety measure my father gave me. It can withstand 3 attacks from a grade experts, and he has left a spiritual imprint on it so that he can accurately track my location in case of danger. Upon hearing Situ Ting's explanation, Chen Wen's expression softened as he took out the Golden City Lord token. Placing it in his palm, his mind, now transformed into spiritual sense, surged forth to carefully scan the token. When Chen Wen first obtained the token, he had scanned it with his spiritual power and found nothing unusual, only feeling 3 massive energies within. However, this time was different. Chen Wen surprisingly sensed another person's spiritual imprint deep within the token. Finding its location was one thing, but when Chen Wen concentrated all his spiritual force on the imprint, he attempted to erase it. To Chen Wen's surprise, the imprint's spiritual presence was very faint, yet it clung like a parasite, making it impossible for him to erase it, as if his spiritual sense were water, and the imprint were a massive tree buried deep underground. No matter how Chen Wen's spiritual sense washed over the tree, it remained unmoved. In the end, with no other options, Chen Wen could only withdraw his spiritual sense. I wonder what level of power Sidu Ting's father holds. My spiritual sense has already undergone transformation, yet I can't even shake a single trace of his spiritual imprint. Chen Wen thought helplessly. In the main hall of the Xingyun city, a group of people was discussing matters. The middle-aged man in a splendid robe sitting at the head of the table let out a soft exclamation. An elderly man who had been speaking paused, turning to look at the middle-aged man. Lord City Master, what happened? The middle-aged man waved his hand toward the nearby guard and said, quick, find out where the lady went. The guard quickly turned and left the hall, and those who were reporting in the hall also stopped speaking and returned to their seats. 5 minutes later, the guard who had gone out returned to the hall. My lord, the young lady just left. The guard at the gate said she seemed to be looking for someone and left in a great hurry. A guard has already been arranged to follow her. The young lady used the teleportation array to the southern district of the outer city and is currently in a small inn called Tongfu Inn. Hearing this, the city lord's expression changed unpredictably, feeling as if his cherished little cabbage was all. Sensing the location of the token and the information from the spiritual imprint Sidu, Xingyun felt uneasy. He knew that his precious daughter had given the city lord's token to the chosen one she had found. It was only because he sensed that his precious daughter was being protected in Xingyun city that he was not overly anxious, otherwise he would have rushed over long ago. Sigh. In the end, Situ Xingyun could only let out a gentle sigh. Flower, I hope our daughter can be happy as she grows. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, he continued, let's continue the meeting. Knock knock. Just as Chen Wen and Sidu Ting were chatting happily, a knock on the door sounded again. During the meal, they were interrupted 2 or 3 times, and Chen Wen felt a bit displeased. Although eating was no longer a significant issue for him, absorbing the energy of heaven and earth along with the spiritual energy from spirit stones meant that not eating for a month would not affect him. As a eater of air, undying like a deity, Chen Wen was slowly transitioning to this stage. Regardless, he still stood up to open the door when someone knocked. The moment he opened the door, Chen Wen saw 4 or 5 soldiers in armor, holding long spears, standing respectfully at the entrance. Hello, who are you looking for? Although Chen Wen had a vague guess they were looking for Sidu Ting, he still asked, we are looking for Miss Ting. Is she with you? The leading soldier inquired politely. Chen Wen stepped aside and turned to Sidu Ting, saying, they are looking for you. Miss, the city lord is looking for you. The leading soldier addressed Sidu Ting. If you can go back. Ever since the snow disaster ended, you've not accompanied me. I won't go back. I'm safe on my own. Situ Ting said to the soldiers with an unhappy expression. The 4 or 5 soldiers looked at Situ Ting, then exchanged glances, their faces filled with helplessness. They already knew this would be the outcome. Although Miss Ting was very kind to others, her willfulness was unmatched. Miss, let us stay here to protect you. Otherwise, we'll be punished when we return. The leading soldier said. You can do as you please. If you want to stay here, go wait in the inn. Don't disturb me and Brother Chen's conversation. Situ Ting waved her hand dismissively. Yes, we will wait in the inn. If anything happens, please notify us, miss. The leading soldier understood this was the best outcome and respectfully agreed. He then turned and left the small courtyard waiting between the courtyard and the inn. Seeing the soldiers leave, the city gate closed, and he returned to the table, picking up his chopsticks to prepare to eat again. Brother Chen, hurry up and tell me. You were just saying you hunted a class lizard dragon. What happened next? Situ Ting looked eagerly at Chen Wen. Chen Wen shook his head helplessly, looking at the table full of dishes. Tinger, you have to let me eat something, right? The first meal in Xingyun City was interrupted by you. He then pulled out a pair of chopsticks and handed them to her. You should also try the dishes made by this chef. They taste quite... Brother Chen, don't say that. You didn't come to find me right away after arriving in Xingyun City and ended up finding such a small inn. Situ Ting pouted cutely, taking the chopsticks. Alright then, let's eat quickly, Brother Chen. After we finish, you have to continue telling. Situ Ting held the chopsticks, looking at the... Actually, they were all very ordinary dishes, not visually appealing. For a spoiled young lady, she wouldn't have even looked at such presentation before. Braised eggplant, fish-flavored shredded pork, dragon, flying phoenix dancing, and frogs gazing at the sky, etc. Oh. As soon as she took a bite of the dish, Situ Ting suddenly screamed, startling Chen Wen. It's so delicious, not worse than the head chef in the city lord's residence. Perhaps it was a bit spicy. Situ Ting swallowed a mouthful of saliva after tasting it. Haha, hearing her words, Chen Wen couldn't help but laugh. Time passed little by little, and as the sky grew darker, he was engrossed in recounting his experiences during this time, when suddenly he stopped speaking. Situ Ting raised her head in confusion. Brother Chen, why aren't you talking? Continue, I want to hear more. Her voice was clear and pleasant, carrying a hint of a spoiled tone that could melt even the hardest of hearts. Chen Wen shook his head, pointing at the sky, and saying, Tinger, it's getting late. You should head back, or your father will start to work. I don't wanna. My father is very busy, he won't care about me. I'm not going back today, I'm staying outside. Situ Ting immediately retorted upon hearing Chen Wen's words. Chen Wen was about to persuade her further when he saw Situ Ting suddenly stand up, push open the courtyard door, and run outside, turning back to Chen Wen as she ran, saying, "Brother Chen, I'm going to book a room now. He'll come over soon." Chen Wen reached out his hand wanting to call her back, but he didn't know what to say, so he could only shake his head. After Situ Ting left, everything fell silent, and Chen Wen looked up at the sky, the deep starry sky, and before he knew it, he became entranced. "Daddy." After an unknown amount of time, a clear voice rang in Chen Wen's ear. It turned out Linger had flown to his side. Beside Linger was Ivy, never leaving her side. Chen Wen gently stroked Linger and asked with tenderness whether she liked this place. Linger giggled with delight, saying that she loved it, that there were so many people, and it was so lively. Linger said happily that she had become much stronger recently, that Sister AI Wire had taught her many things, and that she would be able to protect him if danger ever came. The tiny form of Linger flew to stand directly before Chen Wen, beaming as she looked up at him, her eyes full of eager expectation of praise. Seeing her like that only deepened Chen Wen's affection. Although Linger was not yet half a year old, he had hatched her and kept her at his side, and the bond between them surpassed that of many who had spent 10 or 20 years together. Chen Wen said cheerfully, asking what Linger had learned and urging her to perform for her father. Linger had indeed changed greatly. From the space necklace, she produced a delicate bow and several arrows and began to demonstrate. Her shots were unfailingly true. Each arrow was automatically imbued with the energy of heaven and earth, its force magnified so greatly that even a grade cultivator struck would be grievously wounded. Linger sheathed her bow and announced proudly that she had another newly awakened ability. She flew to a nearby plant and gently laid her small hand upon it. A miraculous scene unfolded as pinpricks of green light gathered toward her palm, while the plant beside her began to yellow, wither, and finally crumble into a pile of ash. Chen Wen was startled by what he saw. He had not checked Linger's personal data for a long time and had not realized she had awakened such a formidable power. If she could extract a plant's life force, did that mean she could also siphon a person's vitality? Life and death have always been matters of dread. The cycle of life and death is a law of heaven and earth, and now Linger could forcibly draw upon it. Her work was not yet finished. In her hand, she held a pea-sized solid emerald radiance. She drifted before Chen Wen and gently pushed the light into the point between his brows. Chen Wen opened his mouth to ask what she was doing, but before he could speak, a warm sensation washed through his body. It felt as if he were soaking in a hot spring, his limbs and muscles soothed as if by a skilled massage. Even his spirit received waves of comfort, and Chen Wen found himself unconsciously lost in the exquisite sensation. After about 15 minutes, the pleasure slowly subsided. Chen Wen kept his eyes closed as he examined the changes within his body. His limbs, bones, meridians, and muscles seemed nurtured, taking on a luminous sheen. Even the little figure that represented his spiritual power in his mind showed renewed vigor. When he opened his eyes, he did not immediately question Linger, but instead cast his appraisal gaze upon her. Heaven and Earth, Spiritling, grade Constitution 1500, Spirit 6600. Talents: Natural Tongue, Nature's Guard, Light of Healing, Natural Dominion. Natural Dominion is a privilege bestowed upon Spiritlings by Heaven and Earth, allowing them to command all unconscious plants and to usurp life and death. Natural Tongue causes crops blessed by a Heaven and Earth Spiritling to grow with 300% greater yield. Nature's Guard automatically generates a protective barrier for the Spiritling when it is attacked. Light of Healing emits a restorative radiance capable of mending all wounds. Chen Wen's jaw dropped in astonishment. From an initial 3 talents, she now possessed 4. He had never before seen anyone possess multiple talents like this. Truly the heavens favored his child. As the green light around Chen Wen faded, Linger spoke with both hope and a little sorrow, saying she was proud of her power, but was upset that the skill harmed the adorable flowers and plants. Just as Chen Wen was about to praise his daughter, the courtyard gate was thrust open, and a pair of fair, delicate hands scooped Linger up and held her to someone's chest. AI Wire saw the motion and instantly gathered her aura, pressing it down upon the figure who had entered. The intruder was none other than Situ Ting. With a sharp cry, Situ Ting was driven to the ground. Chen Wen hurriedly intervened, calling for AI Wire to stop and explaining that the girl was his friend. At his words, AI Wire slowly relaxed her pressure. Feeling the force lift, Situ Ting sprang to her feet with the speed of thunder. Fearful, she cast a glance around and then darted to stand behind Chen Wen. While covertly taking in AI Wire's appearance, she was struck by her beauty, yet the fear in her eyes did not diminish. Pale-faced Situ Ting stood behind Chen Wen and whispered in his ear, asking who the woman was, and remarking on her great strength, saying she seemed little inferior to her own father, who was reputed to be the strongest in Xinyan City. Chen Wen introduced them to one another. Linger quickly flew to Situ Ting's side to apologize. Her bond with Chen Wen was very close. After the commotion, there was no appetite for further conversation. Chen Wen sent Situ Ting on her way and had AI Wire take Linger back to her little courtyard. The once noisy courtyard fell quiet again, leaving only Chen Wen and Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai's combat strength was weak, and as long as he did not go treasure hunting, he had little presence, yet Chen Wen still liked to keep him close. At dawn the next day, 90 Xuanjia guards had gathered outside Chen Wen's courtyard awaiting his plans for the day. Chen Wen instructed Xian Yi to accompany him to procure and trade supplies, and told Xian Er, through Xian Shi to manage their respective teams well. He reminded them that the gold given yesterday was for wandering the market to see if there was anything they wanted. AI Wire needed no orders. She followed Chen Wen wherever he went. Seeing that everyone understood their duties, Chen Wen told them all to go to the inn for breakfast and to attend to their individual tasks afterward. Just as he reached the hall, Situ Ting descended from above the inn and ran toward him. She approached Chen Wen with a joyful face, greeting him good morning and offering to show him around Xingyun City, claiming she knew it well. Chen Wen shook his head and replied that he had important matters to attend to and would accompany her once he was finished. Hearing that Chen Wen had work to do, Situ Ting hastened to volunteer herself, insisting she would handle any important matters thoroughly and without fail. After finishing breakfast, Chen Wen AI Wire and Xian Yi followed Situ Ting leisurely strolling through the streets of Xingyun City. As they walked, Chen Wen occasionally felt a vague sensation of being watched from behind. He glanced at Situ Ting, who seemed to be enjoying herself, and chose not to voice his concerns. If Brother Chen wants to go to the treasure pavilion, you need to head to the one inside the city. The treasure pavilion outside the city only has some ordinary items, while the one inside has countless genuine treasures. As long as you have spirit stones, you can acquire anything you desire. It is said that each of the 9 main cities of the human race has a treasure pavilion. Their influence is vast, and no one dares to covet them. They are incredibly wealthy. In Xingyun City, aside from the 4 most powerful families, there is also a guild, a pavilion, and an association. The 4 great families are the founding families of Xingyun City are C2 family, the Jiang family, and the Ji family. All 4 families have similar strengths and have been passed down for over 10,000 years. Each family's ancestor is a figure of SSS rank. Currently, my father is publicly recognized as the #1 expert in Xingyun City, a peak SS rank powerhouse. Watching Chen Wen listen with great interest, Tu Ting straightened her chest and continued, the guild is an auction house, the pavilion is the treasure pavilion, and the association is the adventurers guild. These 3 organizations possess immense power and wealth, and even our 4 great families would yield in their presence unless absolutely necessary. Both the auction house and the treasure pavilion are businesses, and as long as you don't provoke them, you should be fine. The Adventurers Guild is particularly noteworthy. They earn commissions by issuing and accepting missions or searching for rare treasures. Often they embark on adventures across the world. This year, for some unknown reason, adventurers who usually visited the Xingyun forest seem to have received a notice, and it's rare to see cultivators heading there. These adventurers are inherently violent, living on the edge of a knife, making them very dangerous. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Wen and the others had walked to a large square, where a huge elevated platform stood in one corner. The platform was intricately engraved with numerous exotic runes swirling like dragons and phoenixes, bizarre and strange with some shapes that were unrecognizable. Nearby people were frequently placing crystalline spirit stones into the depressions of the platform, causing the runes to glow brilliantly. All the light gathered on the platform, forming a circular beam. A crowd of people stood in orderly lines, entering one after another, eventually vanishing from sight. Seeing this platform, Chen Wen immediately recognized what it was: a large-scale teleportation array. He had a small teleportation array himself, and even its coordinates could be moved, which he now carried with him. However, he was equally astounded. The teleportation array he sought had a diameter of only a few meters, while this one in the square spanned over 100 meters, making it a stark contrast between a giant and an infant. Brother Chen, this is the teleportation array for the southern district of the outer city. In Xingyun City, there are 16 districts, each with a large teleportation station. This array can transport you to various locations within the new Cloud City across all 16 districts, while the arrays in the inner city can send you to the 9 main cities. In Xingyun City, if you don't use the teleportation array and rely solely on walking, you can't travel very far in a day. Ordinary residents cannot traverse such vast distances. C2 Ting explained from the side. C2 Jin took out a Golden City Lord's token and approached the guards without being stopped, heading directly toward the teleportation array. Without the token, one must slowly queue up to bypass the crowd. Although C2 Ting, as the little princess of the City Lord's mansion, was quite favored, not everyone in Lucky City would recognize her. Only the City Lord's token would be recognized by all in Xingyun City. As they stepped into the beam of teleportation light, Chen Wen discovered that it did not work like his small teleportation array, which transported them directly to a single location. Inside, many coordinates floated. C2 Ting looked at them and waved her hand, summoning a cursor that appeared in her palm. Brother Chen, this is the coordinate for the southern district of the inner city. We will begin teleportation shortly, so maintain your focus or you may feel nauseous. C2 Ting hurriedly reminded them. As the teleportation initiated, a transparent bubble appeared around Chen Wen and the others, and the sensation of weightlessness transformed in their bodies. Chen Wen noticed that aside from himself, everyone else had closed their eyes, seemingly in a deep sleep. Curiously, he surveyed his surroundings, finding only darkness, unable to perceive his movement. He extended his divine sense outward. Chen Wen, with his divine sense extended, felt puzzled, as it seemed to vanish into the void, receiving no feedback, as if the surroundings were a blank space shrouded in darkness. Oh. Suddenly Chen Wen was startled. Upon carefully sensing, he discovered that the divine sense he had just extended felt unexpectedly resilient. This effect was even better than when he observed the legacy of the human emperor within his sea of consciousness. Although he didn't know the reason, he couldn't let such a good opportunity pass by. He began to engage his divine sense in an expansive exploration, repeatedly retracting and extending it to refine its strength. Without any references around him, Chen Wen became absorbed in this process, unaware of how much time had passed. A sensation of weightlessness emerged, and only then did Chen Wen realize he had exited the dark space and appeared on a high platform. "Hurry down, don't disrupt others," a voice shouted in Chen Wen's ear. Chen Wen turned to look. A soldier was calling out to him. He glanced beside him and saw that C2 Ting, AI Wire, and the others were all nearby, although C2 Ting didn't seem to be in the best condition, looking a bit wilted. "Tinger, are you alright?" Chen Wen stepped forward intending to lend a hand, but as he reached out he suddenly remembered the differences between genders in this society, which was still quite serious, and retracted his hand. "Oomph." C2 Ting, who had been somewhat happy, snorted coldly upon seeing Chen Wen retract his hand, and turned her head away. Chen Wen awkwardly smiled, and led everyone down from the high platform. "Big brother Chen, let's rent a public magical beast." Although the inner layer is only 1/3 the size of the outer layer, the distance to the treasure pavilion is still quite far. Stepping down from the high platform, C2 Ting cheerfully arranged the itinerary for Chen Wen. As expected, girls have a short attention span, as she quickly forgot the earlier displeasure. They found a shop for renting public magical beasts, and spent 1 spirit stone to rent 4 ancient unicorn horses racing down the middle of the road with incredible speed. It is said that ancient unicorn horses are a hybrid between heavenly steeds and western dragons. Compared to the outer city, the inner city had significantly fewer shops, but those that were present were much larger, dealing in high-end goods. Various precious materials and weapons were available. The road was much wider than the outer layer, and the people on the road were dressed in luxurious robes or held weapons. "Odd!" C2 Ting continuously shouted excitedly from the horse's back. "Big brother Chen, did you know? My family doesn't let me engage in dangerous activities, which is so boring. The last time I went to your place was the happiest moment for me." C2 Ting disregarded the stares of those around her, excitedly conversing with Chen Wen on horseback. "Giddy up, big brother Chen, hurry up. We'll be there in no more than 15 minutes. C2 Ting waved the whip. As they were on their way, several young men behind them were watching C2 Ting excitedly. "Young Master Jiang, isn't that Miss C2? It seems she has a strange man beside her," said one dashing youth holding a full. The leader of the group was dressed in a mint green robe adorned with floral patterns, tied at the waist with a sapphire blue belt. His long hair flowed like the wind, and his azure eyes were striking against his tall and impressive stature. This person was Jiang Yifeng, the second young master of the Jiang family, 2 years older than C2 Ting. In recent years, the Jiang family had intended to form a marriage alliance with the C2 family, and Jiang Yifeng was the only direct descendant of the Jiang family, while C2 Ting was the only one from the C2 family. Jiang Yifeng was also paying attention. Hearing the words from those beside him, his expression turned grim. Although C2 Xinyuan used C2 Ting's young age as a reason to refuse, Jiang Yifeng was a very arrogant person who believed that C2 Ting would eventually be his woman. Now she was being so intimate with a stranger on the street. The anger within him surged uncontrollably. As Jiang Yifeng's expression darkened, the internal energy within him rumbled, causing his hair to flutter wildly. "Let's follow them and see where they are going," Jiang Yifeng said in a low voice. The group of 5 or 6 people, witnessing Jiang Yifeng's anger, dared not say a word and closely followed him. "Big brother Chen, the tallest building ahead is the treasure pavilion." C2 Ting pointed ahead. Looking up steadily, a towering pavilion loomed ahead, magnificent and awe-inspiring. "Hello, esteemed guest." As soon as they entered, a waiter greeted them. Chen Wen nodded but paid no attention, focusing all his attention on the 3 large characters of Treasure Pavilion. These 3 characters contained profound spiritual significance. Upon seeing them, Chen Wen felt an overwhelming pressure reflecting within his spirit. Additionally, he saw countless precious materials and weapons, everything one could wish for. Unconsciously, Chen Wen became immersed in this world, swimming through a sea of treasures. Suddenly, he spotted a heart-shaped object radiating a milky white glow among the many treasures. The words "Heart of the Earth Vein" appeared in his mind. "Finally, I've obtained this important item." Without thinking, Chen Wen instinctively wanted to reach out and seize the Heart of the Earth Vein. The 9th floor of the treasure pavilion, the top floor, was where the pavilion master resided. Someone actually triggered the ancestral sea of consciousness. A young and beautiful, alluring woman looked astonished. After saying this, she vanished from the room in a flash. "My lord." Just then a crisp call reached Chen Wen's ears. Upon hearing this voice, Chen Wen noticed the treasures around him beginning to fade, and the much-needed Heart of the Earth Vein was also slowly dissipating. As everything disappeared, Chen Wen's figure also vanished into the sea of treasures. Looking again at the plaque with the 3 characters Treasure Pavilion, he did not feel the same sensation as before. Chen Wen could only turn to ask AI Wire, for he knew that the voice he heard was hers. "My lord, you were just immersed in someone else's sea of consciousness. If you become too engrossed for a long time, you will lose yourself." AI Wire clarified Chen Wen's confusion. "Hello, esteemed guest. You have such a high level of comprehension. In all the time we've had guests at the Treasure Pavilion, you are the first to trigger the Sea of Consciousness on your first visit. I thought that these three characters possessing a Sea of Consciousness was merely a tale, but today you have proven it to be true. The welcoming waiter spoke to Chen Wen with utmost respect. As the waiter prepared to say something, he suddenly saw a woman walk out from inside the door. He quickly turned to the woman, respectfully bowing and calling out Pavilion Master. This person was none other than the alluring woman from the top floor who waved her hand at the waiter and said, "You go ahead and attend to your duties. I will welcome these guests." "Yes, Pavilion Master," the waiter replied with his head down, not raising it again after the first glance. Although there was an incredibly beautiful and alluring woman in front of him, the waiter felt as if he was facing a primal beast. The moment this woman appeared, Chen Wen felt as though a splendid landscape had emerged, drawing numerous gazes from the world. Delicate features and a prominent nose exuded an intangible allure. What first caught Chen Wen's eye was not the beautiful face, but rather the ample bosom. "I am Yenner, please come in," the proprietress said with a charming smile to Chen Wen. At the same time, she seriously appraised Chen Wen, becoming increasingly astonished. Although his aura was very restrained, it subtly radiated an imperial air, domineering and profound, causing her heart to tremble. "Oomph." Seeing Chen Wen's somewhat foolish demeanor, Situ Ting let out a cold snort. She looked down at herself and directly at her toes. "What's so impressive about that? Isn't it just big?" "Ugh." Chen Wen awkwardly smiled. Yenner was the head of the Treasure Pavilion in the inner city, so naturally she had seen Situ Ting before, but had not paid attention earlier. Yenner smiled slightly. "Isn't this Miss Situ? Today the Treasure Pavilion truly shines. Please come in." Surrounding people glanced over, surprised to see the Pavilion Master addressing Chen Wen and Situ Ting. Under normal circumstances, the head of the Treasure Pavilion wouldn't even show her face, yet today she personally greeted them at the door. "That girl is the City Lord's daughter, Miss Situ." Someone nearby recognized Situ Ting and muttered quietly, "That woman is Situ Ting, but who is the man standing beside her? Even he can make the head of the Treasure Pavilion come to greet them." "You're misunderstanding. Even if that woman is the City Lord's daughter, there's no need for the head of the Treasure Pavilion to come out for her. If it were the City Lord himself, it would be a different story." Although spoken softly, everyone present was sharp enough to hear. Yenner noticed more people gathering at the entrance and said, "Guests, shall we go in?" "Please head inside." Chen Wen responded and followed Yenner into the Treasure Pavilion. Situ Ting, standing beside him, tugged at Chen Wen's sleeve and whispered, "Brother Chen, you mustn't fall for this woman's tricks. She's very formidable and has a strong foothold in the inner city of Xingyun City. You should keep your distance, otherwise you'll be the one to suffer." Chen Wen nodded, glancing at Yenner ahead. He had no doubts about Situ Ting's words. To hold the position of head of the Treasure Pavilion in such a vast city as Lucky City, her methods must be exceptionally skilled. It was hard for even a man to stand firm in such an environment, let alone a woman. Chen Wen followed behind, unable to discern Yenner's strength. His spiritual sense could only perceive a vague presence. Chen Wen speculated that she must possess a treasure that shields her from being probed. With his current spiritual sense, even a strength powerhouse would be able to uncover some details. Just as Situ Ting and Chen Wen were whispering to each other, they walked into a bustling first floor filled with the sound of voices and greeted by beautiful women. In various corners stood serious-looking guards. Chen Wen remained outwardly calm, but was greatly astonished inside. The guards stationed in every corner were all rank strong. This clearly demonstrated the extraordinary strength of the Treasure Pavilion. It felt less like being in a single building and more like being in a market with rows of counters displaying various rare treasures. A rough glance revealed that there were at least hundreds of salespeople, not counting the attending maidens. Everyone inside exuded an air of elegance and nobility entirely different from those in the outer city, their conversations radiating grace and superiority. "Greetings, Pavilion Master." The maidens moving through the hall would slightly bow in respect upon seeing Yenner. "You may all continue with your duties. I will personally attend to these guests," Yenner said with a slight smile, waving her hand at the maidens. Upon reaching the center of the hall, Yenner turned to Chen Wen with a charming smile and said, "Dear guest, are you here to sell items or to purchase items?" The first floor was filled with ordinary goods, most of which were below crank. If you wish to sell items, you will need to go to the second floor's private rooms, where specialized appraisers will assess the value of your items. Our appraisers at the Treasure Pavilion are professionals and will ensure that the guests do not suffer losses. The third floor is a dedicated trading space for VIPs, and sometimes private trading events are held for individuals. Chen Wen nodded and said to Yenner, "I do need some things, but I would like to sell some items first. Could you please take us to the guest? Please follow me." Yenner then elegantly turned and walked towards the stairs, leaving a beautiful silhouette behind. "Singer, could you introduce me to the head of the Treasure Pavilion?" Chen Wen asked softly as he followed behind. Situ Ting felt a bit awkward hearing Chen Wen's words. "Brother Chen, I don't know much either. I've only accompanied my father a few times, and each time he was the one to receive my father and his companions. I only know that my father and the others treat her very courteously. I only know that the Treasure Pavilion is actually a family business, and their family name is Wan. All the heads of the pavilion are selected from the Wan family. Ordinary people, no matter how outstanding, cannot become the head." Chen Wen was speechless. What Sidu Ting had just said led him to believe she was very familiar with Yenner, but it turned out to be mere pride. Seeing Chen Wen focus his attention on her, she felt a bit dissatisfied. Hearing the conversation between Chen Wen and Situ Ting, Yenner in front couldn't help but smile, slightly giving off an enchanting charm, though regrettably no one could see it. Unbeknownst to them, they had already ascended the stairs to the second floor. It's not good to discuss someone behind their back, dear guest. If you want to know about someone, it's better to understand them face to face, Yenner said as she continued forward, her head slightly turning to speak to Chen Wen. And besides, if you want to know about someone, shouldn't you introduce yourself? I still don't know what your name is. Yenner had come to receive guests with a curious mindset, wanting to know who triggered her ancestor's sea of intent. It's important to note that Yenner's ancestor was no ordinary person. They had surpassed strength and were also a powerful survivor who had left this world. Moreover, they left a will stating that if anyone could touch their sea of intent, they should be fully courted, for those who could awaken their sea of intent were undoubtedly individuals with the most outstanding talent and potential. Chen Wen awkwardly smiled and said, "Pavilion Master, you jest. My name is Chen Wen, and I may trouble you often in the future. Please take good care of me. Brother Chen, the aura around you is quite extraordinary. Why haven't I seen you around Xingyan City before?" Yenner playfully asked Chen Wen. "It's normal that the Pavilion Master hasn't seen me. This is my first time in Xingyan City. I've never been here before. I'm here to sell some local specialties and procure some resources." Chen Wen replied fluently, not mentioning that he was a survivor, the so-called Chosen One. Although revealing this identity may or may not affect him, it was better to avoid unnecessary complications. Survivors and local residents looked quite similar on the surface. Yenner glanced at Chen Wen and then turned to look at Situ Ting. Yenner's gaze made Situ Ting's face turn bright red. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Chen Wen, fearing that Yenner would say something, spoke up. "Pavilion Master, could you please take me to the place to sell my items?" Brother Chen, follow me," Yenner said, leading the way. The second floor was completely different from the first. The first floor was filled with counters displaying various items, while the second floor consisted of closed rooms. Pushing open the door, the room inside was simply arranged about 10 square meters in size, with a huge table against the wall. Behind the table sat an elderly man with grizzled hair. Upon seeing someone enter, the old man lifted his head. "Pavilion Master." Recognizing it was the head of the treasure pavilion, he instantly stood up, walked out from behind the large table, and respectfully called out, "Old you, there's no need to be so formal. I brought a guest today. Oh, please help him appraise the value of his items," Yenner said to the old man with a smile. Hearing Yenner, old you then scrutinized the three people beside her, curious about who could warrant such a personal reception from the Pavilion Master. The first person to catch his eye was Situ Ting, whom he recognized as the young lady from the City Lord's mansion. He thought to himself, does the young lady from the City Lord's mansion really deserve such personal attention from the Pavilion Master? However, when his gaze fell on Chen Wen, a glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes, and he began to seriously assess Chen Wen. Just by looking at him and sensing his aura, one could tell he was a person of high status. The more he observed, the more astonished he became. The aura emanating from Chen Wen made him feel an involuntary sense of submission. Moreover, there seemed to be an inexplicable attraction emanating from Chen Wen, holding old Yu's gaze captive, unable to look away. Gradually, in old Yu's eyes, Chen Wen seemed to radiate a golden aura with 9 divine dragons circling around him. Roar! Suddenly, the 9 divine dragons coiled up, turning their heads to let out a roar. Someone was startled by the dragon's roar, stumbling back 3 steps, their face turning pale. "Old Yu, what's wrong? Are you alright?" Seeing old Yu's reaction, Yenner was also taken aback. Everyone noticed he had been staring at Chen Wen for a while before suddenly changing like this. This couldn't be blamed on him. Old Yu's strength was only great. However, he had probed too deeply into Chen Wen's abilities, triggering Chen Wen's passive defense mechanism. It was pure luck that he hadn't coughed up blood right then. Chen Wen was intentionally suppressing his aura. If someone merely glanced at him without delving too deeply, they wouldn't have experienced such a backlash. Just like Yenner, although she had probed Chen Wen, it was only a superficial mental perception. At that moment, Chen Wen's expression was not pleasant. No one would feel good if someone probed them so deeply. "I sincerely apologize, esteemed guest. This is my fault. Please forgive me." Old Yu shook his head and hurriedly walked in front of Chen Wen, bowing respectfully. Seeing Old Yu like this, Chen Wen gradually calmed down. A young man in his 20s was being apologized to by an elderly man with grizzled hair. Moreover, Old Yu had also paid a price. Chen Wen nodded, saying, "Old Yu, I'm here to sell some items and hope you can appraise their value." Seeing that Chen Wen wasn't upset, Old Yu sighed in relief. The earlier scene had truly startled him. Such an imperial demeanor was extraordinarily rare, certainly not something an ordinary person could possess. If he had offended this customer due to his own actions, the treasure pavilion would surely impose severe penalties. Up until now, Old Yu didn't even dare to look directly at Chen Wen's face, focusing most of his attention on Chen Wen's body instead. Hearing Chen Wen's words, he turned to glance at Yenner. "Old Yu, if you could please offer the best discount and appraise Brother Chen's items." Yenner said, barely perceptible, "Please place the items you want to sell on this table, and I will appraise them for you." Old Yu pointed to the large long table. Chen Wen looked at the large table. Although it was sizable, it seemed inadequate for the items he intended to sell. Old you, the surface area of that table is a bit small, why not just place them on the floor? Chen Wen said straightforwardly. Looking at the table, which was 1 meter wide and 2 meters long, he thought, was this too small? Guests can place items anywhere in this room. Old you replied. Chen Wen took out a spatial ring, and with a thought the contents of the ring surged forth. Inside were all crayed and grayed monster meats, filling the room to the brim. Brother Chen, how could you have so much? How many monsters did you hunt, and they are all crayed and grayed? Situ Ting exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the items in the room. Chen Wen smiled proudly. Tinger, have you forgotten where my territory is? There I have plenty of monsters, if nothing else. Brother Chen, you are amazing. How much do you think this will sell for? Situ Ting said, shaking Chen Wen's arm. Chen Wen looked at her childlike demeanor, feeling as if she were a little sister next door, and indeed, he regarded her. Old you, there seems to be quite a lot. Are you sure you can handle it? Chen Wen glanced at the pile of meat in the room and turned. Before he could finish, Wan Yin'er interjected. Little brother Chen, you underestimate us at the treasure pavilion. Even if there were 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times more, we can handle it without any issue. Moreover, we have a great demand for products like yours. They sell exceptionally well. Master, there are too many items. Let's lighten our load a bit when we reach the larger trading district. Old you also. Wan Yin'er nodded, and Chen Wen used his spatial ring to collect all the meat in the room, again showing no objection. Indeed, there were too many items. This room was too small. It's worth noting that Chen Wen's spatial ring had a capacity of 10 cubic meters. This time he brought dozens of spatial rings. It would be quite troublesome to take out items from this room each time. Chen Wen followed Wan Yin'er out of the room. Situ Ting and AI Wire quietly followed behind, knowing Chen Wen had important business and did not disturb him at all. As they continued down the corridor, they occasionally saw people exiting rooms with beaming smiles, indicating they had made good gains. Whenever they spotted Wan Yin'er, they would greet her warmly. Everyone was quite respectful, indicating Wan Yin'er's reputation was indeed impressive. Moreover, with her stunning beauty, none of the men displayed any lewd expressions. Chen Wen admired this silently. In the affluent and noble-filled inner city of Xingyun City, to garner such respect required extraordinary means. After walking several hundred meters, Wan Yin'er noticed a room without a nameplate on the door and pushed it open. Little brother Chen, feel free to take out whatever you have. This space is spacious enough, Wan Yin'er said to Chen Wen. Chen Wen looked around. The setup of this room was quite similar to the previous one, just several times larger. Chen Wen nodded and took out his spatial ring, again laying out the items. He didn't stop there and continuously brought out spatial rings, pouring them out one after another until he had emptied 7 or 8 rings, clearing all the meat resources. Everyone except for AI Wire gaped at the mountain of meat piled high. Wan Yin'er snapped back to her senses, sizing up Chen Wen with surprise. Little brother Chen, I must admit, I underestimated you. Could you tell your sister what exactly you do? Master, all of this has been accumulated by my subordinates over a long time, Chen Wen replied with a smile. Wan Yin'er did not press further. Although there was a lot, it wasn't uncommon, as others typically belonged to a single faction or group. Old you, why don't you estimate the worth? Wan Yin'er instructed. Yes, master, Old you replied. Most of the items here are clevel with a few blevel. Our clevel units are 2 spirit stones or 20,000 gold coins, while a blevel unit is 10 spirit stones or 100,000 gold coins. 1 unit is equivalent to 1 kilogram in weight, Old you explained while calculating. Chen Wen had no objections. They were merely units, and for the system 1 unit was roughly 10 kilograms. Meanwhile, the main hall downstairs was filled with commotion. 4 or 5 individuals were shouting arrogantly in the hall, but the surrounding people, upon seeing the leading youth, fell silent and looked down, avoiding eye contact. This group consisted of Jiang Xiao from the Jiang family, who had come in pursuit of Situ Ting. There's a saying in Xingyun City, 2 dragons, 2 tigers, 3 rascals. The dragons and tigers may fight, but the rascals should not be provoked. This illustrates how deeply ingrained the notion of rascals is. Among the 3 rascals, Jiang Xiao was one of them, known for his vengeful and ruthless nature. Jiang Xiao, Miss Situ and her friends have entered the treasure pavilion, said one of Jiang Yifeng's lackeys obsequiously. This speaker, although from a decent family background, born into the Chao family in Xingyun City, was named Chao Chong. Besides a few major factions, the Chao family was also one of the top families. Despite this, Chao Chong liked to follow Jiang Yifeng around, acting as a sycophant. However, no one dared to underestimate him. He was like a mad dog, biting anyone he encountered. Thus, he was also the most disliked and feared among the 3 rascals. Chao Chong randomly grabbed a nearby maid and loudly demanded, "Tell me where Miss Situ Ting is." The maid suddenly seized, turned pale, trembling all over. She recognized these individuals, all of whom were spoiled brats. She quivered as she said, "They've been taken upstairs by the master. Jiang Xiao, Chao Xiao, please spare me." The surrounding brats erupted into laughter upon hearing the maid's words. They were aware of the treasure pavilion's authority and did not dare to overstep. Chao Chong squeezed the maid's pert backside twice before pushing her away. He even brought his hand to his nose and sniffed it, saying, "So fragrant. Little beauty, if you don't want to be a maid anymore, come find me. I guarantee you'll have a good time." Hee. After saying this, he couldn't help but chuckle lewdly. The young maid turned beet red from Chao Chong's actions and was pulled back into the group by another maid. Jiang Yifeng did not stop Chao Chong's behavior. Such antics were commonplace. If it weren't for Sidu Ting today, he would have teased the maids of the treasure pavilion, who were all quite charming. Chow Chong enough fooling around. Let's head upstairs, Jiang Yifeng commanded, then led the way up the stairs. The surrounding guards did not take any action, merely watching as Jiang Yifeng's group disappeared at the foot of the staircase. As long as there was no fighting or trouble, the guards would not interfere. Chen Wen and the others were completely unaware that trouble was approaching, still busy counting their items. Guessed we have 30,000 units of clevel meat totaling 60,000 spirit stones, and 8,000 units of blevel meat totaling 80,000 spirit stones. In total that amounts to 140,000 spirit stones. Please confirm if this is correct. Old Yu reported to Chen Wen. Chen Wen nodded and said, I still trust the reputation of the treasure pavilion. I have some additional items as well. After saying this, he emptied all the items he had brought, once again filling the already cleared hall with a mountain of goods, even more than the meat. However, there was a wide variety: rare flowers, exotic herbs, heavenly materials, and weapons and armor. This. Old Yu was left speechless, having just finished one task, and now so much more came in along with a diverse array of items. With a bitter smile, he looked at Wan Yin'er and said, Master, there are too many things, I can't complete them all by myself. Wan Yin'er knew that the workload was indeed too large. Though there was plenty of beast meat, it was all of one kind. Of the quantity could be counted and distinguished. However, this heap contained numerous varieties, all with their respective levels. Old Yu, go call a few people to help you lighten the load. Wan Yin'er instructed Old Yu. Following Wan Yin'er's approval, Old Yu pushed the door open and left. Seeing Old Yu leave the room, Wan Yin'er turned to Chen Wen with a slight smile and said, Brother Chen, the cleanup on your end will take some time. Let's wait in the living room. Chen Wen nodded and followed Wan Yin'er to the innermost part of the second floor, pushing open a door. Inside, the room was resplendent and spacious, with several rows of chairs neatly arranged. What surprised Chen Wen was that the seating appeared to be made of a material resembling that of a sofa, crafted entirely. Gently sitting down, a wave of comfort and warmth spread throughout his body. From the beast skin, a faint flow of natural energy stimulated Chen Wen's body, as if a highly skilled masseur was giving him a massage. Sidu Ting sat on the beast skin sofa, her body naturally sinking into it, a look of comfort and satisfaction blooming on her face, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent moons. So comfortable. This beast skin sofa from the treasure pavilion is even more comfortable than the ones in our city lord's mansion. While speaking, she gently stroked the beast skin, then turned to Chen Wen, smiling sweetly as she said, Brother Chen, this beast skin is made from the very rare thunder beast. The skin has a remarkable ability. Even in death, it continues to absorb the faint thunder attribute energy from the natural world. When someone sits on it, it slowly releases thunder attribute energy, stimulating the body and effectively relieving fatigue, relaxing the mind, and even having certain health-boosting effects. Hearing Sidu Ting's introduction, Chen Wen sat on the beast skin sofa and earnestly felt the natural energy. Indeed, there was a very faint thunder attribute energy emanating from the sofa, continuously stimulating his skin. He observed his body seriously. Even the nerves within his skin were stimulated, feeling tense and excited. Miss Sidu, you flatter me. The fire cloud beast skin chairs from your city lord's mansion are truly a rare sight in the world. Upon hearing Sidu Ting's words, Wan Yin'er began to compliment her back. Sidu Ting, hearing Wan Yin'er praise her family's treasures, quickly denied, Not at all. Not at all. Yet her expression showed no humility, appearing as if she believed every word spoken. Watching the two engage in mutual flattery, Chen Wen felt as if a flock of crows flew over his head. Suddenly, Wan Yin'er shifted her gaze to Chen Wen, looking at him with a smile that was neither here nor there. Brother Chen, while the two of us beautiful ladies are chatting here, you haven't said a word. Are we not attractive enough? Chen Wen simply listened quietly to their conversation, enjoying the comfort of his body, as Wan Yin'er suddenly, Master is joking. Both you and Miss Pinger are unparalleled beauties. For an ordinary person to see you is a blessing earned from their past life. Chen Wen spoke without hesitation. Brother Chen certainly knows how to flatter. No wonder he manages to keep the young ladies of our city lord's mansion in line. Wan Yin'er teased with a laugh. Hearing this, Chen Wen quickly waved his hand, saying, Master is joking. My acquaintance with Miss Tinger is fate. I have always regarded her as a sister. Upon hearing Chen Wen's words, Sidu Ting's expression suddenly darkened, her eyes fixed on Chen Wen as if trying to discern whether he was lying. However, no matter how Sidu Ting scrutinized Chen Wen's face, even his gaze showed no signs of change, but seemed he truly regarded her as a sister. Sidu Ting clenched her small fist, her eyes suddenly turning resolute, secretly thinking, Brother Chen, I refuse to be. After Chen Wen's statement, the atmosphere became subtly charged. Sidu Ting stared blankly at Chen Wen, who seemed lost in thought, while Wan Yin'er fell silent, merely exchanging ambiguous glances between Chen Wen and Sidu Ting. Brother Chen, I have a question I want to ask you. I don't know if it's convenient for you to answer. Wan Yin'er broke the silence first. Master, feel free to ask any questions. Chen Wen looked deeply at Wan Yin'er and spoke. Brother Chen, don't be so nervous. Wan Yin'er chuckled softly. Pausing for a moment, she suddenly withdrew her smile and said seriously, Brother Chen, I want to know if you are the chosen. Chen Wen was slightly taken aback by this question, but he hadn't expected Wan Yin'er to ask him this. As a person from a prominent family, it was normal for her to be aware of matters related to the chosen one. Chen Wen nodded succinctly, stating 2 words, yes. After saying that, he fell silent, merely staring intently at Wang Yin'er, waiting for her response. City Ting was now also gazing intently at Wang Yin'er. Just as Wang Yin'er was about to say something more, a knock sounded. Knock knock. Simultaneously a voice came in. Master, the goods have been accounted for. Wang Yin'er retrieved the words she was about to say and called out towards the door, come in. After Old Yu entered and bowed to Wang Yin'er, he turned to Chen Wen and said, guest, all your items have been accounted for, totaling 3 million spirit stones. Chen Wen nodded. He was not at all surprised by this amount. With so many resources, 3 million was not particularly high. He himself had over 1 million. Congratulations, Brother Chen. You are now wealthier than me, with more personal assets than my sister. Wang Yin'er, Brother Chen, you are amazing. In such a short time you have accumulated so many spirit stones. Our tenant's tax distribution for a year is only about 5 million spirit stones. City Ting also said enviously. In fact, the annual tax revenue of Lucky City adds up to tens of millions historically, but it is divided among 4 families, so each only receives a few million. At this moment, Old Yu handed over a card and respectfully said to Chen, when this is our spirit card from the Treasure Pavilion containing 3 million spirit stones, which you can withdraw at any Treasure Pavilion branch on the Xingyan continent. Chen Wen took the spirit card and noticed it was made of an unknown material, hard, yet possessing a degree of. Chen Wen had to exert 30% of his strength to leave a slight dent. Surprisingly, once he removed his finger, it returned to its original state. Wang Yin'er looked at Chen Wen's astonished expression and explained, this is a metal with memory recovery capabilities, quite rare. If we were to assign a grade, it would reach S-level. Chen Wen was even more surprised, and S-level metal. He had yet to encounter anything above S-level. Master, I would like to buy some items. Chen Wen addressed Wang Yin'er, not getting caught up in other matters. He had 3 main objectives in Xingyan City. First, to sell and purchase materials, and he currently had a suitable target. Second, to gather information about Xingyan City. He had a basic understanding, but more information could only be obtained through higher-ups. Third, to acquire a place to settle to serve as property for his Huan Yu blessing. After saying this, Chen Wen handed Wang Yin'er a prepared list, as it would have been too cumbersome to name each item into part of the Earth Vein Spirit Hero Level 1 Meteorite, refined gold, various pill formulas, blueprints for equipment, materials, and so on, including various seeds, all summed up to a single page of writing. Wang Yin'er took the paper from Chen Wen and examined it seriously without showing any change in expression. After reading it, she handed the material list to Old Yu. Beside her, Old Yu, please take a look. Then she turned back to Chen Wen and said, Brother Chen, we have most of the items you need at the Treasure Pavilion, but the Heart of the Earth Vein is too precious and currently out of stock. The Heart of the Earth Vein, if graded, falls into the S-level category, its value surpassing that of most S-level rare treasures, and is something one can only hope to find. Usually, it is only available at auctions. A single Heart of the Earth Vein can establish a great family and generate a spiritual vein. This is a treasure of inheritance, and whenever it appears, countless people fight to obtain it. Upon hearing Wang Yin'er's explanation, Chen Wen's expression darkened. The Heart of the Earth Vein was the most scarce resource for him. Even spirit heroes did not have such an urgent need. Without the Heart of the Earth Vein, he could not upgrade to a large-scale blessing ground. Seeing Chen Wen's expression, Wang Yin'er smiled. Brother Chen, don't worry, I haven't finished speaking. You're in luck. 3 days from now, the auction house will hold a large auction, and the Heart of the Earth Vein will be on the auction list. Thank you for the information, Master. Are there any conditions to participate in this auction? Chen Wen expressed his gratitude. Wang Yin'er, hearing Chen Wen's question, regarded him with even higher esteem as he maintained his composure in a critical situation. She raised her delicate eyebrows, exuding an indescribable charm, lightly covering her lips with her hand, and let out a series of giggles. Brother Chen, rest assured, I'll let you in on a not so secret. Our Treasure Pavilion and the auction house are actually part of the same enterprise, just with different functions. The upper echelons of Xingyan City know that when the time comes with your spirit card in hand, you will naturally be allowed entry. The auction house, Treasure Pavilion, and even the Adventurers Guild all recognize the spirit card. It must be that a certain amount of spirit stones is required, Wang Yin'er said. Upon hearing this, not only was Chen Wen surprised, but even Sidu Ting was astonished. He had no idea that the auction house and Treasure Pavilion were actually part of the Wan family enterprise. This couldn't be blamed on Sidu Ting, as she typically kept to herself. Although she sometimes ventured out, there were always guards protecting her, and whenever she did go out, she would act mischievously, so the guards wouldn't share such matters with her. Wow, Yin'er, I had no idea about this. You all keep your secrets so well. Sidu Ting exclaimed, pulling Wang Yin'er's hand. Chen Wen was also puzzled. Just moments ago, Sidu Ting had been hostile towards Wang Yin'er, but now they seemed so close. Oh, you can't guess a girl's mind, boys. Don't guess. No matter how much you guess, you won't understand. Chen Wen suddenly thought of the popular song in the world. Haha, Sister Ting, your family protects you quite well. This is your happiness, Wang Yin'er said cheerfully to Sidu Ting. Brother Chen, we can provide most items at the Treasure Pavilion, but the Spirit Hero is quite special. We only have 5 in stock. If you need more, you'll have to check if other treasure pavilions have any inventory. Thank you, Master. How much will it cost in total? Please give me a number. Chen Wen bowed respectfully. At that moment, Old Yu took a pen and began writing on Chen Wen's paper. Hearing Chen Wen's question, he stepped forward and respectfully said, "Guess the quantity of items you require is quite large. The total will amount to 1.2 million spirit stones." Chen Wen nodded and handed over the now empty spatial ring and the newly acquired gold card to Old You. "Please, Old You, fill these spatial rings with materials." There's no alternative. Chen Wen's spatial ring is too small, only 10 square units. However, he did procure a batch of a great spatial ores this time. The treasure pavilion has them as well, and upon returning to his territory, he plans to have Chi-Chi use the spatial ores to create bronze spatial materials. Then he will craft spatial rings, which will undoubtedly yield better results than making them from spatial rings. The guide mentioned that SS and S-level materials can all be crafted into bronze materials. Upon hearing Chen Wen's words, Old You took the spatial rings and turned to leave. After about 15 minutes, Old You returned holding something in his palm and once again pushed open the door. "Guess all the materials you need are in here. Please check." Old You handed the rings and gold card to Chen Wen. "I still trust the reputation of the treasure pavilion. It won't err because of such a small transaction." Chen Wen accepted the spatial rings and spirit card without hesitation, placing them directly into his pocket. Having completed the sale and trade, and with matters at the treasure pavilion drawing to a close, Chen Wen cupped his fists in gratitude towards Wan Yin'er. "Thank you for your hospitality, pavilion master. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. Chen Xiaodi, we are already acquainted. I have even assisted you, calling me pavilion master as if you do not consider me a friend. I am 2 years your senior, so just call me sister." Wan Yin'er pursed her red lips, fully embodying her stunning beauty. Chen Wen was momentarily taken aback. After pondering for a moment, he realized it was not a bad thing. Haha, how could I ask for more? With such a beautiful sister, anyone would be overjoyed. From now on, little brother will rely on you for guidance in Xinyun City. After speaking, Chen Wen led Situ Ting towards the stairs. Unlike the lively and adorable little girl who had bounced in earlier, she now followed Chen Wen quietly, her demeanor unexpectedly graceful. As Chen Wen attempted to leave, some people blocked his way. Upon reaching the stairway, he noticed 4 or 5 individuals approaching from the front, followed by a throng of onlookers. Leading the way was none other than Jiang Yifeng and a group of young rascals. Seeing such a crowd gathered, Chen Wen turned to Wan Yin'er, wanting to inquire about what was happening. Wan Yin'er, who had been accompanying Chen Wen, was unaware of the events on the first floor and thus wore a puzzled expression. However, her demeanor remained calm. No one dared to act recklessly in the treasure pavilion, not even members of the 4 great families. Wan Yin'er's thoughts were indeed correct. Jiang Yifeng and his group were not fools. Their arrogance on the first floor was only because it was filled with personnel from 2nd and 3rd-rate families where offending someone was of little consequence. However, those who reached the 2nd floor were all major clients of the treasure pavilion. Despite their large numbers and display of arrogance, they did not engage in any excessive behavior. Jiang Yifeng approached with a folding fan, exuding an air of elegance as he walked over to Chen Wen and the other. Upon reaching them, he did not even cast a glance at Chen Wen and the others, his gaze fixated entirely on Situ Ting, and Wan Yin'er, the strong possessiveness in his eyes unmistakable. Chen Wen caught a glimpse of him and instantly recognized him as a lecherous individual walking with an uncomfortable gait, his complexion slightly pale. Originally, Chen Wen was accompanied by an even more stunning beauty, AI Wire. However, due to her formidable strength, she concealed her aura, blending seamlessly with her surroundings, causing most to overlook her presence. Ahem, he cleared his throat, stepping in front of Situ Ting, feigning seriousness as he retracted the hint of lechery in his eyes. "Thinger, when did you come out? You didn't even inform me when you came out. Ooh, I could have shown you around." He then turned to look at Chen Wen, who had been silent. Although he sensed that Chen Wen possessed an aura that was not typical, he felt it necessary to put on a show in front of the beauties. "Do not associate with certain individuals who do not match your status. It would tarnish your reputation." "Jiang Yifeng, do not speak carelessly. Brother Chen's status is infinitely higher than yours. Besides, I am not familiar with you. I do not need your permission to have fun. Now move aside and do not block my way. Brother Jinbao still has business to attend to. If you offend him, your father will definitely punish you severely." Situ Ting said impatiently, like an annoying mosquito buzzing in front of her. She even waved her delicate hand. Hearing Situ Ting's words, Jiang Yifeng did not become angry, as if he had grown accustomed to such responses. "Tinger, our Jiang family and the city lord's mansion are preparing for a marriage alliance between our 2 families. Soon, we shall be one family." Upon hearing Jiang Yifeng mention this, Situ Ting's expression changed drastically, her eyes fixed on Jiang Yifeng while glancing at Chen Wen, hoping to see any change in his expression. Indeed, when Chen Wen heard these words, his expression shifted slightly, not for any other reason, but because from the moment he encountered Jiang Yifeng, he sensed that he was not a person worthy of lifelong trust. Chen Wen truly regarded the lively and adorable Situ Ting as his own sister. Marrying her off to such a lecherous man was not a wise decision. Seeing Chen Wen's expression change, Situ Ting's face grew increasingly displeased, casting an even harsher glare at Jiang Yifeng, her voice rising sharply. "Jiang Yifeng, do not speak recklessly. Oh, I will not let you off if you do. Move out of my way." "Hee Tinger, do not be angry. I speak only the truth." Jiang Yifeng did not step aside, but instead grinned mischievously at Situ Ting. Situ Ting was infuriated by his words. Her face flushed as she pointed at Jiang Yifeng, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Chen Wen quietly stepped forward and grasped Situ Ting's little hand. In that instant, Situ Ting's face turned even redder, her ears flushed. This young Master Tinger has already stated that you should move aside. It has nothing to do with you. Please do not block the way. Chen Wen's gaze locked onto Jiang Yifeng. Jiang Yifeng, who already harbored disdain for Chen Wen, was prepared to retaliate. However, upon hearing such words, his anger surged uncontrollably. His breathing became heavy as he prepared to strike, believing that with his status as a young master of the Jiang family, teaching this unrelated person a lesson in the treasure pavilion would not lead to any consequences. Chen Wen observed his intent to strike, circulating his internal energy as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Yifeng, releasing his divine sense to firmly suppress him. In an instant, Jiang Yifeng felt as if he were being eyed by a ferocious beast, unable to move, even speech eluding him. To Jiang Yifeng, Chen Wen seemed to transform into an ancient divine dragon, and any movement on his part would result in death. Even the pressure emanating from Chen Wen made it difficult for him to breathe, his face turning red from the strain. Beside him, his underling Chao Chong observed his boss suddenly freeze, his face turning crimson. He hurriedly asked in a low voice, "Young Master Jiang, what is happening?" Seeing that the time was right, Chen Wen withdrew some of his pressure, allowing Jiang Yifeng the ability to speak. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Chen Wen asked, "Will you let me pass, or not?" Jiang Yifeng was engulfed in fear. Although Chen Wen had released a significant portion of his pressure, a small fraction remained, which was beyond what a mere clever warrior could endure, let alone the imperial pressure. He stood there dumbfounded, forgetting to respond. Chao Chong, seeing his boss silence, assumed he was preparing to teach this kid a lesson, and spoke up first. "What are you to dare demand young Master Jiang to move aside? Do you not know that young Master Jiang is the second son of the head of the Jiang family?" Upon hearing this, Chen Wen shot him a glance, causing Chao Chong to abruptly stop mid-sentence. Although Chen Wen was not a domineering person, he would not tolerate being bullied. With a gaze fixed on Chao Chong, a small shard of his divine sense transformed into a short sword, rushing straight towards Chao Chong's head. "Oh, it hurts." Chao Chong immediately screamed in agony, clutching his head as he fell to the ground, rolling. His scream startled Jiang Yifeng, who had been frozen in place. With a look of fear in his eyes, he glanced at Chen Wen and said to the few lackeys behind him, "Get out of the way, quickly get out of the way." Without saying anything further, Chen Wen took hold of Situ Ting's hand and walked outside. As he passed by Chao Chong, he casually remarked, "This is a small punishment to teach a big lesson. You should be polite to others, and you'll feel better in half an hour." Wan Yinner had been quietly observing the entire situation. Once Chen Wen resolved the matter, she beckoned a guard nearby, saying these 4 individuals should be placed on the blacklist of the South District Treasure Pavilion. "Yes, Pavilion Master." The guard replied respectfully. Chen Wen and Situ Ting walked outside, and as they reached the entrance, Wan Yinner hurried out and addressed Chen Wen. "Chen, little brother, are you upset that I didn't help just now?" Ignoring Chen Wen's response, she continued, "I trust in your abilities. This small matter is something you can handle with ease. I also punished those people, and from now on they are prohibited from entering the South District Treasure Pavilion." Chen Wen smiled and nodded, saying, "Thank you, sister." At this moment, on the second floor of the treasure pavilion, Jiang Yifeng was pulling the just recovered Chao Chong, and 4 or 5 others exchanged grim looks. Jiang Yifeng's face looked as though he had eaten a fly, and the recovering Chao Chong whispered, "Jiang Shao, what should we do?" Jiang Yifeng spoke sternly, "I have never suffered such a huge loss before. Chao Chong, go investigate who that brat is. I've never seen him in Xinyan City." Chao Chong looked at Jiang Yifeng's grim face and hesitantly said, "Jiang Shao, that brat seems quite formidable. His strength is very high, and the aura he exudes is something we cannot withstand. It feels like facing my grandfather." Chao Chong was terrified by Chen Wen. That divine sense impact earlier made him feel as if he was on the verge of death. His head still throbbed, and his legs trembled. At Chao Chong's words, Jiang Yifeng's expression darkened further, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he muttered, "Did you not hear what I said? Those who offend me will not have a good ending. I have never been bullied like this before." Chao Chong's face turned pale as he was scolded, glancing at Jiang Yifeng's expression, not daring to say anything else, and could only submissively reply, "All right, Jiang Shao, I will investigate right away." Just then a guard approached, saying, "Young masters, please leave the treasure pavilion immediately. You have been placed on the blacklist." Jiang Yifeng, Chao Chong, and a few other young masters exchanged glances, puzzled as to why the treasure pavilion would offend so many for that brat. "If you don't welcome us, then we don't want to come to the treasure pavilion anymore." Jiang Yifeng huffed, flicking his sleeves as he made a cold remark, and walked out. At this moment, Chen Wen was unaware that Jiang Yifeng and the others did not intend for the matter to end. Instead, he took back his mount and leisurely strolled down the street. Situ Ting was beside him, continuously explaining and introducing the strange happenings in Xinyan City. Before they knew it, evening had arrived. As they approached the teleportation array, Situ Ting, ready to teleport, was stopped by Chen Wen. Situ Ting tilted her head, looking at Chen Wen, unsure of his intentions. "Brother Chen, why are you stopping me?" "We need to go back," Chen Wen said, seriously shaking his head. "Tinger, we need to return. You have been out for 2 days, and your parents must be worried. Go back and let them know you are safe." Sidu Ting looked at Chen Wen with a pitiful expression. Brother Chen, it's fine. I can stay with you. I haven't had enough fun yet. You never know when you'll leave. Haha. Hearing this, Chen Wen laughed heartily for a moment, then with a serious expression said, you need to listen. As a girl, it's time for you to go back after 2 days out. Brother Chen won't leave so soon. There are still things to finish. You can come to find me to play again when you have time. Upon hearing Chen Wen's words, Situ Ting initially wanted to argue, but when she met Chen Wen's firm and authoritative gaze, all the words she had prepared were swallowed back. Humph, Brother Chen, you're annoying. You're becoming more and more like my father. Situ Ting pouted, her face full of grievance. Brother Chen, take care of yourself. Don't leave too quickly, or I'll find you to play when I have time. Looking at Situ Ting disappearing from sight, Chen Wen turned to the quiet AI wire beside him and said, let's go back. Stepping onto the teleportation array, he entered the dark space once again. Chen Wen extended his divine sense for refinement, and after stepping down from the teleportation array, he felt an enhancement once more. Reluctantly glancing back at the legendary high platform, Chen Wen returned to the Tongfu Inn with them. Guess would you like us to prepare dinner for you? The innkeeper rushed over as soon as he saw Chen Wen and the others come in asking. Chen Wen nodded. Prepare a dinner for us. My subordinates should have the most sumptuous meal. Understood, guest. You can return first, and we'll bring it to you as soon as it's ready. The innkeeper responded. Dad, I want to stay with you tonight. It's been a long time since we stayed together. As they reached the entrance of Chen Wen's small courtyard, 02 hugged Chen Wen's ear and said playfully, haha, no problem. Chen Wen smiled and agreed, then turned to AI Wire saying, tonight Linger will sleep with me, I'll protect her, and there won't be any issues. You should rest early. AI Wire glanced at Linger, then at Chen Wen. Her cold voice emerged, I live next door. Call me immediately if anything happens. After saying this, AI Wire turned and walked towards the adjacent courtyard. After playing with Linger for a while in the courtyard, a knock at the door was heard. Upon opening the door, it was not the innkeeper waiting outside, but a valiant man clad in armor. The man looked at Chen Wen with a beaming smile, holding a large jar in his hand on which was inscribed a prominent character for wine. This person was none other than Su Song, who had visited Chen Wen's territory twice. What surprised Chen Wen was that the aura emanating from Su Song was no longer at B grade, but had reached a grade. It was different from their last meeting. Previously he had exhibited a gentle, yet heavy demeanor. Now, however, he exuded a sharp and vigorous energy, likely fueled by the confidence gained from his breakthroughs, which also caused a change within Chen Wen's heart. Brother Chen, long time no see. Su Song spoke first. Seeing that Chen Wen's gaze was fixed upon him, Su Song guessed the reason, and filled with enthusiasm said, Brother Chen, I must thank you properly. You truly are my lucky star. You must have noticed my transformation. With that, Su Song's aura suddenly erupted like a mountain, pressing down, causing the surrounding weeds to flatten against the ground. However, this imposing presence felt like a gentle breeze to Chen Wen, not even ruffling the hair at the tips of his. Seeing that Chen Wen remained still, Su Song understood that his strength had grown significantly. Haha, I have broken through to a grade, thanks to your good fortune. After I completed my task and returned to Xingyun City, the Lord rewarded me with a precious fruit. Brother Su, please come in, Chen Wen said, fully opening the door and gesturing for him to enter. Su Song stepped into the courtyard, and together with Chen Wen they sat down at the stone table. Su Song surveyed the surroundings and then looked at Chen Wen with a serious expression. Brother Chen, do you not consider me a friend? Arriving in Xingyun City and not seeking me out, and instead choosing such a poor inn. I only learned you were in Xingyun City after Miss Ting returned to the Lord's mansion. With that, Su Song placed the jar of wine on the table. Today you shall be punished. We shall not return until we are drunk. I said I would treat you to some fine wine from Xingyun City. Ha, good. We shall not return until we are drunk, Chen Wen boisterously replied. Waiter, bring the food and 2 sets of chopsticks. Chen Wen shouted towards the door. Certainly, esteemed guest, your order will arrive shortly, came the voice of the waiter from outside. Shortly after, while Su Song and Chen Wen were chatting, the waiter pushed open the courtyard door, bringing in 4 or 5 sumptuous dishes. Esteemed guest, these dishes are our signature offerings, and your companion's meal has already been delivered, the waiter respectfully stated before slowly retreating. After singing, Chen Wen poured a bowl of wine for himself, and Su Song saying, Brother Su, let's drink. I toast you. Su Song laughed heartily. Come drink. After finishing a jar of wine, both of them were slightly tipsy. Su Song said, Brother Chen, today we drink to our heart's content, but unfortunately, I brought too little wine. This is a renowned wine from Xingyun City, named Qingfeng Brew. You must have felt it. When going down, it is like a gentle breeze brushing against the face with the bright moon illuminating the heart. It is brewed using Qingfeng grass combined with Qingfeng fruit. To be honest, I rarely spend on such fine wine. This jar cost me half a month's salary of full 10 spirit stones. Hearing Su Song's words, Chen Wen felt a slight warmth in his heart. Although they had only met 2 or 3 times, he truly considered him a friend. Su Song was the second native he had met in this world. Haha, Brother Su, having drunk your fine wine, you must try a sip of the wine I brewed myself. Chen Wen took out a transparent glass bottle containing his blood-red wine from his spatial ring. This was indeed the blood essence wine, its entire body a deep red akin to glazed amber. As the cap was slightly opened, a rich aroma of grains wafted out, mixed with a significant amount of potent elemental energy, causing the weeds on the ground to appear even more lush and vibrant. What a fine wine. Su Song took a deep breath, bursting into hearty laughter. Then looking at Chen Wen, he exclaimed, "Brother Chen, this is too precious. I just inhaled a whiff of the wine's fragrance, and it actually accelerated the flow of my inner energy. This wine must be of a grade, in Xingyun City, only the treasures from the Baobao Pavilion could compare. That's nothing. If Brother Su wishes to drink, I can gift you a few jars," Chen Wen said, pouring Su Song's bowl full of wine without hesitation. After 3 rounds of drinking, both of them had consumed quite a bit, feeling both satisfied and joyful. It is said that the 3 great joys in life are the wedding night, when one achieves fame, and encountering an old friend in a distant land. Meeting Su Song here felt to Chen Wen like finding a friend in a foreign land. He thought it best for Su Song to stay here, as it wouldn't be safe to return while intoxicated. "Brother Chen, rest assured, I still have some standing in Xingyun City, and I have 2 brothers in the inn's hall." Chen Wen no longer insisted, but led Su Song out of the courtyard through the corridor and into the inn's hall. Though it was late, the inn's hall was still bustling with activity. "Commander." Upon seeing Su Song, 2 soldiers quickly approached and saluted him. "Brother Chen, I will take my leave now. Don't worry about the accommodation, I will arrange it for you. Within 3 days I will definitely find you the best spot." With that, Su Song, assisted by his companions, lightly bumped his head and said. Chen Wen watched Su Song leave Tongfu Inn, and then turned and walked to the back courtyard, knocking on Xian Yi's door. "My lord, please come in." Xian Yi opened the door, and upon seeing Chen Wen, quickly invited him in. Chen Wen nodded and entered the small courtyard where they resided, which had several rooms enough to accommodate 20 people. "Xian Yi, did anything happen while the Xuanjia guards were out today?" Chen Wen directly inquired. He had also drunk quite a bit and was feeling somewhat tipsy. "My lord, nothing unusual happened. Everything is fine. I gathered some information while out in Xingyun City, but there was nothing particularly useful." Xian Yi replied. This was normal. Outside of Xingyun City, the outer areas were inhabited by ordinary residents who wouldn't have any. After discussing some safety precautions and other matters with Xian Yi, Chen Wen left the small courtyard and returned to. As Chen Wen returned to his room, silence enveloped the surroundings, with only Linger and Xiao Bai accompanying him. He took out a space ring filled with materials and began to inspect them one by one. Finally, with a thought, 5 glistening diamond-shaped stones appeared in the palm of Chen Wen's hand. These stones were indeed the spirit stones. Although he did not obtain the 9 stones, acquiring 5 was already a stroke of great fortune. The rest, even if he slowly opened treasure chests later or purchased them at high prices in the trading channel, could still be obtained, albeit with a lengthy wait. The prosecutor collected all the spirit stones back into his space rings. Taking out the survival manual, he flipped to Li Li's chat interface. Li, I will send you some supplies I bought in New City shortly. Once you receive them, please arrange everything as soon as possible. Give all the weapon materials to Kai Chi for him to study. There are 5 spirit stones. You can use them in the academy to select 5 mentors and quickly cultivate various professions in the territory. As soon as Chen Wen sent the message, Li Li's reply arrived. Brother Chen, have you reached Xingyun City? How is it there? Everything is fine in the territory. The academy has already arranged for students to begin their studies. Chen Wen saw the message and, knowing Li Li was free, sent all the space rings to her. Brother Chen, I have received them. I will arrange the contents. In the chat channel, there have been considerable changes these past few days. Several groups have started to form alliances, and the number of people upgrading to blessed lands is increasing. Nearly 8,000 are already on the leaderboard. Indeed, I haven't been monitoring the survival manual and leaderboard changes much these past few days. However, I am not in a hurry to upgrade to a large blessed land. One must possess the heart of earth veins. Even with my good luck, I have not obtained it from treasure chests. For others, it would be even more challenging. However, in a few days, regardless of the cost, I must acquire the necessary funds from the auction house. Chen Wen sent a smiley face. Don't worry, we just need to do our part. Once I return to the blessed land, I can upgrade to a large blessed land. In a few days, once I arrange accommodation and set up the teleportation array here, you can come and have some fun. After inquiring a bit more about the territory, Chen Wen flipped to the chat channel to check the recent situation of the survivor. Although it was already night, there were still quite a few people boasting and chatting. Chen Wen admired these optimistic individuals who could maintain such a good outlook in this other world. Scrolling through the chat messages, Chen Wen noticed that the good-natured Long Shu Wen was surprisingly active. He occasionally brought people together and even shared some relatively confidential information, such as what items were needed to upgrade the base. Since the snow disaster ended, the number of survivors has not decreased significantly. They are all striving to develop them. The trading group established by Chen Wen has now exceeded 200 members, and every one of them has already upgraded to blessed lands. After inquiring about the situation of Michael and the others, and finding that everything was stable, Chen Wen also put away the survival manual. Michael and the others subtly hinted at wanting to ally with Chen Wen, but he did not want too many people to know the coordinates of his blessed land, so he pretended he didn't hear. After putting away the survival manual, Chen Wen stared at the dark room, reflecting on his current situation, feeling an urge to die, while engulfed in darkness, with hunters constantly searching for them. Whether he discovered others first, or they discovered him, it was an inevitable battle, vividly illustrating the laws of the dark forest. There is no right or wrong, only survival and development. It is not up to Chen Wen and the others to choose. Due to waiting for the auction, Chen Wen did not wander around aimlessly, but focused on diligently cultivating in the small courtyard to enhance his strength. The matter of purchasing property was handled by Su Song, so there was no need to worry too much. It was not a problem for a guard captain of a lord's mansion to find a property. Inside the inner city of Xingyun City, in a luxurious courtyard, a dozen young people were sitting in the yard. Young Master Jiang, we have basically gathered the information on that person. His name is Chen Wen. He came from the Xingyun forest to Xingyun City and has no significant background here. After arriving in Xingyun City, only Miss Situ Ting and Captain Su Song from the Lord's Mansion have visited him, and now Su Song has already broken through to a rank receiving great attention from the city lord. Chao Chong respectfully spoke to Jiang Yifeng. Standing beside him, Chao Chong observed Jiang Yifeng's sinister expression and felt uneasy. After a moment of thought, he decided to share the most crucial piece of information he had uncovered. Young Master Jiang, there is another important piece of news, although I am not sure of its authenticity. Jiang Yifeng looked at Chao Chong with a puzzled expression. Just say whatever you have to say. Chao Chong replied. Young Master Jiang, according to my sources, it seems that this Chen Wen is not a native of our brilliant world. Before Chao Chong could finish, Jiang Yifeng was already surprised. Are you saying he is the chosen one? To the common folk, the chosen one might be a secret, but for the wealthy second-generation elites like them, it is certainly. Thus, when Chao Chong mentioned this aspect, he naturally thought of the chosen one. Yes, young Master Jiang. His strength is very formidable, and he seems to have some connection with the Lord's Mansion. It would be quite difficult for us to deal with him. Chao Chong nodded, a grim expression on his face. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yifeng fell silent as well. After a while, a voice suddenly broke the silence. Young Master, there are actually ways to deal with him. Jiang Yifeng turned to look in the direction of the voice, which belonged to a household servant who grew up with him. They had a very good relationship, so Jiang Yifeng always brought him along for everything, even covering for him during childhood mischief. Lai Fu, do you have a good idea? Quickly share it. Jiang Yifeng said with admiration towards Lai Fu. With a fawning expression, Lai Fu leaned closer to Jiang Yifeng and said, Young Master, do you remember the towering light pillar in the south of Xingyun City after the snow disaster ended half a month ago? Prompted by Lai Fu, Jiang Yifeng, being a clever person, immediately grasped the key point. According to what his father said, that light pillar was a precursor to the opening of a secret realm, which contained countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, skill manuals, and many divine artifacts left from ancient times. However, it seems there are restrictions, only those of rank not exceeding S can enter. There is an unwritten rule on this continent that any casualties occurring in a secret realm cannot be held accountable afterward. At this moment, everyone present realized how to deal with him, and Chao Chong was the first to flatter, saying, Young Master Jiang, it is truly heaven's assistance. You will definitely soar to great heights in the future, standing at the pinnacle of this world, even transcending it. As long as you capture Chen Wen in the secret realm, you will obtain countless treasures. However, Jiang Yifeng was momentarily taken aback and asked in confusion, I intend to kill him, not capture him. Moreover, even if I capture him, what does it have to do with my treasures? Although Chao Chong was also a rich second generation, his parents had strict discipline over him since childhood, and he was well versed in literature and historical texts. Jiang Yifeng, on the other hand, was entirely a wastrel. Expecting him to study diligently was impossible. He had already ruined his pure young body by the age of 11 or 12. The reason Chao Chong had been so ingratiating towards Jiang Yifeng in recent years was also due to necessity. The Chao family had already reached the pinnacle of second-tier families, and to advance further, they could not rely solely on their own strength. They needed to ally with several top forces in Xingyun City, hence their subservience to this spoiled heir. Young Master Jiang, you may not know, according to historical records, the chosen ones are granted heavenly rewards, allowing them to find various treasure chests in many places, which contain all kinds of treasures, skills, and divine weapons. These treasure chests can only be seen by the chosen ones, we locals cannot see them. However, through my readings, I have learned that if the chosen one opens the treasure chest, we can still use the treasures inside. Once we capture him, won't we make a fortune? Killing him would be a waste. Chao Chong said with a sly smile, his saliva flying as he spoke. A group of people continuously chuckled, turning the sunny day into something ominous. This matter needs careful planning. We must think of a way to lure him into the secret realm, or all will be in vain. Also, his strength is quite high, probably out of class, so we must have more people to protect us. Young Master Jiang, this is not a problem. I have learned that he is seeking the heart of the earth vein, which he must be very short of. We can spread the rumor that the secret realm has the heart of the earth vein, and he will definitely come. Chao Chong quickly offered a strategy. 3 days later, Chen Wen woke up early, had a bit of breakfast, and set off for the auction house in the southern district of the inner city with Xian, Yi, and Avril. 3 days ago, after leaving the treasure pavilion, Chen Wen had toured the auction house. Descending from the teleportation array, they found a point for renting magical beasts where they sold a batch of ordinary magical beasts. Compared to 3 days ago, the atmosphere in the southern district of the inner city was noticeably more vibrant, possibly because of the upcoming auction at the auction house. Have you heard? The auction house is said to be auctioning the legendary heart of the earth vein. This is essential for nurturing spiritual veins. With this, a family would find it difficult not to prosper. Yes, but these things have nothing to do with us. We cannot even get an invitation to the auction house. Even if we have the chance to enter, it would only be to watch. A group of people quietly discussed, and one pockmarked youth, hearing the surrounding voices disdainfully, said, "Him, you know nothing. Although the heart of the earth vein is precious, it is not the most important item in this auction." The people beside him, eager for more insider information, hurriedly asked, "Brother, do you have any inside news to share with us?" The pockmarked youth, hearing the flattery from the person next to him, became proud and said, "You all better listen closely. It is said that this auction house will auction off the qualification to enter and exit the secret realm. Speaking of the secret realm, you wouldn't know, but do you remember the towering light column that appeared outside the city half a month ago? That was a sign of the secret realm's emergence. Is what you are referring to the cave heavens left behind by ancient powers?" Someone nearby chimed in. "It is said that such cave heavens contain countless treasures, martial arts manuals, divine weapons, and rare herbs, and they can even support a family's heart of the earth vein." Yes. I heard this from my aunt's son's friend's brother-in-law, who works at the auction house. This information is definitely true and reliable. Unbeknownst to whether intentionally or not, these people's voices were close to Chen Wen. Chen Wen lightly grunted and tugged at the magical beast's reins, slowing it down as he listened to the discussions nearby. Seeing Chen Wen slow down, Xian Yi also hurriedly pulled the reins, slowing down as well. "My lord, what's wrong?" Xian Yi asked. Chen Wen did not answer Xian Yi's question, but quietly listened to the surrounding conversations, slowly calculating. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Wen and the others had arrived before a massive structure. This building was very unique, resembling a gigantic circle, somewhat like a sports arena from the original world, except that the top was a closed circular ring, unlike the open-air arena of the original world. 2 rows of class soldiers stood at the entrance to maintain order, and the incoming personnel each took out a red and the long line kept moving forward, and Chen Wen couldn't help but marvel at how many wealthy people there were in the inner city of Xingyun. To qualify for the auction house's invitation, one must possess assets exceeding 1,000. "Guest, please show your invitation." When it was Chen Wen's turn, a soldier extended his hand to stop him, expressionless. Chen Wen took out a golden card from his spatial ring and waved it in front of the soldier. Seeing the golden card, the soldier's expression changed, and the crowd waiting in line immediately began to murmur. Who is this person? How could he possess a golden card? One must know that having a golden card requires assets of at least 1 million. This person looks unfamiliar. I haven't seen him in Xingyun. Could he be someone from one of the other 8 major cities? That shouldn't be the case. Although there are many precious items in this auction, it's not enough to attract people from the other 8 major cities to fight for them. "Esteemed guest, please enter." The soldier respectfully returned the golden card to Chen Wen, and then called over a waiting maid at the entrance. "This esteemed guest, please take him to the private room and treat him well." The auction house was vast, with a massive open space in the center surrounded by densely packed seats. The maid led Chen Wen to the 2nd floor and to room A7. "Please wait in this room, dear guest. The auction will begin shortly. If you need anything, just call for me. I will be right outside the door." The maid respectfully opened the door, and Chen Wen walked inside. The room measured about 20 to 30 square meters, furnished with a sofa and a table on which a beautiful fruit plate was displayed. In front of the room was a huge transparent window which could only be viewed from the inside, preventing anyone outside from seeing in, and it even had the effect of blocking spiritual probing. However, after his transformation, Chen Wen's divine sense was remarkably powerful, allowing him to vaguely penetrate. In front of room A4, individuals had already entered the 6 rooms, their strength unfathomable, and even a slight probe made one feel as if facing the ancient divine mountain, standing firm and unmoving. "Linger, be quiet, and don't fly around too much. There are too many experts here," Chen Wen said softly to Linger, who was joyfully fluttering around the room. "Okay, Daddy," Linger replied and descended from the air to perch on Chen Wen's shoulder. Chen Wen picked up a fruit resembling a cherry from the plate and offered it to Linger, saying, "Try this fruit. Let's wait quietly for the auction to begin." As time passed, more and more people filled the surrounding seats, with 2/3 of the circular seating on the 1st floor already occupied, totaling around 1,000 or 2,000 people. At that moment, a woman wearing a striking red qipao with a captivating appearance that could topple nations walked up to the central stage of the auction house. "Welcome everyone to our auction. Many of you may know me, but for some new friends attending for the first time, let me introduce myself. I am the auctioneer for this event. My name is Yanji." As the auctioneer took the stage, the atmosphere among the audience instantly quieted down, all eyes gleaming with excitement as they gazed at Yanji. Every move she made exuded an innate charm, her smile and glance effortlessly captivating, and Chen Wen examined her closely. She must possess a natural talent for allure. Her ability to command the room was astounding. She was simply a born beauty, the object of desire for all men. Alright, enough chit-chat. We have a total of 49 items for auction this time, with many incredibly precious items, so please look forward to it. Seeing the positive reaction from the audience, Yanji continued speaking. Clap, clap. Yanji raised her hand and clapped twice. From a small door at the back of the auction stage, a young maid entered carrying a plate covered by a red cloth. Yanji nodded at the 4 women and unveiled the red cloth from the plate. A massive luminous pearl appeared before them, larger than a fist. The first auction item is the spirit gathering pearl from the deep sea. Wearing it for an extended period allows one to gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, accelerating cultivation and purifying the spirit. This particular spirit-gathering pearl is of the highest quality, reaching grade. Yanji gestured humbly towards the spirit-gathering pearl. For the esteemed elders present, you may prepare this for your junior disciples. The bidding begins now, starting at 100 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid not less than 1 spirit stone. As soon as Yanji's words fell, many smaller families on the first floor had fiery eyes gazing at the auction item on stage. This was a treasure for nurturing future talents, and it wasn't a one-time use item. It could serve as a legacy treasure. A person's optimal cultivation age is limited to those few years. Reaching a grade cultivation can normally extend life to 120 years. To increase lifespan further, one must reach grade, which can increase life expectancy to 250 years. Acquiring such heavenly materials within effective cultivation time is truly a step ahead. 100 spirit stones. That's quite a low offer for something this valuable. I bid 120 spirit stones, 150 spirit stones, 200 spirit stones, 300 spirit stones. Once the bid reached 300 spirit stones, there were no further offers. This price was already considered exceedingly high. Yanji spoke again. This guest has bid 300 spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? This is the best gift for your juniors. Don't miss out. Looking around, seeing no one else bidding, Yanji picked up the gavel. Bang, sold. Congratulations to this guest for acquiring the great spirit gathering pearl for 300 spirit stones. Chen Wen quietly watched from upstairs. Such an item was of little use to him or his territory, which was why he had no intention of bidding. Knock knock, a guest is looking for you. While Chen Wen was focused on the next auction item, the maid's voice came from outside the door. Come in. Without turning his head, Chen Wen replied to the outside. As soon as the door opened, a melodious voice reached Chen Wen's ears. Brother, Chen, it's good to see you again. Hearing that voice, Chen Wen instantly knew who it was, Situ Ting. He turned his head and saw Situ Ting gracefully walking towards him. Tinger, come sit over here. How did you know I was in this room? Chen Wen gestured to the seat beside him. It was too easy for me to find your location, brother Chen. You didn't hide your identity, and besides, I am the young lady of the city lord's mansion. They told me easily when I inquired. Situ Ting said with a joyful expression. Seeing Chen Wen silent, Situ Ting continued, today, I didn't come alone. I came with my second brother. He is in the room next door, room A6. After the auction, I'll introduce him to you. He's been wanting to meet you for a long time. Chen Wen nodded. At that moment, Situ Ting and Linger began whispering to each other. Unbeknownst to them, the auction had already reached the 8th item, which was a long knife, though the blade tip was missing. This is the 8th auction item. The blade of severing marks, a weapon used by the severing marks swordsman 500 years ago. It is extraordinarily sharp, cutting through iron like mud. It is said that his severing marks sword technique is hidden within this long blade. Back then, the severing marks swordsman traversed the world with this technique, nearly breaking through the void. Yanji elaborately introduced the history of this sword. This auction house seems to be extraordinary. They can even find items that disappeared 500 years ago. The audience below was abuzz with discussion. The severing marks swordsman, with his severing marks sword technique, could sever water with one strike and cut mountains with another. His power is immensely formidable. Some were also exclaiming in awe. Chen Wen indeed sensed an exceedingly intense sword intent from this blade, domineering and sharp. Looking at this sword felt like witnessing a swordsman wielding it to conquer the world, feeling invincible. Chen Wen shook his head. Unfortunately, he was not a sword user, otherwise he could consider bidding on it. For Chen Wen, the imperial inheritance in his mind was already enough for a lifetime. Besides the initial acquisition of the inheritance, he had made no progress since, and now he could only take a step forward. The weapon possessed, the Xianyuan sword, was definitely sufficient. The next auction item starts bidding at a base price of 1,000 spirit stones, with each increment no less than 100 spirit stones. Yanji said loudly, 5,000 spirit stones. As soon as Yanzi's words fell, a vague voice came from. Hearing this voice, Chen Wen glanced over. It was none other than the group of wealthy young masters he encountered a few days ago at the treasure pavilion. What a bold bid. Although this sword has reached a grade without acquiring its sword technique, it is worth, at most, around 3,000. The people on the first floor gasped in shock. Haha, you poor fools. I simply have a lot of spirit stones to play with. If you can't bid, then don't. Jiang Yifeng's arrogant voice echoed through the hall. Instantly no one spoke or bid. Everyone knew that those who could be in the private box were not ordinary people. Is there anyone else willing to raise the bid? If no one does this, a grade severing marks sword will belong to the guests of private box 4. This is the famed sword of the severing marks swordsman. If one acquires the severing marks sword technique, it will be an heirloom for their family. Yanji continued to extol its virtues. Without any surprises, no one else dared to raise the bid, and this treasure fell into Jiang Yifeng's hands. The subsequent items similarly held no appeal for Chen Wen. 9 pure jade dew grass, a frenzied giant ape pet egg, and a barrier-breaking pill. Aside from the first 6 items being grade, none of the later items were below a grade. When the 15th item was presented, Chen Wen involuntarily stirred. On the tray held by the maid lay a peculiar stone, the most astonishing aspect being that this stone was engulfed in purple flames, with lightning dancing within the flames. This is the 15th auction item, Heavenly Thunder True Fire, a type of otherworldly fire with its grade rating formed over the years by the bombardment of heavenly thunder. Its power can scorch the heavens and boil the seas without question. Yinji introduced. It's actually otherworldly fire and of the lightning attribute. This is absolutely essential for alchemists and artifact craftsmen. I've heard that this auction will feature otherworldly fire supposedly obtained from Thunder Valley. Indeed, only Thunder Valley could possibly produce such lightning attribute otherworldly fire. However, that place is not something ordinary people can access. It's fraught with danger and constantly beset by lightning storms. The reason Chen Wen noticed the movement of this flame was not due to himself, but because the source fire within his dantian trembled at the moment this flame appeared. There was a sense of excitement and anticipation. Although the source fire was merely a flicker, Chen Wen distinctly felt this emotion, and it continuously transmitted this feeling to him. The trembling intensified, even causing the internal energy in Chen Wen's dantian to shake. The temperature of the air in the room surged instantly to 30 degrees, 40 degrees, 50 degrees. So hot. C2 Ting, who was happily chatting with Linger, suddenly exclaimed. My. Avier sitting next to her suddenly sensed an incredibly intense heat emanating from Chen Wen. Chen Wen's skin turned bright red. If his clothes were not woven from a gray bronze silk, they would have turned to ashes long. Avier hurriedly stood up, placing her hand on Chen Wen. As soon as her hand touched him, a surge of flame instantly reflected onto Avier's hand. She felt an overwhelming heat and immediately withdrew her hand from Chen Wen. Daddy, what's wrong? Linger flew in front of Chen Wen, looking at his state, tears streaming down her face. Her hands did not slow down as a green healing light enveloped Chen Wen. All of Chen Wen's energy concentrated inside his body, gradually guiding the tumultuous internal energy, feeling speechless internally. Oh, what was going on with this source fire? Seeing that the source fire was becoming increasingly agitated, Chen Wen's divine sense reached into his dantian, enveloping the source fire. Dear, please stop making a fuss. If you want that otherworldly fire, I can get it for you. But if you keep this up, I won't be able to handle it either. It seemed to truly understand Chen Wen's words as the source fire gradually calmed down and Chen Wen's body temperature slowly decreased. When Chen Wen opened his eyes, he saw Linger looking at him with tear-filled eyes, the green light surrounding him. Looking around, Avier and C2 Ting both looked at him with anxious expressions, and even C2 Ting had tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. My lord, what just happened? There was an incredibly domineering firepower hidden within you. Avier spoke. It's nothing. This is a type of otherworldly fire obtained from a prior fortuitous encounter. It reacted strongly upon seeing another otherworldly fire. Chen Wen's gaze was fixed on the Heavenly Thunder True Fire on the auction stage as he replied to Avier's question. The starting auction price for Heavenly Thunder True Fire is 500 spirit stones, with each bid increment of no less than 100. Now let the bidding begin. Yinji said. 50000 spirit stones. The first to speak was someone from a private box labeled B. As soon as this person spoke, it sounded like a starter's gun, and the bids started coming in one after another. 60000, 8000, 11000. In just a few rounds of bidding, the price soared to 11000, yet the people in private box A had not made a single bid. Young Master Jiang, this Heavenly Thunder True Fire is extremely important for alchemy and artifact crafting. I've heard that Master Chongqing's alchemy skills have now reached grade. However, he has not been able to break through because he lacks a powerful flame. If you were to give him this fire, young Master Jiang, you would definitely gain his strong support. In the private box where Jiang Yifeng was, Chao Chong spoke to Jiang Yifeng. Master Chongqing is a renowned alchemist from the Jiang family. Although he does not share the Jiang surname, his status within the family is exceedingly high. Chao Chong, your mind works remarkably fast. If I present this flame to Master Chongqing, my standing within the family will undoubtedly rise significantly. Jiang Yifeng said as he turned to look at Chao Chong's beaming face, patting him on the shoulder and generously praising him. Serving young Master Jiang is my honor, Chao Chong said with a fawning expression. 200, Jiang Yifeng directly announced, raising the bid by nearly double. The room fell silent, and the people on the first floor ceased their conversations. That annoying voice belongs to Jiang Yifeng. Inside Chen Wen's room, Situ Ting pouted with an angry expression. Naturally, Chen Wen recognized the voice. His heart sank. The Heavenly Thunder Flame was something he absolutely needed, or the source fire within him might stir up chaos again. However, such wealthy young masters are most afraid of casual bidding that goes against them. Even though he is not particularly afraid of some elders as they focus on profit and loss, these young masters are concerned with pride. Room 4 of the Jiazi, is there a higher bid than 200? Yanji said with a steady smile on stage. Just then an elderly yet powerful voice emerged from the VIP room. 200. Upon hearing a new bid, Yanji felt a slight relief. He was concerned that many would be daunted by the Jiang family name and hesitate to bid. This rare flame, especially of the lightning attribute, should ultimately sell for over 50000. 23000 spirit stones. 25000 spirit stones. Someone was the first to speak up, and the people in the private room were no longer intimidated by the Jiang family, all eagerly participating in the auction. Although the Jiang family is powerful, they cannot dominate everything. Those in the private rooms are at the very least from top-tier second-rate families. In the blink of an eye, the auction price had already soared to 350000. In Jiang Yifeng's private room, he now had a dark expression. He thought that being in the Jiazi room relying on the Jiang family's reputation would deter anyone from competing with him. This is precisely why young people are often short-sighted. Jiang Yifeng had no realization of how crucial the rare flame was for a family. Such things are rare and hard to come by. Every family would cultivate their own alchemists, significantly increasing the success rate of refining pills, which would naturally benefit their descendants. However, for the four great families, each possesses some rare heavenly treasures, though otherwise they could not have developed to dominate the entire Xingyun city for millennia. Currently, in the Jiazi private room, only Jiang Yifeng, the stubborn youth, was desperately bidding. 400000. I am the second young master of the Jiang family, and this rare flame is of utmost importance to me. I intend to present it to Master Changxing. I ask all of you to show me some face. When you seek Master Changxing for alchemy, I will waive 3 service fees. Jiang Yifeng announced a price, using his identity to call out loudly, his voice infused with inner energy echoing throughout the auction house. If he hadn't revealed his identity, I would have wanted to compete, but now it seems hopeless. Some bidders in the Yitzi room, a young man in his teens, angrily exclaimed from the private room. How domineering. This is an auction house, not the Jiang family estate. Chill. Keep your voice down. He is one of the most unreasonable third-rate bullies. If he hears you, you won't be able to leave unscathed. An elder beside him tugged at the young man who had just spoken in anger. Oomph. This year he let out a heavy snort, but did not say anything further. He knew that his family was merely a second-rate family, and the gap between them and the four great families was insurmountable. Haha, others may fear you, Zhang Ershao, but I do not. I bid 41000. Just as the room fell silent, a lazy voice emerged from what should be room 8 of the Jiazi. Upon hearing this voice, Jiang Yifeng's expression darkened further. On one hand, others were not giving him face, even offering bids that the family itself would not support. On the other hand, this individual was his arch-nemesis who consistently went against him, yet neither could do anything. This person was Ji Mingxian from the Ji family, also one of the 3 notorious troublemakers. Unlike Jiang Yifeng, Ji Mingxian's actions were consensual, but his methods were notably enviable and infuriating. Essentially, he threw money at issues. For instance, if he saw a beautiful woman, he would throw money at her first, and if she refused, he would go to her parents and continue to throw money until she had no choice but to agree. Jiang Yifeng was quite different. He was like a mad dog, employing all sorts of underhanded tactics. Ji Mingxuan, how dare you compete with me? Be careful, or I will ruin you. Jiang Yifeng's ominous voice echoed from the private room, carrying a chilling undertone. Haha, if you have the guts, let's duel. I just hope you dare. Remember the last time you were left searching for your teeth on the ground. Ji Mingxuan's carefree voice came from his private room. 500000. If you have the guts, then compete with Ji Mingxian. Grinding his teeth, Jiang Yifeng shouted a new bid. 51000. 55000. Back and forth they went, and in the blink of an eye the price had already surpassed 6500, with both young masters bidding increasingly slowly. This had completely exceeded their financial capacity. Mingxuan, this price has surpassed the actual value by too much. Continuing to compete would be a loss. An elderly thin man in Ji Mingxuan's private room glanced at him and spoke. This elder was the 8th elder of their family, with cultivation reaching strength capable of flying in the air. In the family he held absolute power. Ji Mingxuan's visit was merely to broaden his horizons. However, to temper, Ji Mingxuan, the 8th elder, had left all matters to him since entering the room, closing his eyes to rest. Though Ji Mingxian was a prodigal son, he possessed keen intelligence, and knew full well that prolonging his feud with Jiang Yifeng would only erode his own family's interests, even jeopardizing his standing within the Ji clan. There exists an old saying: prodigal sons are not fools. They simply choose not to direct their intellect toward upright. Consider a student who spends his days indulging in feasts, revelry, and frivolous companionship. Yet the moment he turns his focus to study, he surges into the top ranks of his grade within a single semester. Ji Mingxian was precisely such a man. His elder brother Ji Haoran towered so brilliantly that Ji Mingxuan's own light was utterly eclipsed, leading him in disillusionment to abandon ambition altogether, surrendering instead to hedonism. After all, under the Ji family's illustrious name, he could live a life of effortless comfort until his final breath. Ji Haoran was one of the twin dragons of Xingyun City. Now 30 years old, he had already reached the apex of a rank cultivation and commanded a full legion of over 10,000 soldiers within the Xingyun City military. As silence hung heavy between the two factions, Chen Wen broke the stillness. 660,000. Yinji grew increasingly anxious. The signs of two great families had clashed, and bidding had stalled. Fearing unforeseen complications, she felt a subtle relief upon hearing Chen Wen's voice. Room Jia 7 has bid 660,000 spirit stones. If no higher offer is made, this celestial and terrestrial divine flame shall belong exclusively to this esteemed guest. Yinji dared not provoke further. She only wished to conclude the auction swiftly. This price already far exceeded expectations. "HM, isn't that Chen Wen's voice?" Jiang Yifeng turned his gaze toward Chen Wen's private chamber. Seeing Chen Wen enter the fray, he nearly spoke again. He could concede to Jia Mingxuan, but bowing to some obscure upstart. Unthinkable, especially given their pre-existing enmity. Xiao Chong restrained him. "Young master Jiang, no need to rush. Let him have it. For later, once we seize him, everything he possesses will be ours. Someone else is spending spirit stones on my behalf. Why should I object?" Hearing Xiao Chong's words, Jiang Yifeng nodded silently, but his countenance remained grim and storm-darkened. "Oh, so the great young master Jiang has run out of funds, and dares not raise his bid. Shall I lend you a few thousand?" Jia Mingxuan's mocking voice drifted lazily from his chamber. "Humph. My family owns countless divine flames. I hardly care for this trifling one," Jiang Yifeng retorted stiffly. Jia Mingxian promptly ceased his taunts, but his languid voice carried clearly into Chen Wen's chamber. "Brother beside me, you've earned my friendship. Should anyone in Xingyun City dare trouble, you just say the word. Especially if it's young Master Jiang. Rest assured I'll stand by you without hesitation." I'm unfamiliar with any of Xingyun City's noble heirs. Why would he treat me with such warmth?" Chen Wen did not reply aloud. Instead, he glanced toward room Jia 8 and murmured softly, Brother Xiaqian, I can answer that question for you." Jiang Yifeng, Jia Mingxuan, and Chao Xiyuan are collectively known as the three mad dogs of Xingyun City. Jia Mingxian and Jiang Yifeng have been rivals since childhood, so now that you've humbled Jiang Yifeng, Jia Mingxian naturally takes a liking to you. Besides, though Jia Mingxian is a prodigal, he's never committed grave sins against heaven or humanity. Situ Ting, overhearing Chen Wen's whisper, replied with a smile. Chen Wen nodded, then called out toward the auction stage, "Miss Yinji, may you now announce the auction result?" With no further bids, this celestial and terrestrial divine flame, the Heaven Thunder True Flame, belongs to the distinguished guest in room Jia 7. A sharp rap of the gavel echoed, signifying the official transfer of the divine flame. "We now proceed to the next lot, an item of extraordinary rarity. Esteemed guests, please consider it carefully." Having spoken, Yinji gestured, and a servant glided onto the stage bearing a lacquered tray. Upon it rested a supple hide, its origin unknown, intricately inscribed with dense arcane sigils. At its center, countless runes coalesced into the unmistakable silhouette of an arrow tower. Yinji pointed to the artifact and began her introduction. "Ladies and gentlemen, each of you commands influence and lineage. Surely you are aware that a new wave of heavenly chosen has descended upon our world. Blessed by celestial decree, they receive myriad boons and wondrous artifacts. This schematic is one such relic left behind by a heavenly chosen. By sheer fortune, our precious treasures pavilion discovered an abandoned encampment belonging to one such being, and within it recovered this very blueprint. According to its annotations, this is a magical arrow tower, capable of autonomous construction upon provision of foundational materials, self-defensive operation, and even tiered upgrades. At peak capacity, it poses lethal threat even to rank cultivators. Should any clan acquire and deploy this tower, it would become a decisive weapon, ensuring their prosperity for Upon hearing Yinji's words, Situ Ting glanced sidelong at Chen Wen, knowing full well he himself was a heavenly chosen flourishing beyond expectation. Yet the world was vast, and the heavenly chosen scattered without pattern, not easily encountered even after exhaustive searching. Her own city lord's mansion had spent months scouring the realm, only to find Chen Wen. Her father had mentioned that in Beiping City, Governor Chen Jufu had likewise discovered a heavenly chosen and forged a symbiotic development pact. In just half a year, Beiping City's collective strength had surged dramatically. The 9 principal cities, Shenyuan Megacity, Beast War City, Beiping City, Xingyun City, High City, Zhuke City, Baihu City, Qinglong City, and Xuanwu City, form the Heartland's 4 cardinal bastions, sheltering the majority of humanity. Each hosts over 10 million souls. The remaining 5 cities lie along the periphery of human territory, guarding the borders and repelling incursions by alien races. Foremost among them stands Shenyuan Megacity, perched precariously at the edge of the abyssal canyon, where masters of all races maintain perpetual vigil. Next is Beast War City, the bulwark against the beast clans. Once Beiping City lagged slightly behind Xingyun City in strength, but in these past 6 months, empowered by its heavenly chosen, it has nearly closed the gap entirely. Truly, the heavenly chosen have descended. I'd assumed such tales were mere rumor. It's absolutely true. You seldom travel, but I am a caravan merchant and have already entered mutual benefit cooperation with the heavenly chosen at Beiping City City Lord's Mansion. In half a year, Beiping City has undergone a metamorphosis beyond imagination. The hall erupted. Voices surged like a bustling marketplace, chattering ceaselessly. Yinji made no attempt to silence them, for the heavenly chosen had long existed only as myth. Only clans tracing lineages over 10,000 years knew the last descent occurred 30 millennia ago. Even as a senior manager of the auction house, Yinji herself had stood stunned upon first hearing this revelation. Upon hearing Yanji's words, a burly young man sitting in room 6 suddenly opened his eyes, which had been closed in meditation, revealing a previously calm face. Two beams of brilliance shot from his eyes, resembling a mighty tiger awakening, naturally exuding an overwhelming pressure akin to the roar of a tiger in the mountains, making all beasts submit. This man was none other than Situ Ting's second brother Situ, Bao, the fierce tiger of Xingyan City, his muscles bulging as his yellow robe was stretched tight. Interesting. Situ Bao's eyes were fixed on the leather on the auction platform. He then turned to look at the neighboring room. My sister has gone to the adjacent room. It seems this chosen one must be approached to see what makes them so extraordinary. The magic arrow tower of the chosen one starts at a bid of 1,000, with increments of no less than 1,000. The auction begins now, Yanji announced as she struck the wooden hammer. 1,000 spirit stones. 3,000 spirit stones. 8,000 spirit stones. The rapid increase in bids left Chen Wen dumbfounded, more frenzied than the previous celestial fire. In just a few calls the price had already reached 1,000. Thinking of the countless blueprints and skill books in his territory's warehouse, he wondered how many spirit stones they would fetch if auctioned. Everyone in the territory could directly use spirit stones for cultivation. However, looking at that blueprint, Chen Wen felt a pang of sympathy for the dead rabbit and sorrowful fox. Indeed, the chosen ones had various advantages, able to see treasure chests and open them, but for an ordinary person in this fantastical world, the outcome upon arrival was uncertain. Chen Wen's thoughts raced, and the expression on his face changed unpredictably. Just as everyone in the auction house was intensely bidding, a domineering voice reverberated throughout. Upon hearing this voice, everyone felt as if a fierce tiger was roaring, the image of the king of beasts involuntarily appearing in their minds. 1,500 spirit stones, I Bao, who will take this blueprint. Bao Hu's voice echoed across the venue. Hearing this, everyone fell silent, not due to fear of the voice, but the renown of the name. Bao Hu is a title not taken by Situ Bao himself, but given by those who have witnessed his prowess. He is known for his unbridled dominance, wild like a tiger. This title is even more a product of Situ Bao's reputation, built through his own fists and feet. Lord Bao Hu, since you desire it, we naturally cannot take what others cherish. Indeed, even the arrogant Zhang Yifeng and Ji Mingxian dared not speak further. Clang. This blueprint of the chosen one belongs to Bao Hu. This time, Yanji did not use any inciting words, but decisively struck the wooden hammer, sealing the deal. Tinger, your second brother's reputation in Xingyan City is quite extraordinary. Chen Wen recalled how just a title could intimidate the entire auction house. Brother Chen, you are not inferior to my second brother, it's just that you are not in Xingyan City. If you were, you would definitely be more outstanding than him. Situ Ting, hearing Chen Wen praise her second brother, looked at him with a glint in her eyes, her face flushing as she lowered her head after saying this. Knock knock, dear guest, your auction item has arrived. Is it convenient to come in now? A sweet voice from the maid echoed from outside the door. Chen Wen felt a surge of joy and quickly replied, come in. As soon as Chen Wen's words fell, the door opened, and a maid entered, followed by a staff member from the auction carrying a wooden tray that held the stone ignited with the Heavenly Thunder True Fire. Guess this is the Heavenly Thunder True Fire you auctioned. Will you pay with spirit stones or a card? The maid spoke respectfully to Chen Wen. Chen Wen took out the spirit stone card from his spatial ring and handed it to the maid. Taking the spirit stone card, the maid pulled out a strange machine from her body, which looked very bizarre, resembling a golden toad with 3 legs. The maid placed the spirit stone card into the toad's wide-open mouth, which immediately emitted a brilliant white light. After a moment, the golden toad spat the spirit stone card back out. As the spirit stone card was spat out, Chen Wen observed a light screen appear on the back of the golden toad, displaying a single line of numbers 2600. The cost of the Heavenly Thunder True Fire has been deducted. Your current balance is 2.6 million spirit stones. The maid returned the spirit stone card to Chen Wen. Afterwards, she handed Chen Wen a piece of talisman paper and said, this talisman will help you lift the seal. I wish you acquire more desired items in the upcoming auction. Upon hearing this, the male staff member holding the tray also placed it on a nearby table, and he and the maid respectfully exited the room together. At this moment, Chen Wen carefully examined the Heavenly Thunder True Fire. The flames were not large, merely surrounding a stone the size of a fist with occasional flashes of lightning. However, it was not directly exposed to the air, as a transparent protective film surrounded the stone, completely isolating the temperature of the flames and the sound of thunder. Chen Wen did not observe for long, but took out the talisman to place it on the transparent protective film surrounding the stone. It was not that he wanted to unseal it so quickly, but something within him was already eager. His source fire had reacted the moment the Heavenly Thunder True Fire appeared in the room. Whoosh! The talisman paper approached the transparent light shield and instantly merged into it. The protective shield burst like a bubble, with a loud pop, disappearing into nothingness. Crackling. The moment the shield disappeared, the temperature in the room surged dramatically, and the sound of thunder echoed continuously within. The wooden tray holding the Heavenly Thunder True Fire began to char, looking as if it would soon burn through. Thankfully, the material used for this auction tray was not ordinary. It was conservatively estimated to be a highly heat-resistant and fire-retardant grade wood. The temperature in the air felt scorching as if in a massive inferno. The heavenly thunder true fire began to release flames from the surface of the fist-sized stone. Swoosh. However, before it could completely ignite, a force of suction emanated from Chen Wen's body, instantly enveloping the heavenly thunder true fire, which was then drawn into Chen Wen's body. In an instant, Chen Wen felt as if he had entered an incredibly hot furnace on the verge of turning to ash. Before he could fully experience the power of the heavenly thunder true fire, it had already reached his dantian, but it had not yet had a chance to unleash its potential. The source fire pounced like a tiger on its prey, and although it was just a small flame, it immediately surged onto the heavenly thunder true fire. Upon seeing the source fire, the heavenly thunder true fire became paralyzed, even trembling slightly, like a mouse encountering a cat, or a snake meeting a divine dragon, its natural nemesis. Chen Wen's divine sense sensed that the heavenly thunder true fire was continuously converging towards this small flame, offering no resistance whatsoever. On the surface, there appeared to be no changes. The flame of the source fire remained just a tiny flicker. After watching for a little while, and seeing no unexpected occurrences, Chen Wen observed that such a large cluster of heavenly thunder true fire could not be absorbed in a short time. At the current rate, it would take at least 2 to 3 days. Withdrawing his divine sense from the dantian, his spirit returned to his physical body. Upon opening his eyes, he saw 4 bright pairs of eyes gazing at him, shining like stars in the dimly lit room, filled with curiosity. "Don't look at me like that, I have no idea what's going on either." Chen Wen shrugged his shoulders. The auction items were being sold one by one. Aside from the drawing that caused a slight stir among the chosen ones, the rest of the items were sold smoothly, with no fierce bidding scenes. Chen Wen had to bid twice, purchasing a piece of material mica for Kaiji's research. He also acquired a soul shield that could be refined into his spiritual sea to protect his soul. There were no significant obstacles in refining grade bronze anymore, as the supreme spring water was available among the items traded at the treasure pavilion in large quantities, with the potential for long-term procurement in the future. The flames awaited the changes after the source fire absorbed the heavenly thunder true fire. Chen Wen had a feeling that this time the source fire would undergo significant transformations, potentially solving the issue of flames for refining grade bronze. Originally, the heavenly thunder true fire was just right, but Chen Wen could not outpace the source fire. Without conducting his own research, it was absorbed, leaving him with many things that were beyond his control. In the dantian, the source fire, the human emperor's phantom in the spiritual sea, and the 3 protective barriers imposed by the elder from the time-space tavern eluded Chen Wen's search. He had no idea where the 3 barriers were hidden. Dear guest, we will now begin the auction of today's grand finale item, the heart of the earth's vein. Yan Ji's enchanting gaze swept across the crowd as she said alluringly. As she unveiled the red cloth from the tray, a crystal-clear, heart-shaped stone appeared before everyone, emanating a luminous sheen as the energies of heaven and earth in and out, resembling a breath. This is the heart of the earth's vein. How magical. Seeing it feels like gazing upon a wild mountain range. Although our Zhang family is a secondary family, we do not yet have our own spiritual vein. We must acquire this heart of the earth's vein. How could anyone bear to auction something like this? Why not keep it for themselves? Everyone was calculating their own plans in their hearts. Those in the first floor hall were more surprised, while the private rooms showed less astonishment. Normally, secondary families would have a spiritual vein as their family foundation. The power levels in the Xingyun continent have their own standards. Secondary families must have an S-grade figure presiding, first-tier families must have an S-grade figure, and super first-tier families must have an SS-grade figure. However, there are exceptions. For instance, a family could maintain a family level that could exert the level of a treasure if they possess a particularly powerful treasure or formation. Yan Ji continued her introduction. The heart of the earth's vein is something everyone has surely heard of, an important earthly wonder that can give rise to spiritual veins. Many have come for this item. I will not elaborate further on its functions. The starting bid is 500 spirit stones, and each bid must increase by no less than 100 spirit stones. Upon hearing this price, the previously bustling auction hall fell silent instantly. The first floor was shocked, while the second floor was not in a hurry. 500, since no one else is bidding, let this old man start the bidding. A hoarse voice emerged from private room no. 3. Wow, it seems to be the elder Wuqiu from the Zhang family. He actually came to this auction. I heard that elder Wuqiu is about to break through to S grade. He must have come to seek materials for his breakthrough. If I could just break through to a grade, I would be grateful. Chen Wen felt a slight shock upon hearing that voice, which carried a rich inner qi. If directed at a single person, even an grade expert would perish on the spot. This person had already cultivated a tremendously powerful sonic attack with an extraordinarily deep foundation. Tinger, who is this elder Wuqiu? Chen Wen inquired of the nearby Situ Ting. Situ Ting glanced at Chen Wen and then turned to look at private room no. 3. I don't know his name, but his nickname is Elder Wuqiu. He is the 3rd elder of the Jiang family, already over 150 years old, which is more than a century older than us. His exploits are known through the mouths of some people. He was once an unparalleled genius in his youth, dominating the entire Xingyun city and even making significant decisions among the 9 major cities of the human race. However, due to youthful arrogance, he made some mistakes. It seems he saw through the worldly winds and clouds, and thereafter quietly cultivated within the Jiang family, avoiding conflicts, leading everyone to call him Elder Wuqiu. Situ Ting explained. Indeed formidable, it is easy to take up arms, but difficult to lay them down. They say the Buddha is compassionate. To put down the butcher's knife is to become a Buddha, yet it is not a butcher's knife, but one's own life. How many people can truly set aside their own glory and return to the ordinary? Beside them, AI Wire nodded slightly. Lord, this elder is very impressive. He has hopes of breaking through to SS grade. His Tao heart is firm, and his natural realm is exceptional, achieving a state of unity with heaven and man. However, compared to you, Lord, he still falls significantly short. You possess the most supreme cultivation method, the Huangdi scripture, yet you haven't even touched the threshold. At most, you have only grasped a bit of its surface. To truly enter, wait until you break through to SS grade. At that time it will be when you, Lord, leap through the dragon gate and soar into the heavens. Hearing AI Wire's evaluation, Chen Wen was slightly astonished. On one hand, he was surprised by her high regard for Elder Wuqiu. On the other hand, Chen Wen thought he had already completely entered the Huangdi scripture. Although he could not acquire more knowledge, he diligently read various teachings below SS grade, twice daily, soon able to recite them fluently. He did not expect that in AI Wire's eyes it was merely a surface level, not even reaching the threshold. Haha, since Elder Wuqiu has spoken, I will join the fun too. 550000. A rebellious voice also emerged from the private room. This voice carried an air of superiority, as if declaring itself the king of heaven and earth. Upon hearing this voice, Chen Wen felt an uncomfortable sensation rise within him. The human emperor's chi within him transformed into small divine dragons, actively emerging and swirling around him, emitting waves of pressure, as if asserting dominance. Crack! One of the tables beside Chen Wen could not withstand the invisible pressure and cracked. Chen Wen quickly controlled the human emperor's chi and his powerful divine sense, enveloping them all and pulling them back into his dantian. Inside Box A, the private room was bare save for a colossal throne set in the center. The chair was carved with myriad monstrous beasts, each one rendered in exquisite detail, and all of them shared a single gesture of reverence, kneeling toward the highest figure, a towering raging bear. The man occupying the room was the bidder from moments ago. He called himself Bao Xiong. His original name had long been forgotten, replaced by the appellation he chose for himself. He was no ordinary fellow. Like Wuqiu Lauren, he was in strength powerhouse, and strength adventurer of the event. Once a common villager from an unremarkable hamlet, he had stumbled upon a legacy by chance. Blessed with unparalleled talent, he climbed the rungs of strength through relentless effort to become what he was now. By trade an adventurer, he had slain countless foes. In later days he attained a Bear King true form, and his power deepened into unfathomable depths. Just now I felt a suppression within my bloodline. I must cultivate the Bear King true form and fuse with the rampaging bear's lineage. On the Xingyun continent no one can subdue my blood. How intriguing, truly intriguing. This world yielded increasingly curious wonders. Lately countless so-called chosen had appeared, and now here in this hall he had encountered the astonishing phenomenon of someone capable of repressing his bloodline. Bao Xiong's eyes turned toward Chen Wen's box with keen interest. Despite his hulking powerful frame, the expression that creased his face was feral, like a rampaging bear baring its fangs and roaring. 600 spirit stones. 700 spirit stones. 11000 spirit stones. The bids escalated absurdly. All the offers came from the second-floor boxes, as if spirit stones were nothing more than trinkets to them. Countless onlookers felt as if the world had gone mad at those sums. The Zhang family, which had only just vowed inwardly to compete, now felt more wretched than if some bitter poison had been swallowed. Uncle, what should we do? Zhang Wu asked the middle-aged man beside him. I'll woo or let it go? Our Zhang family simply does not have such luck. Our annual income is only a few 100,000 spirit stones. This price already exceeds 2 years' worth of what we earn. The middle-aged man sighed helplessly. Such lamentations were not unique to the Zhangs. Many private rooms echoed the same sentiment. Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all things like straw dogs. Nature's law is survival of the fittest. Everything comes down to struggle. But if you fight without strength, you do not even possess the right to contend. Once the price reached 1 million, the number of bidders thinned to a scattered few. The Jiang families, Wuqiu Lauren, Bao Xiong, Jiang Yifeng, and his band of decadent scions, and then Chen Wen. Though the 4 great families had all sent representatives, they were not overly concerned about a single earth vein heart. Each family already possessed at least one substantial spirit vein. To cultivate an earth vein heart into a minor spirit vein requires incalculable expense. The heart contains a miraculous transformative force. Bury it together with celestial materials and rare treasures, and over time the transformative force can be guided to form a spirit vein. It also served another use in alchemy. Refining pills with it could channel its transformative power to help a cultivator break through to a higher realm with a success rate of well over 90%. Such use, however, was extravagantly wasteful, like selling gold for scrap. The fierce competition between Wuqiu Lauren and Bao Xiong sprang from their urgent need to break through. They coveted this treasure for that very reason. 1500 spirit stones. Chen Wen spoke, raising the price by 400,000. He had pushed the bid so high to see if he could intimidate the others. In any case, he was determined that this thing would be his. Wuqiu Lauren, already at his limit, fell silent at the audacious increase. Impressive youth. Where do you hail from? He called toward Chen Wen's box. You flatter me, elder. I have merely stumbled upon a trifling serendipity, Chen Wen answered modestly. He showed no timidity, his clear, resonant voice carried from inside the private room. Box A7 bids 1,500,000 spirit stones. Is there a higher offer? Such a rare treasure of heaven and earth is not to be sought after lightly. Miss this chance, and who knows when the next will come. If you desire it, bid now. Yanji's lovely face bore a coaxing smile as she urged the crowd on. This auction had seen items fetch prices far beyond market value. Though it was not the Unmatched grand sale, it was still lucrative enough for the house to reap considerable gains. 150000, first call. 150000, second call. Anyone higher? Otherwise this item will belong to the guest in box A7. Bang, 150000, third call. Congratulations to the guest in box A7 for winning the Earth Vein Heart. Yanji struck the wooden gavel and declared the result. At Yanji's proclamation, Chen Wen exhaled in relief. 2 of his goals for this visit had been secured. In the coming days, he would complete the third. A month would pass in the blink of an eye, and the ranking board would refresh again. To be safe, Chen Wen had to upgrade his blessed land to a large foodie before the update. Chen Wen always looked forward to the monthly rankings. The first time he had claimed the top, he received the Ren Huang Jing. What reward might await if he remained at the summit a second time? Up next is a cultivation manual. Many of you will have heard of the Longhu Dali Ju, the Dragon Tiger Mighty Art. Its grade is hard to appraise precisely, but it is no lower than SS. Rumor says those with talent who practice it may shatter worldly limitations and transcend SS and S ranks. It is divided into 13 stages. Each stage confers the strength of a dragon and a tiger. If one attains full perfection, the body itself becomes comparable to an SS-grade weapon, an inexhaustible might capable of overturning mountains and seas. Yanji's passionate, enticing words rang throughout the hall. So it truly is the Dragon Tiger Mighty Art, said to be the chief cultivation method of the Dragon Tiger, celestial venerable, from 10,000 years past, who ultimately shattered the void and transcended this world. The auction house has actually acquired such a treasure. Murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Bao Xiong stared at the manual on the stage. A scorching light burned in his eyes. Compared to the Earth Vein Heart, this manual mattered far more to him. It perfectly matched his bare true form. If he acquired it and trained it, would remedy his shortcomings. There would be a 9/8 chance he could break through the SS rank. His Shiyin would surge anew, granting him 5 centuries of strengthened years. He valued the manual even above the Earth Vein Heart. The former could be practiced repeatedly, while the latter, once used, was expended. The Dragon Tiger Mighty Art differed. Follow it step by step, combine it with one's bare true form, and there was a 50% chance to break the SS threshold. One must remember that in the radiant world, attaining SSS was enough to carve out an unparalleled dominion, found an unrivaled power, and reign as sovereign with none daring to utter a complaint. As expected, the Longhu Mighty Decision was easily auctioned off by the Violent Bear for a mere 8/0 spirit. The reason for such a low price is twofold. On one hand, the cultivation of this technique demands exceptionally high standards requiring innate divine strength and a considerable amount of time. On the other hand, the strength of the Violent Bear speaks for itself. Next, we will auction the final item of this auction, but it is not a tangible item. Rather, it is a quota for the Beast King's secret realm. Yanji picked up a jade-carved talisman from the tray beside her. Upon hearing this, Chen Wen felt curious, having just overheard someone discussing the secret realm on the street. He turned to look at Situ Ting. Situ Ting sensed Chen Wen's gaze and understood what he was about to ask. After pondering for a moment and organizing her thoughts, she spoke. The Xingyan continent was once incredibly prosperous, with countless experts, many of whom broke through to SSS rank. Long ago, these experts suddenly vanished without a trace. Before leaving, these great beings left behind many caves, which are the secret realms. Since then, every so often the chosen ones from various worlds arrive in this realm, blessed by the heavens, experiencing rapid growth. During their growth, some chosen ones may accidentally perish. If their power is extraordinary and their territory develops to a certain extent, all their belongings will gradually become sealed within their territory, eventually forming a secret realm. This is what I know, and all of it is derived from ancient texts, so I cannot guarantee its accuracy. After hearing this, Chen Wen began to contemplate. It is indeed possible that, as Situ Ting said, when a territory develops to a certain level, it may become a secret realm. For instance, Chen Wen's territory is already isolated from the outside world. As long as the spiritual veins within the territory are fully formed, it can detach from the grand world and become self-sufficient. Yanji began to explain. There are many secret realms surrounding Xingyan City, but they have been open for a long time. A few days ago, the heavenly light column to the south of Xingyan City was a precursor to one of these realms opening. This secret realm, the Beast King's secret realm, opens only once every 100 years. Most of the secret realms in Xingyun City are controlled by the 7 top powers of the city. This time, with the emergence of the Beast King's secret realm after discussions in the City Lord's Mansion, 50 jade talismans have been put up for auction, with each talisman allowing 3 people to enter. Looking at the excited crowd around her, Yanji couldn't help but feel a tinge of sadness. Indeed, the treasures within the secret realms are abundant, filled with heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and there are even many techniques and divine weapons. However, they are also particularly dangerous. The level of danger in this opening of the Beast King's secret realm even surpasses that of the Xingyun Forest. The reason the 7 families are willing to offer 50 jade talismans is essentially to use these 150 individuals as cannon fodder to explore the path. Yanji raised her hand on the auction platform, signaling for everyone to be quiet. We will now begin the auction. Each group consists of 5 people, totaling 10 groups. The opening bid for the first group starts at 5,000, and each subsequent bid must increase by no less than 1,000. 5,1000 spirit stones. 7,000 spirit stones. 9,000 spirit stones. In the end, the first group was sold for 9,000, and Chen Wen wanted to bid, but was stopped by Situ Ting during the auction. Chen, go wait for me, I'll be right back. Situ Ting exclaimed excitedly. After saying that, she stood up and dashed out. In room 6, Situ Ting sat beside Situ Bao, tightly gripping his arm and shaking it insistently. Second brother, please give me a quota for the Beast King's secret realm. She spoke in a tone filled with affection. Situ Bao extended his large hand and gently ruffled his little sister's hair. Little sister, are you asking for that guy next door? Situ Bao's gentle voice echoed in Situ Ting's ear. Upon hearing this, Situ Ting's ears immediately turned red, and she dared not look at Situ Bao any longer, turning her head away and pouting. Second brother, just tell me if you will give it to me or not. He took a deep look at Situ Ting and inhaled deeply. Little sister, giving him a quota is not an issue, but I must first see him to determine if he is qualified to receive it. Situ Bao looked ahead, and his tone suddenly turned cold. Without paying attention to the stunned Situ Ting, he stood up, pushed open the door, and arrived at the entrance of Chen Wen's room. The maid guarding the door dared not stop Situ Bao upon seeing him. Creak. The door opened in response to Situ Bao's push. In the room, Chen Wen, who was meditating quietly, suddenly felt a domineering and chilling aura coming from behind him. It was as if he had been targeted by a ferocious beast, and any slight movement would result in him being pounced on and torn to shreds. Before Chen Wen could stand up, Xian, he had already taken a step forward and arrived behind him. Who are you? Do you not know this is an auction house? Xian Yi shouted loudly. Looking at Chen Wen, who stood firm beneath his imposing aura, he glanced at the Xian Yi standing in front of him. Situ Bao couldn't help but nod slightly, praising Xian Yi. Not bad, very impressive. Just as he spoke, Chen Wen had already stood up and walked in front of Xian Yi, facing Situ Bao. Looking at the person before him, Chen Wen felt an overwhelming aura emanating from him. Seeing Chen Wen appear, Situ Bao ceased speaking, yet his aura continued to intensify, pressing relentlessly towards Chen Wen. Chen Wen refused to be outdone. The emperor's aura burst forth from him, akin to a sovereign standing between heaven and earth, ruling over all beneath the heavens. Situ Bao's domineering aura that charged towards him was met with a sudden collapse. In Situ Bao's eyes, Chen Wen was no longer merely a person, but a sovereign standing in the realm, holding the sun and moon, treading upon the foundations of the world, while he became an ordinary person only able to look up. I'll break for me. Situ Bao felt an increasing pressure upon him, using all his strength to let out a loud shout, finally forcing back Chen Wen's imposing aura. Chen Wen saw an opportunity to withdraw. He had roughly guessed who this person was. He should be Situ Ting's mention of the second brother, Situ Bao. Hello, who are you? May I ask what you need from me? Chen Wen retracted his aura and asked, looking at the somewhat displeased Situ Bao. Chen Go, are you alright? At that moment, a stunning figure rushed in, quickly leaping onto Chen Wen and asking with concern. Although the clash of auras between Chen Wen and Situ Bao felt prolonged, it had only lasted a split second. Thus, Situ Ting arrived a moment later than Situ Bao, and by the time she got there, everything had already concluded. Chen Wen looked at Situ Bao, whose face had now turned even more displeased. Chen Wen was momentarily at a loss, only able to softly say to the woman in his arms, Tinger, please let go of me. What could possibly happen to me? Aunt. Situ Ting suddenly reacted, her face turning as red as a ripe apple, delicate and ready to drip, as if it could yield water with just a squeeze. Little sister, why aren't you coming over quickly? Situ Bao's deep and masculine voice rang out. Hearing this voice, Situ Ting raised her head towards Chen Wen, stuck out her little tongue, and then gracefully walked over to Situ Bao, softly calling, second brother. Situ Ting responded with an turned around and walked away. She glanced back at Chen Wen with a face full of reluctance, but still followed her second brother. As they reached the door, Situ Bao suddenly turned around, revealing a slight smile to Chen Wen, and spoke. You are quite impressive. You deserve a spot in the secret realm. Come to the City Lord's mansion in half a month, and we will enter the secret realm together. Situ Ting looked at her second brother ahead, and also smiled, turning back to Chen Wen with a sweet smile. Brother Chen, I will wait for you at the City Lord's mansion. With that, she joyfully followed Situ Bao out of the room. Chen Wen looked at the fading figure of Situ Bao, turned around, and said to Chen Wen with a face full of shame, "My lord, I have embarrassed you." Chen Wen looked at the open door and shook his head. "This is not your fault, the gap in your ranks is just too great. You are only at the peak of grade while that person is already at the peak of a grade. Don't think too much, let's go retrieve the items we bid on. There is nothing more to be done at the auction." Chen Wen looked at the maid at the door. "Please take us to collect the auctioned items." Now the maid's attitude towards Chen Wen became even more respectful. The earlier respect was merely the courtesy expected from a maid, but now her respect was that of a weak person towards a strong one. She had no choice but to respect someone who could stand toe-to-toe with the renowned Bai Hu of the Xingyun. In total, Chen Wen spent 2 million spirit stones to retrieve all 3 items. During this trip to Xingyun City, although he earned millions, he also spent millions, leaving him with only 6,000 spirit stones at his disposal. "Thank you for your visit, and we look forward to seeing you again." As they reached the door, the maid said kindly to Chen Wen. Chen Wen looked at the maid, suddenly took out a few spirit stones from his spatial ring and placed them in her palm. "You've worked hard, this is your reward." The maid looked at the spirit stones in her hand and quickly turned to Chen Wen, biting her lip as she said, "This is too precious, I cannot accept it." "Haha, just take it, for me these few spirit stones are nothing." Chen Wen waved his hand and said. After that, regardless of the maid's expression, he walked straight out. Watching Chen Wen's gradually receding figure, the maid was lost in thought for a long time. Those of them who served as maids essentially had no status. They were beautiful, specially trained, and understood the thoughts of guests. If they encountered particularly special guests, even if they were mistreated, the auction house would not intervene. They were essentially private property of the auction house, meant to please the guests. With these few spirit stones plus some gold coins she had saved before, she would have the means to buy back her contract from the auction house, gaining her freedom. "Thank you, guest. You are a good person, and I will repay you in the future," the maid thought to herself. "My lord, should we head directly back to our residence, or look for Su Song?" Chen Wen, holding the rented horse, inquired of Chen Wen. Chen Wen thought for a moment and replied, "Let's go back first." Just as he finished speaking, a galloping steed came to a halt before him. A soldier dressed in silver armor with a long sword hanging at his waist jumped down from the horse. "May I ask if this is Lord Chen Wen?" "Our commander requests your presence," the soldier succinctly addressed Chen Wen. Chen Wen looked at the soldier and nodded. "Is your commander Su Song?" "Yes, my lord, the commander said he has completed the task you entrusted him with and wishes to show you," replied the soldier. Chen Wen and his companions mounted their horses and raced along the road with the soldier. In a matter of moments they arrived at a somewhat less bustling street. The flow of people around them was noticeably diminished compared to the main street, though this was only relative. "My lord will be arriving shortly. The commander is waiting for us ahead," said the soldier, leading the way while glancing back. In the distance they spotted a large mansion entrance where Su Song stood like a spear. Beside Su Song stood a plump, middle-aged man who constantly wore a flattering smile towards him. Upon seeing Chen Wen's arrival, Su Song also broke into a smile. "Brother Chen, I have completed what you instructed, and I called you over to see if you were satisfied. If not, I will find another for you," Su Song said cheerfully. "Haha, thank you, brother Su." Chen Wen was filled with gratitude for Su Song. After greeting Chen Wen, Su Song turned to the soldier and said, "You can return to the station now." "Yes, commander." The soldier saluted and answered loudly. "One moment, please." The soldier about to turn away was called back by Chen Wen. Chen Wen pulled out 5 spirit stones from his spatial ring and handed them to the soldier. "Thank you for leading the way. This is a small token of appreciation. Take it and buy yourself a drink." The soldier looked at the spirit stones in his hand, then turned to Su Song. "It's from my brother. Just accept it." Su Song nodded, smiling. After the soldier left, Su Song pulled in the plump, middle-aged man standing beside him. "Brother Chen, let me introduce you. This is Boss Zhong, and this property belongs to him." Since Chen Wen appeared, Boss Zhong had been sizing him up. He was well experienced and had done extensive research on appearance. At first glance, he felt that Chen Wen resembled a lofty monarch with an exceptional royal demeanor that was not something ordinary people could possess. The negotiations went very smoothly, and Boss Zhong was not overly greedy, selling the property to Chen Wen at a normal price of 1 of the rose spirit stones. In any case, it was not a loss. The mansion was very large, covering a full 10 acres complete, with a living room, garden, guest rooms, and accommodations for servants. There was even a street behind the mansion closely adjacent to it with a large shop. After concluding the conversation, Chen Wen took the deed and sent off Boss Zhong and Su Song. "Chen Wen, go to the outer city and bring all the brothers in. We need to return to our territory." Chen Wen, "Yes, my lord." Chen Wen replied respectfully and walked out. While waiting, Chen Wen once again inspected the mansion. Although it wasn't as luxurious as his own villa, its size was in front of the mansion lay a vast open space featuring a small ornamental garden with a fountain. Adjacent to the open space was the pathway leading to the residential area, a narrow cobblestone path lined with willows, their branches elegantly drooping. After walking a few dozen meters, one would reach a row of pavilions intricately adorned with carvings exuding elegance and refinement. Looking at the lavish surroundings, Chen Wen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The previous owner was truly extravagant. A family living in such a grand mansion could easily accommodate over 100 people. He found an empty spot in the residential area and took out the blueprint for the branch point of the teleportation array from his spatial ring. Chen Wen silently invoked the spell, and numerous runes formed on the ground, ultimately creating a circular light array approximately 3 meters in diameter. After completing these tasks, Chen Wen returned to the hall and took a seat, closing his eyes to rest. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye 2 hours had passed. "My lord, all the Xian Jia guards have gathered and are ready to return." Xian Yi entered the hall and reported softly. In fact, Chen Wen had already been aware of this since they entered the mansion. Chen Wen nodded and stood up. In the small courtyard, nearly 100 people had gathered, but what caught Chen Wen's attention was Di Yan. He could detect a hint of frustration and unease in Di Yan's gaze. "Ha," Chen Wen thought to himself, beginning to understand the reason. Di Yan, a beast meant to roam the skies, had been cooped up in Xingyun City for so long, without moving. He approached and stroked Di Yan's forehead, saying, "Don't worry, you'll be free to roam once we return to the territory." Roar. Di Yan responded with a low growl upon hearing Chen Wen's words. Chen Wen was startled by the roar. He led the group to the backyard where the teleportation array was to be constructed, leaving 10 people to guard the mansion. Only Tao Shan wore an expression of anticipation mixed with a hint of anxiety. Over time, he had come to understand Chen Wen better. In the hall of the Lord's mansion in Xingyun City, a rugged-looking man radiating an aura of dominance stood respectfully at the bottom of the platform. This man was none other than Situ Bao, who appeared like a fierce tiger outside, but now looked like a timid kitten. Standing on the high platform was a stern-looking man exuding an air of authority, adorned in a splendid brocade robe that accentuated his nobility. This man was Situ Bao's father, Situ Xinyuan. Even when facing his son, the noble aura around Situ Xinyuan remained unrestrained. He looked down at the people below, his eyes betraying a hint of satisfaction that he couldn't conceal. He had 2 sons and 1 daughter. Both sons had achieved prominence. The only source of his headache was his daughter, who at 17 or 18 still behaved like a child, showing no cunning. He felt no regrets in life, having had a loving deceased wife, accomplished sons, and a beautiful daughter. "You saw that chosen one Chen Wen at the auction, right? What are your thoughts on him?" Situ Xian asked solemnly while seated in his grand chair. Situ Bao did not respond immediately, but fell silent, recalling the events that unfolded at the auction. Seeing his usually proud son take time to ponder his evaluation of someone surprised Situ Xinyuan, "Is this person so inscrutable to you? Or do you not know how to assess him?" Situ Bao nodded, then shook his head, saying, "Father, I truly cannot fathom this chosen one. All I can say is that he is deep and unfathomable." After a pause, he continued, "However, the aura he exudes indicates that he is a man of integrity and a proud hero who refuses to be second best." Situ Xinyuan nodded. He could analyze this information from the data collected over time, but suddenly turned serious, asking, "What is your sister's attitude towards that chosen one?" "The reason I agreed to let you take your sister to this auction is primarily due to that." Situ Bao's expression darkened slightly, saying, "Father, it seems my sister is quite infatuated with that chosen one." The two of them fell silent in the hall for a long time. Alas! Situ Xinyuan's expression fluctuated, and he finally sighed deeply. Situ Bao opened his mouth to say something, but was silenced by Situ Xinyuan's gesture to leave. "When a girl grows up, she makes her own choices. Tinger, no matter what you decide, your father will always support you," Situ Xinyuan murmured alone in the hall. As Chen Wen and the others arrived at the teleportation array in their territory square, it radiated a dazzling light. The territory's high-ranking officials, including Gu Lao, Li Li, and Gong Sun Zan, were already waiting. Chen Wen stepped down from the teleportation array, feeling his mental power further refined. He was confident that after another month of training combined with the Soul Shield, he could advance his consciousness by Tianzhong, reaching the outer perimeter of the human emperor's phantom. "Brother Chen, you're back." Li Li, seeing Chen Wen be the first to descend, rushed into his embrace. However, her cheeks turned crimson, marking her first instance of such boldness. "Let go of me, there are so many people," Chen Wen gently said, stroking Li Li's hair. Upon hearing his words, Li Li blushed even more and quietly retreated to the back, too shy to look at the others gathering around. Gu Lao maintained his gentle and kind demeanor, asking little Chen, "Was your trip to Xingyun City smooth?" Chen Wen nodded in response to Gu Lao and turned to Xian Yi, saying, "You take the brothers back to the camp. I will arrange for people to replace the brothers from Xingyun City shortly." Xian Yi accepted the command and led the 80 Xian Jia guards away. Chen Wen then pulled Tao Shan aside, saying, "This brother Xian Huang is someone I've recruited, and he will be incorporated into your Xian Huang army from now on. Please give him a thorough introduction to our territory situation so he can integrate quickly." "Understood, my lord. Everyone who joins our territory is my brother." Chen Xian Huang gave a nod to Chen when pulling the bewildered Tao Shan to his side. Tao was astounded by the various sights in Chen Wen's territory, the unfathomable experts, the towering walls, and the rich energy of heaven and earth. Although it could not compare to Xingyun City as a private territory, it was unimaginable how it had been constructed. "Don't stand out here, let's go to the villa's hall to talk," Chen Wen said, looking at the familiar faces. Although it had only been half a month since he left, it felt like a child away from home. Once in the hall, everyone found their seats. Chen Wen immediately spoke up. "The trip to Xingyun City went very smoothly. I purchased a mansion there as well as several shops. I want you to prepare the personnel as I instructed." After the meeting, arranged for them to go over and bring the supplies to start the Huanyu Trading Company. General Gongsuan, I will give you a coordinate shortly. Send a team of soldiers to that village. There is a squad of Xuanjia guards there, and you need to replace them. Hearing this, Tao Shan, who was following Chen Xuanhuang, showed a hint of gratitude in his eyes. He briefly introduced the itinerary of this trip. Xiaoai, Chen Wen called into the air. Xiaoai's figure materialized beside him, nodding respectfully and saying, Master. Chen Wen said, I am about to upgrade the large blessed land. Pay attention to monitor the changes around the territory. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes turned to Chen Wen, filled with anticipation. Chen Wen looked around, took out the survival manual from his spatial ring, and then retrieved the Heart of the Earth vein. He opened the survival manual and confirmed the upgrade directly. The Heart of the Earth vein vanished from Chen Wen's hand, but through his control over the territory, he discovered that it had already reached beneath the Fortune Ancient Tree. At this moment, beneath the Fortune Ancient Tree, there was already a dragon-shaped spiritual vein over a yard long, very slender, resembling a small snake. The Heart of the Earth vein instantly merged into the spiritual vein. Ding territory is upgrading. It will take 3 days. Everyone go ahead and get busy. Li stay behind. Chen Wen waved his hand. After everyone left, Chen Wen looked at Li with a very serious expression. Under his gaze, Li felt a chill in her heart. Is there something you need, Brother Chen? I need you to stay behind. Chen Wen looked at her, his eyes showing a hint of reluctance, which eventually turned into determination. Li, our situation in this world is precarious, and we do not know how many difficulties and tribulations lie ahead, nor when life and death may come. Therefore, I will put all my effort into improving my strength and developing the territory. I hope you understand that we need to persevere until the end and unravel the mystery of the survival game. Upon hearing Chen Wen's words, Li's face went pale as tears began to stream down her cheeks. How could she possibly misunderstand the meaning behind Chen Wen's words? Brother Chen. Li choked out, only able to call his name, unable to say anything more. A flash of compassion crossed Chen Wen's eyes, but there was nothing he could do. Even the spirit on his shoulder turned its head away. Seeing the determination in Chen Wen's eyes, Li nodded, tears streaming down her cheeks like a line, and said, I understand, Brother Chen. I will leave now. Chen Wen watched as Li turned woodenly and walked towards the door like a soulless body. Avi, could you please follow Li for a bit? Chen Wen looked at Avi beside him. Avi, with a complex expression, looked at Chen Wen and said, My lord, you really don't have to do this. As long as you are alive, you are destined to grow stronger. Chen Wen smiled wryly and shook his head, choosing not to speak further, and instead turned to walk towards the upper part of the villa. It had been over half a month since he returned, and the bedroom looked just the same. Chen Wen sat cross-legged on the bed, taking a deep breath to slowly calm his emotions. Titan Survival Alliance is recruiting, build a community of honor and disgrace, unify planning, and allocate resources reasonably. We have a dedicated resource collection team that can help you gather supplies better. Join us, and we will ensure your food, clothing, and safety. Requirements: small blessed land. Iron Tower Survival Alliance is recruiting. Our leader ranks 3,454th Iron Tower. We are united in friendship, helping each other, and are committed to building a beautiful home and establishing our own nation in this world. Requirements: 10 of materials submitted. Unbeknownst to him, the number of survivors upgraded to blessed lands had already surpassed 10 million. Chen Wen looked at the World Channel on the survival manual, which was filled with Alliance information, but all were ranked relatively low, at least above 1,000 and none below 1,000 had published any information. This is a matter of seeking warmth in numbers. The weak band together to adapt to this world, while the strong rely on their own strength to face everything. Indeed, for those whose strength is not too strong, forming alliances for development is much stronger than individual development. With more people, the speed of resource acquisition will naturally increase. There are both advantages and disadvantages to seeking warmth in numbers. Currently, Chen Wen still had 8 slots left for potential allies, but he had no intention of filling them. He alone could match an alliance, so why would he let those weaker than himself drag him down? In the trading channel, Chen Wen noticed that many people had started using spirit stones as currency. It seemed that quite a few had encountered the natives and realized that to buy good items among the natives, one must use spirit stones instead of bartering as before. Looking at the vast amount of resources displayed in his storage, he felt an inexplicable sense of confidence. 2 million in wood, 2 million in stone, 3 million in meat, 200,000 in Xian iron, 50,000 in purple copper, 300,000 in bronze, 50,000 in a grade weapons, 30,000 in grade weapons, 2,000 in a grade weapons, 12,000 units of blood rice, and 100,000 healing pills. During this time, the population had rapidly increased, and the speed of resource gathering had surged. The materials sold in Xingyun City had basically been replenished. Especially the spirit rice, which the elders generously cultivated, now amounts to 3 million units. There are also countless blueprint skill books and even pet eggs. Chen Wen began to list some items he no longer needed on the trading channel. Bronze firearm crate, trading for 100 spirit stones. Firearm ammunition, 1,000 units, trading for 10 spirit stones. Bronze knife crate, trading for 200 spirit stones. Bronze armor crate, trading for 300 spirit stones. World Channel. Everyone hurry to the trading channel. Someone is trading weapons and materials in large quantities. Isn't that Chen Wen? Finally, I see Chen Wen trading in the channel again. Chen Wen is just a schemer. We must firmly resist him. Damn, why is there a limit on the number of purchases for everyone? Weapons and equipment sell best and materials lag behind significantly, as they can now mostly be self-sufficient. Although Chen Wen listed many items, they were all on the World Trading Channel, and with so many people within a short time, everything was sold out. While over 2 million spirit stones equivalent to what I traded in Xingyan City, and I've raised the price by 1/3. Indeed, selling weapons is the most profitable. It's simply a windfall, the profit of all profits. No wonder those arms dealers in the other world are all incredibly wealthy. Is there any business more profitable? The shops in Xingyan City still need to open, as long as the reputation is established, acquiring goods will become very convenient. The local residents have developed countless treasures over the years in this world. For example, the heart of the earth vein can only be found through treasure chests by the survivors, but the local residents have Chen Wen planned. The scale of the armory is still not large enough. I need to find ways to establish more. Now that we have over 2 million spirit stones, it's time to purchase a batch of resources on the trading channel. Spirit stones have now become a circulating currency. Keeping them idle is a waste of resources. Only by integrating the necessary resources can the territory be upgraded better and enhance its influence. Basic supplies like food are not particularly scarce. With the current reserves, Chen Wen's territory could last for years without running out. What needs to be purchased in large quantities now are mineral resources so that countless weapons and armor can be produced. The good ones can be used personally, while the slightly inferior ones can be sold. Chen Wen also bought a large amount of black nitrate and red crystal sand, which are the main materials for making ammunition. Not only can these be used personally, but they can also be sold. Selling ammunition alone would attract a large number of lords, and the profit from this part would be at least 10 times more. Additionally, there are healing herbs, blood replenishing herbs, blood essence herbs, mysterious iron, and bronze, all of which are important raw materials for making various pills and potions. When soldiers explore outside, they inevitably get injured, especially now as the exploration range keeps expanding. Sometimes they might not return for 2 or 3 days. During Chen Wen's absence, Nyoda led the Minotaurs to advance over 1,000 kilometers and even encountered fierce magical beasts fleeing in a sorry state. Chen Wen purchased all the supplies needed for the territory. After all, spirit stones are not a problem. By opening more treasure chests and trading, resources will naturally flow in, and who knows what unexpected situations may arise. So far, the system in this world has only experienced one snow disaster, which caused a reduction of nearly 1/5 among the survivors. Chen Wen had a premonition that after this ranking ends, new challenges will surely arise. If everything continues to develop smoothly without any waves, it wouldn't be called a survival game. Not only Chen Wen had this premonition, everyone ranked higher felt the same, all striving to enhance their own strength. Finally done. I'm exhausted. Spending money is so tiring. Chen Wen exhaled lightly. Upgrading the territory is getting harder. The required resources are becoming more advanced, and I have no idea where to find them later. Chen Wen whispered. After completing everything, he felt relaxed, and the previously suppressed emotions disappeared. The next day, sunlight streamed into the bedroom, warm and gentle. Chen Wen stopped his cultivation and slowly opened his eyes. Stretching, he went to wash up in the bathroom. When he reached the first floor hall, he bumped into Li Li, who now gave him a calm, serene feeling. Gone was the lively demeanor of the past, replaced instead by a steady composure. Seeing Chen Wen come down, Li Li smiled slightly and said, "Big brother Chen, you're up." Chen Wen nodded with a smile, secretly glad for her recovery. Seeing her return to normal lifted a weight off his. He wondered what Avril had told her. Her state had improved overnight, even her personality had changed. However, this was only the surface. Chen Wen still sensed a hint of admiration in her gaze, buried deeply. Having breakfast together was essential. He couldn't waste his talent. Every meal was the most pleasurable moment for Chen Wen, as the food turned into warm currents flowing through his body cells, breathing freely. Due to the upgrade of his talent, Chen Wen gained new insights into it, but there were no subjects for experimentation now. He would seek opportunities later. Originally, Chen Wen planned to explore the forest personally, but upon reaching the city gate, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen Zhang Wenyue since yesterday. He wondered how the tasks he assigned him before leaving were progressing. Thinking this, he turned around and returned to the square teleportation array. Chen Wen's figure disappeared on the spot, and when he reappeared, he had arrived at Zhang Wenyue's blessed land, which was also known as Universe No. 1. The area of Epoxy No. 1 has greatly increased. It was no longer a miniature blessed land, but had upgraded to a small blessed land. It's not that it couldn't upgrade to a medium blessed land, but even if it did, its usefulness would be limited. Inside, there were densely packed buildings apart from a wide stone path. In the center, buildings lined both sides. The barracks and summoning base were all concentrated within Universe No. 1. Not everyone has Chen Wen's luck to upgrade a small wooden house into a 2-story one and later directly upgrade. Zhang Wenyue had upgraded to blessed land, transforming it into a courtyard after multiple changes. Upon entering the courtyard, he saw his uncle lying on the ground, lazily scratching himself. Roar, roar. Seeing Chen Wen approach, Dabai stood up and let out a couple of light roars. It was as if he was greeting Chen Wen, and indeed he was. Haha, Dabai, long time no see. Is Zhang Wenyue inside? Chen Wen laughed heartily. Roar, the master is inside, you can go in, my lord. Moi. Chen Wen suddenly looked at Dabai in surprise and said, Dabai, you've grown so quickly. You're already at the peak of grade A. Roar, it's all thanks to the precious materials provided by the Lord and the tenfold denser energy from the outside world. Dabai answered Chen Wen with a roar. However, in Chen Wen's ears it was automatically translated into a language he could understand. Ha, good, very good. In a moment you and Zhang Wenyue will come with me to the villa. Saying that, Chen Wen walked towards the hall. Big boss, you're back. Seeing Chen Wen, Zhang Wenyue quickly stood up and walked in front of him respectfully saying, Big boss, when you returned yesterday, I happened to be out of the territory. When I got back it was already late at night, and I didn't want— Chen Wen shook his head. He wasn't particularly concerned about these matters. Instead, he looked at Zhang Wenyue and asked, How did you handle the tasks I gave you before I left? Hearing this, Zhang Wenyue puffed out his chest, looking up at a 45-degree angle at the sky, filled with pride. His youthful bravado resurfaced. Big boss, you don't even need to ask who I am. I am the chosen one of the White Tiger, so how could such a small matter trouble me? Through previous understanding and a few days of interaction, Chen Wen had a clear grasp of Zhang Wenyue's character, which was somewhat immature and flirtatious. Initially, when he saw Avril, he wanted to flirt with her, but was immediately reprimanded by her. Chen Wen looked at her with annoyance and said, Get to the point. Seeing Chen Wen like this, Zhang Wenyue put away his smile and became serious. Boss, the tasks you assigned before your departure have been completed. With the help of Bei's microvision and the power within me, I have subdued all the beast kings within 100 kilometers around you, and their tribes have also advanced to pledge allegiance. I have assigned each of them their respective territories. 1. A level beast king, the furious giant python. 3 level beast kings, the howling moon wolf king, the climbing monkey king, and the spirit devouring rat king. Moreover, these 3 tribes are large in number, each consisting of thousands. There are 120 level beast kings, but their tribes are small, only a few hundred, or even dozens. With just a word from you, we can assemble a legion of thousands of magical beasts. I've been busy with this recently. Chen Wen listened intently, secretly overjoyed. If this was true, there would no longer be any dangers within dozens of kilometers of the territory, and the beast knights could be formed. Especially since Zhang Wenyue mentioned the howling moon wolf pack, which are naturally born mounts. Good, good, well done. Chen Wen encouraged, patting Zhang Wenyue on the shoulder. Then looking Zhang Wenyue up and down, he said, Your strength is advancing quickly, but you still need to work harder. Bai has already reached the peak of a level, and you are only at the late stage of level. I truly wonder if one day Bai will become your master. Hearing this, Zhang Wenyue's expression fell. Boss, I don't know what happened, but ever since Bai came to your territory, his strength has skyrocketed. I've been trying to catch up, but I can't even see his shadow. Chen Wen understood the situation. On one hand, the resources and energy in the territory were abundant. On the other hand, with Pet Paradise accelerating their training, it was naturally incomparable to before. Let's take a look at the magical beasts you've subdued nearby, and then we'll head to the stronghold. I have some good things for you, hoping you can break through to a level and help Bai reach level. Chen Wen consoled him, walking out with a light step, feeling exceptionally good. They say that when one is in good spirits, their mood is uplifted. Currently, the territory is developing rapidly with powerful talents. All the top brass in the army are basically a level except for Chun Xinyuan and Zhang Wenyue. The two of them sat atop Bai as the strong wind rushed past their ears, flattening the wild grass along the roadside. After an hour, Bai suddenly stopped on a small hill and let out a fierce roar. In front is the territory of the howling moon wolf king. Zhang Wenyue pointed to a massive basin ahead. Awoo, 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 the sound of howling wolves echoed in the basin. Chen Wen observed the packs of wolves in the basin, each over 10 feet long and 2 meters tall, with a single horn protruding from their heads. The wolf pack continuously gathered towards the hill where Bai was located, resembling an army preparing for battle. Chen Wen jumped down from Bai's back and walked forward, his face showing no signs of fluctuation. When the wolf pack was only 100 feet away, they did not stop, but continued to surge forward. A cold light flashed in Chen Wen's eyes, and an imposing aura suddenly erupted from him, as if a deity had descended. His royal true qi transformed into dragon shapes that spiraled around in the air. Stop! Chen Wen shouted, his voice carrying an unmatched pressure that rushed towards the wolf pack. It felt as though an unbreakable wall had suddenly descended. All the wolves were forced to the ground by this pressure, sliding several meters. The previously unstoppable momentum abruptly halted, revealing a wolf with legs 3 feet long and a height of 1 foot, its white fur and a single horn on its head piercing the sky. In its gaze towards Chen Wen, there was a mix of fear and uncertainty, and it could only let out low whines. Chen Wen was very satisfied with this result. Although Zhang Wenyue had already subdued them as the master, if he could not instill fear in their hearts, he would eventually face backlash. Calmly collecting himself, Chen Wen waved at the lead wolf, come here. His voice, though calm, carried an undeniable roar. Chen Wen restrained his aura, but all the wolves did not stand up, they remained on the ground. Hearing Chen Wen's words, the howling moon wolf king rose and slowly walked to Chen Wen's side. Chen Wen patted the head of the howling moon wolf king. Not bad, not bad. You have great potential. I am the master of Zhang Wenyue, and from now on you will be my magical beasts fighting for me across the world. Follow me, and your glory will surpass that of your ancestors. After subduing one tribe, and the Howling Moon Wolf King Chen Wen and the others did not stop, but continued to fly towards the other two major magical beast tribes. At the spirit-devouring Rat King's territory, there was no surprise at all. Chen Wen merely relaxed his aura slightly, and all the spirit-devouring rats lay flat on the ground, not daring to move. This tribe was the weakest, but their numbers were sufficient. Many ants can kill an elephant. However, trouble arose at the Climbing Monkey King's territory. An 11 Monkey King accompanied by 100 clever monkeys was confronting Chen Wen. Despite the daunting aura from Chen Wen, they did not retreat. Stepping forward against Chen Wen's pressure, the Climbing Monkey King raised its head proudly and said, "Although we Climbing Monkey Kings cannot compare to those overlords in the inner circle, we are one of the top overlords in the outer circle." Pointing at Zhang Wenyue, and by it continued, "We are willing to submit to him, because he carries the aura of the divine beast, the white tiger. If you want to subdue us, you must demonstrate the strength that makes us willing to submit." After saying this, it thrust its massive staff into the ground, causing the earth to shake and a crack to spread out. Seeing this situation, Chen Wen's expression turned slightly grim. He turned to look at Zhang Wenyue, thankful that he had come personally this time, otherwise he didn't know what might have happened during wartime. Zhang Wenyue also looked grim under Chen Wen's gaze. This group of troublesome monkeys was explosive, mischievous, and straightforward. He had spent the most time subduing them. Just as Zhang Wenyue was about to speak, Chen Wen waved his hand at the Monkey King, his voice laced with coldness, "All of you come at me together. Remember, I'm only giving you this one chance. Either defeat me or be subdued. If such a situation occurs again, your tribe will face extinction." Roar. Upon hearing this, the eyes of all the monkeys turned blood red, clearly enraged to the utmost, and they let out an ear-splitting roar. In a mere distance of a few hundred feet, Chen Wen watched as the monkeys charged forward, waving his hand to signal bye, and Zhang Wenyue to retreat to a distance. "Boss, be careful," Zhang Wenyue said to Chen Wen with a face full of shame. Although there were only over 100 monkeys, all of them possessed Kraid strength, creating a more imposing presence than the thousands of Howling Moon Wolf Kings charging in the valley. Such momentum felt to Chen Wen like a gentle breeze brushing against his face, having no effect on him. His expression remained unchanged. When strength reached a certain level, numbers no longer mattered. 100 zhang, 80 zhang, 50 zhang. Suddenly Chen Wen moved, stepping forward with his left foot disappearing from his original spot. His speed was like a shooting star, leaving his figure invisible to the naked eye. Bang! When Chen Wen reappeared, the Monkey King was already airborne, flying backward. Blood sprayed from his mouth, continuously staining the monkeys along his path. This outcome did not surprise Chen Wen. With his strength, a mere grade beast king was nothing. Even in a grade could be obliterated with a single punch. The reason the Monkey King was still alive was that Chen Wen had purely used his physical strength, at most 30% of it. The monkey horde fell silent, standing dazed in place. Chen Wen did not cease his actions. Instead, he struck left and right, delivering one punch after another. Like a death god lurking in the darkness, each strike sent a monkey flying. Roar! The monkeys struck by Chen Wen screamed, awakening the dazed horde. Roars echoed all around. These monkeys were stubborn. The Monkey King being struck and the monkeys getting hurt only made them more ferocious, continuously charging toward Chen Wen. However, this was precisely what Chen Wen desired. If they surrendered now, he would have no choice but to let them go. Since they actively sought a fight, he welcomed it. He aimed to subdue them all in one go, instilling fear in their hearts. Haha! Chen Wen laughed heartily, his body vanishing once more from the spot. Puff puff! One by one, monkeys flew through the air, resembling flowers scattered by celestial maiden blood, spraying into the sky without restraint. When Chen Wen finally halted, the open space was devoid of any standing creatures. All the monkeys lay on the ground wailing. However, they were only lightly injured. Chen Wen had used a special technique to amplify their pain without causing serious harm. After a few days of rest, they would naturally recover. Stop! At this moment, the Monkey King, who had gotten up from the ground, slowly walked up to Chen Wen. With a thud, he knelt down, his head striking the ground heavily, creating a large pit. "My lord, we are willing to submit," the Monkey King said respectfully, lowering his head. Chen Wen acknowledged him with a grunt, taking several porcelain vials from his spatial ring and tossing them in front of the Monkey King. "These are healing pills. Give them to your horde, and they will recover quickly," Chen Wen said with a neutral expression. The Monkey King picked up a porcelain vial, glanced at Chen Wen, thanked him, and poured out a healing pill. The pill was crystal clear, and as it lay in the monkey's paw, a fragrant aroma wafted from it. In the current territory, all kinds of resources were abundant. Healing pills ranging from a grade to a grade were plentiful. The healing pills Chen Wen carried were all a grade. Although they were healing pills, they were composed of many heavenly materials suitable for a grade, capable of even enhancing a person's strength. "Oh my lord, is this in a grade pill?" The Monkey King stared at the healing pill in his hand, then turned to Chen Wen, speaking in a daze. Chen Wen regarded the Monkey King with newfound respect, surprised that he could identify the pill's grade. You don't need to worry about the grade, it's a reward I'm giving you. Just take it," Chen Wen said, a smile gradually appearing on his face. The Monkey King swallowed the pill whole, and instantly its medicinal power radiated, a warm current coursing through his body, visibly healing the injuries from Chen Wen's punch. After performing a backflip, the Monkey King stood up and stretched his body. He realized that although he had not sustained serious injuries, even walking was difficult, but a small pill easily resolved that. Thank you, my lord. We the mountain climbing monkeys submit. The Monkey King knelt before Chen Wen once more speaking respectfully. Haha, rise. Your kin are still injured, distribute all the healing pills. Chen Wen commanded the Monkey King with a hearty laugh. Looking at the pills in his hand, the Monkey King's eyes revealed reluctance. They were far too valuable. He understood Chen Wen's strength, which was earth-shattering, far surpassing his own. The fact that they were still alive indicated that Chen Wen had held back. It was merely a lesson without any serious injuries, so using such valuable pills felt wasteful. Just use them, or I have plenty of these. As long as you follow my orders, the benefits will be substantial. Breaking through to a grade, or even scrade, will not be a problem. Chen Wen observed the mountain-climbing Monkey King's expression and instantly understood his thoughts, speaking with a light smile. However, he suddenly shifted his tone, infused with a killing intent. But let this be the last time. If it happens again, you should know the consequences. I could easily wipe out your little mountain-climbing monkey tribe. The killing intent radiated like the freezing cold of winter, piercing to the bone. I swear to serve you loyally, my lord. The mountain-climbing Monkey King knelt on the ground once more. Chen Wen waved his hand, instructing the mountain-climbing Monkey King to distribute the healing pills to the over 100 monkeys lying on the ground. Zhang Wenyue also approached with Da Bai from a distance. Da Bai looked at Chen Wen with a hint of reverence in his eyes, and even a trace of fear deep within. Although Da Bai had known Chen Wen was formidable, he didn't expect him to be this strong. Even a grade Monkey King couldn't withstand a single ordinary punch. My lord, I apologize, I failed to handle this matter. Zhang Wenyue was the first to speak as he approached his face. It's all in the past now. Oh, the situation has been resolved, and your mistake is forgiven. However, you must manage things well. Chen Wen looked at Zhang Wenyue, speaking calmly. Don't worry, my lord, such incidents won't happen again. Zhang Wenyue patted his chest, his eyes revealing an indescribable determination. My lord, the mountain-climbing tribe is the largest and strongest among the few major tribes I have subdued. The grade Monkey King leads over 100 grade monkey captains along with thousands of grade members. In total, the monkey horde exceeds 10,000. The towering mountain behind us is their dwelling. At this moment, Zhang Wenyue began to introduce the mountain-climbing monkey tribe. Chen Wen truly did not regard their strength highly. However, they lived in the Nebula Forest, and since they were within his territory, he hoped to use them as a forward outpost to scout for nearby dangers. Currently, the territory's army exceeds 800 men, with an average strength of grade. All leaders are at least grade. The commanders are either at the pinnacle of grade, or have already broken through to a grade. Turning to look at Da Bai, he decided to give him a 3 transformation golden core today, helping him break through to grade, and adding an important combat strength to the territory. With Da Bai's lineage, nurturing him was not a loss, one could even say it was quite a gain. After breaking through to a grade, Chen Wen's cultivation speed began to slow down as he incorporated the source fire to refine his inner energy, and the Emperor's Phantom to refine his spiritual sense. The range of the Dantian and Sea of Consciousness has expanded, and the quality of the divine sense and inner energy is extraordinarily high, requiring several streams to condense. This led to a gradual decrease in his speed. One cannot have both the fish and the bear's paw. While cultivation level is one aspect, one's own strength is even more crucial. While Chen Wen and the others were speaking, the mountain-climbing Monkey King had already distributed the medicinal pills, and all the over 100 monkeys had fully recovered, kneeling neatly before Chen Wen. Today you have actually submitted to me and joined my Huanyu blessed land. Here there is no distinction of race or strength, all are equal. Merit will be rewarded and mistakes will be punished. I, Chen Wen, will also protect you, but you must fulfill your duties. Chen Wen declared loudly. We pay our respects, my lord. The mountain-climbing Monkey King was the first to shout. We pay our respects, my lord. The monkeys behind also shouted in unison. At that moment, from the towering peak of the back mountain, a cacophony of shouts echoed like the sound of a great bell. Especially those over 100 grade monkeys who now held great trust in Chen Wen, for the healing medicine he provided was of exceptionally high grade, allowing them to achieve slight breakthroughs in their levels. Money can indeed make the devil push the millstone. The law of the jungle is vividly reflected in the animal kingdom. After handling this matter, he climbed onto the back of Da Bai with Zhang Wenyue, swiftly departing. There are still many magical beasts that require Chen Wen to meet and subdue. Before leaving, the mountain-climbing Monkey King gave Chen Wen 2 large heaps of monkey wine, which surprisingly reached a grade. Chen Wen was astonished. A grade race had actually brewed a grade treasures. He realized this was the culmination of several generations of effort from the mountain-climbing monkey tribe. Da Bai's speed was incredibly fast. After a round of inspection of the magical beasts subdued by Zhang Wenyue, Chen Wen had a rough estimate in his mind, conservatively estimating over 500 grade beasts, not to mention those below grade. There were even more. By the time they returned to the blessed land, it was already afternoon. That night, Da Bai broke through to grade in the Huanyu blessed land square, with nearly all the high-ranking members of the territory present. This was the first true grade, not counting Avril, whose cultivation had merely been sealed. As the thumb-sized 3rd transformation golden core slid into Da Bai's massive mouth, the energy of heaven and earth began to gather around him, enveloping Da Bai in a hazy glow. The clouds in the sky continually converged, a storm brewing, dark clouds looming overhead. Crack, crack. Lightning rolled through the black clouds like furious dragons, accompanied by an immense pressure that left no room for resistance. Chen Wen and the others had retreated to 200 zhang behind Dubai. Is the boss going to be alright? The world has changed too drastically. Zhang Wenyue watched nervously. Chen Wen remained relatively calm. Through the inheritance of the human emperor scripture, he understood that breaking through to Transmigrated was a crucial transformation stage. He would have to undergo a heavenly tribulation to refine his body, truly breaking through the boundaries between the physical form and heaven and earth. The magical beasts were even more important. Once a magical beast reached Transmigrated, it could speak human language. Through the heavenly tribulation, it could purify its bloodline and break its limits. Although it could not yet transform into human form, being able to speak was a significant milestone. Chen Wen shook his head, not worried about Dubai. After all, Dubai possessed the bloodline of the white tiger, a true divine beast. If it couldn't withstand the heavenly tribulation to reach Transmigrated, then what good was its divine beast bloodline? Don't worry, nothing will happen. You should be happy. If the greater the change in heaven and earth, the higher Dubai's potential. Chen Wen spoke. Upon hearing Chen Wen's words, Zhang Wenyue also let go of his worries, waiting quietly, as there was nothing else to do but wait. Roar. Suddenly from the mist, a thunderous tiger roar erupted, shaking the mountains and forests, causing all the beasts within a 10-kilometer radius of the territory to prostrate in fear, trembling. Boom. A massive pure white tiger with wings burst into the sky, its entire body covered in blood. Its fangs were fierce like spears piercing the heavens, and its gaping maw resembled a bottomless black hole. With a roar at that moment, a bolt of bright white lightning converged in the sky and struck down towards the giant. Bang! Dubai's roar was instantly struck to the ground by the lightning, producing a thunderous sound. Fortunately, this was within the blessed land, which had system support. Otherwise, it would have created an enormous crater. After this strike, the lightning clouds in the sky began to slowly dissipate. Dubai! Zhang Wenyue shouted nervously, looking at Dubai, who had been struck, ready to rush forward. Chen Wen grabbed Zhang Wenyue, who was about to rush forward. Don't be anxious, wait. The energy of heaven and earth, which had already been absorbed by Dubai, began to gather again at several times the intensity. Fortunately, the energy of heaven and earth in the blessed land was 10 times that of the outside world. Otherwise, at this absorption speed, a radius of several kilometers would have undoubtedly turned into a vacuum. After waiting for a full quarter of an hour, Dubai's figure finally emerged. At this point, Dubai had undergone a tremendous transformation, reaching a size of 10 zhang or 15 meters with a height of 2 zhang and a pair of gigantic wings on its back, becoming a flying white tiger. The bloodstains from earlier must have been caused by the growth of its wings. Roar, roar, roar. Dubai let out a long howl, the sound waves rippling through the air, creating ripples. Haha, Dubai, you're amazing. You must protect me even better from now on. Seeing Dubai was unharmed, Zhang Wenyue rushed over in excitement. Master. Dubai glanced contemptuously at Zhang Wenyue with its eyes, which were larger than fists, but still called. He did not mishear. It had spoken in human language, calling Zhang Wenyue master. Haha, Dubai, you can finally talk. I'm so happy. Now I won't have to guess your intentions anymore. Zhang Wenyue was excited, continuously caressing Dubai's body. Why, Dubai, you've grown so big. How am I supposed to get on your back from now on? Suddenly Zhang Wenyue stopped his actions, looking into Dubai's eyes, perplexed again. Hearing Zhang Wenyue's words, Dubai shook its body, and unexpectedly its gigantic wings slowly retracted and shrank back into its body, gradually becoming its original size of 1 zhang high and 3 zhang long. At this moment, Chen Wen and the others also approached. Seeing Chen Wen, Dubai was the first to walk over and respectfully said, "Thank you, Lord, for your grace. I pledge my loyalty to you." Haha, this is what you deserve. You and Zhang Wenyue have accomplished a great feat during this time. It is only right to reward you. Here everyone is equal regardless of race or status. As long as you achieve merit, there will be rewards. Chen Wen spoke loudly. Lord, without you I would need at least another decade to break through to S rank. Dubai's voice echoed across. I understand your sincerity. Remember these words you speak today. Chen Wen nodded. Haha, senior expert, didn't you promise to help me ascend as well? At that moment, Zhang Wenyue's broad face loomed directly before Chen Wen. Rest assured, I never renege on my word, Chen Wen said, rolling his eyes at the looming visage and shoving him aside with one hand. Currently, numerous aids exist to facilitate breakthroughs to A rank: Vermilion Essence Blood, Wine Ju Fruit Boundary-Shattering Pills, and the newly acquired A rank Monkey Wine. Chen Wen withdrew a boundary-shattering pill and tossed it into Zhang Wenyue's palm. As expected, the breakthrough proceeded smoothly, without so much as a ripple in the ambient energy. Haha, I've ascended to A rank. Zhang Wenyue roared with unrestrained laughter the instant his cultivation stabilized. His buoyant nature profoundly lifted the spirits of those around him. Joy like contagion spreads most readily among those who laugh freely. Such individuals, open-hearted, cheerfully eccentric, radiating joy without guile, are precisely the kind people instinctively gravitate toward. One need never fear betrayal from behind. Watching Zhang Wenyue's elation, Chen Wen realized he himself could now ascend to S rank. Yet he suppressed the impulse, recalling the Xingyun city beast sovereign secret realm, which permitted entry only to cultivators below S rank. After all, only half a month remained. Surely no great consequence would arise. Even should urgency strike, the triple refined golden core pill stood ready, though ascent might take longer his domain would endure. Ding! Sanctum ascension imminent. A sudden chime pierced Chen Wen's meditation. Instantly Chen Wen vanished from the villa and reappeared upon the central plaza, where crowds had already gathered. Li Old Gu and others. Xiao Chun, is Sanctum Ascension truly about to conclude? Old Gu asked. Before Chen Wen could reply, the domain erupted in cataclysmic transformation, a nameless primordial force enveloping every inch of land. The domain's ramparts surged outward relentlessly, each centimeter gained expanded internal space dozens of times over. Celestial and terrestrial energies flowed ceaselessly through the spirit vein, drawn in and exhaled in turn, each cycle swelling its girth until what began as a Wenzhong vein swelled in Chen Wen's perception to Tianzhong. Ultimately, celestial energy coalesced into a fine ethereal rain descending upon the domain, bathing rare herbs and celestial treasures, alike coaxing them into bloom, fruit, and full maturity. The villa underwent radical metamorphosis. A delicate wall encircled it, while miniature pavilions rose spontaneously around it, stone by stone, beam by beam, coalescing into a grand manor born wholly from void. Rumble, rattle, crash. The violent absorption of cosmic energy warped the skies above the domain. Clouds churned, thunder cracked like divine judgment. Lightning flickered within the storm clouds, apocalyptic, wrathful, as if poised to obliterate sin itself with irresistible force. Every soul within the sanctum trembled, hearts clenched in awe and dread. My lord, fear not. This is but the natural manifestation of sanctum ascension. No calamity shall unfold. Elvira stepped forward gently, her voice soothing their taut nerves. Big sister Elvira, it's terrifying. How can mere ascension provoke such upheaval? Li Fu clutched Elvira's arm, voice trembling with alarm. A celestial sanctuary is in essence an extension of reality, an added layer of cosmic protection. Yet its ascension demands resource extraction from the world itself. Yet to the world, such extraction is negligible, as inconsequential as a single grain of sand adrift in the starry void. Still the world perceives this act, and thus manifests celestial omens. Elvira explained patiently. For a full hour the transformation raged, then ceased. The sanctum emerged utterly transformed. Ramparts soared taller, thicker, more imposing. The domain now spanned 3 kilometers by 3 kilometers. No longer flat, its terrain now undulated. Gentle slopes, gentle valleys, and crowned by a modest hillock precisely 3 zhong high. Where the villa once stood now rose a colossal manor, the villa itself embedded at its heart, steadfast as the sea-stilling needle. Beneath the earth the spirit vein had grown to 10 zhong. Its dragon head fused seamlessly with the fortune ancient tree, inhaling and exhaling celestial energy, refining it ever purer. Ding! Sanctum ascension complete. Explore at your will. Unique grand sanctum, a grand sanctum forged around the core of energy, structured upon the 5-element spirit stones, and animated by the base upgrader. Forged with peerless was soil, the sanctum underwent unique evolution. Occupying 300 meters by 300 meters externally, yet encompassing an internal realm of 3 kilometers by 3 kilometers, 9 square kilometers in all. 1. Automatically absorbs ambient celestial and terrestrial energy. Internal energy density is 10-fold that of the outside world. 2. Radiates influence across a 20-kilometer radius. Native life forms within this zone bear no ill intent toward the sanctum. 3. Inherently governs spatial law. Internal space expanded 10-fold. Within the core of energy, 3 return stones manifest monthly, enabling instantaneous return to base from any location. Each use requires 1 day to recharge. 4. Due to supreme tier materials, the sanctum birthed a terra spirit, capable of commanding internal energy flows, defensive structures, and environmental harmonies. 5. All soil within the sanctum has transmuted into peerless spirit soil, accelerating plant growth 10-fold. 6. A nascent spirit vein has formed. The internal realm now evolves autonomously, generating weather seasons and natural cycles, and possesses innate spatial concealment. 7. No longer imposes limits on the number of structures permitted within the sanctum. Next tier, Microdome Tian. Base upgrader 300 5-element spirit stones 100 divine source, crystal 1, spatial crystal 10, timber 0 stone 0 or 1000. Congratulations, survivor. You have taken a monumental step forward. May you walk unbroken to the final threshold. Whoa, it's enormous. Senior expert, I'm utterly awestruck. I'm your devoted junior disciple. Zhang Wenyue's jaw dropped in astonishment. Chen Wen then shared the sanctum's upgraded attributes with all present. Old Gu's expression darkened suddenly. His gaze grew grave as he fixed it upon Chen Wen. Xiao Chun, we recently made a decision, one that may prove gravely mistaken. We relocated our entire military force to the Huanyuno, 1 base. Yet given current circumstances, the survivor game clearly intends for us to forge our domain into a martial fortress. Without troops, what fortress remains? Elvira regarded old Gu with genuine surprise, though merely mortal lacking cultivation aptitude, his strategic insight was profoundly incisive. Yet Elvira voiced no opinion. Her sole vow was to safeguard Chen Wen and Ling. Should crisis demand it, she could forcibly shatter her seal and depart this world. But with Linger here, departure was impossible. In fact, Chen Wen had considered this aspect before, but at that time the blessed land was indeed too small and needed to cultivate various genius treasures to ensure the cultivation needs of the territory's army and people. One can also grow things, but the growth speed of rare materials is significantly slower. Sigh, if only I could directly merge one into it. Chen Wen also let out a soft sigh as he spoke. My lord, you actually don't need to rush about these matters. Once you reach the cave heaven stage, there may be different changes. The upgrade of the blessed land is a natural change, while the cave heaven is based on spatial changes, and space has the characteristic of devouring and merging. Abby looked at Chen Wen and explained this to him. Everyone present was quite intelligent. Upon hearing Ava's subtle words, they naturally understood what it meant. In other words, once they reached the cave heaven, they could devour each other. Indeed, having an elder at home is like having a treasure. Such a difficult problem was easily solved with Ava's. Ding, your blessed land has been upgraded to a large blessed land, and currently ranks first on the leaderboard. Do you wish to make an announcement? Chen Wen looked at the information prompted by the survival manual, thought for a moment, and then confirmed yes. Ding, survivor Chen Wen the first to upgrade to a large blessed land, currently ranking first on the leaderboard. Reward S-level defensive formation, 4 symbols, prison heaven formation. Ding, survivor Chen Wen the first to upgrade to a large blessed land, currently ranking first on the leaderboard. Reward S-level defensive formation, 4 symbols, prison heaven formation. Ding, survivor Chen Wen the first to upgrade to a large blessed land, currently ranking first on the leaderboard. Reward S-level defensive formation, 4 symbols, prison heaven formation. Suddenly 3 announcements shocked the entire world channel, with golden words shining brightly. Wow, Chen Wen is so impressive, so amazing. While I am still struggling with a small blessed land, he has already upgraded to a large blessed land. No wonder Chen Wen was frantically exchanging resources a couple of days ago. Is it because the upgrade of the blessed land requires too many resources? I really want to hug Chen Wen's thigh. Does anyone know Chen Wen's coordinates? I want to go there. Hey, remember to call me when you leave. Let's team up. At this moment, the chat channel was bustling with life, showcasing the myriad of human emotions. Some were envious, some were filled with hatred, and some cursed. Oh, it's Chen Wen again, snatching my first place. I want rest until I take him down. At that moment, Dongfang Wuhui, who was eliminating a tribe of ice white bears in the freezing cold, was furious upon seeing the information in the chat channel. Boom. He hurled his spear forcefully towards a distant snow-capped mountain. The spear seemed to transform into a dragon entwined with thunder, as if the heavens were striking down. The spear transformed into a thunder dragon, struck the mountaintop, causing the earth to tremble and the snow to scatter, turning the summit into nothingness. I must know his coordinates. I must eliminate him. The first place is mine. Everything he has is also mine. Dongfang Wuguwei said fiercely, his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty glare resembling a devil. Let's go back to our territory. Ooh, I want to upgrade to a medium blessed land. Dongfang Wuhuwei summoned his spear from afar, letting out a long howl as he led his army back. As the announcement was made, a ball of light appeared out of thin air in Chen Wen's hand. Enveloped in the light was an ancient scroll. Chen Wen opened the scroll, which was filled with dense runes forming the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise in 4 different directions. Ding, would you like to use the 4 symbols prison heaven formation? He confirmed without hesitation. The diamond scroll transformed into countless starlight, dissipating in his hand. At the same time, astonishing changes occurred around the territory. In the east, the azure dragon appeared, in the south, the vermilion bird, in the north, the black tortoise, and in the west, the white tiger. Countless lines connected, enveloping the entire blessed land, with all lines converging on the spiritual vein. For roars resonated through heaven and earth, the roar of the dragon, the cry of the phoenix, the roar of the tiger, and the hiss of the tortoise. A layer of transparent light shield enveloped the entire territory. Gradually, the momentum accelerated. The light slowly faded, not closing, but rather hiding away. For massive statues of the 4 symbols appeared around the territory, like ancient divine mountains, towering majestically and suppressing all surrounding space and time. For symbols, prison heaven formation SS level, evolving the 4 symbol divine beasts to guard the 4 extremes of heaven and earth, unmatched in defense, possessing the ability to rebound attacks and confuse enemies. If 4 symbol divine beasts are stationed at the formations, the power increases tenfold. In active state, it consumes 1 million energy daily to withstand SS level attacks. In hidden state, it consumes 1 energy daily to withstand S-level attacks. Chen Wen was very satisfied with the reward he received. Now the safety of the territory was no longer a problem. So far he had not encountered any characters above SS level. The highest he had seen was S level. The energy consumption was indeed considerable, but it did not significantly impact Chen Wen's benefits. Now Chen Wen's energy heart in the Blessed Land could store up to tens of millions. Chen Wen had already used the bloodlines of 3-4 symbol divine beasts within his territory. As long as he finds one more vermilion bird bloodline, the formation's power could be increased tenfold. Was that just now the 4 symbols formation? So powerful. The crowd, still shocked by the celestial phenomenon, regained their senses. Yes, we don't have to worry about the safety of the territory anymore. At this stage, there shouldn't be any monsters capable of breaking through. Chen Wen nodded and replied happily. Before everyone had recovered from the shock of Chen Wen upgrading to a large blessed land, the survival manual displayed even more astonishing news. Ding, all living things compete for freedom under the frost of heaven. Congratulations, you have safely passed another month. It's time to test your results. In 24 hours, the monster tide will appear. The number of monsters in the tide will vary based on the strength of the territory, and you only have 24 hours to prepare. This monster tide will last for a total of 3 days, with at least 24 waves of monsters attacking the Lord's blessed land each day. During the monster tide, the Lord will earn points for killing monsters. On the day of the monster tide, a leaderboard and point exchange list will be opened, and points can be exchanged for various items. If the territory is breached, or the Lord is killed or surrenders to another, the Lord identity will be completely lost, and everything within the blessed land will be destroyed. Points can be earned by killing a creature, and points will be granted based on the strength of the killed creature. Capturing monster domains, castles, and villages will also yield significant points and war chests. Reaching 10000 points will earn various rewards, with higher rankings providing better rewards. The world announcements flooded the chat channel, instantly silencing it, leaving only the brilliant red words of the world announcements. Chen Wen earnestly browsed through the world announcements, seeking to understand the rules within. Even though he had confidence in his own strength, he could not alter the rules of this world. He could only go with the flow, for those who truly created the game were the real powerhouses. At least for now, Chen Wen did not possess the ability to change anything, not even to escape. The only path forward was to adapt to the rules. He had to familiarize himself with, thereby growing stronger. After a brief silence in the world channel, countless survivors began to speak, and the channel immediately became bustling and lively. Compared to the shock of Chen Wen upgrading the large blessed ground, the current news was at least 100 or 1,000 times more impactful. One could imagine that the entire glorious world had over 2 billion survivors. How many overlords would that entail? However, it was uncertain how many survivors would remain after surviving the monster tide over the next 3 days. Brother Chen, what should we do? Lily appeared quite flustered. What are you afraid of, little sister? When gods block, we kill gods. When Buddhas block, we kill Buddhas. Just wait and see my secret weapon. Zhang Wenyue, on the other hand, was quite carefree as he lightly patted Li on the shoulder. Chen Wen's expression was solemn, as he had noticed a particular rule stating that the strength of the territory influenced the intensity of monster attacks. Given the current strength of his territory, no one dared claim to be second among survivors, while the first would surely face unknown challenges. When soldiers come, we shall block them. When water comes, we shall cover it. Pass my orders, notified Gongsun Zanyo de Chun, Xuanhuang, Kaichi Linda, all senior members of the Lin territory, to gather in the villa hall for a strategy meeting. Without hesitation, Chen Wen issued orders to a nearby soldier in a serious tone. The monster tide has arrived. Ooh, I knew this broken game wouldn't let us off easily. I wonder what the monster tide will be like. Will it be as ferocious as the beast tide I experienced last time? Damn, it actually lasts 3 days with 24 waves of attacks each day. We must be careful at all times. Brothers, seeking fortune in danger doesn't mean there are no rewards. There's a points leaderboard too, which can be exchanged for various resources. I hope to fight fiercely against enemies, and when I can exchange for S-grade treasures, I can soar to new heights. Fortunately, I have formed alliances with several territories. With more people, power will surely not be a problem. You up there, are you not aware of the game rules? It judges strength based on your capabilities. Forming alliances will only make you stronger, and the monster tide will get even tougher. The discussions flowed back and forth, with some of the top 100 lords speaking arrogantly. This was a chance to make a name for oneself. According to current speculations, this game nurtured strong individuals, not a rabble. In the later stages, survivors would gradually consume and merge with one another. Now, when they claimed to be strong, no one believed them, as they had never seen them. Who knew if they were just boasting? Of course, a significant portion did not care about fame, merely focusing on quietly becoming stronger. While waiting in the hall, Chen Wen, Zhang Wenyue, Gulio, and Lili each held survival manuals, constantly flipping through the world channel's messages, hoping to find more useful information. After a brief browse, there was nothing useful among the survivors. It was all just people boasting and chatting, some showing off, some crying, and some begging. Gulio, what is the status of our territory's various resource reserves? Yesterday, I traded some unnecessary items in the warehouse for spirit stones, and also procured a batch of urgently needed supplies. Chen Wen withdrew his survival manual and began to inquire. Little Chen, our territory currently has a population of 500, with 1500 soldiers, 80 of whom have reached crank. The resource reserves are ample. Ammunition and artillery can sustain continuous attacks for a month. Gulio, though his expression was heavy, reported these matters meticulously, covering all details. Lord. At that moment, Chen Xianhuang and Yoda rushed over. Everyone please take a seat, Chen. There is now a new situation in the territory. A day from now we will face a monster assault, and the numbers will be absolutely considerable, lasting a full 3 days. I called you all here to assign tasks. Chen Wen looked at them and directly got to the point. Zhang Wenyue, take all the magical beasts you have tamed and patrol within a 100-kilometer radius of the territory within this day. Slay all those who harbor ill will towards us. When the time comes, these magical beasts will serve as our first line of defense. Chen Wen commanded Zhang Wenyue. General Gongsuan Nyoda, go to Li to collect supplies. Distribute all items that may assist in breakthroughs without hesitation. I hope that within this day our soldiers can achieve some breakthroughs in their levels. However, the materials distributed this time will still be settled with contribution points, but only at 50 of the usual cost. Then he turned to Chen Xianhuang and asked Xuanhuang, how many people does the Xianhuang Legion currently have? With excitement on his face, Chen Xianhuang stood up respectfully and replied, as of now the Xianhuang Legion has 2,000 troops with an average strength of Drank and 200 captains at Crank. There are 300 Xianhuang humans. They are ready for battle at any moment. Good, I did not make a mistake in my judgment of you. When the time comes you will follow General Gongsun's arrangements. He nodded with satisfaction. Li have the mages prepared for an attack, and the medical team must be fully equipped. Every soldier must carry 3 healing ammunition. At the same time, the population distributed in the villages must be relocated here or to Universe No. 1. Li, your task is quite heavy. With that, the pre-war preparation tasks were assigned, and Chen Wen did not intend to intervene in the war's arrangements, as he had no experience in large-scale battles. In unknown combat, he feared no one with his current strength, even in strength powerhouse, might not defeat him. As the meeting concluded, Chen Wen stood up and looked at Chen Wen Jinjia, and everyone stood up. Chen Wen said to Gongsun Zan, General Gongsun, you are the commander for this war. I entrust this to you. The orders of General Gongsun are my orders. You must obey. Gongsun Zan felt the weight of the command, his face growing more solemn, knowing the significance of the task entrusted to him by the Lord. All right, you all go prepare. We only have 1 day to get ready. Chen Wen waved his hand, signaling them to withdraw. Understood, Lord. Everyone stood up and took their leave. After everyone had withdrawn, Chen Wen took out a brush and a sheet of paper and began to write. Watching soldiers stride back and forth across the compound, he intercepted one. Lord. The soldier, startled to see Chen Wen blocking his path, flushed with excitement, yet bowed deeply, his posture impeccably respectful. Chen Wen nodded, then drew from his robes the letter he had just penned. I entrust you with a mission. Immediately take the teleportation array to Xingyun City and deliver this letter to the city governor's residence. It is urgent beyond measure. It must reach either the city governor himself or Sima Ting. Clutching the letter, the soldier trembled with exhilaration. Serving the Lord was a celestial blessing, a rare honor longed for by countless souls. I swear to complete this task. He slipped the letter into an inner fold of his tunic. Go swiftly and return without delay, Chen Wen replied, nodding firmly. Amidst the flurry of activity, time raced forward. Chen Wen's blessed land operated with seamless order. All common residents had retreated inward, even the miners from the ore veins were called to safety. Within the blessed land, bustling vitality reigned. Tens of thousands gathered, erecting makeshift encampments. This continued unbroken until noon of the second day. No change, no sign of disturbance. Then, as night deepened, inexorably chaotic energy surged, tempestuous gales erupted, and the world plunged, abruptly, utterly, into eternal darkness. Skies convulsed, thunder roared like the shattering of heavens, a vision of apocalypse. A tide of primordial shadow swept across the resplendent grand realm. An enigmatic higher-order law descended from beyond the world's edge. Nightfall silent and inevitable. In the pitch-black firmament hung a crimson blood moon, like the baleful scarlet eye of some ancient leviathan surveying heaven and earth. Across the grand realm, monstrous beasts, savage fiends, demonic creatures, and feral birds and beasts unleashed earth-shaking roars, each cry a tremor in the fabric of reality. These creatures grew frenzied. Predators abandoned their dens, converging in vast roiling hordes, as if instinctively drawn toward targets of conquest. Sensing the world's metamorphosis, Chen Wen urgently ordered all personnel to retreat behind the blessed land's ramparts. At that very moment, the survival handbooks belonging to Chen Wen, Li and Zhang Wenyue, alongside the ancient elder, leapt from their satchels. Faint points of white light shimmered upon their covers, then converged, drawn irresistibly toward Chen Wen's handbook, coalescing into a radiant pillar that pierced the heavens, linking earth and sky. Chen Wen's brow furrowed at this sudden phenomenon. His gaze locked on the celestial column blazing from his handbook. In an instant he vanished, reappearing atop Bai's back. Bai, ascend. With a thunderous roar, Bai transformed into his true form, the white tiger, and soared skyward, ascending thousands of meters into the abyssal night. There the luminous pillar blazed with unearthly brilliance, dozens then hundreds piercing the clouds like spears of light. From Chen Wen's vantage, over 100 such pillars pierced the dark, some colossal, others slender, and farther still scattered glimmers flickered like distant stars. This was unsurprising. The Xingyun continent spanned tens of thousands of li. Countless survivors dwelled across its vast expanse, though distance and isolation had kept them unknown to one another. Now these pillars served as beacons, coordinates. From his altitude with reference points clear, Chen Wen could discern landmarks tens of thousands of li away. Yet a grim dilemma emerged. The pillars did not fade. They persisted, eternally exposing every survivor. Like lighthouses in absolute darkness, they illuminated paths for monsters. Roar, roar, roar. The forest's demonic beasts grew increasingly frenzied. Since the pillars' emergence, Chen Wen sensed, through their cries, that they surged toward each beacon's location. This game is absurd, handing monsters targeting coordinates. It denies us any chance to evade. This is every survivor's waking nightmare. Well, my nearest comrade is barely 100 li away, yet we've never crossed paths. Where are these monsters? All I sense are raging beasts hurtling toward me. Could this be an error? Simultaneously, the global channel erupted into chaos. Survivors flooded it with frantic messages debating both the beast tide and the white pillars, many cursing the latter with furious disbelief. World laws shifted. The beast tide descended. Every creature dwelling beyond civilization's walls now posed a threat to Lord's blessed lands. Though the tide's composition remained unknown, its emergence under cover of night betrayed its nature. Creatures of shadow, empowered, amplified, and lethal within darkness. Ding! The beast tide has descended. The first beast tide trial commences now. Survivors, prepare for war. Defend your lands. A vivid crimson inscription blazed across the top of every survival handbook. Rich, visceral, and hauntingly beautiful, like condensed blood. Chen Wen tapped Bai's back with his foot, signaling descent. Lord, what is the situation? All eyes turned to him, hopeful and expectant. For now, all remains stable. Yet this beast tide has revealed numerous Lord's locations. Not precisely, but directionally confirmed. Even deep within the Xingyun forest, I spotted several pillars, though too distant for clarity. He relayed his observations methodically. Chaotic energy raged unchecked. The air itself carried a new volatile essence. Dark chi, wild and untamed. Distant bestial howls echoed, but none approached the blessed land. This was no accident. Chen Wen had long purged the surrounding lands meticulously, fearing precisely such an incursion. Just one day prior, he dispatched Zhang Wenyue with the Beast Legion to scour the area anew. Within a third-eye radius, no beast remained disloyal to Chen Wen. Beyond our perimeter, I saw a towering column of black mist, likely the source nest of the tide. Still, it lies far, at least 50 li distant. Chen Wen's expression remained grave, no trace of relief. Privately, he felt frustration. Despite exhaustive preparations before the tide's onset, not a single monster had yet appeared. He had hoped to amass more merit points, trading them for rare treasures. Now opportunity slipped away. Missing the first surge meant forfeiting the earliest ranks on the merit ledger. The ledger activated only at the moment of siege. Even slaying a single beast beside you would instantly elevate you onto it. Among 20 billion survivors, mere placement was glory. Even initial entry offered no guarantee of permanence. As titans clashed for supremacy, no rank was secure. Chen Wen opened the merit ledger, scanning his position. He ranked 1/8 billionth, effectively last, shared by 2 or 300 million others. My lord, there are no monsters here. How can we earn points? Nyoda asked in a deep voice. Chen Wen glared at him irritably. The monster tide lasts for 3 whole days. Are you still afraid of not having a fight? At a critical moment, you must not let me down. During the conversation, he glanced at the survival manual, his eyes narrowing as he noticed a change in the leaderboard. It dropped from 1/8 billion to over 1/79 billion. This means that within the span of a few calm words, tens of thousands of survivors had perished or their sanctuaries had been breached. Chen Wen shook his head helplessly. These people are truly unfortunate. They ended before they even began. He jumped down from the back of the giant white beast and stood atop the city gate. At this moment, the city walls were filled with various fully armed troops, all prepared for battle. Minotaurs, the cavalry of Bai Ma, the archers led by Avril the mage battalion, and the Xian Huang troops, all equipped with fine bronze gear, exuded an air of iron and blood and a tragic grandeur. This was only part of the forces. Another third was allocated to Huan Yuno. 1. It was unclear whether they were attacking the main territory or all the survivors, but the territory would be attacked regardless. To be safe, the troops were divided into 2 parts, with the highest combat leaders stationed at the Huanyu Sanctuary. Several second-in-commands were assigned to Huan Yuno, most of whom were at least grade A. Various defensive equipment atop the city walls stood ready, including magical cannons, magical arrow towers, and century-old furnace-fired artillery, each defense facility staffed with at least 3 personnel. These personnel were not soldiers, but rather clever operators selected from the ordinary residents. My lord, within the observation tower's range, no enemies have been detected. The lookout soldier immediately reported to Chen Wen. The observation tower's range extends for 10 kilometers, meaning there were no enemies within this distance. Continue observing. Report immediately if there's any situation. Zhang Wenyue, contact the spirit-eating Mouse King to disperse his kin around the territory. If the monster tide approaches, report back immediately. Chen Wen issued orders to Zhang Wenyue beside him. Zhang Wenyue let out a whistle, and a small mouse crawled out from underground outside the city walls. Zhang Wenyue made several hand gestures, and the mouse quickly disappeared again. In this situation, mice were the best for scouting intelligence as they were small, fast, and possessed the ability to traverse underground. Although the monster tide had passed for a while, he could not believe that his castle would be so lucky as to escape monster attacks. Since the game overlord made a server-wide announcement, no corner would be overlooked. Chen Wen even feared that Xingyun City might also be attacked and wrote a letter in advance to prepare Xingyun City. This was merely the calm before the storm. If he was deceived by this facade, he would surely meet a tragic end. Even if he held the line, if just one part of the city defense was breached, it would be a massive loss for the sanctuary. General Gongsuan, I leave the battle arrangements to you. Any issues I will resolve. Chen Wen turned to the serious-faced Gongsun Zan. My lord, rest assured we have already deployed defensive measures and even counterattack strategies. Gongsun Zan respectfully saluted Chen Wen with his spear in hand. Gongsun Zan began to arrange deployments, starting with Niu, deleting the Minotaurs out of the sanctuary to patrol the surroundings. They were tough-skinned and strong, wielding a shield and a massive axe, perfect for being a meat shield. In fact, no one had noticed that Avril now bore an excessively serious expression. However, she always had a cold face, making it difficult to detect. So much abyssal demonic energy has appeared in the air. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be able to breach the defenses and invade from behind. Avril muttered to herself. She was not someone who enjoyed talking, and in her perception, although there were many monsters in the distance, they were all cannon fodder and would not impact the territory. Having completed all this, Chen Wen walked over to a nearby table and picked up some fresh fruits and delicious food. Gu Lao Li Lijong, when you come over and sit for a moment. Enjoy the last tranquility before the war and wait for news from the front. During this monster fog tide, such leisure was only found here with Chen Wen. This was not Chen Wen being arrogant, but rather because he possessed the support of absolute power, which gave him confidence. Just yesterday, he acquired an absolute trump card for the city defense battle, the four symbols prisoning heaven formation. Chen Wen even suspected if he was the beloved son of the game developers, as he seemed to get everything he needed. Chen Wen was overthinking. The reason he received such care was that he was developing the best and had the highest potential, naturally garnering favor. If someone else were in Chen Wen's position, they would also receive such favor. It could only be said that Chen Wen had this luck. Fortune aided him from heaven and earth, and that was how it was. Moreover, prior to this, various battle preparations had been made, constructing many defensive works and possessing a powerful combat core equipped with luxurious and fine bronze gear. Currently, all regular troops in the territory had at least grade C bronze gear, with squad leaders having grade B and team leaders equipped with grade A bronze gear. A piece of grade C bronze gear, if sold at Xingyun, would at least fetch 1,000 spirit stones. With each level up, the price would multiply by at least 10. One can imagine just how wealthy Chen Wen was at this moment. If he wasn't confident, then if he couldn't withstand a single monster tide, the other survivors would be utterly wiped out. As he ate fruit and looked at the busy soldiers beyond the city walls, Chen Wen suddenly recalled the life of ancient emperors ruling the world while indulging in beautiful women. Power can still be had, but the beauties had no intention of it now. Beauty dulls a person's will. When one's survival is at stake, who would think about beauties? Watching the flames of war rise and contend for supremacy, it is not for anyone's possession. Roar, roar, roar. The roars of monsters grew louder and closer, making the entire Xingyun forest extremely dangerous and unsettling. Standing in the observation tower, the lookout soldier noted that despite the increasingly close and frequent sounds, there was no alarm. This indicated that the monsters were still outside the 10-kilometer range of the territory, and the spirit-eating mouse had not returned with reports. After eating a few bites of fruit, Chen Wen suddenly found it tasteless. He picked up the survival manual again and began to study the rules of this monster tide. This monster tide would last for 3 days. Although he had known this beforehand, hearing the world announcement still shocked everyone. This is a monster siege, unlike the extreme cold weather from the last snow disaster. Although the duration is shorter than the snow disaster, the level of danger is undoubtedly tenfold or even 100 times greater. However, danger comes with opportunity. To survive against the odds, one must seize this fleeting chance. As long as one can stand out amidst this monster tide, every survivor's blessed land will witness remarkable progress. Since someone has reached the points leaderboard, the points exchange list has also opened up countless treasures above. All are things desperately needed by survivors, but currently unattainable. Even the spatial crystal that Chen Wen urgently needs ranks 10th on the list, with the divine source crystal ranking 3rd, requiring astronomical points. There are still many wondrous items above various rare attribute crystals such as light and darkness, but their prices are exorbitantly high. After glancing at Chen Wen, he closed the points exchange list. He still does not know how many points he can obtain. He can only look but not touch, and the discomfort in his heart is palpable. As he carefully read the rules, Chen Wen truly discovered several aspects he had initially overlooked. Firstly, killing other survivors' troops can also yield rewards, but this is not a good thing, indicating that lords must also guard against one another. Currently, the survival manual is displaying a massive beam of light equivalent to a coordinate. Although it cannot directly teleport, it can indeed guide one over, otherwise one might hold off the monster siege only to have other lords reap the rewards. Secondly, killing monsters or local inhabitants will also yield rewards, undoubtedly allowing survivors to gain more points. The third point, which is rather interesting, is that if a lord dies or loses their lord status, their territory is directly destroyed rather than occupied. This means that even if one occupies a lord's castle, the captured lord cannot inherit the lord's possessions, thus indirectly prohibiting wars between lords, which is a good aspect. The fourth point is that the points leaderboard will be settled once a day with rewards for the top 10,000. With over 2 billion lords, selecting 1,000 is essentially a 1 in 10,000 chance. Who knows if anyone here is hiding a trump card, a lucky one who has drawn a special talent. The difficulty is indeed quite high. When there are benefits, everyone will reveal their trump cards. Even those in the top 1,000 cannot guarantee they will remain in the top 10,000. Daily ranking rewards, and in the last 3 days the highest ranking survivors will receive a unique special reward. Killing monsters yields points with ordinary units, giving 1 point a grade, providing 110 points grade, giving 10,100 points grade, yielding 100 points grade, offering 100 points a grade, giving 10,000 to 100,000, and Scrade 1 million to 10 million. Almost every major realm has a 10-fold difference, while Scrade and a grade have a 100-fold disparity. Chen Wen glanced at the points leaderboard, and those on the list were all from the top 100,000 blessed lands. Rank 100 Wang Fuguei points 210. What a pity, although I possess top-tier water manipulation talent, I descended in a highland area. If only I had landed by the sea alongside my troop, the Boundless Sea Demon, I would have the confidence to break into the top 1,000. Wang Yongqing, wearing a cotton coat on the highland, looked at the Boundless Sea Demon, holding a trident, frantically slaughtering the shadow leopards. These shadow leopards possess only grade strength, with a few exceptional ones reaching grade, yet their large numbers come with a racial talent for shadow concealment. However, they are no match for the Boundless Sea Demon. All of Wang Fugui's Boundless Sea Demons have reached grade. On this highland, blood has dyed the land red, with shadow leopards falling to the ground. The last shadow leopard king was slain by the Boundless Sea Demon, providing him with 800 points. After 2 waves of monster tides, Wang Fuguei has no idea how many shadow leopards he has killed. In the distance, pairs of green ghostly lights flicker, rushing towards his blessed land. 210 points barely place me on the leaderboard. How did those ahead of me manage to do it? If I had been born near the ocean, my Boundless Sea Demon strength would have at least doubled, and perhaps I would have the ability to secure a steady position in the top 1,000. As Wang Fuguei sighed, he looked at the survivor in front of him. Rank 9999 Lewis points 2200. Rank 999 Michael points 129600. Rank 7 Long Shuwen points 150000. Rank 2 Lu Qingyuan points 200. In a ruined city, a powerful knight unleashed dazzling white sword light, sweeping away the magic wolves surging from all directions. Brother Qingyuan is amazing. He killed the magic wolf king with a single strike. Lilia also needs to contribute a watch my healing spell. A petite girl, sweet in appearance, wearing a princess dress, waved her magic wand, releasing a faint green light that enveloped Lu Qingyuan. Compared to the dazzling radiance of the night, this green light is like the difference between the sun and a firefly. A terrifying white sword net continuously flew from Lu Qingyuan, and one after another terrifying crayed magic wolves fell to the ground. This is a ruin collapsed with a thunderous sound, revealing a strange and dangerous dark portal. From the dark portal came roars and howls, and soon the dark creatures surged out, spreading dark magic throughout the city. Haha, this is perfect. I am the chosen one, born to counter you dark creatures. Behold my radiant sword. Upon saying this, Lu Qingyuan gripped the great sword, and his dazzling white light became even more radiant. Today's sword energy descended from the sky, the white light converging upon the black magic, which melted like ice and snow upon encountering the sun. This person is none other than someone Chen Wen has heard of. Although he does not know his name, he is the chosen one found in 8 Ping City. With the support of 8 Ping City, Lu Qingyuan not only obtained a powerful inheritance cultivation method, but also saw his own strength increase exponentially. Rank 1 Dongfang Wuhui points 22000. This Dongfang Wuhui truly has some skill. He has not dropped from the first place so far. Chen Wen browsed through the list of names on the leaderboard and couldn't help but sigh. Taking a moment to look at his own points, he realized he was indeed in the last place with only a mere 500. Even the person just above him has a solid 1,200 points. There's no way all the monsters around his territory have been reclaimed by himself, and he can't possibly go out and kill them. The monster tide is still some distance from his blessed land. Don't rush, haste makes waste, take it slow, take it slow. Chen Wen watched as everyone's points on the leaderboard continuously soared, silently calculating in his heart. Oh my, the monster tide has just been less than an hour, and someone has already scored over 2,000. Is the opponent even human? The top of the leaderboard is occupied by the great Dongfang Wuhui, who has consistently held the second place on the blessed land ranking. Surprisingly, Chen Wen is not on the list. Chen Wen is nothing but a shrewd businessman profiting from resource trading and exploiting our hard-earned money. How can he compare to the great ones on the leaderboard? That's right, just mentioning him irritates me. I need to go hunt some monsters. What you are holding in your hands might just be the weapons from Chen Wen. I look down on you people. You take the benefits while slandering others acting shamelessly. I am a staunch fan of Chen Wen, and I believe he is just accumulating strength and will eventually rise to the top. The World Channel is buzzing with discussions. Previously, one could only gauge a person's strength through the Blessed Land ranking, but now we have real weapons for decisive battles. One can easily see the strength of each lord. Those who make it onto the leaderboard are undoubtedly the strongest of the strong. My lord, the monster tide has arrived with at least 500 of them. The lookout soldier shouted urgently. Prepare all personnel for battle. Chen Wen nodded and shouted loudly, and the hunt began. Not long after, a tremor was felt as a dark and chaotic wave surged toward the walls of the Blessed Land. Now more than an hour has passed since the monster tide began, and Chen Wen has only just encountered the first wave, which comes with 5,000 monsters. This is the true monster tide. Compared to Chen Wen, the scale of other survivors is not even worthy to carry his shoes. Chen Wen knows that the monsters of the monster tide do not mean that there are no monsters around, but rather that the ones he has just seen emanating dark energy are simply located farther from his territory. The lookout towers sounded their alarms. The arrow towers were fully loaded, and the magic arrow towers glowed with. The gunners readied their rifles, aiming the cannons at the sky, prepared for aerial units. In the dark star-cloud forest, pairs of eyes glowing with a ghostly blue light were swiftly moving. Leading the charge was a pack of black wolves, their size at least double that of the black wolves in the star-cloud forest, possessing at least class strength. The numbers reached several thousand, with many class black wolf leaders among them. Kill! The patrolling oxhead man was the first to encounter the monsters, shouting loudly. Bang bang bang. Kill kill kill. The axe of the Minotaur was like the grim reaper's scythe, mercilessly reaping lives, with each swing a wolf's head soared into the air. The rifleman unleashed a hail of bullets from the air. The charging black wolves were pierced by bullets, creating numerous bloody holes that stained the ground dark red. The black wolves let out anguished cries, their desperate wails echoing as they fell lifelessly to the ground. Even the black wolf leaders of the Black Iron Mirror could not endure such concentrated firepower, collapsing helplessly. Woo woo. Seeing their kin continuously dying, several powerful black wolf kings roared angrily and charged toward the city walls. However, before these black wolf kings could reach the walls, they were all entangled and slain by the Minotaur captain. One black wolf king was struck by several cannonballs, its body shattered like a brilliant firework. There was no suspense as limbs, corpses, and heads scattered across the battlefield. The formidable black wolf horde could not even approach within 100 meters of the city walls, being swiftly dealt with by the Minotaur legion and ranged attackers. These cannons and rifles and the power of the magic arrow towers are surprisingly immense. Chen Wen observed, Brother Chen, you may not know that these cannons, rifles, and magic arrow towers have undergone numerous upgrades, and with Kaiki's continuous enhancements their power is terrifying. Lili responded to Chen Wen's confusion. Indeed, from the very beginning these magic arrow towers had provided him some assistance, but as his own strength increased he no longer relied on them, so he hadn't paid attention. Unknowingly, even if the territory developed independently, without him, it could still thrive. At this stage, the destructive power of the Goblin Cannon could reach the Leda class, posing a threat to Toppa class beings. However, this is only in an ideal state. After all, a class beings can exceed speeds of 100 meters per second, making them difficult to target. They won't simply stand still for you to shoot, and a class beings possess strong defense and vitality. As long as they are not instantly killed, they can quickly recover after escaping. I see. Once this war ends, I must reward Kaiki properly to enhance his strength. Chen Wen nodded. After all, they are indeed a technologically advanced race endowed with an innate talent for technology. Very well, technological research must continue. If you have any issues, just come to me directly. As long as it benefits the territory, I will fully support you. Chen Wen looked at Kaiki with admiration. The leader of the Empire tribe revealed to Chen Wen a mind for developing technology and research capabilities. Thank you, my lord, Kaiki said happily after hearing this. Kaiki felt extremely fortunate to have encountered the still weak Chen Wen early in this world. Otherwise, with his current strength, he would have long been marginalized. Roar, roar, roar. Woo, woo, woo. The black wolves were merely the first small wave. Chen Wen saw that after the black wolves, countless large monsters followed, each tainted with strands of black magical energy, causing the grass and trees to wither in their wake. These monsters surged forth from the darkness behind, rushing over 100 kilometers. These large creatures were not the most terrifying, rather the smaller monsters posed the deadliest threats. For instance, the thousand-legged centipede, the black widow spider, and venomous snakes and scorpions. These poisonous creatures are already immensely hazardous, and coupled with dark magical energy, their toxicity is multiplied many times over. The second wave of attacks quickly arrived, and this time familiar faces appeared: the abyss trolls, mixed with some large abyss beasts resembling lions and tigers, but even more ferocious. The first wave of black wolves was not even worthy to carry the shoes of these large creatures, which possessed powerful offensive and defensive capabilities. Especially when the abyss troll first encountered him, being of the same class, it could only leave a tiny wound on him. Gongsun Zan shouted loudly from atop the city wall, looking at the newly appeared monsters. Neo, to take command, all Minotaurs return to the blessed land, and ascend the walls to operate the cannons for attack. Understood, my lord Gongsun. Nyoda did not try to show off as he watched the charging monsters, as Chen Wen had instructed everyone to follow Gongsun Zan's orders before the war. Moreover, these monsters possess formidable strength. Although the Minotaurs can withstand hard blows, there will undoubtedly be casualties which he wishes to avoid. All Minotaurs retreat to the city walls. Nyoda shouted loudly, swinging his massive axe to fell a demon scorpion. The cannonballs and arrows continued to cover the monsters below from all directions, inflicting considerable damage, yet they fell short compared to the Black Wolves. The Black Wolves are of a swift attack type with weak defenses, while the God-Source Trolls are strength-based with strong defenses. Previously, one cannon could kill 2 Black Wolves, but now it merely heavily injures 1 Abyss Troll. However, with the high-frequency attacks from the Bullet Swordsmen and cannons against the charging monsters, the tide will not hold for long before collapsing. The sounds of explosions and wails echoed continuously. This is war, with both sides engaging in calculated offense and defense. Watching wave after wave of monsters fall, countless others surged from the forest toward the blessed land. However, the firepower of the original army under Chen Wen only increased, keeping the enemy at bay from 1,000 miles away, accompanied by the booming of cannon fire and the whistling of arrows. This wave of 4,000 to 5,000 monsters was completely wiped out, leaving a dense pile of corpses outside the city walls, a true mountain of corpses and sea of blood. Having eliminated 5,000 monsters, I gained 1,000,000 points, most of which were contributed by a few commanders and kings, while the kill points from lower-level monsters were exceedingly scarce. Chen Wen observed his points on the leaderboard. With such high points, he surged to over 9,000 on the leaderboard. His ranking undoubtedly stirred a great up. The intensity of the discussions was even more lively than when he was not on the board. In fact, this was no longer a discussion, it could be described as a street brawl. Supporters of Chen Wen were being slapped in the face as the facts proved his unrivaled strength, and they were bound to retaliate fiercely. Chen Wen actually made the leaderboard. How is that possible? He was just at the bottom. How is it impossible? Chen Wen is a great figure because he achieves what you cannot. Only 9,000 th. It's still far from enough. Chen Wen shook his head. Being on the leaderboard was not enough for him. His goals extended beyond merely ranking or the top 100. He aimed for the first place. As the saying goes, one should not despise steady progress. The rewards for the top rank on the leaderboard developed by game masters are extraordinarily generous. The higher the rank, the better the rewards. For example, last time the leaderboard reward directly granted Chen Wen the Imperial Sovereign Inheritance. Once someone else takes first place, it is akin to adding wings to a tiger, making it exceedingly difficult for others to catch up. Take Chen Wen's current strength as an example. For others to catch up to him is as difficult as climbing to the sky unless they receive an opportunity greater than his. However, most of Chen Wen's strength is based on his talent and the Imperial Sovereign Inheritance. His SS-level talent has been perfectly absorbed, and any further advancement can now become an active skill. While surveying the territory of the monsters, he conducted a slight experiment, and found he could absorb any flora and fauna he touched with his palm. The life essence within him no longer required consumption for absorption. This means that if Chen Wen wishes to break through his cultivation, he only needs to slay monsters and absorb their essence, eliminating the need for pills. As for the Imperial Sovereign Inheritance, it goes without saying, that was a special reward for being first on the Blessed Land leaderboard, which will not appear again. Especially the first-ranked Dongfang Wuhui, although the specifics are unknown, his overall strength is undoubtedly unrivaled. After more than 2 hours, the first place has not moved at all. Only the second place Luqing Yuan can slightly keep up with his pace, but the data points differ by 1/5. The third and 10th places have already widened the gap. There are still 20 hours today. Oh, I hope the monsters come in greater numbers. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, the third wave of monsters appeared. This time the monsters did not roar, only the sound of clattering and scraping was heard. Undead. Upon seeing the shape of the monsters, Chen Wen abruptly stood up. They were densely packed with skeletons in front and armored skeleton knights behind. Among all the undead, their eyes emitted a tragic green light, resembling the gaze of the Grim Reaper. The sheer number stretched as far as the eye could see, filling the entire 10 miles. Beyond that, Chen Wen could only see as far as the darkness allowed. What made Chen Wen uneasy was that the monsters he had just killed were disappearing as the undead passed by. Their flesh and blood vanished, and their bones continuously reassembled into various grotesque undead creatures. One skeleton wolf had the head of a lion, while the abyss troll had the lower body of a troll, but the upper body of a wolf. Avi are all undead like this. Chen Wen quickly turned to the expressionless Avi and inquired. Upon hearing Chen Wen's question, Ava's cold expression softened slightly. My lord, this is the ability of the undead. They have necromancers among them who can resurrect all creatures, but the resurrected creatures are extremely weak, with only 1/10 of their original strength. Their only advantage is their overwhelming numbers. They pose little threat. My lord, if you observe closely, you will find that there are basically no clever undead. Moreover, the undead have a fatal weakness. The soul fire burning within their skulls will naturally dissipate when exposed to air, making them impossible to resurrect again. Focusing intently, Chen Wen sensed that indeed, as Avi said, their strength was exceedingly weak, with most being level or a level and very few at level. If that's the case, then it's time to test the results of the territorial army's training. General Gongsuin organized the army to begin the counterattack. Leave no undead behind. Nyota, you lead the Minotaurs to guard the city walls, and do not stray far from them. Xian Yi, you lead the Xian armor guards to closely follow the Lord, you do not leave his side. If anything happens to the Lord, you must answer for it. Zhang Wenyue, notify the monster army in the wild to begin the counterattack. Chen Xuanhuang, you lead the Xianhuang army, and follow me to slay the invading enemies. Orders continuously flowed from Gong Sunzan's mouth. This was the first large-scale war that Chen Wen experienced. He also wanted to see their true strength. Kill. The troops below the city walls had already engaged in direct confrontation, fighting fiercely, with the sounds of bones cracking echoing continuously. It was basically a one-sided crushing victory with extraordinarily high cultivation, fine equipment, and good pills easily pushing through and leaving behind a trail of bones and the armor worn by the skeletons. Once again he soared upon the back of the Great White, observing the armies below clashing like ants in battle from a height of over 1,000 meters. His gaze drifted far into the distance where the previously seen white light column had nearly diminished by 1/10. The disappearance of the white light column signified the death of the Lord, indicating that the sanctuary had been breached by monsters. Some were fortunate, having survived despite the sanctuary's fall, yet they lost their identities as survivors, lords, leading to a grim future ahead. Without the identity of a lord, the efficiency of planting crops, searching for treasures, and providing resources for the soldiers would drastically decline, and over time the loyalty of the soldiers under his command could plummet. Most importantly, without the identity of a lord, he would be unable to replenish his forces, and his strength would only wane further. In this perilous otherworld, survival would be fleeting. With survivors around him perishing, it meant that those monsters would inevitably turn their attention to attack the remaining survivors. The pressure on the surrounding survivors would significantly increase. However, for Chen Wen, the more monsters the better. So far none had presented a challenge that caused him concern. Moreover, even if the numbers increased, they could not breach the solid sanctuary protected by the S-level defensive formation, which was no trivial matter. Had the initial waves of attacks not been to test the monster's capabilities, he would have commanded his army to strike proactively. Chen Wen sat atop the Great White, following along as Gong Sunzan's forces moved towards the direction with the highest concentration of monsters. In the southeast of the sanctuary, a massive congregation of undead races gathered, including skeletal soldiers, skeletal knights, and even liches. Directly below, a group of intelligent undead were discussing the matter of claiming the territory when they suddenly halted their conversation, their eyes wide with fear as they gazed upwards. A colossal creature over 10 zhang in length and 3 zhang tall, with wings spanning more than 20 zhang, loomed above them, casting a shadow like an ancient divine mountain. Chen Wen glanced at the undead leader below, tapping the Great White's back to signal an attack. Roar! Following his command, the Great White let out a thunderous roar, lowering its head to unleash a torrent of golden light. With a resounding boom, a massive golden beam crashed down, striking the center of the leaders and erupting in an explosion that ignited fierce flames all around. Screams echoed as the surviving undead scattered. The leader at the center, and a level entity, was directly struck by the golden light, disintegrating into ashes. Though powerful to the Great White, they were no different from ants. The white tiger's golden energy it spewed forth, rich in metallic prowess, cleaved through the earth effortlessly. Let alone these mere B and A-level undead creatures, even S-level beings would dare not withstand such a torrent of white tiger golden energy. Just as the Great White's attack subsided, Gong Sunzan arrived with his troops, initiating a one-sided slaughter once more. In a short span, the gathered tens of thousands of undead were decimated, fleeing in all directions. Chen Wen did not pursue the fleeing undead. With their leader eliminated, the remaining ones were at most D or A-level, making for excellent training for his soldiers. Gazing into the distance where the dark magical energy was most concentrated, his curiosity deepened. How can there be so many undead races? Even if they resurrected from corpses, it couldn't possibly account for this many. Adding it all up, there must be at least 200 undead. Chen Wen stood atop the Great White, observing the entire starry forest pulsating, as if the sanctuary were its center, waves of monsters surging forth continuously. As Chen Wen pondered from afar, Gong Sunzan's voice reached him. My lord, we have cleared all the undead around, but there are still many surging from afar. This seems quite strange. Indeed, it is very peculiar. Let's follow the direction from which the monsters are coming and eliminate some monster leaders along the way. Chen Wen conveyed his thoughts to Gong Sunzan through his divine sense. Understood, Gong Sunzan replied. Roar, roar, roar. The Great White continuously expelled white tiger golden energy into the sky, bombarding the undead below like a bomber. The only pity was that although he was immensely powerful, his range was too narrow. A single burst of white tiger golden energy could only cover a few hundred meters at most. Fortunately, Gong Sunzan's troops were tirelessly cleaning up the remnants below. Even against such a multitude, they showed. Even if some soldiers were injured, they were unafraid, for they had brought ample healing pills and magical healers. Watching the battle from above, Chen Wen suddenly felt an itch for action. Boom. With a wave of his hand, 5 bolts of lightning materialized from thin air, striking down and killing a level Lich King below, leaving its body withered like a desiccated corpse. Utilizing the long-in-used Thunder Strike, only magical ranged attacks were effective from several hundred meters above. The lightning descended upon the Lich King, which let out a terrified roar as the terrifying thunder reduced it to a charred remnant. Gong Sunzan's army surged forth like a bulldozer, carving a vacuum through the monsters with sheer force. Observing the densely packed monsters below that showed no signs of diminishing, Chen Wen could not contain his curiosity. There are just too many monsters. During routine inspections of the territory, I scarcely see even a shadow of the undead. Looking at the direction from which the monsters are surging and the dark energy constantly pouring out nearby, a glint of sharp light flickered in Chen Wen's eyes. General Gongsuin, find the direction of the monsters, and let's hasten our pace to uncover the source. Yes, my lord. Gong Sunzan, mounted on a magical beast, followed closely behind Chen Wen as they advanced towards the source of the monsters. The slaughter continued as one skeleton fell before another took its place. Along the way, there was no time to contemplate other matters aside from wielding swords and casting spells. Soon the troops arrived at a location 30 li away where a cliff towered with a massive hole atop it. At the bottom of the cliff, undead were moving outward. The variety astonished Chen Wen, including skeletons, liches, wraiths, and zombies. However, upon emerging from the cliff, they dispersed in different directions, each heading towards dazzling light columns. This place was surely a source of monster tides. Boom, boom, boom. Chen Wen unleashed a thunder strike, obliterating a Lich King that had just emerged from the cave. He commanded the massive form of the Great White to land, crushing a large group of low-level skeletons beneath its weight. As the Great White landed, the intelligent high-level undead let out terrified howls, though their cries were painfully shrill. How irritating. Chen Wen frowned, cursing under his breath. With a flick of his wrist, the Xianyuan sword appeared in his hand, instantly unleashing countless strikes, as sword energy transformed into numerous golden dragons that surged forth. In an instant, hundreds of undead stationed at the foot of the cliff were reduced to a heap of bone fragments. My lord. The soldiers led by Gong Sunzan rushed in from behind, gazing at the dark cave ahead. This is the source of the undead, but it doesn't seem particularly special. Chen Wen surveyed the surrounding environment, but after a moment's observation, he found nothing unusual, except for the occasional surge of black mist emanating from within the cave. As Chen Wen pondered, the cave suddenly made a noise. Turning his head, he saw dozens of skeletal knights stumbling out from the cave entrance. Something's off. There was no movement just now. Why are there suddenly monsters? Chen Wen stared at the skeletal knights rushing towards him. With a swing of his longsword, Chen Wen unleashed a fan-shaped sword chi that instantly shattered the newly emerged skeletal knights. My lord, this cave is strange. These creatures seem to appear all at once without any warning. Gong Sunzan nodded in agreement. If they appear all at once, we should go in and take a look. The city gate immediately advanced towards the undead cave. Gong Sunzan quickly dashed ahead to scout the path, with the bear shrinking in size and following closely beside Chen Wen. The others followed closely behind, leaving a few hundred soldiers outside to guard. The inside of the cave was vast, a deep corridor. The presence of demonic energy obscured their vision. As they reached the depths of the cave, a pitch-black portal appeared before them, continuously exuding black, demonic energy. The door bore ancient and profound runes inscribed with intricate formations. Suddenly, a ghostly green light flickered from within the portal, and soon after, a dozen skeletal cavalry emerged. Upon noticing Chen Wen and his group, the skeletal mouths gaped wide, as if roaring in anger, charging towards them. Chen Wen raised his Xianyuan sword and scattered all the skeletons with a flurry of strikes. As the skeletal cavalry's bones fell apart, their ghostly blue armor shattered to the ground. My lord, the demonic energy here is extremely intense. Gong Sunzan observed the restless soldiers behind him. Chen Wen sensed a strong spatial aura emanating from. As expected, this undead lair is continuously spawning monsters, just like we recruit troops. No wonder so many creatures are gathered around. Chen Wen understood the reason as he looked at the dark portal. The spawning of monsters in a gathering place is not surprising for survivalists like Chen Wen. This is a game where life is the wager. It would be strange if monsters didn't spawn. Typically, monster lairs have a limited spawn rate each day, just like troop recruitment has limited slots. Chen Wen gazed at the dark portal before him, which seemed rather peculiar, as every flicker of light resulted in undead creatures emerging from within. The frequency of the flickering light was remarkably high. Crack, crack. Unfortunately for them, just as they appeared and prepared to display their might upon seeing Chen Wen, they were swiftly dispatched by the army. Especially some skeletal kings and lich kings, they had barely arrived in this world before their end came. After a while, another wave arrived. Whooshed. Another wave of a dozen skeletal cavalry appeared. The frequency was almost every 5 minutes, with each wave consisting of a few to dozens of creatures, but never exceeding 100. Every 5 minutes or so, a batch of monsters will surge from the dark portal, including some class or class. This was clearly not normal. The spawning speed of the monster lair was unusual. Chen Wen murmured, fixated with such frequency and strength. If they all concentrated their attacks on a single survivor, even those ranked 10,000th in the survivor rankings could be destroyed in 3 days. It seemed to be influenced by the world's rules, altering the frequency of spawns. Chen Wen analyzed slowly. The dark portal shouldn't spawn undead at such a rapid rate, ideally, once every 5 minutes with 30 at a time. That would mean in 1 hour it could spawn 360 undead, among which some would be class or class creatures. Such a number of monsters is terrifying. Moreover, for every 100 undead of class or class skeletal king or lich would likely be born. And this is just one dark portal. How many dark portals could there be in this world? It is utterly incalculable. As another wave of undead appeared and was defeated, the system's voice echoed in Chen Wen's ears. Then congratulations on defeating a dark portal. Please choose to abandon or destroy it. Abandon, give up destroying the dark portal, allowing it to return to its natural state, and you will receive 1000 points. Destroy the dark portal, and you will receive a monster treasure chest, which can yield points and various treasures. What's going on? Shouldn't this be a structure? Why can't it be occupied? Chen Wen was taken aback. When he first arrived in this world, Chen Wen could directly occupy the goblin village and the gremlin tribe. This dark portal looked like a structure, yet there was no option to occupy it. Looking at the undead races continuously spawning from the dark portal, if it were an ordinary lord, they could only destroy it to eliminate a source of danger. But Chen Wen was not an ordinary person. First, what is the root of the monster tide? It is still the monsters. Moreover, monsters cannot appear out of thin air. This dark portal is the source. Now for Chen Wen, these undead monsters represent points. As long as he kills them, he will gain points. Therefore, if he waits for the monsters to spawn and then kills them, wouldn't it be possible to infinitely farm points? This is indeed a good method. As long as I find a monster lair, I can send troops to station there. Kill one for each spawn and double up if 2 appear. Other lords don't have so many soldiers and their levels are also higher, but I do. For such a undead lair, as long as I send 2 or 3 squads and a captain, it would be more than sufficient to suppress them. Most importantly, by suppressing the source of the monster tide, the problem is fundamentally solved, and then there's no need to worry about monsters attacking the city. Chen Wen's heart raced as a glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes, giving rise to an idea of infinite value. Chen Wen currently has an army of over 10,000 in his territory. Suppressing hundreds of such dark portals would be no. The key point is that even if Chen Wen deploys a large portion of his military strength to suppress these dark portals, the impact on his territory will not be severe. As long as the territory retains a portion of high-tier combat strength along with the 4 symbols prison heaven formation, it would be more than sufficient. My lord, do you wish to station the troops here? Gongsun Zan inquired, observing Chen Wen's expression. Yes, this way we can eliminate the monsters at their source without worrying about their siege. Chen Wen nodded. My lord, I believe we should observe the timing of the monster tides a bit longer. 3 days is likely not a constant. The initial days may just be a test, and who knows what may happen later. Gongsun Zan expressed his opinion. Chen Wen was also taken aback. Indeed, 3 full days. On the first day it was merely monsters besieging, but what about the second and third days? Who knows what strange rules this world may impose? It must be understood that all over the world there are monster rampages and countless dark gates have been opened. I was somewhat careless. The monster tides are certainly not that simple. The monster tide of this day appears ferocious, but in reality they do not pose a significant threat. Their levels are generally quite low. Those who have lost their territories are entirely due to their own insufficient strength. It's been nearly half a year, yet they still can't handle even an averaged level monster tide. Chen Wen sighed softly. What a pity that such a great method for infinitely spawning monsters cannot be realized. Looking at the undead emerging from the dark gate, they were once again easily dealt with by the soldiers. For now, destruction is the best option as it will reduce the number of monsters. However, it will also diminish the ways to earn points. Truly, it is a difficult choice. Suddenly, Chen Wen's eyes became resolute. Gongsun General, leave 3 squads of soldiers here with a level captain. Report immediately if anything occurs and retreat. Gongsun Zan glanced at Chen Wen, but did not say more. Understood, my lord. He then turned to the 3 soldiers and the level captain to instruct them on their duties. Let's go. We will search for the next source of monsters, Chen Wen said as he turned to walk out of the cave after Gongsun Zan had arranged the personnel. Swish, 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 the group set off once again. Soon they eliminated another gathering of demon wolves and found another dark gate amidst the demon wolf settlement. This dark gate was different from the undead's. It seemed to have grown from the ground, unlike the cave that was embedded in the stone. Moreover, this dark gate only spawned demon wolves, and the spawning speed was relatively slower than that of the undead. Through the comparison of these 2 gates, Chen Wen also realized that the lower the strength, the faster the monsters were spawned from the dark gate. Demon wolves are generally above level, but a significant portion of the undead are a level. Additionally, the intelligence of these demon wolves is higher than that of the undead, and they cannot be subdued. Once Chen Wen and his team attempted to subdue them, they would lose all reason and become creatures of frenzied attack. The large white tiger swept through the entire gathering of demon wolves, and even the demonic energy emerging from the dark gate became exceedingly thin. Strangely, the dark gate showed no signs of change. Gongsun General, leave some men to guard, Chen Wen said, watching his points on the leaderboard surge, already exceeding 1,000,000. As time passed, and they traveled a considerable distance, they finally arrived at a ruin where lizard men continuously emerged. Moreover, there were signs of battle around, with many corpses lying on the ground, and a strong smell of blood permeated. Chen Wen's gaze shifted to the center of the ruin, where a small castle stood with all its buildings having collapsed. There were still many houses around. If I am not mistaken, this was recently a survivor's territory. Unfortunately, this lord was quite unfortunate, being eliminated by the monster army so quickly. If only they could have held out a bit longer, I might have made it in time. If luck allows, I could have subjugated them and signed a contract as a vassal. Although they lost their lord status, at least they could have lived. Wait, what's this? Why are the lizard men spawning from their barracks? Chen Wen stood on the back of the white tiger, carefully observing the situation of the lizardmen's nest below. Although the entrances and exits of the barracks were not dark gates, they were also covered in dense and peculiar ruins. Confirmed. There's no doubt these monsters are spawning from this survivor's barracks. Hiss. What the hell? How can a castle be destroyed and the survivor's barracks turn into a monster den? This is just too unfair. Chen Wen gasped. It must be understood that there are many who cannot hold their castles. How much pressure must one bear in such a situation? The stress only increases as time goes on. To be honest, although this monster tide is quite ferocious, the levels of the monsters currently spawned cannot stir up. However, the survivor's summoning base is different. The units summoned from it are particularly strong. Is this the reason why the survivors die or lose their territories and cannot be occupied? The destroyed survivors have their other buildings turn into wild status, continuously spawning monsters, which after their death brings immense pressure to the surrounding survivors, Chen Wen muttered to himself. He marked the location to wait for Gongsun Zan to leave soldiers to guard. Chen Wen looked at the nearest white light pillar to him and signaled the white tiger to fly in that direction. Within a distance of dozens of kilometers, it took the white tiger no more than a tea time to reach the vicinity of the light pillar. From the range covered by the light pillar, it appeared to be a small, blessed land, likely ranking quite high on the blessed land leaderboard. Chen Wen did not let the white tiger land, but instead observed the battles below from the air. What surprised Chen Wen was that this survivor's unit was actually a blood demon, a human-like creature with red eyes and blood-red skin. This belongs to the dark species. Chen Wen felt that their strength was generally 10-20 stronger than the normal level. It should be due to the influence of dark magic energy. In places where there is synergy, their strength naturally receives a boost. However, the number of blood demons is not very large, only about 2,000 to 3,000, while the small demons attacking this survivor number close to 10,000. In fact, many monster armies passed by this survivor's blessed land without attacking at all. This lord is also very clever, having pulled back all the defensive range to the walls of the blessed land, fully utilizing the spatial laws inherent to it. On the walls of the castle stood a dense crowd of people. Although the external area only covered about 100 meters, the firepower concentration was extremely high. Moreover, they had early established numerous arrow towers around the blessed land, with a large torch lit every 10. In the distance, numerous traps were set, and many monsters that rushed over were devoured by them. With the support of the trap arrow towers and the defense of the blood demon warriors within the city walls, they managed to withstand several waves of the beast tide with minimal casualties. Provided there are no unforeseen circumstances, the survivor should have no problem enduring the monster surge. Of course, the premise is that he can stay alive, and he shouldn't think about the ranking for now. Oh my god, what kind of monster is that? It's so big. This survivor was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreign man, and at this moment his eyes were wide with terror as he looked up at the giant creature circling in the sky. Please God, don't let it come for me. Just hurry and leave. The Western survivor's trembling body had his hands clasped in front of him, fervently praying. Unfortunately, Chen Wen did not believe in God. He had never been fond of Western civilization, and in this world he found it acceptable to take a chance for revenge. Chen Wen observed that the battle below was not particularly intense. The strength disparity between both sides was not that great. Although the number of little demons was considerable, their strength was relatively low. The survivor occupied the city walls, engaging in back-and-forth combat. At this intensity, it was even less fierce than when Chen Wen casually attacked the dark portal. Chen Wen calculated the distance between the survivor's position and his own territory, estimating it to be no more than 200 to 300 kilometers, all located on the outskirts of the nebula forest, essentially in a straight line. Such matters would have to be resolved sooner or later. After being in this world for so long, Chen Wen had adapted to the laws of the dark forest. It was either you die, or I do. Let's eliminate it, Chen Wen said expressionlessly. Sooner or later it would be destroyed. There was no other path. Roar. Upon hearing Chen Wen's command, the giant creature let out an angry roar, and a stream of golden energy descended from the sky. The golden airflow resembled blades crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. After impacting the ground, the golden energy scattered like a barrage of arrows. Oh my God, have you forsaken your believer? The Western survivor's eyes reflected the golden glow. His eyes were filled with fear and despair. Suddenly, a blood demon leader next to him grabbed the Western survivor and leaped down from the wall. It turned out that a hole had already been dug in the ground, just about half a meter wide, sufficient for a single person to pass through. As the Western survivor squeezed into the hole, the terrifying golden energy engulfed the entire territory, causing the city walls to collapse and various buildings to crash down. All the surrounding little demons and blood demon warriors were swallowed by the golden energy. In Chen Wen's ears, he also received the prompt indicating his conquest of the survivor's territory, similar to the previous dark portal, with only the options to abandon or destroy. What was even more pleasing was that the survivor's territory, which had turned into ruins, miraculously restored itself amidst a burst of red light from the blood demon summoning base. However, Chen Wen knew that the current blood demon summoning base was no longer under the survivor's control. He directly opted for destruction. Ding. Congratulations, you have destroyed the territory of the survivor Kai's 1 and obtained all his points 300. Huh. Destroying the survivor's base actually gives points. In the later stages, wouldn't it be possible to become rich just by targeting survivors? Chen Wen shook his head, realizing he was thinking too far on the first day. After choosing to destroy, he also destroyed the recently repaired blood demon summoning base. Goodbye, let's go, Chen Wen said casually. As for that Western survivor, he had already lost interest. Without territory, without units, and having lost the ability to build, the survivor essentially faced a dead end in this survival game. Unless he was fortunate enough to escape to a city built by the natives and become an ordinary native. The whole day was spent searching for the source of the monster tied the dark portal. Returning to the universe territory, Chen Wen looked into the distance, still densely packed with monsters, a dark mass that was countless. At this point, both sides had entered a white-hot battle, and the troops Chen Wen was with were continuously rotating for rest. With the long-range attacks suppressing the monster tied, the creatures couldn't get within 100 meters of the city walls. At times, Chen Wen felt quite lucky. There were no flying monsters here, or it would have been a different story. For aerial defense, all he had were arrow towers and archers, lacking any aerial combat units. Otherwise, he wouldn't have requisitioned to buy as a mount. An even more interesting aspect was his several pets, especially lively except for Linger and Xiaobai. Di Yin was amidst the horde of monsters, and each attack unleashed a massive explosion of flames, while Xiao Jin's strikes crackled with thunder. Both pets had grown significantly in strength, reaching a rank. Especially after reaching a rank, Xiao Jin's body became longer and leaner with prominent horns resembling a long snake, a true dragon. These two were the brightest among the monster tied, one erupting with flames, the other thundering constantly. If Chen Wen had enough soldiers, he could even push through from all sides. Except for the leader-level monsters, ordinary monsters couldn't even break through the armor defenses of the soldiers. It was known that Keiki's researched bronze weapon armor had 20 higher defense and attack than those of the same level. Although it only seemed to be 20 stronger, many times that small difference could determine a person's life or death. Hold, how many dark portals do we currently occupy? Chen Wen landed on the city wall and asked the elder who had been observing the battlefield from the wall. Currently, we occupy a total of 36 dark portals, all located in the 4 cardinal directions of the territory, within approximately 300 kilometers. The elder replied. Now Chen Wen could maintain a stable income, even without venturing outside to seek monsters. It was essentially a win without effort. Xiao Chen, I have arranged for archer units to guard the dark portals, assigning 5 archers to each portal to practice archery and improve their shooting accuracy. Although they train regularly, it's still quite different from actual combat, the elder continued. Chen Wen nodded. Elder, you are right. A troop that has never experienced the ravages of war is not a true iron-blooded force. I hope one day they can become sharpshooters. But we must keep a close watch on those dark portals. We cannot let those dark races emerge. If we notice an increase in monsters, we must immediately recruit soldiers for defense. I definitely do not wish for any serious casualties. We have invested a tremendous cost in training each soldier. The elder replied. Understood, everything will be arranged properly. Chen Wen stood on the city wall, watching the fierce battle below. The soldiers, though fully armed, often exhibited moments of negligence, leading to injuries from exhaustion. There were also those extremely unfortunate individuals who encountered the commander-level monsters hidden among the beasts. Generally, even the weakest commander-level monsters are at least Class C, with some being Class B, and a few may even be killed in a single blow, leaving no chance for rescue. Of course, such possibilities are quite rare. After all, with Nyoda leading and the Minotaurs serving as meat shields, they would immediately swarm any high-level monsters that appeared. Behind the city wall, healing magicians continuously cast healing spells on the injured soldiers. Chen Wen focused on the battlefield, initially finding it quite interesting, but after a while he began to find it somewhat tedious. Although the war was extremely fierce, every single moment saw a vast number of monsters falling, posing no threat to his own army. Chen Wen glanced at his points leaderboard. He had risen to over 30,000 with close to 6 million points. The first place Dongfang Wuhui surprisingly had nearly 10 million points. The second place Luqing Yuan had over 8 million points. One must admit Dongfang Wuhui indeed had some skill, leading the second place by over 1 million points. What's going on? Why is Dongfang Wuhui's score increasing so rapidly? Could it be that all the monsters he encountered are above Class C? Surely the number of monsters can't be greater than here. Chen Wen raised an eyebrow, mumbling to himself. He had initially thought that after spending most of the day, he would be able to close the gap in points with these individuals. One must know that killing an E-class monster yields a maximum of only 10 points, while killing an A-class monster can give up to 100,000. Only by killing monsters above class C can one accumulate points rapidly. Otherwise, if all he killed were E-class or class monsters, how long would it take to reach 10 million? It's only halfway through the first day, but it has just begun. Only those who can maintain their winning streak until the end will be the true victors. As I gather more dark portals, my points will soar quickly. Chen Wen furrowed his brow, but remained relatively calm. Over an hour before the monster tide, he hadn't earned a single point, and afterward, he led the soldiers to find the source of the monsters and ultimately seized the dark portals. This means that Chen Wen had truly begun to exert himself, but he had not had much time to do so. The infinite monster farming had only just begun, and its significance would grow greatly in the later stages. The defense of the territory comprised Minotaurs, magicians, archers, and the largest forces, the White Horse Cavalry and the Xian Huang Legion, all outside in search of dark portals. Since Chen Wen had destroyed the insignia of that Western survivor, an evil thought surged in his heart to specifically attack other survivors and plunder their points. In this world where survival is uncertain, Chen Wen no longer had the same compassion he had when he first arrived. Considering the vast distance between the democracies in this world, the closest nation to Chen Wen was over 100 kilometers away. Without the light pillars, it would be nearly impossible to find them. Now he could only secretly note the approximate locations of those light pillars, planning how to handle them after the monster tide ended. For Chen Wen's current strength, eliminating a survivor was easier than killing monsters. Searching for survivors now was far from cost-effective. The monster duplication had only just begun. Although there were many points to be earned, it was not yet the time for maximum efficiency. There was no way that other lords could match the number of troops Chen Wen had, or his strength. Most were merely defending their walls and did not initiate attacks. Moreover, soldiers had to be rotated in and out. The monster tide lasted a full 3 days, and the killing efficiency would slow down in the later stages. However, Chen Wen instructed Gong Sun Zan and others that if they encountered a survivor's territory, they should observe the survivor's conditions. If they seemed unwell, they could simply let them be, killing 2 birds with 1 stone by earning points and eliminating future troubles. In fact, to gain points at the fastest speed, one must kill powerful beings. The higher the realm, the more points earned, with at least a 10-fold difference between each major realm. Killing an class monster would amount to millions of points. Standing on the city wall, Chen Wen heard the sounds of gunfire, arrows whizzing through the air, the roars of the Minotaurs, and the cries of battle, forming a unique symphony of life and death. He watched the World Channel, observing the encounters of other survivors with various races. Almost all survivors faced dark races, including undead demons, ghosts, liches, and night elves. Finally, I've broken into the top 100. As others' rates of gaining points began to slow down, my speed is sky. At this rate, I'll be in the top 10 in just an hour or two. The discussion mostly revolved around 2 individuals, Dongfang Wuhui and Chen Wen. Many even speculated whether Chen Wen would directly surpass Dongfang Wuhui and send him back to his old position of being second for ages. 6, 5 million, 7 million, 8 million, 10 million. After a day of battling, Chen Wen's points finally surged into the top 10, reaching an astonishing 12 million. Dongfang Wuhui has only accumulated over 18 million points so far, which means he has only gained over 8 million in these few hours. It seems my guess was correct. The initial batch of monsters in the tide must have had a limited number, and the rest are waiting to respawn repeatedly to accumulate. Chen Wen looked at the leaderboard. Besides him, the growth rate of other survivors had slowed significantly. Meanwhile, dozens of dark portals on their side were continuously spawning monsters, and their points kept skyrocketing. I currently have 360 dark portals, providing nearly 1,000 points per hour. That's 3.6 million in just 1 hour, with 5 hours remaining until the end. If this continues, I could earn close to 20 million. As long as nothing unexpected happens, I will definitely reach first place before the first day ends. Since the points leaderboard has set rankings and distributes rewards based on those rankings, it's clear that the higher the rank, the better the reward. The reward for the first place is undoubtedly the best. If he could encounter a few class monsters, he wouldn't need to search the mountains for monsters. He could easily ascend to first place in no time. Zhang Wenyue, hurry up, I have something for you to do. Chen Wen suddenly turned to shout at Zhang Wenyue, who was excitedly bang. With an exaggerated bronze broadsword, he chopped down a skeletal knight, splitting its armor in 2. Hearing Chen Wen's call, Zhang Wenyue responded, "Boss, I'm coming up right away." Zhang Wenyue swung his machete tirelessly, golden internal energy spilling forth as if it were free. Wherever the golden energy went, all monsters fell to the ground with a thud. "Boss, I'm here. What do you need me to do?" Zhang Wenyue jumped out of the crowd of monsters, heading straight for the city tower. "Haha, I didn't realize it, but you with such a personality are actually a battle maniac." Looking at Zhang Wenyue covered in bone dust and some blood, Chen Wen joked. Zhang Wenyue heard Chen Wen's words and straightened his back, saying, "Who doesn't have a bit of fervor and dreams? In youth, one aspires to soar in the skies to right the wrongs in the world." Chen Wen smiled and nodded. "Contact the spirit-eating mouse king and have it disperse all the mice to search for high-level monsters. We need to hunt high-level monsters to ensure we have enough points to exchange for supplies. Zhang Wenyue looked up at Chen Wen, wondering why despite the rapid increase in points the boss still wanted to hunt high-level. However, he did not ask. Although he was a bit naive, he was not foolish. He had some guesses in his mind. As a survivor, he could see how tempting the items available for point exchange were. He summoned a spirit-eating mouse and reiterated his instructions. The mouse squeaked twice and vanished. Boss, the casualties in the Monster Legion are quite severe, especially with the Howling Moon Wolves, which have lost a full tenth of their numbers. Zhang Wenyue's expression darkened as he looked at Chen Wen. Chen Wen showed no expression. Although these wild monsters were under his control, they were not cultivated by him, so he felt no sorrow. However, the system acknowledged that they belonged to Chen Wen's forces, and the points for killing monsters were all counted under Chen Wen's name. These tribes had no significant issues dealing with the monster tide, but injuries were unavoidable. As long as they survived this tribulation, even a little something Chen Wen revealed casually would be enough to make up. What troubled Chen Wen was that since the arrival of the monster tide, he had not discovered any treasure chests in the forest. Haha, have you noticed? Now boss Chen Wen's points are rising the fastest, even faster than boss Dongfang Wuhui's. The other bosses are not doing well. They are being surpassed so quickly by the new boss. TCH, those of you who don't understand should stop talking. Although there are many monsters in each region, they take time to respawn. The other bosses have already wiped out the monsters. Well, I want to cry. While those big shots have already started resting and counterattacking, him still stuck here surrounded. Keep it up there. We survivors have it really tough. Every additional person is another hope. Let me share some news. This was discovered by our leader. The monsters that have come are all dark species, and each dark species originates from a dark portal. Monsters spawn from the dark portal, which takes time to refresh. As long as we survive the initial phase of the monster onslaught, it will get much easier later on. Really? That's great. Thank you, boss, for sharing the information. Various complaints, boasts, and some rather arrogant survivors expressing themselves in the World Channel. Of course, some have discovered the secret of the Dark Portal and even publicly revealed it in the World Chat channel. Although there are discussions about Chen Wen, most are praises and envy. The slanders have become very few. When you surpass others just a little, they will envy you. When you surpass them by a wide margin, they will admire you. When you leave everyone far behind, they will only respect and worship you. Those who previously called Chen Wen a treacherous merchant are now silenced. The time for verification has reduced the population by over 100 million, and according to the World Channel, there are only 1 billion left now. GG. At that moment, a gray mouse ran in front of Zhang Wenyue. Chen Wen also shifted his gaze to Zhang. Boss, we have results. But that place is a bit far from us, almost near the inner part of the Nebula Forest. Zhang Wenyue reported the information obtained by the spirit-eating mouse to Chen Wen. Spirit-eating mouse, what exactly is the situation there? What kind of monsters are there? Chen Wen directly questioned the spirit-eating mouse. Chen Wen could also understand animal language. GG. The spirit-eating mouse waved its paws in the air, continuously making sounds. Chen Wen listened attentively. According to the spirit-eating mouse, it was a suddenly appeared massive canyon. There used to be no canyon in that place, only scorching heat, and they could not get close due to the temperature. A terrifying aura emanated from it, making it impossible to approach. However, it was certain that there was a fearsome. Chen Wen first called back the Emperor Flame. According to the spirit-eating mouse, there was a terrifying high temperature, but the fire Qilin was naturally adept at controlling flames, and it would thrive in there. Zhang Wenyue, they'll leave Dubai in the safe zone. You need to keep an eye on the situation at Ring Universe now. 1. You and Luda must coordinate and protect well. If something unexpected happens, activate the 4 symbols Prison Heaven Array. Once the formation is opened, I will sense it and return immediately. Chen Wen instructed Zhang Wenyue. Boss, why don't you take me with you? I also have an 11 strength and am quite powerful. Zhang Wenyue pleaded with Chen. Next time. The main reason is to protect the territory. You can take Dubai and Lu Das Minotaur to clear the monster tide around the territory. Chen Wen shook his head. Avery D. Yin, you two follow me to explore that canyon. Chen Wen climbed onto the back of D. Yin. D. Yin restored its true form in the territory, majestic and powerful as a divine beast. Its aura alone was enough to deter lowly undead creatures. With a leap it soared into the air, flying in the direction indicated by the spirit-eating mouse. Avery nodded, flying in the air, following closely behind Chen Wen. The Nebula Forest was near an enormous canyon over 1,000 kilometers away from Chen Wen's territory. The surrounding towering trees had now turned a withered yellow. Chen Wen stood on a low mountain, gazing at the canyon in the distance. The canyon was deep and dark, resembling a hellish lava gorge, and even from such a distance a wave of heat washed over him. Now, having reached the peak of a level, Chen Wen was still struck by this wave of heat, causing his body to shudder, feeling the danger within. Terrifying black, demonic energy surged into the sky as they approached the canyon's mouth. The air was filled with black mist, making it hard to see the blood moon in the sky. Chen Wen concealed his presence outside the canyon, focusing intently on probing the situation inside. Inside the canyon lies a river of black magma, not the red one would typically expect. The black magma flows quietly while indistinct dark creatures are scattered throughout the canyon. At the deepest part stands a massive dark gate twice the size of any dark gate that Chen Wen has encountered, so far towering between heaven and earth. The enormous dark gate resembles the mouth of a demonic god, eerily silent. The number of dark creatures within must be overwhelming, yet the exit of the canyon remains surprisingly quiet, with not a single dark being venturing out. Whether it is due to the constraints of the rules or a desperate need for power, Chen Wen stood at the mouth of the canyon, gazing into the hellish abyss, unable to suppress a cold gasp. Given the number and level of dark creatures inside this canyon, today's monster siege is merely an appetizer. Could it be that the dark creatures will launch their attack on the second or third day? A hint of gravity flashed in Chen Wen's eyes, for the monster tide undoubtedly represents the greatest crisis for survivors. The existence of the Dark Gate is akin to amassing an army. The most terrifying aspect of dark species is not their attacking power, but their ability to induce madness. For instance, when attacked, magical beasts lose their rationality and become frenzied and bloodthirsty. Standing beside Chen Wen, Avril remained silent, yet he could sense the heaviness on her face. My lord, this Dark Gate is extraordinary. I can sense an glass aura emanating from within. Glass monsters. Chen Wen's expression turned serious. This was not good news. With a dark gate of this size, the emergence of glass beings is not particularly surprising. Even smaller dark gates outside have already revealed the glass monsters. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from the depths of the canyon, and the dark clouds in the sky roared with ominous. A powerful sense of oppression surged forth. Chen Wen's expression changed dramatically. The terrifying shockwave crashed into him, and he hurriedly circulated his inner energy to resist. It felt as though a small mountain pressed down on him, reminiscent of the arrival of a demonic god. The imperial flame beneath him writhed uneasily, but in Chen Wen's perception, it was more a display of defiance than. Could this be an glass creature? Chen Wen pondered silently. My lord, this is indeed an glass creature, likely just having broken through to this level. Its aura still not entirely stable, Avril answered Chen Wen's inquiry. The previously deafening roars within the canyon abruptly fell silent. Haha, humans have delivered themselves right to my doorstep. How rare. They'll take you as my appetizer. A chilling voice echoed from the canyon's mouth, sending shivers down one's spine. The sky turned dark and gloomy as cold winds howled relentlessly, like a devil lurking beside you, making one tremor. Suddenly, Chen Wen felt the blood moon in the sky obscured by a massive shadow. Upon closer inspection, at the canyon's entrance stood a creature entwined in demonic energy, both godlike and demonic, with blood-red eyes like a ravenous beast. It was a spider towering over 20 meters tall, with its numerous legs resembling pillars sliding across the ground. Abyssal Demon Spider S Monster Physique 200 Spirit 5000. Skills Eye of Addiction 1000 Thread Split. Chen Wen cast a discerning eye upon it, and indeed this was an glass monster. After obtaining the data, Chen Wen's previously tense heart finally eased, for he knew that Avril's strength far exceeded this Abyssal Demon Spider. Moreover, judging by its skills, its primary attacks were mental, and currently, he had no fears regarding mental assaults. My lord, be careful of the Abyssal Demon Spider's kind. You do not look directly at the eyes on their foreheads, or you will fall into the illusions they create. The lighter the mental trauma, the heavier your soul could be annihilated. Haha, since you've come, do not leave, enjoy my feast, and celebrate my rebirth. The Abyssal Demon Spider's numerous blood-colored eyes fixated on Chen Wen. At this moment, Chen Wen truly saw what lay within the canyon: countless monsters, all spiders of varying sizes. They swarmed like a tide, causing one's scalp to tingle. These spiders surrounded the Abyssal Demon Spider, as if guarding a highly esteemed monarch. In the depths of the abyss, a lord's power signifies bloodline. Bloodline signifies status. Any king among a race is undoubtedly a very formidable existence among its kind. As soon as Avril finished her sentence, the Abyssal Demon Spider let out a shriek, and the countless spiders within the canyon surged towards Chen Wen and the others. Boom! Before Chen Wen could speak, the Imperial Flame, which had been sitting down, gathered a massive fireball from its mouth and shot it towards the canyon. With a thunderous roar, even the surrounding demonic energy was incinerated entirely. Puff! Before they could rejoice in this attack's success, the Imperial Flame suddenly leaped from the ground, swiftly moving several dozen meters. Where the Imperial Flame had just stood, a transparent thread had pierced through the ground, connecting to the Abyssal Demon Spider on the other end. If it weren't for the Imperial Flame's quick reflexes, it would have already been pinned to the ground. Hey big guy, as a king of your kind, how can you resort to sneaky tactics? Chen Wen glared at the ground's webs, then turned to the Abyssal Demon Spider, high in the sky, a surge of anger welling up within him. Kek! Kek! As long as you can be consumed, that's all that matters. The Abyssal Demon Spider cackled maniacally. Having come here to hunt monsters, Chen Wen no longer held back. He summoned the Xianyuan sword, its golden light shimmering in his hand, as he continuously channeled the golden dragon energy, within radiating a regal glow that was dazzling and blinding. Avril, you hold off the Abyssal Demon Spider. I'll deal with its minions first. Chen Wen turned to Avril. My lord, you take care of the smaller spiders. I'll leave this Abyssal Demon Spider to me. Avril nodded. Little fire, let's go. Chen Wen patted the Imperial Flame. Roar! With a low growl, the Imperial Flame erupted in flames, charging towards the canyon. Wherever it passed, everything was reduced to dust, igniting fierce flames all around. On the other side, Avril also drew her treasured bow. She equipped 3 arrows radiating with holy light, specially forged to combat dark creatures. The materials were derived from the unique elven trees crafted from fallen branches possessing immense lethality against dark races. The moment 3 sacred tablets appeared, it was as if 3 beams of purifying light illuminated the entire world, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Upon seeing the 3 holy swords summoned by AI Wire, the blood-red eyes of the abyssal demon spider suddenly narrowed. How could you possess such things? The abyssal demon spider screamed, its voice laced with a hint of fear. What do you insignificant ants know of the vastness of the world? You are merely stepping stones for others, AI Wire's haughty voice echoed. Hearing this, the abyssal demon spider roared in anger, the 3 largest eyes on its forehead emitting a crimson demonic light. Boom! The blood-red demonic light collided violently with the sacred arrows, the energy spilling out and affecting a radius of several miles, staining the sky with red and white. Suddenly, it appeared as a world of stark contrasts. A trace of disdain flickered across AI Wire's face as she lightly commanded, "Break for me." In an instant, the world of black and white began to shift, the white light slowly pressing against the black like ice and snow meeting sunlight, the black demonic energy gradually melting away. However, the sacred light of the arrows also consumed a great deal of energy, becoming somewhat dim. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the body of the abyssal demon spider, leaving 3 enormous gaping holes. Around the holes, white light coiled and black blood continuously dripped to the ground, eroding it into pits. "Impossible, we are both shrank. Why are you so strong?" Feeling the intense pain coursing through its body, the abyssal demon spider roared in anger. In response, AI Wire let out 2 cold laughs, her gaze filled with contempt. Just as the abyssal demon spider glared angrily at AI Wire, a dazzling fiery light emerged from behind it. At the same time, a tremendous force began to pull its body backward. It had completely forgotten about AI Wire's sacred arrows, focusing solely on the imminent danger. Turning around, it saw a gigantic flaming tornado forming behind it, covering an area of several hundred meters, with an immense attraction pulling at its body. In the eerie, terrifying darkness of the night, it was as if a blazing sun had risen. Under the burning flames of the tornado, the entire entrance of the canyon was instantaneously illuminated, resembling a true sun, dazzling and scorching. Originally, other monster races had gathered at the canyon entrance, but the appearance of the flaming tornado caused them to The slower creatures let out wails of despair as the searing flames descended upon them, igniting their bodies. It was as if the fire of evolution in hell would not cease until every sin was burned clean. Within the tornado, flames shot up into the sky as its offspring screamed in agony. The crimson eyes atop the abyssal demon spider trembled violently, unable to believe what it was witnessing. Its anger was mixed with fear. This human before it was unexpectedly powerful. "Damn it! How dare you harm so many of my offspring? I will ensure you have no place to be buried." The abyssal demon spider shrieked in rage. You should think about yourself. You are about to die at my hands," came the cold laughter of Chen Wen in response. The flaming tornado was not solely his power. Combined with his unmatched sword storm and the fiery rules from the Emperor Flame, it was as if the fire god had descended. Chen Wen suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The power of the Emperor Flame and his own sword flames could merge perfectly. Their combination felt as if they were from the same source, with no hint of rejection. This was not just 112, it was more like 1135. Chen Wen could now freely move while wielding his sword storm, no longer needing to concentrate as he did when he first broke through to a rank. Chen Wen moved through the entrance of the canyon with the flaming tornado, leaving nothing but dust where the abyssal demon. The cries of the spider echoed incessantly, with some being flung from the tornado, their flames not extinguishing, but instead continuing to burn. Chen Wen even caught whiffs of a savory meat aroma. The fire of the Emperor Flame was not ordinary. During his last breakthrough, Chen Wen gained insights, and the Emperor Flame also benefited, being a heavenly beast of fire, and thus empowered by the heavens. Its flames burned everything. They either died from the flames or were slaughtered by the sword energy. Watching his descendants perish endlessly, the anger in the abyssal demon spider's eyes was palpable. Its massive body began to move toward Chen Wen, its rage causing it to forget AI Wire and the might of the ant. "I will have you dead." The abyssal demon spider's colossal form resembled a mountain. With each step, its giant spider legs carved deep fissures into the ground. "Have you forgotten about me?" A hint of ferocity flashed in AI Wire's eyes as a special arrow reappeared in her hand, covered in strange runes. This was a flame arrow. Boom! Drawing her bow, the flame arrow struck the unsuspecting abyssal demon spider in an instant. "Two ants, how dare you inflict such heavy wounds on me?" The abyssal demon spider wailed, its black blood pouring out with each shake of its body. In just this brief moment, Chen Wen commanding the flaming tornado had covered the entrance of the canyon, leaving only the corpses of the demon spiders behind. Conservatively, at least 10,000 had perished under Chen Wen's flaming tornado. "Young man, let's go. We will envelop the abyssal demon spider in our attack," Chen Wen urged, patting the Emperor Flame beneath him. "Roar, roar, roar." The Emperor Flame was exceptionally excited, and the power Chen Wen bestowed upon her was seemingly endless as she dashed toward the immense body of the abyssal demon spider. Boom! The flaming tornado resembled a vortex of death with flames rising thousands of meters, enveloping the abyssal demon spider, producing a piercing sound. Crackling sounds erupted as fire and demonic energy intertwined, continuously exploding. The fiery sword energy relentlessly tore through the defenses of the abyssal demon spider. Ah, damn dance, I am not willing to accept this. I have just come into being, will my lord not seek revenge? You all shall die, we will conquer your world. The abyssal demon spider continued to curse amidst its screams. If you must die, then spare us your meaningless chatter. With a thunderous roar it began to compress the flames, the temperature steadily rising, making the surroundings unbearably hot. I am not willing. In a scream, the abyssal demon spider was reduced to ashes. Ding, congratulations on killing the Shrank monster abyssal demon spider, earning 3 million points. My lord, are you alright? At that moment, AI wire flew over, standing before the success achieved. Chen Wen shook his head, signaling that he was fine, but pulled out the survival manual as he had just heard that killing this Shrank monster would yield 3 million points. The point reward for Shrank monsters ranges from 1 million to 10 million. This abyssal demon indeed seemed to have just broken through to Shrank not long ago, and was not particularly strong. Unsurprisingly, he had already climbed to the first place on the leaderboard with a total of 22 million points. Have you noticed that Chen Wen suddenly gained 3 million points? Chen Wen, that was for killing a Shrank monster. How is there such a big gap between people? I can barely escape from a rank monsters, and others are already slaughtering Shrank monsters. Tears. Today is about to end, and first place must be Chen Wen. What will the system reward them with? Today has been so unlucky, I haven't found a single treasure chest. You guys didn't find any treasure chests either. I thought I was the only one. What the hell could the system have embezzled our treasure? Finally, someone pointed out that since the monster tied, no treasure chests had appeared. Chen Wen looked at the survival manual, confirming that first place was definitely his, and the second place, Dongfang Wuhui, was still a couple of million points behind. He looked around at the surroundings as Chen Wen's flame sword vortex had ignited everything flammable, turning the area a fiery red. In the canyon, there was also a river of lava burning with black flames. Countless monsters were wandering aimlessly inside the canyon. The thick demonic energy at the entrance of the canyon was suppressed by Chen Wen's flame vortex. My lord, there are even more powerful beings within the canyon. Should we continue exploring further in? This abyssal demon spider should only be guarding the canyon's entrance, AI wire inquired nearby. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed from the depths of the canyon. The surrounding mountains and ground trembled faintly. What's going on? What happened inside the canyon? Chen Wen's expression changed, frowning as he spoke. AI wire felt the tremors in the ground, flew up to take a look, and quickly returned. My lord, it's the dark gate within the canyon. There are likely more powerful dark entities trying to break through the gate. AI wire reported on what she had seen. Before the abyssal demon died, I seemed to hear it mention that a greater being would avenge it. There's a high probability that there's more than one Shrank creature inside this canyon. Chen Wen looked warily towards the depths of the canyon. AI wire, it's not safe to stay here long. Let's return to the territory and come back to investigate tomorrow. Chen Wen said with a serious expression, his eyes fixed intently on the canyon. At first he had planned to discreetly hide his presence and sneak into the canyon to scout the situation before the day ended. Although this abyssal demon spider posed little threat, if there were 2 or 3 of them, it could still be dangerous. It had only been a day since the monster tied, and there were still 2 more days to go. Quickly Chen Wen took AI wire and swiftly left the canyon, not daring to linger. After they left, the roars from the depths of the canyon gradually ceased in the night. Racing at lightning speed, when they arrived near the blessed land, the Minotaur army had already cleared all the surrounding monsters, and corpses littered the mountains and fields. Just as they returned to the blessed land, Chen Wen's survival manual flew out from his backpack, emanating a golden light. The world announcement rang out again, and a golden leaderboard appeared before all survivors. The first day of the monster tide has ended, and rewards will be distributed based on the points leaderboard. Rank 1001 to 100 reward of 1 monster treasure chest, 1 piece of divine source crystal, and 100 attribute spirit stones. Attributes can be specified. Rank 101 to 100 reward of 2 monster treasure chests, 2 pieces of divine source crystal, and 200 attribute spirit stones. Rank 11 to 100 reward of 4 monster treasure chests, 4 pieces of divine source crystal, and 400 attribute spirit stones. Attributes can be chosen, and 1 building upgrade token. Rank 2 to 10 reward of 8 monster treasure chests, 8 pieces of divine source crystal, and 800 attribute spirit stones. Attributes can be chosen, 1 building upgrade token, and 1 piece of growth type equipment. Rank 1 reward of 16 monster treasure chests, 16 pieces of divine source crystal, and 1.6 million attribute spirit stones. Attributes can be chosen, 1 building upgrade token, 1 piece of growth type equipment, and 1 angel summoning barracks. Base rewards have been distributed to T. For a moment, the chat channel fell quiet, only to suddenly erupt with enthusiasm. What? This reward is too generous. Even the last place on the leaderboard gets 100 attribute spirit stones. This game is so unfair. Didn't you notice that every major player on the leaderboard has monster treasure chests? Are they collecting all the treasure chests from the wild as rewards? I envy these big shots so much. I want to cling to them. Why don't they like forming alliances? You really lack perspective. Dragons don't associate with snakes. You wouldn't understand the world of the big shots. With Chen Wen at the top of the leaderboard, suddenly gaining so many resources, isn't he just widening the gap between us? What are these resources worth? Didn't you notice? Chen Wen at the top of the leaderboard actually received a summoning base for angels. Angels are all light beings and are naturally powerful against dark species in this place dominated by darkness. He's definitely going to soar. Hey, it seems like the point exchange is open. Let's check what good items are inside, or else we'll miss out once the big shots open their treasure chests. Among the survivors compared to the resources Chen Wen obtained, everyone envied and resented the summoning base he received even more. Especially Dongfang Wuhui, who now gritted his teeth feeling that he had missed a significant opportunity. This was even more painful than missing out on a few billion. In the last moments, he had been desperately chasing after them. The rewards are so plentiful it was worth my effort to hunt down strength monsters. Chen Wen looked at the golden rewards, unable to suppress his smile. 16 monster treasure chests. Although he had never opened one before, they must be more special and precious than the treasure chests found in the wild. Chen Wen immediately opened one of the monster treasure chests. Ding! Congratulations, you have opened a monster treasure chest and received a special building the Tower of Light, 10 light spirit stones, 200 units of light water, 200 spirit stones, and several blueprints. Wow! This reward is extraordinary. Those previous treasure chests are completely garbage compared to this monster treasure chest. Chen Wen couldn't help but complain. After inspecting the Tower of Light, Jiang Chun found its functions to be quite simple, serving only two purposes. One is to automatically gather light elements, and the other is to convert the gathered light elements into light-based attacks or light spirit stones. Trying his luck, Chen Wen opened a treasure chest, but decided not to open any more, preparing to let Xiao Jin provide him some healing. Besides the war treasure chest, there were also 1.6 million spirit stones, which is not an insignificant amount. Moreover, these are attribute spirit stones, which are extremely rare. Upgrading territories requires attribute spirit stones, while the divine source crystal is the most crucial item for upgrading blessed lands. What pleased Chen Wen the most was obtaining a unit summoning base specifically for angels, which are aerial units with light attributes. This is a complete game changer. The building upgrade tokens that Chen Wen received were indeed very useful, and the final reward was a growth-type equipment set, which was a full suit of armor that was quite impressive. Once Chen Wen donned it and recognized it as his own, it transformed to match his power level, evolving into a great armor. It also possessed a built-in skill, the Xian Turtle Guardian, which summoned a phantom of a Xian turtle to protect the surroundings, impervious to attacks of a higher level. Now all the pieces were in place. The Xian Yuan sword could be unsealed along with his growth and strength, and this growth-type equipment could also evolve according to his power. Chen Wen claimed the rewards from the angel summoning base and placed it in a corner of the Huanyu blessed land, as the plan was to transform the blessed land into a war base, which could not be achieved without units. Immediately, a majestic hall radiating a holy white light swiftly formed, bringing a sense of comfort and hope, as if the world was filled with possibilities. Angel Summoning Base, Level 1, upgradable 1 Light Spirit Stone, 100 Spirit Stones, 100 Refined Gold. Summoning Conditions, 1 Light Spirit Stone, 200 Refined Gold, 200 Spirit Stones. Chen Wen observed this Angel Summoning Base, though he still did not know their exact strength. However, the materials required for this upgrade and summoning were quite challenging. There was no need to elaborate on Spirit Stones and Refined Gold, and surprisingly light element crystals were also needed. Without the system rewards, it would be nearly impossible to find such light attribute Spirit Stones. Moreover, to temporarily summon a unit required 200 Spirit Stones. One must know that summoning 10 soldiers costs 2,000 O, and for 1 it would be 2 million. Definitely another significant expense. Acquiring light attribute Spirit Stones is even more difficult. Currently, the only Spirit Stones obtainable from outdoor treasure chests are of the 5 elemental types, while for light attributes one must open war treasure chests or earn rewards from leaderboards. Forget it. First, I will convert a portion of the attribute Spirit Stones into light attributes and upgrade them to the highest level. Otherwise, summoning only 9 angels per day would be ridiculous. Thinking of it, Chen Wen converted 1 light attribute Spirit Stones. Swish, swish, swish. The palace glowed with 9 beams of light and was directly upgraded to the top level 9, allowing him to summon 90 angels each day. Looking at the now more majestic and sacred palace, Chen Wen thought, first, let's recruit and see how strong the angels are. Consuming 90 light spirit stones, 180 spirit stones, and 180 refined gold, he recruited 90 angels. It must be said that if Chen Wen's resources weren't substantial, summoning 90 at once would have been impossible. Moreover, according to this calculation, summoning up to 100 angels would require a halt. The burden would be too great. Swish, swish, swish. A dazzling white light erupted from the holy hall, and angels clad in pure white and with wings sprouting from their backs flew out. A gentle light descended from the heavens, illuminating the delicate faces of the angels, radiating a pure and these angels appeared as young maidens with silky golden hair, a white halo above their heads, and dressed in pure white dresses adorned with exquisite patterns. Below their skirts were a pair of crystal-clear jade feet exposed to the air, as if untouched by the taint of the mundane world, sacred and inviolable. Behind them a pair of beautiful white wings emanated radiant light, symbolizing the angels, and serving as the source of much of their power, representing light and justice. The sacred light enveloped their entire bodies, giving a sensation of warmth, hope, yet filled with majesty. The maiden at the forefront descended first, hovering 3 centimeters above the ground, her pure white face calm and serene, like a butterfly in summer, her pink lips slightly curling into a captivating smile. "We salute you, Lord. We angels fight for you." All the angels displayed pure and flawless expressions, placing their hands on their chests in a devout salute, as gentle white lights flew from them, descending upon Chen Wen and bestowing him with blessings of light. Good. Chen Wen gazed at the noble and sacred angel maidens, feeling a surge of excitement in his heart, repeatedly uttering 3 words of praise. Looking at these angels was akin to gazing upon finely crafted works of art, entirely flawless, as pure as newborn babies. Chen Wen hurriedly threw an appraisal eye at them. Race angel, C grade, constitution 500, spirit 500, skills gift of light. Angels are favored by light, naturally mastering light powers, inflicting terrifying damage on dark creatures. Purifying dark creatures grants them the gift of light, enhancing their own strength with each purification. Divine light, unleashing a beam of light-infused power that deals massive damage to dark creatures while providing healing effects to allies and dispelling negative emotions. Light power, imposing a divine light judgment on dark creatures, possessing unmatched lethality. Introduction: angels are a high-level race in the world possessing light attributes. Each angel holds unparalleled potential, capable of following you to the end as a fortunate survivor. Go for it. This is too overpowered. They are summoned as C grade with those several insane skills. They are completely the nemesis of dark creatures. I fear even dark creatures 1 level higher than them wouldn't be able to defeat them, Chen Wen exclaimed. Gift of light provides rapid strength enhancement. Divine light functions as a healer, and light power grants them attacks imbued with light attributes, endowing them with unmatched lethality. In terms of racial talents, only the Xian armor guards can slightly compare. However, the Xian armor guards have numerical. As for the Xian Huang human race, they cannot compete with them at the start, but the gap shouldn't be too significant in the later stages. The Xian Huang human race is introduced as one of the most promising branches of the human race. However, Chen Wen felt that this time's leaderboard rewards were truly lucrative. Regardless, he must summon at least 100 angels to form a combat legion. I need to earn more spirit stones. I can't believe I'm running low on spirit stones, Chen Wen lamented. You shall be named Raphael, for it is said that Raphael is one of the highest beings of the angelic race. I hope you can grow to your fullest potential. Chen Wen spoke to the first one who emerged, Raphael. The remaining angels were also allowed to name themselves. Thank you for the Lord's grace. The direction the Lord advances is our faith. All the angels replied in unison. Chen Wen nodded in satisfaction. Chen Wen's gaze swept over the angels, enveloped in radiant light, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Now beyond the blessed land there are many dark creatures. Go and urge them to evolve. Understood, my lord. All the angels crossed their arms over their chests and prayed briefly to Chen Wen before soaring out beyond the blessed land. Outside the blessed land, the task of dealing with the monster corpses was a daunting challenge, especially with such a massive number of bodies. Even burning them would not be accomplished in a short time. Although the monsters attacking Chen Wen's territory were largely of the undead species, there were still many living dark. The strong smell of blood was overwhelming as soon as one stepped outside the city gates. The corrosive aura emitted by the undead was even more unbearable. A moment's carelessness could trigger a massive viral catastrophe due to blood and decay. Especially these dark species, which inherently carried a dark aura, could induce dark emotions if stayed with for too long, even leading to corruption. The appearance of these angels was perfectly timed. In any case, their purification of darkness would earn them the gifts of light, solving the problem while simultaneously enhancing their strength. 2 birds with 1 stone. Brother Chen, these angel sisters are so beautiful. As Chen Wen arranged matters and waited quietly, the onlookers quickly gathered around, with Li's eyes sparkling as she watched the direction the angels flew. Indeed, anyone of sound mind could not resist the pure radiance of the angels. Haha, everyone has worked hard today. This is the result of everyone's collective effort. Since we have taken the lead, we must maintain our advantage. There are still 2 days ahead, so do not let down your guard. Chen Wen laughed heartily and instructed the senior leaders around him. This is just the first day of the monster invasion. We do not know if the rules will change over the next 2 days. I will explore that canyon today. There should be significant changes ahead. Chen Wen looked up at the sky where the blood-red moon hung like a demon's eye. Rest assured, my lord, your orders are our guiding direction. Everyone's expression turned serious as they gazed at Chen Wen. After 24 hours of toil, the blessed land had endured wave after wave of attacks, with the defending minotaurs constantly rotating their posts. Even Gong Sunzan's external army had changed shifts 2 or 3 times. The Villa Hall. No, it can no longer be called a villa, it should be referred to as the Lord's Mansion. We glanced at the score of 23 million. Chen Wen's soldiers were plentiful, and aside from defending the blessed land, half of them were out hunting and searching for dark gates. He even took Avril with him to search for high-level monsters. Sigh, there still aren't enough soldiers. If only I had double the number guarding the dark gate, and endlessly farming monsters would be even better. A trace of disappointment appeared on Chen Wen's face. This truly was a case of a full man not knowing the hunger of a starving man. If other survivors knew Chen Wen held such thoughts, they would undoubtedly drown him in spit. With over 5000 residents and 1500 troops, he was still summoning at full capacity every day. Shaking his head, Chen Wen found himself somewhat amused by his own thoughts. Let's take a look at the points exchange list to see what good items are available. He clicked into the points exchange list of the several options appeared on the homepage. Soldiers, blueprints, resources, equipment, skills. The items in the points exchange list dazzled the eyes with nearly everything Chen Wen desired present. For instance, the soldier summoning base listed countless options, including ordinary orcs, human farmers, advanced beasts with skills, and even more powerful divine beasts. What the heck, what's going on? It's not a summoning base, instead I have to exchange for them one by one. Chen Wen was speechless, looking up to the heavens. The designer of this game was too deceitful. Moreover, the prices were outrageous. Even the most ordinary orcs or humans cost 1000 points. Such exchanges were utterly useless. The divine beasts were shockingly priced at 100 million each, and that was just for the juvenile stage. This was absurd. While they didn't require a summoning base, they consumed vast amounts of points, which could only be earned through the monster tide over 3 days. Chen Wen contemplated for a moment. With over 20 million points, he could certainly purchase some human units with skills. Though it wouldn't significantly enhance the strength of the territory, it would increase the population, leading to the emergence of geniuses naturally. Not to mention, even if he sent them to mine and gather resources, it wouldn't be a loss. Without further ado, Chen Wen excitedly clicked on the human soldier category and directly entered a quantity of 100 in the purchase bar. However, when he prepared to click confirm, he found the number stuck at 100. Chen Wen raised an eyebrow. What's going on? Is there a quantity limit on purchasing soldiers? Or do I have to buy? Chen Wen scrolled down the purchase interface and noticed a line of small text at the bottom, which would surely go unnoticed without careful observation. Each survivor can only exchange a maximum of 100 items in each category on the points exchange list. The purchased items are bound to the buyer and can only be used by themselves. They cannot be traded or transferred. Damn, this is outrageous. I almost consumed my entire quota of soldiers today. Chen Wen looked at the tiny text indicating the final explanation. Had he not scrolled down to check, he would have wasted his purchasing quota by directly buying 100 ordinary humans. Chen Wen hurriedly opened the world chat channel, discovering many survivors complaining and cursing the game creators, especially those who made it onto the points leaderboard. Some were quite impatient and made purchases now unable to buy anything. They could only wait for tomorrow when the purchase limit would refresh. As expected, this game makes us earn points rewards not so easily. If there were no restrictions, those who made the leaderboard would take off directly. It would be chaos. In that case, only purchasing high-level blueprints and high-level soldiers would be the most cost-effective, Chen Wen muttered to himself. Chen Wen opened the soldier category, finding he could only purchase relatively high-level ones, while the top-tier ones were simply unaffordable. Angels, divine beasts, divine dragons, and phoenixes all cost at least 100 million. Looking at these valuable divine beasts, Chen Wen was pondering about the few divine beasts in his territory. How many points would he earn if he sold them? However, there were still some advanced troops with prices that weren't completely outrageous, such as the Yalong or the descendants of divine beasts, which generally cost around 1 million. Sigh. Should he continue to accumulate points to purchase top-tier troops, or should he buy some intermediate or advanced ones? Chen Wen furrowed his brow tightly. Currently, his territory did not lack for advanced troops. The Xianwang Legion, Xuanjia Guards, and Avril's Archer Battalion would surely become a solid backbone once they grew. What he lacked now were powerful forces capable of standing firm alone like angels. The problem is that these top-tier ones don't sell for much either. Even if the monster tide erupts again in the next couple of days, saving up 100 million or 200 million points would at most allow him to buy 1 or 2. Without a fundamental quantity, effective combat power could not be formed. He also found that the goods on various resource exchange lists weren't cheap, often more expensive than trades among survivors. The only good news was that there was a complete variety, clearly priced, and all items could be exchanged with points. For instance, the Heart of Earth veins could be purchased for 1 million, while the Divine Source crystal cost 3 million. As long as there are enough energy points, one can purchase the desired goods. After browsing, Chen Wen selected a few items, but did not choose any troops. Heart of Earth veins 3 million, Divine Source crystal 9 million. Earth Spirit Upgrade Token 1 3 million, Warship Blueprint 1 3 million, 3 Transmutation Golden Core 22 million. After using the Earth Spirit Upgrade token, Xiao AI would be able to condense a physical form through the world's energy and freely manipulate various buildings in the territory, taking on responsibilities of the survivors, such as recruiting troops, upgrading camps, issuing commands, and so on. He would be able to communicate with Chen Wen regardless of spatial distance, and even send supplies through the survivor's handbook. Essentially, he would become a clone of Chen Wen, so there would be no need for Chen Wen to constantly focus on territorial matters. Xiao AI could summarize everything and present it in Chen Wen's mind. Moreover, with the development in the later stages, especially during external campaigns, it would be impossible to return to the safe zone every day to have Xiao AI manage everything, preventing the daily troop quota from being wasted. After Xiao AI upgraded, he could freely decide to activate or deactivate the 4 symbols Prison Heaven Array, which was the territory's final trump card. The warship blueprint could transport troops in bulk and also possess air combat capabilities. There are even more advanced aerial mobile cities and aerial fortresses, which are even more sophisticated and superior. However, he could only look. For example, the aerial fortress costs 1 billion in points, and even if Chen Wen sold his entire territory, he might not be able to gather that much. Moreover, the resources needed for such construction are particularly advanced. Even the power sources are divine source crystals and various rare woods, and/or some of which Chen Wen had never heard of. He would also need to purchase defensive devices and offensive weapons, which might total up to 2 billion points. To make matters worse, this blueprint does not come with a one-click construction feature. It requires the expertise of grandmasters from various professions: construction grandmasters, refining grandmasters, materials grandmasters, and weapon grandmasters. Looking at all this made Chen Wen feel overwhelmed, and he could only step back and choose the warship. Crafting the warship would enhance air combat capabilities and strengthen troop transport efficiency. Especially in terms of air combat capabilities, Chen Wen's territory currently only had the recently acquired Angel Legion for aerial operations, while the others could only rely on strength flying creatures like Dabai and Avril. Although Dabei's size is enormous, he would certainly refuse to transport soldiers. Dabai is extremely proud. Apart from Chen Wen, Zhang Wenyue, and Linger, no one else could approach him. Furthermore, the warship can be constructed in various sizes. A large one can transport tens of thousands of troops at once, ensuring logistical resources and collecting spoils. It is worth mentioning that many blueprints on the points exchange list can be manufactured repeatedly. They do not vanish after a single use. Ultimately, he bought 23 transmutation golden cores to prepare for breaking through to Shrank. This was for the high-ranking members of the territory. Breaking through to Shrank is extremely difficult, although Chen Wen has had a smooth journey in his training without any bottlenecks. That is due to his innate talent. With the adaptation and development along the way, things have changed drastically. If Chen Wen wanted to upgrade to the wilderness now, he could casually slaughter and devour everything to digest his gains. Upgrading would be as easy as eating or drinking. Sometimes Chen Wen felt that his professional talent had become somewhat absurd. Initially, he could perfectly absorb food he consumed, but now he could even devour external food and monsters directly without using his mouth. He wasn't sure whether this change was good or bad. It felt somewhat sinister. These items had basically exhausted the points he earned on the first day, yet they were all essential for Chen Wen at this stage. With only 3 million left, he wanted to exchange for some high-level troops, but now it seemed impossible. He could only wait and see how much he would gain in the next 2 days. Chen Wen sighed, realizing how quickly money disappears. The more precious the item in the points exchange, the more outrageous the price. He even felt like he was elevating the power of ordinary survivors. Essential items for survivors, such as base upgrade devices, the Heart of Earth veins, and divine source crystals, look very expensive, but 3 days is sufficient. As long as he can survive the monster tide, he will definitely be able to exchange for what he needs. Looking at it this way, it seems the creators of this game maintain some balance to prevent certain survivors from becoming too. At the same time, it also stimulates survivors' enthusiasm to deal with the monster tides. The items on the points exchange treasure are usually hard to come by. Opening treasure chests never yields them. Kaki, this blueprint is for you to quickly build the warship. Our territory desperately needs it. Chen Wen summoned Kaki and handed over the warship blueprint. Understood, my lord. I guarantee the task will be completed. Kaki looked at the rune-covered warship blueprint, a look of excitement on his face. For the goblin race, being able to develop technology is the most blissful thing, especially for a warship that he had only heard of before. He was extremely curious. After Kaki left, Chen Wen turned to use the upgrade token on Xiao AI. In the end, a figure clad in a white long dress emerged with a delicate face, sparkling eyes, a cherry red mouth, and green hair cascading down to her waist, resembling the girl next door. Thank you, my lord. Do you think I look beautiful like this? I was shaped based on the memories in your mind, Xiao AI said, playfully glancing at Chen Wen. As soon as she spoke, Chen Wen sensed something different. Although Xiao AI had spoken in a feminine voice before, it lacked emotion. Now she exuded a playful charm, making one wonder if she was truly a genuine human girl. Beautiful. From now on, you must oversee all matters of the territory and report to me at any time. Chen Wen smiled. After handling everything, he began to patrol the entire blessed land. He finally climbed up the city wall, casting his gaze towards the dark forest outside, where shadows of faint light pillars could be seen. The blood moon in the sky was still glaringly bright. Unlike yesterday, tonight felt somewhat quiet, yet this stillness brought an eerie chill. Surrounding the territory, angels were seen continuously releasing holy white light from the air, purifying the corpses on the ground or the remnants of dark monsters. Have there been any discoveries today? Chen Wen inquired of the soldiers at the watchtower. Reporting to my lord, since nightfall no unusual activity has been detected, nor have we seen any signs of monster tides. The lookout soldier reported. Good, we must maintain strict vigilance and monitor the outside situation at all times. Chen Wen nodded. What is going on? According to the system's introduction, there should be 24 waves of monster tides in a day. Could it be that I have occupied the Dark Gate? If that's the case, then that would be great. It would explain why there has been no significant movement around the territory for so long. Perhaps the scale of the monster tide is brewing, preparing for a larger wave. Even at the square in front of the city gate, half of the angels were gathered, floating in the air, purifying the accumulated monster. The surrounding minotaurs looked at the holy light radiating from them with admiration. Greetings, my lord. Upon seeing Chen Wen approach, the angels clasped their hands across their chests and bowed, revealing their exquisite smiles. What is going on? Why is only Raphael purifying? Chen Wen walked over, observing the dozens of angels gathered, yet only Raphael stood at the forefront, continuously releasing divine light to purify the piled monster corpses. Embrace, my lord. This was a decision made by our group of sisters. Raphael will continue to break through to a rank first, and then another will follow. One of the angels slowly floated down in front of Chen Wen. Hearing this, Chen Wen used an appraising eye on Raphael. To his astonishment, she had actually broken through to crank and reached brank. That was incredibly fast considering it had only been a couple of hours. Chen Wen closely observed, noting that the white light surrounding Raphael had indeed brightened significantly. The sacred glow emanating from her illuminated the mountainous corpses like ice meeting fire, melting away. Chen Wen silently marveled. No doubt a top-tier unit. So intelligent. Do all angels break through? He looked at the angel standing before him. My lord, it's not like that. The reason Raphael can break through so quickly is that there are enough dark creatures for her to purify. Each time she purifies a dark creature, we all gain the power of light, thereby elevating our ranks. The angel before him spoke reverently. If there were no dark creatures, our rank increases would rely on our own arduous training and wouldn't be much faster than yours, my lord. Suddenly, as they spoke, a surge of overwhelming light power erupted from Raphael. A beam of white light flashed past her, and immediately her aura surged violently. Had she broken through? Chen Wen's eyes nearly bulged out. This speed of breakthrough was undoubtedly the fastest he had ever witnessed. The primary reason for the angels' rapid breakthroughs was their favorable training environment. They happened to encounter a large number of dark creatures. Each purification granted them a portion of light power, thus enabling swift breakthroughs. Greetings, my lord. After Raphael's breakthrough, she gently floated down in front of Chen Wen, bowing respectfully. Chen Wen nodded with satisfaction. No need for such formalities. I hope you can break through to a rank at the fastest speed, as I will need your power then. After observing the angel's actions for a moment longer, Chen Wen turned and left. Outside the blessed land, Chen Wen dealt with the occasional solitary undead he encountered. After patrolling, he found nothing unusual. Although there were not many monsters around the territory, Chen Wen's points were steadily increasing. What troubled Chen Wen the most was that canyon. Ever since he gained the angel base, he had wanted to investigate that canyon. However, the angel's levels were still too low, which is why Raphael needed to break through to a rank as soon as possible. At that time, he planned to gather Avalini, Raphael, and even bring Dubai along to clearly understand the situation inside the canyon. When will this end? My blessed land has been surrounded, unable to go in or out. Hang in there, brother. Just a couple more days. What intrigues me is why the top 100 on the points leaderboard are continuously increasing their points every moment. You don't know this. It's been said that the source of the monster tides is a dark gate, and it takes time for the dark gate to refresh monsters. As long as you can eliminate the monsters gathered around the dark gate in one go, you can just wait for the monsters to respawn. I envy those big shots. My desires are not too extravagant, I just hope to survive through this 3-day monster tide and gain enough points to exchange for treasures to upgrade the blessed land, ideally obtaining a heart of the earth vein. The most painful thing in the world is to see treasures right before my eyes, yet I can only watch and not obtain them. At that moment, Raphael entered the hall of the Lord's mansion. Great. Prepare to organize the angel's work and come with me to a certain place. Chen Wen's joy was evident on his face. Yes, my lord. Raphael responded and retreated. Chen Wen gathered the ancient and the great bull on the city wall, explaining the purpose of this outing. Half an hour later, Chen Wen and Raphael rode on Dubay's back, soaring through the sky alongside Avalini, the three of them, and one beast disappearing into the night.